the East Emperor Bell, which once suppressed all things in chaos, has been left untouched in the temple for 300 years. Everyone thought this was a broken clock, but I bet all my assets to buy it. Everyone thought I was crazy, but little did they know that soon the prehistoric world would descend upon the present world, and all ancient artifacts would transform into spiritual treasures. And this broken clock would also become the only innate treasure of the prehistoric world, the Eastern Emperor clock. At this moment, there is only 1 minute left before the arrival of the chaos. I saw the target in the backyard of the temple, only to see a large bell the size of a vat hanging in a small pavilion. The bell was pitch black, covered in rust, without any of the mysterious aura of the ancient innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell. But I can be sure that this is the Eastern Emperor Bell from my previous life. The moment of chaos's arrival is the time it awakens. At this moment, the sky burst into a brilliant glow, tearing a huge crack in the entire sky, behind which was the primordial world. 10 blazing suns were fleeing in the sky, setting the stage for the final battle between the witch and demon races. Junti plotted against the witch and demon races, inducing the demon race's 10 golden crows to kill the great witch Kwafu, prompting the great witch Dayu to shoot the sun for revenge. Dayu was tall and burly, with a strong aura throughout his body, muscles solidly covered with divine patterns, holding open a divine bow made from the Fusang divine tree, aiming at the 10 blazing suns in the sky. At the same time, the pitch-black bronze bell in front suddenly emitted a deafening sound, followed by layers of black rust peeling off the surface of the bronze bell, revealing the ancient and majestic bell body, with faint cracks on it. The bell body kept vibrating, as if it would escape into the sky in the next second. Upon seeing the situation, I knew it was time. I immediately bit my fingertips, pressed my palm on the trembling dark yellow giant clock. As the crimson blood dripped onto the clock, it spread along the inscriptions and patterns, instantly covering the constantly trembling Eastern Emperor clock. The Eastern Emperor clock sensed my actions, trembled more violently, and began to resist. I felt like I was wrestling with a giant elephant, physically and mentally exhausted. I had to remind myself to grit my teeth and not give up. I must seize this innate treasure. Only then would I have the opportunity to evolve into the 3-legged golden crow later and build up strength in advance. Only in this way could I smoothly deal with the imminent dangers of the chaotic world ahead. Finally, it seems that it is the resilience of my spirit power in 2 lifetimes, or the reason for the just awakening of the Eastern Emperor clock. The roaring clock suddenly stopped, and the huge force disappeared. A mysterious yellow light instantly entered my palm, and the Eastern Emperor clock in the pavilion had long disappeared. Success! I felt the excitement of the Eastern Emperor clock the size of a bell in my dantian. This is one of the 3 great innate treasures. The Eastern Emperor clock, the top divine artifact in the primordial world. With the Eastern Emperor clock, I will be able to seize the essence blood of the golden crow later, evolve into the primordial exotic 3-legged golden crow, and the subsequent planning can proceed smoothly. I can hardly contain my excitement in my heart. I haven't had a chance to continue examining the effects of the Eastern Emperor clock inside my body, when suddenly the crack in the sky widened, and then everything went black. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in the primordial world. All around me were modern humans looking at each other in confusion. In the sky, the scene of Hoi shooting the sun had already reached its climax, with each scorching sun being hit by the divine bow and transforming into the 3-legged golden crow, crashing down with a bang. At this time, the majestic voice of the heavenly laws appeared above the heads of all modern humans. The arrival of the primordial world has officially begun. Modern human tribes can enter the cycle of reincarnation to choose their race. Those who have not made a choice after 12 hours will be automatically assigned to the human tribe. Once a race is chosen, it cannot be changed. Upon hearing this, I walked towards the vortex of the 6 paths of the animal realm without hesitation. The people around me sighed in unison. What is this brother doing? The animal realm? Choosing the demon clan? The great war between demons and witches is imminent. The demon clan won't last long. Isn't he seeking death? I ignored the discussions of the people around me and went straight into the Yaozu road. I am clearer than anyone else on how to make the most appropriate choice. Although compared to the human race and the Azura clan, the Yaozu are indeed unremarkable, but I am aware that the Yaozu also have their own advantage, which is possessing an evolutionary curve. As long as one obtains the primordial exotic blood or inheritance on their own evolutionary curve, they can evolve from an ordinary Yaozu into a more powerful primordial exotic species. And now, there is a ready-made exotic blood in front of all the Yaozu, which is the blood of the 3-legged golden crow. You have entered the Yaozu path. Do you want to give up your current race and become a member of the Yaozu race? Confirm the choice of Yaozu. Please select your sub-race. I choose the demon crow. In theory, any flying demon of the demon race can evolve into the 3-legged golden crow, but to be cautious, I still chose the crow race. As the whirlpool of the 6 paths of reincarnation sucked me in, I felt my body being transformed by the laws of the heavens. Fine black feathers appeared on my limbs and body, and a pair of huge wings grew on my back. My current appearance is that of a human head with a bird body, retaining only the rough shape of human limbs, with wings and black feathers all over. Name, Luchen race, Crow Demon realm, not yet cultivated race inheritance, ordinary Crow Demon inheritance, white, obtained magic weapons, Eastern Emperor clock, Linglong Jade Pen evolution curve. I locked my gaze on the evolution curve of the panel. Sure enough, I smirked slightly, and there was indeed a three-legged golden crow on it. As the first human to choose the demon race, you receive the heavenly reward, the favor of the demon race. There's a heavenly reward for being the first to choose the demon race? Lucian was slightly stunned. No wonder there were a lot of modern humans in previous lives. After the flood came down, the rise was very fast, so these people were rewarded by the heavenly Tao. The entire world was affected by the laws of the heavenly Tao, and this heavenly Tao reward was similar to a buff edition. When you do something that is recognized by heaven, and you'll be rewarded with the heavenly rewards. For example, Nuwa was rewarded by the laws of heaven by creating a human being, and a great deal of merit was sent down. And on the contrary, if you do something that heaven does not approve of, then heavenly discipline will be sent down as punishment. Heavenly reward, favors of the demon race. Demons that have opened their spiritual minds have increased their favoritism towards you. Lucian nodded slightly when he saw the contents of the heavenly Tao reward. The voice of the heavenly laws once again rang in his ears. You have chosen your race. Please select the place where you were born in the flood world. A vast and ancient map bloomed in front of Lucian, which recorded the map of the entire flood world. The center, the heavenly pillar of Buzhou Mountain. The map off to the side, the Kunlun Mountains where the three saints of the Qing dynasty are located, etc. The other East China Sea, the underworld Sea of Blood, etc. One by one, they are labeled. At last, Lucian let out a long breath, and gently pointed out that, born on the shores of the East China Sea, by the Western religion of the Runti Saints' calculations, the playful 10 golden crows at the same time left the Tang Valley, resulting in a scorched earth on earth. The great sorcerer Quafu was booby-trapped to death. The great sorcerer De for revenge, infiltrated the demonic tribes of the heavenly court, stole one of the 10 great spiritual roots of the Fusan wood tree branches, refining the divine weapon archery bow, opened the bow and shot at the sun. The 10 golden crows crashed into the East China Sea, and thus, the witch demon duel kicked off, and the golden crow essence blood that Lucian needed was in the East Sea. A strong light flashed by, and Lucian only felt a heavenly turnover and, opening his eyes again, there was an amazing sight before him. Searing heat blew head-on from the sea, and a scorching sun blasted down from the sky onto the sea, the entire East Sea boiling with the mighty true fire of the sun. A single flood indigenous being, terrified, ran inland towards the three-legged golden crow as the flood wilderness species. Their own realm is not low, and carries a powerful sun true fire. Even if it is shot down by the Big E, emitting the power, still not ordinary flood creatures can resist. But, Lucian, however, did not retreat, but advanced, and with a flurry of wings behind him, he flew towards the spot where the three-legged golden crow had fallen. On his body, a faintly imperceptible arcane yellow halo emanated, shielding his body. It was the Eastern Emperor's bell that was in play. As one of the top treasures of the flood world, the East Emperor bell possessed the ability to suppress space and time. Although with Lucian's current strength, he was not able to completely refine the prohibitions. But, it was still more than enough to use it as a defensive weapon to withstand the burning of the sun true flame. Sure, Lucian didn't dare to casually show off the Eastern Emperor bell. He understands the truth of the saying, a man's honor is his crime, because of the modern world fusion. Now this flood, there are two pieces of Donghuang Zhong, the demon clan to carry Donghuang Tai one hand, one in his own hand. If the two thickest-skinned Western saints see it, they will. The phrase "this thing has a destiny with my Western religion" was forcibly snatched away, and there is no place for oneself to cry. This brother, this object has a connection with me. Behind Lucian, a voice suddenly rang out. Chapter 5, Little Golden Crow Fraud? The favors of the demon race. Lucian had just flown out of the sea for a short while when a shout came from behind him. Turn your head and look over. Good man. Dozens and hundreds of flying bird-type demons all flew out of the coast, towards the distant sea, where the golden crow had fallen. In the sea, there were dozens of fish demons, similarly swimming in the direction of the golden crow's crash site. By the looks of it, these were modern humans who chose the demon race and, like Lucian, rushed to seize the golden crow's essence blood at the opportunity of the golden crow's falling sun. No wonder there were quite a few of them in previous lives. Within a very short time of the descent of the flood, he quickly became a strong man. There are always people in this world who are discerning and can quickly adapt to their environment and seize any opportunity to become stronger. Lucian laughed in a low voice. But now, You don't stand a chance. All the chances, they will be mine. Obtaining the Golden Crow inheritance was not something that Lucian thought of on his own. The same is true of a speculation that exploded on the internet sometime after the flood came down in a previous life that, of course, no one ever succeeded at that time. If one were of the demon race, with this inheritance of the Golden Crow within the evolutionary curve, and also happened to possess a magic treasure capable of resisting the true fire of the sun. These three conditions. It was the conditions for capturing the Golden Crow legacy that were listed online at the time. Unfortunately, this condition may seem simple, but it's almost impossible to fulfill. Because everyone had just chosen their race, their realm was low and dangerous. They couldn't block the sun true flame, and no one possessed a magic treasure that could resist the sun true flame. Sure enough, as it got closer and closer to the location of the Golden Crow's corpse, the power of the sun's true flame became more and more powerful. A few flying bird-type demons that couldn't resist the high temperatures turned around and went back. Many people started shouting at Lucian, who was flying at the front. "Brother, it looks like you're a modern man too? Coming for the Golden Crow essence blood? I'd advise you to give up. The sun true flame is too powerful. There's no chance. You might get killed for nothing." "Yes, brother, this sun true flame is too powerful. You're just an ordinary crow. Come back quickly. This Golden Crow inheritance is tempting, but that requires a life to take it. Aren't you wasting your life by continuing on?" Lucian had been flying at the forefront because he had the advantage of taking the first shot, and the hundreds of flying bird-like demon clans behind him who were playing the same game were anxious, fearing that the monstrous chance would be taken away by Lucian, and they opened their mouths to interfere. But they advised Lucian with their mouths, but their bodies were honest, still stirring their wings and flying hard against the scorching heat. Both the fear of a brother's suffering and the fear of a brother's driving a Land Rover belongs to the yes. "I'm sorry to trouble you all with your worries." Lucian twisted his head and smiled faintly towards the back of the room. "I have fire in my 5 elements, and I was raised to resist heat. Everyone step up. The Golden Crow inheritance is near. The chance to evolve into a flood fae is just around the corner." What? Are you guys flying so slow? Is it because you want to let me have the Golden Crow inheritance? Since that's the case, I'll take all of you's good intentions. The people behind them were going to look at Lucian's complacent appearance. His heart kept cursing MMP. But there was nothing he could do about it. "Brother, really don't go any further. The sun true flame is one of the most powerful few fires in this world. You are no different from sending yourself to death." Yeah. The demons in the back continued to persuade, and the fish demons swimming below opened their mouths. However, as it got closer to the position of the 3-legged Golden Crow, the temperature got higher and higher, and a few eagle demons could not hold on any longer, and with a pft sound, a burning flame was born on their wings, and they crashed down to the surface of the sea. The seawater below, too, had long since been scorched by the sun's true flame, boiling and bubbling with hot air. Burning the sky and boiling the sea is nothing more than that. With our current realm, without a magic treasure in our possession, it's impossible to resist the sun true flame. The crowd of flying bird-type demons finally stopped. Below the surface of the sea, the fish demon also stopped swimming forward, and could only look at the 3-legged Golden Crow's shadow in the distance unwillingly and sigh. "There's no way to move on at all. Why is that crow still flying? It feels like the sun true flame can't do anything to him. Can it be that the physical body of the crow race is stronger than the other demon races? This is not scientific at all. Or does he have some magic treasure on him that can resist fire? But this is the true fire of the sun, and the only ones that can resist it are innate spirit treasure level magic treasures, right? It's hard to believe that he really does have an innate spiritual treasure on him." Those who could think of coming to the East Sea to seize the Golden Crow's inheritance were all incomparably familiar with the flood myths, and naturally understood the grade division of the magic treasures. They watched Lucian's figure get further and further away and could only sigh and curse helplessly behind them. Phew, worthy of the Eastern Emperor Bel. Lucian exhaled a long breath, and under the protection of the Xian Huang radiance around his body, he entered the scorching sun true flame unharmed. In this searing mass of light, a golden crow was quietly suspended in midair. The body was as big as a small mountain, with the divine handsomeness of a king of the flying bird category. The 3 claws looked pale and powerful, and the feathers around his body showed an arcane white gold color, with red fire patterns flowing on them. Only, having been run through his entire body by a fiery red arrow that burned with flames, dead as a doornail. But even so, this 3-legged golden crow's circumference still emanated a scorching sun true flame, baking the surrounding air distortion. So, this is the body of the 3-legged golden crow. Lucian slightly marveled. This was the first time he had seen the body of such a flood fae. In his previous life, after transforming into a dragon, Lucian, in order to obtain more cultivation resources, joined the demon celestial court to crusade against the witch race, and had once seen from afar the demon emperor June, and the East Emperor Tai, the two demon race bearers of the heroic posture of a glance, but had not seen their main body. Where did the little demon come from? How dare you desecrate His Highness's divine body? Seek death. A majestic and somewhat childishly angry shout suddenly rang out. Fraud! Lucian was startled and fixed his eyes on the corpse of the three-legged golden crow, and found that the silhouette of a young man dressed in golden armor with a clean-cut appearance had emerged. Immediately, he understood that this was the three-legged golden crow that had just died not long ago, and its soul hadn't completely dissipated yet. But even in the face of this soul that was about to dissipate, with Lucian's physique, a small demon with no realm, if he angered this demon prince, he would still have to suffer a bit, and right now in this neighborhood, perhaps being watched by quite a few great powers from afar. As the reincarnation of the innate human race, not being involved in karma, the great powers were unable to actively check out his followers, but if he took out the Eastern Emperor's bell and came out with it on his head, it would be a different story. Isn't that enough to die for? Inside the online guide in his previous life, it didn't say that there was such a robbery. Just as Lucian's thoughts were turning over, thinking of countermeasures on how to appease this demon crown prince. The demon race crown prince, who was already dead, suddenly opened his mouth again. Why do you make me feel like you don't mean any harm? Who are you? State your name. Lucian was delighted in his heart. He knew that this was the heavenly dowry reward, demon race's favorite, at work. Your Highness the Crown Prince. I'm just a small unknown demon. I don't have any malicious intent. Lucian looked sad and, today, I saw that your Highness was counted by that hateful witch race and fell here. So I spared myself to be burned by your Highness's sun true flame. And even though my body was dead, I still wanted to come and see your Highness for the last time. And now it is considered to be a complete success. You little demon. Although you look filthy in appearance, you are still loyal to my demon heavenly court. Under the effect of demon favor, the Golden Crow Jr. did not doubt the truth or falsehood within Lucian's words, nodded appreciatively, his tone eased quite a bit, and the sun true flame around his body also dissolved down. Only now, 9 of my brothers have fallen. Chapter 6 Activation. Demon Emperor Inheritance within the East Emperor Bell. It's just that now, 9 of our brothers have already died. The demon race crown prince had a saddened look on his face. If it were in normal times, when I encountered a young demon like you who was loyal to my demon clan, I would definitely protect you on your way to the great Tao. Escort me on the path to heaven? Said I want to resurrect you. Lucian has some regrets. Say it, what do you want? The demon prince said with a sincere look on his face. Before my soul goes out of my body, I will do everything in my power to fulfill the demands of your loyal little demon. I want your golden crow essence blood, do you give it? Lucian buried this idea deep in his heart. What's the difference between that and I want you dead? Although the other party was quite kind to himself under the effect of demon's favor, and the other party was dying, but after all, he had not completely hung up yet, so he certainly could not act to stimulate the other party, adding variables in vain. Maybe this was the other side testing themselves. No. Lucian shook his head, his eyes firm as if he wanted to join the party. I don't want anything. Your Highness, I'm here only to escort your Highness on her final journey, nothing more. Therefore, Lucian chose to continue to brush up on his goodwill. Not much to use though. But anyway, it won't be long before this demon prince will have to be spiritually dispersed, and the golden crow essence blood will definitely be his own possession. The demon prince nodded in relief. Very well, I was right about the man. If the demon clan has a junior with a noble character like you, why worry about not prospering? In that case, I'll gift you the only item of value I have on me right now, the golden crow essence blood, and I hope you won't excuse me. Inherit my legacy and help my demon race prosper for all generations. Saying that, the golden light of the demon prince's soul flourished, as if it was returning to the light, radiant and incomparable, and his golden crow body began to be blazed by the white golden sun's true fire. A drop of golden crow essence blood the size of a water pearl and covered with divine fire patterns appeared from within him, emitting a powerful and unrivaled might. A few moments later, the body of the three-legged golden crow was burned out by the flames and turned into flying ash, and the soul of the golden armored youth image wore a pleased smile as it rapidly dimmed until it disappeared. How can this be? Many thanks, Your Highness. Lucian held the golden crow essence blood in his hand and instantly refined it. Thumbs up. The golden crow essence blood was held in Lucian's palm, and the powerful and unrivaled flames of the sun true flame burned his feathers, turning into pure energy that slowly disappeared into his body. An extremely overbearing burning heat rapidly drilled into the limbs and bones of this crow demon body of his from Lucian's palm, along the blood veins and sinews of his wrist. Lucian felt that his body was being injected with a huge energy. The muscles, sinews, bones, blood veins, and even the sea of qi and dantian were all being rapidly transformed, thickening, enlarging, and lengthening, turning rot into wonder, washing the marrow. The black feathers on his body poofed and burned, and white gold flames spread all over his body. A few moments later, the blazing white golden flame slowly extinguished, and the energy of the golden crow essence blood was completely absorbed. The center of heaven and earth, a divine and incomparable three-legged golden crow slowly opened its eyes and let out a loud and clear cry. I'm a done deal. I've evolved into a three-legged golden crow. Is this the body of a flood fae? Lucian transformed into his half-human, half-demon form and looked at his limbs in surprise. At this time, the original black feathers all over his body had turned into a white gold color, with imperceptible flame patterns flowing on it, and his wings behind him were gnarled and powerful. He felt that his current physique, compared to the ordinary crows before, could already be said to be a difference between clouds and mud, and was even hundreds of times more powerful than the dragon carcass after taking the dragon transformation done in his previous life, and his limbs and bones were filled with strong power. A faintly imperceptible bloodlight lingered around Lucian. Wait, there seems to be a mutation in the East Emperor clock. Lucian was checking out his changes. Suddenly, he was shocked to discover that the Dong Huang clock, which was originally incomparably calm within the Qi Si Dantian, was actually rapidly absorbing his own golden crow essence blood, and then began to tremble slightly. Holy, what the? Could it be that the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi left something up there before he died? Thud! The extremely subtle sound of a bell rang out, and after absorbing the golden crow's essence blood, a golden scripture suddenly surfaced on the surface of the East Emperor bell. A powerful and incomparable inheritance memory suddenly surged into Lucian's mind. Lucian opened the panel, and suddenly realized that his inheritance and racial talent had changed. Name, Lucian. Race, three-legged golden crow. Realm, not yet practiced. Racial inheritance, demon emperor's inheritance, colored. Acquired magic treasure, East Emperor bell, remnants, Linglong jade pen. Racial talents, demon emperor's devouring, true fire of the sun, golden crow's rainbow, obsidian arrow feather. Demon Emperor inheritance? Could it be that the scripture that was just revealed on the Eastern Emperor's bell was the aftermath left behind by the Eastern Emperor Tai after his death? And then, coincidentally, it was activated by my three-legged golden crow essence blood? Lucian was overjoyed. Wait a minute, it's still a colored legacy. Inheritance is the racial skill, and realm advancement unlocks the appropriate natural ability. In this flooded world, the legacies range from weak to strong, with a total of 6 types: white, green, blue, red, gold, and colored. Originally, his raven inheritance was ordinary white, and after transforming into a dragon in his previous life, the inheritance had only turned blue, and the three-legged golden crow essence blood, as he understood from his memories of his previous life, was only a golden inheritance. Now that he's leaping into color, the flooding top inheritance, the racial talents have become 4. 2. The sun true flame, the golden crow transformation rainbow and the obsidian arrow feather are all attacking means inherited from the three-legged golden crow. I understand. But what is this demon emperor's devouring? With a flash of light in his mind, Lucian had already understood. If you devour the target's body, you can inherit the target's abilities. Devouring is not limited by the evolutionary curve. Holy, that's a lot of money. This demon emperor devouring ox wave 1 ah. Lucian was ecstatic and, doesn't that make me, then, a full-time master of the flood? All I have to do from now on is devour something and I'll get the other person's ability? Eat the ancestral witch and you'll gain the ancestral witch body. Eat Koan Pang that old 6 and you'll gain his speed. Eat Hong Jun and you'll. Lucian felt that there was an incomparably grand evolutionary path unfolding in front of him. One bird in the opening game and the ability to eat it all. The effects of the Eastern Emperor's bell can be seen as well? Lucian collected his mind, and the information of the Eastern Emperor bell immediately surfaced in his heart. Treasure, Donghuang bell. Rank, innate treasure. Status, disabled. Repair progress, 5%, reparable by feeding spirits. Function, defense, as an innate treasure. Even if damaged, it is still the top imperial weapon. Function, aura cave. The interior of the cave is self-contained with an incomparably dense aura, which can be entered for cultivation and storage of items, including living creatures. No wonder, the Eastern Emperor clock didn't move before. Lucian realized. It turns out that it was crippled after the Great Battle in the first place, and is only now being repaired by part of the golden crow essence blood. Feeding spirits unlocks other abilities for every 5% repaired. I just don't know. What rank is required for the restored spirit? I'll try first. Lucian took out the ancestral jade pen. The function of this Linglong jade pen was to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to accelerate the speed of cultivation, and its quality was not high. Placed in a previous life, It worked quite well. But now, with the aura cave of the Eastern Emperor clock, it wouldn't be useful. With a thought, he fed it to the East Emperor clock in his dantian. Progress of restoration, 5.05%. Holy, it only adds 0.05 restoration to a magic treasure. It seems that in order to repair this innate treasure, I'll have to snatch heavenly materials and treasures everywhere from now on. Lucian thought helplessly. His eyes were suddenly drawn to one thing. Hey, try this. Chapter 7, the golden crow body is missing one? Junti takes the blame. Lucian incited his wings and picked up the fiery red arrow floating not far away. The archery arrow, by the great sorcerer Hou-Yi, stole one of the 10 spiritual roots of the Fusang divine wood branches, mixed with immortal gold refined. Of course, belongs to a kind of spiritual objects. And the grade isn't bad at all. If it was combined with the sun shooting bow in the hands of Dai, it would be a proper artifact. Even the Golden Crow Prince, who was at the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal, could take one at a time. Ordinary great Luo Golden Immortals could certainly be killed easily as well. But alas, with Lucian's current strength, it was impossible for him to obtain the sun-shooting divine bow, so it can only be fed to the even more powerful Donghuang clock. Lucian's mind moved and the arrow in his hand disappeared without a trace. Progress of restoration, 7.00%. Not bad. Lucian nodded in satisfaction. A single archery arrow adds nearly 2% to the repair progress. Go find 1 or 2 more Hotian spiritual treasures. It will be able to unlock another heaven-defying ability of the East Emperor clock. In the future, just take advantage of the witch-demon duel and go to the sun planet more often to steal a few more branches of the Fusang tree. I'm about to leave this place. Go and seek to seize those 2 flood spirit roots to refine the top 5 elements body. Suddenly, he realized that there was a glimmer of blood wrapped around his body. Is this heavenly discipline? When did I do anything to hurt anyone? Coaxing underage jinns to donate blood counts? Heavenly discipline, you accept the Demon Prince's essence blood and need to complete the Demon Prince's commission before being promoted to Tai Golden Immortal. Obtaining a drop of witch essence blood of the rank of Great Witch or above is required for promotion. Great Witch essence blood? It's just Great Sorcerer essence blood. Lucian instantly calmed down. Scared me. I thought it was ancestral witch essence blood. This flooded world. The realm is mainly divided into Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, Metaphysical Immortal, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Dala Golden Immortal, Mixed Golden Immortal, Semi-Saint, and Mixed Dala Golden Immortal, Saint. While this period, the Golden Immortals are as numerous as dogs, and the Dao Lords are all over the place. The strength of the 12 ancestral witches was mostly at the quasi-saint stage. Shi Yu, De, interceptor kind of famous big witch. The strength of most of them is between the Dala Jinxian to the quasi-saint, but the average wizard, that is, the Tai Golden Immortal realm. The Golden Immortal killed the Tai Golden Immortal. It might have been hard for Lucian, in his previous life, too, but this life, the 3-legged Golden Crow body plus the East Emperor Bell, plus the Demon Emperor's legacy, and those chances that follow. It's still pretty light. Suffering from your Golden Crow essence blood, helping you get your revenge is a payback for a payback. Although he had originally come for the Golden Crow essence blood, however, Lucian was still quite grateful in his heart. Lucian's previous life, relying on that magic treasure Jade Pen, go past the great calamity of witch and demon, and barely accomplished Tai Golden Immortal during the period of sealing the gods. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. The great catastrophe of witch and demon. The great catastrophe of sealing the gods. It's all hijacking, but there are endless opportunities, relying on the memories of rebirth, as well as the various tips posted on the internet by quite a few of the bigwigs in previous lives. Lucian is confident that, complete the revenge for the little golden crow and witness the Tao in the flood and soar to the heavens. Well, Lucian collected his thoughts and looked toward the sky. Junti, that old six, should be coming over soon to pick up the corpse. This is not the place to stay. I should join the demon court as soon as possible. Now, scheming for those 2 flood innate spiritual roots now. Clear your mind. Lucian cast his innate talent, Golden Crow transforming rainbow, turning into a crimson rainbow. He swept rapidly towards the seashore of the East Sea. Meanwhile, on the shores of the East China Sea, that crow really went in. How is this possible? That's the true fire of the sun, one of the most powerful types of flames in the flood. The strength of each of the demon crown princes is at least at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Even if he falls, the power that remains is not something we can get our hands on. Can it be that the 3-legged golden crow is naturally close to the race of crows? The group of reincarnated demon clans that stayed on the shores of the East China Sea were talking. That's not right, either. A few brothers over here, who also chose the crow demon, how come they can't get in? It's not possible that that person really has an innate spiritual treasure on him, is it? Just as the crowd of demons were still puzzled. Above the East Sea, one of the pieces of the land where the golden crow had fallen suddenly shone brightly, and then the light quickly dimmed again. Look! There is a strange change. The power of the sun true flame has weakened. The crowd of demons immediately had a guess. Holy, the essence blood of the three-legged golden crow was really obtained by that guy? Damn it! This is worse than killing me. The reincarnated demon clans waiting by the East China Sea seashore wailed and wailed, envious, jealous and hateful all at once. Just then, no one noticed. Above the East China Sea, a crimson light flew towards the shore at great speed, and without stopping, it straightly left the East China seashore, and disappeared towards the interior of the flood continent. Lucian left the shores of the East China Sea on the front foot. A shadow of Brahma's light swept in from the west. The robes on his body are half doctor and half monk. Standing high above the canopy, laughing lightly, the golden crow falls into the East Sea, and is indeed destined for me in the west. These 9 little golden crow bodies, the western sect, will be obliged. No, how come there are 9 of them? The silhouette suddenly froze, and seemed to make a motion of opening its eyes wide to look carefully. Why is there a golden crow body missing? How dare you intercept my western chance? What a big nerve! What the hell? If Lucian was still on the shores of the East China Sea at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize this shadowy figure. It is one of the 2 saints of Cheek in the west. Sage Junti. Hiss. Junti pinched his fingers and deduced. His brows knit slightly. I can't believe I can't deduce that. There must be a saintly reckoning in this. I wonder who it is. The modern human race is sheltered by the heavenly Tao. All of them are variables, and they are not within the scope of the flood's karmic projection at all. That's why Junti couldn't deduce it at all. Just as Junti was about to make a move to collect the corpses of the other golden crows in the sea, his face suddenly changed. Not good. Another saint is coming. No one must realize that there is my western sect provoking this great war. Junti's body transformed into Brahman light and flickered away. A shadow filled with the power of merit and virtue swept in at great speed. The silhouette is snake-bodied and human-headed, with a long, white neck, hair like a waterfall, clad in a green veil, with a stunningly beautiful posture, and a red embroidered ball filled with the power of merit suspended behind it. It is the Saint Nuwa who created man and merited to become a saint. With a wave of her sleeve, Nuwa collected the 8 golden crow corpses on the East China Sea plus the last little golden crow that hadn't died. Turning his head, he glanced in the direction where that Brahma light had vanished and let out a cold snort. Unfortunately, it's still a step too late. Surprisingly, I let that faceless thief take away a little golden crow carcass. I take note of this calculation. At the foot of Buzhou Mountain, the Demon Court's recruitment office, the laws of heaven have teleportation arrays for modern use at major landmarks throughout the flood. Places like the Buzhou Mountain and the Kunlun Mountain. Lucian, who had come through the teleportation array, transformed into a half-demon stance with a raven's head and body, and walked towards the recruitment office. In the world of the flood, time is counted by metrics. A sermon retreat is hundreds of years if you're not careful. So, heaven's way in order to make the modern people, who have just crossed over and whose strength is at low risk. 2. In the crisis-ridden flood, one does not immediately become a wisp of an unjust soul in the human emperor's streamer. Gives everyone a silver lining. 2 types of rules were developed that allow modern people to rapidly increase their strength. One kind, that is, to practice properly. It's about finding a cave with a rich aura, or blessed with good fortune, worshipping those flood powers. Sure, because modern people are spiritually enlightened. Cultivation speed, unless those whose qualifications were just too foolish, were generally faster than the flood natives. It doesn't need to be as troublesome as 1,000 years to take shape and 10,000 years to develop wisdom. In his previous life, Lucian had taken this path. On the other hand, if you kill a native indigenous person, you can take the other person's cultivation. In other words, it's all about fighting monsters and adding experience to upgrade, and killing demons, witches, asuras, to get stronger. Although there's an aura cave ability when the East Emperor's bell is activated. But, Lucian still mainly chose to take the second path in this life. When there was nothing else to do, he would enter the aura cave to retreat again. In a previous life online, there was a little shortcut about joining the demon court. I don't know if it works now. Thinking about this, Lucian came outside the recruitment office. Chapter 8, The Task of Refining the Witch-Slaying Sword. Refining the Top 5 Elements Spiritual Body. The Demon Recruitment Office is an ordinary ancient government-style building, located at the foot of Innate, Buzhou Mountain, also known as Tianzhu. It's the connection between the demon courts of the flooded earth. Looking up, one could see a pavilion with carved beams, stretching up the Buzhou Mountain, and then the jeweled buildings above the clouds. It was golden and fairy-like, at this time in heaven. It's not the familiar heavenly court from Journey to the West, Lord of Heaven, nor is he the Jade Emperor who lies on the corner of the table and shouts, "Go and invite Buddha." Rather, it was the Demon Emperor June, and the Eastern Emperor Tai, the two Golden Crow brothers who were born along with the Sun Star. It's hard to believe. Such a divine mountain that goes straight into the clouds will be hardened by the ancestral witch Gong Gong. Lucian muttered. Is this the legendary heavenly court of the demon race? Really hook 8 grand. At this point, all around, a smattering of modern reincarnated demon clans had already gathered, exclaiming repeatedly as if they hadn't seen the world before. As for why Lucian could tell the identity of these people, it's mainly these people that, through a share of spirit strength, obviously is the opening of the state of spiritual wisdom. The indigenous demons want to open the wisdom, at least must be the realm of the immortals. The reincarnated demons gathered and talked. The demon court. I wish I could go up there and see it. I wonder if I can meet the East Emperor Tai. Demon Emperor June is fine, too. I'll tell these two bearers the end of the witch-demon war against the demon race, and also tell them that Demon Master Koan Pang, the old 6th, defected at the critical moment. Maybe he was happy, honored me as a guest on the seat of the demon tribe Lu. Jia. Just go inside and check it out. No, it's better if you go in first and the brothers will give you a backup. These people, most of them had the purpose of ascending Buzhou Mountain, wanting to bond with those demon court bigwigs they were familiar with from the flood myths, and using this to soar to the heavens. However, Lucian knows very well that it's barely a pebble. In his previous life, he had run off to the Kunlun Mountains as soon as he turned to cultivation, with the attitude of giving it a try. But you can't even get to the border of the Kunlun Mountains. At this point, the three purities have not split up and are still in the Kunlun Mountains as brothers and sisters. Everyone wanted to try and see if they could hold on to the three Qing's thighs and mix up a disciple of the interceptor hierarchy. But sadly, almost no one ever succeeds, wanting to be seen by the other side. Most importantly, it's still important to get your own strength up, heal up, and let the other side see your talent. And it's no use telling them what's to follow in the flood myths. I don't know if they believe it or not. The rules of the heavenly Tao also do not allow it, and will directly strike to obliterate you before you open your mouth. That's what it's called. The sky's the limit. All this time, the demon race should have started refining the witch slaughtering sword. Lucian walked while running through the memories of his past life in his head. In my previous life, the demon court needed to collect grievances to refine the witch slaying sword. For fear of the effects of karma, a powerful modern demon race will be asked to help collect it. The mission rewards are extremely generous. Exactly 2 of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the flood, leaving fire fusan wood and a wood yellow and plum. These 2 are exactly the target materials for the top grade 5 elements spirit body I'm going to refine. Lucian's head, but clearly remembered, the great gods of the past life. A guide to completing the witch slayer sword quest by coincidence. In a previous life, during the great battle between witches and demons, I'm just a replacement demon king in the circumstantial Star Dipper grand formation, a cannon fodder role. In this life, it's best to be the main character of a big formation. It would be even better if he could be the replacement for the 10 great demon saints. When the time comes, heaven and earth will collapse. The sky is full of Dharma spirits. What sun and moon essence Luan, Hichu Luo Shu, and Donghuang Zhong's main body, fall as if it were raining. For nothing, maybe the East Emperor's bell can be repaired at once. Just think about it. Lucian thought about this and approached the conscription office. At this point, on the faces of most of the surrounding modern demons, all wearing excited and uneasy looks, want to get into the demon office, but they are afraid to get too close to these strange official institutions for fear of any danger. With the mindset of just dabbling, not going in. Then, jittery as they are, a white golden raven demon, with divine patterns on its wings, was seen crossing over them and heading straight towards the demon recruitment office. Holy, someone's going in. Someone's going in. This is the demon race's heavenly court, and he just waltzed in like this? That's better. Let him scout for us. A bunch of little demons are talking, watching Lucian's every move carefully, both mentally sweating for him while gloating at the same time that he's stepping in a hole for himself. And then, just watching Lucian come to the conscription office gate, with the 2 earthy mortal realm demon soldiers guarding the door. They talked and laughed for a couple of sentences, and walked straight in. A crowd of small demons dropped their jaws in shock. It just went in silky smooth? That simple? Holy, doesn't he rub it in? No, I mean, how come the concierge didn't give him a hard time? Is there not some concierge dog-eyed and out chiding? And then a bridge like giving gifts and opening doors? No. I'm going in too. I can't let that white crow steal the chance. A group of small demons ran towards the demon recruitment office in a hurry. When the two Earth Immortal Realm Tiger demons saw the situation, their eyes jumped. Thinking that it was a demon rebel who had come to attack the courthouse, he hastened to raise his weapon and rebuke. Tai, where did the little demon come from? How dare you surround my demon court recruitment office, looking for death? The cadre of lesser demons immediately stopped and hurriedly explained. My lord, calm down. We don't dare to siege. We want to join the demon court just like that person. Forehead demon just now. Shine for my demon race's great cause of unifying the flood. Yeah, we want to join the demon court too. The two tiger demons guarding the door squinted at the demons and sneered. Oh, wanting to join our demon court? Yes, but you've just rushed the demon court, being so presumptuous. Now if you want to go in, you can't do it without some kind of indication. Indication? The crowd of lesser demons looked at each other in disbelief. What indication? The two tiger demons looked at each other and smiled. And there were still tiger hair remnants twirling around their fingers. A cadre of reincarnated demon clans were immediately dumbfounded. It's not a toll. No, my lord. Why do we have to pay a toll to get in? Just now that person, demon just went straight in? The two tiger demons rolled their eyes and, how can you shallow people compete with him? That young man is not only good looking and good talking, but also carries an indefinable charm. At a glance, he is a rare leader of my demon race. My lord, I want to join the demon court. In the lobby of the conscription office, Lucian said to the official who was sitting behind the table and writing. Well, being a demon soldier isn't it? The clerk didn't look up, just perfunctorily pushed a leather booklet forward. Come over here and check in. He was clearly a goat demon, with a long face and a very distinct snow-white beard on his chin, and two horns protruding from his head. My lord, I'm not trying to be a demon soldier. Lucian shook his head and, I want to be a pioneer. The vanguard must at least be in the realm of the Earth Immortals. Unless, the official raised his head impatiently and frowned at Lucian. Then he froze. Chapter 9 Demon Saint by Zay stunned. Sun True Flame kills in seconds. I understand. Unless there is a powerful inheritance right. Lucian said. The goateed official didn't say anything. His eyes were locked onto the pair of wings behind Lucian. His pupils dilated outward, and his beard trembled slightly. The wings were gnarled and powerful, and on the white on-gold feathers, there were vaguely red-colored runic patterns flowing. This is. The attitude of the Mandarin shifted 360 degrees directly. Come, this handsome young man, sit down and say what you have to say beforehand. Not general. Very unusual. It's certainly not in the flood. Those little demons with mud legs and no roots. The goat demon Mandarin was incredibly certain in his mind. Just by looking at the lines running through the body of this little demon in front of him, he could tell that the race was extraordinary. The feeling he got seemed so powerful that it was also familiar, as if I'd seen it somewhere. But for a moment, this demon court bottom official just couldn't remember. The goatee-bearded official shook his head slightly, forcibly suppressing the surprise in his heart. No matter what race this junior is, none of this matters. Such a flood fae. His future accomplishments must be unlimited. I can't believe I ran into it today. I'm at least in the Earth Immortal realm. After so many years of sitting on the bench here at the recruiting office, the old brothers with me are. If this time, with this flood fae friendship, the future if he walks on the road. Lucian saw the goat-bearded Mandarin, locking his eyes on the wings behind himself, not the least bit worried. Will he recognize that he is now the body of the three-legged golden crow, the same origin as His Majesty the Demon Emperor today? After all, having seen His Majesty the Demon Emperor's golden crow body, in this flooded world, all of them are famous characters. This little brother, are you a flood fae? The goateed Mandarin looked back and stood up, a warm smile on his face. Just a fluke evolution. Not bad, not bad. Little brother, you have a deep chance, and you are humble and courteous. Right, don't you want to be a vanguard of the demon court? Come. Just come here and register. Let me introduce you to the entry task of a vanguard officer. Then, I'll be chattering to the seniors. According to the rules, you need to clean up a group of demon rebels. This is the location where they are located. After completing the mission, bring the token too. After that, you can receive your salary, supporting magic treasures and techniques. And, of course, it's okay if you find this task difficult. I can. Until the land sinking is registered. Leave the registry. The goat-bearded officials were all still in a state of great surprise, and the enthusiastic smiles on their faces were not smoothed out for a long time. At this point, a middle-aged man wearing a snow-white robe descended in the wind and stood in the courtyard with his arms crossed. The official saw the visitor and snapped awake. Lord Baizay. Sincerely, he rose and saluted. What brings you here? The person who came was none other than the Demon Court Warlord, one of the 10 great demon saints, the White Zephyr Demon Saint level. It was almost like the topmost person in charge of the entire demon heavenly court. Why did he suddenly come to see him? A small conscription officer? The goat demon Mandarin couldn't figure it out. Bai Zai is dressed in white robes. His head full of white silk is tied up by a hairpin. But his figure is not old. With majesty and a hint of elegance. With a dusty temperament. Especially the pair of eyes full of spiritual wisdom. As if able to penetrate all the illusions of the world. There have been quite a few foreign demons in recent days. Born in the flood continent due to the involvement of the heavenly Tao. Did you know that? The goateed Mandarin clasped his fists respectfully. Back to Lord White Zephyr. Naturally it's clear. Today at the foot of this Buzhou mountain, there are already quite a few foreign demons gathering. Though these people are only small demons with ordinary feet. But I can't see through the karma on them. It should be the foreign demon that the adults are talking about. Bai Zai nodded. His voice mellow. Now that several princes of my demon clan have been killed by the sorcerer clan. Soon after. Several great powers of my demon clan will personally lead an army to crush the sorcerer clan. His Majesty the Demon Emperor deduced through the river diagram and Luo book. It is found that these foreign demons are not tainted by cause and effect, and they are all variables of the flood. It will have an incalculable impact on this battle of witches and demons. If there are any foreign demons who wish to enter my demon court and contribute to my demon race, you need to fulfill them as much as possible. The goateed Mandarin nodded respectfully. At your lordship's command. And, White Haze added, if you find a foreign demon with outstanding talent, you must keep an eye on it for me. Actually, White Haze came down this time. The true purpose was to find someone to help refine the witch-slaying sword. The wizards, all of them only cultivate the physical body, not the Yuan Shen, and their physical bodies are exceptionally powerful. Ordinary spiritual treasures can't be helped, so the Demon Clan senior management wants to refine the witch-slaughtering sword to restrain the Witch Clan. The refining of the witch-slaughtering sword required the accumulation of grievances by killing a large number of living beings. But the people of the flood, it is most taboo to get karma on your body. Several great figures of the demon race didn't dare to casually dip their hands in karma. And those Fey demons are the best implementers as they are not tainted by karma. A colorful foreign demon? The goatee-bearded Mandarin murmured. And a light dawned on him. Think of Lu Shun, who had just left. What? Have someone in mind. White Zephyr's deep pupils immediately gained insight into the Mandarin's thoughts. The official knew that Lord White Zephyr's ability was to see into the hearts of the people, and that the heart of any living being could not be hidden, unless it was a great power who had attained the way. So, the matter of Lucian was explained in a colorful manner. An evolved alien demon? White Zephyr mused slightly, a little confused. Shouldn't I? Now how long has it been since this group of foreign demons descended? Such a short time. Just got the extraordinary inheritance of a great demon? It should just be an ordinary inheritance, right? Bai Zai took a closer look at the goat-bearded Mandarin and used his eye of delusion to see that he wasn't intentionally lying to please himself. Everything I have said is true, said the Mandarin at once. Now that Fey Demon is completing his promotion to Vanguard Officer. If your lordship does not believe me, you may go and see. White Zephyr shook his head. There's no hurry. I will stay on this side for these hours. If you see a talented Fey Demon again, you can notify me immediately. I will come and see for myself. The truth or falsehood in the official's words. Bai Zai, who possessed the eye of delusion, could of course judge. Still, he felt that a colorful foreign demon in the mouth of a Mandarin. It should just be some little demon who got lucky with a normal inheritance. Even if it's true that the talent is high and the heritage is strong, how strong can it be? It's not worth one of his 10 demon saints. White Zephyr, bummer to check it out in person. Yellow Wind Ridge, Rebel Rat Demon, clear them out and return with the Rat King's teeth to deliver. And consider the Vanguard mission complete. Yellow Wind Ridge, yellow sand filled the sky. Lucian put away his golden crow transforming rainbow and changed back to his half-demon stance. Standing on a huge sandy slope. The sandy slopes for miles below are riddled with holes and rat holes. Squeak, 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 squeak. From the sandy slopes below there was a constant stream of voids traveling back and forth within the rat hole. The great races of the flood. It's actually similar to a few of the major kingdoms of the earth. Among them, the witch and demon clans are the two largest powers, and friction often occurs. Moreover, not all demon races are under the administration of the demon court. The following group of rat demons are such supernumeraries. Oh, no, it's supposed to be the black family that's hitting the house. According to the information from the demon court side, this group of rat demons is led by the Rat King. Rebelled from the demon court not too long ago and often infests the nearby demon tribes. Squeak. Below, a group of unenlightened rat demons discovered Lucian and took the initiative to attack. The rat demons had sharp mouths and red eyes. Each body was as big as a calf. Their hair was like steel needles, flashing with a cold light, and their 4 sharp claws were like blades, bringing the rolling yellow sand to pounce on Lucian. Lucian locked onto a rat demon, and a blazing and domineering white golden flame flew out swiftly from his palm. Shoo! The rat demon touched the true fire of the sun. It turned into ashes in an instant, and even the ground was scorched red. It's worthy of being the true fire of the sun. Lucian could not help but lament in his heart. This power is too domineering. It directly kills in seconds. A flash of spiritual light flew out from the rat demon's ashes and disappeared into Lucian's body. Cultivation plus 1%. Current realm, 0 rank, 1%. Between Earth Immortal and Heavenly Immortal. Each realm was subdivided into 9 orders, and modern people could advance when all 9 orders of cultivation were full, and wanting to be promoted afterward. Not only do you need to be full of cultivation, but you also need to cross the heavenly tribulation. Holy, that's a 1% increase in cultivation. The flood top inheritance boosts cultivation just as fast. Lucian's previous life. Having lived and died for an unknown number of days, until you dive into the heavenly immortal realm. Just started to slowly fight the monsters and escalate. It also finally barely reached Taiyi Golden Immortal during the period of the Great God Sealing Tribulation. And now, just casually striking out and killing a rat demon in seconds. Chapter 10 Rocket-like speed of improvement. Earth Immortal in 1 day. Squeak. With Lucian's strike, the other rat demons soon noticed him as an uninvited guest. Rushed out from within the cave. Dozens of rat demons had fierce eyes, waving their sharp claws to tear Lucian into pieces. And a few of them in a higher realm had evolved human palms, holding weapons such as swords, guns, swords and halberds in their hands. It's good to come up on your own accord. Lucian laughed in a low voice. Saves me looking for them one by one. Shoo shoo shoo. Lifting his hand, 5 channels of sun true flame smashed out. Squeak squeak. The 5 rat demons wailed and turned into ashes. Went peacefully. There was no pain. Cultivation plus 1%. Cultivation plus 1%. Cultivation plus 2%. Cultivation plus 3%. With every lift of Lucian's hand, all of them had dozens of spiritual lights flying out from the rat demon's corpse and not entering his body. Lucian felt that his cultivation level was rising rapidly. He had never felt that cultivation enhancement would be so simple. Not only that, after some of the rat demons were burned to ashes, there would also be a number of green, egg-sized crystals left behind at the location of the body. This is the Spirit Stone, capable of generating spiritual energy for the cultivation of living beings. It can also be used as a universal currency to trade and buy with people. Lucian released the Sun True Flame and harvested the rat demon's life while picking up the fallen spirit stones and throwing them into the space of the East Emperor Bell, the aura cave of the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Not only can they be used for cultivation, but they can also store items that, although the area is still small, but the area can expand by leaps and bounds as it gets repaired. Inside, the environment is similar to a primitive forest, and the aura is dense, comparable to the dojo of those top powers. It's the dojo that Lucian opened up after his previous life as a Taiyi Golden Immortal. The aura wasn't even as good as a hair of the space within the Eastern Emperor's Bell. Living things can be stored within the aura cave. Maybe, in the future, I can even plant spiritual roots in it and raise some immortal bird type fox spirit, cat-eared lady or something like that. What? Far from it. As a golden light landed, Lucian's thoughts were pulled back. Rank plus 1. Current realm, first order, 0%. As the rank rises, Lucian also felt that his physical strength and speed had been improved, as well as the operating speed of his body's spiritual energy had also gained a considerable amount. The control over the Sun True Flame was also improved. It's only been half a day and you've been promoted to the first rank. It's too fast, isn't it? Lucian was ecstatic in his heart and he remembers it well. In a previous life, the first modern person to advance to the Earth Immortal realm was a transmigrating Azura. But that man, who could be called the Chosen One? Not only did he possess an innate spiritual treasure in his possession at the beginning of the descent of the flood, and who he is in the real world, or is it behind the scenes of the Great Summer State, controlled by one of the top power families, relying on the power of the innate spiritual treasures, and at the same time gathered a lot of modern people to help him quickly kill monsters. Build up your cultivation quickly by letting him make up the last cut, and that. It also took the man a full 10 days of Earth time. Now that I'm alone, it will take almost a day of Earth time to advance to the Earth Immortal realm. Lucian once again lamented in his heart. The Hongchang Fei really is a cowboy. Wave 1. Cultivation plus 1%. Cultivation plus 2%. Cultivation plus 2%. Rank plus 1. Cultivation plus. As Lucian kept striking out, and spiritual energy kept disappearing into his body, the spiritual chi cave inside the East Emperor Bell had accumulated hundreds of spiritual stones. Finally, rank plus 1. Current realm, 7th order, 21%. As the 7th golden light fell, Lucian's rank finally came to the 7th rank. Although the cultivation required for advancement will increase as the rank rises, but at the rate we're going, we're close to breaking through to the earth immortal realm. It's also just a step away. Since there is a heavenly reward for the first person to elect the demon race, then the first one to advance to the earth immortal realm, there will definitely be heavenly Tao rewards as well, and they will definitely be more generous. Lucian was sure that. Strive to advance to the earth immortal realm within today. Thumbs up. The ground rolled over with sand, and a rat demon broke out of the ground and, between Lucian's raised hand, the sun true flame manifested the stance of the golden crow's shadow, emitting a clear cry as it flew over. The rat demon wailed and turned into ashes. Sun true flame proficiency, introductory. The sun's true fire today. It was also no longer the fireball stage at the beginning stage, but was able to manifest the appearance of the golden crow's shadow. The power, the range of attacks, had also been greatly improved. As far as Lucian's eyes could see, there was not a single rat demon anymore. So, walking towards the biggest dune rat hole, not far away, the rat demon king should be in there. According to the information given out by the demon court, he should be at the level of an early earth immortal, demon emperor inheritance. Together with the top-notch defense of this plugin, the Eastern Emperor clock, it's more than enough to deal with the earth immortal realm. With that, Lucian walked inside the cave. It was all dim blackness to the eyes, and only a small area of the environment in front of them could be made out. Snap! Lucian snapped his fingers, and a golden crow silhouette composed of white golden flames escaped from his fingertips, illuminating the entire cave. Lucian lifted his foot and entered. The white bones of demonic creatures could often be stepped on and clicked under his feet. Suddenly, a foul-smelling wind rushed out from the depths of the cave. Thousands of pairs of scarlet eyes, accompanied by the vibration of the ground and the squeaking sound, quickly approached Lucian. By the light of the fire, Lucian could see that it was thousands of small mouse demons, the size of dog pups, surging over like running water. So this is where the main meal is, muttered Lucian. If anyone else had seen this horror for the first time, even if it was the earth immortal realm, it would have already fled. After all, this cave is too small to avoid, and there are too many little mouse demons, like the tide, tens of thousands of them, going forward and backward. They can't be killed. They can't be blocked. However, Lucian wasn't the least bit panicked. He also had a killer app for just such a situation. Talent, Obsidian Arrow Plume, as opposed to Sunfire's single, high attack talent. The Obsidian Arrow Feather, a group attack divine ability that combined high attack with group damage, was the most suitable for striking in this situation. Lucian's mind moved. A loud and clear cry of a golden crow suddenly rang out behind him. A divine and handsome golden crow silhouette spread its wings and showered down pieces of golden feathers. Shoo shoo shoo. Countless white golden feathers, like sharp arrows, carried blazing heat, cutting through the air and pouring into the depths of the cave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In an instant, the rat demon's wail rang out as it transformed into a spirit light and flew towards Lucian's body. Cultivation plus 1%, cultivation plus 2%, cultivation plus 3%, rank plus 1, rank plus 1. Lucian drove his wushuang and harvested his cultivation while slowly feeling his way towards the depths of the cave. Finally, after half a day, come deeper into the cave, an open area the size of a basketball court. In the distance, on a stone chair, sitting there was a short, fat middle-aged man with a body as fat as a small mountain, with two huge incisors protruding, two glimpses of a mouse's whiskers around his mouth, his pupils red, and his lewd eyes looking up and down at Lucian. Behind him, it was spirit stones piled up into small mountains, and some spirit objects that shimmered with vibrant life. You shouldn't have come, he said in a shrill voice. Do you know who I'm working for? Lucian laughed. You who? You're a dark force, and you're comparing your background with me. Behind me is the center. Chapter 11 Excellent Reward, Heavenly Tao Ranking Activation. Cut the crap. I came here today to marry your dog's life. Lucian doesn't talk nonsense to him at all. Who's behind you? It's none of my business. Can it be the Demon Emperor June? Or the Demon Master Kuanpeng? Take your dog's life and go back to the police and be done with it. Raising his hand, he threw out a sun true flame. Arrogant. The Mouse King was furious, not expecting Lucian, a small demon who had not yet reached the earth immortal realm, to be so ungrateful. Exercising his innate divine ability, Earth Escape, he disappeared in place. The sun true flame smashed into place, scorching the ground red. Docked, worthy of the earth immortal realm. It's still something. Lucian cautiously gazed at the surrounding ground. Whoa! The sound of dirt being turned over resonates with that. Lucian raised his hand and threw a sun true flame. Boom, empty. Sounding off. A cold wind rose behind him, and a pair of sharp claws stabbed at Lucian's neck. But the hit that the Rat Demon King expected did not occur. A rainbow light flashed and Lucian's figure disappeared in place. Jinwu Rainbow, the Jinwu clan's natural aptitude for speed, which allows them to turn into a rainbow and go away at an extraordinary speed. What a fast speed! The Rat Demon King was slightly stunned. I wonder which race this brother is from when he is such a young talent. Speak out, my tribe. Frightened thou. Lucian did not take care of him at all. Responding to him, it's just a domineering and fiery sun true flame. Boom, hit. Ah! The Rat Demon King that was smashed by the true fire of the sun let out a wail of agony and broke out of the ground, rushing towards the pile of spirit stones and magic treasures. Even as he rolled and crawled, grabbing a fragrant spirit fruit, he swallowed it with a big mouthful. The arm that had been smashed by the sun true flame, the wound emitted a glowing green light and began to recover. The pained expression eased only slightly. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, all these spirit stones and spirit objects are yours. The Rat Demon King recognized the situation and decisively begged for mercy. Confused, Lucian sneered. Kill you and these are mine too. Rat Demon King, underscore? He seems like a very smart Subzi. The Rat Demon King was a bit desperate. We're all demon race. Why should the demon race make things difficult for the demon race? Who's family with you? Lucian shook his head. You betrayed the demon court and brutalized your own kind. Today, I am entrusted by the demon court to take your life. Saying that, a blazing ball of true fire of the sun ignited at his fingertips. You were sent by the demon court? The Rat Demon King seemed to have grasped the point and hurriedly said, Don't kill me. I'll tell you who ordered me to brutalize my fellow demons. But you have to promise not to kill me first. I don't give a who told you to do it. I only need your incisors to go back to deliver. Lucian was a little speechless, just ready to lay down his death hand. Just listen to the Rat Demon King speak eagerly. I know that person. Oh, not that Demon King, is refining spiritual treasures. And it's a mid-grade Hoteon spiritual treasure. Hearing the words spiritual treasure, Lucian's eyes lit up. A spiritual treasure, or a mid-grade Hoteon spiritual treasure. Good stuff. The East Emperor's bell is still about 3% short of being repaired before it can unlock a new skill. Just the right amount of high-quality spirit to repair it. Tell me about it. The sun true flame on Lucian's fingertips went out. Seeing this, the Rat Demon King was relieved and narrated. Black Cloud Mountain, 500 miles from here. The Demon King that occupies the mountain is the cloud-scaled Snake King. She's the one who forced me and the neighboring Demon Kings, betraying the Demon Court and taking captive the nearby demon tribes. Collect the souls of demonic beings and give them to him to refine spiritual treasures. And I also know that spiritual treasure is almost finished recently. Black Cloud Mountain, Cloud-Scaled Snake King? Listening to the name seems to have some strength. Lucian nodded and asked, what is the cultivation level of the Cloud-Scaled Snake King? She's in the middle stage of the heavenly immortal realm, and she's good at refining weapons. As the Rat Demon King spoke, a hint of lust flashed in his eyes and he unconsciously licked his lips. She also has a dual cultivation method of extracting yang and replenishing yin, and she often pulls nearby Demon Kings to cultivate it. You don't know that the body is really the best of the best. Thighs times white, waist thin as a bamboo pole, especially the chest, that pair of jade rabbit. Oh, pity old man. Stop. Lucian impatiently interrupted. I didn't ask you to say that. What is the approximate strength of that cloud-scaled Serpent King's command? The Rat Demon King immediately said. There are 3 other Earth Immortal Realm Demon Kings under her command. Not much different in strength from me, all with her. After listening to the Rat Demon King ramble on, Lucian grabbed a few key pieces of information from it. Black Cloud Mountain. There was 1 mid-heavenly immortal realm and 3 mid-earthly immortal realm. There were about thousands of other small demons below the Earth Immortal Realm strength. Also, that cloud-scaled Snake King, well, is indeed superb. I've said all I need to say. The Rat Demon King asked carefully. It's time for you to keep your word and let me go, isn't it? What did you say? Lucian was filled with doubt. Let me go. Not this one. The previous one? You should keep your promises. What promise? When did I promise you anything? After saying that, Lucian's fingertip sun true flame once again blazed. You! The Rat Demon King looked at Lucian with his eyes wide open, and a mouthful of heart blood sprayed out in anger, covering his chest in pain. You are shameless. You go back on your word. The words fell. Boom, the sun's true flame dimly extinguished the last of his vitality. What a word! Lucian was helpless. I didn't promise you anything. Cultivation plus 50%. Rank plus 1. Breakthrough to Earth Immortal Realm. Earth Immortal Realm now. Lucian was overjoyed. Killing an Earth Immortal Realm Demon King has directly allowed me to break through the Earth Immortal Realm. Meanwhile, rumble. A dazzling golden heavenly thunderbolt landed beside him with a loud bang. and golden thunder snakes roamed around Lucian's body. Lucian's body is being scrubbed by the heavenly thunder. Changes are occurring rapidly. The original crow's head was twisted and deformed, giving birth to 5 senses, such as the mouth, nose, ears and eyes. A handsome human face appeared, with 3 points of loneliness, 2 points of evil and 5 points of indifference. The white golden feathers on the surface of the skin quickly faded away, revealing white skin and thick muscles. The wings behind them, also quickly included in the body. The red golden divine pattern unique to the top fae of the flood, hidden under the skin, converging into a point in the center of the brow. A divine pattern, the size of a date palm, gleamed in the center of his brow. Let his whole person unconsciously bring a flood fae oppression. Cannot help but jia sneer 2 sounds. The magnificent voice of the heavenly Tao laws rang in his ears. Congratulations on entering the realm of the immortals. As the first modern race to enter the realm of the immortals, you have been rewarded by the heavenly Tao, a strand of heavenly Qi. Heavenly Tao Qi luck enables you to increase your fortune, enhance your chance, talent and luck. Surprisingly, it has given me heavenly Tao Qi. Lucian was ecstatic and, this is the heavenly Tao of Qi. As a traveler, Lucian could be too clear about the preciousness of heavenly Tao Qi luck. When you hang out in this flood world, it's useless to only fight. You'll only be treated like a little Yakuza, like Old Man Red Cloud, or Lord Dong Wang. It's because of the lack of Qi and being stabbed in the back, hanging out in this flooded world. It's about power. It's about background. And one more thing is the very nebulous luck. The words of power, Lucian is about to have. And the background, the heel, Lucian has it. The 3-legged golden crow body, plus the demon emperor inheritance is, and the Qi is there now. Which, frankly, can make you luckier, qualified to be the chosen one. The big man can look at you more. The chances of going out and picking up treasures increase. And you can even eat instant noodles with an extra fork. Lucian absorbed the wisp of golden Qi that was like an illusion, feeling refreshed as a whole. The voice of the heavenly laws interrupted his thoughts once again. You've been promoted to the realm of the fairies. Flood integration increased. Tendo leaderboard activation. Chapter 12 Demon Emperors Devouring Unleashed. Unexpected pleasure. Meanwhile, the sound of Heaven's Path leaderboard activation rang in the ears of all modern people. The moderns scattered throughout the flooded earth exploring there, all unconsciously stopping the movements of their hands. Opened up next to the info panel. That new panel curious to check it out. Lucian was a bit surprised that. So it turns out that the heavenly Tao rankings are activated after someone advances to the Earth Immortal realm. What a surprise. That's 10 days earlier than the previous activation. Tendo charts. As the name suggests, it's a leaderboard established by the rules of heaven. From high to low on top, ranking the realms of all those who have traveled into the modern world of the flood. Only modern people can see it. The laws of heaven, in order to promote competition, keeping this leaderboard refreshed in real time. The top-ranked ones will be rewarded with a generous amount of heavenly rewards. Settlement is made every Earth month. You are currently in the first place in the Tendo ranking. You have the right to choose whether your information is public or hidden. I choose to hide. Lucian made his choice without hesitation. Your message is hidden. Hiding information does not affect the distribution of heavenly rewards, and there are 2 main reasons why he doesn't publicize it. For one thing, the time is not yet ripe, and it will be some time before the flood is fully integrated. After the soul returns to reality, it is still an ordinary person. If he discloses his identity, waiting for a subsequent return to reality, it will definitely be targeted by people with ulterior motives, and will have an extremely important impact on the safety of his life. In the real world, even if one has billions of dollars, it is still insignificant in front of those who have their hands on the world. After the flood has fully descended, it was only then that he had the confidence to protect himself. 2. Then it's about maximizing the benefits. Now that it's out in the open, at best, it's making a name for itself. Follow up. He also had to utilize this information gap in the heavenly Tao ranking to carry out a plot. This is about the task of sacrificing the Witch Slayer sword, as well as, in the real world, acquiring the spirits needed for the repair of the East Emperor's bell. It's not too late to go public when the time is right. Lucian opened the heavenly Tao rankings and took a cursory scan. Tendo ranking. Chief, name, hidden race, demon realm, Earth Immortal. Second place, name, Xiahou Tian race, Azura realm, third order, 51%. Third place, name, Li Jiufu race, Witch race realm, third order, 21%. Fourth place, name, hidden race, Azura boundary, second order, 78%. Fifth place, name, Morong Reed race, Azura realm, second order, 21%. Sixth place, name, Chitatsuo race, Azura boundary, second order, 11%. Seventh place, name, Wang Teng. These names at the top of the leaderboards. Lucian could be said to have heard them like thunder. These people, in a previous life, almost a household name, before Lu Heavy Shang, everyone in here had become at least a Dala Golden immortal level powerhouse. All of them were people with deep blessings and powerful opportunities. It has had a considerable impact on the subsequent development of the Flood world. Like the second place finisher, Xiahou Tian, it was the first modern man to break through the Earth immortal realm in his previous life. It also almost always occupies the top spot on the Tendo charts in the later stages. After that, even more, it has become a personal heir to the seat of the old man of the river Styx, and in the underworld Sea of Blood is a prince-like figure. There are others, like the pride of the witch race who had obtained the ancestral witch essence blood, Lai Juyu, the designated heir of the witch race's Pangu Divine Hall, with the national goddess known as the Rakshasa goddess Morong Reed, and so on and so forth. In a previous life, these people were all figures that Lucian needed to look up to. Unfortunately, in this life, attacking and defending the alien now, it's amazing that the difference between you and second place is only 7 steps. It seems that it still doesn't work. I still have to keep trying. Lucian withdrew his gaze for a few moments and looked at the corpse of the Rat Demon King on the ground. The devouring of the Demon Emperor was quietly unleashed. A ball of black baleful gas, so dense that it was extreme, rose up from behind Lucian, condensing in midair into a shadow with blood-red eyes, opening its bloody mouth and rushing towards the corpse of the Rat Demon King. The Rat Demon King's hill-like body instantly dried up and all that was left was an intact hide, and 2 fist-sized rat teeth. The red fire pattern on Lucian's brow also added a touch of golden color. Devouring the corpse of a white jade treasure-hunting mouse, acquired the gift of Earth Escape. Acquisition of talent, treasure hunting. Well, this rat demon is actually still a Flood Fae? Lucian was a bit surprised that. I thought that I would only get an Earth Escape at most, but I didn't realize that there was an additional treasure hunting skill. Open the personal panel. Name, Lucian. Race, 3-legged golden crow. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm, rank 0. Racial inheritance, Demon Emperor's inheritance, colored. Treasure, Donghuan Bell, remnant. Racial talents, Demon Emperor's devouring. True fire of the sun. Golden crow's rainbow. Obsidian arrow feather. 9 crows armor of fire. Earth escape. Treasure hunting. Heavenly rewards and punishments, favors of the demon race. Revenge of the demon race's crown prince. A strand of heavenly luck. The innate divine ability given by the Demon Emperor's inheritance is called the 9 crow fire armor. Lucian murmured. With a thought. Information about the 3 new skills surfaced in his mind. 9 wonders of fire, a defensive aptitude, where the true fire of the sun coalesces into armor on the surface of the body, possessing a strong defensive ability and a special effect on fire attacks. Defensive skills, they seem to be very powerful. However, there is some overlap with the defense of the East Emperor clock, Lucian said with some pity, but then immediately thought, nope, kinda useful. Actually, the defense skill of the East Emperor clock can only be used when no one is around, or sneakily use it when you're sure of silencing the other party. Whereas the 9 Wonders fire armor can be used at any time. Earth and evasion, you can travel quickly through the earth without being easily detected. Treasure hunting, within a 5-mile radius. The scent of a spirit can be easily detected. This white jade treasure hunting mouse gives good abilities. Lucian was a bit surprised. Not only can Earth escape be used to sneak around, but if you can't beat it, you can also escape from the ground and be taken by surprise. Earth recluse is one of the 5 elements of the art of recluse. It's the most useful recluse technique in the early stages. The wood, fire, water, and gold vanishes. Almost all have relatively stringent requirements if you want to use them. And the earthworm, as long as there's earth, it's fine. Isn't there dirt everywhere on the ground? As for the treasure hunt, it's even better. Now the East Emperor clock. Need a lot of spirit to repair. Treasure hunting is just the right solution to the current urgent needs of Lucian. Talented avatar treasure hunting, coupled with that strand of heavenly Dao Qi that increases one's chances. It's almost a perfect match. Lucian smiled and laughed, gradually unable to suppress the corners of his mouth. Collecting his thoughts, Lucian picked up the 2 Rat King incisors on the ground, casting his gaze behind the stone chair, on the pile of spirits. Piles of spirit stones piled up into small mountains, spirit fruits emitting vibrant vitality, and some spirit mines and spirit medicines that could not be named. There was also a beautifully crafted robe that could barely reach the category of a magic treasure, and a pair of boots. A demon king with the treasure-seeking avatar has just a bountiful collection. Lucian couldn't help but marvel, putting all the spirit stones into the East Emperor clock, leaving behind a few spirit fruits with healing effects, and robes and boots. Other stuff, all of it was used by him to repair the East Emperor clock. Repair degree plus 0.02%. Repair degree plus 0.01%. Repair degree plus 0.03%. Repair degree plus East Emperor's Bell Repair Degree, 8. 26%. Unfortunately, it's still only an Earth Immortal Realm Demon King. The spirit collection is large, though, but most of them aren't of high grade, and when so many are added up, they can't compare to the repairing degree of a single archery arrow. Lucian was a bit helpless. It seems that Black Cloud Mountain has to go. I just don't know how the cloud-scaled Snake King tastes like. Jia. Lucian picked out a well-fitting robe and a pair of boots from the Rat Demon's collection and put them on. Was about to launch a treasure hunt to collect some nearby treasures. A voice came to his ear. Countdown to return begins. 10, 9. Chapter 13. Ranking leader of the demon race has a system, right? As Tendo's magnificent countdown ends, Lucian's eyes flashed and his body returned to the modern world once again. Well, it's okay. Lucian looked around at the scene of the Xianlei ancient temple, which was still in the moment before the flood descended, and he nodded his head in satisfaction. The scheming that the first flood advent wanted to do, it's almost all done successfully. It's time for me to move on to the next stage. First, in the real world, make preparations for acquiring spiritual treasures for the East Emperor clock. Lucian came to the front yard of the Xianlei ancient temple. The previous flower monk was still standing in the courtyard, his eyes empty, as if he had not yet recovered from the shock of the first descent of the flood. Lucian didn't bother, went out and got in the car, and went straight to the airport. Inside the spacious villa's living room, Lucian sat on the sofa with his tablet and browsed through the information on the internet. On the table in front of him, with its fine wines and boutique dishes, without Lu Ruyan, the white-eyed wolf, getting in the way, the atmosphere of the entire villa seemed quite cozy. Outside, there's been a little chaos. Every now and then the sound of an ambulance came. Lucian knew exactly what had happened. After the flood came, many people die in the exploration of the flood world, and this also affects their physical condition in the present world. This mechanism of death. In the previous life it was not until 3 days later that people figured out the pattern. Flood world death. The soul will be given 3 chances to re-enter the 6 paths, to recultivate, but the cultivation spells will all be zeroed out. After 3 deaths, the soul is obliterated and dies completely, and along with it, the body in the real world. Now, there have been many, who have died more than 9 times in the flooded world. The body that remains in the real world has also completely lost its vitality. Lucian opened the hottest online platform of the moment, Shakyang. The discussion up there has blown up and almost all of the information has to do with the coming of the flood world. Ooh, family, who understands? I chose the flower demon in the 6 paths of reincarnation. I thought I could beautifully cultivate into a flower fairy, but I heard others say that the demon race has no future at all. Can I re-choose? Beg for an answer. Attached to the legs of the photo of a JPG, tap the comments section. A whole bunch of dog-licking warmongers hot-footed it back below for comfort. Many of them stated that he had already hooked himself up with the line of one of the 3 purities, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and could take her to dual cultivation without compensation. Others have indicated that they have contacted Ginger, could have edged her out as a 100-flower fairy at the time of the sealing. Just asking the author to post a few more cool pics. I'd like to start an alliance of only witches, so if you're interested, I'd like to talk to you, righteous fathers, 100,000 times over. I'd like to ask about the worldview of the flood. I don't know anything about that. Sat Marshals, ditto. I'm also a flood obsessed. Even the 3 Qing Demon Emperor what do not know. Only know a list of the gods. Which god understands the mechanism of the flood? I now fill in the time is not too late? Brothers, I'm in the Kunlun Mountains now, but I can't get in. Does anyone know how to get in? There's also a fair amount of bragging rights posts. Shocked. I've actually been rewarded by an Earth Immortal Realm bigwig. I'm dying. My family's antique ring has an old grandpa in it. Who understands? I got a great chance. Met a great power claiming to be one of the 3 Qing Tong Tian godfather. He asked me to give him 300 spiritual stones. When he recovered his cultivation, let me be his personal disciple. But I don't have so many spirit stones on me right now. Whoever is willing to partner with me, as long as they offer 100 spirit stones, I'm willing to give him this position as a pro-disciple. Most of these posts are just nutrient-less fun, and the most discussed. It also has to be about the Tendo rankings that opened not too long ago. Then again, how did the people above this heavenly Dao ranking cultivate? How do they advance so quickly? Shocked. Tian Dao ranking 6th Morong Reed. Surprisingly we know the national goddess. It is said that she is also the 2nd largest family in Daxia, the Morong family. I told you I was right about the Azuras. Half the charts are Azuras. Who is the demon race in the top position of the heavenly Dao ranking? How come he's in the Earth Immortal Realm on the first day? Is he open? Back upstairs? I guess not. This person should have awakened the system. Funny, I'll be damned. It's not easy for the world to change drastically for once, but I've lost so completely. Lucian casually scanned a few, relieved not to find many worthwhile posts. He used dark web technology to re-register an account that wouldn't be traced, created the ID Hongwu by Xiaoshang on the tablet, edited his first post. Hello, I'm Flood by Xiaoshang. The myth of the flood has been studied in great depth. In the next few days, I will regularly update this account with the first-hand information I have about the flood world, as well as some of the flood world's operational mechanisms, death mechanisms, access to opportunities, etc., to ensure that the information is accurate. For those who need it, you can follow my account. Lucian started editing the post. There is no lack of some of the basic worldviews of the flood, the several major races, the division of powers, as well as some of the mechanisms of death that, in a previous life, would soon be explored, the mechanisms of antique evolutionary spells, and so on. At the same time, in order to add credibility, also added some, scattered on the network in his previous life, part of the low-grade magic treasures in the world of the flood, insignificant chance of obtaining the method of joining certain forces and so on and so forth. This information, in the eyes of the reborn Lucian, it had almost no value, in a previous life, and quickly unearthed. But, placed in the present, it is definitely more shocking news than the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Sure enough, as Lucian pressed the send button, this post of his was quickly topped as a hot search plus read, the repo floor below. It reached thousands of layers in an instant, and that rate was still rising rapidly. Holy, is it true what the author said? Sounds like it's true. It seems a bit unreal, doesn't it? How can the author prove that what you say is true? It can't be a scam to get the rice, can it? Marketing numbers all go to hell, okay? If you die 3 times in the flood world, you die completely? I can attest that the 3 deaths mechanic is indeed true. I have a friend who messed with a great demon and thought nothing was wrong after being killed and resurrected the first time. After 3 deaths. Oh my god, if you die 3 times, you'll die completely. It's horrible. That said, is the seal of departing fire the author said is really in the Jioli tribe? The place where I was born is right here. So I'll try tomorrow. Can you really receive a demon race technique by joining the demon court and becoming a demon soldier? I don't believe it. I'm following this marketing number. Remember to kick me when the results come out tomorrow. The author is a bit of fun to follow. There's a lot of reposting going on, but most people will be skeptical that, not realizing that, this information revealed in Lucian's post, what a treasure it would be for them people. Lucian didn't bother to make a defense, because he's aware that, after the flood descends again tomorrow, when these news of his are confirmed, the account number, Flood by Xiaoshang, it will be the #1 sci-fi account in the flood, when credibility has been established in the minds of the populace. With this account, not only could the task of sacrificing the Witch Slayer sword be easily accomplished, we can also use this to purchase a large number of magic treasures to repair the East Emperor's bell, even as he had conceived it in his former life. Establishing the first major alliance in the Floodlands could also be successful with this. Absolutely awesome. Ding dong. The cell phone rang, and Lucian swept it up and, the one who sent the message was Ruyan Lu. Chapter 14, Lu Ruyan regrets. Calls Lucian. Tap the message. There's only one locator in there from an urban village rental, and no other superfluous information. As condescending as ever. Ruyan Lu's meaning was obvious. Ask Lucian to pick her up. Made psycho. Lucian cursed. Straight away. Lu Ruyan's contact information, plus the contact information of her group of foxy friends, were all blacked out. It's early in the descent of the flood. Every second was critical, so there was no time for her. There'll be plenty of time later to play this pair of dogs to death. Feeling uninsured, Lucian made another call to the villa area property in passing. Let their security guards see Ruyan Lu and her foxy friends later. Get thee out of here. Don't ever put it in again. It's an eyesore. The security guard at Lucian's villa. Not some old man with no 2 front teeth combined. All of them are practicing. There's absolutely no question about beating up the owners. This was something Lucian was still quite relieved about. The balcony of a dilapidated rented room in the middle of a city village. Ruyan Lu hugged her cell phone, looking at Lucian's static dialogue box and waiting for a while. I've waited and waited and waited and waited and waited. His brows furrowed slightly in displeasure. Lucian, I've already given you a hard time. Don't give your face away. She cursed in a low voice. Usually at this time of year, the next second that the locator goes out, Lucian's Maybach, already parked downstairs in the rental house. Sometimes Ruyan Lu is in a bad mood. I'm going to leave him alone for a while. But which time? Lucian wasn't down there on his ass begging to go home. Abominable. Surprisingly, I was outright ignored today. Maybe he didn't see it? I'll post it later and see. Ruyan Lu comforted herself with this. What are you still yakking on the balcony for? A gruff, mallard-voiced male voice came from the room and, I'm hungry, go make me dinner. Here it comes, here it comes. Ruyan Lu smiled compensatorily, put away her cell phone, and took one last look downstairs. Didn't find what I wanted to see. Falling back, he withdrew his gaze and hurried into the house. The bucket of instant noodles with soup is casually thrown on the ground, next to a pile of leftover takeout garbage bags. The desktop is full of congealed grease and drink water stains. A worn-out laptop fan constantly whistling out the hot air. Annoying flies were buzzing around the room. There was a boy, not very tall, sitting in the chair. 7/4 pants, beanies, bone thin, full of yellow hair, with a hint of gangliness and hostility on his face. It's none other than Ruyan Lu's boyfriend, Song Yang, who she loves to the bone. Ruyan Lu frowned slightly, thinking of the time when I was at the Lu family villa. Not only in and out of the aunt's housekeeper wait, meals are everyday private chef on-time delivery. Do not have to worry about living problems. A twinge of regret surged through her suddenly. Regret leaving the Lu family in a fit of pique. However, when she thought of the white porridge Song Yang cooked for her and the oath she swore to herself, she still overcame this gold-worshipping idea and asked with a smile, what do you want to eat today, baby? I'll do it for you. Whatever. Song Yang was staring at the computer screen, carefully browsing through the news of the flood's descent, and impatiently returned. Ruyan Lu resentfully entered the kitchen with only one electric cooking pot, cooked up bubbly. A few minutes later, dinner's ready baby. Ruyan Lu came out with a steaming pot of instant noodles. I've cooked you instant noodles. Eat up. I've added bok choy. Seeing the bubble noodles, Song Yang's face finally soothed a bit. Taking out an instant noodle bowl, he divided a small half of the instant noodle and gave it to Ruyan Lu. And by the way, he gave her 2 Brussels sprouts in her bowl. Baby, you're starving too. Eat up. Ruyan Lu looked at the green vegetables in the bowl and was filled with happiness. Baby, you sure do love me so much. Unlike Lu Shun, that heartless man, he had the nerve to beat me up last time, over something so trivial. Sooner or later, one day, I'm going to make him pay back what the Lu family owes me. With interest. What? Song Yang became furious. Baby, Lu Shun dared to hit you. Where did he hit you? Did it hurt you? Baby, I'll blow you. Ruyan Lu shook her head in happiness and resignation. It's only worth it if you're with your baby. Don't you worry, baby, Song Yang said with a big wave of his hand. No one will ever hurt you again. When that business inside the flood is finished in a few days, I'll take some brothers to the Lu family and avenge you. Let that Lu guy eat his words. Ruyan Lu felt like she had fainted from happiness. So bossy. So manly. That's my kind of hero. Song Yang, he really loves me. That's right, baby, Song Yang said with an excited look on his face. Yesterday I was exploring the flooded world. Bumped into a great demon of my wolf clan line. He claimed to be a disciple of the Interceptor sect who was crossing the threshold outside. Said that as soon as he saw me he was instantly attached to me and thought I was gifted and had a beautiful skeleton. He can definitely become a great demon of the world in the future. Wanting to take me as a disciple, and to initiate me into the Interceptor sect. Song Yang's chosen race in the flood world is the demon race. The subdivided race is the wolf demon. He felt that, himself a walking, lone wolf clan in the mud of the red earth. Ruyan Lu, like most girls, chose the flower demon. In the future, you'll be the woman who will be the 100 flowers fairy. Baby is great. Ruyan Lu was happy for him. The man Ruyan Lu, have my eye on is truly the best in the world. She felt that, at this moment in time, myself, the women behind the successful men on TV shows, with a unique eye for finding your Prince Charming out of thousands of people, silently supporting him from nothing, to king of the world. What's the saying? The general's wife followed the general since he was a pawn. Ruyan Lu thought. She herself is the wife of the discerning general who was accompanying Song Yang on his quest. Sooner or later, he'll take himself to the top of the world, and revenge on Lu Shun, that heartless man. Don't look at those people on the Heavens Path ranking who are imposing right now. Song Yang also nodded heavily. Especially that first place demon. It's even very pretentious to hide information. One day, I'll join the Interceptor sect to ascend to the top of the summit. Take baby you with me and see all the sights. Ruyan Lu at this moment, already on the verge of passing out from happiness once again. Well, baby, is there any more noodles? I'm not full, Song Yang said. I'll give you all mine, baby. Holler, holler, holler. Pity. Song Yang sighed again as he took a bite of his noodles. The great wolf demon I met said, his cultivation was damaged because he was victimized by an evil demon. That's why a spiritual treasure is urgently needed to help him restore his cultivation before he can pass on my supreme inheritance. Spiritual treasures in the flood world are extremely precious. Now they are all personified by some antique old objects. and they are not easy to find for a while. I can only be a submerged dragon in the abyss for the time being, and look forward to making a splash in the coming days. You want antiques? Ruyan Lu's eyes lit up. Doesn't Lucian have plenty at home? Right. Song Yang slapped his thigh. The last time I went to your house, I saw a bunch of antique paintings and calligraphy on the shelves. I didn't think it would be much use, but I didn't think I'd let him get away with it. There are definitely magic treasures inside. Maybe there are even innate spiritual treasures. Now you ask him for it. Anyway, you're the goddaughter of those short-timers from the Lu family. You also have a partial inheritance. Just taking back what's yours. Quickly call and contact him and ask him to send over a few spiritual treasures. Ruyan Lu nodded and immediately pulled out her cell phone. Thinking about sending a locator to Lucian earlier. He hasn't hit on himself yet. I guess I haven't forgiven myself yet. But seeing Song Yang's expectant gaze, he didn't dare to refuse. Had to make a hard call. Chapter 15. Song Yang is defeated. Goes to Lu's house to ask for an argument. Da. The cell phone ringer dragged out a long tone and came from a girl. Hello. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later. Ruyan Lu? Song Yang? Ruyan Lu had already brewed up her tone of voice. I didn't expect the call to go straight through. No. That's not getting through. It was obvious that he had been blackmailed by Lucian. He felt that he had lost face and his face was burning. How dare you? How dare he? Lucian, not return his own messages. How dare you pull the plug on yourself? At first, his short-lived parents told him to treat me like the Lu family's own daughter. Not only did he beat himself up last time, and this time, he just pulled the plug on himself. Lu Ruyan felt strangely humiliated, and felt that she had been wronged by the heavens. You take it easy, baby. Song Yang's face didn't look too good either, and he pulled out his own cell phone. How dare he not answer your calls? I'll try calling him on the phone. I don't believe it. He dares not answer my call. Da. The phone was another long string of. The same mechanical female voice sounded in the background. Damn it. He's blackballed me too. Song Yang's face instantly darkened into a pig liver color. As unpleasant as eating a 9-turned colon. People like him. Growing up in society, it is inevitable to carry a bit of ruffian gas. To the Jianghu big brother, the most good face. Normally, Ruyan Lu wouldn't dare to disobey him at will. Now that the phone's been blacked out, it was also in front of his own horse's son, and he immediately felt that it was a strange shame. He must be trying to monopolize the share you inherited. Song Yang was furious. Go! I'll call some of my brothers to go to the Lu family to help you get a statement. Lu Ruyan next to her was instantly moved. I'm Lucian's sister. Why don't you guys let me in? I'm the owner of this property. What kind of property are you? Amino's, Villa Grande Bay. In front of the main gate, Ruyan Lu was furious. I never thought that I would go back to Lu's house. Surprisingly, he would be stopped by a group of security guards. These people. Usually, he was nodding and fawning over himself. Today, I can't believe I barricaded myself in and spit on myself. A small group of security guards. How dare you disregard yourself as a homeowner? It's simply lawless. How do you talk to my baby? Song Yang is completely enraged. I'm sorry if I called Lucian before and got blackballed in front of my girlfriend. Now, in front of so many brothers, a bunch of little security guards still dare to be so arrogant and domineering. It is simply outrageous. Guys, them for me. Song Yang waved his hand. Behind them, a group of 2/5 followed and rushed up. Countdown to flood advent 10, 9, 8. Lucian was in a good mood. Lying on his big bed. Wait patiently for the flood world to come. Yesterday there was a call from the property side of the neighborhood. Just as he expected. Ruyan Lu and the yellow hair surnamed Song, really angry, brought people to find over. However, they were all ed over by the neighborhood security guards with their men. He was taken to the police station for provocation. I guess these days, Lu Ruyan and the gang of yellow hairs surnamed Song, out of the flood world, will have to stay in the detention center to spend. Lucian can be quiet for a while. 2. Plan well for the witch demon Armageddon. When these chances are in hand in the pre-flood period, play nice with a few of you again. Lucian's vision blossomed, and he opened his eyes again. The appeared again in the cave of the Mouse Demon King. The scene in the cave was exactly the same as the last time we left it. When two worlds teleport to each other, the time of the original world does not change. Let's see what other treasures are left in this cave. Lucian utilized the Rat Demon King's talent for treasure hunting. Radiating his thoughts out, he began to explore this one for any missing treasures. Kinda. An extremely subtle aura. It emanated from the crack behind that stone chair and was accurately discovered by Lucian's treasure hunting talent. Lucian walked towards the back of the stone chair. In the small, very unnoticeable patch of space blocked by a crack in the rock, saw a couple of vibrant spirit plants that, on the sapling sized, though not too thick, branches and leaves. There were already a few red, ripe spirit fruits hanging. The aroma is fragrant and the color is enticing. Good stuff. Lucian swallowed. This kind of spirit fruit should be what the rat demon king ate when he fought me before. The effect is to restore injuries and spiritual energy. If I didn't have a talent for treasure hunting, I would have almost missed it. Lucian gazed at the several spirit plants for a few seconds, was thinking about whether to take it away by the roots, or leave the spirit plant here secretly to grow. Come back for it when you need to use it. If you take it away by the roots, it's a bit of a waste, for sure. If you let it grow, 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 it might be discovered by another demon king. Just as Lucian was getting tangled up, there was a sudden flash of light in his head. Yeah, there happens to be an aura cave within the East Emperor Bell. Plant it in there and try it. Lucian crouched down, without uprooting all the spiritual plants together. Instead, they were careful and dug up the weakest one first. With a flash of light in his hand, the spirit plant disappeared and, inside the aura cave of the Eastern Emperor's Bell, a greenish spiritual plant then appeared. The moment the spiritual plant was planted, surprisingly, it began to actively absorb the rich spiritual chi within the aura cave, and the branches and leaves were suddenly full of life. It's starting to branch out fast. There is no sign of if you don't like it, you'll die. For a very short time. Surprisingly, I've grown a few inches taller. By the looks of it, it won't take 3 or 5 days to produce a batch of spirit fruits that can return blood and spiritual energy. It really works, Lucian exclaimed. He also transplanted the few remaining spiritual plants that were hanging with fruitful fruits, and transplanted them all into the small orchard. There will be an inexhaustible supply of spirit fruits in the future. Lucian searched carefully. No other omissions were found. With the Rat King's tooth, he left the cave and found a nearby demon tribe. It's a tribe of wolves. It was similar to Lucian's impression of the tribal structure of the primitive human race in those TV dramas. The difference is that the old men at the entrance of the tribal village had turned into a few old wolves that had barely transformed into forms, and the crazy children at the entrance of the village had turned into playful wolf cubs. The tribe's young men, they all go hunting in the mountains. This tribe of demons, with shallow heels and limited talent, it is very difficult to transform into a form. To reach the earth immortal realm was as difficult as climbing into the sky. Returning to the demon court to deliver this matter is not urgent for the time being. Lucian mused. It's only been a few flood days. You have to be at least at the peak of the earthly immortal realm to be able to take on the witch-slaying sword's quest. The most important thing now is to behead the cloud-scaled Snake King. Obtain a spiritual treasure to repair the East Emperor's Bell and enhance your strength. Otherwise, one still has to become cannon fodder for the great witch demon Calamity. And the cloud-scaled Snake King is at least a mid-sky immortal. With my current realm as a primordial earth immortal, if I don't rely on the Eastern Emperor's Bell, it's only 90% sure that you want to kill her. Rounding up is tantamount to giving away your life. It's not very robust. I must at least raise my realm to the middle to late earth immortal realm. Therefore, Lucian decided to practice for a while first. He found the old wolf at the end of the village, inquired about the neighborhood, if there were any demon kings that did not fall under the jurisdiction of the demon court and frequently rebelled. At first, a few old wolf demons don't have much trust in Lucian. A stranger. Oh no, it's a strange demon. Look at them like they're traffickers. Love the ride. But when Lucian flashed the 2 large incisors of the Rat Demon King, and also advised that he himself was sent by the demon court to purge the rebels, the eyes of the several old wolf demons looking at Lucian changed at that moment. There was also a 180-degree shift in attitude. The old man was in tears as he held Lucian's hand, gushing. He informed Lucian of the information of the several nearby demon kings who were causing trouble and jeopardizing the demon tribes one by one, until Lucian excused himself and left. A few old wolf demons, still saying goodbye in front of the tribe. Chapter 16 Evolution of the Sun True Flame. Demon Emperor June's Heart's Deficiency. Stone Forest Mountain. Purple Flame Tiger King. Mid-Earth Immortal Realm Demon King. I've decided it's you, Lucian said, identifying his target. Executing the Golden Crow Transformation Rainbow, he swept towards the Stone Forest Mountain that the old wolf demon had mentioned. This area, it's at the edge of the demon court's jurisdiction, and it's a frontier region. That's why there are often demon kings who rebel against the demon court, making waves in the area. In Lucian's opinion, this is an excellent area for practicing. Not everything can be killed in this flooded world. Let's say, for example, if you're a force in the demon court and you go after that wolf demon tribe just now, it would definitely be hostile to the demon court, and kill the rebel demon king. Not only would he not be hostile to the demon court, he would even be able to reap a considerable amount of prestige in the demon court. Cultivation +1, cultivation +2, cultivation +5, cultivation +4, Cultivation +1. As a burst of golden light descended on Lucian. Rank +1. Current realm, Earth Immortal Realm. First stage. Phew. Sure enough, Lucian let out a long breath of turbid air as he walked towards the top of Stone Forest Mountain. After advancing to the Earth Immortal Realm, killing these small demons with cultivations below the Earth Immortal Realm has slowed down the rate of cultivation rise. Yesterday, I was promoted from the 0th rank to the Earth Immortal Realm. Lucian, with the heal of the Flood Fae, in just 1 day's time on Earth, he had advanced to the Earth Immortal Realm. And today, it took a full half day of Earth time, and only managed to raise only 1 rank. Later, as the realm gets higher and higher, the amount of cultivation needed will increase. Lucian took a step up to the top of the mountain. Purple Fire Tiger King is obviously a good with the feet of the Flood Fae. The whole body is covered with black and purple flames, high temperature burning the surrounding air distortion. Because of the influence of the flames of this Tiger King, the entire top of the mountain was covered with inches of grass and scorched earth. I wonder where I have offended you. The purple flame Tiger King transformed into the image of a big man and looked angrily at Lucian. You've killed all the way from the foot of the mountain. Leave no one alive. To strike so viciously, are you not afraid that the merits will be damaged and the heavenly Tao will send down punishment? Lucian laughed lightly. The purple fire Tiger King, who has been entrenched in the area of Stone Forest Mountain for hundreds of years, slaughtering dozens of nearby tribes of benign demons and tens of thousands of young demons to absorb the grievances in order to abate the pain of the purple fire poison on their bodies. Not only am I not afraid of a loss of merit in killing you, maybe it's even possible to add merit to the land and become a saint. Before coming, Lucian then verified the information in several nearby demon tribes, and would never kill any demon king by mistake, putting aside the indiscriminate killing of innocents. But if the matter of being wanted by the demon court is not a joke, the Violet Flame Tiger King sneered. It's good to be chivalrous, but let's see if you have the skills to punish evil. The Purple Flame Tiger King roared and pounced on Lucian. While his body was still in the air, he changed back to the posture of his original body. The Purple Fire Poison Tiger. The scythe-like sharp claws carried black and purple flames and viciously hollowed out towards Lucian's heart. Lucian is unmoved. The moment the tiger's claws touched the body, 9 white golden flames transformed into 3-legged golden crows appeared, traveling up and down, forming a transparent shield on the surface of his body. The 9 crows fire shield. Ding! The tiger's claw hollowed out on the 9 wonders ignition fire shield, surprisingly making the sound of gold and stone clashing, and was steadily blocked. I can't believe I blocked it. The Violet Flame Tiger King's face changed in disbelief. The purple fire that he cultivates is not bad in killing power among a group of demon kings in the vicinity. If he is hit, he will perish, or the rest of his life will be tormented by the purple fire poison, and he won't stop dying. He's always been proud of that. What kind of flame do you cultivate? The Violet Flame Tiger King blurted out. This purple fire avatar of mine. It is comparable to the true fire of the sun in flames. I didn't expect that today. I would still be able to meet you as a comparable opponent. You just blow it, and it's still comparable to the true fire of the sun. Lucian was a little speechless. The true fire of the sun is one of the top flames in this flood world, than the Samadhi fire that the world knows so well, all a few grades higher. The purple fire of this king of purple fire tigers. It's still 100,000 miles away from the true fire of the sun. Ding, ding, ding. The tiger's claws with purple fire kept scratching on the 9 wonders fire shield, but it couldn't break the defense at all. The 9 crows fire shield, introductory. Hearing the long-lost message, Lucian finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he stood and took a beating, it was to brush up the proficiency for the 9 crow fire shield. Lucian lifted his hand and sent a ray of true fire of the sun. The Purple Flame Tiger King, who was only in the middle stage of the Earth Immortal Realm, was sent to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Cultivation plus 30%. The Demon Emperor's devouring was unleashed, and the Purple Flame Tiger King's body rapidly dried up. Devour the Tiger King of Purple Flame and gain the talent of 1,000 poisonous purple flame. The sun's true flame and the purple flame of 1,000 poisons are fused. The sun's true flame acquires the characteristic of poisonous fire. The sun true flame has actually evolved. Lucian was slightly surprised. Raising his hand, he summoned a ray of true fire from the sun to coalesce at his fingertips. The original white gold 3-legged golden crow silhouette had taken on a bit of a faint purple color. The power increases quite a bit, and after the opponent is cauterized, you'll also be poisoned by fire. Retracting the sun true flame, Lucian searched the neighborhood with his treasure hunting skill. Unfortunately, this Purple Flame Tiger King is poor as hell. Lucian only found a few spirit stones and no other gains. It makes sense, though. After all, not all demon kings possess treasure hunting skills like the white jade treasure hunting mouse. Life is inevitably a little tight. Departure. Next demon king. Lucian turned into a rainbow and left. Demon court. Demon Emperor Palace. Wearing a golden demon emperor's robe and wearing a demon crown. The handsome, good-looking demon emperor June, the demon tribe's heavenly court bearer, is sitting behind the table, carefully checking the battle report that came back from the front line of the witch demon battlefield. As the contents of the battle report got further and further back, June's frown grew deeper and deeper. I didn't expect that. The demon emperor June sighed long and. This group of witch race that only cultivates the physical body and not the elemental spirit. Their physical bodies are actually tough to such an extent. Now the witch slaughtering sword, which specializes in the body of the ancestral witch, has only just been refined, and with an empty sword embryo and no grievances for the casting spirit, I'm afraid that the completion of the refining is a long way off. June went on musing and suddenly looked up. Get White Zephyr over here. Yes, the gold-armored guard outside the door replied aloud. In a few moments, just outside the door came the voice of the messenger guard again. Your Majesty, Lord Shirazawa has arrived. Demon Emperor June was just about to open his mouth to declare Baizé into the hall. Suddenly something occurred to me. Rushing up, he tiptoed behind a nearby white jade screen to make sure he wouldn't be spied on by the White Zephyr avatar. That's what squared the circle. Let Shiraz come in. A white robe, elegant, middle-aged man like Baizé stepped into the hall. Seeing that His Majesty the Demon Emperor is not behind the table, obviously froze. I'm here, came the mellow voice of Emperor June from behind the screen. Baizé looked at the shadow behind the screen and there was a sudden desire to cry. Feeling that the demon life is not worth it. What happened to the promised trust between demon and demon? Your Majesty, I promised long ago that I would never use my gift to eavesdrop on you again. Why are you so? Baizé, how is this matter of me asking you to find a foreign demon going? Behind the screen, the Demon Emperor June asked. Chapter 17, Baizé's Pressure. Sun True Flame Minority. Back to Your Majesty. Baizé collected his thoughts and frowned, shaking his head. Recently at the foot of the Unchained Mountain. Rather, there are quite a few foreign demons who have come to join my demon court. I've arranged for unsolicited acceptance at all the recruiting offices down the mountain. There's no shortage of foreign demons with deep chances among them, either. Within a very short period of time, it gained the favor of the Flood Fae and obtained the inheritance. However, the inheritance of these demon races, mostly just ordinary legacies with little heal, and all of their strengths are below the earth immortal realm, and they don't have the strength to bring the witch-slaying sword to collect grievances for the time being. I reckon, at the very least, it has to be the heavenly immortal realm or the peak of the earthly immortal realm, and it is a foreign demon with an extremely colorful inheritance that could possibly be qualified for this mission. Hearing Baizé's words, the Demon Emperor June behind the screen frowned deeper and deeper. Now the several major combatants of the demon court, his own royal brother Donghuang Tai, the demon master Kuanpeng, Shi Huang Fushi, as well as some of the demon saints, etc., are all fighting bloody battles on the front lines of the battlefield of witches and demons. But the situation on the battlefield is not going in the right direction. Today, the witch-slaying sword, capable of breaking the body of the witch race, was the key point in turning the tide of the battle. Himself, the demon emperor who sits in the rear, the refining of the witch slayer sword, which was in charge of the refining of the witch slayer sword, had made no progress. June can't help but feel some shame and self-condemnation. It's hard to believe that we're really going to the underworld sea of blood, to find that old man in Styx, borrowing his 12-pin karmic fire red lotus, which is capable of circumventing karmic obstacles. For a while, June immediately shook his head again and dismissed the idea. If that's the case, it's a toss-up. With Styx's character, the demon race was bound to pay a huge price to borrow one. The gains don't pay for the losses. Emperor June sighed. Imperial brother Tai sent back news from the front lines of the witch demon battlefield not long ago. The situation on the battlefield is becoming more and more critical today. The refining of the witch-slaying sword is becoming more and more urgent. You need to do your best. Shiraz nodded wordlessly and, thinking of those foreign demons that he had observed under the Buzhou mountain in these days, also feel that there is a desire to do so. After all, the descent of these foreign demons was still too short. Even if there are people with deep chances, but the inheritance received was still too weak and the strength was too low. After all, he didn't see any demons that could satisfy him. Baizé suddenly remembered again that, not so long ago, at the foot of the uncharted mountains, at the recruiting office, that sheep demon junior official, patting himself on the back to a crow demon that he had recommended, in the mouth of that goat demon, although that crow demon had not yet stepped into the threshold of cultivation. However, just the aura emanating from the inheritance on his body was incomparably powerful. This made Baizé not help but become more and more curious. What kind of talent does that crow demon have? It was amazing that a minor official, who had been in charge of conscription for years, could be so out of his element in front of him. Alas, I hope that when I see that foreign demon, he's really that talented, and not in vain, I guess. Thinking of this, Baizé couldn't help but smile to himself again. Shiraz, I can't imagine that you, the demon court's military advisor, who claims to be unrivaled in wisdom and planning. Today, it's amazing that you would even make such unrealistic fantasies. He half relieved and half assured Emperor June. Don't worry, Your Majesty. How vast is this flooded heaven and earth? There is bound to be a gifted person who will appear to help melt the witch-slaying sword and save my demon race from this calamity. White Zephyr will do his best this time. Collecting talents for His Majesty will definitely not delay the refining of the witch-slaying sword. Demon Emperor June nodded, and the monarchs and ministers looked at each other without words. White Zephyr, who was carrying significant pressure, wordlessly retreated, until he was sure that Baizé had gone away. Demon Emperor June was then relieved and came out from behind the screen. Maple Valley. A ghostly cry. Lucian turns into a merciless fire-breathing machine, striking a ray of true sunflame at the surrounding demon race, reaping the cultivation of these evil-doing demon clans. Cultivation plus 1%. Cultivation plus 0.5%. Cultivation plus 2%. Solar Flame, Hinayana. Obsidian Arrow Feather, Mastery. 9-Crown Fire Shield, Mastery. Treasure Hunting, Mastery. Earth Escape, Mastery. As the blood-winged green wolf king in front of him was decapitated, a pure cultivation didn't enter Lucian's body, and the golden light of ascending steps rose up. Cultivation plus 30%. Realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 8th Order, 11%. Phew. Finally reached the 8th stage of the Earth Immortal Realm. Lucian exhaled a long breath of turbid air. With a thought, the Demon Emperor's devouring was unleashed. Devouring the Blood-Winged Wolf King. Acquisition of talent, Blood-Wing Treading Technique. Fusion of the Blood-Wing Treading Technique and the Golden Crow Transformation Rainbow. The speed-type talent of Golden Crow Transformation Rainbow has also fused? Lucian was slightly surprised that, in order to be sure, to deal with that Cloud-Scale Snake King of the Heavenly Immortal Realm in Black Cloud Mountain, during this time, he's been staying in the neighborhood, hanging those demon kings who were doing evil to plague the demon tribes to raise their cultivation level. By the way, he brushed up his proficiency on a few of his aptitudes. Today, his cultivation was finally barely enough to reach the peak category of the Earth Immortal Realm. Proficiency in several natural aptitudes. They're all at least at the proficient level. Even the main attack skill, Sunfire, it had reached the stage of minor accomplishment. And these natural aptitudes, also after devouring other demon kings and acquiring their aptitudes, the power is suitably enhanced by actively fusing with these talents. Snap! Lucian snapped his fingers. The original white gold Sun True Fire has absorbed and fused other flames Shinton into a purple gold color. The moment the flames appeared, the surrounding 50 meters of trees quickly withered and carbonized, snorting out black smoke. The power can be imagined. And the original Golden Crow silhouette in the flames. Even more so, it had already left the category of the Golden Crow and turned into an unknown purple gold divine bird. A few other skills that were originally inherited from the Golden Crow, also under the fusion and evolution of the Demon Emperor's inheritance. There had been a huge change, and it had vaguely left the realm of the Golden Crow inheritance. So, this is how the Demon Emperor's inheritance is against all odds. Lucian smiled faintly. Now, even if the Demon Emperor June is in front of me, I'm afraid I can't recognize my Sun True Flame, either. Lucian put away the flames, casting the treasure hunting skill and exploring the entire Maple Leaf Valley. From a very inconspicuous hole in a tree. After collecting the last spirit stone, it turned into a golden purple flowing rainbow and vanished towards Black Cloud Mountain. This is the 50th to die in the Maharaja's bed this month. Alas, how sad. You know, to be able to die in the bed of the great king, that's this kid's good fortune. What's that saying? Peony what blossom 21. What do ghosts also flow? But this kind of death is too suffocating. If I could be chosen by the great king to be the head of the face, I would be willing to die 10 times if I were asked to do so. Black Cloud Mountain. The foot of the mountain. Two pig demons that have just transformed into forms, dragging a naked body with an exuberant expression before death. He threw it into the large pit next to him. The two pig demons just turned around and, suddenly it felt hot behind me, and before I could see what was happening, the consciousness was then dimmed by the sun's true fire. Lucian ended his earth escape and popped out of the dirt. Pull out a spirit fruit and eat it to restore his spiritual energy, turning his head to look into the deep pit of a body lying in a pit. The human and demon Azura races are all there. All of them were naked before they died, and their expressions were hyperactive. Obviously died because of that. This cloud-scaled Snake King is truly awesome. Lucian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. When the spiritual energy in his body recovers, once again, he performed the earth escape, and disappeared toward the location of the main peak of Black Cloud Mountain. Chapter 18, Backstage News Exploded. All the great clans rushed to recruit. Black Cloud Mountain isn't like those other rebel demon kings. Lucian can't be as gullible as he was before. That's why I chose to sneak in, taking the powerful cloud-scaled Snake King by surprise and using a sneak attack to decapitate him first, and then slowly breach it from the inside. As the cloud-scaled Serpent King, the Lord of Black Cloud Mountain, with the strength of the heavenly immortal realm, there are also 3 mid-earth immortal realm demon kings under his command. And there's even an extremely high-grade Hoteon spiritual treasure on his body. If he was entangled, it would certainly be extremely dangerous. Definitely can't be as big a deal as before. Along the way, Lucian could sense the strength of Black Cloud Mountain. Along the road are small demons, large and small, seeking the mountain. Most of the strength was in the category of about to break through the earth immortal realm. There are tens of thousands of them, forming a small cottage. The stars arched over that main peak. The level of menace. It made Lucian unable to resist a wave of scalp numbness. It's a good thing I'm more resourceful, Lucian said, somewhat thankful. There was no option of a strong attack. If it's like before, rashly choosing to kill all the way from the bottom of the mountain to the top, spooking the snakes, not to mention, maybe, it will also be ambushed by that mid-heavenly immortal realm cloud-scaled Snake King. There's no chance of guttering. Soon, Lucian dived into the main peak cave, groping toward the interior of the cave. My lord, you can let me rest for a while. Overhead, a breathless male voice came from the shrill female voice then shouted angrily. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. What do you mean take a break? Then, Lucian, who was in the middle of his earth escape, heard a violent gasp accompanied by the sound of a crash. What the hell? Lucian couldn't help but mutter. What a coincidence that I ran into this in the middle of the day. Good thing, too. Listening to the voice from above, it should be the cloud-scaled Snake Queen, who is said to be the most lustful of all, practicing the harmonious kung fu. I just happened to take advantage of the critical moment of their concentration. Kill them by surprise. Lucian was about to strike. Countdown to return begins 10, 9, 8. Holy, this is too much of a coincidence. Lucian was a bit helpless. His eyes flashed and when he opened them again, he saw the bedroom of his home. Time is still in the moments just before the descent of. There's a faint sound of people outside. Lucian washed up and casually ate something. In a few moments, the sound of an ambulance follows. But unlike the first day of descent, there were significantly fewer ambulances out this time. It's no longer as chaotic out there as it was before. An order of life has pretty much been restored, presumably with the experience of the day before, as well as a reminder of that science post that Lucian posted online. People explored the flooded world with a lot of caution. Lucian, in accordance with the usual practice, opened the web platform and started checking the information. What comes to mind is a table that, real-time status update of the Tendo ranking. Apparently someone had collected the information on the Heavenly Dao rankings while in the flood and then updated it to the real-world network. Lucian casually scanned this list. First place in the queenship. Still hiding information about yourself. Yesterday's Dixieland. Today it has been updated in real time to Earth Immortal Realm Level 8. Lucian is still in a distant second place, but sweeping backward. The result was a bit out of Lucian's expectation. For those at the back of the list, the rank changes have gotten faster as well. The top 10 on the list. Except for Lucian, the realm as a whole had been raised by 3 orders. Like Xiao Tian, who was ranked 2nd yesterday. Yesterday it was the 3rd order. Today it's already the 7th. Lai Zhouyue and that Murong family's first lady, Murong Reed. The realm has also reached the peak of the 6th rank. A couple of guys back there. All of them have also reached 6th order strength, and are biting the ground very firmly. The top 100 in the Tendo rankings. The strength also came to the 4th rank. You know, the higher the realm, the further back you go, the greater the cultivation required to, and these guys managed to maintain a 3-step increase today. That means, the speed at which these people raised their cultivation level had clearly accelerated. I didn't think I'd activate the Heavenly Dao ranking in advance. It also motivates these people to practice. Lucian, however, clearly remembers that, in a previous life, the top 10 in the Heavenly Dao rankings have all been promoted to the Earth Immortal Realm, at least a month after the flood has descended. It should be the appearance of my Earth Immortal Realm, creates a butterfly effect and creates a sense of crisis in these people. 2. Increased investment in flood exploration. Lucian understood, and soon understood as well. A lot of things are going to change in the future. It seems that I have been reborn, though, it's also necessary to accelerate the enhancement of strength, and not to slack off. Holding all of those few chances that will follow in your hands is the only way to consolidate your advantage and successfully pass through a few great catastrophes. Close the Tendo charts. Lucian clicked on the Shakeyan Software's hot search list. To his surprise, The first hot search is not the news predicted by his own account Hangu by Xiaoshang, but the first hot search is not the news predicted by his own account Hangu by Xiaoshang. Instead, it's a message from several major families. Shocked, the Xiahou family, the first family of Daxia who lives behind the scenes, appears in the public eye for the first time, and calls for aspirants to join the Xiahou family's alliance in the flood world with a large sum of money. Unbelievable. National goddess Morong read, for the first time publicly for the Morong family voice, recruiting knowledgeable people to join the Morong family in the flood world together. Shocked, Mr. Ma Huatang, the richest man in Daxia, has publicly stated that he is willing to pay more than the market price for spiritual treasures. The great clans of Daxia, originally hidden behind the scenes, have come to the front. Begin open recruitment to form your own forces in the flooded world. Even the establishment of power by several great clans has been advanced. Lucian was slightly surprised. The major powers of the former Daxia openly began to form. It also happened about half a month after the descent. And from that point on, the competition for the top spot on the Tendo list, it just got incredibly intense. It almost becomes a contest of strength between the major clans of reality. After all, every time the Tendo rankings are settled, it will then drop great rewards, and clans don't want to miss out on those. It seems that those layouts of mine will have to speed up the process. 2. Lucian closes the hot list. Logged into the account Flood of Dawn. Even though he had expected it, Lucian was still taken aback. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. A series of message beeps rang out uninterruptedly. It rang for a couple minutes. Lucian's tablet nearly jammed with information. Backstage. Straight away it was instantly filled with all sorts of private messages. Big brother awesome. What you said about the death mechanism is true. Big brother, my friend didn't believe in evil and took the initiative to mess with the big demon. He died twice, and now he's already been sent to the hospital due to organ failure. Save him. Woo woo woo. God, I really found the magic treasure. The fire seal. Wahahaha. There is still magic treasure news. I'll trade my ass for it. Brother, where did you find that information? I'll pay you $2 million for it. Okay? Brother, I'm a student. Can you give me a few tips for free? Lucian gave a cursory scan, and was about to close the background, editing the post for the next blob. Ding dong ding dong. Several reddened VIP messages flooded into the background. Greetings, Mr. Flood by Xiaoshang. This is Xiahou Tian. Chapter 19. Several great families rush for their heads. Xiahou Tian, number 2 on the heavenly Dao ranking? The controller of that great Xiao reclusive family? Lucian, who saw the message, froze slightly. Before he could click on Xiahou Tian's message, several more messages poured in one after another in the background. Mr. By Xiaoshang, hello, I am Morong Reed. I sincerely invite you to join my Morong family. Mr. By Xiaoshang, I am Ma Huatang, president of Polar Bear Group. I am very interested in that post you made about the flood world. On behalf of Polaris Group, I sincerely invite you. I am the Lai family. Dozens of reddened VIP messages, a brain flooded into the background of Lucian's account. If it wasn't for reading these people's posts, Lucian almost thought that these are pranks that the internet has conspired to pull. But Lucian knew very well that these can't be pranks. The internet is a different story. After all, these accounts send content but they all represent the names of a dozen or so of the most powerful families in Xia. Or maybe it's the account of a top tycoon, rumor-mongering by impersonating them. And these accounts that send messages over are all official accounts with blue V's on them. Even clicking on the account of the national goddess Morong Reed, you can also see her 40 million plus followers in the background. Lucian quickly scanned through the contents of these messages, without exception, with humble words and a respectful attitude. All of them are throwing olive branches to Lucian. The 100 Dawns of the Flood, an invitation to join their forces. That Morong Reed, who has the title of national goddess. There was even a dainty video attached to the message of the seduction is obvious. You're testing the cadres with this? And the rich and powerful Mr. Ma Wedding, the richest man in Daxia, more directly in the message. In addition to the magic treasure, it also offered Lucian a sky-high salary of $10 million per month. I didn't expect these great clans to react so quickly. Lucian laughed lightly. I can't believe they all came to invite me at the same time. And the terms offered, all of them, can be very generous, to say the least. Xiahou Tian even wanted to use a Hotian spiritual treasure to invite me to become his staff. It's so hard not to be impressed. If it was in a previous life, having received invitations from these great families, he would certainly have no hesitation in choosing one of them and committing to it. After all, it's good to have your back against the wall. And it's true that these, too, in previous lives, forces in consortia with rich heritage in the real world, wealthy and powerful. Someone has a treasure. Occupying most of the top 100 positions in the heavenly Tao rankings, civilians want to make a name for themselves in the flooded world. Very, very few. Unless one has a deep chance, as well as a great talent. You can't have one without the other. But in this life, Lucian didn't want to pay any attention to these clans at all, relying on that information in my head, even alone. He is also expected to be in the flood world, on the road to sainthood. Lucian checked off all this information and ignored it. Begin editing the second breaking post. The magic city of Daxia, inside the elegantly decorated Morong family manor. Dad, you've gone too far. Morong family's first eldest daughter, with the name of national goddess, the first of the 4 small flower girl in the entertainment industry. Morong Reed, indignant. I can't believe I'm being asked to make a video to seduce a little internet star. Our Morong family is at least the #1 family in the Xianan region. I am at least a Morong Reed. How did you come up with something like having your daughter make a video seduction? Murray Reed, in her pajamas, was duck sitting on the sofa, waving her white fists and protested to the man in the Chinese suit on the couch next to him, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. It was none other than the contemporary head of the Morong family in Magic City, Morong Bo. How can you call it seduction? Don't say it like that. Morong Bo coaxed his daughter with a compensatory smile from the side. It's called a sincere invitation. I reckon that the other clans in Daxia must have contacted the Flood 100 Dawns at the first opportunity. 2. We have you as a great beauty in the Morong family. You still have such a large fan base from your usual shoots. Surely we must make the best use of what we have. Maybe that Flood by Xiaosheng has seen you in a play. Don't worry. It's not like Dad's going to sell you to him. When it's done, Dad's got those islands in Oceania in your name. Morong Reed muttered in dissatisfaction. Listen to this, and call it the Flood 100. What an ugly name. There's definitely a gouger behind the account. You're just going to put up with it, and let your daughter pander to an internet gouger? Morong Bo shook his head. You don't understand. The value of this Flood by Xiaosheng is by no means measurable by the word Netflix. The last flood of information he spread online, almost all of them have been verified as credible. I have a premonition that the flood world definitely has a great future ahead of it. If our Morong family can take this person under their wing, it's absolutely possible to, in one fell swoop, become the #1 family in Daxia and even the entire Blue Star. After saying that, Morong Bo asked again. Right. Have you heard back from that Flood 100? Morong Reed looked down at the tablet and shook his head. Read and not returned. Ha! Still a high-strung stoner. After grunting, Morong Reed was a little indignant again. And I've sent a video unsolicited invitation. How dare he not answer me? Usually, not to mention the little internet celebrities, even if those top stars who sing and dance well meet me, they want to come over and take a picture with me. I can talk to them for half a day. This Flood by Xiaosheng. Surprisingly, I don't care. Must be a disenchanted old man. There's no hurry, said Mohammed. Send a few more messages and keep in touch, while at the same time upgrading the treatment. Let him feel the sincerity of our Morong family. I'm sure he's interested in joining our Morong family. Morong Bo is determined to win against Lucian. Guangshan City, the top floor of the Polar Bear Group building. Well, Ma Huatang, chairman of the Polar Bear Group, sat in his office chair with a Cuban imported cigar in his hand and looked at the black silk female secretary next to him. Has the Flood 100 gotten in touch? Not for a while. Could it be that he doesn't think it's enough money? It's possible. The female fan was less confident. Then keep sending him messages to improve his treatment. Chairman Ma waved his hand. Something like money for me. It's just a string of numbers. Add a small goal to his treatment. If 1 doesn't work then 2. If 2 doesn't work then 10. I'm sure no one can say no. If he still doesn't agree, just tell him I'm willing to give him 5% of the Polar Bear Group. Buy out all the information on him about the flooded world. I can't believe he's not impressed. The descent of the flooded world is of immense importance. I have to get this Flood 100 done. Chairman Ma gave his assistant an ultimatum. The little assistant next to me is stressed out, sweating, and holding a tablet and staring at that account of the flooded by Xiaosheng, looking at it, non-stop editing and typing. The capital city of Daxia, inside some elegantly decorated quadrangle. The Xiahou family, the top family in Daxia. Xiahou Tian, a young man posturing, pushed away the 2 bird-like playthings to his left and right and, frowning at the assistant who had just come in. The Flood 100 hasn't returned the message yet? No. Did you tell him that this is recruiting him on behalf of the Xiahou family? Said. Kind of interesting. The corner of Xiahou Tian's mouth lifted slightly. How dare you even manage to ignore my Xiahou family's recruitment? This man has a temperament I love. Chapter 20, Xiahou Tian, I must get him. Keep upping the ante. Tell him that. Just join my Xiahou family. My Xiaoho family's inventory of Hotian spiritual treasures. Take his pick. The assistant whispered yes back. Immediately started working on the tablet again. Xiaoho Tian picked up the red wine to his left and shook it, gently taking a sip and analyzing it chestily. A man who founded a sci-fi account like Flood by Xiao Shang, and, gratuitously, to publicize some of the mechanisms of the flooded world. There are only three purposes, either for the name, either that or for power, either that or it's for the money. And these things are easy for my Xiaoho family. Now he keeps silent. There must be some other plus-size family that is likewise contacting him. It's just being put up for sale. Don't worry, as long as the chips are given big enough, this Flood by Xiao Shang will surely be of use to me. This side, the assistant who was contacting Lucian on his hands and knees suddenly spoke up. There's news. Xiaoho Tian revealed a smug smile and drank the red wine in his cup in one go. I told you so. Just as I suspected. The heroes of the world are nothing more than my Xiaoho family's bag of tricks. Give me the tablet and I'll communicate with him personally. The assistant shook her head in slight embarrassment. No. Is not the Flood by Xiao Shang returned the message. He's the one who made another explosive post. Xiaoho Tian? Another post? The above is some of the new information that my informant and I gained while exploring the flooded world yesterday, as well as some of the ways to obtain the magic treasures. Lucian finished editing the post and immediately clicked send. To prevent suspicion of identity, he also made it a point to imply that he had an informant in his post. Lucian scanned the screen and, just as he expected, the moment the post went up, readership has grown directly and geometrically. The reposts started increasing at a rate of tens of thousands per second. Directly, Lucian scanned the comments section. Shang Bao, Luwenjia finally waited for your news. So touched. Oh, the news is too hardcore this time. Author Atmosphere, I want to give you a monkey. Apologizing for my uninformed questioning of you yesterday. God, this time to send some dry words cannot buy out upstairs wants to monopolize the news? That's really selfish. Take it away. Take it away. And this post. It also managed to rush to the top of the hot search in just a few dozen seconds. Will Xiaoho Tian, Morong read stream of several big families recruiting post. Give no pressure to step down. The rate of increase in the number of followers of the account Hanwu by Xiao Shang. It's even reached a terrifying speed that, directly after 30 million more followers in just a few minutes. And the number of fans is rising fast. The content of this post, just like last time. But again, a key part of Lucian's scheming is hidden within it, including, but not limited to, some flood mechanisms that are of little value in the eyes of Lucian, but are invaluable to the population at the current stage, as well as some of the small magical treasures of average power and little use, even for the East Emperor clock to repair. It is too much of a waste of energy to search for the way to obtain them, and the most crucial of them all. Instead, it was about the news that the Demon Court was casting the Witch Slayer sword. After a while, I'm afraid I'll be the world's #1 internet celebrity. Lucian smiled to himself, but he's not trying to be some internet sensation. The reason why I chose to spread the news, the purpose is to give the public a head start. When one receives the witch-slaying sword quest at the Demon Court, by then, it is the moment when one logically begins to harvest leaks. With the sending of this post, the backstage of the account Flood by Xiao Shang, another straight-up dry crash by private message. Among them, it is still the VIP accounts belonging to several large families that are most conspicuous. Lucian directly logged out of his account and chose to ignore it. $10 million a year salary. Latter-day soul treasure. Whipping out the barkers? I don't care. Sure. The reason Lucian refused, most importantly still, because he knew all too well the brutality of these great families, and to cooperate with them was to seek the skin of a tiger. Don't look at each one of them outwardly respectful now. One bite at a time. Sir, if there is a real conflict over interests at a later stage, this little life of his will definitely have to be accounted for. The flood has not yet fully descended. Currently it is still Go Dao that matters. In a previous life, he'd heard a lot of rumors about the Xiaoho family, saying that Xiaoho Tian's #1 on the heavenly Dao list. It's not glamorous at all. Actually, for the sake of grabbing the spiritual treasure, directly in the reality of making an account, buying and selling by force, sell or kill, even for a spot on the Tendo list. Secretly, he fought with several other big clans, and a lot of people died. It's a good thing I utilized technology to create the account ahead of time, Lucian said as he shut down his computer. The IP has gone through hundreds of millions of transfers abroad. Can't even find a ghost. Capital. Xiaoho family courtyard. Xiaoho Tian seriously looked at the tablet. Flood 100 Xiaoshang newly released posts. Originally calm expression, gradually became hideous. Bang! The glass of red wine in his hand was crushed to pieces. The flooded 100. What the hell? Give face. We, the Xiaoho family, tried to recruit him with heavy promises, but he even directly ignored them even, but also took this valuable information and published it publicly. Rather give this information to the pariahs for free. None of them are willing to give it to my Xiahou family. Isn't this a living slap in the face of the old man? Beside, the two charming mistresses, plus the assistant in the suit, were all too silent to answer. Check. Find out the IP address of this flood by Xiao Shang for me. I'd like to see what he's so powerful at. Within tomorrow. I want this man to kneel before me and beg me to take him in. The assistant whispered yes. The thought of getting out of this place of wrongdoing was a long relief. Just as he wanted to go out, he suddenly heard Xiahou Tian open his mouth again. Right. What I asked you to look into earlier. About that demon race that ranked first in the heavenly Dao ranking. Any news? The assistant was struck by lightning, paused, and answered nervously. Not yet. Not yet. That earthy mortal realm demon clan hid the information. We're putting a heavy online bounty on this guy's information. With the exception of some fraudsters who contacted us with fake messages and were detected by there's nothing about this man. Xiahou Tian's face was gloomy to the extreme. Rice bucket. They're all fools. I told you to look for the Flood 100 and didn't find it. That earthy mortal realm demon clan was not found, either. What's the use of me keeping you? The assistant suddenly remembered something and stumbled. I found a couple posts that I don't know if they're true or not, though. A couple of people on the internet said that when the flood first came down, on the shores of the East China Sea, where the golden crow fell into the sea, there's a demon race that has obtained the inheritance of the three-legged golden crow, and this news might be related to that demon race. Golden crow inheritance. Xiahou Tian's eyes suddenly brightened. If this news is true, it all just makes sense. To be able to advance to the earthy mortal realm in just one day, the inheritance of that demon race is bound to be very extraordinary. Most likely, this earthy mortal realm demon race is the one who obtained the golden crow inheritance. The assistant sighed in relief, finally finding some useful information, temporarily calming the anger of the head of the family. Use technology to find these guys. Maybe they know about that earthy mortal realm demon race. To be able to advance to the earthy mortal realm within a day, approaching the heavenly immortal realm in 2 days. This man is absolutely brilliant. I will absolutely not allow another situation like that of the flooded 100. We, the Xiahou family, must have him. The assistant nodded warily and quietly retreated. Chapter 21 Earthy Mortal Killing Heavenly Immortal. Instinctive weapon refining technique. Listening to the sounds of violent panting and banging overhead, Lu Xun is convinced that he himself was now once again back at the main peak of Black Cloud Mountain, within the cloud-scaled Snake King's cave. Wait a little longer. Strike again at the critical moment, and you can definitely achieve the effect of surprise. Lu Xun, who was hiding in the earth, secretly mused, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike, listening to the voices overhead growing more urgent and high-pitched. Lu Xun's mind sank as he put away his earth escape and popped out of the ground. Into the eye was a queen-sized bed the bed was a scene of springtime. The cloud-scaled Snake King, who was in the middle of a cloud rain with his male pet, did not notice the difference at first. Lu Xun lifted his hand and sent a ray of true fire of the sun. Yikes! The three-legged divine bird illuminated by purple golden flames let out a long chirp and swooped at the two people on the large bed with extreme heat. Where did the assassin come from? How dare you! The cloud-scaled Snake King was worthy of the heavenly immortal realm, and drew back in time to dodge between the flashes of lightning. Boom! The true fire of the sun burned the pale-faced male pet, along with the large bed, into ashes. Where did the little demon from the earthy mortal realm come from? How dare you come to my aunt's territory to commit a crime? Looking for death. The cloud-scaled Snake King shouted angrily when he saw the miserable state of his male pet. I don't know when the body wrapped on a piece of tulle clothing, exquisite carcass and white skin half hidden, great chest violently undulating, charming figure with a bit of ferocity. That rat demon king surprisingly didn't lie. Lu Xun couldn't help but praise a sentence in his heart. I thought it was a big pickled demon from somewhere. When the cloud-scaled Snake King saw Lu Xun's appearance, his eyes lit up and he flirted with a smile. So it's a dainty, handsome gentleman. Why don't you join me for a little cloud and rain? If it is to the satisfaction of my aunt, I'll write off this matter of you killing my male favorites. So what do you think? Well, but I don't like to be a fellow traveler with others. Lu Xun has no pity for they. Raising his hand, he threw a sun-true flame. Despite his good looks, he's an illiterate one. The cloud-scaled Snake King dodged to avoid the flames and snorted coldly. Wait until I capture you, a small demon of the earthy mortal realm, and chop off your arms and legs, make you a human swine, and then I will let you enjoy yourself every day. Open your mouth and spit. Mouth-to-mouth viper teeth fly out on their own. Against the wind sword, turned into a blazing fire a cold ice cohesion of the two flying daggers. Around the cloud-scaled Snake King drip up and down flip. The speed is very fast. Like lightning. The powerful aura that uniquely belonged to a Hotian spiritual treasure emanated unabashedly. This should be the spirit treasure she refined by harvesting her grievances. Surprisingly, it's an original weapon. Lucian couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw the poisonous fangs transform into flying daggers. So that means, the weapon refining technique on this female goblin is capable of refining extremely rare native weapons. Lucian was ecstatic in his heart. What this cloud-scaled Serpent King has on him is a weapon refining technique that can refine the weapon of his own life. As a traveler, he could be too familiar with the power of this art of refining weapons. Sure enough, a boy with heavenly chi luck won't have too much bad luck. Since you are so ungrateful, just let Auntie's pair of spirit teeth water and fire twin blades chop off your arms and legs first. The cloud-scaled Snake King sneered. Two flying daggers with extremely heavy killing intent transformed into a red and a blue aura and swept towards Lucian at great speed. The fiery blade made of flames arrived first. Ding! The purple golden 9 crows leaving fire shield barely blocked this blade, and a golden crow instantly dimmed. So strong, it's worthy of being a Hotian spiritual treasure. Lucian marveled slightly, as the ice blades condensed by the cold ice came after the Lucian performed earth escape. His body shrank and disappeared into the earth, dodging the blade while appearing in the corner and raising his hand to throw out a sun-true flame. Boom! Cloud-scale Snake King can't dodge. Lotus root arm hard to take this great sun-true fire. The body staggered backward. Lotus root arm on the white scale armor broken, revealing a hideous wound. What an overbearing flame! The cloud-scaled Snake King wailed in pain and pulled out a spirit fruit and ate it. The wound on his arm only barely stopped. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The cloud-scaled Snake King looked at the residual fire poison, which was still rapidly consuming his vitality, and feared that if he couldn't deal with it in time, he would be unable to escape death. Immediately raising his hand, a curtain of water enveloped the entire cave. Lucian only felt that, himself into a world of fragrant and, into the eye is hundreds of thousands of cloud-scale Snake King, to their own wide clothes, scratching their heads, exquisite ketone body is visible, breast winks like silk looking at their own, tickling the heart of the desire for sex. Lucian only felt two heads in one big one, biting the tip of his tongue in an effort to keep himself awake. Damn it, this is supposed to be an illusion. Can't get stuck in it. The cloud-scaled Snake King's petulant laughter came from all directions. Water overcomes fire. This is the principle of the 5 elements. So what if this flame of yours is even more powerful? After all, I can't break through this cloud-water illusion realm of mine. Behave yourself and serve your aunt well, and you'll be spared some pain. Lucian condensed his mind and raised his hand to release a sun-true flame at the water screen mirror in front of him. Whoa! The sound of mirrors shattering rang out, and the illusion was in tatters. What kind of flame is this? The cloud-scaled Serpent King's expression changed drastically. Surprisingly, he was able to defy the 5 stars' mutual success and opposites and use fire to break through my cloud and water illusion realm. How is this possible? What kind of roots do you have in this demon race? Lucian wasn't the least bit surprised about his flames. Joke. This is the true fire of the sun, one of the top flames in the flood world, and in its great state, it can even burn the sky and boil the sea. Back then, just a few small golden crows of the great Luo golden immortals could directly steam dry the great river. Isn't being out of character the way to go? Lucian dodged the water and fire twin blades while continuously blasting out the sun-true flame. Soon, the cloud-scaled Serpent King then had his vitality cut off under the continuous torture of the fire poison. Cultivation plus 50%. The cloud-scale corpse transformed into a white python with horns on its head and a cylinder-thick body, occupying a large portion of the cave. Without waiting for Lucian to cast, Demon Emperors Devour. Dozens of small demons that heard the commotion rushed in and, among them, there were also 3 Earth Immortal Realm Demon Kings, which were obviously the 3 major Demon Kings under the cloud-scaled Snake King. In the mouth of the Mouse Demon King, Lucian glanced at the cloud-scaled Snake King's pair of natal weapons and shook his head slightly. Forget it, let's take care of you eyesores first. Lord Shirazawa, can't these ones work too? Their inheritance grade is not high and their cultivation level is too low. It is my humble eyes that have disturbed your excellency. You don't have to blame yourself. Colorful foreign demons are rare, and those with a high realm are even harder to find. You still need to pay serious attention these days. I'll go deal with important matters first. Take care, Lord Shirazawa. Under the Buzhou Mountain, the Demon Court Conscription Office. Yang Shan, a minor official of the conscription office with a goatee beard, eyed by Zay Royal Wind's distant back, his face somewhat self-condemning, since the last time a foreign demon descended upon the floodplain. After Lord White Zephyr told him to keep an eye out for colorful foreign demons, Yang Shan, in order to be in front of Bai Zay, make a good offering and show some merit. Every time I see a Fey demon with a Fey heritage come to my door, He would then activate the Jade Talisman and immediately inform Bai Zhe. And as the demon court's military advisor, one of the 10 great demon saints, Bai Zhe, in his busy schedule, always on call, too. But, for so many days now, most of these Fey demons with Fey inheritance had a low quality of inheritance, and their realm was too low. After all, it was not enough to satisfy Lord Shirazawa. This made the junior official Yang Shan blame himself. That is, Lord Shirazawa has a gentle nature. To be able to tolerate this lack of performance on my part, if it were the same demon saint, the short-tempered Lord Bifong, under such 3 parties and 5 times, I'm afraid, I would have been burned to ashes by one of his fires long ago. Yang Shan sighed and resolved in his mind that, after today, if there hadn't been an appearance of a foreign demon of the Daelord's stature, I absolutely, positively must not disturb Lord Shirazawa at will again. For some reason, Yang Shan suddenly remembered again that, on the day the Fae first descended, that crow demon, whose body was covered in divine tattoos, couldn't help but sigh. So many days have passed. He hasn't come back to submit his assignment as pioneer officer. I'm afraid, I've long since died on the mountain of whichever rebel demon king. Chapter 22 East Emperor Clock Repair +1. Obtaining dual cultivation technique. Black Cloud Mountain. A sea of fire on and off the mountain. Cultivation +1%. Cultivation +2%. Cultivation +1%. Current realm, Earth Immortal Realm. 9th stage, 100%. Cultivation +1%. Unfortunately, advancing to the Heavenly Immortal Realm requires one to go through spirit cultivation. So much cultivation is wasted. After killing the last demonic creature, Lucian put away the Sun True Flame at his fingertips. Peregrine is akin to evolution. When an Earth Immortal is promoted to a Heavenly Immortal, he absorbs a spirit that matches his own 5 elemental attributes as the foundation of the Heavenly Immortal. Pui Ling doesn't require much in the way of spiritual items, as long as the spirit object fits its own 5 elemental attributes. However, generally the higher the rank of the spirit item, the greater the strength enhancement after promotion to Heavenly Immortal. Lucian entered the main peak cave. In front of him was the corpse of the giant cloud-scaled Snake King. After taking a good look around to make sure we haven't missed anything, the quietly cast Demon Emperor's Devour. Ink-black shadows with scarlet eyes emerged from behind Lucian and opened their bloody mouths to pounce on the cloud-scale Snake King. The cloud-scale Snake King's huge body quickly dried up and, leaving an empty orifice, and the pair of spirit teeth water and fire twin blades that emanated the aura of a Hotian spiritual treasure. Devouring cloud-scaled aqua snake. Acquired, cloud and water illusion. Blue scale poison eating. Water escape. Instinctive weapon refining. Yin and Yang harmony. Transfiguration. Cloud and water illusion. A 2-mile radius illusion is cast down, and the person caught in the illusion will be aroused by lust. His senses will drop, and his spiritual energy will be consumed rapidly. If he cannot get out of the illusion within 1 incense stick, he will be burned to death by lust, and it will be harder to get out of it the lower the cultivation level is. Cloud water illusion. Quite a powerful innate divine ability. Lucian was quite satisfied. Caught in a siege. Casting this divine ability can both kill the enemy and get out of the trap. Lucian continued to check out the following few avatars. Blue scale poison devouring. Belonging to is the cloud scale Snake King's innate divine ability. Compared to the true fire of the sun, no, it was not comparable at all. It wasn't like it could be fused. So Lucian directly chose to ignore it. The water escape is quite useful. You can dive into the water. You can escape. You can investigate. Now that we have the water and the earth, perhaps, Lucian would be able to put together the 5 elements transportation technique in the future. The art of disguise needs no introduction. You can change your look as you like. However, the grade is not high, and it only works on those whose realm is lower than their own, and those with a higher realm recognize it at a glance. In the end, Lucian locked his gaze onto the yin-yang harmony technique. Harmony is good. Harmony has to be learned. Jia. But soon, after reading the side effects, Lucian didn't hesitate to pass it over. What the is this evil? After the cultivation, you need to find a heterosexual that every day, picking the young to complement the yin, and directly picking people to death. No wonder there are so many corpses in that pit, under Black Cloud Mountain. Together, they were all picked to death by a snake demon, and you can't pause after practicing this technique. Not a day without that. One is in danger of dying of lust. I'm not going to be a human Teddy for s sake. In the end, Lucian locked his gaze on the divine ability he was most looking forward to. Instinctive alchemy. I should have thought of that. A demon king that is only at the heavenly immortal realm and doesn't have much heal strength. How can you refine a Hotian spiritual treasure? It turns out that it's her refining skill that's extraordinary. In Lucian's mind, the corresponding information for the instinctive weapon refining technique soon appeared. Natal alchemy, refining a part of the body into a weapon. The weapon's power will increase accordingly as the practitioner's realm rises, and at the same time, the weapon can be nourished with spiritual substances to enhance the weapon's quality. Sure enough, it's this set of refining techniques that can refine instinctive weapons. Lucian was overjoyed in his heart. This set of smithing techniques may seem ordinary, but it's extraordinary that the weapon it made, with growth potential. Moreover, this growth attribute has almost no apex. That is, if you have enough spirit matter, it was possible to refine the intrinsic weapon into a weapon whose power was comparable to an extreme innate spiritual treasure. In Journey to the West, there's this classic case of that scorpion spirit in the Land of Daughters may not be as strong as a true immortal. However, he used his original weapon, the scorpion-tailed needle, to break the golden body of Rudra, who was in the quasi-saintly realm. That's how perverse this refining technique is. Well, refining the native weapon is considered later. Repair the East Emperor clock first. Lucian picked up the pair of spirit teeth water and fire twin blades on the ground. These two Hotian spiritual treasures that the cloud-scaled Snake King had refined from his poisonous fangs were similar in form to daggers, coalesced by blazing fire and poured out by cold ice, and covered with divine patterns, with astonishing killing power. With a flash of light in Lucian's hand, the pair of flying daggers disappeared without a trace. Donghuang Clock Repair Degree, 11. 56%. Acquisition of Donghuang Bell Power, Suppression. Suppression, the East Emperor Bell unfolds a realm. Within the realm, below the golden immortal realm, forcibly suppressing the opponent's strength to the same realm as the host. The realm's suppression range increases with the host's ability to improve. Cowhide. This ability is straight up a solo artifact. No wonder Dong Huang Tai was able to single-handedly challenge half of the ancestral witches with the Dong Huang Bell back then. Lucian couldn't help but marvel. The top defense from before, plus the suppression given now. I don't have to be on my toes in this flood anymore. Below the golden immortal realm, I have a chance to touch them all. Of course, the prerequisite is to be able to cut off the roots and prevent the other party from escaping and leaking the news of the Eastern Emperor clock. Lucian casts the treasure hunting skill. The entire Black Cloud Mountain was explored up and down, in great detail. Surprise! The Cloud-scale Snake King's family is huge. Inside the cave warehouse, there were thousands of spirit stones and piles of spirit objects. Luke doesn't leave anything behind. Spirit stones, as well as some of the spirit fruits that could replenish spiritual energy, restore chi and blood, and improve one's physique, were all packed away. Most of the remaining spirits, and it's used to repair the Eastern Emperor's bell. It directly adds to the repair degree to 12. 85%. After that, Lucian got another surprise. At the bottom of Black Cloud Mountain, he found a long and flourishing spiritual field filled with great medicines and spiritual roots. Thousands of years of yellow essence, 10,000 years of Hisho Wu, 100 years of snow dragon ginseng, etc. Even, Lucian also found a plant, the derived subroot of one of the 10 great innate spiritual roots, the yellow medium plum. The potency of the medicine, though not as strong as that of its old ancestor, Huang Zhongli, one fruit down, and you'll be born dead and promoted to the great Luo Golden Immortal. But it still had the effect of cleansing the essence and transforming the chi and blood. Unfortunately, this yellow medium plum derivative root has not yet fully matured. Lucian sighed as he looked at the plum on top of the tree, which had a rich fragrance, and the word Huangzhong appeared naturally in the bird seal, and sighed. With that, he swung the shovel and the great medicines in this spiritual field were all planted into the East Emperor clock. Inside the Aura Cave, the elixir has grown to the size of an acre, a scene of vitality and all the things in the world. It can satisfy Lucian's usual spiritual energy needs. You can also use the excess out of the spirit medicine and fruit for sale. In exchange for spirit stones, Lucian took out a few spirit stones and sat down cross-legged. According to the requirements of the benevolent alchemy technique, a complicated spell formation was set up on the ground. Wisps of spiritual chi escaped from within the spirit stone, forming a small vortex that slowly hovered. The cloud-scaled Snake King is using 2 poisonous fangs to refine flying daggers. Which organ would be good for me to refine? Lucian had a flash of light in his mind and had a bold idea. Chapter 23, Benevolent Flying Sword. Yang Shan Stunner. Swords, spears, swords and halberds or whatever native weapons are still too much to fish for. Lucian mused slightly. And the organs of the 3-legged golden crow proper. There aren't many that can fit these weapons. I'll refine flying swords directly, using the feathers of the 3-legged golden crow, fusing the obsidian arrow feather, an innate divine ability. Come and refine the flying sword of this life. Thousands of flying swords covering the sky. It's exciting to think about it. To make the weapon of choice. In addition to refining the demon's own organs. Also in the weapon. Fuse an innate aptitude in the innate weapon. Like the cloud-scaled Snake King that was just killed. It was the fusion of her own divine ability, the blue scale poison devouring, onto her spirit tooth water and fire twin blades, increases the killing power of the natal weapon. Lucian immediately transformed into the three-legged golden crow's body posture, relying on the methods of instinctive alchemy. Hauling a golden crow feather with divine patterns. It landed in the center of the spell formation while inscribing the divine pattern of the obsidian arrow feather on it with spiritual energy. Wisps of aura melted this golden crow feather. In a few moments, a flying sword with an ancient shape, the size of a willow leaf, with a divine purple gold divine pattern, then buzzed and hovered in the air. Lucian took out a piece of immortal gold that was not of high grade, but was tough. Go! Shouting softly, his mind moved and the golden crow feather flying sword swept out in lightning, cutting a long purple gold rainbow in the air and shooting towards the immortal gold in his hand. Boom! The immortal gold shattered with a loud bang and turned into pieces. Not bad, not bad. Lucian nodded in satisfaction. Having melted the furnace obsidian arrow feather avatar, along with my physique being a flood fey, this flying sword rank is still just an ordinary magic treasure. Though, but the power, it's already catching up to the full force of a lower grade Hoteon spiritual treasure. However, it just needs to be contained by a spiritual object from time to time, and refining consumes too many spirit stones. In front of Lucian, the dozens of spirit stones that made up the refining spell formation, it had all lost its aura and turned into a transparent empty shell, ordinary and incomparable. Gotta raise another gold swallowing beast. Oh no, it's a spirit swallowing beast. Lucian played with his flying sword, somewhat helplessly. Refining a flying sword has cost me hundreds of spirit stones. In the future, it will be necessary to frequently contain it with spirit stones and spiritual objects. Add to that the requirement of the spirit needed for the restoration of the Eastern Emperor's bell. That's a bit of a big daily expense for spirits. It seems that not only do I have to participate in the witch demon cataclysm, from now on, I'll have to look for spiritual objects all over the flood. Lucian took out hundreds of spirit stones again, formed a refining spell formation, and once again refined the second instinctive flying sword. After a little over half a day, the number of 27 instinctive flying swords, all refined. It buzzed and hovered in front of him, killing machine bound to appear. And Lucian these days, the hard-earned savings of over 3,000 spirit stones, and pretty much consumed the whole thing. Only a dozen or so pieces were left behind, just in case. It's almost time to get the mission. Lucian retrieved the 20 instinctive flying swords back into his orifices. With my current strength, without utilizing the Eastern Emperor clock, it's no problem at all to kill those ordinary Shin immortals who don't have a high heal. The witch-slaying swords mission should be accomplished quite soundly as well. Lucian intercepted the snakeskin of the cloud-scaled Snake King and put it away in the Aura Cave. At least a heavenly immortal realm demon king, and the remains of his molt can create armor and sell it for hundreds of spirit stones. He then turned into a long rainbow and swept towards the direction of the Buzhou Mountain. The demon court, under the Buzhou Mountain. Look and see. A rare treasure from the shores of the East China Sea. The water-sheltering shark's pearl. Just 100 spirit stones. Clearance sale. This ancestral jade seal of mine opens the door wide, able to absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, accelerating the speed of cultivation, with a rank comparable to that of an innate supreme treasure. Hongjun, one piece for me, not 1888, not 998, just 188 spirit stones. A buy is a win. The supreme treasure dropped from a great demon. At the foot of the mountain, demons came and went. Buzhou Mountain was originally the place on earth connecting the demon court. In the demon race, the status is equivalent to the inner ring of Kyoto, where many indigenous demon races are gathered. There's also the official demon of the demon court to maintain order. It's equivalent to a safe zone for the demons, where they don't have to worry about being brutally murdered by evil demons and foreigners. After the moderns cross over, they also all gathered in this area and set up their stalls on the spot, making it a commercial center. Lucian used his disguise, transfigured his face into the likeness of Song Yang, topped with yellow hair, a casual look around the various stalls. The idea was to see if he could pick up a few spiritual treasures to feed the East Emperor clock. However, Lucian wandered around for a while, then shook his head and walked away. Now in the flood just descended stage. Magic treasure sale did not form a standardized industrial chain. The travelers sell the price are a bit inflated, but also with a little fraudulent nature. It's all about scamming those flooded whites. Any random item with a bit of psychic power, all of them can be bragged by these people to be comparable to an innate spiritual treasure, or even an innate supreme treasure. This made Lucian, who really possessed the supreme treasure, the Eastern Emperor's bell. At one point, I felt penniless. At this point, a few fate demons that hadn't yet transformed into forms were in a hurry with their footsteps, seemingly searching for something. So many demons under the Bujo mountain. Trying to find an earth immortal realm crow demon. Isn't this a needle in a haystack? It's not like we know what he looks like. Why are you so full of? We're from the Xiahou family. And the Xiahou family feeds us. We'll do whatever the family master tells us to do. All pay close attention. If we can't find that first place in the heavenly Dao ranking again, the family head will have to skin us. That demon race must become a member of our Xiahou family. Lucian turned back and looked at the distant backs of these people, slightly puzzled. The head of the Xiahou family. Isn't that Xiahou Tian? Looking for the number 1 spot on the Tendo list right now? What do they want with me? Did you guess that the Flood 100 Dawn is me? Lucian immediately shook his head, denying himself this idea. Nope. I didn't blow my cover. You'll never find me on my account. The flooded bastard. It was even more unlikely that it would be linked to the demon race that was number 1 on the heavenly Dao rankings. It can only be that at that time, when the Golden Crow's essence blood was being sought, the other demon clans next to me who were competing with me leaked some information. I just didn't realize that. This Xiahou family's hand in reality unexpectedly stretches so long. Worthy of being the first family of Dixia. Didn't expect that. Though, this Xiahou Tian is not only looking for me in reality. Surprisingly, even the flooded world is looking for me. The corners of Lucian's mouth hooked up slightly. It's okay, though. After today, I'm going to show up in front of everyone on my own accord. Lucian entered the conscription office with a head of yellow hair. Holy, what the flood by Xiao Shang said is actually true. Just joined the demon clan as a demon soldier. It really is possible to receive a cowhide feat. The inside of the demon court is also dispensing magic treasure, great armor and battle swords. I've found a treasure for nothing. I'm going to swipe 10 wazi for the flood 100 Xiao Shang when I get back. Che, poor people don't know how to be thankful. I swipe 100. But it's just that this goat demon at the recruiting office has a bit of a temper. Inside the conscription office, the line for the Fade demon has reached the front door. All of them came to join the demon court after getting the online tips posted by Lucian. They realize now that, how precious was the information given by the Flood 100 the day before. Lucian skimmed his lips and directly crossed the line towards the hall entrance. Check in and get the hell out of there. Don't linger. Next. Yang Shan, the Mandarin in charge of conscription, was registering with his head down, frowning impatiently as he prodded. And for some reason, the number of foreign demons that joined the demon court these days suddenly skyrocketed. It kept him busy, but even so, Yang Shan still hadn't forgotten that the task given by Lord Baizhe. The idea was to be able to find a foreign demon with outstanding strength from it, so that he could get credit for his promotion. Unfortunately, it was not to be. This has caused him a lot of stress lately and a bit of impatience in all his errands. Lord Yang, I'm here to submit my quest item, Lucian said. Yang Shan was getting annoyed in his mind, frowning and looking up. I was just about to give the unlucky man who bumped into me a few words of reprimand, to let off some steam. Suddenly, the voice feels a little familiar. Looking up at Lucian, not recognizable. Seeing that he was holding 2 slate-sized white jade treasure hunting mouse demons in his hand, he immediately remembered something and his eyes widened suddenly. You are. Chapter 24, A Good Relationship. White Zephyr's Appreciation. Yang Shan saw Lucian. Straight away, he put down the work he was doing and stood up excitedly. Your little brother Lu, is that you? Little brother Lu, you're even alive? Not coming back for so long, I almost thought you died at the hands of those demon kings. I can't believe you're still alive. I am just so happy. I wasn't wrong about the man in the first place. The official Yang Shan turned to the table and looked Lucian up and down. The corner of his mouth was a suppressed smile. I told you so. You have good talent, little brother. And the inherited race is not bad, either. Now, it has even broken through to the Earth Immortal realm. Such a short time. Just broke through to the Earth Immortal realm. It's true that genius comes out of the youth. The cadre of Fade demons at the back who were lining up were directly dumbfounded at the sight of this image. Not that man. Demon who? How do you just jump the queue? Twig 666. No, why is that foul-mouthed Mandarin so agitated at the sight of him? Yeah, differentiation. Why are you just so impatient with us? The old man is upset. To hell with all the connections, okay. Excessive how people still go straight away. I have not registered it. The official Yang Shan was incredibly enthusiastic and directly took the 2 large rat demons in Lucian's hand and waved towards several small officials. The Fade demon registration thing. You guys watch. I will first take this little brother to collect the relevant items. Saying that, he quietly pressed a summoning jade button. Then leaving a group of people looking at each other in place, he took Lucian to turn to the backyard. The Demon Emperor Palace. The side hall. The residence of White Zephyr. I didn't realize that the ancestral witch Hutu had clearly been incarnated in the 6 paths of reincarnation. There are also only 11 ancestral witches left in the 12th capital heavenly goddess's great formation. The replacement up Chi is only a great witch, and still can make the big array play this great power. Nowadays, the battle on the front line of the demon witch is 100,000 times more urgent. The matter of collecting grievances for the sword embryo of the witch-slaying sword. There must be no further delay. If I can no longer find a suitable foreign demon, I will have no choice but to look for another great demon with enough merit. Come and finish the matter now. Hopefully, this will offset some of the karma against my demon race. Bai Zhe was sitting at the table. On the table was a large pile of war reports from the front line of the witch-demon battlefield. The battle situation in the sorcerer and demon battlefield made him unable to help but tighten his brows. Suddenly, the transmission jade button on the table lit up. Yang Shan found another suitable candidate? Shirazawa's frown soothed slightly, though it was immediately tightened again by deep sadness. These days, Yang Shan, who is in charge of recruitment, whenever he encounters a colorful foreign demon, all of them will send a message to Bai Zhe and White Zephyr. Every time he gets a message, he immediately takes a break from his busy schedule, rush to the bottom of the uncharted mountain and go to observe the test. Unfortunately, those candidates picked by Yang Shan were still not enough to fulfill this great task. Ugh, Bai Zhe, who didn't hold much hope, couldn't help but sigh. It's better to go down the mountain and have a look. If it's not possible, we'll have to find another way. Captain Foxwoods. Yang Shan led Lucian to the demon court armory and took the initiative to say to the fox demon in charge of issuing the armory, "This little brother Lu and I have a close relationship. Not long ago, another pioneer officer's mission was accomplished. Now, I'll lead him to pick out the vanguard officer's standard battle armor as well as his battle sword. Don't I have a centurion's battle armor with higher defense left over in the armory? For my sake, you're accommodating. Put my good buddy on it straight away." The fox demon in charge of distributing the ordnance looked at Lucian and smiled as he moved 2 chairs. "Look at what Lord Yang said. Isn't your brother my brother? This little brother of yours is extraordinary at first glance. His future achievements are destined to be extraordinary. I don't need you to give the word about the battle armor. I'll take the initiative to get it for you." "Little one, just a moment, both of you. Someone in the dynasty is a good thing." Lucian can't help but sigh. This way, under the leadership of the Mandarin Yang Shan, there were no difficulties in receiving the gongfa, the military pay, and even now the ordnance. Remember, in my previous life, in the online guide about joining the demon court, it's about these difficult little ghosts, almost all the way to the food and drink. When Lucian joined the demon court in his previous life, he also stumbled along the way and paid a large number of spirit stones before successfully completing the formalities. It's not like now, with the streetlights on all the way. One by one, the minor officials were greeted with enthusiasm. After receiving the gongfu and systematic preparation, Yang Shan led Lucian to the martial arts arena. "Little brother Lu, do you trust old brother?" Yang Shan looked at Lucian. "Look at what you said. Brother Yang." Lucian respectfully clasped his fists. "You've helped me along the way, and I'm sure I'll keep that in mind." "Little brother, talk about trusting or not trusting." Brother Yang is out of line with these words. Lucian directly changed his address to Big Brother Yang, quietly closing the distance between the two. Yang Shan was really used and opened the door. "Here's the thing. One of the Lord bits above arranged for your old brother and I to pick an outstanding Fey demon, to accomplish a task that is not so well described. I saw that you have a remarkable heritage, elder brother Lu, so I recommended you to that Lord. Now, you need to go through that Lord's test. Is elder brother Lu willing?" Lucian has something in mind. He himself, now, should have triggered the witch-slaying sword's quest. Without moving, he nodded. "Please also ask Brother Yang for clarification." At this point, a middle-aged man with an elegant and dusty demeanor, wearing a white robe with a pair of wise pupils walked out. This is the White Zephyr Demon Saint, one of the top 10 demon saints, a military figure in the demon court. Lucian recognized the white-robed man almost the moment he appeared. Immediately, he was sure that he had really triggered the witch-slaying sword's quest this time. "This is Lord Bai Zhe." Yang Shan took the initiative to introduce. Lucian saluted with a calm expression and greeted respectfully. He'd dealt with white zeppelins in his previous life, knowing that his innate aptitude is able to see into the hearts of people, tending to good fortune and avoiding evil, tending to life and avoiding death. It is extremely heaven-defying, so it wasn't going to put on too many expressions and paint a picture. Bai Zhe nodded slightly, a little surprised in his heart. "I didn't expect this Fey demon to see me. I can't believe my expression is still so calm. In the past, when other foreign demons heard of my name, Bai Zhe, either that, or they're out of line, either that, or you're just fawning and trying to curry favor with me. It's the first time I've met such an unassuming presence." In his heart, he became more and more curious about Lucian. His eyes, which could see into the hearts of men. Although it was not very effective against the fey demons who circumvented karma, it was still possible to keenly sense the changes in their psyche. The thing about the mission. Bai Zhe looked straight at Lu Xun. Lord Young has spoken to Jane Yu. The reward for this mission. Very deep. Of course, I can also make it clear to you that this mission is equally treacherous. If you want to refuse, I naturally won't force myself. Lu Xun calmly locked eyes with Bai Zhe. I can try. White Zephyr's heart appreciated it slightly. This Lu Xun's answer. Neither for showing greed for lucrative rewards, nor show any fear of the menacing task. The mind is still sane and has passed. Chapter 25. A word gives White Zephyr an epiphany. Ascends to the demon court. Bai Zhe beckoned in the direction of the drill hall. A big, sturdy and naive demon, clad in battle armor, walked over. This Commander Xiong is in the middle stage of the Xianxian immortal realm. You need to last 10 breaths at his hands before you are eligible to accept my commission. The bear commander was close to 2.5 meters tall and held 2 mountain opening axes in a formidable manner. Last past 10 breaths? Lu Xun pondered slightly. What? Think it's too hard? White Zephyr asked rhetorically. No. Lu Xun shook his head seriously. I just don't think it's going to be too easy. After all, with his current strength, he was also 99% sure of killing a mid-Xianxian realm demon king. Yang Shan screamed in his heart that it was not good. Oops. Lord Shiredo doesn't like people who are complacent. What's going on with little brother Lu? He was so humble and polite before. How come at this critical juncture? Suddenly so mouthy. Bai Zhe also frowned slightly. And the goodwill that had just been built up towards Lu Xun before was swept away. The matter of the witch-slaying sword. It's bound to suffer 100 obstacles from the witch race's masters. This Lu Xun's character is so good and happy. He may not be able to make it. Commander Xiong was not amused and laughed. Since this little brother has such a big mouth, then for the next match, I won't hold back any longer. Lu Xun walked towards the center of the martial arts arena and clasped his fists at the tiger-backed bear commander. I am much offended. Commander Xiong drank in a deep voice, and he really didn't treat Lu Xun with politeness. His chi condensed, and his body instantly soared several meters, covered in a thick, earthy yellow light, wielding 2 battle axes that knock. The Bigfoot crushed the ground and rushed towards Lu Xun with an earth-shaking momentum. Go! Lu Xun shouted. A flying sword entwined with golden-purple flames flew out from the orifices and swept towards the opponent like lightning. A ding, a ding, a ding. Striking through the battle axe in the bear commander's hand, he attacked like a bee entering a nest, circling him up and down. White Zephyr's pupils stared slightly. This flying sword is so powerful feeling, and the flames on the flying sword give me the feeling that it's so much like the true fire of the sun on His Majesty. But it's very different again. The true fire of the sun on His Majesty's body is of a white gold color. The flame on Lu Xun's body, on the other hand, was a golden purple color. It's just the earth immortal realm. Lu Xun was able to show such strength. If it was the heavenly immortal realm, defeating the bear commander would be absolutely easy. Turns out, I was wrong about him before. It wasn't that he was complacent, but he truly had the strength to defeat the Xianxian immortal realm. Bai Zhe looked at Yang Shan with slight shame. Yang Shan, what kind of inheritance is in this Lu Xun? Yang Shan slightly pondered and whispered. About his heel and bottom. I didn't look deeper than that, either, but according to his own words, it seems to be a fae with some green phoenix bloodline. How numerous the 10,000 races of the flood wasteland are. It's only natural for some heavenly pride to appear from time to time. White Zephyr nodded, not delving too deeply into the matter of inheritance. After all, the inheritance was about the individual's bottom line, and it wasn't appropriate to delve too deeply into it. He looked toward the center of the martial arts arena, satisfied with Lu Xun's performance. Lu Xun's flying sword of this nativity is indeed not bad in terms of power, but alas, only one. If there is a second one, defeating the bear commander will be absolutely easy. The words had not yet fallen. With a swoosh of clear sound, the second golden purple flying sword swept out from behind Lu Xun. The 2 flying swords are like threading a needle, flying up and down around the huge-bodied bear commander. He kept launching attacks, rapidly consuming the layer of earth-colored halo. Commander Xiong himself is an earth attribute great demon. Defense-oriented, bulky body. The 2 flying swords were extremely fast, and the attacks were so overwhelming that they were soon in a sorry state. Lu Xun did not embarrass the other party and promptly withdrew his sword into his orifices and respectfully clasped his fists. Lu Xun has undertaken to do so. Commander Bear is also simple-minded. Not because of the defeat. Lu Xun, and annoyed, carrying 2 tattered battle axes, said smilingly, little brother Lu is powerful. I'm convinced. Next time I have the chance to spar again. Lu Xun nodded. Witness the departure of Commander Bear. I'm satisfied with your strength, White Zephyr said in a much more conciliatory tone. But before that, I want to show you something. You reconfirmed that you want to accept this mission. After saying that, he made a point to Lucian's eyes and, in front of Lucian's eyes, the image of the conscription office at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain immediately appeared. A few modern demons have banded together to join the demon court. When they were at the entrance to the conscription office, the great sorcerer disguised as a demon next to them suddenly appeared and, slashing indiscriminately at these modern demon races. The wailing sounds rose and fell, quickly cutting down hundreds of demon race. Shortly thereafter, soldiers from the nearby demon court who were patrolling the area arrived late and killed these rebellious sorcerers. Your Excellency is trying to tell me, Lucian spoke calmly, to accept this mission, one must accept the fate of the demon court. Will it be hunted down by the endless hostility of the witch clan? Baize nodded calmly and didn't say anything. That lord is really underestimating me, Lucian said in a calm tone of voice. Cultivate in this flooded heaven and earth. Isn't it just fixing the word fight? Struggle for the aura of heaven and earth. Struggle for heavenly materials and treasures. And struggle for heaven and earth's fortune. Contend with all things in heaven and earth. And with all races in the world. Where is the reasoning that tends to the good and avoids the bad? That only benefits are gained and no karma is involved. In the past, when the Dao ancestor beheaded Luo Shuhu and His Majesty the Demon Emperor expelled the Duke of the East, none of them were like this. Not to contend, but to be small in the end. Going against the grain is the way. Since the moment I lifted my foot into the demon court, I'll just accept that I'll be targeted by the witch clan. And being hunted by the witch clan is no reason to stop me from getting stronger. For a traveler plus a flood fan, Lucian could be too clear about the nature of these flood catastrophes. Whether it's the battle of the demon gods before the great witch demon calamity, or the subsequent great god sealing, or even the great journey to the west. Essentially it's that old man Hong Jun evolving the heavenly Tao. It was what drove these great catastrophes and drove the fight between the living beings of the flood world. So, escape, seclusion, living. In the end, there is no escaping the fate of being a fish or a meat. To participate in it, to go against the heavens, to fight for the great Tao, and to keep getting stronger, is the right way. Fix a word of contention. Baize was shocked in place by Lucian's words. There is no such thing as tending to the good, only the good. Undisputed, ultimate trail, against all odds, the end of the road. These words of Lucian echoed in Demon Saint Baize's mind for a long time. This moment, he inexplicably felt a sense of darkness and clarity. Being the innate beast that he is, from the moment he was born, he gained the ability to avoid life and death, and to understand the human heart. 10 million years of cultivation. Careful all the way. It's like walking on thin ice, but it's a smooth ride after all. It is only now that he has become one of the 10 demon saints of the demon court in the prominent position of the demon court's military division. But in all fairness, as to the purpose of the practice, he didn't have a clear answer in his mind after all, confused and muddled. Until today, when Lucian appeared, it took saying those words to clear up some of his confusion. Shiraz feels that one was suddenly a huge step closer to that otherwise nebulous bottleneck. Quite a nice way of putting it, White Zephyr said, smiling knowingly at Lucian. Your answer satisfies me. Yang Shan, who was next to him, saw the expression on Baize's face and, broken, wondered if he'd misread the situation. Lord White Zephyr is usually, although his temper is still quite kind, unlike other adults who are so well behaved, nor had he ever been this out of sorts, facing an earthy mortal realm lesser demon and revealing such an expression of recognition. Yang Shan, this matter has been settled. White Zephyr touched out a commander's belt plate. Over at the Ordnance Division, there's a commanding officer position still open. Since you're usually pretty diligent in the recruiting office, so the position, it's yours. Go to your appointment now. On Yang Shan's face, a smile of celebration and joy immediately appeared. It's true. I wasn't wrong about him. Brother Lucian really is a rare talent. I'm doing him a favor today. It was only then that I finally moved from that cold bench in the recruiting office. When I made that choice, doing it is just so right. Lord Baize, then I will take my leave first. Yang Shan beautifully received the waistplate and cupped his fists at Lucian again. Little brother Lu, let's both part ways here. If you need my help with anything in this demon court in the future, you can come to the armory division to find me. Brother, I will answer any request. Lucian nodded slightly. Witness Yang Shan walking away with the wind in his sails. Let's go. Follow me up to the demon court, White Zephyr said as he brought up Lucian on the wind. I'll walk and talk with you. Chapter 26 Rabbit Ears Lolita. Bargaining with Baize. Lucian ascended to the clouds of the White Zephyr. Follow him all the way up the Buzhou mountain to reach the 9 heavenly K, the seat of the demon court surrounded by 9 astral winds. Pavilions and pavilions with flying eaves and arches. Clouds and fog. The view is like heaven on earth. No, it's not. It's not almost. It's the real deal. Wonderland. White Zephyr is on the wind. While telling Lucian about the origin of the witch-slaying sword, it is nothing more than the witch body is too powerful. The demon race cannot help, so had to cast a witch-slaying sword capable of breaking the body of the ancestral witches out. However, the casting of the witch-slaughtering sword had reached the final step, requiring the sacrifice of living spirits' grievances before it could be finalized. Lucian has known all this for a long time, so just pretending to listen attentively, he was actually seriously enjoying the scenery of the demon court. Worthy of being the demon court? It's just grand. It was the first time he had ascended the demon court and seen the scenery. Even in a previous life on the internet, records of the demon race are also few and far between. As a veteran keyboard warrior, he hadn't heard online that any of the big guys had ascended to the demon court. Own this one. It may be the scorpion poop alone. At that moment, Baizé suddenly stopped and, casting his gaze behind a nearby palace wall, he flicked his sleeve corner. A ripple of aura spread out, and a little lowly dressed in a moonlight white sarong appeared. Lucian fixed his eyes on. The little lowly looks just 14 or 15 years old. Her body has the curvature of a young girl. Her skin is as fair as jade. Her features are delicate and small. Her pupils are like stars. Her white hair is like a waterfall. And she has a pair of pink and dexterous rabbit ears, tiptoeing around with the look of a thief. It looks playful with a touch of cuteness. Your Highness, what are you doing here? Baizé's tone was kind. Your Highness? When Lucian heard this title, his mind immediately made a guess about the identity of the young girl. Demon Emperor Jun is the lord of the demon court, and he also has Shiha as his queen and Changshi, the goddess of Taiyin, as his consort. With the demon queen Shiha, she gave birth to 10 little golden crows, and with Changshi, the goddess of the Taiyin, she gave birth to 12 little moons. 9 of the 10 golden crows are now dead. The remaining one, secretly hidden in the Nuwa palace by the Nuwa demon sage to avoid being counted, was the famous Luji Daoran, who was later on in the list of god feuding, and 12 moons. It is said that the races are all Taiyin Tamagotchi. This little rabbit-eared, white-haired lowly in front of me should be one of them. Uncle Baizé, the rabbit-eared lowly explains somewhat sheepishly. There's nothing wrong with me. It's just that I feel too bored in the Taiyin Moon Palace, hanging around, just wandering around. A bright light flashed in those eyes of Baizé, and he exhorted, Your Highness, now that my demon clan and the sorcerer clan are at war, there are many crises within the flood. You are in a position of honor. It's better not to just go out of the demon court, otherwise His Majesty the Demon Emperor will be worried. Who said I was going down the mountain? I didn't. Uncle Bai, don't slander me. The little rabbit-eared lowly retorted with a trifecta and pouted again. I was just wandering around. You mustn't tell father about my coming out. Baizé nodded slightly. If your highness returns to Taiyin Star now, White Zephyr then pretends this never happened. The demon princess hesitated for a moment, looked at Baizé, and, again, he suddenly turned his gaze to Lucian. His dexterous eyes turned, seemed to have thought of something, and said with a smile, I'll go back now. Then, Uncle Bai must tell father. I never wanted to go down. I was just wandering around. This demon princess looks not too smart, Yazzie, Lucian said in his heart, before the little rabbit-eared lowly left, and after carefully surveying Lucian's face for a while. With that, his body flickered and disappeared without a trace at a shocking speed. Lucian followed Baizé, flying all the way up to the 9 heavens, through the rigid and overbearing 9 astral winds, come to a fiery red-covered, fire essence exuberant planet of the sun. This is the legendary off-fire Fusang Wood? Lucian looked in front of him and, the fire-red divine tree with a canopy that covered the sky, had branches and no leaves, and was draped in the true fire of the sun could not help but let out a heartfelt sigh of astonishment. Fuzanji. It is also known as the fire-exploding Fusang Wood, which is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the flood world, the flesh and blood of the ancient devil god, and the first innate essence of fire-exploding fire fused together, is the extreme innate spiritual root of the fire genus. It's the sacred tree that gave birth to the demon emperor Jun, and the eastern emperor Tai Chi. Lucian forcibly suppressed the twig-breaking thought, followed by Zay to the root of Fusang Wood, in front of a huge sword-casting platform. That would be the unfinished Witch Slayer sword. Baizé points to the sword-casting platform. There hovered a sword embryo with a pitch-black hilt, a spine for a sword, and a shocking evil aura. This witch-slaughtering sword has been forged to the last moment. There are still 1,000,000 strands of grudge souls to be collected to quench the sword before it can be considered finalized. And that's the task I'm going to entrust to you. Baizé looked at Lucian. To his surprise, he didn't see any shock or fear in Lucian's eyes, only calmness like a deep pool. For a moment this gave Baizé the illusion that the Lucian in front of him was not a small demon of the earth immortal realm, but a saint who had attained the Tao. When you hear about the millions of grievances, he's so calm, So calm it's scary. Lucian retracted his gaze from the Witch Slayer sword and asked back in a calm tone, "What about mission pay?" Bai Zhe paused for a moment, not expecting Lucian to ask this first, and slowly said, "As long as you accept the mission, make a vow to heaven, the demon court, will then present you with a Fusang flower born by the Fusang spirit root. There's a trace of the Sun True Flame's Tao rhythm in it, and it's marvelous. After completing the sword quenching task, the demon court will also, based on the degree of task completion, and grant you another reward that is not inferior to the fuchsia, of your own choosing, a Fusang flower, the essence of Fusang wood, one of the 10 great spiritual roots, plus a bonus of an ungodly fuchsia, rewards and past lives online." The few bigwigs who had accepted the witch-slaying sword quest burst out with the same information. Lucian slightly smacked his lips in his heart. If he hadn't obtained the Eastern Emperor's bell, as well as evolved the three-legged golden crow and obtained the Demon Emperor's inheritance, for such a rewarding assignment, it can be considered extremely top-notch. The Fusang flower can comprehend the way of fire and obtain the true fire of the sun. You lead and he delivers. It's also a way to give you a boost. Having realized the true fire of the sun, it was almost enough to book a spot in the top 10 of the Heaven's Path rankings, and another reward that doesn't lose out to fuchsia. It was more than enough for a mediocre little demon to occupy the top of the Heavenly Tao ranking, but the pay is generous and the difficulty of the task is very high. Of course, this was only for the other demon races. Lucian's previous life, the completion of the witch-slaying sword quest would be very difficult. It wasn't accomplished by a single demon. Rather, the top 100 demons relayed on the Heavenly Tao list. A dead one. The demon court retrieves the witch-slaying sword and lets the other one pick up the slack. The top 100 demon clans in the country are almost dead. In the end, it was only with difficulty that the task of collecting 1,000,000 strands of resentful souls was accomplished. But, in this life, Lucian has long had a plan, and does not need to be so troublesome. He's sure of it. Relying on the machinations of the account of the flooded 100, do this in a very short period of time. So, in order to maximize the benefits, and for the sake of cultivating the spirit of the heavenly realm afterwards, he intends to up the ante. I can guarantee that within 10 days, I will collect 1,000,000 grievances for the witch slaughter sword. White Zephyr froze for a moment, not questioning Lucian's ability, but asking in return. So, Chapter 27, The Strongest Spirit Cultivation. 5 Elements Spiritual Body. So, have to add money. Lucian continued, taking advantage of Bai Zhe's blank stare. I mean, if I can help the witch-slaying sword finish collecting the grudge spirits within 10 days, I need the demon court to pay me another Amu Huangjongli, and a Taiyin laurel flower. Lucian directly stated his request. A wood yellow with plums, one of the 10 innate wood roots. Legend has it that if you eat one of the fruits you can ascend to the great Luo golden immortal in place. Huangjongli Lingen, originally in the hands of the Lord of the Immortal Court, the honest Lord of the East. When the Immortal Court and the Demon Court fought, after the destruction of the Immortal Court, Di Jun had captured a few fruits. The spiritual root, however, was taken away by the first Heavenly Father, one of the 3 purities. Sure, Lucian wanted the plum in yellow, and it wasn't for eating. Rather, it is for the sake of the peregrination afterwards. Pay one of the strongest heavenly immortal realms 5 elements spiritual bodies. By relying on Huang Zhongli to promote to De Luo Jinxian, one can only become a De Luo Jinxian with the lowest killing power, and one's lifelong cultivation will cease. Never again hoping for the great Tao. It's a total cribbing thing. No flood bigwig with a little bit of pursuit would choose to eat the yellow center plum. Huang Zhongli? Bai Zhe was also slightly stunned for a moment. How did he know that the demon court had a yellow medium plum fruit? Bai Zhe is only now realizing, after the fact, that the little demon in front of me knows something that, significantly more than one would expect. And he seems to be on top of everything. All of them are in the posture of a man who has a plan and has planned ahead of time. It wasn't like the other Fey demon kind, taking one step at a time and being curious in a vague way about anything and everything. This land sink, obviously a great deal of scheming. Whitey had a hunch that, now this little demon in front of you, who is still a nobody, in the future, it will probably be famous. Li in yellow and Laurel in Taiyin, nodded White Zephyr. I can even promise you that on behalf of the demon court. Of course, all of this presupposes that you are able to complete the collection of grievances for the witch-slaying sword within 10 days. As long as we finish refining the witch slayer sword earlier, White Hazel could even concede a greater interest in the Huangjongli plus Taiyin lunar laurel only. Although these 2 spiritual objects, to the demon court, were still quite important, but compared to the witch-slaying sword, it paled into insignificance. Sure, the reason White Haze agreed to it, in the final analysis, or to what Lucian said, There wasn't much confidence in collecting 1,000,000 grievances in 10 days. If we don't get it done, we'll be able to haggle about the pay. Alright, I can now take the heavenly Tao oath and accept the mission. Lucian said, the oath of heaven. Make an oath in the presence of the heavenly Tao, and as soon as you break it, you will immediately die from the backlash of the heavenly Tao's power. White Zephyr nodded. Thou shalt make an oath by the heavenly way. During the collection of grievances, one will not have the mind to betray the demon court and give the witch-slaying sword to other forces. Lucian pointed to the sky with one finger and solemnly made a vow. Rumble. In the chaos above the 9 heavenly queens, a tail of thunder dragon flashed out and swallowed this oath into its stomach. The heavenly law bears witness that disobedience will lead to death. Zay confirms that the oath is correct, pointing at the evil witch slayer sword. Go and take down the witch slayer's sword. The sword is so powerful that it amplifies the desires of the bearer's heart. Take heed. Never let it dominate your mind. Otherwise, you'll be a walking corpse before you've finished collecting grudges. Is it so perverted? Lucian boarded the sword-casting platform. Making up his mind, he slowly probed his hand and gripped the hilt of his sword. Moment. Monstrous blood chi spread out from the sword and poured into Lucian's thin body. Lust, violence, arrogance, hatred, and so on and so forth. The emotions that are usually buried deep in Lucian's heart are expanded tens of thousands of times, making him crazy. Get thee outta here. Lucian let out a low gulp and his mind snapped. The 2 lifetimes of his Yuanshan, combined with the power of the Golden Crow's heel, allowed him to regain control of his mind with ease. Monstrous blood chi fished out of his body and returned to the witch-slaughtering sword. Your willpower is beyond my expectations. White Zephyr nodded in satisfaction. I thought you suppressed the will of the witch-slaying sword. It takes at least half a day, but I didn't expect it to be done in an instant. You might actually be able to collect the grudges in 10 days. Zay probed into his arms. He touched out a white skin mask with divine patterns, a fiery red flower, and a transmission jade seal. One by one, they handed them to Lucian. This skyfox mask, it's made from the fur of a great Luo golden immortal level 9-tailed skyfox. Refined. You can change your appearance at will and it won't be seen by those below the Paragon realm. There is also the effect of obscuring part of the sky. It's on loan to you for the time being, upon completion of the mission. And then return it to me along with the Witch Slayer sword. No one below the level of Paramount Saints can see through it? What a great treasure for killing and framing. I must find a way to obscure it. Lucian received the Skyfox mask and transformed into Song Yang's appearance, carrying the Witch Slayer sword on his back. This transmission jade seal is able to contact me. Zay gave the jade seal again. If thou art in a state of certain death, can send a message to me? I'll take one shot. But of course, saving you is another story. I know. The main thing is to retrieve the witch-slaying sword well. Lucian took the jade seal. In the previous life, the demon clan relied on this kind of relay, and hundreds of people died before they could barely finish collecting the grudge spirits. It's fuchsia. There's a hint of the Taoist flavor of the sun true flame in it. You can refine it and raise your strength afterward. Go and collect the grudges again. Fusang flower palm size, into the hands of the hot, the body winding red gold flame, petals, with a little bit of devouring condensed into the divine pattern, divine incomparable. Lucian put everything away. White Zephyr barked a few more words, and then left the sun planet covered by Fuzanji. Can this little crow demon really complete the collection of 1,000,000 grudges? Behind the trunk of the Fusang wood, a middle-aged man in royal robes with a powerful aura appeared. Your Majesty. Zay bowed slightly to Demon Emperor Jun and shook his head. I don't know. You don't seem, to me, to have much faith in him either. The witch-slaying sword is, after all, related to the victory or defeat of the Great War, and it is impossible for me to place such a heavy burden on a small demon like him. Do you have a backhand ready? If he fails, recapture the witch-slaying sword and continue searching for the next Fey demon. Jun looked at Lucian's distant back and let out a slight sigh. However, the foreign demons with outstanding talent like this are ultimately a minority. Lucian left Sunstar along the same path. Maisie returned towards the location of Buzhou Mountain. This wave ascends. It can be very rewarding. Now on him. Even if you remove the Donghuang clock, which is a plug-in, I'm afraid that it is also more profound than some ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortals. Naturally, there's no need to talk about the witch-slaying sword. Although it hadn't been completely refined and was only a sword embryo, it had a killing power that was stronger than many mid-grade innate spiritual treasures. Skyfox mask. Not only can they disguise themselves, but they can also cover up heavenly chances, and they can't be seen through below the level of a quasi-saint, though not an innate spiritual treasure. But the effect was already incomparable to quite a few lower-grade innate spiritual treasures. The Skyfox mask must definitely find a way to obscure it. Lucian secretly resolved. Fuchsia, containing a hint of the Taoist flavor of the sun's true fire. That's a straight-up head-scratcher when you take it out. Sure enough, Participating in the Great Tribulation is the correct way to open the flood. Lucian happily was preparing to go down the mountain. Suddenly, a young girl's clear voice came from behind her. Please stay. Chapter 28, Returning. I'm on fire. Holy. This sentence cannot be. Xing said. Ah. Lucian turned his head, relief at the sight of a familiar figure. The person who came was none other than the not-so-bright-looking princess of the demon clan not long ago. Your Highness. Lucian bowed respectfully. I wonder what you wanted to see me about. The demon princess curiously surveyed Lucian up and down and opened the door. I want you to take me down the Unchained Mountain. When it's done, all of these things are yours. Saying that, from his arms, he fished out several melon-sized, aura-rich items. Lucian fixed his eyes on. Good man. This is Tyene Laurel Z. Although it wasn't comparable to the Tyene Laurel, it was still considered to be the best of the best within the spirit. Such a rare spirit. She's got a big handful at once. Like a melon. This demon princess in front of me is a big one. This thigh. Oh, not jade foot I can hold tight. But Lucian thought for a moment. It was found that these laurels seemed to be unqualified for earning on their own. Take the princess of the demon tribe down to the floodplains. What a joke. Lucian can be too clear about the level of danger in the floodplain. Now, at such a critical moment in the witch demon war, if he took her down the mountain by himself, if anything happened, he would definitely suffer. I wonder, what is your highness going down the mountain for? Lucian didn't immediately refuse and prepared to probe her. The demon princess's handsome little face deflated, flashing a hint of fierceness. The hated witches killed several of my brothers. I'm going down the mountain to avenge them. With this small body, you still go down the mountain to take revenge? Maybe it will become a spicy rabbit head. Lucian sternly refused. Nowadays, the witch and demon clans are fighting in chaos. The floodplain is in crisis. I am sorry to comply with this request of your highness. How dare you refuse my request? The Tyene Jade Rabbit's face showed anger. Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Then you kill me. The not-so-smart Tyene Moon Rabbit did not expect Lucian to be not afraid of boiling water, and his tone suddenly turned slower. Well, actually, I was just scaring you. I didn't realize you had such a backbone. I didn't want to really kill you, but in that case, I'll have to find someone else, the white-haired lowly muttered, turning to leave. Your highness, please stay. Lucian suddenly spoke. Although I cannot take you down the mountain, there is one thing I can do on your behalf. The demon princess's rabbit ears suddenly perked up in surprise. What is it? I can help you kill the witch clan and avenge your brother's death. In a previous life, online information recorded that the 12 princesses of the demon clan, until the demon clan was overthrown, never went down to Tyene Star. All of them are simple-minded and unworldly. Lucian bet on the fact that she didn't know about the flood. Right. The demon princess's eyes narrowed into a crescent shape in surprise. Since I can't go down, I'll let you kill the witches for me, and I can pay you for it. How could you be so smart? I didn't even think of that method. Lucian, I heard from father and the others, continued the little white-haired girl. There's something inside the witch race called the ancestral witch, and it's the most abominable. In that case, help me kill an ancestor witch, and I can bring you more lunar laurel next time. Saying that, he spread out the handful of laurel in his palm and handed it to Lucian. Hiss, kill the ancestral witch. Ah. Lucian was a little heartbroken and took the laurel sun. Yes, your highness, I take this commission. I'll go back to the witch clan and kill an ancestral witch and try to bring his head back to you soon. Lucian slipped a handful of laurel into his arms and, waving goodbye sheepishly, he flew rapidly toward the mountain. Leaving the foolish and naive demon princess waving her hand in place, she waited for Lucian to return from killing the ancestral witch. Next to the corner, a figure wearing a demon emperor's robe took it all in. Can't help but twitch the corners of my mouth. The countdown to the return has officially begun. 10, 9. Lucian had just returned to Buzhou Mountain when the sound of returning. That's just right. One could go back and make the final step of planning for the refining of the witch-slaying sword. Lucian waited for a few seconds before his eyes blinked and he returned to reality once again. After a brief wash and breakfast, Lucian once again took out his laptop and prepared to board the account of the flooded bastard. What's in the eye of the beholder? Still the situation of the placements in the Tendo rankings. This time, the range of recorded rankings has been expanded and updated directly to the top 10,000 names. Lucian casually swept a few eyes. Today, the rate of cultivation enhancement of the spokespersons of several major families, compared to yesterday, it slowed down considerably. Top 10. Except for Lucian himself, who still steadily occupied the top position, having reached beyond the peak of the 9th stage of the Earth Immortal realm, with the exception of the second-place finisher, Xiahou Tian, who had just reached the 9th rank. The other 8, all of them were at the 8th order hovering hard, and the cultivation levels of the top 100 had all already exceeded the 6th rank. The first 10,000, too, had all reached the 5th rank. It's okay, I'm still in a distant 2nd place. The highest, Xiahou Tian, is only at the beginning of the 9th rank. I'm at the peak of the 9th stage of the Earth Immortal realm, together with the body and inheritance of the 3-legged golden crow, and the 27 native flying swords of spirit treasures of uncommon killing power, as well as the witch-slaying sword. Just be steady against these guys. Killing a million of them is more than enough without utilizing the Eastern Emperor clock, said Lucian, closing the page, logged into the account of the flooded bastard and started editing up. Kyoto, Xiahou family, how's it going? Did you find the flood 100? Xiahou Tian pushed away the 2 new mistresses on his left and right and raised his eyes to the assistant who pushed his way in. Home Lord, no luck. The assistant frowned and shook her head. The account of the flood by Xiao Shang. The time to register is the day after the flood descends, and completely avoided the local servers of the Shivering Sun Group. The IP address of the account is not in the country, and the number of transfers is too alarming. I had a professional technical department check it out, and it will take at least a year to find it. Waste. Loser. A bunch of rice buckets. Xiahou Tian smashed the laptop in front of him to smithereens with one fist. His palm was cut by a sharp object. Scarlet blood dripped along his arm and fell to the ground. A couple of medics stepped forward in silence, enduring his spit of fenugreek to bandage his wounds. My Xiahou family spends tens of millions of dollars every year. What's the point of keeping you lunch pails? Is it just dinner? What's the use of my Xiahou family needing you bunch of losers? I'm on fire right now. Xiahou Tian cursed for a moment, then looked at his assistant with a cold face. Where's that Tendo ranking number 1? Have you heard from him? The assistant let out a long breath and rushed forward, holding the tablet. According to the description of those men on the shores of the East China Sea, the technician drew a picture of the man. Demon. The assistant tapped the tablet. A full body, feathers dark, raven head and body, god like the golden-winged rock eagle's image, appeared on the flatbed. Xiahou Tian swept his head down and the corners of his mouth twitched. He doubted very much that by virtue of such an abstract portrait, can we really find that mysterious first person of the demon race? Strongly holding back his anger, he said, send this picture out, let the brothers of the converted demons be aware of this. I, the Xiahou family, must find this person. Xiahou Tian rubbed his temples and added, by the way, keep those guys who usually have their eyes on the prize on their toes. Show some respect for people. Our Xiahou clan lost the flood 100 Xiao Shang. We absolutely cannot lose him again. Xiahou Tian beckoned to the outside, and was just about to let the 2 who had gone out vent their fire on him. The assistant spoke up in sudden surprise. There's news. What news? With the previous lesson, this time Xiahou Tian was obviously a bit more sensible. Both. What does all mean? The assistant handed the tablet to Xiahou Tian. There's news of both the flood 100 Xiaoshang and the first of the demon race. Chapter 29, taking the initiative to expose the witch-slaying sword. The whole network was shocked. Do you still remember the news I broke earlier? About the demon court being in the process of refining the witch slaughter sword? The Liu family villa. On his laptop, Lucian tapped the line. According to reliable information, the demon court witch slayer sword is in the final stage of refining, and will be completed soon. The last part of the process is to sacrifice the spirits to quench the witch-slaying sword. While exploring the floodplains today, my informant told me that someone was killed by an Earth Immortal Realm modern demon in the outskirts of the Buzhou mountain area, and he was carrying a long sword with an incomparable evil aura that sucks in souls. Almost certain that Earth Immortal Realm modern demon race is the mysterious leader of the heavenly Dao ranking. The sword weapon he carries is the Witch Slayer sword, and the demonic inheritance obtained is very powerful. The quality of the witch slaughtering sword is at least a Hotian supreme treasure. Extremely dangerous. Based on my study of the flood myths, I need to remind you, demons need a lot of spirits to make the witch-slaying sword. It is better not to go to the activities near Buzhou Mountain in the near future, so as not to become the material of the grievous spirits. Lucian briefly checked to make sure he wouldn't expose his message and clicked send. With his previous outbursts, nowadays, the account of Flood by Xiao Shang has an extremely high popularity and has long become the hottest account among netizens. Sure enough, just as he expected, the moment the post was sent, it was once again pushed to the top of the Hot 100. Gosh, the mysterious number 1 in the Tendo rankings has finally appeared. Is killing people for the witch-slaying sword. I said, how did this person's cultivation improve so fast? So it turns out that he is practicing a crooked way. So scary. He has the witch slayer sword. Then what did my master sell me? The Hotian supreme treasure. If you get it, you can almost take off in the flood world. Brothers, I have a bold idea. We're going to take the witch slayer's sword. Are you with us? Upstairs +1. Became a clubhouse tender model. Lost. I'm going to Buzhou Mountain when I get back. Add me to the group. Raiding the treasure is too dangerous. I'd better stay in the Kunlun Mountains. Upstairs is too conservative. Anyway, there are 3 lives. What's the point of giving one away? Just in case it works out. Lucian casually scanned the comments, and the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up. Things are going just as I expected them to. Only a small number of people. Noting his own reminder. Most people hear the words Hotian Supreme Treasure. It almost went into a frenzy, with thoughts of killing for treasure. In a previous life, the news that the demon court has refined the witch-slaying sword. It was almost at the stage where the collection of grievances was nearing completion that it exploded on the internet. And that, still attracting millions of people. Going to hunt that sword wielder, trying to capture the witch-slayer sword. In this life, Lucian chose to actively pop it in the early stages. It was one of Lucian's important plots these days, utilizing the Hungarian by Xiao Sheng account to build influence. Taking the initiative to reveal the news of the witch-slaying sword, utilizing the weighty information of the latter-day supreme treasure. Stimulate the greed of the modern man and save yourself time by having them deliver themselves. Anyway, Lucian had already warned beforehand about the power of the witch-slayer sword. A simple-minded person would not voluntarily trip into this mess. Those who were so greedy that they presumed to get their hands on the witch-slaying sword were Lucian's main target. Good people don't kill indiscriminately. The one that came to my door of its own accord, of course, will not be spared. This is Lucian's code of conduct, and Lucian wants to go through with this. A lesson for all in how brutal the real flood is. Lucian swept his eyes. The comments section of the Flood Basho has amassed to millions. There were few floors that expressed a desire to team up for the treasure, occupying high praise positions and speaking loudly. A small number of cautionary statements were made that still keep getting mocked for cowardice by the repo below. Guangshan City, the top floor of the Polar Bear Group building. Witch Slaughter Sword. Surprisingly, it's the Witch Slaughtering Sword. This is a Hotian Supreme Treasure. Ma Huatang, the president of the Polar Bear Group, had a high-grade cigar in one hand while staring at the information on the tablet, with undisguised greed in his eyes. What a surprise! This legendary divine weapon is now in the hands of a tiny Earth immortal realm demon race. Marwerton looked up suddenly and looked at the assistant next to him. Send a message to inform all the fighters in our group, immediately. After entering the flood tomorrow, all of you except those who have chosen to study the witch race will head to the vicinity of the Buzhou mountain. This witch slayer sword, I must get it. Magic City, Morong family. Even the demon court refining the witch slaying sword is such a hidden message. I can't believe it's all available. This flood by Xiao Shang is not simple nah. Morong Bo looked at the information on the flat screen handed over by his daughter Morong Reed and marveled slightly. I was originally still interested in the identity of this Tendo ranking leader. There was a period of speculation, doubtful that he is, in any way, related to this well-informed Flood 100. Or, the flood by Xiao Shang is the first person of the demon race. Today it seems, I was the one who overthought it. Morong Reed in casual wear, the body's proud curves well hidden, is Duck sitting on the sofa, mouth holding a lollipop. Very casually opened his mouth and asked, why? The family has bet so much on you. Can't you think a little more about everything? Morong Bo didn't have the heart to explain. This flood by Xiao Shang broke the news of the witch slaughtering sword, and exactly name it. It's in the hands of this first person of the demon race, and it's labeled with the location. What is he trying to do? Morong Reed was silent for a while with a lollipop in her mouth, and asked back less confidently, the flood by Xiao Shang also wants the witch slaughtering sword? Morong Bo smiled and shook his head. Does the flood by Xiao Shang want the witch slaughtering sword? I'm not sure, but based on his behavior these days, he took it upon himself to go on the internet and break the news of the flood without compensation. And judging from the fact that he doesn't care at all about the solicitations of our several great clans, I think, this 100 Dawns of the Flood seeks neither fame nor fortune. Very good character, quite a celebrity. It's unlikely that they want to participate in the fight for the witch slaughter sword. Morong Bo raised his teacup and moistened his throat and continued. From what he's posted about this, he took the initiative to break the news of the witch-slaying sword. Obviously it's just a dislike for the way the first person of the demon race kills people and refines their swords, so voluntarily exploded his identity and location, trying to use everyone's power to put him to death. Murray Reed thoughtfully nodded and said, Dad, you seem to have a point. It seems I misunderstood him before. This flood by Xiao Shang, reality is certainly not some kind of stingy man, should be a very interesting person. Then what are we going to do after the Morong family? Do you want to participate in the fight for the witch slaughtering sword? Morong Bo was silent for a moment, not nodding or shaking his head. Wait and see what happens. Chapter 30 Xiahou Tian's recognition. Song Yang's ambition. Da Xia Kyoto. Xiahou family. To think that such important news as the witch-slaying sword would be blown out in public. Xiahou Tian retracted his gaze from the tablet, slightly marveling. This flood by Xiao Shang is a character. After all, the value of a Hotian supreme treasure. But it's incalculable. This was still a divine weapon like the witch-slaying sword, which was famous in the flood myths. On that news alone, if the Hungarian by Xiao Shang wants to take it to the black market and sell it, I'd be willing to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on it. Surprisingly, he just published it publicly and gratuitously on the internet. It seems, the corner of Xiao Hotian's mouth slightly hooked into a smile. This flood by Xiao Shang is still a deeply righteous and quite positive person. That's good. At least it shows that he didn't accept my recruitment before, nor have they accepted to be recruited by several other clans. His network hasn't even been bought out. That's one of the things that satisfies me more. The assistant next to him, clutching his notebook, inquired cautiously. In that case, family master, and to have the techs continue to go through his identifying information? Xiao Tian waved his hand. Notify the technicians. There's no need to check the IP address of this flood by Xiao Sheng for the time being. The assistant next to him was secretly relieved that because he knew very well that he couldn't find out anything, even if he continued to look into it. Then he heard Xiao Tian ask, how many people have we recruited in the Xiao family now? The assistant pulled up an electronic file. Since the last recruiting posting, there are very many people who want to join our Xiao family's forces, weeding out some that want to fish in troubled waters and are too weak, plus the original members of our Xiao family. In all, there are about 100,000 people who can be called upon. All of these people, in the flood, have a relative degree of strength. The realms are all at the second level and above, may be completely at your disposal. Family Master. Not long ago, the Xiao family, a centuries-old family hidden behind the curtains of Daxia, listing extremely generous packages, salary terms, and, for the first time, an open call to the public for members of the family activity. As soon as this message was sent out, countless people had thrown themselves under Xiao Tian's command. Most of them were attracted by the lucrative package of. Sure, there are also quite a few people who are aiming to use this as a way to get in touch with the Xiao family. Indicates that he doesn't want money and is willing to become a member of the Xiao family. That's it. The Xiao clan had recruited more than 100,000 people to join them in a very short period of time. And, the lowest realm of these people had reached the second stage. Up to this point, in one fell swoop, the Xiao family became the largest power established by modern man in the flood world. And that's why, a few days after the flood descended, the Xiao Tian's cultivation level was still able to maintain a relatively fast rate of rise. Over 100,000 people. In batches, they rounded up the flood natives for Xiao Tian. At the same time, there are people who specialize in collecting spiritual medicines, spiritual roots, spiritual plants, spiritual fruits, etc. to enhance his qualifications. That's what the big families are all about. The speed at which Xiao Tian's cultivation has increased, relative to normal people, it can be extremely fast. Of course, this was to exclude the first person of the demon race. Very good. Very well done. Xiao Tian nodded in satisfaction. The assistant who has been trembling these days, finally relieved. It's enough to kill a peak Earth immortal realm demon clan with these 100,000 or so people. Xiao Tian continued. Even if all these people are pigs, drive 100,000 hogs to gnaw him to death. Even if that first person of the demon race is a great Luo golden immortal, this witch-slaying sword, my Xiao family is also absolutely determined to obtain it. Inside the guardhouse, a haggard man and woman chatting while watching the TV news overhead to pass the time. Lucian the pretty-looking, but haggard girl couldn't help but scratch and curse. Isn't it just because he inherited a little money from his short-timer mom and dad? What's the big deal? How dare you have security guards stop me from going home? And it got me into a detention center. One day, Ruyan Lu, will make him regret it. The girl is taking a bunch of punks. Ruyan Lu who was looking for trouble outside the Lu family villa area. The way I see it, he just wants to monopolize those spirit treasures of yours. Baby, Song Yang, the little yellow hair next to him, was also filled with anger. These days, he and his girlfriend have been locked up in a detention center all this time, entering the world of the flood on time, every day. Upon returning to reality, still locked up in a detention center, the days are miserable. What angers him even more is that, those brothers of theirs, usually, when we meet, each of them looks righteous. Open mouth is the length of the brother. Almost beheaded chicken head burning yellow paper to worship. Once you're in the ING detention center, they're all a bunch of pussies. Uncle Hat hasn't even asked yet. Just give yourself up. Not only that, but the petty thefts they usually do. It's like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. And all of it was explained clearly in the statement. it wasn't these that broke Song Yang's defenses the most. Rather, it is 12 volumes of oral confessions, volumes with other names. As a result, Song Yang, who was originally sentenced to only a few days in prison, was directly imprisoned for more than 10 days. This made Song Yang deeply realize that the human heart was dangerous. Don't worry, baby. Song Yang himself, though annoyed, comforted his girlfriend next to him. I have a hunch. The world of the flood must have infinite possibilities. Lucian is rich now, but it's all because of his two short-timer parents. Actually, in terms of ability, he's not as good as me at all. Now the flood comes down. In the flood world, all of us start from scratch. This is an opportunity for me to rise to the occasion. In reality, Lucian doesn't rely on his status as a rich second generation to be able to flaunt their power in front of me. By the time I get to the flood world, I'm no less capable than he is. When I soar in the floodplains, I will definitely avenge you. Ruyan Lu nodded with a face full of happiness. Baby, you really love me. Why didn't God let me meet you sooner? I believe you, baby. Lucian is a heartless man. He's not even a finger above you. When you make a splash in the flood world, I'll cape my body in marriage. We also have to let Lucian pay him back with interest for what he did. Song Yang nodded his head heavily and said with confidence, Baby, I'm telling you. Recently I saw that Xiaohou family openly recruiting in the flood world. Do you know the Summer Hall family? Ruyan Lu shook her head in confusion. Song Yang began to show off the few tidbits of information he seemed to have from the ground-up literature. The Xiaohou family, that's the most prominent family behind our great Xia country, almost controlling 1/3 of the political and business industries in Daxia. Lucian is nothing compared to them. Saying all this, Song Yang's expression was incomparably proud, as if he was Xiahou Tian himself. So, I'm going to join their Xiahou family first, take advantage of the power of the Xiahou family and capitalize on it. Ruyan Lu cheered him on. Baby, I'm sure you can do it. Song Yang continued to swing for the fences. Though I'm not even at the first rank of strength yet, I have a hunch. Though, as long as I join the Xiahou family, I will definitely be able to soar to the heavens. What's the saying? Golden scales are not the stuff of fools. Once they meet the wind and clouds, they turn into dragons. Soon, there must be a chance for me to ride the wind and transform into a dragon. Ruyan Lu nodded heavily beside her and let out a hum. She had always been convinced of Song Yang's ability. Insert an important message. The TV suddenly inserted a news item. According to the well-known flood science vlogger, Flood by Xiao Shang, the demon court forces of the flood are recently refining the witch slaughtering sword, and the first person of the demon race is collecting grievances for the witch slaughtering sword. All citizens are reminded to take shelter. Song Yang and Lu Ruyan were simultaneously attracted to the news on the TV. Witch Slayer Sword. Surprisingly, it's the witch slaughtering sword. That's the Hotian Supreme Treasure witch slaughtering sword. When Song Yang saw the news, his eyes glittered and he held Lu Ruyan's face and said excitedly, Baby, do you know what the witch slayer sword is? Lu Ruyan usually has little accumulated knowledge of the flood. One can only shake one's head. It is an extremely powerful divine weapon in the flood world. I have a hunch. The witch-slaying sword will definitely be the beginning of my rise to power. I'm going to go to Buzhou Mountain to grab the witch-slaying sword. Chapter 31, Asking for a Spiritual Treasure Again. Ruyan Lu breaks the great defense. Baby, are you going to the uncharted mountains too? Ruyan Lu looked at the news broadcast on the TV. Her face worried. But, the news said that first person of the demon race is now at the peak of the earth immortal realm. Baby, you're just now. She didn't dare say the last part. Not even a step. She knew that Song Yang was very much about self-respect. Although Lu Ruyan didn't know what a witch-slaying sword was, and she wasn't too familiar with the realm divisions in the flood world. But, after these days, following Song Yang in the flooded wilderness called exploration, but actually escape days, she's well aware of that. Between the peak of the earth immortal realm and his precious boyfriend, how powerful the power perception was. What do you know? Song Yang retorted with some displeasure. The more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Do you think I'm a brainless person? Song Yang analyzed with an air of confidence. Such a powerful artifact as the witch slaughtering sword, and now it's been blown out in the hands of a tiny earth immortal realm. When he said the words of the tiny earth immortal realm, he sounded as if he was a great Luo golden immortal. It will surely attract many people, who will go to the uncharted mountain to fight for it. In time, all I need to do is to retreat behind the crowd ahead of time when I perceive danger. Show up when you have a chance to take the treasure. Watch for the time to kill and take the treasure. With my strength of less than 1 rank, I still have a good chance of succeeding. Song Yang has been immersed in online fiction for many years, thinking that he must be handy with such old-fashioned bridges as killing for treasure. Ruyan Lu was still a bit unconvinced. Although Song Yang's heart is not very bottomless, still, he felt that a supreme treasure like the witch slaughtering sword, which was famous in the flood world, was worth exchanging for one of his lives. Anyway, there are still 2 more chances to enter the 6th circle of reincarnation and retrain. Although the chances of capturing the treasure are a bit low. But what if that person is me? Ruyan Lu tried to persuade again. Just in case, there are no what ifs. Song Yang glared at him roughly. Are you looking down on me? Think I don't have what it takes to be a powerhouse in the flood world? Ruyan Lu denied it. No, baby, how could I look down on you? I'm just worried about you. Song Yang waved his hand impatiently. Right, to seize the witch-slaying sword. I still need some help. Didn't you tell me that the Lu family's pair of short-lived ghosts collected many antiques during their lives? There must be no shortage of magic treasures and spiritual treasures and whatnot inside. You call and ask Lucian for a couple more. We don't want much. Just 3 or 4 mid-grade Hotian spiritual treasures. Just think of it as something we owe him, and we'll just pay it back later. Asking him to borrow it is also a sign of my regard for him. Song Yang felt that at this point in time, it's very lordly. After all, there's a princeling in the middle school textbook called Dog Bitch or something that can bend the rules, and that's how it's done. He couldn't remember exactly who it was. After all, he hadn't even finished middle school. Ruyan Lu was a little hesitant. What are you waiting for? Song Yang glared at his girlfriend with some irritation. You're looking down on me if you don't lend it. Ruyan Lu frowned hesitantly and, thinking about that day, Lucian kicked himself out of the house. Previously, Lucian has had a few instances of this behavior as well. Suddenly go crazy and drive yourself and your friends away. But generally for a period of no more than 5 days, Lucian will go soft. He came to Song Yang's house to apologize for his mistake and invited himself home. Afterwards, he would take himself to top-notch cuisine and attend salons to make amends. But, this time, this has been going on for days. Lucian, however, had not yet come to pick himself up, and so mean-spirited that he had the security guards on his home property barricade themselves out. This made Lu Ruyan feel a little uncertain in her heart. Out of pride, to be honest, she was less inclined to contact that again. But the thought that, she's a little upset that she can't continue to live in a high-class villa and eat top-notch cuisine again. Not willing to just give up on a life like this. Lucian must still be angry. I'll just give him a leg up. After Song Yang rises in the flood, I'll avenge my parents again. Or the same. Ruyan Lu convinced herself in her mind like this. He approached the duty officer at the guardhouse and borrowed a cell phone on the pretext of reporting good news to his family. In front of the duty officer, he dialed Lucian's number. Hello? A familiar male voice came from behind the receiver. Song Yang heard Lucian's voice and skimmed his mouth in disdain. Ruyan Lu's body was revitalized when she heard the voice. Brother, it's me. Immediately and skillfully, he put on a tearful accent and apologized across the receiver with a sniffle and a tear. Brother, I know it's wrong. I will listen to you from now on and I will never drink at home again. After all that in one breath, Ruyan Lu also deliberately paused for a moment and there was no sound coming from the opposite side of the receiver for a long time, and Ruyan Lu's heart rejoiced. Silence. He was silent. He must have been touched by me. There's a show. Don't be a fool. Song Yang urged impatiently from the sidelines. Quickly ask him for a few mid-grade Hotian spiritual treasures. If not, a lower-grade spiritual treasure will make do. The next flood is coming soon. Don't delay me. Hearing her boyfriend urging her on, Ruyan Lu had no choice but to continue the show. Brother, I've really missed you all these days away from home. Here's the thing. I've been flooding. Lately. She followed Song Yang's words about borrowing a Hotian spiritual treasure and one breath over the phone. She didn't even notice that the phone screen had gone black. Song Yang inquired with an expectant face. Well, baby, he agreed to give a couple pieces. If you don't have that many, give a piece or two. Ruyan Lu took the phone and shook her head. He hasn't replied yet. I think he's still thinking about it. Still thinking about it? Song Yang took the phone suspiciously and looked down at the screen. What? Asterisk. He hung up. Song Yang's face darkened into a pig's liver color. It's in the call logs. The call was only 3 seconds long. Which means that Lucian hung up immediately after hearing Lu Ruyan's voice on the other side of the phone. It doesn't even come with a half-hearted hesitation. Lucian this. Song Yang directly broke the defense. Ask him to borrow a spiritual treasure. I'm looking up to him. How dare he hang up? He's giving his face away. Lu Ruyan even broke the big defense and her face was gloomy. How dare he? How dare Lucian? I had a hard time pulling myself together to apologize to him. How dare he hang up on me? Who does he think he is? Not just 2 rich moms and dads. I swear, I'll make him regret it. Uncle Hat on duty was in a daze. I do not know what inside 2 suddenly mad rushed to snatch back his pineapple phone. The Lu family villa. Lucian finished editing the explosive post and didn't continue to pay attention to the degree of fermentation of the heavy news about the witch-slaying sword. Instead, he continued to browse through the various threads about the flood posted by netizens. Anyway, combined with the rundown of a demon god from a previous life, together with his own powerful strength in this life, he had 100% certainty of completing the witch-slaying sword quest. After each return to reality from the flood, carefully checking out the flood of information that the netizens had blown up was a habit he had developed since his previous life. In this life, still, so as not to miss out on some important information about the flood, with the help of these posts, 2. Think back to those great tips scattered around the internet in your previous life. Found it. This is it. Chapter 32 Evolution of the Benevolent Flying Sword. Ambition of the Land People's Armors. That's it. With a look of surprise on his face, Lucian clicked into a post about the introduction of Jinyuan de Xian. Jinyuan de Xian. As a pivotal character in the 86th version of Journey to the West, almost everyone in Daxia is incredibly familiar when they hear this name. In Journey to the West, there is an important line that indicates the awesome nature of his identity. His disciple Qingfeng Minghua introduced his saying, "The 3 clearances and 4 imperials are friends of my master, and the 9 obsidian star monarchs are my master's juniors." And this Jin Yuan de Xian, in the flood world, is really powerful, known as the ancestor of the earth immortals. And this ancestor of the earth immortals, the most concerning, of course, it is the ginseng fruit tree in his 5 zhuangguan, which is claimed to be able to produce white bones from dead flesh. And it was this ginseng fruit tree that Lucian was looking for. The ginseng tree. The full name is Central Eternal Ginseng Tree, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the floodplains. It was the fusion of the flesh and blood of the great Tao demon god and the innate first wisp of earthen essence at the beginning of chaos, a top-grade earth attribute spirit. It was exactly what Lucian had in mind as the goal of the supreme spirit cultivator. Cultivating a 5-elemental spirit body requires 5 elemental spirit items. Lucian's thoughts drifted. Since I'd been reborn, the more powerful the choice of this 5-element spirit item must be, the better. There are now 3, which can already be identified as palimpsests. They are the Awood spiritual root Huangjongli, the departure fire spiritual root Fusong Wood, and the sunflower water spiritual root Taiyin Laurel, respectively. There is still 1 gold spirit object and 1 earth spirit object missing. Just go with the ginseng fruit for the earth spirit root. The guide to obtaining ginseng fruit that great god posted on the internet in his previous life should still work. As for the golden spirit root, the cell phone next to him suddenly rang, interrupting Lucian's thoughts. Strange number? Lucian swept the dialed-in number on the screen with some caution. Who's calling? Ruyan Lu and his friends have been blackmailed by me and are still in the detention center. It shouldn't be them. Over at the company. The staff's all gone home. Because of the whole flood advent thing. I don't think so. And all the company employees have my number. Is it possible that the address of my account Flood Dawn has been found out? Lucian became nervous for a moment. But on second thought, that's not likely, either. When one creates an account in the first place, one fundamentally cuts off the possibility of following the IP to find it. Lucian looked at the screen again and gently tapped answer. Hello? A familiar female voice came from behind the earpiece, and it was Ruyan Lu. As soon as the phone is connected, with a sobbing voice began on the opposite side of the admission of mistakes and apologize for a dragon. Damn, really Hook 8 bad luck. Lucian hung up the phone directly, ignoring the dog's barking. If I hadn't been born again, hearing that white-eyed wolf apologize and admit his wrongdoing with such a snotty face, Lucian might have believed it right away, and would run his ass off to pick her up and take her home. Live again. Lucian completely recognized the face of this pair of dogs and men, and did not bring any hitchhiking ground at all. Oh, no. Yes, I will. When they find themselves, that's when they'll die. Cultivating the spirit 5 elements spiritual body. The path of the earthen ginseng fruit is there. Lucian rubbed his brow. There's still 1 flavor of metallic-based spirit left. Then, it's a pity that the most famous metallic spirit root can't be used. Lucian was somewhat helpless. The most powerful metallic spirit object is naturally the Western Gungal Bodhi. But Gangjin Bodhi had another powerful identity, the Sage of Junti. Yes, the original body of the Western sect Sage Junti was the Gangjin Bodhi, which he later refined into the 7 treasures wonderful tree. I'm looking for the body of this cheeky saint. Not as long as you're not crazy. It seems. Lucian thought of a countermeasure. The only way to get a 5-needle pine instead is to go to the Supreme Sage. It just so happens that I remember my previous life. The cheat sheet on getting the 5-needle pine. Countdown to flood 10, 9. Lucian's eyes flashed before his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, it was already the image of the uncharted mountain. Unfortunately, Lucian looked at the laurel in his hand with some regret. These laurel seeds are not produced by the ancestral root of the Taiyin laurel. It's all about some derivative plant that produces a laurel child of greatly reduced rank, or I'd just send it. But even so, Lucian is still clear that this ordinary laurel in his hand, taken out to the outside, is still considered to be the top spirit in the hands of modern people, able to make people grab their heads. Now under the Unchained Mountain, I guess there's a crush of people looking for me. For the time being, let's use this laurel to enhance the flying sword. Lucian has plans. That not-so-smart demon princess gave a total of 18 laurel seeds. If you feed the East King's bell, it may not be possible to complete the next 5% of the restoration degree, and it has no significant effect on strength gains. It wasn't as immediate as boosting the killing power of a flying sword. Thinking about it, Lucian was carrying the Witch Slayer sword that had already been transformed into shape by the Skyfox mask. Find Yang Shan, who was already the vice commander of the armory department. Ask him for a quiet room. Yang Shan has just been promoted. When he sees Lucian, it's like seeing your own brother. Without saying a word, we have to pull Lucian to listen to the song. Said what the mountain first came to the nest of Vixen is quite good. To give Lucian to open meat, as much as Lucian wanted to go. Still, it was politely declined on the grounds of official business. Yang Shan had a look of regret on his face, but it's still facetious to use your contacts. Help Lucian to find a cave house on Buzhou Mountain that was full of spiritual chi. Lucian came to the cave. Immediately set up a spell formation with spirit stones, placing the 18 sunflower water lunar laurel seeds from the pit in the center of the spell formation. He began to refine the flying sword. After a small half-day, the 18 laurel seeds turned into pieces, and the water elf chi contained within was completely transferred into the flying sword. Shoo shoo shoo. The 18 sunflower flying swords with azure divine patterns were as if they were born with a spirit, flying up and down around Lucian. Hilarious. Go! Lucian lightly shouted, and a sunflower flying sword shot out electrically. It shot towards a boulder used as a target at the edge of the cave. Boom! The boulder turned into pieces and scattered all over the ground. It's done! Lucian nodded in satisfaction. These 18 sunflower flying swords, after fusing with the Laurel Sun, their rank had almost reached the threshold of lower-grade spiritual treasures. The killing power has also gone up several notches. Well, getting ready to start a killing spree, collecting grudges. Lucian glanced at the evil, ice-cold, bone-piercing Witch Slayer sword on his back and walked out of the cave. Using the Skyfox mask, he transforms into something between Hikari and Yu Yen. Jia went down to the Uncharted Mountain. Brother, do we really have a chance to seize the witch-slaying sword? That's a Hotian supreme treasure. There are so many people around to grab it. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't think we have much of a chance. On the outskirts of the Buzhou Mountain, somewhere on the road that was necessary to leave the Buzhou Mountain, Lu Rinbi, the snake demon with only first-order strength, looking at the various races gathered around him, he asked a snake demon next to him with less confidence. The snake demon next to him was none other than his brother, Lu Runjia. The two brothers, after the descent of the flood, with his knowledge of the flood, he also chose the snake demon that had a chance to transform into a dragon in the future. After that, they had been relying on each other, carefully relying on killing low-level lantern monsters to both advance to the first rank, thinking about becoming awesome dragons someday. Not long ago, as an older brother, Lu Ringjia saw his favorite Hanggu Baishao Shang, posting explosive news on the internet. The witch-slaying sword is out in the world and in the hands of an Earth immortal realm modern demon race. For a moment, he fell into ecstasy, and his previous caution was swept away. Immediately, he felt that this was his chance to wind up as a dragon, and decided to take his brother Lu Runny and join one of the armies to capture the witch-slaying sword. What do you know about a fair? Luckmane gave his stupid brother a brain crash. It's the crowds that give us the chance to muddle through. You don't know. That's a witch-slayer sword, an innate treasure, a divine weapon. As long as we can snatch it, both of us brothers won't have to suffer killing lantern monsters from now on. Whether it's to offer it to other flood bigwigs, or to use it for yourself, we can all make a fortune. Anyway, there are 3 lives. Use 1 to gamble and 2 more. Chapter 33, even more powerful. It's hard to believe that he can kill the Xianxian immortal realm, but Lu Rinbi still felt unreliable. Didn't your favorite Hungarian by Xiaosheng Dada say that? It's dangerous. It's not easy for us to be promoted to the first rank. If you die, you have to start killing lantern monsters all over again. Talking like that. In this open woodland on the outskirts of the Uncharted Mountains, it's happening almost every minute of every day, because in a very short period of time, the area was already overcrowded, with almost hundreds of thousands of people gathered. Why don't we just go? Lu Rinbi is still relentlessly persuading. He is the sword bearer. The witch-slaying sword is on him. Don't let him escape. Not far from the two, someone suddenly exclaimed in shock. Lu Rinbi hasn't seen the situation yet, only to see a flying sword with an azure divine pattern, appearing in front of him at lightning speed, piercing straight through his own brow. His own body collapsed helplessly to the ground. The pose was exactly the same as the lantern monster he and his brother had killed back then. Before the thought dissipates, he saw a handsome young man, maneuvering dozens of flying swords, mercilessly harvesting the lives around him. On his back is the very same witch-slaying sword that countless people have dreamed of. At the foot of Mount Een, where a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood are piled up, 6 huge vortexes of merit swirled silently. Lu Renbi slowly walked out of the path of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Surrounding him were countless other modern demon races that, like him, had just condensed their souls. He then saw a familiar figure and shouted happily, "Brother, you're dead too. Today, I, Xiahou Tian, will say the ugly words in advance. All of you are dignitaries in Daxia. You should also know the depths of my Xiahou family. That earthy mortal realm demon clan is bound to die. So this witch-slaughtering sword, we, the Xiahou family, have reserved it. You don't have to waste your time." On the outskirts of Buzhou Mountain, a big black flag was inserted, with the 4 big words "Act for Heaven" written on it. Below the big flag, it was the representative figures of several great clans of the Great Xia, including Xiahou Tian, who were conferring. The Xiahou Tian who had turned Shura, although he was still the ugly image of the unformed Shura race, still did not hide the innate arrogance on his face. Xiahou Tian was covered in pearls, and the spirit treasure great armor on his body, which didn't look bad, was causing the eyes of the people next to him to glaze over. That's the wrong thing to say. Xiahou family master. Hearing Xiahou Tian's overbearing words, quite a few people here expressed their dissatisfaction. The strength of the Xiahou family is indeed evident to all of us here, but this witch-slaughtering sword is a Hou Tian supreme treasure. After all, now that the news has been broken by Mr. Flood by Xiao Shang, it's natural for everyone to see what they see. If you want to take it, surely it's up to each individual. How can there be a reason for your Xiahou family to be dominant? The words came out. The representatives of several other clans also chimed in, expressing their dissatisfaction. Only in the corner, that demonic-looking, hot-bodied female Rakshasa that, he was hugging an aromatic spirit fruit and munching on it, oblivious to the argument over here. Styx founded the Azura race. The male is a nightshade and the female is a Rakshasa. Nightjars are ugly as hell, and Rakshasas are gorgeous. The Red Child, as we all know him, is a member of the Night Fork clan, and Princess Ironfan is a member of the Rakshasa clan. In that case, Xiahou Tian sneered. Then everyone, don't blame me, Xiahou Tian, for not warning you beforehand. Nowadays, my Xiahou family has recruited forces in the flood. It's been almost 500,000 or so. Each of you weigh in. Those who feel strong are welcome to come and take a chance. $500,000. The Xiahou clan actually has 500,000 people. After Xiahou Tian finished speaking, the faces of the representatives of the several surrounding great clans changed slightly. Our Li family has only recruited less than 50,000 people in the flood. This Xiahou family is worthy of being the #1 family in Daxia, gathering 500,000 in such a short period of time. Yeah. Our Lu family is just under 30,000 people. It seems that this witch-slaughtering sword will have to fall into Xiahou Tian's hands after all. The Xiahou family master is simply comparing numbers like this. May have overlooked an important point. Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. Our several great clans are outnumbered, though, but no more than the general population. I believe that the number of people who want to seize the witch-slaying sword has long exceeded 1,000,000. There's this variable in the air. It's not certain who the witch-slaying sword will go to. The words came out. The representatives of the families were instantly enlightened. Yeah, that's not how the numbers compare. Millions of other people are also in the fray. The number of people from several great clans combined may not be this many. Once that earthy mortal realm demon clan dies at that time, the fight for the witch-slaying sword will definitely have to descend into chaos. It's not certain who will lose or win. Xiahou Tian looked at the one who was the first to speak with a grimace, thinking about returning to reality after, and then knock on the family behind him. While this is going on, a couple of guys came running over with anxious faces. Each whispered a few words beside the representative figure of his own family. The representatives of several great clans had their faces changed drastically. What? The sword bearer has appeared. The witch-slaying sword has appeared. It's not far from here, fleeing towards the East China Sea. The Wu tribe, the Jiuli tribe. Elder, I am willing to swear in the name of the Father God of Discord. Prove that what I say is true. Ri Zhouyue's face was serious as he swore to the several tribal elders in front of him. That earthy mortal realm demon clan is helping the demon court refine a great killing weapon against my sorcerer clan. If it is refined, it will be an absolute doom for my witch clan. If the elder can inform the several ancestral witch lords of this matter, stop that great killing weapon from being made, not to mention saving my witch clan from danger, I think the elders, too, will surely be able to be rewarded by several ancestral witch lords for this. Lai Jiuyue is a modern convert to the witch race. Not long ago, by virtue of honoring the tribal elders with a few Hotian spiritual treasures, he had gained the goodwill of several elders of the Jiuli tribe. The day before, he saw the news on the internet from the flooded 100 Dawns. Certainly didn't intend to go to Buzhou Mountain to participate in the fight. After all, that was the territory of the demon race. But he thought at once that one could use this news and use it to hook up with those 11 ancestral witches in the Pangu Divine Hall. Unfortunately, it was not to be. Currently he is not even the equivalent of the Earth immortal realm, not qualified to speak to Lord Ancestral Witch at all. A witch race elder shook his head with a grave expression on his face. Several ancestral witch lords are concentrating on fighting the demon court. Something so tentatively inconclusive. How can one go and disturb a few random lords? If anyone is like you, how can the ancestral witch lords concentrate on fighting? Lai Jiuyue cursed in her heart. Doggone fire, and still don't believe me. And here's the official line. If the witch slayer sword is finished, a few great ancestral witches had to suffer a great loss. And they are still playing official here. Suddenly, the witch race elder's words changed. However, since you, Jiuyue, are willing to swear an oath in the name of the Father God of Pangu, then the several elders and I are willing to trust you, for the time being. Go with you to take a look at the great killing weapon that is aimed at my witch race. Lai Jiuyue's face was overjoyed and he said eagerly, my companions are keeping a close eye on the movements of that demon race. I'll bring the elders along. Lai Jiuyue immediately contacted her companions with the transmission seal. Understanding that first person of the demon race was being forced by millions of people to flee towards the East Sea, Lai Jiuyu was in a great mood and immediately rushed to the East Sea with a few elders. The several elders are each powerful. The ones with the lowest combat power are all at the heavenly immortal realm. One still had Xianxian realm strength. This lineup, it was more than enough to kill that peak Earth immortal realm demon clan's number one. So what if that demon race one is perverted? Can't you still kill the Xianxian realm? There have been over 500,000 of them. I reckon that this, Chapter 34 East CC, Killing the Earth and Heaven Changing Colors. Having made several leaps through the heavenly Tao teleportation formation, he was still 3,000 li away from the seashore of the East Sea. The shouts of murder were deafening. Brothers, charge! A reversal of fortune is at hand. The witch-slaying sword is right in front of us. Glory and riches are at hand. No, it's not just the witch-slayer sword. I see the demon race's entire body is a treasure. Those dozen flying swords are great, handsome and powerful, killing dozens of brothers with just one sword. I think the mask on his face is not bad either. It must be a flood spirit treasure. I shall kill him. Lucian performed the golden crow transformation rainbow and fled towards the East Sea while performing his intrinsic flying sword, harvesting the souls of his pursuers behind him. Behind them was a large group of pursuers of all races. Whether it's the demon, witch or Azura races, 27 instinctive flying swords, peacock-like, hovered behind Lucian, carrying a stern sword aura and overbearing sun true flame. Every time it swept out, it was like cutting grass, bringing back hundreds of resentful spirits for the witch-slaying sword. Grievance +1, Grievance +2, Grievance +4, current witch-slaying sword grievance, 10452/100000000. Lucian looked flustered, but it was actually quite easy. His true purpose, it's about drawing the battlefield to the sea, the better to harvest souls. The method, it was the last demon clan from the previous life's witch-slaying sword quest that discovered it. Occupy favorable terrain and split the battlefield. Avoid getting yourself mobbed and then reaping the rewards a little bit. This was because not everyone was able to fly, or possess the innate talent of avoiding water. Everyone is not at the Earth immortal realm now, and Lucian flew to the sea, and was able to divide the crowd that was chasing him, and a large portion of the people could only look at Lucian from the shore and stare. Kill one batch and keep coming to shore to kill the next. And cloud water illusion, as a water attribute native skill, is still more effective at sea. Grievance +100, Grievance +65. After Lucian finished harvesting a few hundred resentful spirits, he retrieved his flying sword and once again transformed into a rainbow and flew towards the eastern seashore. As the innate talent of the Golden Crow clan, the Golden Crow rainbow transformation was extremely fast. It was already not comparable to ordinary flood race types, and after being strengthened by the Demon Emperor's devouring, its speed became even more perverse. Hundreds of thousands of people chasing after them. Almost no one was following the ground, just being dangled by Lucian, and the line got longer and longer, and with Lucian's bearings being blown out of the water, more and more people are joining the great chase. The end of this pursuit team, a brother's wolf demon, who hadn't yet reached the first rank, led a white lotus flower demon and grunted to catch up with the pace of the large group. Damn it! Song Yang, the wolf demon who hadn't yet transformed into a form, was indignant. The person in charge of the Xiahou family is even dog-eyed, saying I'm not even in the first rank, not worthy of joining their Xiahou family. Sooner or later, I'm going to make a splash and trample underfoot all those who look down on me. 30 years south of the river, 30 years north of the river, the white lotus flower demon Lu Ruyan next to her comforted. Baby, don't be discouraged. It's the Xiahou family that has no eyes. Spoken as if who cares to join their family. Laugh it up. Actually, we don't really want to join them. Isn't it just because you've been cast? All these rich people have the same nostrils as that guy Lucian. Baby, you're no worse than any of them. So motivated again. I believe in you. Sooner or later you'll be able to hit the ground running. Let these people, who are so in love with us, get high. As the two of them chatted with each other, Ruyan Lu suddenly thought of Lucian. Look at Lucian. He's not as good as you. With his character. Maybe it's hiding somewhere in the floodplains right now, living off the spiritual treasure given to him by his short-lived ghost mom and dad. Song Yang nodded deeply. Right. With the character of that coward Lucian. Must be hiding somewhere now. Afraid to come out. Maybe not even a little bit of cultivation. When I find him, I'll be sure to avenge you. What's with the sudden stop in the line? Song Yang looked toward the front end. It was found that the sword-bearer had been driven onto the East China Sea. Now, most of the people stayed on the shores of the East China Sea because they couldn't fly. A small number of fish demons that possessed the talent of avoiding water, or flying bird-like demons that could fly, were still chasing after them. This portion of the population is only about 1/10 of the larger force. Then, a one-sided massacre of a different kind, as if it were being broadcast live in real time, unfolding before all. Exclamations of alarm rose and fell along the shores of the East China Sea. True Timo land is ferocious. Is this heavenly Dao ranking number 1 already powerful to this extent? His 27 flying swords are so powerful. I feel like it's at least a mid-grade Hotian spiritual treasure grade. Sure enough, someone who can reach the peak of the Earth immortal realm in such a short period of time is different. I really want to know what this first person of the demon race is like in reality, for giving reincarnation a chance to be rebuilt. It made these men seem to forget that there was a thrilling chase going on at the moment. They were all captivated and shocked in place by Lucian's crisp and clean strike. A lot of people are excited about this. He even took out a magic treasure that could record the images of this wonderful to the extreme battle, thinking of bringing it to the modern world. It's definitely a visual feast that doesn't lose out to movie and TV blockbusters. Fabulous spirit treasure type items with spirituality are able to cross over to each other in both worlds. But a few people still reacted to the retreat quietly. But most people are still blinded by greed, attracted by the Witch Slayer sword and the powerful flying sword on Lucian's body, thinking about waiting for the opportunity to muddle through. Song Yang's eyes gleamed as he looked at the images of the battle on the sea. This first person of the demon race is so powerful. This is what I want to look like from now on. I'd really like to get acquainted with this big guy. Next to her, Lu Ruyan similarly froze out of her mind as she watched the battle at sea. She always had a feeling that the figure was déjà vu. But again, can't for the life of me remember where I've seen it before. Kill it all. He's killed all the men at sea. The crowd suddenly erupted in horror. The two men then realized, to their dismay, that, chased to the sea by the thousands, but they were all slaughtered by that killing god, using 27 flying swords. Should we hide? Ruyan Lu looked to her boyfriend. It's fine. Song Yang waved his hand chestily. Hundreds of thousands of people on the shore. We're on the fringe. He'll have to kill from the center if he wants to. It can't be specifically to kill us. I have a feeling he must have been exhausted just now at sea. My chance is coming soon. A lot of people with the mentality of watching have already quietly disappeared, while the majority of people held the same mentality as Song Yang. They remained eagerly awaiting. Grievance +4, grievance +6, current witch slaying sword grievance, 56720 /1, 000. Lucian used seawater to wash away the blood on his body. The sun true flame dried his body, glanced at the number of grievous spirits within the witch slaughter sword, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad. Almost 5% collected in a little over half a day. That's even if the large forces of several great clans haven't arrived yet. It shouldn't take more than 10 days to finish collecting it by the looks of it. He pulled out a spirit fruit and nibbled on it. Looking back at the shores of the East China Sea, it was found that the number of onlookers had plummeted, and most of the watching crowd had quietly slipped away. Then stay. It's the one who still has illusions about the witch-slaying sword now. The meddler. Lucian's heart chilled. Chapter 35, Revenge. Let the dogs pay interest first. I've given them a chance. Since you're looking for death yourself, none of you need to leave. With a chill in his heart, Lucian swallowed the spirit fruit in one big gulp. The sharp golden crow perception suddenly realized that there were two familiar figures in the crowd. Although in this life, Lucian hadn't met with the doggy couple, Lu Ruyan Song Yang, in the flood. But in another life, Lucian remembers the image of these two dogs and men in the flood. After all, in his previous life, Lucian was the one who was busy, escorting these two people's cultivation slowly on the right track, not expecting to invite betrayal. He knew both of these heads when they turned to dust. Since you've brought yourselves to my door, then I'll just start collecting interest today. Lucian slowly drew the Witch Slayer sword behind his back. The evil sword, the Witch Slaughter sword, in addition to possessing supreme power, was also capable of torturing the souls of opponents, so it was just the right time to give them a taste of the new. His figure swept out like lightning. Baby, why do I get the feeling he's looking at me? I'm a little scared. Let's just get out of here. East China Sea coast. Lu Ruyan tugged on Song Yang's sleeve, looking at the killing god on the sea a little panicked. Baby, don't be afraid. Song Yang comforted. There are so many people here. How could he be watching us? Wait a little longer. The opportunity will come in a little while. I take advantage of the chaos to touch in. His hands 27 flying swords I must land. The words hadn't even landed. Song Yang suddenly realized with horror that the killing god on the surface of the sea had moved, and it was with the Witch Slayer sword drawn, with a purple gold rainbow light behind it, flying in his direction. It's clearly an amplification of the rhythm. Holy, he came at me. Don't panic. How is this possible? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. Song Yang kept consoling himself in his heart, but the truth told him, the idea of owning it is wrong. The spine sword carrying a monstrous evil aura slashed down on his head. No! Use a flying sword if you're hitting someone else. Why the hell is it my turn to use the Witch Slayer sword? Before he died, Song Yang's mind was filled with such indignation. But, he realized with horror that he, who had been struck by the Witch Slayer sword, had not died. No, not without death. Rather, when the body dies, the soul does not die immediately. Monstrous blood chi rushed out from the Witch Slayer sword, transforming into a bloody mouth that gnawed the souls of Lu Ruyan and Song Yang in one bite. At the foot of Mount Shady, the exit of the carousel of the 6 paths of reincarnation, 2 figures with pale faces slowly walked out from inside. The 2 men just stood there at the exit, their bodies trembling and the eyes were dull and lost for a long time. It was as if they had experienced some great horror. Lu Ruyan stared blankly at her wolf demon boyfriend in front of her, her godless pupils still trembling uncontrollably. Just a minute ago, the moment he was struck by the witch-slaying sword, he felt like he was plunged into the legendary 18 layers of hell. The pain experienced is like a mountain of swords and fire, and it is not too much to say that the tongue is pulled out and the heart is dissected. It was pain from the soul, deep in the bones, and never to be forgotten. Next to Song Yang, the state was equally no better, and even paler. And even now, reincarnated and retrained, the muscles in his entire body were still trembling. This little brother of the demon race, I am Xiahou Tian, East China Sea seashore. Xiahou Tian, who was dressed in a Dharma spirit weapon, stood at the forefront, and behind him were more than 100,000 people recruited by the Xiahou clan, shouting at Lucian on the surface of the sea. Beside, it was the representatives of several other great clans, with the same fighters recruited by each great clan behind them. Little brother, give the Witch Slayer sword to my Xiahou clan, I can let you not have to die. Xiahou Tian had a sincere gesture. At the same time, I, Xiahou Tian, can promise, in front of everyone here, as long as you give me the Witch Slayer sword, I'm willing to give you half of the Xiahou family's estate. I can give you anything you want in the modern world, whether it's power, fame or money, or even a woman. I'll give you my unconditional word on anything you mention. I am willing to swear in front of everyone here, on the honor of the Xiahou family. The corners of the mouths of the representatives of the several great clans beside them couldn't help but twitch a few times. This Xiahou Tian is really shameless. I want to get my hands on the witch-slaying sword without spending a dime. It also wanted to take this powerful demon under its wing. 3 birds with 1 stone. Where is the cheapest thing to do? There are quite a few of them. 2. Hearing such a heavy promise from Xiahou Tian, fiercely heartfelt. Thinking about how great it would be if the one who obtained the Witch Slayer sword was himself. Hand over the Witch Slayer sword directly and you won't have to worry about the rest of your life. But soon, Lucian's reply made them stifle their laughter. Are you really willing to give anything? Lucian had a serious face. I, Xiahou Tian, am a man of my word. Then give me your life. A teasing smile spread across Lucian's mouth. If I hadn't been born again, he almost believed it. In his previous life, Xiahou Tian was notorious for his dirty tricks. Is notorious for not keeping his word and being shameless, killing for treasure, reality account, anything ugly. Well, you've got balls. The corners of Xiahou Tian's mouth twitched viciously, his expression grimacing. You've been given a chance and you're not using it. You better pray now that I don't find you in modern times or. Lucian didn't continue to push him. 27 flying swords swept out like lightning, shooting towards Xiahou Tian's lifegate. Ding! 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 The armor on Xiahou Tian's body floated a protective golden light, blocking the flying sword, but the golden light rapidly dimmed, clearly supporting the inability to resist the flying sword a few more times. What a strong flying sword! Xiahou Tian's face changed dramatically. The doglegs behind him immediately swarmed up and blocked him with their bodies. Kill for me! Xiahou Tian roared angrily. I don't want a living man. Chop him up for me. The members of the Xiahou family who possessed flight-type talents, or water avoidance-type talents, frantically pounced on Lucian. Xiahou Tian stepped onto a flying sword and personally charged at the front. The other several great clans saw that the chaotic battle had already begun, nor could they care about anything else. They swarmed, together with those ordinary people who didn't belong to any family forces. Nearly over 100,000 people surged onto the sea. But, to their surprise, Lucian, who had obviously just landed a batch before, was very unarmed and twisted his head to run away. Once again, he rushed deeper into the East Sea. MMP, isn't that kid stiff? Why are you suddenly running away? Damn, I thought he was so awesome. The 100,000 or so people chasing after them burst into a fit of cursing. The speed of Lucian's golden crow physique was originally several times faster than that of an ordinary heel. Plus the depths of this eastern sea. There are also countless great demons lurking about, and every now and then a sea overlord scurries out. So if you're not careful, you'll have to feed the fish. It sent a jolt of fear through those in pursuit, but that kid has no scruples. Familiarly, he dashed left and right across the sea, occasionally releasing flying swords to harvest. Grievance +1, Grievance +4, Chapter 36, Xiahou Tian breaks defense to find someone. His last name is Lu. As a character who had cultivated to Taiyi Golden Immortal in his previous life, or a water attribute snake demon transformed into a dragon of the dragon race, Lucian is naturally aware that above the East Sea, where danger hides a great demon, and where you can just barge in. Here, he was as carefree as if he were back in his own home, and that's why. The reason he chose the final battleground here. I did make the right choice. Lucian looked at the rapidly rising resentful spirits in the witch-slaying sword and felt remorse. Just this little while, more than 20,000 grievances have been collected. It looks like the time to complete the collection could still be cut in half. A loss. If I had known in the first place, I would have asked White Zephyr for more spirit items. Grievance +34, Grievance +67, Grievance plus. Current witch-slaying sword grievance, 120,565. At the very moment when Lucian was collecting grievances beautifully on the surface of the sea, countdown to return begins. 10, 9. The magnificent voice of the heavenly Tao Law resounded in everyone's ears. Xiahou Tian was staring dead at Lucian's face from behind, as if he wanted to memorize him. I admit that in the flood world you are a dragon among men, he sneered, but in Daxia, you'd better keep your tail between your legs. If I find out who you are, you're in for an old time's trouble. Lucian's eyes flashed before his eyes, and once again he opened his eyes to his own big bed. And Timo threatened me? When the flood fully descends, I'll let you know what it means to really suffer from old age. Lucian couldn't help but mutter, got up and casually washed up and had another breakfast. Lucian opened his laptop as usual and browsed the online information first. The eye still sees the Tendo rankings. This time, though, there's a huge big change in the content on the leaderboard. The names that were previously within 100 of each other changed drastically, but everyone's rank, again, hasn't changed much. Lucian understands. These people who fell out of the top 100 did so because they were chasing after themselves and were killed back by themselves. Then, just after logging into the Shivering Sun account, Lucian saw that a video had been put up on the hot search. The video is titled "In a Very Middle of the Roadway, on the Shores of the East China Sea, That Sound of the Sword Comes." Video content. It was the image of Lucian maneuvering 27 flying swords along the shores of the East China Sea and going on a killing spree. The video picture quality wasn't very clear, and it was obvious to see that a magic treasure that could record the picture was used to record the picture at that time, and then it was transferred to the internet with modern equipment. Lucian clicked on the comments section, expecting a chorus of curses. I didn't realize the picture was a little less than what I thought it would be. From the time I was young and gripped a sword, I knew I would be the leader of that sword path. With that flavor. Is this the first person of the demon race? It's too powerful. Right, old man? With all the fights and fistfights, I declare that this year's 100 Flowers Movie Award has been awarded. There were also people in there carefully analyzing Lucian's moves and spells. I originally thought that the sword wielder's reliance was the infamous Witch Slayer sword, But I didn't realize that the killing power of 27 flying swords was no less than that of the latter-day spiritual treasures. This is not like an ordinary person. This is a friend who kills people all the time, isn't it? From his fighting style, this is clearly a practiced fighter. Sure, at best, the debate about the correctness or incorrectness of land-sinking behavior is still going on. This is an executioner. Murder is a crime. They should be put to death. Laughing to death. The Flood 100 Dawn has already reminded in advance. It is you who rushed up to kill others, but also do not allow others to kill you? Those who kill will be killed. No matter what, it's wrong for him to kill. Actually, most people are still quite life-affirming. With Lucian's prior warning, the number of people who came to the East Sea seashore to seize the witch-slaying sword was actually not that many. It's mainly a few big greedy families. Therefore, it was not criticized by many people. Lucian turned off the video and logged into the account of Hongwei by Xiaoshang. Moving on to the next round of blurbs. Though the task of the witch slayer's sword, soon to be completed, but it's still necessary to continue to maintain this Flood by Xiaoshang account. After all, it won't be long before. There will also be one item of heavy treasure present that can be utilized to collect spirits on a large scale using the credibility of this account. Capital City. Xiahou family. Asshole. It's just for you to find someone. Is that so hard? Xiahou Tian burst into a rage, banging and flinging cups all over the floor. The assistants and mistresses next to him were too distraught to make the slightest sound. What happened on the shores of the East China Sea broke his defenses completely. How dare you? What the sword bearer had done was completely smacking him, Xiahou Tian, in the face. That's why Xiahou Tian remembered his face to death. Meanwhile, according to that online video that broke, through modern technological means, and the influence of his Xiahou family, he found that person. But, instead, the results showed that there was no such person. Xiahou Tian became even angrier. That man humiliated himself like that, but one doesn't even know his name, who he is. Xiahou Tian immediately understood that that person must have utilized his transfiguration ability to change his appearance. Is it really necessary? Letting your opponent humiliate you for nothing? Xiahou Tian shook his head. It was never one's modus operandi to have an axe to grind. This thing, even if you put aside the factor of the witch slayer sword, it's simply not over. Sure, I can't throw away the witch-slaying sword either. After all, this artifact, their own Xiahou family must be in the ground. He can't be dealt with in the Flood. Finding him in reality can be just as successful, because that person was still the first person of the demon race. Right, you can look for clues from the first of the demon race. Whenever he has appeared, traces must have survived. Xiahou Tian suddenly reacted and calmly gave the order. Search the internet for news. Focus on people who have recently been operating near the demon court on Buzhou Mountain, to see if anything special has happened. Since this sword bearer can be commissioned by the demon court, then he's definitely been to the demon court. Having been there must be traces left behind. The assistant pondered for a moment, nodded and left quickly. Found it. Shortly thereafter, the assistant hurriedly appeared in front of Xiahou Tian holding a tablet. Someone once broke an anecdote on the internet about participating in the demon court draft, the assistant reported. Pulled a post up. The demon court recruitment office? A post-demonization demon, not sure if it's modern or not, was warmly entertained by the recruiting office officials. Xiahou Tian's gaze was like that of a falcon, calmly scanning every line of text in this post. That demon court recruiting official, calling that transformed demon race little brother Lu with great enthusiasm? Last name Lu? Xiahou Tian's eyes were overjoyed. His intuition told him that this person surnamed Lu was very likely to be the person he is looking for. Do as I say. Chapter 37, Morong read, I want to marry him. Do as I say. Contact these parties who posted this immediately, whether it's coercion or torture, by any means necessary. I want you to get the portrait of that first person of the demon race, within tomorrow. Xiahou Tian was beyond certain. Look at the words of these posters. It was only a short time ago when that one, surnamed Lu, joined the demon court. It must not have occurred to him that we could follow this clue to that time, and he certainly wasn't in disguise. The assistant next to him nodded deeply. He alone, even if he is careful and prudent, nor could I have counted on being hunted down today, so he must not have gone the extra mile to make a disguise, at that time, and it's not like there's nothing to do to get a disguise, either. Just get someone to paint a picture of what he looked like at the time and match it against the database. Surely we'll be able to find him soon. Ha! Xiahou Tian let out a cold laugh. His palms holding the wine cups rippled with veins as he gritted his teeth. Even if he calls the shots in the floodplains, in this great Xia, it's still not my Xiahou family that has the final say. This time, I'll see how he can escape me. The one who offends me, I will make his life worse than death. The assistant nodded slightly and passed this order on. Then asked, "Do we still have to continue to fight for the witch-slaying sword? How many men did our Xiahou family lose this time?" Xiahou Tian asked rhetorically. "In this battle at sea, several of the great clans have suffered considerable damage." The assistant thought about it and said seriously, "Our Xiahou clan lost about 30,000 people. Most of them were demon clans that can control the wind, or avoid water. To think that one person killed 30,000 people." Xiahou Tian smacked his lips slightly. Even if there's a grudge against the sword wielder. But Xiahou Tian also had to admit that the strength of that first person of the demon race was indeed incomparably strong. Such a person who was able to accumulate such profound strength in such a short period of time after the flood descended was indeed a rare talent. Thinking about all this, Xiahou Tian said with slight regret, "It's a pity that he wasn't made a member of the Xiahou family. If such a tiger general can be put under my Xiahou family's command, my Xiahou family can definitely soar in the flood in." The assistant next to him likewise nodded slightly in agreement. The head of the family in front of me, although a bit grumpy, but the vision is undeniably good. At the first moment the demon race appeared on the heavenly Dao rankings, the master of the house then noted keenly the value of this man's, and it took a lot of manpower to find it. Unfortunately, before he could be found, the man became a mortal enemy of the head of the family. "Since you can't become my Xiahou Tian's friend," Xiahou Tian's tone was suddenly icy cold, "then let him die. Send a message to the great clans that have established their forces in the flood. Let's just say the sword bearer is strong. A few big clans fighting alone will only be broken by him one by one. Sacrificing grudges to the witch-slaying sword for nothing. Our several great clans need to join forces in order to have a chance of capturing the witch-slaying sword. At that time, after the success of seizing the witch-slaying sword, it's good for everyone to divide the benefits again according to their respective contributions." The assistant asked, slightly puzzled, "To unite the great families, can a few other families agree?" Xiahou Tian sneered, "You have to agree to disagree. Whichever family disagrees is working against my Xiahou family, the witch-slaying sword. I must obtain it." Magic City, Morong family. The appearance of the city of Morong Reed leaning back on the sofa, white-pink long legs on the coffee table, hand end of the bucket of popcorn, non-stop to the mouth, and stuffed, eyes glued to the television, projecting images of the battle. It was precisely the tragic battle that had been recorded by the magic treasure, on the shores of the East China Sea. One man with 27 flying swords, fighting tens of thousands of people alone. That's a handsome man. Morong Reed is full of Lucian's back, and she is flamboyant, much more handsome than the pseudo-pretenders who just pose in front of me and act cool when I'm usually filming. This is the man I, Morong Reed, should marry. As if to. Morong Reed foolishly made sword-swinging motions, brushing and gesticulating a few times, turning his head again to look at Morong Bo on the couch next to him. He said pitifully, "Dad, use your contacts and find your long-lost golden son-in-law, or your daughter will be a widow." The corners of Morong Bo's mouth twitched and, ignoring his daughter's tantrums, he had obviously long since grown accustomed to her quirky personality and shook his head with a smile. "Marry him? Guess you don't stand a chance." He slapped Xiahou Tian's face on the East Sea, almost offended the Xiahou family to death. Anyone with a brain wouldn't choose to voluntarily reveal their identity. It's hard as hell to find this guy in modern times. Morong Reed, who was mercilessly poked through the fantasies of his father, instantly became wilted and skittish. This Xiahou Tian is really not a man to bring so many people to target one person. Even if you can't win the fight, you're still annoyed, and threatening real people in modern times. Can't afford to lose, really can't afford to lose. Morong Bo laughed silently and didn't answer. "But then again," continued Murray Reed, "it's still quite a rare sight to see Xiahou Tian eat his words. It's fortunate that you didn't let me lead the people to seize the witch-slaying sword in the first place, Dad. Otherwise, these hands of our Morong family, it might have to fold a lot, too." Morong Bo looked at Lucian's back in the TV and smiled. Unfortunately, such a character who could be the enemy of 10,000 people was a flash in the pan. After all, can't bounce around much longer. Murray Reed looked at his dad suspiciously. Morong Bo explained with a smile. "Just now, Xiahou Tian has already sent invitations to all the great clans, trying to gather the power of the great clans. Join forces against this first person of the demon race. It says it's an invitation, but it's really more of a notice. Several great clans have been threatened by Xiahou Tian and have no chance to refuse. That battle on the East China Sea yesterday was only due to haste. Everyone was fighting on their own before that demon killed through. When we enter the flood again tomorrow, I believe it's his time to die." Morong Reed deflated her mouth, full of regret. "What a shame, Auntie. I was trying to pick him up. Looks like there's no chance." The corner of Morong Bo's mouth once again twitched viciously and he finally couldn't help but curse. "What goes through your mind usually? I'll tell you about it. Just trying to tell you the truth. Wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. You can't be too high profile in the floodplains in the future. Think twice before you do anything. Morong Reed covered his ears. Don't listen, don't listen. Morong Bo was furious and blew his beard. Guangshan City, Polar Bear Group Building. Chapter 38, Huatang strikes again. Lu Song breaks the great defense. Guangshan City, the top floor of the Polar Bear Building. Ma Huatang, president of the Polar Bear Group, stared intently at the image on the projection. It's exactly what's going around the web right now. The image of the sword wielder fighting tens of thousands of people alone on the shores of the East China Sea. Mighty! What a powerful spirit treasure! If only I had gotten it. Mawatan looked at the screen and the eyes rested on the witch-slaughtering sword on Lucian's back, as well as the 27 flying swords with extremely strong killing power that he was controlling. And the pupils were filled with greed that was hard to hide. As an accomplished businessman, Mawatan has a keen eye for business. He clearly realized that the flood world, the future must be promising. All that was why he had spared no effort and slammed down a lot of money wanting to establish his own forces in the flood world. Build yourself another career in that other world. Unfortunately, in his capacity as chairman of the Polar Bear Group, despite the money, but compared to a few other deep-rooted, rich and powerful families, the power is just too insignificant. That's why Ma Huatang felt that he urgently needed a batch of powerful spirit treasures to boost the power and enhance your bottom line. Therefore, the witch-slaying sword he had to get. End of screenplay. Ma Huatang withdrew his gaze from the projection with intent and looked at the black silk female secretary waiting next to him. That battle yesterday. How many men did our group lose in total? The female secretary frowned. We have recruited a total of 30,000 men for the Polar Bear Group. Lost almost a third in that battle yesterday. Very heavy losses. And most of these people are experts of the second rank or higher. Marwerton, however, waved his hand indifferently. Never mind. Just keep recruiting and give me a raise if no one comes. Anything that money can fix is nothing to me. The female assistant thought about it, but suggested it anyway. Chairman, don't we have to engage in the scramble in a different way? The eyes of Ma Huatang in the chair stared, his sharp gaze looking at the secret art he had cultivated for years. Tell me what you think. The black silk female secretary organized her wording and opened her mouth. That demon race that ranked first in the heavenly Dao ranking is powerful and cunning as hell. There are still so many powerful flood treasures on his body. Even if we recruited more people, we would be useless against him. Why don't we think differently? Mawatan mused, nodding wordlessly, signaling her to continue. We might as well do it by dedicating spiritual treasures to the natives of the flood. In exchange for their shot, let them help our group capture the witch-slaying sword. Though it is extremely difficult to gain the trust of those famous and renowned flood powers, but recruiting those earth immortal realm, heavenly immortal realm natives, it's still a simple thing. Ma Huatang's eyes suddenly brightened and he couldn't help but clap his hands. Wonderful. The black silk secretary smiled slightly, relieved. Just as you say, commanded Mawatan excitedly. Take out some magic treasures in exchange for the trust of the flood natives. Since that sword wielder possesses earth immortal realm strength, let's just make a bloody effort to recruit some heavenly immortal realm, or even Xianxian immortal realm flood natives to help out. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful he is, can he still kill the Xianxian immortal realm? Inside the detention center, the television overhead, repeating the fervent images of the battle in the East China Sea where Lu sank. While Lu Ruyan didn't feel that hot-blooded, she only felt that it was a nightmare. Even after so much time had passed, she still hadn't recovered from the feeling of her soul trembling under the witch slayer sword as if it was pierced by 10,000 arrows. She can't figure it out. That first of the demon race. Why would you use such a vicious and horrible sword against yourself and your precious boyfriend? Obviously he was so kind and so harmless. Next to him, Song Yang's pupils were godless. In his mind, the image of the witch-slaying sword was still being repeated. After a while, it was only then that he said, full of resignation, "Damn it, it was so close. That sword was just a little bit away from me. Almost I would have gotten the witch-slayer sword." The expression on Song Yang's face then turned to indignation again as he looked at Lu Ruyan. "Baby, you know what? If then, I would definitely be able to block that sword if I possessed a defensive spirit treasure. Block that sword. I'm sure I'll just be able to kill that darn sword wielder. By killing him, I'll be able to seize the powerful witch-slaughtering sword. At that time, I'll be able to take you and the witch-slaying sword and slip away in the chaos. Far away, hiding somewhere small in the floodplains, waiting for the right time to take flight. Why didn't I have a defensive spirit treasure on my body at that time?" Song Yang roared in resentment and suddenly thought of that phone call yesterday. It's Lu Xun. It's all Lu Xun's fault. If he had agreed to lend me a spiritual treasure yesterday, my fate would have been rewritten. Lu Ruyan's eyes also brightened slightly, thinking of the miserable days I've had. First, he was kicked out of the house by Lu Xun, and had no choice but to live in Song Yang's dilapidated rental house by himself. He's clearly given him a leg up, and apologized to him. Lu Xun, a heartless and uncaring man, but he was aggressive, wouldn't let himself go home, and had security stop him. Not long ago. It's obvious that you and your precious boyfriend want to take the Witch Slayer sword. As long as Song Yang had a defensive spiritual treasure on him, the fate of the two could be completely rewritten. But Lu Xun, a selfish man, still didn't agree to it, and just hung up, let herself and her boyfriend, Song Yang, in the flood. He was subjected to the inhuman torment of that witch-slaying sword. On the basis of what? Thinking about this made Ruyan Lu even angrier. Yes, it's because of Lu Xun. He's just a heartless, selfish man. They're also selfish in the Lu family. When my parents took care of his Lu family for 3 generations, diligence is what has made them the wealth that Lu's group is today. Without my parents taking care of his family in every way possible, the Lu family certainly couldn't be as rich as they are today. I owe all this to Lu Xun. Ruyan Lu doesn't hate that sword wielder for killing himself. He only hated Lu Xun for not helping himself. And then he thought about what he had been through all these years. In the Lu family, Lu Xun didn't care about his feelings at all over the years. Forcing myself to break up with baby Song Yang. Not letting myself go to the bar and forcing myself to go to those boring adults' drinking parties. Forcing myself to eat food that, in no way, tastes like home, etc., etc., etc. All these years, he was so heartless to me, and I just asked him for a spiritual treasure, and he even refused to give it to me. Song Yang nodded in agreement. We've come to this. In the end, it's all because of Lu Xun. Song Yang cupped Lu Ruyan's face and swore in a low voice. Baby, we must make a name for ourselves in the flood. Someday, to make Lu Xun regret what he did. Chapter 39, The Xianxian Realm Sorcerer Clan Strikes. On top of an unnamed island in the East China Sea. Grievance +7. Grievance +4. Grievance +3. After Lu Xun finished resolving this wave of modern demon clansmen who came to seize the treasure, he twisted his head and glanced at the Slaughter Witch Sword. Witch Slayer's current grievance, 325746/1, 000. Not bad. The collection of the witch-slaying sword's resentful spirits is 1/3 complete. With this kind of efficiency today, I guess we'll be able to collect it in another day or two. Lu Xun glanced up at the distance and froze slightly. The seashore of the East China Sea was occupied by a sea of people. Compared to the previous day, the number of people is increasing rather than decreasing. It's not just the demons and the Asuras. Today, surprisingly, a number of sorcerer and human races had already appeared to snatch the witch-slaughtering sword. To his surprise, after the images of yesterday's grisly, gruesome scene festered on the internet, these men see themselves as powerful and ferocious and, surprisingly, he didn't give up on the idea of grabbing the witch-slaying sword. Instead, they saw the power of Lu Xun's flying sword and were still inspired to seize the treasure. Oh, how greedy! Lu Xun shook his head and laughed bitterly. Aren't you afraid that if you have the life to grab the treasure, you won't have the life to go back? With that, he pulled out a spirit fruit and swallowed it. While slowly recovering his aura, he gazed at the sword grabbers who were surrounding him from the seashore of the Eastern Sea. Suddenly, Lu Xun's gaze sank. Seeing the seashore of the East Sea, a Fury-Chi-driven witch treasure-flying shuttle appeared and was sweeping towards his own bearing. At great speed, on it sat 4 witches. There was no hiding the powerful aura they carried. A sorcerer clan whose strength is equivalent to the Xianxian immortal realm? Lu Xun froze slightly. 2 equivalent to the heavenly immortal realm? And 1 less than the earth immortal realm? I didn't expect that the lineup that came to encircle myself today had been so powerful to such an extent. Obviously, the sorcerer whose strength was equivalent to the Xianxian realm and the 2 celestial immortal realms, all are flood natives, and the handsome-looking young sorcerer next to them should be a modern sorcerer. These 3 flood natives were the ones he called over, because of the current Tendo rankings. In addition to Lu Xun's own peak Earth Immortal realm, the others are all below the Earth Immortal realm. Xiahou Tian, the second oldest in 10,000 years, was only at the peak of the 9th rank. There was still a small distance to go before breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm. To think that I could think of inviting the flood natives to deal with me. Lu Xun mused slightly. There was no intention of hiding, because that flying shuttle swept to the island where he was in an instant. 4 tall, lanky, 2-meter-plus sorcerers jumped off the shuttle and, the oldest of the sorcerers, who had strength equivalent to the Xianxian immortal realm, glanced at Lu Xun. His eyes lingered briefly on the witch-slaying sword behind him. His pupils shrunk violently. His expression was like falling into an ice cave. Fear flickered on his face, and he sneered. It seems that 9 specters didn't lie. That sword on this little demon's back is indeed wickedly evil. I just took one look at it and it felt extraordinary. Woe to our witch clan. One of the sorcerer clansmen, who was equivalent to heavenly immortal realm strength and middle-aged in appearance, also nodded his head and concurred. This sword is indeed extraordinary. It's always distracting to look at it. The demon race is really all a bunch of shameless people, to even presume to refine such an evil sword. Another sorcerer race equivalent to the heavenly immortal realm's strength let out a cold smile. It seems that the group of curmudgeons of the demon race are also clear that refining this evil sword is a move against the heavens. Fear of karma affecting his demon race's chi, so deluded as to try to hoodwink the heavens. Thinking of letting this little demon who is only at the earth immortal realm help refine it. Today, let's bring this evil sword back to the Pangu Divine Hall. Let the ancestral witch lords decide. The young sorcerer next to him was none other than the modern sorcerer clan, Li Jiuyue. Li Jiuyue looked at Lu Xun and said with a faint smile, "This brother, we are both from Earth. I know you're the number one in the demon race, and I've also watched the footage of your battle yesterday. It does rock. To be honest, it is indeed rare for you to have climbed to where you are now. I admire you and have no desire to make an enemy of you. If you're a witch, maybe we can still talk about wine, but you might as well hand over the witch slayer sword, as you can see." Saying that, Li Jiuyue inserted a small bright yellow formation flag on the ground. The entire area around the island was instantly covered by a halo of baleful aura that the birds of prey on the island were startled and tried to lift their wings to escape, but they hit the halo solidly and fainted. Obviously, it's a trap formation. After doing so, Li Jiufei pointed at the three flood indigenous sorcerers beside him and opened his mouth with a sincere expression. "These elders of mine, the lowest all have strength equal to the heavenly immortal realm, and the grand elder even has Xianxian immortal realm strength. I recognize that you are strong. There must have been a lot of wonders and opportunities, too, but you're only at the peak of the earth immortal realm. If you go against me today, it's hard to escape being killed. Give us the witch-slaying sword, and I can beg the elders to spare your life. This way at least, you can leave this cultivation of yours behind, can't you?" Lu Xun smiled calmly as he listened to the other party's crowning words. "I kind of appreciate your family's financial resources, too. Surprisingly, you were able to invite the flooded earth of the Xianxian realm. You don't usually send a lot of spiritual treasures to these flood natives, do you, Duke Lai?" Lu Xun heard that native of the sorcerer race call him Zhou Yue, and seeing that this modern sorcerer before him was of the 8th order, of course, he could recognize that he was none other than the one on the heavenly Dao ranking, the young family head of the great Xiaoli family, Li Jiuyue. "But I also advise you," Lu Xun said with the same look of sincerity. "You leave now with your whole family of these elders or grandparents or whatever. I can do this without killing you." Li Jiuyue's handsome face twisted for a moment. Still maintaining a forced smile, he didn't say a word. "Zhou Yue brat. What's the point of wasting words with this demon scum?" The grumpy heavenly immortal strength sorcerer race cursed. "Just kill him. Didn't you fancy the 27 flying swords on him? This time you have been given credit for your news reporting. After you kill him, those flying swords of his are yours. I will also recommend you to the ancestral witch lords in the Pangu Divine Hall. Just watch from the sidelines. I'll take his flying sword and give it to you." Seeing that the elder had spoken, Li Jiuyue didn't say anything else. With a frown, he silently retreated behind the crowd. The three powerful witch race elders no longer concealed themselves. Their chi exploded, and an ebony purple divine pattern crawled all over their bodies. Their already stout bodies became even taller. Their muscles gnarled, their skin like adamantine gold and stone. The three witches rushed to land and sink. East China Sea seashore. A crowd of eaters watched the shuttle carrying the four sorcerers board the island, and there was a great deal of discussion. How dare you invite the local natives of the flood to make a move? And it's still a Xianxian realm big shot. Why was that modern sorcerer on the shuttle so brave? Which ministry is he? Chapter 40, The Eastern Emperor Clock unleashes suppression, devouring the Xianxian witch race. Who else could it be? Now the only modern witch clan that has this strength is that Li Jiuyue? Who? That young family head of the great Xiaolai family, Li Jiuyue? Sure enough, the people of the several big families are powerful, rich and powerful. We can't compare. This time, I'm afraid that first person of the demon race will have a hard time escaping death. It is said that the witch race only cultivates the body and not the Yuanshan, and their brains are not good, but I didn't expect there to be a brain with a brain. Several clans that were allied together by Xiahou Tian. Seeing Li Jiuyue bring the flood natives to the island, he was furious. What's going on with the Lai family? Forget it if you don't join our crusade alliance. To think that they even invited a flood native with Xianxian strength to make a move. That's a bad rule for his family. Saying that, the representatives of the several great clans looked towards Xiahou Tian who was in the main seat. Master Xiahou, should we send someone to intervene now? Maybe the demon race kid was really killed by the flood natives brought by Li Jiuyue. The witch-slaying sword might actually be snatched into their hands. Xiahou Tian was silent. Today, He had been sitting on the seashore of the East Sea, commanding the allied armies of several great clans to attack Lucian in waves, for he found that the siege of the army had not at all. That kid's a thief. As soon as the number of people attacking, that kid carries the witch-slaying sword on his back and slips into the depths of the East China Sea, and he is fast and specializes in drilling into places where those big demons gather, so he can't be found or chased at all, so it's just a matter of leaning in, using this as a way to deplete his spiritual energy little by little. The idea was to drain him of his spiritual energy before finally finding a chance to kill him with a single blow. No need to strike now. Xiahou Tian waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "It may not be a good thing for us if Li Zhou sends the witch race out." Good thing? The people from the several big clans next to him froze and, how can this still be good? The Lai family has clearly broken the rules. This was, and a few family representatives who understood Xiaohou's meaning opened their mouths to explain. What the Xiahou family head said is indeed correct. That sword-bearer kid is very sneaky. He'll run away when there are more of us. Might as well let those 3 powerful indigenous witch clans kill him. Wait until they take away the witch slayer sword. Let's just round up those few indigenous witch clans. The witch race are all not cultivating their yuanshan. They don't know the art of wind control. They can't run away. When the time comes, we just need to use people to slowly wear them out. As soon as the man next to him heard this explanation, it made sense at once. The sword bearer runs fast. Those few sorcerers, however, may not be able to run as fast. The Xianxian immortal realm strength of the sorcerer clan is a little bit more powerful, although it is said to be a little bit more powerful. He won't run, though. We're hundreds of thousands of people here, so if we surround and slowly consume them, we'll definitely be able to wear them out. Several other family representatives chimed in. Right, the snipe and the fisherman. Since that brat Lai Zhou invited the sorcerer clan of Xianxian immortal strength, let's just let them and the sword bearer drain each other's strength. When they're done fighting, the sword bearer is dead, and the witch slaughtering sword fell into the hands of those few witches. Let's surround and kill them again. It might even be less trouble. The Xiahou family head is truly resourceful. Listening to the people next to him patting his own ass, Xiahou Tian was not much happier. Eyes slightly cold looking at the distant island that was covered by formations and could not be seen too clearly murmured. It's still a shame. Couldn't kill the kid myself. Islands. Lucian saw the 3 sorcerer natives, each holding up their swords to kill themselves, and had no intention of running away, but took the initiative to meet the enemy. He also intended to see if he could deal with the sorcerer clan of Xianxian realm strength at the limit of his current battle power. A foggy, watery illusion spread out from around Lucian's body. Cloud and water illusion, activated. The entire island was instantly covered in illusions, presenting a world of surging desire. In Lai Zhou's field of vision, in all directions, all they saw were all hot and tall, thinly clad, skin as white as jade, alluring women, scratching their heads and making bold advances. The desires of his heart were inadvertently aroused. The knot in his throat rolled involuntarily, and his eyes swooped down on the women in ecstasy. The other 3 witch natives. Reactions vary. One of them, the more grumpy heavenly immortal strength witch clan, began to resist desperately after his eyes fell into a daze. Another witch elder with the strength of a heavenly immortal. It was only a matter of falling into the illusion for a few moments and breaking free from it. The witch elder with Xianxian realm strength, who had not been affected by the illusion in the slightest, was trying to wake up the other 2 witches. Ding! The chest resounded with the sound of gold and iron, and the ebony-purple divine pattern lit up as a willow leaf-sized flying sword hung there. Worthy of being a sorcerer race that only cultivates the physical body and not the yuanshan, the physique really lives up to its name. Surprisingly, it was able to block my own flying sword. Lucian marveled slightly, and with a movement of his mind, 27 flying swords flew out at the same time, carrying a halo of azure and purple gold light, splitting into 4 waves and killing each of the 4 sorcerers. Lai Zhou almost died in excitement. When he was wiped out by the flying sword, there was still a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The body planted itself with a thud, the soul returning to the wheel of rebirth, and the body dropped a floor of dharma treasures. That heavenly immortal strength which race elder who was struggling. The physique blocked the first sword, and the divine lines on the surface of the body rapidly dimmed. But there were 4 flying swords that surrounded him. Clanking, the sound of pounding iron resonated around his torso. The divine lines on his skin quickly faded away, and in an instant, he was a bloody mess, collapsing in a pool of blood. Another heavenly immortal realm sorcerer who broke out of the illusionary realm. His weapon was a shoddy plain sword. He was surrounded by 6 flying swords at the same time. He kept blocking the attacks of the flying swords with his park sword, but his body showed that he was still adding strands of blood, and he had no time to care. 9 specters. Genpu. The Grand Elder of Xianxian strength is a famous arrow witch. and his weapon is a bow and arrow. Seeing that his two companions had both perished, his anger rose from his heart, and with an explosive cry, disregarding his own dangerous situation of being surrounded by a dozen flying swords, towards Lucian, he opened his bow and arrow. A powerful stream of light emerged from the divine pattern on his arm and condensed to the tip of the arrow. Boom! Arrows with great killing power shot out, targeting precisely Lucian, who was not far away. 5 flying swords rushed towards the arrows like lightning, instantly slicing the wooden arrows to pieces. But the ebony purple light on the tip of the arrow that carried the killing power of the arrow which still rushed towards Lucian's chest. Yikes! A loud and clear cry that. The 9 crows flame shield lit up and blocked the strike. Lucian was carried backwards by inertia and laughed lightly. It's a good thing I have a backhand. Almost lost count. Can't have you making arrows. Put. Another celestial immortal strength sorcerer clan member also fell into a pool of blood. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. The great elder of the witch clan shouted angrily, his body's aura surging once again, the light of the ebony black divine pattern becoming even more brilliant, his body becoming even more lanky and tall. Shoo shoo shoo. At Lucian. He kept opening his bow and shooting an arrow that carried the might of a Xian immortal. Suppress me. Lucian's mind moved. The long unmoving basal yellow ancient clock within the Chihai Dantian rumbled and vibrated. An arcane yellow halo with a majestic aura spread out in all directions with the subtle sound of a bell. Suppressing the might of a Xian immortal strength arrow. It suppressed all the spiritual energy of this piece of heaven and earth. It is? The Xian immortal realm Grand Elder's pupils shook tremendously. It was discovered that the divine lines on his body were rapidly dimming, and the strength of his physical body was fading rapidly. Shoo! Before he could react, a flying sword sliced across his throat and the huge body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Let's see what happens when you devour the body of a witch. Lucian quietly unleashed Demon Emperor's Devouring on the Grand Elder's corpse. Chapter 41, Devouring Xuanwu. Obtaining the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong. Lucian quietly unleashed the Demon Emperor's Devouring on the Xuanwu corpse. Void figures with monstrous blood chi appeared behind him, opening their bloody mouths and rushing towards the corpses of the sorcerer race. Devouring the witch race with the strength of the Xian immortals. Acquired 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong. Next, gained the arrow witch's archery skill of 800 paces. 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, a technique for refining the physical body. As long as it is practiced to its fullest, it will be invulnerable to swords and spears, water and fire. 9 turns of Yuan Gong. Surprisingly, it's the 9 turns of Yuan Gong? Lucian directly ignored the arrow witch archery technique and locked his attention on the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong. Although he possessed the Demon Emperor's inheritance in his body, he was still a bit shocked to see that he had obtained the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong. He could know too well the power of this technique. This race, the witch race, is different from the other races in the flood, self-appointed as an orthodox descendant of Pangu, and only cultivates the physical body and not the Yuanshan. So the physical body is exceptionally powerful compared to the other races in the flood. The reason why their physiques were strong was the physique boiling technique created by the several great ancestral witches that originated from the Pangu Zhangshan. Lucian was originally interested in the power of the witch race's physique. I'm prepared. But still, he didn't expect that this witch tribe elder in front of him was actually cultivating the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong. To talk about the power of the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, let's start with Yang Jian, a famous figure in the Great God Sealing. The technique he cultivated was called the 8-9 Xian Gong. Yang Jian, who practiced the 8-9 metaphysical skills, was only at the cultivation level of Tai Golden Immortal, and his flesh strength was able to fight with the Dala Golden Immortals, and even many quasi-saint level powerhouses, with their flesh strength, couldn't compare to him. In the midst of the God-sealing catastrophe, it shone brightly, and the predecessor of his 8-9 Xian Gong, it was none other than the 9 turns of Yuan Gong of the Witch Clan. After the Witch Demon Cataclysm, Tianzuan Yuanshi improved the 9 revolutions of the witch race, and specifically granted Yang Jian, a 3rd-generation disciple, to cultivate it. One could imagine how perverse the 9 turns of Yuan Gong, the predecessor of the 8-9 mysteries, was. No wonder my flying sword just now couldn't even hurt this sorcerer race body in the slightest. Lu Xun realized. So it's the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong that he's practicing. It seems that this witch race elder that Lai Zhou has found, it's not a low status within the entire witch clan. Lu Xun thought about all this. I just don't know. What kind of technique is on the other 2 sorcerers? Once again, he used the Demon Emperor's Devouring on the other 2 heavenly immortal strength sorcerers. Unfortunately, only 2 derivation techniques of a grade inferior to the 9 revolution Xian Gong were obtained. Lu Xun's mind sank as he quietly operated the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong. Boom! An extremely powerful chi vibrated away from the surface of his body, and wisps of chi coalesced into an ebony-purple divine pattern on the surface of his body. The crackling sound of popping peas and Lucian felt that his limbs and bones were being transformed by the 9 revolutions Yuan Gong. The strength of the originally extraordinary golden crow physique was directly enhanced by more than 100 times. Lucian flexed his muscular arm and stretched out a finger and summoned a flying sword of sunflower water to stab at his fingertips. A ding, a ding, a ding. Sparks of gold and iron erupted from his fingertips. Worthy of the 9 turns of Yuan Gong, Lucian nodded in satisfaction. He then turned his gaze to Li Zhoujue's corpse. A storage pouch was retrieved from him. The harvest in the bag surprised Lucian greatly. Surprisingly, there was a mid-grade Hotian spiritual treasure grade, 2 lower-grade Hotian spiritual treasures, as well as a dozen or so magic treasures with different effects. There were also about 50,000 or so spirit stones that looked like they were full of aura. Worthy of being the young master of the great Xiaoli family, Lucian nodded in satisfaction. Sure is rich and powerful. Lucian took out the magic treasures and spiritual treasures inside the storage bag and briefly examined them, realizing that none of them served a good purpose. All of them were fed to the East Emperor clock to repair it. East Emperor's bell repair degree, 13, 71%. If we find a few more medium-grade spiritual treasures, we should be able to unlock another skill again. Lucian was quite satisfied. A real fire of the sun, burning the 4 devoured corpses. He finally locked his eyes on the flag not far away. The formation flag was laid down as soon as Li Zhouju landed on the ground. The effect is to isolate a small space where those outside can't get in and those inside have a hard time getting out. The scope of action is in the heavenly immortal realm and below. The spirit stones that supplied the aura were sufficient, and the formation would last forever. Surprisingly, it's a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Lucian glanced at the small formation flag and marveled slightly. A bold idea came to mind. East China Sea coast. The orientation where the alliance of several great clans was located. Li Zhouju has actually invited the witch clan of Xianxian immortal strength. This time the sword bearer is bound to die. It's a pity that I can't kill this man with my own hands. I just wonder what he really looks like. What's the point of knowing what it looks like? He's wasted. And the position of leader of the heavenly Dao ranking is finally the Xia family masters. And yes. Ha 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 ha. This is the way to gain much help and lose little help. And our several great families, and the Xiahou family head as enemies, is ultimately wrong. The representatives of the several great families talked, and the atmosphere was cheerful. The frequent sidelong glances towards Xiahou Tian's side. The meaning of flattery was obvious. Since yesterday, after Xiahou Tian sent out a notice of alliance to the several great clans, the several great clans of the Great Summer, not all of them, gave an affirmative answer. Some responded positively, some politely declined. But even so, this time, Xiahou Tian still gathered as many as 500,000 people. Xiahou Tian did not pay any attention to the ass-kissing of the bystanders. He was raised as the heir of the Xiahou family, and such scenes had long since become familiar to him. Xiahou Tian looked at the foggy island in the distance that was shrouded by a formation and let out a cold snort. Surprisingly, he was able to hold out for so long under the attack of a sorcerer with Xianxian strength. Looks like I underestimated his strength, after all. But after today, he said, his tone turning confident again, the demon race, the leader of the heavenly Dao rankings, will cease to exist. I reckon the fighting on the island is almost over. Everyone get ready to intercept that witch race. On the other side of the East China Sea seashore, where the polar bear group is located. Well, manhwa, who had turned into an Azura, was covered in an aura-rich Dharma treasure, protected by his men, and looked at the secretary who had hurried over. Chairman, it's all arranged. The female secretary, who, like most girls, converted to the race of flower demon when the flood came, reported earnestly. A total of hundreds of pieces of magic treasures were spent this time. More than 80 powerful flood natives have been recruited. Most of them are of earth immortal realm strength. And there are 4 of them of heavenly immortal realm strength. These men are right back there, at your disposal. Good. Manhwa nodded in satisfaction. Good job. Go back and give you a performance raise and increase your salary. With that, his greedy eyes turned to the foggy island in the sea, confidently. As soon as the fighting on the island is over, let's just let those flood natives kill them. This witch slaughtering sword and those 27 flying swords with extraordinary killing power must belong to my polar bear group. Chapter 42, Collected and Delivered. The crowd on the shores of the East China Sea, each of them held their breath, stretched their necks, and crossed their fingers in the direction of the foggy island. Suddenly, the large formation on the island fell with a bang, and the crowd became excited all of a sudden. It's over! It's over! Those powerful sorcerers will be coming out soon. One is ready to strike. Make sure you hold them off. Leave the witch-slaying sword here on the shores of the East China Sea. Then the eagerly awaiting crowd that A purple-gold arc of light was seen shooting out from the island, towards the direction of the seashore, sweeping in at breakneck speed. Li Zhou switched shuttles? This flying shuttle is so precious. It's so fast. The crowd was still in a daze, and some people felt that the arcing light was familiar, and their faces were shocked. No, this is no shuttle. This is the sword-bearer's transportation technique. It's not that group of sorcerers that came out. It's the sword-bearer. He's alive. Xiahou Tian squinted his eyes at Lucian, who was flying towards the shore at breakneck speed, and sucked in a breath of cool air. How is he still alive? Surprisingly, he was able to survive the hands of the sorcerer clan with the strength of a Xian immortal. There was no one beside him to answer him. Everyone's eyes were attracted to Lucian's figure, and they didn't even notice Xiahou Tian opening his mouth. But Xiahou Tian didn't think so. As long as the witch-slaying sword is still here, no matter why the sword-wielder suddenly rushed to the shore, whether it's a dog jumping over the wall, or whether it's an irritant, he's going to die here today anyway. Lucian hung in midair and threw a formation flag at the crowd below. Boom! A blurry curtain of water descended from the sky, enveloping the thousands of people below. Holy, I'm trapped by a formation. Why can't you run away? The crowd enveloped by the formation scattered in panic, wanting to escape from the treacherous area, but unfortunately could not do so, outside the formation. Instead, they frantically attacked the formation, trying to kill their way in. It was because they realized that the sword-bearer had drilled inside the formation. Life is a siege everywhere, with those inside the formation trying to get out and those outside trying to get in. Shoo shoo shoo. Lucian stood in the center of the formation. 27 flying swords suffused with boundless killing power scattered in all directions. With him as the center of the, harvesting one greedy soul after another. Wailing sounds rose and fell within the formation. But soon, then there was a silence. Kill it all. Grievance plus 4,567. Grievance plus 2,346. A grievous spirit transformed into spiritual light and disappeared into the witch-slaying sword. Lucian glanced at the madly rising progress of the grudge collection within the slaughter witch sword and smiled to himself. This method of rounding up a piece and cutting it off is just quick. It's estimated that within today, we'll be able to finish collecting 1 million resentful spirits. The reason why the king of the landsinkers chose to hide at sea. A little bit of reaping the grudge. It was the fear of being surrounded and not having the time to recover spiritual energy to maintain continuity to be killed. But now, with the formation flag gifted by Li Zhou and the powerful body gifted by the 9 turns of Yuan Gong, he was no longer at risk of being surrounded and running out of spiritual energy. Formation flags can be sustained continuously as long as there are spirit stones. And in Li Jiufei's storage bag, there were exactly 50,000 spirit stones, which was estimated to last for a day. The powerful body of the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, it allowed Lu Xun, even if he was caught in a siege, to stand and let them fight while he ate the spirit fruit to recover his spiritual energy. Punch it in. The witch-slaying sword is inside. Who goes in first? Whoever has the chance to get the witch-slayer sword. The people outside the formation had already killed their eyes and kept attacking the formation, wanting to rush in. Suddenly, the formation's prohibition disappeared, and the sword wielder stood alone in the center of the formation. The crowd that surrounded outside just froze for a moment, then rushed in with a rush. Boom! The formation was once again energized, trapping tens of thousands of people inside. In a few moments, the formation disappeared again, and then when enough people rush in, it is activated again. Gone. Activation. Disappearance. Lucian just repeats these 2 operations. The progress of collecting the grievous spirits within the witch-slaughtering sword quickly reached 3/4. And the crowd outside the formation still didn't stop their frantic behavior, because everyone thinks so. Just hold on a little longer. Maybe when I rush in, that's the moment when the sword-bearer's aura runs out and the witch-slayer's sword falls out. A coalition of several great families, including Xiahou Tian, including manhwa Tang, who was preparing to be taken by surprise, likewise thought so. The killing on the shores of the East China Sea went on like this for a whole day. Grievance plus 6,743. Grievance plus 3,456. Grievance plus 2,784. Witch-slaying sword current grievance, 1, 133, 000/1, 000, Lucian glanced at the progress of collecting the grievances of the slaughter witch sword and let out a long sigh of relief. I didn't realize there was more to collect. This is going a lot faster than I expected. Lucian killed all the remaining demons in the formation, taking out a spirit fruit from his pocket. He gulped down a large mouthful of it to restore his spiritual energy. He was about to put away the array flag and return to the demon court to hand in his mission. He looked up in the direction of the western sky and, noticing an extremely powerful aura appearing and quickly running towards him. Not good. This is at least a power at the level of a great sorcerer. Lucian's thoughts sank as he pulled out the summoning jade seal that Bai Zhe had given him and crushed it without hesitation. Demon Court, Demon Emperor Palace's side hall. Today, it's already the 27th time you viewed that transmission jade seal. The tone of Emperor Jun behind the screen was tinged with amusement. Bai Zhe's face was slightly embarrassed as he withdrew his gaze from the jade seal at his waist. You have no confidence in that, Lucian? Di Jun asked in a salty manner. Bai Zhe's face was bitter. The witch slaughtering sword concerns the survival of my demon race. After all, Lucian is only at the peak of the earthy mortal realm. 2. How can I be at ease? Di Jun instead looked relieved and said lightly, if I can't, I'll take a trip to the Sea of Underworld Blood. Ask that guy from Styx to invite the Abyssal Yuan 2 for one use. Collecting a million grievances is just a snap of the fingers. No more. For the sake of the survival of my demon race, I am the one who suffers these millions of karmas alone. And there is no harm in it. Bai Zhe knew that this was His Majesty the Demon Emperor consoling himself and let out a bitter smile. Your Majesty need not comfort me so. The karma of a million resentful spirits is huge after all, involving supreme karma at every turn. It's the 3 Qing saints who wouldn't dare to go and bear it so easily. You are the ruler of my demon race. How can you speak so lightly? Bai Zhe glanced at the jade seal on his waist again and said bitterly, just don't know. How many grievances can Lucian collect for the witch-slaying sword? Di Jun smiled brightly. How much do you think he can collect? Bai Zhe thought carefully and stated a relatively conservative figure. 100,000 at the most. Within 100,000 grievances, he will definitely crush the summoning jade seal to contact me. Oh, said Emperor Jun, laughing softly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he thought of the image of Lucian at the entrance of the demon court that day, coaxing his own little jade rabbit. I'd like to think that boy can be coaxed and has a quick mind. There's no chance that we can collect 150,000 grievances for the witch slaughter sword. The two were talking. The jade seal on Bai Zhe's waist suddenly emitted a bright light, and he helplessly shook his head inside. I didn't realize that. He asked me for help so soon. Then he bid farewell to Emperor Jun. His body flashed and disappeared in the Demon Emperor Palace. Chapter 43, Blocking the Attack of Interdictor. Stunning everyone. On the shores of the East China Sea, amidst the array of flags. Such a powerful aura. This is at least a great sorcerer-level expert on his way, right? Lucian gazed at the sky, slightly worried. Let's hope that the White Zephyr Demon Sage will come as soon as possible when he gets my message. And with that, a flick of the sleeve towards the ground. The magic treasures, spirit stones, and whatnot that fell from killing the modern humanoids were all pocketed. He was surprised to find that, surprisingly, there were several powerful spiritual treasures that were mixed in. Whatever, even if I die, I'll be a full dead man. Alas, what a pity. Lucian estimated the value of the pile of spiritual objects. It'll give the East Emperor at least 7 or 8% of the repair degree. Getting a counter skill is more than enough. Boom! A great figure appeared indistinctly in the sky, like a meteor crashing to the ground. It pushed straight towards Lucian's direction. The visitor was a great sorcerer that is uncannily familiar to all moderns. In later times he would have been decapitated without dying, with breasts for eyes and a dry hand. The great sorcerer Interceptor, a household name. The fury in Xingtian's body was undisguised. Next to him stood none other than Lai Zhou, who had just died from indulgence in the land-sinking formation and had just come back to life from the Yin Mountain reincarnation. Once Lai Zhou was resurrected, immediately, he rushed back to the Jiuli tribe and informed the entire tribe of the news of the tribal elder's death. At the risk of offending the ancestral witches, he entered the ancestral tribe of the Witch Clan and informed a group of great witches of this news. The several great ancestor witches and great witches of the Witch Clan, although they were being burnt out by the matter of fighting with the Eastern Emperor Tai. Still, it was prudent to listen to Lai Zhouyue's words. He sent the great sorcerer Xingtian to follow Li Zhouyue to the shores of the East China Sea. Is this Interceptor? The great sorcerer Interceptor has actually come all the way here? Ha ha ha, the heavens have eyes. That despicable sword wielder will have a hard time escaping death this time. I didn't get a chance to get the Witch Slayer sword, though, but if I can watch that awesome Boom Boom Tendo ranking number 1 die, it'll be worth it. The great sorcerer of criminal heaven's mighty pressure deadened Lucian, and his gaze lingered on the ridged sword behind him for a long time, unable to resist sucking in a breath of cool air. The demon race is really a bunch of scum. In order to deal with my witch clan, one would even think of such underhanded means, refining such an evil sword that has a dry heavenly harmony, in order to avoid karma, and to let you, a junior who is not subject to karma, collect resentful spirits. No wonder my witch clan's great powers couldn't deduce it. After saying that, he turned his head to look at Ri Zhouyue next to him and slowly said, You witch race juniors have been given credit for reporting information this time. acting with a fair amount of resourcefulness as well. After I bring back this Witch Slayer sword, I will certainly recommend you to the several ancestral witch lords, so that they can reward you properly and heavily. The corners of Li Zhouyue's mouth lifted slightly. Despite having just died once, the 8th order cultivation that had been accumulated with great difficulty was completely zeroed out. But to be able to be introduced to the ancestral witches, this wave is not a bad one. He clasped his fists respectfully. Let the matter of merit and demerit be put aside for the time being. If I can save my witch clan from the flames, I will only break my bones in pieces. The corners of Interceptor's mouth slightly carried a smile, becoming more and more satisfied with Li Zhouyue beside him, his gaze locking onto Lucian once again, his tone suddenly icy cold. You demon junior, take the initiative to hand over the Witch Slayer sword. I might be able to save your life. The voice is grand and penetrating. The crowd of melon eaters on the East China seashore of the earthquake earth was dizzy as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Lucian stood proudly above the ground, looking straight at Interceptor, indifferent to the great sorcerer level of pressure. On the surface, he looked light-hearted, but inside, he had already begun to freak out. Bai Zhe, why don't you come yet? Be reliable. Okay, it's been so long. Although the demon court is 180,000 miles away from here, you are at least one of the top 10 demon saints of the demon clan, a great Luo golden immortal level powerhouse. This is the great sorcerer Interceptor, the top great sorcerer of the witch race. If you don't come, I'll have to use the East Emperor's bell. In the end, he could only take the witch-slaying sword and go far away. Arrogant, naturally treating Lucian's behavior as a provocation. Interceptor let out a violent cry. The bronze golem in his hand that was entwined with blood-devouring aura was swung. Boom! The huge goggle spear void descended from the sky, slashing Lucian with an unstoppable straight strike. Holy! The crowd of eaters who were still alive on the shores of the East China Sea were aghast. Is this the combat power of the great sorcerer Interceptor? The strong people of the Flood continent are truly extraordinary. This blow mustn't hit your body with a bruise or a purple patch. This attack, even if a great Luo god immortal came, he wouldn't be able to block it. It's considered a fulfillment for the sword wielder to be able to die under this attack. Dang! The 9 crown flame shield instantly surfaced around Lucian's body. 9 purple flame god birds that look like a phoenix but not a phoenix, and like a crow but not a crow, surrounded Lucian's circumference, forming a powerful protective shield to block the ghost spear's shadow. Dang! The ghost spear's shadow kept hitting Lucian's body, as if the attacks would be endless if he didn't die. The sound of an urgent bell rang out from Lucian's surroundings, and the 9 crow fire shield quickly dimmed and propped up again. The 9 crows fire shield is complete. The 9 crows of fire. The 9 crows of fire. 3 messages quickly surfaced in Lucian's mind. This is okay? Lucian was slightly surprised in his heart. When you fight an enemy that is far stronger than you, the proficiency of your skills will rise rapidly. Ah, gained a new way to brush up on my proficiency. But why haven't you come yet? Shirazawa, you pitiful bastard. Lucian was struggling to fend off the attacks of the great sorcerer Interdictor. Clang! The 9 crow fire shield completely shattered and turned into pieces, never to be seen again. Out! The ebony purple witch race divine pattern surfaced on Lucian's body surface. The 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong that had just been acquired revolved on its own, protecting Lucian's surrounding body. A confrontation was formed with that goshawk shadow, introducing the 9 turns of Yuan Gong. 9 turns of Yuan Gong proficiency. Mastery of the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong. A message quickly surfaced in Lucian's mind, but Lucian had no time for it, because inside his Qi Dan Tian, that Xian yellow Dong Huang clock is trembling non-stop, wanting to rush out to protect the master. Can't show up. You're going to really come out. I'll really have no place to hang out in the flood world. I guess the several great saints will be looking for me all over the world. Lucian rigidly suppressed the East Emperor bell in his body. There's still an aggressive attack from Interceptor out there. Shirazawa, you pitbull, come quickly. Lucian hissed in his heart and insisted on resisting until the last moment. When the hanging mid-air criminal Sky saw this, he was slightly surprised. I can't imagine that you're not a simple little demon follower, not even at the heavenly immortal realm. To think that you can support yourself for so long under my 1-point force attack. Eaters on the shores of the East China Sea. There was also a daze at the sight. This is the attack of the great sorcerer Interceptor. If I remember correctly, Interceptor's strength during the Sorcerer Demon War. It should be the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. This sword wielder cowhide to think that he could hold out for so long under the attack of Interdictor. It seems that the chance he obtained in the flood is quite something. No wonder it's so far ahead in the heavenly Dao ranking. Straight up second place finisher Xiahou Tian has no dreams. Xiahou Tian, who was being protected by the remnant members of several great clans, saw this image and, mixed feelings in my heart. Chapter 44 Rinchan's Appreciation. White Zephyr to the rescue. When Xiahou Tian saw this scene, His heart was a mixed bag of emotions. There was both shock and jealousy. The sword bearer was actually able to block the great sorcerer's attack for such a long time? Is the first place in the Heaven's Path ranking so gold-rich? Until this moment now. It was only then that he truly recognized the full strength of the sword bearer. I'm afraid that if he lives, the position of the leader of this heavenly Tao ranking will always be his. I, Xiahou Tian, will live in his shadow for the rest of my life. But that's certainly out of the question. Facing Interceptor with the strength of a great sorcerer, he's kind of up for grabs today. From now on, the position of the leader of the heavenly Tao ranking will be mine, Xiahou Tian. Although this first place came a little less than honorable, but in a few days, the heavenly Tao ranking settlement reward should come down. I wonder what's so good about it. Thinking about it, at the bottom of Xiahou Tian's heart, he was again a bit regretful. Pity. Such a talented person has not even become a member of my Xiahou family. If only I could have gotten to him in the first place before I got into trouble with him. Call him into my summer hall family ahead of time. With such a tiger general, I'm afraid that the strength of my Xiahou family in this flood world has to completely suppress the other several great families of the great Xia. Ugh. I wish I had found him earlier in the first place. The polar bear group is located in the direction of Mawatan was guarded by a group of fighters who had survived the big fight that had just taken place. Looking at that scene in the distance, shocked at the strength of the sword wielder, he was filled with regret at the same time. The group of flood indigenous experts that had been recruited by scattering thousands of dollars earlier had almost all folded inside the sword executioner's great formation. He's not at all distressed, though. After all, money was a string of numbers to him. It's just a bit of a shame that the appearance of the great sorcerer Interceptor, the ownership of the witch-slaying sword was considered to be completely settled. A remote corner of the East China Sea coast, Murray Reed was standing under a large tree, the original hot Ling Ling body plus the charming addition of the Rakshasa race, so that this in the modern era has the name of national goddess of everyone's daughter, adding a touch of absolute color. She sighed regretfully as she nibbled on the aromatic spirit fruit. Pity. He kind of has to die here today. I'm afraid I won't get a chance to marry him. But then again, his strength is truly powerful. He was able to carry on for so long under Interceptor's attack. Dad, what you said back then was really right. It's a good thing that our Morone family didn't go and participate in grabbing the witch-slaying sword, or else you'll end up like that dead scumbag Xiahou Tian. Next to him, Morong Bo, who had turned into a goat demon, smiled and stroked his snow-white goat beard. I keep telling you to think big. It doesn't matter anymore. Though, the dispute over the witch-slaughtering sword is considered to have come to an end once and for all with the appearance of the great witch Interceptor. As he looked at Lucian's body, the ebony-purple witch pattern that surfaced was slightly astonished. I didn't realize that in such a short time. You then stole and learned my sorcerer clan's 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong. It seems that your talent is also extraordinary. If I let you grow up, I'm afraid that for my witch clan, another scourge of no small magnitude, all the more reason not to keep you. As the words fell, Interceptor wielded that bronze gob and rushed towards Lucian with boundless killing intent, just as Lucian was planning to sacrifice the Eastern Emperor Bell and lay down his life. Boom! A teleportation spell formation fell with a loud bang, and a figure in fluttering white clothes stepped out from it. White Zephyr. Interceptor saw the visitor and then snorted. You filthy demon race's methods are truly despicable. To secretly refine such an evil sword, you still have the face to show up today in front of the 10,000 tribes of the flood. White Zephyr smiled slightly and sneered back. You, a great sorcerer of the witch clan, to take a shot at a junior of my demon clan who is only at the earth immortal realm. I see that your witch clan isn't much brighter, is it? Don't bother talking to you. Interceptor was getting his defenses broken by White Zephyr. Let's just do a fight today. Waving the bronze Drygo in his hand, he thumped his feet on the void and rushed towards Baizé, the white pit. Oh, not Lord Shirasawa. Lucian was slightly worried as he looked at the powerful aura that was emanating from Interceptor's body and then looked at Baizé's thin body. Can we get out of here today? Although Baizé was categorized as one of the 10 great demon saints of the demon court, and also had the strength of a great Luo golden immortal, but Lucian is clear. He was merely of the intellectual type, the warlord category, and might not be good at fighting. It might not be possible to win a fight with the great sorcerer of the sorcerer race, Interceptor, who was known for his fighting prowess. White Zephyr looked at Lucian appreciatively and laughed. You even managed to last this long under his attack. Why can't I? With that, a big hand was waved. Thousands of spirit stones flew out of his sleeves and landed near the circumference of Xingtian's body. The spirit stones had long been inscribed with formation texts on top of them, and as the spirit power fingertips pulled each other, a trapping formation instantly fell. What a tactic! Lucian couldn't help but exclaim. Don't look, it won't trap him for much longer, White Zephyr said, lifting up Lucian's neck, lifting it up like a small chicken cub, and with a step of his foot, a spell formation appeared. taking Lucian with him in a flash. Damn! Shameless! The belligerent Xingtian broke free from the big formation and cursed at Baizay's faraway direction. The demon race is really a bunch of dirty people. If you can't beat me, you'll use this underhanded formation. As he cursed, Interceptor realized that Baizay had already run away with Lucian, and was filled with anger with nowhere to vent it. He happened to catch a glimpse of the crowd of onlookers along the East China Sea seashore, with no shortage of demons mixed in. Finished, coming at us. This was the thought that arose in the minds of all the people on the shores of the East Sea when they saw the fierce light in Xingtian's eyes. Run, run, run! A large crowd of eaters, including the people from several great clans, they ran wildly towards the depths of the flood continent to take their lives. After this day, people who have traveled from modern times are considered to truly appreciate the ferocity of the flood world. Buzhou Mountain, Demon Court, Demon Emperor Palace. Emperor Jun, who was dressed in a bright yellow demon emperor's robe, looked at the direction of the eastern sky with a worried expression on his face. Honestly, although he didn't have a good outlook on Lucian, the little demon who had coaxed his little jade rabbit, but there was some recognition of his strength. But, such a foreign demon with outstanding strength, collecting grievances for the witch-slaying sword. Surprisingly, they all only lasted for such a short period of time. Then completing the refining of the witch-slaughtering sword would be a distant matter for the demon race. Without that sword, can't we just annihilate the witch race? Dijun sighed slightly, and then he shook his head again. Maybe I really should take a trip to the Sea of Underworld Blood. It's time to find that old thief Styx River to borrow Yuan Tuabi. Thinking about it, Dijun was slightly relieved when he suddenly saw a white arc of light flying in the sky. Chapter 45, Dijun crosses the river and breaks the bridge? The Mask of the Heavenly Fox. Not long after, the white arc of light swept into the Demon Emperor's palace. It was the first time in the past few months that Baizay had seen His Majesty not behind a screen, and he froze slightly for a moment, vigorously suppressing the thought of checking out the other's mind. Your Majesty. Bowing to Demon Emperor Jun, he opened his mouth to explain. When I arrived, Lucian is being attacked by the Sorcerer clan's great sorcerer, Interceptor. Great Witch Interceptor? Emperor Jun was slightly startled and then he looked at Lucian's entire body and realized that he was intact and not missing any arms or legs. As the Lord of the Demon Court, he was certainly clear about the strength of the great sorcerer Interceptor. I didn't expect Lucian, a small demon at the peak of the Earth immortal realm. Surprisingly, he managed to survive from the hands of the great sorcerer, Interceptor. I really don't know whether to call him lucky or not. However, seeing the intact Witch Slayer sword carried behind Lucian's back, slightly relieved. Again, I think, it should also be that Baizay arrived in time, before Interceptor had the chance to make a move. Lucian was then saved from striking by Baizay. This is His Majesty the Demon Emperor. Baizay introduced Lucian. Greetings, Your Majesty. Lucian respectfully cupped his fists and bowed to Dijun. Of course he knows the famous Demon Emperor Jun. In his previous life, he had briefly joined the forces of the Demon Court in order to obtain cultivation resources, though having not dealt much with such Demon Court executives. But at Armageddon, still, he had met all of the top echelons of the demon race, including the Eastern Emperor Tai, on the battlefield. Honestly, he still had a good opinion of this Demon Emperor's majesty. After all, a monarch who was able to die with the foreigners in their wars. That was no longer saying much. Sure, as a demon, Lucian, to most of the top brass of the entire demon court, the viewing is all great too. At least the two brothers, Dijun and Tai-jun, who were born in the same sun star, did not appear to fight for power and benefit for the position of the demon emperor, and the brothers were at each other's throats. Between the 10 great demon saints, they were also considered loyal to the demon court. The three of you who are now on the Kunlun Mountains, when it came to sealing the gods, but helped outsiders to count the brothers of Tongtian one compared to the other. It was simply too much better. It's just a shame that, Witch and Demon Cataclysm, Witch and Demon two tribes are destined to lose each other. This is the rule of heaven. Tough on you, said Dijun to Lucian with a sincere look on his face. But at the very least, they were born to die for my demon clan. There is no credit to be given. The payoff can also be cashed in at half of what it was. Speak up. What reward do you want? Dijun took it for granted that Lucian hadn't accomplished his mission. Half of the reward for the mission? Lucian was dumbfounded. Not buddy? You're a bridge breaker, and you're so grandiose about it? I've gone through a lot of trouble, having been on the web since a few days ago, plotting for the Witchslayer's sword mission. Taking a couple of broken flying swords and chopping them from the Buzhou Mountain to the East China Sea without blinking an eye. Come back and you tell me. Half the payoff? Have you been such a bully? Oh no, demon? Lucian is furious. The previous good feelings towards the demon court were swept away. White Zephyr looked at Lucian, who didn't say anything and also reminded him with a slight nod. Your Majesty is kind and generous, though you have not completed the task of the witch-slaying sword. But His Majesty, mindful of your merits, is still willing to give half the reward. Speak boldly, what do you want? I didn't finish the witch-slaying sword quest? Lucian twisted his head and glanced at his back, where the grievances were spilling out of the witch-slaying sword, and realized with a sudden realization. Oh, it was a misunderstanding. You're not trying to cross a bridge. I just don't think I'm done with the witch-slaying sword. Lucian unhooked the witch-slayer sword from his back and placed it between the two demons. The two demons froze as they looked at the monstrous resentment on the witch-slaughtering sword. White Zephyr, Emperor June, such a strong sense of grievance? How much of this must have been collected? There are at least 500,000 spirits in the witch-slaying sword, right? Bai Zai estimated a relatively conservative figure, then cast his divine sense toward the witch-slayer sword. Bai Zai's pupils instantly widened and he sucked in a breath of cool air. This, much grudge? So many grudges were collected in such a short time? Di Jun felt that Bai Zai's expression was a bit off, and he also stepped forward to cast his divine sense, momentarily frozen as well. Even though he was already at the peak of the Associate Saint realm, collecting millions of grievances was just a snap of the fingers for him. But, Lucian is still only at the Earth Immortal realm, and being pestered by the Sorcerer's Interceptor, also in such a short time, collecting so many grievances that have long exceeded 1,000,000. How the hell did he do that? Di Jun couldn't figure it out, and neither could Bai Zai, so he simply didn't think about it. At the very least, it meant that the refining of the Witch-Slayer sword had been completed. It seems that I have underestimated you. Bai Zai cast an appreciative glance at Lucian. I have also looked away, Di Jun said with a heartfelt admission of fault and a bright smile. When I said I gave you a reward before, why do you have an incredulous look on your face? It's my fault. In that case, I will then be on top of the previously promised payoffs for the Amu Yellow Chinese Plum and the Tai-In Laurel Flower. I promise you that you can go to the Demon Court Armory Division to receive another spiritual treasure. Seeing Bai Zai and Di Jun's reactions, Lucian was satisfied. Hearing that there was one more spiritual treasure to be given, it made him even happier. Suddenly thinking of the heavenly fox mask given by Bai Zai before, the rank of which was very good, an idea immediately arose in his mind. Your Majesty, Lucian bowed with a sincere expression. I will not go to the Armory Division to fetch the spirit treasure. When I accepted the witch-slaying sword quest before, Lord Shirazawa gave me a mask that can disguise myself. How about I exchange this mask for a reward from His Majesty? White Zephyr, Cam. Lousy Skyfox mask is a superb latter-day soul treasure, being able to conceal the viewing of the realm below the Paramount Sage. The role was almost comparable to that of an innate spiritual treasure. His Majesty said he would give a reward, but at most it would be a mid-grade Hotian spiritual treasure. You're giving me the silent treatment? You don't even have a face. Bai Zai had a bitter look on his face and just wanted to open his mouth to refuse. Just saw Di Jun nodding his head with a smile. Since it's a disguised spiritual treasure, I don't think it's a heavy treasure. Then I will take it upon myself to answer for Bai Zai. Then he looked at Bai Zai, and realized that Bai Zai's expression was a bit odd at that moment. Didn't take it seriously, though, after all, he himself didn't have the kind of natural aptitude that Bai Zai was capable of. Bai Zai opened his mouth, originally wanting to refuse, but the gifted aptitude senses that Emperor June was in a great mood at this time. As a courtier to refuse at this time would be unwise and unseemly, so forced a smile on his face. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Lucian bowed slightly to Demon Emperor June. Thank you, Lord Shirazawa. Another Punisher bowed and clasped his fist at Shirazawa. Actually, Lucian was the one who intentionally said that he wanted the Skyfox mask in front of Emperor June, but then purposely blurred the rank of the Skyfox mask, in order to make Emperor June think that it was just an ordinary mask and directly oblige his request. And Bai Zai, as the Demon Clan's military advisor, must be a man of the people. Wouldn't disobey your superiors at this point in time. The mask arrived naturally. The Flood Continent, Pangu Temple. Big deal. The Great Sorcerer Interceptor hurriedly ran into the Panga Shrine. Chapter 46, Fire Witch Shu Rome's Reprimand. Demon Emperor June's Bountiful Reward. Lord Ancestor Witch. Big deal. It's not good. Xingtian left Li Zhouyue outside the Panga Divine Hall and rushed in. Interceptor. What's the panic? The eldest brother of the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch Clan, Space and Speed Ancestor Witch Di Jiang, sat at the topmost position of the Pango Divine Hall and couldn't help but frown as he watched the rushing in of Xingtian. The oldest brother of the witch race, Emperor Jiang, was now annoyed. At this stage, this great battle between the witch and demon tribes can be described as a lose-lose situation, with each other suffering heavy casualties, although it wasn't that long ago that the 10th prince of the demon race was killed by the great sorcerer, De, with the sun-shooting divine bow. On the other hand, on the side of the witch race, the situation was even more difficult. The great sorcerer Quafu was burned to death by the 10 golden crows, and the great sorcerer De, after avenging Quafu's shooting at the sun, was also suppressed by the demon clan in the planet Tyene. Even sadder. Then it is the Ho-Tu of the 12 ancestral witches, who I do not know which shameless Han swindled. Surprisingly, at such a critical juncture in the witch-demon war, running off to be transformed into a six-way street. Although the ancestral witch Ho-Tu had the merit of hauling the reincarnation of all races after being transformed into a reincarnation, and the heavenly Tao descended a large amount of merits and virtues, and her strength increased greatly, but she was forever imprisoned in the 6 paths of reincarnation and couldn't run the witch race a bit. With the Ho-Tu sister missing, the witch clan's 12 metropolitan divine fury formation can be said to be full of loopholes and greatly reduced in power. Now, he saw the great sorcerer Interceptor, a dilettante, rushing in. Can Emperor Jiang not be upset? Interceptor, Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire sitting next to Di Jiang, impatiently urged. If you have something to say it. What's with the stammering? Because of the key thing of the witch-demon war now, the original lively and bustling Pango temple, it had long been empty. Most of the other ancestral witches ran off to the sorcerer-demon battlefield to fight against the hordes of demon clan armies led by the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Only the oldest brother, Di Jiang, and the god of fire, Zhu Rong, the 2 ancestral witches, stayed behind at the base camp of the witch clan. Seeing that Zhu Rong, the worst of the temperamental ancestral witches, had spoken, how could he dare to be slow? Immediately the slaughter of the witch sword on the shores of the East China Sea will be told the 2 ancestral witches one by one. Witch-slaying sword. Emperor Zhang's tone suddenly intensified. Is it true what you say? What I say is 1,000 times true, said Interceptor, at once describing it in graphic detail. That evil sword refined by the demon race, the whole body is driven by resentment, with the spine as a blade, and the fury is overwhelming. Though that sword but has not yet been refined. I fell like ice just by looking at it. Don't even dare to take a second look. And it was discovered that the sword spirit in that sword is especially targeting our lineage of Discordian Father God orthodoxy, totally made for slaughtering my witch race. Outrageous! The fire god Zhu Rong in his seat burst into a rage. That group of shameless people from the demon race refined such an evil sword. Is heaven indifferent to this and has not sent down punishment? Interceptor hurriedly explained. It is precisely because the slaughter of living beings to collect grievances is too damaging to heaven. So that group of scum from the demon race sought out a fey demon to strike. A foreign demon? Emperor Jiang mused slightly, though he's housebound these days. But still, I heard that a group of strange races had recently descended from the flood continent. These races are sheltered by the laws of heaven and are not subject to karma. Many of them had appeared in their witch tribe, but Emperor Jiang had never cared. Now, surprisingly, the demon race had started to utilize this group of fey demons so quickly. Perhaps, we Wiccans can get some help from that group of fey witches. 2. Bang bang. Zhu Rong's hair burned with a blazing flame, indicating that he was furious at the moment. The demon clan refining such an evil sword is clearly targeting my sorcerer clan. Interceptor, why didn't you seize that sword at that time? As soon as Interceptor heard Zhu Rong questioning himself, it feels like the sky is falling. One can't tell him that, as a great sorcerer himself, an attack was blocked by a small demon who was only at the earth immortal realm, right? Then where will he put his face? Not to mention, say it, the irascible Lord Zhu Rong might even punish himself for missing the military opportunity. Cutting myself off is a toss-up. I do have to seize the sword immediately, explained Interceptor immediately, but at that time, the White Zephyr demon saint of the demon court made a move to obstruct it, before letting them escape. Humph! Zhu Rong glared fiercely at Xingtian, then looked at his big brother, Di Jiang. Big brother, we can't wait any longer. We must immediately attack the demon court and stop this evil sword from being refined. Otherwise, my witch clan is bound to be in dire straits. The oldest brother, Di Jiang, sat in the main seat and pondered for a long time before raising his head to look at Interceptor. Pass on my ancestral witch's call to the tribes. The major tribes immediately levy witch soldiers and send them to the witch demon battlefield. At the same time, let the major tribes take in more of that group of foreign witches into their armies. Also, you go get Chi. The backwoods girl left without saying goodbye. The 12 ancestral witches formed the 12 metropolitan god-shattering great formation without a witch, and its power was greatly reduced. He wanted to let the great witch Chi-Yu enter the Pango blood pool to enhance his strength and take the place of the Ho-Tu sister. Yes. Interceptor bowed and clasped his fists, immediately retreating. Outside the Panga shrine, Li Jiushi didn't know what was going on inside and honestly waited here for the great sorcerer Interceptor. Not long ago on the shores of the East China Sea, the great wizard Interceptor promises that he was willing to recommend him to several ancestral witches. Although he was beheaded by the sword bearer not long ago, And the 8th order cultivation that had been accumulated with great difficulty was completely zeroed out. It's costing Li Zhouyu a lot of money. However, if we can hook up with a few ancestral witches, he didn't lose too much on this wave, or even made a big profit. I just don't know if that big old man, Interceptor, will go back on his word. Li Zhouyu thought about all this apprehensively. Seeing the great sorcerer Interceptor come out, he rushed forward. My lord, what did the ancestral witch lord say? He was trying to remind Interceptor of his previous promise. Interceptor glanced at Li Zhouyu. He was in a bad mood at the moment because of letting White Zephyr go, and just now, because Zhu Rong questioned himself, his mood became even more unbeautiful. What does what Lord Ancestor Witch does have to do with you? A little witch. Having said that, the body left without looking back, leaving Li Zhouyu in place with a dumbfounded face and 2 bitter faces. I've got it. Not only is my cultivation zeroed out, now the matter of being raised to Lord Ancestral Witch has also gone down the drain. Buzhou Mountain, Demon Court. Lucian hummed a little song as he exited the gate of the Demon Palace. Today, he has a lot of wealth on him. Even if it was some bigwigs at the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, I'm afraid that their collections would not be as rich as his. Not long ago, Party A's father, Emperor Jun, saw that the grievances within the witch-slaying sword had been collected. The mood is suddenly so much better that, immediately settling the previously promised reward for the mission on the spot, a yellow medium plum containing the essence of armor wood, and an off-fire fuchsia flower containing the essence of red fire. He also rewarded Lucian with an additional position of Vanguard Commander, so that he doesn't have to be like the other demon soldiers, training on time every day at Buzhou Mountain. When the demon clan had a great war that required his presence, they would naturally contact him. Moreover, Di Jun expressed his appreciation for Lucian, gave him a demon emperor order. In the future, you can enter the demon court anytime, anywhere, without having to pass through. On the side of the witch clan, they should have gotten the news of the witch-slaying sword and started to act as well. Soon after, the great showdown between the witch and demon clans that fought the heavens and the earth will soon begin. 2. I also have to finish cultivating my spirit as soon as possible to raise my strength. Only then can we preserve ourselves in the witch-demon war. Lucian wisped his thoughts and thought about his next move. Now, I'm going to go and seize that golden spirit item first, go to the 5 truths again and complete that mission of Jinyuenzi to obtain the earthen ginseng fruit. Chapter 47, Meeting the Rabbit Ears Lolita again. Emperor Jun's schemes. Obtaining the eldritch ginseng fruit was for me in my previous life. With some difficulty, perhaps, but according to the cheat sheet that big guy posted on the internet in his previous life, it should be a breeze. Lucian cleared his thoughts and was about to head to the Kunlun Mountains to find Lord Tai Shan Lao. Wait, the Kunlun Mountains? Lucian suddenly stopped and reacted. The witch-demon war isn't over. Now, the Kunlun Mountains are hardly ever open to us modern travelers. So, the former route Lao Jun wanted that riposte of the 5 elements needle pine. It doesn't seem to be working right now. Lucian had a bitter look on his face. In this life I advanced too quickly in my realm, and the flood is in this time period. Raiders of the 5 needle pines can't be used. Yet, then we'll have to find another gold spirit. Lucian rubbed his brow, recalling the previous life on the internet. Those bigwigs posted about the way to obtain the ultimate spirit objects. It also has to be something that can be used at this current stage. Lucian pondered for a while, and a light flashed in his mind. Yeah, the famous falling treasure money is a type of gold system spirit. How did I forget that one? He recalled it carefully. And falling treasure money now, not yet in the hands of that ungrateful little man. The burning lamp. It's still in the hands of Shaoshang Chaobao, a pair of loose immortals. It's not too late to go to Wui Mountain to get the fallen treasure money. Lucian thought about all this and came to the connection between the demon court and the Buzhou Mountain. Hello, please wait. A clear young girl's voice sounded behind Lucian. You're finally here again. Surely you're here for me. Almost the moment he heard the young girl's voice, Lucian reacted to who it was. I hope I'm not being approached because I screwed her over about the Taiyin laurel. Lucian whispered in his heart and awkwardly turned around to say hello. Your Highness. It's been a long time. The visitor was none other than the demon princess who had asked Lucian to kill the ancestral witch last time and had been pitted by Lucian with a Taiyin lunar laurel. The teenage girl with the not-so-smart brain. The demon princess, wearing a moon-white sarong and carrying a small embroidered bag in her hand, looked Lucian up and down and asked suspiciously, how did you get out of the demon emperor's palace? When did you go up? I've been waiting for you at the entrance to this demon court. Why haven't I seen you come up? Well, it was Lord White Zephyr who picked me up. Lucian explained a sentence. If your highness has nothing else to do, I will not nag you. I have urgent business and will leave first. Lucian is trying to get out of here in a hurry. After all, the last time she was pitched a handful of Taiyin lunar laurel, and there were so many people here. that if someone with a heart of gold heard about it, he himself treacherously cheated the crown prince of the demon clan. One doesn't have to mix in this demon court. Wait, I'm here just for you, said the demon princess, waiting specifically for me. Lucian was a little heartbroken. Didn't you say last time that you wanted to kill the ancestral witch to help me take revenge? The demon princess said with a sincere look at Lucian's face. Oh, is this thing Lucian did not blush or jump. Creatures like ancestral witches are really too rare. I haven't found it yet. I can only help you kill it next time I find it. Lucian thought that the demon princess would be angry. Unexpectedly, she apologized in a slightly self-conscious manner. I'm sorry, Mother has spoken to me? Ancestral witches are the most terrifying things within the witch race. You must have had a hard time last time when I asked you to kill the ancestral witch. I shouldn't have given you a hard time. The demon princess offered the scented capsule in her hand with an accusing face. Lucian took a look at it. Hurtingly, he realized that a large bag full of tiny lunar laurel seeds was emitting glittering spiritual energy. There were even a few that were not of bad quality, and at a glance, it was clear that they were produced by that mother tree. This is all the laurel I have left, Princess Demon Pearl said with a look of sincerity. If you want it, take it. I hope you'll get your strength up soon. Help me get my revenge sometime. If you can. Lucian glanced at the large bag of tiny lunar laurel seeds. Such a bag, containing an extremely powerful spirit of sunflower water essence. If you take it outside, it would definitely draw a heat of contention that would not lose out to the witch-slaying sword. It's for Lucian's own use. It is also possible to use this bag of laurel seeds to raise the grade of all of the intrinsic flying swords to the grade of a lower grade Hotian spiritual treasure. Battle power directly rises by more than 10 times. If someone else was here, Lucian would hate to swindle a dozen more times. But right now, he didn't want to accept it. I'm sorry, I don't need these anymore. Lucian pushed the bag back. Tyene Moonrabbit is still too naive. Without even knowing his name, he gave such a generous gift. But it won't be long. There will be Armageddon between the witch and demon clans. The top echelons of the demon court. That is, the uncles and uncles of this demon princess in front of us. All of them will die in battle. The demon court would also fall and be looted by the 10,000 clans who took advantage of the fire. What happened to the demon princess in front of her was even more unimaginable. Lucian really didn't have the face to continue swindling her. Ancestral witches are more than terrifying, Lucian explained to the demon princess with a serious face. And they're powerful. Honestly, you want me to kill the ancestor witch? Maybe you won't see that moment in this life. And I may not be able to kill it now or later. There's even a good chance that, in the future, the entire demon court will be overrun by the sorcerer clan. And you will be killed by the sorcerer clan. So I can't accept your commission. That handful of Tyene lunar laurel from before, counted as something I owe you. After a while, I will return it to you when I find a spirit of matching value. A trace of thought flashed across Princess Demon Pearl's innocent face, and she didn't take back that embroidered pouch. Why are you telling me this? You obviously could have continued to lie to me and I would have given you those bayberries. You don't want to lie to me. You must be a good demon. Mother said those who don't lie to me are good demons. Good demon? Lucian smiled to himself in his mind. The word own and good didn't seem to go together at all. Honestly, everything he was doing now, including joining the demon court, was for the sake of competing for opportunities. He didn't even want to get into all this cause and effect, good and bad, because he understands that, the witch-demon cataclysm, as an extremely important catastrophe in the flood, your own insignificant blind calamity, there's no chance of change at all. In the future, there would have to be a god-sealing cataclysm, so maybe after developing, there would be a chance to participate in it. I'm not a good demon. Lucian shook his head in denial. I'm just doing what I want to do, fighting for the chances I can fight for. Taking advantage of Princess Demon Pearl's frozen moment, Lucian continued. Let me give your highness a word of warning here beforehand. The witches are a very powerful race. Perhaps, in the future, the demon clan may even be destroyed because of them. In this flood world, there are very few people who can avenge your killing of the ancestral witch. Your highness might as well work hard on your cultivation, improve your strength, and make plans sooner rather than later. To be honest, the demon race has always treated Lucian quite well. From the demon prince who gifted himself the golden crow essence blood, to Yang Shan, the petty official of the conscription office at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, to the White Zephyr demon saint and even the demon emperor June, most of the members of the demon court that he encountered treated him fairly well. That's why he's within the boundaries of heaven. Make a little ambiguous reminder. After Lucian finished speaking, he turned around and left the demon court, leaving the demon princess alone, standing frozen in place. Is it even possible for the demon court to be overthrown by the sorcerer clan? A bit of water vapor reflected in her eyes. It was hard to accept such an extremely tragic result. She wanted to continue asking Lucian something about the sorcerer race, about the flood. After all, no one had told themselves these things when they had been on the planet Tyene since birth. But look up and realize that Lucian's figure had long since disappeared. Is it possible that the demon court could be overthrown as well? Corner. A figure wearing a bright yellow demon emperor robe murmured, his pupils filled with shock. Chapter 48, Seizing the Treasure Money. Corner. Demon Emperor June looked at Lucian's distant back, and shock was written all over his pupils. If someone else had said that to him, he might have laughed it off. Or perhaps he was so furious that he was sent to the heavenly prison in the name of spreading rumors to plague the demon court. But the land is sinking. A foreign demon who could collect millions of grievances in a very short period of time by virtue of his earthy mortal realm, and still remain unharmed under the attack of the great sorcerer Xingtian. It made him unconsciously doubt the truth of the statement. I've used the river diagram and Luo book to deduce the fate of the demon race millions of times, D. June muttered, but the results have been floundering. Why is it that by this Lucian's gentle nudging, it feels like everything has been enlightened? I'm afraid this group of otherworldly visitors is not simple. D. June thought about how soon. I have to find a reason to bring Lucian to the demon court again. Let's see if he'll have any thought-provoking views on the long-running witch demon war. Thinking about it, D. June also thought that not long ago, Lucian did not continue to swindle his stupid daughter's Tyene moon laurel. The previous dissatisfaction with Lucian's character was swept away. Walking over to her still fuming daughter, she laughed. Yua-chan, come here, I'll talk to you. Lucian used the Sky Fox mask to change his appearance. After leaving the Buzhou mountain, he found a poor and remote place, and fed the large number of spirit creatures that he had previously harvested from the shores of the East China Sea to the East Emperor Clock. Repair of Dong Huang Clock plus 0.01. Repair of Dong Huang Clock plus 0.02. Eastern Bell Repair plus 0.04. Current Dong Huang Clock Repair Degree, 18. 34%. I thought these spirits, at least, would be able to repair 10%. I didn't expect the repair degree of the East Emperor Clock to know 18%. It seems that as the East Emperor Clock is repaired to a higher degree, the demand for spiritual objects is also higher. Lucian smiled helplessly. But this killing for treasure is just quick. No wonder those evil cultivators like to stop and rob. It's much faster than slowly earning from the good roads themselves. Lucian's mind moved and checked the new skills given by the East Emperor Clock. Eastern Bell Skill, Far Away. Far Escape. You can enter the East Emperor's bell and break through the restrictions of the formation and pressure to escape over long distances at extremely high speeds. Applicable range, below the Great Luo Golden Immortals of the Mixed Realms. Far Away. A life-saving skill. Or a life-preserving skill below the Saint Realm? So awesome. It's worthy of being the Eastern Emperor Bell. Lucian fell into ecstasy. Mom no longer has to worry about me being chased by that dilettante. Interceptor. An escape skill that can break through below the Saint Realm. Wouldn't that mean, in the future, I will participate in the Witch Demon Armageddon? In that great melee of the highest quasi-Saint Realm, there'll be a chance to save your life, and get out in one piece, unharmed. Lucian briefly calmed down and swept towards Mount Wui. Lucian came to the Wui mountain with a mediocre face. As the mythical Wui mountain of the flood, there was still a big difference between this mountain and that Wui mountain in the real Daxia. Giant trees towering into the clouds, verdant vegetation, white cranes soaring between the mountains, a rich aura, aroma misty look. However, at this time, at the foot of Mount Wui, there is a large number of modern-day travelers. The demons and sorcerers and asuras were all there, traveling through the mountains in search of them. Lucian knows very well that these people should also know that the Lakpa money is in the hands of Shaoshang Chaobao. It should also be aiming at this heavy treasure that was so notorious in the latter days of sealing the gods. But Lucian was also clear that these people hardly stand a chance. Shaoshang Chaobao's two loose cultivators, at this stage, have at least the true immortal realm. Plus there's the one with the falling treasure money that can knock down top-grade innate spiritual treasures of the very best flood exotic treasures. The two had to add at least one big step to their battle power. With these little caramels in the mountain that were not yet in the realm of the earth immortal, they didn't stand a chance. Lucian also climbed Mt. Wui. Search carefully in this famous mountain and river with rich aura. It's a shame that after searching up and down the mountains for a long time, he also didn't see the shadow of the legendary Shaoshang Chaobao's two unlucky bastards. This caused Lucian to fall into deep thought. This stage, the two loose cultivators should still be in Wui Mountain. It's impossible for them to leave, but I couldn't find it. What was the reason? There wasn't any great god posting cheats about capturing fallen money on the internet in his previous life, either. Well, no, the falling treasure money was never obtained by that great god in his previous life. After all, this magic treasure, the falling treasure money, is too heaven-defying. Lucian thought for a while. Suddenly I remembered. In the myth of Fengshen, Xiao Sheng Chao Bao. Two loose cultivators were not only nosy but also greedy for spiritual treasures. While Zhao Gongming was chasing and killing the burning lamp, out of the blue, he used the falling treasure money to escape Zhao Gongming's magic treasure. Am I allowed to have a fishing expedition? Lucian thought of all this. With a flash of light in his mind, he immediately went out of Wui Mountain and flew back to Wui Mountain after changing his appearance. Pretending to be sneaky, he found a more private bearing and, laying the formation flag that he had seized from Li Zhouyue on the ground, he pulled out the Skyfox mask and carefully examined it. Lucian didn't check for long. Sure enough, between the mountains and fields suddenly flew out a fat and a thin two loose cultivators, smilingly came forward. I don't know where you come from, the chubby loose cultivator among them asked, opening his mouth. His eyes were smiling as he stared at the Skyfox mask in Lucian's hands. Fellow Daoist seems to have captured a treasure from somewhere. The tall and thin loose cultivator also turned his greedy gaze towards the Skyfox mask. What do you want? Lucian chortled, storing the Skyfox mask in his arms and staring cautiously at the two. Fellow Daoist, we just feel rare looking at that area of yours. The short and fat Chao Bao said smilingly. Wanted to borrow it. The two men pressed forward one step at a time. What do you want? Lucian shouted, taking a step backward. Step forward again and I'll be rude. Shoo! A sunflower flying sword shot out electrically from behind him. Chapter 49, Fishing Law Enforcement Success. Burning Lanterns Threats. I have warned you. I can't believe you guys are still obsessed. I'm really not polite. Lucian said hastily. Shoo! The Kuaishuwei flying sword shot out from behind Lucian and went straight for the face of the short and fat loose cultivator Chao Bao. Ha! Chao Bao laughed softly. So it's just a small demon with earth immortal realm strength. To be able to obtain a spiritual treasure quality mask, it seems like a profound chance. With a flick of his sleeve, he tried to block the flying sword. A jab, a jab, a jab. The cuff of his sleeve was cut by the sunflower flying sword, and Chao Bao's arm was cut and dripping blood. How? A tiny little earth immortal realm demon. How dare you be able to hurt me? Chao Bao's expression changed drastically. After looking at the clanking and buzzing sunflower flying sword that was suspended in midair, his face suddenly turned to surprise. I see. So it's this flying sword of yours that's causing trouble. The tall and thin loose cultivator next to him, Xiao Sheng, also had a surprised look on his face. This flying sword is of extremely high grade. It doesn't even lose out to lower grade spirit treasures, and it contains extremely pure water essence. It seems that our brothers and I, this time, have met a big fish. The Xianxian immortal realm pressure on Chao Bao's body was released without any concealment, and he laughed jaggedly at Lu Xin. Fellow Daoist, we are in a good mood today, us master and brothers. All you have to do is to give us a glimpse of the heavy treasure you are carrying, and we will let you leave on your own. Hey, or you know very well what happens. Although it was persuasive, the intimidating implication was very obvious. Moreover, the Xianxian immortal realm pressure on both of them was also pressing towards Lucian at the same time. It turns out that it was only the Xianxian realm, so that's good. Lucian laughed coldly, with a stance that he would rather bend than break. Oh, never mind. Want the treasures on me? Have the ability. You'll just have to take it off the little master yourselves. Toast to the world. Xiao Sheng Chao Bao and the two of them completely stopped pretending. Both of them are scattered cultivators with no teacher. The cultivation path is to rely on trickery. Only to reach the present point, there is no courtesy, righteousness and integrity to speak of. Directly to Lucian fought. Shoo shoo shoo. Lucian's remaining 26 flying swords also came out of their bodies at the same time, killing the two loose cultivators. I didn't realize there were heavy treasures. Chao Bao was extremely surprised when he saw a flying sword of notable rank flying up behind Lucian. Looks like our brothers are rich this time. I didn't realize that. Such a small earth immortal realm demon has such heavy treasures on him. Xiao Sheng, the tall and thin loose cultivator, also nodded with a smile and reminded, Chao Bao, let's not delay. There are so many heavy treasures on such a small earth immortal realm demon. The origin may not be simple. Let's kill him with all our might. Take the treasure and leave, lest the night be long. The two men looked at each other, nodded heavily, and offer up a golden copper coin that was round on the outside and square on the inside, engraved with flower, bird, and insect seals, and born with two wings. Finally, when Lucian saw this copper coin of the power of merit, he immediately recognized that this is the falling treasure money one is looking for. A magic treasure that was capable of knocking down all extreme innate spiritual treasures below the grade of the flood as long as it had enough merit. When the great catastrophe that sealed the gods, Zhao Gongming chased and killed Taoist lamplighter to Mount Wui, Xiao Sheng Chao Bao Tu Dudan Moncler Pasher, the heart of greed. With the treasure money, this heavy treasure knocked down Zhao Gongming's 24 fixed sea god beads to save the burning lamp. In a fit of rage, Zhao Gongming slapped Xiao Sheng to death. Unfortunately, The little man, the burning lamp, wasn't grateful. In addition to robbing the two brothers of their treasure money, he also sent Xiao Bao into the 10 extinction formation as cannon fodder. Even the final sealing of the gods, Xiao Shang Xiao Bao, two unlucky people, but also by the hierarchy deliberately sealed to the nemesis Xiao Gongming under. It can be considered a typical example of a gracious person. Collect! Xiao Shang Xiao Bao both bellowed at the same time. The falling treasure money exuded an extremely strong suction force, taking the Sky Fox mask on Lucian's body and forcing it away. Sure is good, baby. Xiao Bao lowered his head to check the Sky Fox mask and nodded in satisfaction. It's not right. It's not right. Xiao Shang looked at the 27 instinctive flying swords suspended in midair and his face was grave. Why didn't falling treasure money take away his flying sword? The weapon of choice. The special point is in the word nativity, which belongs to the part of the body that is transformed by Lucian's feathers. And of course it will not be taken away by the falling treasure money. Thud. An extremely dull bell sound suddenly rang out, accompanied by a metaphysical yellow halo spreading out in all directions. And with it, a strong and domineering suppressive force. Suppress me. Seeing the falling treasure money, Lucian simply didn't want to accompany the two doppelgangers to continue their act, and didn't hesitate to release the pressure of the East Emperor Bell. What's going on? Why is my cultivation decaying rapidly? Xiao Bao looked horrified. It's not just you. My cultivation level is also rapidly decreasing. Xiao Shang was similarly filled with surprise. Shoo shoo shoo. 27 flying swords shot out electrically, effortlessly cutting off the heads of two loose cultivators whose strength was suppressed at the Earth Immortal realm. Phew. Lucian let out a long breath of turbid air and ran over to the bodies of the two men, quickly packing up his loot. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Falling treasure money, an important magic treasure in the god-sealing catastrophe, now taken from me. I am tantamount to indirectly changing the course of the great god-sealing catastrophe in the latter days. And as a traveler, Lucian knows best. The laws of heaven could never stand by and watch themselves go and change the direction of the great tribulation. Definitely out to fix it. In a previous life, there was a certain big shot in the top 100 of the heavenly Tao rankings who found the egg of the golden winged rock before the great god-sealing calamity had even begun. So he gathered a large wave of experts and brought a large wave of magic treasures, wanting to seize the inheritance of the golden winged rock before it was even born. Then, it was directly killed by Kong Xian, who happened to pass by. Capturing the fallen money is too easy. It always makes me uneasy, murmured Luke. Just now, he wanted to put the falling treasure money into the space of the Eastern Emperor clock. In the sky, a powerful pressure suddenly appeared and was sweeping towards Lucian. Timos. Indeed. Lucian cursed. Trying to dodge, he realized it was too late. A middle-aged Taoist in a Taoist robe with a somewhat obscene-looking face stood in mid-air with his hands in the air, coldly gazing at Lucian below, as well as the falling treasure money in Lucian's hand. Lucian immediately recognized that the person who came was none other than the owner of the latter-day falling treasure money, the hierarchy's deputy sect leader, Taoist Lantern Burning. Originally, it was at the critical period of the Great Witch Demon catastrophe. The Hierophant God Master Yuan Shi Tianzuan also deliberately warned the disciples. Now in the great calamity, the Hierophant disciples cannot arbitrarily go down the mountain, leaving the Taoist bed. The need to live in a deep place, to avoid the calamity of the gas, so as not to stain the great calamity of the cause and effect. The lantern burning Taoist did the same thing, but not long ago, Taoist lantern burner was meditating in seclusion at his dojo, the Spirit Vulture Palace. Suddenly I feel restless. I can't sit or lie down. With a pinch of his fingers, he realized that he had one more important chance in this Wui mountain. After deep consideration, I still disregarded my master's teachings and came to this Wui mountain. You little demon who doesn't know the heights of heaven, Burning Lamp reprimanded. Chapter 50, the East Emperor clock shows its power again. Seizing the ginseng fruit. You ungrateful little demon, Burning Lamp reprimanded. How dare you get your hands on the fallen treasure money? This heavy treasure was originally destined for me. If you hand it over quickly and turn back, I can spare your life. Speaking, the pressure belonging to the peak of his great Luo Golden Immortal was unleashed without a care in the world, suppressing Lucian over and over again along with his voice. Sure enough, Lucian couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Worthy of being the past Buddha who was to defect to the Western sect in the latter part of the Great Seal of the Gods. It's not time to become a member of the Western Church. Speaking has already had the flavor of the two saints of the harmony of the way of the cheeks of the Genti Jain. If it was before, when Lucian heard the words of the burning lamp, he might still be jealous for a moment or two. But now that he had unlocked the third ability of the East Emperor clock, he wasn't the least bit abashed, just looking for a chance to escape. So, how do you prove that this copper coin is bound to you? Lucian looked straight at Burning Lamp. I've come here to visit Wui Mountain, being targeted by these two unsettling loose cultivators who want a plot to take the treasures on me. so I went out and killed 2 people. I didn't expect that I had just killed 2 loose cultivators, and then here comes such an accomplished master like you. I had thought that Senior was a high achiever and could still be reasonable for a moment or two. I didn't realize it, but it's the same rhetoric as these 2. Burning Lamp is at least a famous sect like the hierarchy, or a dignified figure like the vice priest. His original idea was that, use the aura of a great Luo golden immortal to scare Lu Shen and make him hand over the fallen treasure money by himself. After all, he is at least the hierarchy's vice priest. Going to rob a small demon of the earth immortal realm would not sound good if it was spread out, and it would also disgrace the reputation of the hierarchy. I didn't expect that this little earth immortal realm small demon, or a hardcore, Burning Lamp was a little shocked in his heart. Now that he heard Lu Shen comparing himself to a loose cultivator who preferred to kill people, his face was a bit unsettled, and he let out a cold snort. You're such a sharp-tongued little demon. Today I originally saw that it wasn't easy for you to cultivate until now, so thinking of letting you off the hook, now you dare to slander my Burning Lamp's character. It looks like you can't be spared. Said he was going to do it. So it's the famous Taoist lantern burner. Little demon, I have eyes to recognize and tie. Lu Shen hurriedly arched his hand with a gesture of remorse. In that case, little demon, I will return this heavy treasure to you. Senior. I hope that Senior will not remember the mistakes of the people. Elder. You can catch it. With that, with a flick of his wrist, he threw the golden object in his hand. After hearing this, Burning Lamp was relieved and relaxed his guard, faithfully picking up the object Lu Shen threw out. He fixed his eyes on it and, I didn't expect it to be just a piece of immortal gold of low quality. Thief, how dare you? Burning Lamp shouted angrily. How dare you swindle me? It looks like you won't be spared today. Turning his head to look in Lu Shen's direction, he realized that it had long been empty. Protected by a mysterious arcane yellow stream of light, he flew rapidly in the direction of the sky, trying to run. Burning Lamp sneered. A tiny earth immortal realm demonic creature, trying to run out of the palm of my great Luo golden immortal's hand is simply delusional. With a wave of his sleeve, he wanted to utilize the great Luo golden immortal's forbidden means to stop that Xianhuang radiance. Boom! That arcane yellow light, unexpectedly, directly crashed through the prohibition he had set up and escaped. How? Horror was written all over the pupils of the Burning Lamp. A tiny earth immortal realm demonic creature. Why was it able to break through the boundaries of my Dala golden immortal cultivation? Could it be that the money-heavy treasure is actually this powerful? The Burning Lamp was instantly remorseful. He did not make a timely move to leave Lu Shen behind, causing himself to lose a heavy treasure for nothing. The Burning Lamp looked in Lu Shen's faraway direction, firmly memorizing that little demon's appearance, while secretly swearing in his heart, how dare you take away my chance? I, Burning Lamp, will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth from now on. Western Nuba Continent, Wanshou Mountain, at the foot of Wuzhuangguan Mountain. After Lu Shen escaped from the Burning Lamp, he immediately looked for an unoccupied corner of the flood and stopped, putting away the East Emperor bell. Put on the fox mask and change your appearance. Using his innate divine ability, the golden crow transformed into a rainbow and slowly flew in the direction of the Western Nuba Continent. The Eastern Emperor's bell is faster, though, but after all, such an important treasure, out of prudent consideration, certainly cannot be casually taken out to show off. Otherwise it may be one day encountered a ghost. Little fairy boy Qingfeng, I've admired your master, Jin Yuan de Xian, for a long time, specially came from a long distance, wanting to worship under the great immortal's door, and I hope the little fairy boy will go and report it. Little fairy boy Bright Moon, the little demon came from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. My old mother at home is dying of a serious illness, and I have heard that the ginseng fruit in the temple can cure all diseases, specially come a long way to this 5 Zhuangguan, want to ask for a ginseng fruit. Hope the little fairy boy all my filial piety heart. As soon as Lu Shen arrived outside of the 5 temple, just straight up good guys. Demon race 2, human race 2, Azura race or witch race. All kinds of oxen and ghosts and snakes and gods knelt down outside the 5 Vowers Guan. Each looked pious, and their mouths kept saying pleasing and flattering words. Either that, or they want to enter the 5 heavenly kings to worship their masters. Either that or they want to ask for the ginseng fruit. Qingfeng and Mingyue, the 2 articulate Taoist children of the Wushuangguan temple, just opened the doorway and glanced outside. Then he let out a cold snort and directly closed the door. Not bothering with these people. It's really every man for himself. Lu Shen couldn't help but spit out a sentence as he looked at the posture of these people outside the view. You don't have to think about it. These are some of the modern races that have crossed over. With his knowledge of the flood, he wanted to embrace Jin Yuan Daxian as his thigh. But Lu Shen, as a traveler, knew beyond any doubt that it doesn't do much good at all. Relying on fawning and pleasing, or commiserating to gain Jin Yuan Daxian's sympathy simply didn't work. Because that old man in there has a lot of character. I'm sick of people fawning over me. Instead, they prefer the kind of forgetful friends who don't care about their status, but just want to be like-minded. In a previous life, the first bigwig to be received by the 5 trumps was not really a bigwig. Just a low-realm little person. He shared his ordeal online, holding the idea of coming to this 5 villages to watch the scenery and take a break. Avoiding all the people turned to the back of the 5 villages to watch the mountain. Then I met the 2 little fairies, the wind and the moon, fetching water. Surprisingly, I didn't recognize them, and in a moment of inadvertence, he actually exchanged curses with these 2 most foul-mouthed little fairy children. After that, then an immortal-looking old man appeared and came out to apologize before being invited into the view. And after that, and gave him a mission to investigate Red Cloud's death. An eternity ginseng fruit was foreseen in advance as a reward. After that, the lucky guy just realized it after the fact, finding out that the one who entertained him was the famous Jin Yuan Daxian, Lu Xun. According to the memory of his previous life, avoiding the crowds, we turned around and went to the back of the mountain. Shortly afterward, I really saw a pair of young Taoist children fetching water from a mountain stream. Chapter 51, Angering Qingfeng and Mingyue. Getting in touch with Jin Yuanzi, Lu Xun turned around and turned to the back of Wanshou Mountain. In a few moments, sure enough, I saw 2 little Taoist boys there to fetch water. Lu Xun fixed his eyes on. It was the 2 little Taoist children, Qingfeng Mingyue, who had shown their faces once not long ago, outside the gates of the 5 Zhuangguan. What a coincidence! Why is it like a fixed refreshing NPC? Lu Xun thought to himself, taking a few steps forward and, fellow Daoist, please stay. He made a bow to the 2 young Daoist children who were carrying wooden buckets and were fetching water. Dare I ask the 2 fellow Daoists, in this neighborhood, is there a Chestun Mountain? I wonder how I'm going to get there. Chestun Mountain is a peak near Wanshou Mountain. Lu Xun had premeditated everything in his mind long before he came to the Mountain of Longevity. The 2 little fairy children glanced up at Lu Xun, rolled their eyes, and didn't bother. Lately, for some reason, there's a big wave of demons and devils suddenly appearing near this 5 village Guan. There was also the demon race, the Azura race, and the sorcerer race. It was simply a gathering of bulls, ghosts, and snakes, outside of the 5 temple. It's all sorts of splattering and puddling. The mouth of a man who wants to worship his master, Master Jin Yuanzi. Or maybe you want to ask for a spirit fruit. It made them both simply overwhelmed. The 2 Taoist children went to report to their master, Jin Yuanzi, many times. Master just waved his hand. Just say very casually that you don't need to bother with it. The 2 little Taoist children also followed their master's orders, and had always looked away from these foreign bulls and devils. Now, seeing this demon race in front of him asking for directions, he naturally ignored it. I'll be damned. The 2 of them are pretty high-strung. Lu Xun thought to himself. I don't know how that lucky guy in his previous life got to the point where he was swearing up a storm against these 2. What a talent. So Lu Xun decided to be a talent as well, and had nothing to do to lure Jin Yuan de Xian out. I see that the 2 of you, with your clothes, should be people who cultivate the Taoist temple in this neighborhood. Lu Xun looked furious. Although we cultivate different heritages, at least we are both born and raised by heaven and earth. In the final analysis it is also considered a fellow citizen of heaven and earth. It's only right to help each other. How is it that I am only asking for a way out, and the 2 of you have to meet me with a blank stare? How can one be a cultivator with such insolence? Call out the masters of you 2. I'd like to see that. Who taught the 2 of you to take the top and pander to the bottom like this? And what kind of Tao are you practicing? Qingfeng Mingyue 25 Zhuangguan Taoist children, although it seems to be not very old, in fact, has long been living for countless years. However, because of the long stay in the 5 Zhuangguan inside, by Jin Yuan Daxian such a high person shelter, do not understand the viciousness of the human heart. The mind is still very simple. Otherwise, in the first place, it wouldn't have been against monkey. Hearing Lu Xun so agitated, wherein his heart was the master's previous advice, Akatsuki, who was more impatient in nature, immediately couldn't sit still. Thud, dropping the barrel for water, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to talk to Lu Xun. Where did the little demon come from? How dare you speak out of turn like that, insulting the family master here? Saying that, he was furious and was about to go forward to fight with Lu Xun. Qingfeng, who was calmer in nature, immediately stepped forward and pulled his senior brother. Senior, have you forgotten what the master has instructed you to do? Each of these foreign races came from strange origins, not stained by karma, and are extremely special. We must not clash with these foreigners. Just pretend we didn't hear them. Otherwise master would have known you struck out. You will not be spared. Hearing her senior brother's advice, the furious Mingyue calmed down a little, thinking of the master's previous instructions. Without continuing to rush forward, He picked up the barrel that had landed on the ground and grunted coldly at Lu Xun. I have important things to do today. Let's just spare you demon race for now. Next time let me hear you slandering my master's clan. Inevitably, you will not be spared. Qingfeng also gave Lu Xun a cold look as a warning. With that, he lifted the barrel and pushed and shoved his senior brother back up the hill to the Wuxuangwan. That's pretty cool. Lu Xun was a bit surprised. As far as he could remember, the only image of the two men in the clear air and moonlight that it was in Journey to the West, because of the ginseng fruit, to monkey a few mouth-spitting fragrance, seemingly sharp-tongued, directly to the most facetious monkey pissed off, thinking that the two Taoist children, who should be of that impatient character, how is it that he was so agitated that he didn't take the bait in the slightest? So Lu Xun chose to continue opening his mouth and sneered. What? Don't dare call your master out? I'd like to know that. What kind of person could have taught you two to be so rude? I guess your masters aren't exactly accomplished masters either. Hearing Lu Xun say that his master, Jin Yuanzi, was not the one who got the higher power, the two men who were originally picking at the barrels and had already taken a step back directly broke defense, and even Qingfeng, who had the most composed personality, couldn't hold back and glared angrily at Lu Xun. You demon race, my master and brothers have endured this again and again. I didn't expect you to be unrepentant, but you dare to insult my master with your mouth. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death by saying my master's name. Thud. Manhwa once again dropped the barrel and rolled up her sleeves to rush up and fight Lu Xun. Lu Xun looked at the two of them with some amusement, thinking that he had fought with his two disciples. The one who is the master should always step in. Sure enough, Qingfeng Manhwa, you must not be rude. A neutral and calm voice came into Lu Xun's ears. Lu Xun followed the voice and looked over, spotting the green and lush mountain path. An old Taoist man with an immortal style walked down, with white hair and white beard, lotus blossom Taoist crown, feathered coat and crane cloak, holding a duster. He looked at Lu Xun with a bland expression. It is coming down the mountain path, walking with faith, as it were. Lu Xun recognized it. Of course, the old immortal in front of him was Jin Yuanzi, Jin Yuan Daxian, the one that those demons and devils wanted to ask to meet but couldn't. In front of Wu Zhuangguan, the peak of the quasi-saint realm, infinitely close to the saints, and the figure who called the three Qing brothers and sisters. However, when he saw such a big shot, Lu Xun did not panic at all and pretended that he did not see the identity of the person and sneered. You old Taoist, are these the masters of these two insolent Taoist children? Jin Yuanzi nodded and smiled. The master of these two Taoist children is none other than me. I heard you say earlier that these two apprentices of mine were not taught well. I'd like to hear where I'm not teaching well. Jin Yuan Xian was just a thought. Just deduce the demon race in front of him. The cause and effect is unknown. And the group of cow ghosts and snakes like the otherworldly visitors in front of the Wuxuangguan. It just feels a little weird that those clansmen in front of the gate of the Wuxuangguan were all dying to kneel down to please their two Taoist children and beg for the chance to come into the Wuxuangguan. And the demon in front of me, who is not a bad heel. Not only did he not recognize his two Taoist children, he even almost fought with them. So he went out of the Taoist temple and came down the mountain. When Lu Xun heard Jin Yuan Daxian's question, he let out a long breath of relief. Now that he's connected to this big man himself, the ginseng fruit thing is half the battle. What happens next plays out nicely. Chapter 52. A sentence makes Jin Yuanzi scream. Qingfeng Manhwa confused. As a traveler, Lu Xun knew very well the character of Jin Yuan Daxian, and Red Cloud that flood number one good old man. The same, righteousness, regardless of the heel high and low to see people, the most hate others to flatter their own, like to make friends with like-minded people. So Lu Xun glanced obliquely up and down at Jin Yuan Daxian and sked and shook his head with a look of disgust. You old Taoist, look at the dress appearance. But it is a fairy style to get the appearance of the people in the middle. I didn't realize that the avenue of cultivation was this narrow. Doesn't get high man at all. Oh, hearing Lu Xun's words, Jin Yuan Daxian didn't get angry. Instead, he was hooked by Lu Xun. He had thought that the demon race in front of him was just deliberately stirring up trouble to lure himself out, and when he comes out, he will have to flatter himself and worship his own Wu Zhuangguan. I didn't realize that the first sentence would be so shocking. As a figure of the same generation as the three pristine ones, he certainly wouldn't feel that the great Tao he cultivated was wrong. And certainly don't think that. In front of him was a tiny demon race that was not even in the heavenly immortal realm. In the presence of a person like himself, he was able to explain to the great Tao of heaven and earth what the wondrous words of the earth's golden lotus were. When Qingfeng Manhwa heard that Lu Xun was so audacious, he dared to say to a great master like his own master that the path of cultivation is too narrow. I felt angry and ridiculous. You little demon. What do you know about the great Tao? Manhwa laughed in exasperation. How dare you talk about the great Tao in front of my master, his old man? I don't think you've lost your head. The little fairy boy Qingfeng also laughed coldly. You little demon who doesn't know what's going on. How dare you talk big here? Know who my master is? My master is. Jin Yuanzi shook his head slightly, interrupting Qingfeng Mingyue's reprimand, and looked at Lu Xun with a smile. Tell me about it. Instead, what's wrong with the great Tao that I cultivate? Lao Dao. Where is it narrow? He wants to know. 2. Lan sinks so otherworldly to see that. What kind of opinion do you have about the great Tao of heaven and earth? What kind of whimsical words can actually be uttered? Lu Xun coughed gently. He certainly didn't know anything about the great Tao of heaven and earth, and he didn't have any particular opinion about the great Tao of heaven and earth. However, he knew Jin Yuanzi's heart, and understood the character of this old Taoist. That's enough. So Lu Xun, with a straight face, narrated the story. In olden days, the great god Pangu opened up the sky and the earth, and those who were light and clear were heaven, and those who were turbid and heavy were earth. Evolved this flooded continent. Up to this point all living things in heaven and earth, and all things in heaven and earth have taken a rest in this flooded continent. In this way, what is the difference between all the tribes of heaven and earth and brothers of one mother? All monasticism in the world are brothers and sisters. How can one rank a character according to his status, the depth of his followers, and the length of his cultivation? The fundamental place of cultivation should be for all races in heaven and earth to be in harmony and watch over each other. Therefore, all the races of heaven and earth are my elder brothers and sisters, and they all live together in harmony, so that there will not be the killing of one and the other. This, then, is the right way for the world to be invincible. When Qingfeng Mingyue heard these words from Lu Xun, immediately, he snorted coldly, but next to him, Jin Yuan de Xian, the smile on his face froze. He gazed deeply at Lu Xun and, while listening to his words, his mind thought of another old friend, Red Cloud. When he first met Red Cloud, it is the sense that the other party is loyal and righteous, treating the flood tribes, are treated with kindness and generosity. Jin Yuanzi felt that he and the other party had similar sentiments, and that's why they were each other's best friends. Afterwards, they listened to Hongjuan's sermon together in the Purple Heaven Palace and traveled together in the flood. But I didn't realize that dear friend, who treated all the races of heaven and earth with kindness and generosity, was victimized by a traitor. This made Jin Yuanzi for a time heartbroken, can't help himself, secretly looking for the traitor who killed the Red Clouds. Unfortunately, there has been nothing for thousands of years. I didn't realize that today, in this filthy flood, this otherworldly demon race in front of him was actually able to say such thought-provoking words just like his dear friend at the time. All the tribes of heaven and earth are brothers and sisters who watch over each other. This is the way of the world. Wonderful. Absolutely marvelous. Jin Yuanzi looked at Lu Xun, and in his heart, he couldn't help but feel a little elated. After Red Cloud's death in the beginning, traveled all over the flooded continent by myself. I've seen and heard everything, and it's all just a bunch of. I've never met anyone with a heart as pure as my best friends. I didn't expect that today, under my own 5-village view, I would be able to have this unexpected harvest. It's really like stepping through iron shoes without a hiding place. I was just asking for directions from you two children as a Taoist friend. I didn't expect to incur a blank stare from the two. You say, old Tao, what is this if not rudeness and disobedience to the great Tao? Lu Xun is certainly not having any unique sense of the heaven and earth avenue. It's just a matter of looking the other way at Zhen Yuanzi. If he met Bai Zhe or Di Jun, he would of course say something else, so he had to do the whole show. Now seeing the expression on Jin Yuanzi's face, Lu Xun knew that he had succeeded. In that case, I am indeed ashamed of the old Taoist. Jin Yuanzi smiled as he stroked his beard. When the two Taoist children, Qingfeng Mingyue, heard their master's words, they directly froze in their tracks. No, what heaven and earth? What brothers and sisters? This demon race is just nonsense. A bunch of nonsense. Master, how can you believe this? Unexpectedly, the master's next behavior was even more direct, leaving the two in a daze. Jin Yuanzi laughed brightly. Today I have heard that it is really interesting for you to discuss the Tao. It just so happens that these two disciples of mine have rushed you. Fellow Taoist. Again. How about this? Fellow Taoist, follow me back to the temple to drink tea and discuss the Tao. Consider this as my apology to fellow Taoist. What shall it be? Hearing someone of such a high seniority as Jin Yuanzi directly address himself as Tao friend, Lu Xun couldn't even help but feel weak. But he forced himself to calm down and looked puzzled. Originally I wanted to tour the landscape around here. Since you, Taoist friend, are so sensible and generous with your invitation, then I'll be respectful. Jin Yuanzi laughed out loud and enthusiastically led Lu Xun up the hill in the direction of the 5 Zhuangguan, the two children of clear wind and bright moon. Seeing this happy gesture of his master, he froze directly in place and did not recover for a long time. No, that demon race has been babbling some nonsense like this. And Master was really fooled by him? The two Master brothers looked at each other. Both of their faces were deeply puzzled. Is it hard? The words of that demon clan, who was below the heavenly immortal realm. Is it really an extremely profound and subtle avenue? Lucian beautifully followed behind Jin Yuanzi, all the way towards the direction of the five Zhuangguan. Many modern people who were guarding the periphery of the five-temple Guan, making every effort to pay homage to the master, saw this image. Immediately, he recognized the immortal Taoist as Jin Yuan Dician. Seeing Lucian beside Jin Yuan Dician, he was directly confused. No, how did he hook up with Jin Yuan Xian? Countdown to Return 10. Chapter 53 Heavenly Ranking Leader's Portrait Exposed. Xiahou Tian confused. Countdown to Return 10. 9. No, how come it always goes out at critical moments? It doesn't last long at all. Lucian looked helpless. A flash of light. The scene of his bedroom reappeared in his vision. Lucian rolled over and got up, listening to the sounds of the world outside gradually bustling with people, and simply washed up and ate breakfast. Opened his laptop. Real-time Tendo ranking. What came into his eyes was still the information from the Heavens Path ranking. It seemed that the officials had completely understood the importance of the flood world, and every time, they would update the information of the Heavenly Tao ranking in real time on the major websites, and also prominently below, labeled with some small tips of the flood world. Unlike previous times, this time, the leaderboard has been updated with all the rankings, and you can find information about the other person's rank in the flood world by typing their name directly into the search box. Much more convenient. Obviously, this is the official himself, starting as for the safety of the modern man. Unfortunately, the number one spot remains a mysterious question mark. Suffice it to say, now almost all of Daxia, from the 99th to the just walking, all are wondering, the person at the top position of the Tendo rankings. In reality, what the hell? Lucian casually scanned the top 100 of the Heavenly Tao ranking. Heck, the top 100 names have gone through a major shuffle. Except for a few major clans whose principals' realms remained intact, most of the others were replaced by some unfamiliar names. Lucian wasn't surprised at all. He understands. This was the result of his own massacre of the crowd by the East Sea shore this time. It's been said that seizing the witch-slaying sword is very dangerous. Lucian murmured helplessly. Hopefully, this time, it will teach you a lesson. Unfortunately, it just didn't get rid of the scourge that is Xiahou Tian. Lucian glanced at the second place position. Xiahou Tian, a scourge that had a bad reputation in his previous life, was still in the second place in a prominent position, looking very obtrusive. Then, and searched for the names of the two dogs, Ruyan Lu and Song Yang. Sure enough, as he expected, the two didn't lie low to hide the information, but what made Lucian a little surprised was that, the two people's realm was not the 0th rank without cultivation he expected, but was already close to the first rank. Strange, not long ago on the shores of the East China Sea, I just killed two people once. My cultivation should have been cleared. It's surprisingly close to the first rank in such a short period of time. This is not the character of this pair of dogs. Lucian couldn't help but mutter. He remembers it well. In their previous lives, Lu Ruyan and Song Yang, for the matter of raising their cultivation, they fished for 3 days and sun-dried the nets for 2 days, and they were not at all attentive. It was almost by sucking Lucian's blood that he barely reached the earth immortal realm. I didn't realize that in this life, the two were surprisingly broken by their own potential. It's good to know how to raise your cultivation. The corner of Lucian's mouth lifted slightly. I'd like to see that. What can you two achieve? When the time comes, I will let the two of you experience true despair. Lucian did not intend to stop the two from elevating their realms. The scene of being surrounded by the two men's designs in his previous life was still fresh in his mind, and the hatred had not abated in his heart. It's just that if you kill these two sons of Es, it's too easy to wait to help them out. What Lucian wants is that, letting hope rise in the hearts of both men, and then plunging them into endless despair when that hope reaches its zenith. In this way, he can avenge the hatred of being besieged by betrayal in his previous life. I should be the one to kill them once, said Lucian, thinking of some possible, and then it stirs up a good deal of goodwill in their hearts. Lucian closed the Heavenly Tao ranking and clicked on the Shivering Sun software. Shocked, the mysterious leader of the Heavens Path rankings disguised as an executioner, slaughtering millions of living beings on the shores of the East China Sea. Terror. The first demon of the demon race brutally murdered millions of people. This god of murder is right beside us. Several great clans have joined together to put out a bounty of $10 million on the first devil on the Heavenly Tao ranking. I'm speaking up for the number one spot on the Heavenly Tao rankings. This East China Sea massacre is purely your fault. Defend me. Reflected in Lucian's eyes. Clear colors such a plus red hot search. And, with a row of hot posts below that. Inside the keywords, almost all of them contain the words East China Sea massacre. The usual gossip about entertainment stars singing and dancing to rap has long since disappeared. Inside the hot topic thread, some people are raging against Lucian for being inhumane, for going on a killing spree on the shores of the East China Sea. There were also quite a few people who stood in Lucian's shoes, showing that if they were not insatiable, they wouldn't have experienced this death calamity, and that it was purely these people who were asking for it. For a while, various remarks were hotly contested, but Lucian didn't care in the slightest. For he saw another important message. Just now, the witch demon Armageddon is about to begin, and the top brass of the witch demon and demon clans have begun mass recruitment of soldiers. I almost forgot. The process of the witch demon war was sped up by me. Lucian briefly scanned the thread, taking in the contents. The post telling the story of recently, some people had discovered that the top echelons of the witch demon and demon clans had begun to recruit soldiers on a large scale and dispatch them to the front lines of the witch demon battlefield. Lucian then reacted. In a previous life, the mass conscription of soldiers by both the sorcerer and demon clans happened almost 2 months later, because the mission of the witch-slaying sword in his previous life was accomplished very miserably and dragged on for a very long time. But in this life, because of his own advanced layout, it was almost done in just a few days, so it pushed forward the big showdown between the two clans ahead of schedule. Since Armageddon has been brought forward, it seems that some important chances have been brought forward as well. I have to speed up the layout process. Lucian is clear. Armageddon, almost the most tragic battle in the pre-flood descent period. It is also one of the battles that generate the most chances, not to mention that after the Great War, the Golden Crow Essence blood, the ancestral witch essence blood, and those extremely high-quality magical treasures and spiritual treasures produced by the two senior groups of witches and demons. Let's say that when Nuwa mended the sky, those colorful divine stones that were produced that were capable of breeding spirit bright stone monkeys, Lucian was bound and determined to get them, not to mention some of the high-quality spirit treasures that arose from those minor battles that Lucian is even going to take it in his hands. This was definitely an excellent opportunity to repair the East Emperor clock. Lucian collected his thoughts and logged into the account of the flooded bastard. Started popping some notes about participating in both the witch and demon clans. Capital City. Xiahou family. This is the portrait of the guy who is the leader of the heavenly Dao ranking? Are you sure he looks like this? Xiahou Tian held the tablet, scrutinizing the screen with a skeptical look on his face. That portrait of the first person on the demon race's Heaven's Path ranking, drawn down by professional profilers through the oral accounts of witnesses at the demon race's recruitment office in the first place. Xiahou Tian had disbelief written all over his entire face, from his eyes to his nose to his ears. Are you sure this yellow hair will be the number one person in the heavenly Dao ranking? Chapter 54 Morong read, this is my husband? Ahem. The assistant next to him coughed softly to hide his inner embarrassment. Honestly, those professional profilers gave this portrait to themselves when inside, he's not so sure that East China Sea coast. So a god-blocking, Buddha-blocking killing embryo. How can a real looker be so lewd, frivolous and gangly? The assistant still believes, in his heart of hearts, that so a lordly figure, not to mention how handsome and heroic looking, like in the movies. At the very least, there wouldn't be such an obscene aura present on the body. Wouldn't that be the same as a figure who has repeatedly thwarted his Xiahou family, the top family in Disya? Would it be such a spiritual guy who usually looks away? However, the assistant still forced himself to convince himself, and took this portrait to find Xiahou Tian to deliver. Ahem. I'm not so sure. The assistant coughed softly and respectfully, but the profilers gave a picture of it. That's all. I also double-checked with those few witnesses. There are still a few details that are off in this portrait, though, but those people are beyond certain. The one who was at the demon recruitment office in the first place was such a person. Xiahou Tian frowned tightly, staring dead at the screen, the spiritual guy with a bit of a beaten temperament in his lewdness. Although Xiahou Tian's choice for his mistress, extremely picky when it comes to appearance, but he's pretty sure that, in other respects, one really doesn't make a habit of judging people by their appearance. After all, he is the head of the top family of Daxia, the moral quality of meritocracy and meritocracy. Xiahou Tian thought to himself that he still had it. Does he really look this? Xiahou Tian had a sentence stuck in his mouth, and half a dozen times he didn't say anything, and he doesn't want to admit it. The man who had rejected himself over and over again in the flood would grow into such a disgusting dog-like appearance. His inner thoughts were the same as his assistant's. The man is as handsome, if not as handsome as the hero of the cool article, but at least, it shouldn't be so damn shabby. Xiahou Tian doubted himself a bit, but he let out a long sigh and, keeping reminding herself mentally that she couldn't judge a book by its cover, she looked up at her assistant. That's it. Take this photo to the database and have a professional compare it. About how long will it take to find this? person. The assistant gazed at the photo for 2 seconds and thought for a moment. This picture was drawn from those oral statements. After all, there's definitely a lot of deviation from myself in terms of details. There's also error correction and troubleshooting. If you put it into the Daxia information database for comparison, half a month at the shortest, and I think 2 or 3 months at the longest, to be able to lock this one down. Xiao Tian leaned back on the sofa, holding up the tablet and browsing through the new round of explosive information from the Flood 100. Xiaosheng coldly said, "This time the matter of the Witch Slayer sword. Our Xiao family has lost a great deal of prestige among the several great families of Dixia. You have to find this man for me. I'm going to break his legs myself when the time comes." The assistant breathed a slight sigh of relief and, that's the end of it. With this photo in hand, those technicians that the Xiao family keeps should be able to find the person very quickly. He wouldn't have to risk being yelled at every day to come in and report on his work. Xiao Tian rubbed his brows and said with a face full of fatigue, "This matter of the witch-slaying sword will end for now. Talk to me when we find this guy out." Next, the focus of our Xiao family in the flood world. It should be shifted over to the witch demon Armageddon. Magic City. Morong family. "Nikki, guess what goodies I found for you?" Morong Bo, the head of the Morong family, walked into the living room with a smile on his face. At this point, Morong family first eldest daughter, Morong Reed is holding the tablet, browsing the Big V Flood 100. Xiaosheng a new round of breaking news. She lethargically leaned back on the sofa. The short white body shirt on her upper body was slim but still outlined her proud figure, and the light blue denim hot pants on her lower body revealed a pair of straight, white, and greasy long legs, making her whole person charming with a bit of valor. Although last time she sacrificed her color to recruit the Flood 100 Dons, but it didn't work out. But Morong Reed is not angry at all, because the person behind the Flood 100 Dawn has not been successfully recruited by any clan. He still puts the latest flood news he gets after his return every day, and puts it online to break the news. During this time, the account, Flood by Xiaosheng, had almost become the account with the most fans in all of Daxia, even surpassing a certain official account of Daxia at one point. The first thing every man does when he returns from the flood, it is to guard in front of the phone, waiting for a new round of V Hanbu by Xiaosheng news, fearing to miss any important news. "What's up, Dad? Look how happy you are." Morong Reed looked at his dad Morong Bo's happy appearance. His eyes still did not move away from the flatbed, skimming his lips. "Where did you get me another stepmother from? That's the way the two Morong fathers and daughters get along. It's never been more shocking." "Nonsense." Morong Bo had long ago gotten used to this treacherous posture of his daughter, and feigned an angry rebuke. "If your mom hears you, she'll never forgive me again." Then he smiled and said, "I'm getting back the man of your heart's desire." "What?" Morong Reed was suddenly surprised. "That heavenly Dao ranking leader really let you find it? I knew Dad cared the most about me. Surely your daughter won't be kept a widow." Then he got up from the couch with a carp, rushed to his dad, grabbed the tablet in his hand, and looked at the screen with anticipation. Then she saw the leering face staring at a head of yellow hair. The original look of excitement on her face that, it slowly solidified, turned a little to flat, and finally to hideous. "Is this my husband?" "This is your husband." Morong Reed felt that it was necessary to go and wash his eyes. "No, Dad," Morong Reed protested, waving her small fists. "You don't have to read stuff on the internet when you're fine. How can this be the son-in-law your daughter's heart desires?" Seeing my daughter's defeat, Morong Bo was very happy for the old man. "Why, I've been reading stuff on the internet. This is the portrait of the leader of the Heaven's Path ranking that Xiao Tian has spent a great deal of effort to find out these days. You can't go wrong with a fake. The Xiao family is the #1 family in Magic City after all. It was also considered a ranked power in the entire Great Xia. These families in Daxia have never been intertwined, despite minor frictions. How could the Xiao family's movements these days be hidden from him?" The Morong family head, learning that Xiao Tian had found the portrait of the leader of the heavenly Dao rankings, Morong Bo was also extremely curious, and immediately had someone find one over to him. "I didn't expect to see it at first glance. This is so unexpected." Chapter 55, being warmly received in the 5 Zhuangguan. Mumbai felt that this is just so out of this world. Not long ago, in the East China Sea coast spirited kill embryo. In reality how will grow so ground, out of tune, and so with a bad taste in my mouth. Immediately, with the photo, he found the daughter of the man who was yelling every day in a godly manner that he wanted to marry the #1 person on the Tendo list. Surely he couldn't have been so bored, just to show his daughter a picture of the main purpose. It is the adjustment of the power of the Morong family, the development of the discovery in the flood. Morong Bo looked at his daughter on the sofa who had an expression of unworthiness on earth and asked with a forced smile, "That latest post from the flooded 100, you saw it too?" Morong Reed is still immersed in the male god persona collapsed room, and her eyes nodded listlessly. See, what's wrong? Morong Bo said with a straight face, this time about the witch-slaying sword. Let the several great families of Disya except for our Morong family. The forces of several other great clans in the floodplains are almost dead and wounded. Only our Morong family is not involved. So it can be said that it is a clear-cut case. But this thing? It's kind of over for good. Next up is the great battle of witches and demons in the flood. This duel is incredibly dangerous. According to the Flood 100. Likewise, countless opportunities will arise. Morong Reed was puzzled. So, what is our Morong family going to do this time? Or do we continue to wait and see what happens? Morong Bo sighed with hatred. Told you to use your head more in everything. There are so many opportunities in this witch demon Armageddon. It's that time again when several other great families are in a state of weakness. Our Morong family should definitely strike while the iron is hot and get involved to take the lead. Morong Bo had a helpless look on his face. I have a hunch. This witch demon Armageddon will definitely be an opportunity for our Morong family to rise to power. Lucian finished editing the post and hit send. The main point of this post, mainly about the ensuing witch demon Armageddon, elaborating on some methods of joining the forces of both sides, while also exposing some small and insignificant chances. Then, at the end of the post, the dangers of the catastrophe were emphasized. And those who didn't want to get involved in the catastrophe should hide in those areas of the floodplain in order to escape the catastrophe, and so on. As before, the post hit the hot seat almost immediately the moment it was made. Discussions back below the likes are rising almost at the speed of light. The purpose of posting this thread is not only to pave the way for acquiring spirits in large quantities afterward, there are also accompanying warnings for the public to avoid danger. Lucian clearly remembers that, in a previous life when this Armageddon took place, this was because the two races of witches and demons offered very generous rewards and incentives in order to attract modern people to support their forces. All sorts of magic treasures and spiritual objects were sent out almost as if they didn't need any money. This Armageddon had almost caused the number of Dharma treasure spirit objects in the hands of modern people to directly multiply several times. Currently, Lucian, in addition to the East Emperor Bell, a gold-swallowing beast, there are also instinctive flying swords likewise need countless spiritual objects. He does not want to miss this opportunity. Countdown to Flood Advent 10. Lucian's eyes flashed, and his vision reappeared outside the gate of Wushu Mountain's Wushuangguan. At this point, he was being warmly invited by Jin Yuanzi to enter the can. In the distance, there was a large group of modern-day demons and devils who had gathered outside the gates of the 5 village watch and had come to pay homage to their masters or to seek the ginseng fruit. When the crowd of modern demons and devils saw the immortal Jin Yuanzi appear, immediately, he rushed up with enthusiasm. Immortal Jin Yuan, I want to worship you. I beg Master to accept me as a disciple. I'm willing to work as an ox for you even if I have to. Great Immortal. Little demon, I have no desires. Just that my old mother at home is critically ill. And I only hope that Great Immortal can grant me a ginseng spirit fruit. Great Immortal. I am the deduction wizards that do not come out in 10,000 years. I deduce that the ginseng fruit in your view will have a catastrophe after 10,000 years. Let me go into the view to talk about it in detail. 7 mouthfuls of various voices resounded outside the 5 village view. These demons and devils with the souls of modern people know all too well how thick the thigh of Jin Yuan de Xian is. If you hug it, you are bound to soar in the future. So all sorts of tactics, all sorts of pitfalls were used in turn. Jin Yuanzi frowned slightly. Listening to the words of these people only felt raucous and, with a flick of the duster in his left hand, the crowd of demons and devils outside the gate of the 5 Zhuangguan were instantly pushed back down the mountain by a strange force, making it difficult to climb the mountain again. You're Jin Yuanzi? Lucian put on a slightly shocked expression on his face before his expression flattened out again. Don't be rude. Akatsuki finally seized the opportunity to take revenge and chided. My master is the ancestor of the Earth Immortals of the same generation as the 3 Qing. How can you call him by his name? Jin Yuanzi smiled and waved his hand to stop Ming Yue's scolding, smiling as he looked at Lucian. I am none other than Jin Yuanzi, the master of this 5 Zhuangguan. Why? Have you heard of my name, fellow Daoist? Meanwhile, he carefully observed Lucian's reaction. Of course I know that you are Jin Yuanzi. Lucian pretended to be unassuming and said, naturally, I've heard a lot about you. Jin Yuanzi nodded secretly in his heart, looking at Lucian's unassuming performance. The more satisfied he was with his person. Generally this kind of small demon that is only in the realm of Earth Immortal, when hearing his great name of Jin Yuanzi, they can't wait to bow their heads, terrified and without any chi to speak of. But this little demon in front of me, but was only slightly shocked for a moment when he heard his name for the first time, and immediately resumed as before. Quite a bit of Tarzan collapsing in front of the face without changing the temperament. Jin Yuanzi felt that he had made the right friend, enthusiastically leading Lucian. he entered the 5 zhuangguan. Those at the bottom of the mountain who were begging for worship and ginseng fruits looked at the scene with a dumbfounded look on their faces, and really couldn't figure it out. Not buddy? Laozi's attitude is so respectful, his kneeling is so straight, and his kowtow is so loud, but Jinyuan de Xian directly doesn't give a damn about Laozi? That little white boy just had such a bad attitude, and yet Jin Yuanzi is so enthusiastic about him. On what grounds? Well, you Jin Yuanzi have eyes but no pearls. He day 30 years. Lu Xun was led by Jin Yuanzi. He smoothly entered the inside of the famous Wu Zhuangguan, and turned around to the backyard where the ginseng fruit trees were planted. The ginseng tree, full name Yitu ginseng fruit, is one of the 10 innate extreme spiritual roots of the flood world, by the great Tao demon god's flesh and blood and the innate first wisp of the essence of Yitu fusion, earth attribute of the top spiritual roots. It is said that a sniff of the smell can be an additional 480 years old, eat a bite of an additional 48,000 years of life. The ginseng fruit tree in the courtyard was lush and green, exuding a thick earth attribute aura, and its branches were crashed with glistening white jade-like fruits like those of a child who had not yet reached the fullness of the third dynasty, which was adorable. Lu Xun secretly gulped as he looked at the ground. Clear wind and moon. Prepare tea. Jin Yuanzi led Lu Xun to sit down at a small stone table under the ginseng fruit tree and said softly. Not long after, the two of them, Qingfeng Mingyue, came up with tea. Lu Xun forced himself not to look at the ginseng tree and gently took a sip of tea. A flash of light in the eye. Instantly, he felt that his ears and eyes were bright and immortal, and an extremely rich spiritual energy traveled through the limbs and bones of his body, cleansing the muscles and marrow to improve his meridians. It was certain that this tea must also be an uncommon innate spiritual root. The ancestor of the earth immortals is just rich and generous, entertaining guests with spirit roots as well. Chapter 56, the earth and ginseng fruit arrives and begins to be refined. The ancestor of the earth immortals is just rich and generous. Tea for entertaining guests, also with spiritual roots. Lu Xun sighed in his heart. Jin Yuanzi also gently sipped his tea, then looked at Lu Xun with a smile on his face. How do you call your friend? The last name is Lu. A single word for sync. Lu Xun. Good name. Jin Yuanzi said politely. Lao Dao just now only felt that discourse of fellow Taoist Lu was extremely unique. I wonder where you heard that. Or is it your master's teaching? And I wonder who your master's name is again? That is for sure. This is the avenue that Laozi created. Specifically for you. Lu Xun laughed lightly. There's no such thing as a mentor. But it is just my own accidental observation of this heaven and earth. Accidental realization. Not enough for outsiders to know. I can't believe that I'm the one who broke through this Taoist explanation. I didn't expect that this Lu Xun, at such a young age, would have such a unique insight into the great Tao. This son must be like my friend Red Cloud. He is a natural householder, with a glazed and red heart. It's so much to my liking. I've made the right friend. Jin Yuanzi marveled slightly in his heart and became more and more satisfied with Lu Xun. It began to talk to Lu Xun in an eloquent manner. Lu Xun has lived 2 lives, plus another character with an unparalleled knowledge of the flooded world, coping with it all in drips and drabs. The 2 Taoist children waiting in the distance. Qingfeng and Mingyue. Looking at the scene over here, there was a direct look of living hell. Of course, even if you really see a ghost, you still have to address the 2 little fairy children as clear wind, bright moon, old ancestor. When Qingfeng Mingyue saw Master Jin Yuanzi and Lu Xun talking to each other, at times glowing, at times laughing, the pupils in his eyes were unmistakable. Master was right. Indeed, Qingfeng looked at Lu Xun, who was talking to his master, in the distance with a face of admiration. This elder Lu Xun Lu, truly is a figure who has explored the mysteries of the great Tao. Mingyue, we have to get along well with Senior Lu in the future. It's bound to be quite beneficial to our avenue cultivation. The bright moon immortal child also nodded heavily in shame. This elder Lu is at a young age to be able to take a turn with a figure as profound as master. It's me who had the eyes to recognize the gold and jade before. On the other side, Jin Yuanzi suddenly said with a chipper face, I had a late friend once, too. He is like you, fellow Taoist, and is likewise thick-minded, with a glazed and red heart. If only he were here, I'm sure he can be friends with you, fellow Taoist Lu. I know, the first good old man of the floodplains Red Cloud Laozu well. Lu Xun Hart said, Red Cloud old ancestor, is the first red cloud in this flood cultivated. Character is very generous. At first and the purple sky palace 3000 red dust guest, obviously has grabbed a futon, but took the initiative to let the later Jianti to receive the 2 people. Moreover, it also allowed Koan Peng, who had also grabbed a futon, to also let out the futon to the 2 teams of Jun Ti and Jiayin. Unfortunately, it's because of this very thing. Such a good old man, but after that, he was counted by the old man of the river Styx in Kuanping, and fell into a body death. Oh, Lucian let out a soft "oh" and looked at Jin Yuanzi with a surprised expression. I wonder who the person you are talking about is. Such a character. It would certainly be my regret if I could not befriend him. Jin Yuanzi's face showed a look of relief. Started to explain the story of his late friend, Old Man Red Cloud, one by one to Lucian, and finally said bitterly, unfortunately, this Red Cloud Taoist friend of mine ended up, however, being victimized by a traitor. Lucian also said with a look of regret, good people don't live long, but misfortune lasts 1,000 years. What a world this is. Do you know who killed fellow Taoist Red Cloud? When I achieve the great Tao someday, I will definitely avenge him. Jin Yuanzi slowly shook his head and smiled bitterly. It's not that simple. When this Red Cloud Taoist friend of mine was murdered, those treacherous people who harmed him specifically obscured the heavenly chances. Nowadays I know nothing about it. Jin Yuanzi looked at Lu Xun and suddenly brightened up and said, fellow Taoist comes from a different realm and is subject to the heavenly Tao's obscuring of karma. So naturally you are unaffected by this heavenly opportunity. Perhaps it can help me find out information about Taoist Red Cloud. Lu Xun nodded with a look of righteous indignation. Don't worry, my heart goes out to fellow Taoist Red Cloud. One day when I have attained the great Tao, I will surely take the blame for fellow Taoist Red Cloud. Jin Yuanzi nodded and smiled, his face turning bitter again as he said, this friendship, fellow Taoist Lu. I'll naturally answer for fellow Taoist Red Cloud. It's just that the Taoist friend is in a slightly lower realm nowadays. Trying to find the real culprit may be a long way off. After Lucian heard this, he also let out a long sigh. Jin Yuanzi took in Lucian's expression and nodded secretly in his heart. Suddenly glancing at the ginseng tree behind Lucian, his eyes suddenly brightened. How about this? The ginseng fruit in my Quan is an innate spiritual root, containing the innate water essence qi. If you help me find the news, I will gift you a ginseng fruit to cleanse your veins and marrow. I hope that fellow Taoist will find the traitor who assassinated Red Cloud for me soon. What do you think of this? Finally fooled. I waited for you to say this. Lucian waved his hand with great righteousness. How can this be? I'm looking for the murderer on behalf of fellow Taoist Red Cloud, with no intention of gaining any profit at all. It's just that my heart is drawn to fellow Taoist Red Cloud's character, and I'm doing it for myself. This is really not good. Lucian finished. The two little children, Qingfeng and Mingyue, had already taken out their golden strikes nimbly knocking another lovely ginseng fruit off the tree. He brought it to the two men. Lucian looked at the ginseng fruit in front of him that was full of aroma and eclipsed in spiritual power, secretly swallowed his saliva, and kept waving his hand to repeat, unavailable. Jin Yuanzi's action was like a relative stuffing a red envelope on New Year's Eve. It was almost close to shoving the ginseng fruit into Lucian's pocket. Finally, Lucian reluctantly accepted the ginseng fruit. The two of them climbed into conversation for a while longer before Lucian took his leave. Jin Yuanzi took the two little fairy children, Qingfeng and Mingyue, sending Lucian off outside the gate of the 5 Zhuangguan. His expression could be described as a fond farewell. It made the crowd of demons and devils under the 5 Zhuangguan once again dumbstruck. Heaven's discipline, you have accepted Jin Yuanzi's earthen ginseng fruit. You need to find out the cause of the death of the Red Cloud ancestor for him. Disciplinary period, before the realm of the golden immortal. No promotion until the cause of death is found. Sure enough, the heavenly Tao won't let people get important chances for nothing. Lucian had gotten used to it long ago, but this task completion was easy for him. Killed the Red Cloud old ancestor is the demon master Kuanpeng and the old ancestor of the River Styx. The reason is the original Purple Sky Palace fight bushel that thing. Of course, there is also to snatch the Red Cloud body that wisp of Hongming Qi. However, if Lucian wanted to accomplish this task, he would have to wait at least until after the end of the Witch Demon War. After the demon master Kuanpeng rebelled against the demon court. After Lucian left the mountain of 10,000 longevity, he immediately performed the Golden Crow transformation rainbow and arrived at a remote corner of the floodplain, prepared to refine the 5 elements spiritual body. Chapter 57, maybe he can help me out. Lucian was ready to start refining the top-grade 5 elements spiritual body to advance to the heavenly immortal realm. After leaving Manjusan, after flying a rainbow for a long time in the flood continent, he finally found a valley with high mountains and dense forests, where people and demons were rare. After searching many times and confirming that there were no great demons prying in the surroundings, he waved his hand and opened up a simple cave on a precipitous cliff, laying down a spell formation around the cave that could simply shield his chi. Then he found another boulder and blocked the hole after entering the cave. Lucian spread the formation flags that he had taken from Li Zhouyue around. After all this, only then did he enter the Eastern Emperor Clock's Aura Cave. Nowadays, the land sinks. It can be quite a collection. Even some of the great Luo Golden Immortals might not be able to match that. So of course, one had to be careful and cautious again. Inside the Aura Cave, which was already the size of 10 soccer fields, In the center was a spiritual field full of spiritual plants, though Lucian didn't take care of it. However, it was still lush and green, and the branches of a few spiritual plants were covered with red and delightful spiritual fruits, with a fragrant aroma that made one's mouth tingle. In the corner, laying a pile of spirit stones, mainly taken from the two unlucky bastards Xiao Sheng Xiao Bao, there were tens of thousands of pieces that Lucian had not yet had time to use. Further around the corner, but it was a scene of chaos and solemnity. The 5 elements of auras that were so dense that they were at odds with each other were tilting against each other. It was the 5 pieces suspended in the air, which belonged to the extremely top level of the 5 elements spiritual objects in the flood continent that were at work. 2 flowers, 2 spirit fruits, and a copper coin. Fusang flower that contains a sun true fire devouring, tiny laurel flower that contains the essence of the innate sunflower water, and the yellow plum with the word huangjong on its rind, which possesses the innate amu breath. Just like the E-earth ginseng fruit that is not yet full of babies in the 3rd dynasty, there is also a falling treasure of money that is round on the outside and square on the inside, bearing 2 wings, the 5 elemental auras emanating from their bodies. You tilted and I rolled over, not giving way to each other. What a powerful 5 elemental aura! Lucian sighed with emotion in his heart. It then transformed into the body form of the 3-legged golden crow. Purple gold flame lines flowed all over his body. His body ran the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong on its own, and his body's surface emitted witch patterns to protect himself as he flew towards the middle of the 5 elemental breath disordered spirits. Spirit cultivation was a journey that an earthly mortal had to go through to advance to the heavenly immortal realm. Finding a spiritual object that fits one's 5 elemental attributes and refining it as one's heavenly immortal foundation. There is no quality requirement for spirit cultivation, as long as it is a spirit. But the more powerful the spirit object is, the more powerful the gain to oneself after advancing to heavenly immortal. And that's why Lucian originally, as long as he casually found a fire attribute spirit to cultivate his spirit, he would be able to immediately advance. And yet, he had to go through a lot of trouble to find these 5 top flood spiritual objects. And, of course, there's another important reason. It is Lucian, who practiced the inheritance of the demon emperor, originally had his own attribute, which belonged to the fire attribute of the 3-legged golden crow. However, after devouring several demon kings with different attributes, it automatically possessed the other 4 attributes. The first one to be refined will be you. Lucian's divine sense swept toward the off-fire fuchsia flower. The flower with a fiery red body and petals containing red gold divine patterns excitedly flew towards Lucian's Dantian location. The red fire essence contained within it instantly spread out, forming a blazing flame that burned and washed every inch of Lucian's skin. The essence of red fire disappeared into Lucian's body, and traveled rapidly through the various orifices of his limbs and bones. Lucian stifled a grunt. It felt like falling into a fire, flames burning every inch of his body. Even though he possessed the golden crow physique, which itself possessed the sun true flame Tao rhythm, and was protected by the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, he was still tormented by this essence of red flame and agonizing pain. But he didn't stop, because he's aware that this was the essence of the innate red fire cleansing itself and removing impurities from its body. After this red fire essence traveled throughout the body for hundreds of weeks, it eventually returned to the heart location. Boom! The extremely pure red fire breath, centered on Lucian's body, spread out in all directions in a domineering manner. Over in the spirit field, several spirit plants close to this area were scorched and withered by this red fire breath. The red fire divine ripple on the surface of the 3-footed golden crow's body became incomparably bright, suppressing all of the sorcerer's ripples. It's a aggravating feeling. Lucian couldn't help but murmur, then swept his gaze toward the golden copper coin. Fire overcomes gold, so if I refine you next, I should be able to suffer less. The words fell. The falling treasure money, which had wings, flew towards Lucian's Dantian location on its own. The gungold breath that was like a knife chopping and axe chiseling instantly traveled rapidly within Lucian's entire body's orifices and meridians, washing and refining them. However, with the previous red fire breath against suppression, refining this Gung Jin breath was obviously not as painful as before. After traveling for hundreds of weeks, this Gung Jin Qi eventually returned to the lungs. Phew, much more comfortable. Lucian follows the law of the 5 elements. Start refining the remaining 3 spiritual objects in turn. The demon court, on the sun star, under the Fusang tree. Boom! On the sword-casting platform, monstrous blood-colored grievances rose up to the sky, which were mixed with cries that sounded like the wailing of 10,000 ghosts, terrifying to the extreme. It's done, Your Majesty! The witch-slaying sword has become a success, the sword-maker shouted in surprise. In the Demon Emperor's palace, 2 powerful auras, one red and one white. At the same time, he swept under the Fusang tree. Demon Emperor Jun looked at the greatly accomplished witch-slaying sword. His face was unable to hide his excitement. My demon race is finally saved. The demon saint Bai Zhe, who was next to him, also smiled and clasped his fists. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. This great battle. My demon race is going to bounce back after all. The fate of heaven is on my demon race. I'll send the sword to the witch demon battlefield ahead now. Help His Majesty the Eastern Emperor defeat the witch race in one fell swoop. Emperor Jun looked at the witch slayer sword in thought. And when he heard Bai Zhe take the initiative to ask for help, he pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. The delivery of the sword was not difficult. How about having Lucian come over and deliver the witch-slaying sword to my royal brother? It just so happens that it will also be sent to the front of the battlefield, perhaps with a different outcome for the war. The White Zephyr demon sage glanced at Di Jun, his innate divine ability unconsciously activated, and laughed softly. Your Majesty is wanting to meet Lucian? Something for him to puzzle over? Cam. We agreed to stop prying into my mind. Di Jun let out a bitter laugh in his heart, not denying it, and said with a despondent expression, for this great war between the witch and demon races, I have used the river map and Luo book to deduce it 1,000,000 times, but the outcome remains muddled. Last time, I happened to hear some of Lucian's insights on this great battle, and I felt it was extremely unique. I thought that perhaps he, the otherworldly visitor, there are some bystander unique feelings about this great battle. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have him make a trip to the demon court. It's just as well to make it a model for those foreign demons. Tell them that as long as they work for my demon clan, the demon court will definitely not treat them poorly. White Zephyr laughed softly. Chapter 58 Extreme 5 Elements Spiritual Body Completion. White Zephyr laughed softly. Your Majesty is at the peak of paramount sainthood, and with the addition of a spiritual treasure divine artifact like the river map and Luo book, neither can deduce the outcome of this great battle. I don't mean to slight Lucian, though, but he's only at the earth immortal realm in the end, although in time this son does have a great possibility of attaining the Tao. But even His Majesty could not calculate the result. Lucian may not be able to see clearly as well. Di Jun shook his head and laughed. This witch demon war has interfered with karma quite a bit, and our demon court is in the middle of it, normally high up in the temple, perhaps with a wide view, but it is inevitable that there are places where it is easy to fail to perceive, where it is easy to be an authority. Lucian, as a visitor from a different realm, was able to achieve such strength in such a short period of time. Necessarily extraordinary. Listening to him may open my eyes. Bai Zhe pondered for a moment. He didn't mean to belittle Lucian, just taking for granted that, now that His Majesty the Demon Emperor has failed to see the results of his deduction using the river diagram and Luo book, if it's only the Earth Immortal Realm's Lucian, being able to watch this confusing battle was just too much to contemplate. However, as he observed Di Jun's expression, he felt that he seemed to attach the utmost importance to Lucian's point of view, and then nodded his head. Since Your Majesty is in such doubt, I will then summon Lucian to come and take a look. Having said that, Demon Saint Bai Zhe touched out a transmission jade seal and urged his mana to summon Lucian. Emperor Jun nodded slightly, looking at the resentful witch slaughtering sword not far away. There was a look of frustration on his face. He vaguely remembers that, not long ago, Lucian was at the gate of the demon court, very seriously saying those words to that silly daughter of his family. In this great battle, the witch and demon clans are of equal strength. No matter how we do it, we can't avoid the result of losing both sides and being a dowry for others in the end. But Emperor Jun, who was hiding nearby, heard the words and he was struck by lightning, and subconsciously felt that Lucian was talking nonsense. But instantly there was a sense of enlightenment. Is it inevitable that both will lose after all? Di Jun gazed at the distant witch-slaying sword and murmured softly, I don't believe. Not far away, Bai Zhe, who was using the transmission jade seal, looked at this despondent look on His Majesty's face and also murmured with a gloomy expression, let's hope he really does clear up your confusion. Within the Eastern Emperor clock or a cave, boom, 4 powerful breaths of fire, gold, wood, and earth formed 4 colors of red, gold, green, and yellow divine patterns that spread all over Lucian's body. Lucian, who had transformed into the 3-legged golden crow body, at this moment, it was refining the last spiritual item, the sunflower water Taiyin moon laurel. After entering Lucian's dantian, the cold and bone-piercing sunflower water essence quickly clashed with the red fire essence in his heart and began to collide with each other. 2 powerful breaths fought within his body, causing the agonizing Lucian to stifle a muffled grunt. Immediately drive the E2, Gungjin and Awood breaths within the other 3 organs to suppress this essence of sunflower water. These top 5 elements of spirituality were in Lucian's orifices and meridians, fighting and entangling with each other. Finally, boom! These 5 elements of breath finally reached a balance at a certain circumference, unable to help each other, before they simultaneously disappeared into their respective corresponding organs. It's done. I'm a done deal. The 5 colors of red, gold, yellow, green, and blue divine patterns instantly spread across the surface of the golden crow's body, suppressing the witch patterns. Yikes! A loud and clear cry resounded within the aura cave. A divine bird surrounded by 5-colored divine light, whose divine steed was incomparable and whose race could not be seen, opened its enormous wings. The divine bird's body quickly morphed and changed back into the appearance of a grown man. Spirit cultivation completed. Obtaining the 5 elements spiritual body. Current realm, heavenly immortal realm, 0 rank. As the first modern demon race to advance to the heavenly immortal realm, it receives the heavenly Tao reward. Is this the top 5 elemental spirit body? Lucian didn't even bother to check the rewards given by the heavenly Tao. Instead, he looked down and checked his condition. Those 5 top-ranked flood spiritual objects were calmly suspended in the Dantian Chi Sea, forming an arcane 5 elemental spell formation, providing this body with pure and powerful 5 elemental spiritual chi. Lucian felt that, at this moment, his own body had been completely transformed, and his physique was already a world away from his original self. Before practicing, meditation is required to accomplish this, but now he's just walking and breathing. The various orifices in his body were then operating on their own, absorbing the spiritual energy in the air around him, allowing his cultivation level to rise unconsciously and slowly. And Lucian felt that, at this moment, the power of one of his own casual attacks was hundreds of times more powerful than before. It's normal. Actually, in my previous life, when I promoted to the heavenly immortal realm, the spirit artifact used to cultivate the spirit was only a water attribute spirit root of medium to high quality, but that still allowed himself at that time to steadily occupy the top 10,000 positions in the Heaven's Path rankings. In this life, it's 5 of the top flood spirit objects. Each one of them is enough to create a Heaven's Path ranking leader, and it's still a solid leader. That's 5 at once. The forged physique is not a simple 1+1 effect. This was an effect that was enough to rival the effect of obtaining dozens of golden crow physiques again. Buzz. When Lucian raised his hand, the 27 flying swords behind him came out of their bodies at the same time, buzzing and hovering behind them. Unlike before, the original 18 sunflower water flying swords upgraded from Tyene lunar laurel suns had the sunflower water aura on them replaced. The 27 flying swords had been divided into the 5 elements of flying swords. Each batch of flying swords has a different effect. The innate red fire flying swords that were as hot as lava, with each sword, contained the power of the ultimate overbearing sun red fire. The cold and ice piercing innate sunflower water flying sword, once the sword was offered, was as cold as spring, instantly becoming ice. Unstoppable innate gung gold flying sword. The gung gold killing aura is comparable to the full force of a middle grade Hotian spiritual treasure. Vitality innate armor and wood flying sword. Attack can release the poison of armor and wood. Defense can release vitality to heal wounds. Thick and simple innate E2 flying sword. A sword to kill like a mountain pouring. Thick and heavy. In the future, every single instinctive flying sword that Lucian refined would automatically contain the effects of these innate 5 elemental chi. Lay. Lucian stretched out his finger and let out a low gulp. A gungold flying sword slashed through the finger, leaving a faintly invisible wound, and 5-colored blood instantly flowed out. But soon, the essence of armor and wood contained in the liver then began to gush out, and the wound on the fingertip instantly repaired itself. What a powerful restoration ability! Lucian slightly marveled. Is this the extreme 5 elements spiritual body? Putting away the 27 flying swords, Lucian began to check the rewards given by the heavenly Tao when he was promoted to the heavenly immortal realm. Heavenly Tao reward, 1 strand of heavenly Tao chi luck. Current heavenly luck, 2 strands. Is it the heavenly Tao chi luck again? Lucian pondered slightly. It's not that I dislike the heavenly chi. It's just that the effect of this kind of metaphysical stuff is very abstract. There was no direct gift of magic treasures. Spiritual objects. Such things, with such a remarkable effect. But abstraction being abstraction, Lucian would not take such things lightly. Heavenly Tao chi luck is similar to the lucky value in the game. As long as the lucky value is more, you may be able to pick up innate treasures when you walk on the road in the future. Thinking about it, the transmission jade seal on Lucian's waist suddenly emitted light. White Zephyr is looking for me. Chapter 59, Skills All Great Evolution. White Zephyr looking for me? What does he want with me at this hour? Lucian looked at the transmission jade seal at his waist and was puzzled. Gee, this will come later. Let me first see how my personal attributes are after refining the extreme 5 elements spiritual body. Lucian opened his attribute panel. Name, Lucian. Realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm, 0 rank 0%. Race, Extreme 5 elements Golden Crow. Inheritance, Demon Emperor's Inheritance, Colored. Fabrics, Eastern Emperor Bell, Remnants. Ethereal Water Formation Flag. Extreme 5 elements Flying Sword. Sky Fox Mask. Racial skills, feats Demon Emperor's devouring. Red Yang True Fire. 9 Crow's Fire Shield. 9 Revolutions of Yuan Gong. Instinctive Weapon Refining. Transfiguration. Kuai Shui Mirage. Kuai Shui Transportation. Wutu Transportation. Red Fire Realm. Feathering 3000. Heavenly Punishment, Revenge of the Demon Crown Prince. Cause of Red Cloud's death. Heavenly Dao Reward, Favors of the Demon Race. 2 strands of Heavenly Dao Qi. It's amazing how much has changed. Lucian briefly scanned his attribute panel and slightly lamented. I didn't expect that after refining the extreme 5 elements spiritual body, the race had also changed from the original 3-legged golden crow to the even more powerful extreme 5 elements golden crow. Lucian scanned to his skill bar and realized that, after refining the extreme 5 elements spiritual body, the original skill was also upgraded, like the original Sun True Flame, which had been upgraded to Red Sun True Flame. Its power had been greatly enhanced, and the cloud water illusion obtained from the Cloud Scale Snake King had also turned into the more powerful Sunflower Water illusion, and the ability to drop treasure with falling treasure money had become one of Lucian's native skills. As long as you have merit, you can drop your opponent's dharma. Of course, because of the current lack of merit in Lucian, for the time being, he could only land some treasures from opponents below his realm. For the time being, it can't be like inside the original Seal of the Gods, the 2 Xiao Shang Qiao Bao, who were in the realm of Little Kalemi, directly dropped the 24 fixed sea god pearls in the hands of Zhao Gongming, who was at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Wait for Lucian to have enough merit later before he can drop a powerful opponent's dharma treasure. That makes it seem a bit chickenish. Lucian shook his head slightly. Falling treasure can only fall on those who are in a lower realm than me. Those who can be in a lower realm than me, I can rob them with my own hands. In the end, Lucian locked his eyes on the 2 new skills given by the inheritance when he was promoted to Heavenly Immortal. Red Fire Field, emit the Red Sun True Fire in all directions to form a fire attribute field. Within the field, all targets will suffer from the indiscriminate burning of the Red Sun True Fire, and at the same time, fire attribute attacks below the level of the Red Sun True Fire will be suppressed within the field. Cowhide. This red flame domain is so cowhide. Lucian couldn't help but sigh lightly. The field of red fire is the equivalent of a piece of fire armor with a large range that automatically produces sustained burning damage to surrounding targets. You don't even have to move yourself to improve your cultivation in the future. Just charge into a crowded place and lie down to harvest cultivation. When Lucian first seized the Golden Crow Essence Blood on the East Sea, he was blocked by the domain on the dead Golden Crow Crown Prince, so he was able to seize the East Emperor Bell in advance. Of course, the most cowhide of the red fire field is still the latter attribute. The fire attribute attacks below the grade of Red Sun True Fire will be suppressed. The Red Sun True Flame, belonging to is the essence version of the Sun True Flame fused with the other 4 top-level spirits, almost equivalent to the top-level flames of the floodplains. This almost indirectly stated that in the future, once the red fire domain was opened, it was directly immune to fire attribute attacks. Feathering 3000. This is? Lucian swept his gaze to the latter new skill. Feathering 3000 pull out a feather and transform it into the main body's doppelganger. Can have half of the main body's combat power and half of the skill's power? The current number of doppelgangers that can be transformed at the same time, 3. It's a ing shadow split technique. Nope, it's still an enhanced version of the shadow divergence technique. Lucian couldn't help but fall into ecstasy. With the feathered 3000, in the future, it would be much more stable to walk around the floodplains and make a break for it. There's something dangerous, uncertain about the secret realm. Create a feathered doppelganger to scout the area first. When all the dangers have been dispatched, and a diversion lined up to take the treasure, wouldn't it be great to just seize in the shadows and collect the fruits of the revolution yourself? More importantly, the skill, Feathering 3000, does not only manifest 3 doppelgangers. As proficiency in this skill increases, the number of illusory doppelgangers doubles. In time, the whole flood is my bilocation, robbing treasures all over the world, and I just have to stay in my lair and wait for the fruits of victory. It's exciting to think about it. Lucian collected his thoughts. He also took out the spirit stones that he had picked up from Xiao Shang Qiaobao earlier and began to refine the next batch of instinctive flying swords. Prepare to power up to the max. Inscribing the spirit stone array pattern and placing the intrinsic alchemy technique formation. The actions were done in a single motion. Before long, most of the spirit stones were consumed. In front of Lucian, once again, there were 9 brand new Extreme Dao 5 elements flying swords suspended, forming a sword formation with the previous 27 flying swords. The spirit stones ran out so quickly. Lucian exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The physical body is strengthened, and the grade of the refined flying swords is increased. The spirit stones consumed in refining flying swords are also going to be more. It seems that in the future, We have to go and do more good deeds of robbing the rich and giving to the poor. Lucian maneuvered his flying sword and removed all traces from the cave. With that, he rushed towards the Demon Emperor Palace. Demon Court, Sun Star, under the Fusang tree. Your Majesty, Lord White, you are looking for me? Lucian came to the sword-casting platform and bowed slightly to the two men. After refining the extreme 5 elements body and coming under the Sun Star Fusang wood again, there was no longer the uncomfortable sensation of being burned by the essence of red fire when he came for the first time. Instead, staying here, the speed of the various orifices of the body gulping spiritual energy was faster. Lucian swept his gaze from the Witch Slayer sword that was suspended in the distance. Witch Slaughtering Sword completion. Lucian sighed slightly in his heart. That means it won't be long until the Witch Demon Armageddon. Looks like I'll have to speed up the rate at which I raise my strength. Demon Emperor June, dressed in a bright yellow Demon Emperor's robe, and Demon Saint Baizé, in a white tunic, turned around and, you've advanced to the heavenly immortal realm? The two felt the exuberant chi on Lucian's body and froze at the same time, but it was Baizé who asked ahead of them. Yes, Lucian replied respectfully. After completing the witch-slaying sword quest, I immediately started working on cultivating the spirit. Not bad, not bad. White Zephyr couldn't help but secretly marvel as he checked out the chi within Lucian's body. What a powerful base for cultivating the spirit. The Demon Emperor June next to him looked at Lucian and also nodded his head in admiration, giving the highest evaluation. Though the widow and his royal brother, Tai Chi, since the time they were born on the planet Sun, it is the natural Tai golden immortal strength, not having experienced the feeling of the heavenly immortal realm, but the widow can be sure. Your heavenly immortal foundation is definitely the most solid and powerful that the widow has ever seen. If widow was at the heavenly immortal realm cultivation level, it would be just as inferior to you. Baizé was secretly surprised when he heard the Demon Emperor June's comment. Chapter 60 Bargaining with Emperor June. White Zephyr's shock. Baizé was secretly surprised in his heart when he heard Demon Emperor June's comment. This Lucian's heavenly immortal realm, to be so powerful as this? White Zephyr itself, while also not a bad flood fae, but the great Luo golden immortal realm, he only felt that Lucian's chi had progressed after he had cultivated his spirit, but he could not penetrate it. It was the first time he had encountered it when he heard that His Majesty the Demon Emperor had gone out of his way to elevate the other party by degrading himself. In his heart, he could not help but think highly of Lucian. It was just a fluke. Lucian continued to clasp his fists in an unassuming manner. Ha ha ha, Demon Emperor June laughed brightly. What a fluke. With that, he pointed to the Witch Slayer sword on the distant sword casting platform and opened the door. Let's get you over here. This time, the main thing is for you to send the witch slaying sword to the frontline battlefield. At the same time, let you, the vanguard commander of the Demon Court, head to the front lines of the battlefield to assist Imperial Brother in fighting against the Witch Clan's army. Now the great war between the Witch and Demon clans has entered a state of scorched earth. There is a desperate shortage of men on the front lines of battle. Most of the demon soldiers recently recruited by the Demon Court have already been sent to the front lines. You, the vanguard commander, are naturally not exempt. Lucian didn't expect to be asked to come over. It's this matter. Sending the witch-slaying sword to the front line was actually not a difficult task. It was just a slip of smoke by performing the rainbow transformation technique. However, Lucian felt a different meaning from this matter. Something as important as the witch-slaying sword. Instead of letting someone else deliver it, you let yourself deliver it. Demon Emperor June was surprisingly relieved that he wasn't afraid of losing his sword. This showed that Demon Emperor June had subconsciously listed himself as an important figure in the Demon Court. Seeing Lucian's hesitation, June said in a gentle tone, if you think it's too dangerous on the front lines of battle, or you cannot go and stay in this Demon Court in the future. Advice for the widow. The relationship is good but also exempt from military service. Lucian spat out in the bottom of his heart. But who says I don't want to go to the battlefield of witches and demons? I'm on my way to the battlefield. Yes, Lucian's next destination was the Great Witch and Demon battlefield. Because, this great battle was almost the perfect place to seize cultivation. In the words of the game, it's almost like a large-scale copy of the war and an extremely rewarding copy of the war. Cultivation, spiritual treasures and magic treasures were almost everywhere. In a previous life, after the two races of witches and demons began a mass conscription for modern people, those who participated in this war had their rankings on the Heavenly Tao rankings rise at an almost rocket-like rate, and in order to attract the Fade demons to join their own forces, the witch and demon clans, the arsenal, the ordnance department, that sort of thing, almost on fire, casting all sorts of magic treasures day and night, rewarding the foreign demons that performed brilliantly. And after this battle, the modern people who descended into the flooded world reached a point where almost half of them had low-grade defensive armor. And this battle, It also knocked down the originally high prices of magic treasures. A former life of land sinking. Just couldn't resist the temptation of such a generous reward of resources. Joined the demonic forces during the great later stages of the witch demon Armageddon. No, Your Majesty. Lucian shook his head with firm eyes. The rise and fall of the demon court is the responsibility of all demons. As a member of the demon race and the vanguard commander of the demon court, it is only right to bow and die for the future of my demon race. How can you stay in the demon court at a time of life and death? I can't do it while watching the generals in front of me being born to die. The rise and fall of the demon court is the responsibility of all the demons. Demon Emperor June repeated these words, looking at Lucian with glittering eyes. A pied demon is responsible. Well, you even have this realization. My demon clan has good sons and daughters like you. Why worry about not prospering? The heart was instantly more satisfied with Lucian. Next to him, Baizé stared into Lucian's eyes and, although he couldn't see through Lucian's heart at the moment, he didn't know why. It always felt like Lucian had a little bit of a heart attack inside. But, Your Majesty, Lucian continued, after traveling to the front lines of battle, I have one condition. Demon Emperor June asked with a soft "Oh." Conditions? Tell me. As long as they are reasonable, the widow will fulfill them. Lucian pondered for a moment and said seriously, I prefer to go it alone, so I'm hoping that when I reach the front, I'll be able to fight without having to lead the troops. And of course, I will follow the rules. Fulfill my mission as a vanguard commander spying on intelligence. Joke. The great battle between witches and demons in the previous life was fought not long ago, though, but the fight went on, with heavy deaths and injuries on both sides, and a number of modern-day firsts rounds that. It's just given to the battlefield of witches and demons. Lucian certainly didn't want to be such cannon fodder, just wanting to be left alone to roam the battlefield on his own. Harvesting cultivation alone. Baizé frowned slightly when he heard Lucian's words. Fighting alone without following the orders of a larger force? That's not even close to the rules of the battlefield. How could His Majesty agree to such an absurd request? I promise. The Demon Emperor June nodded with a smile. You don't want anyone else to drag you down, do you? Don't worry. I'll send a letter of repudiation to my emperor who is at the frontline battlefield. On the front lines of battle, you just have to follow his orders. The rest of the demon saints, none of them can order you. D. June, as the demon emperor. When the demon court was first created, it came and went in the wind and rain, so of course it knows exactly how the army should be governed. However, he still agreed to Lucian's request, mainly because Lucian's journey along the way really made him feel that it was too shocking and out of the ordinary. Such an unorthodox demon race. You're only wearing him down by putting him through a uniform reassignment. Instead, give him enough freedom. Perhaps even more astounding results could have been achieved. 2. Many thanks, Your Majesty. Lucian bowed slightly to Demon Emperor June. Then the micromanager will go forward to deliver the sword. There's no rush. I have a question I want to ask you, Emperor June said smilingly. You think, what was the outcome of this witch-demon war? What happened to the witches? What happened to the demon race? What will happen to my demon court? What will happen to the widow? Nonsense. Of course, they are all dead. All the senior members of the witch and demon clans were destroyed. The demon court was destroyed, and they hid in the 100,000 Great Mountains. All the ancestral witches of the witch clan died in battle and joined the only home squatting saint, Ho Tu. Lucian spat in his heart and respectfully clasped his fists. This witch-demon battle, all parties in my demon court, are going all out, Your Majesty. As the Lord of the Demon Court, still endeavors to do everything he can. His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, even led most of the demon saints as well as the demon masters and a host of other great powers to the front lines personally. By acting in this manner, my demon clan will surely win this great battle. The demon court will surely prosper to the utmost in the Flood continent. Demon Emperor June's mouth involuntarily twitched at the corners as he listened to Lucian's grandiose condescension. Lamented mentally. It seems that it will have to be that girl Yue-chan who will have to step in before you'll be willing to tell the truth. Chapter 61 D. June Fraudulent News? It seems that the only way Lucian will be willing to reveal some of his true thoughts is if that silly girl Yue-chan steps in. D. June sighed in his heart. Lucian looked at D. June and Baizé, the two demons, with that kind gesture, and in his heart, he had actually been alerted to change the course of the flood at will, or to reveal the results of the Great Tribulation in advance to those who are going to cross it in the Great Flood Tribulation. This was something that the Heavenly Tao extremely disallowed. Before, for example, when Lucian seized the fallen treasure money from Shaoshang Chaobao in advance, the Taoist lantern, who was originally categorically unlikely to appear, appeared in Wui Mountain. That's the Tao of Heaven stepping in silently to correct it. If it were not for the fact that he had the Dong Huang clock in his hand, which was capable of breaking through the limitations, I am afraid that he would have become a ghost. Lucian was incomparably certain in his heart. If just now Jun had asked himself about the outcome of the witch-demon battle and he had honestly told the true outcome, maybe the fuchsia tree overhead, he might drop a branch as big as the seal of heaven and smash himself to death. Or more directly, drop a heavenly thunderbolt to kill yourself. What's the point of having fun? Can't say. You can't tell Jun even if you die. Lucian reminded himself in his mind that, in order to prevent the kind of thing that just happened from continuing, Lucian was prepared to leave this place of wrongdoing immediately and bowed slightly to Jun. Your Majesty, the state of affairs on the battlefield of the witch-demon front is urgent, and it is urgent to send the witch-slaying sword to the battlefield to change the battlefield situation. If your Majesty has nothing else, the micro-minister will go ahead and send the witch-slaying sword to the battlefield. Lucian was afraid that Jun would ask something that would make him lose his head, so he hurriedly found a reason to hide his mouth. Emperor Jun knew in his heart of hearts that he was asking this. Lucian, the cunning little fox, would not say anything and then nodded his head. You're right. The battlefield of the witch and demon battlefield is changing rapidly, and the witch-slaughtering sword is urgently needed. So go quickly. Lucian nodded, striding toward the sword-casting platform, which consists of the roots of the fusuma tree. At this moment, a blazing fire was burning on the sword-casting platform, and the casting of the completed witch-slaying sword was suspended above the flames. The fire source of the sword-casting platform was the very origin of Fusang wood, the first strand of red fire essence in heaven and earth. However, the essence of innate red fire, which on the surface appears to be overbearingly high temperature. The part of the flame that was close to the witch-slaying sword had the feeling of avoiding it and not daring to approach the past. Lucian ascended the sword-casting platform. Instantly there was also an eerie feeling like falling into an ice cave that swept through his body. But this feeling of coldness was instantly dispelled by the strand of red fire essence contained within the heart. What a domineering witch-slaughtering sword! If I hadn't refined the extreme 5 elements spiritual body, I'm afraid I would have gotten frostbite even touching this sword. Lucian sighed in his heart and reached out to grip the pitch-black hilt of the sword. It's cold and prickly in the hand. Buzz. An extremely overbearing and evil spiritual force roamed out from the sword, instantly invading Lucian's soul, tens of thousands of times more powerful than when he had collected his grievances before. This evil spiritual force seemed to want to take Lucian's body for itself and turn him into a walking corpse. Oh no! I forgot to put a sword-locking talisman on the Witch-Slayer sword. Bai Zai's face changed drastically. He originally wanted to deliver the sword himself. After all, with his great Luo golden immortal spiritual power, it was still quite simple to fight against the erosion of the monstrous grievances within the witch-slaying sword, so didn't think of that one. But I'd forgotten that Lucian is only at the heavenly immortal realm. The spiritual power was weak to the extreme, and it was bound to be impossible to resist the erosion of this full-bodied witch-slayer sword. Bai Zai was trying to step forward to save Lucian, but he was stopped by Demon Emperor Jun. There's no rush. Look at him, laughed Jun as he pointed to Lucian not far away. In the 5 organs of Lucian's body, the essence of red fire, the essence of earthen and the essence of armor and wood contained within them, came out at the same time, driving out the erosion of the witch-slaying sword. Moment. Lucian will be restored. Carrying the witch-slaying sword on his back, he bowed slightly to Emperor Jun Bai Zai. Your Majesty, the humble servant will leave first. Emperor Jun nodded with a nodding smile. The white zephyr beside him was directly dumbstruck when he saw this scene. He is only at the heavenly immortal realm, and his spiritual power is actually pushing the strength of a Dala golden immortal. Jun looked at Lucian's back and laughed. I told you so. This kid is extraordinary, with a non-trivial body. With that, he took the lead in concealing his breath and stepped away. Let's go. Follow them up and see what he will have to say about the outcome of this witch-demon battle. White Zephyr returned to his senses and also concealed his form to keep up with Jun's pace. Lucian left the Sunstar and flew towards the direction of the Buzhou mountain. At the same time, he was calculating in his mind what he would plot after arriving at the Sorcerer Demon battlefield. After arriving at the battlefield, one should be able to quickly raise their cultivation. Moreover, in his previous life, he had only joined the demon race when this battle had reached a great late stage. Finally, after watching half of the senior members of the Witch Demon and Demon clans die in battle, the Saints stepped in to snatch the chances of the senior members of the Witch Demon and Demon clans. The remaining various spirit treasures and magic treasures fell all over the battlefield. It was madly snatched by the other 10,000 races. At that time, however, because of his low strength, he could only covet other people's looting, and he had no chance to intervene. It was inevitable that his own self in this life would not be able to walk in such a wake, and, according to the memory of his previous life, the orientation of those heavy treasures that were dropped, as well as the Demon Emperor's legacy and the Eastern Emperor's bell, Lucian was even certain that, wrestle with those few great opportunities before the other great strike. Thinking about this, Lucian came to the connection between the demon court and the Bujo mountain. From a distance, he glimpsed a small rabbit-eared loli, sneaking around the corner next to the gate. She's not here to block me again, is she? Lucian said with a helpless look on his face. He simply didn't want to create too much karma with this dull goose demon clan princess. After all, taking a little bit of ordinary laurel from her would require her to kill the ancestor witch herself, who suffered so much karma. Lucian was humming a little song while carrying the witch slayer sword, pretending that she didn't see this demon princess. She was about to charge straight over. I didn't expect this little white-haired loli to see Lucian. Eyes lit up and greeted him directly. Lucian was helpless and could only pretend that he had just realized her and was surprised. Your Highness, what a coincidence to run into you again. Your Highness is waiting for someone here. I am on another important matter, so I won't harp on it too much. Goodbye, Your Highness. Unexpectedly, the white-haired little loli stopped directly in front of Lucian, a pair of big ruby eyes fluttering. That's what I was waiting for. Waiting for me? Lucian shook his head. Your Highness would do well to dismiss that idea. I would never be able to take Your Highness down to the uncharted mountain. This was followed by a half-threatening, half-intimidating statement. Your Highness appeared here. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty the Demon Emperor will blame you? The demon princess, whose brain was not too smart, was directly sidetracked by Lucian's continuous words, almost forgetting the task my father gave me this time. Hearing Lucian pulling about how father would blame himself again, his little face instantly tensed up, remembering that father never allowed himself to go out of Taiyin Xing. If he blamed him, he would have to be grounded again. But then the brain turns, and immediately responds that, this time he came with his father's royal order, and hastily shook his head and said in a thin voice, Don't go. I'm not asking you to take me down the uncharted mountain this time. Chapter 62, Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, I've come to help you. The two men, Di Jun and Bai Zhe, who were hiding in the distance, concealing themselves and listening to the roots of the wall. Seeing Lucian in this manner of cajoling and tricking Yu-chan into playing with him, his head was directly filled with black lines. This silly girl of mine Di Jun held his forehead and laughed bitterly. Next to him, Bai Zhe smiled slightly. Her Highness is pure in nature and untouched by the world, and His Majesty was indeed prescient in not allowing her to go out of the Taiyin Star. On the other side, well, it didn't go around you, Lucian asked, his heart full of regret. I wonder what Your Highness wants to see me about. In advance, the ancestral witch is too powerful for me to kill. The great witch is equally powerful. I can't kill it, either. For now, if it's a witch soldier, my best efforts to deal with it might work. Yu-chan listened to Lucian's nonsense. What was on his mind, on the other hand, was not so long ago that father let himself to Lucian aside for the results of the witch demon war task. Is in the stomach to think of wording. She hadn't quite understood what her father meant by sidetracking. But afterward it was explained by father. Sidestepping means not letting Lucian know that it is father who is asking him, and then it dawned on her right away that sidestepping is cheating. She hadn't thought about how to cheat though. Yu-chan thought about this and shook her head at Lucian, blinking her big eyes in a gentle tone. I'm not trying to get you to kill the ancestor witch this time, and I don't want you to kill the great witch. Just wondering what the outcome of the witch demon war you talked about last time would actually be. She's never lied about anything, and can't figure out how I should sidestep that. So he chose to be open and honest and asked Lucian directly. Emperor Jun, who was listening to the wall in the corner, was directly confused. My silly daughter. Next to him, Bai Zhe also smiled helplessly. Lucian is prudent. What I told Princess Yu-chan earlier about the outcome of the witch demon war was purely by chance. This time, Princess Yu-chan took the initiative to bring it up, so she's bound to not ask anything. On the other side, Lucian heard Yu-chan's question. Immediately, he thought of the fact that just now on the Sun Star, Di Jun had similarly asked himself such a question. What a coincidence. Father and daughter both asking me that question on the same day? It could be that there were other foreign demons who were not yet clear about the rules of the heavenly Tao, so they had once taken the initiative to try to spread the results of the witch demon battle under the Bujo mountain, and then were obliterated by the heavenly Tao. Then the demon Emperor Jun got wind of it, just came over to inquire about me, wanting an exact quote. Unfortunately, I can't say it explicitly. Of course, there's no way I'm going to voluntarily seek death just to get high, but since I've received so many favors from the demon race, from the golden crow essence blood of the crown prince of the demon race, to the chances of the Amu yellow medium plum, the Tai-in laurel flower, and the Fusang wood, without violating the rules of heaven, I'm not the main target of this catastrophe, and it's still okay to make a subtle reference to it. It would naturally be great if the demon race could understand and avoid some of the tribulation. If they can't understand it, They deserve it. Lucian thought about it and said seriously. The witch and demon clans have been feuding for a long time because of their competition for the position of Heavenly Lord. This witch-demon war is so protracted that there is no possibility that it can end easily. Although my demon clan has His Majesty Emperor June and a host of other great demons who are powerful, but the witch race also has 12 ancestral witches and other powerful existences. Lucian also seriously analyzed the witch and demon two tribes, the current stage of their respective preservation of the strength of the matter in detail. The main point of view expressed is that both sides are equal in strength, and then made a summary of the road. Even though my demon clan possesses the witch-slaying sword now, it's ultimately difficult to change the critical situation in the face of the sorcerer clan's 12 metropolitan divine furies formation. I still have a cloudy and vague view of the outcome of this great battle. Now that this great war between the witch and demon clans has entered, it's basically impossible to get out of this with all your whiskers on. But if my demon race can plan ahead and find another path in time, there might still be a chance of survival. Lucian felt he had hinted at the obvious. To be more obvious, the thunderbolt that's brewing in the sky. It's time to cut yourself to ribbons. So leaving behind the still dazed white-haired little Loli, he decisively buggered off with the witch-slayer sword on his back. White-haired little Yuachan listened to Lucian's upside-down words. In his mind, he carefully speculated, but still did not understand the meaning of the words. Emperor June and Bai Zhe, who were listening to the roots of the wall in the distance, when they heard Lucian's words, they were the ones whose faces were simultaneously grave. Bai Zhe muttered, "So, Lucian understands my demon race this thoroughly. Surprisingly, I even know all about the powerful battle forces of my demon clan's existence and the spiritual treasures and divine artifacts that each of them possesses. I think I've done an in-depth understanding of my demon race." Next to him, Di Jun shook his head. More than that, not only does Lucian know quite a bit about my demon race, the strength of the existence of the witch race, the size of the strength of the major ancestral witches, is as good as it gets. There is a lot of information that even I have never known. It seems that this Lucian is very uncomplicated now. White Zephyr nodded. From the meaning of Lucian's words, he should be clear about the final outcome of this witch-demon war, just like the other Fey demons. But because of certain hard feelings, he can't tell us the results. We might be able to get some hints from what he just said. Demon Emperor June also nodded his head. From what Lucian just said, it's obvious that it's trying to express this big battle. It's hard for the demon race to win. However, it is also difficult for the witches to win. He couldn't accept the answer Lucian gave him. But then again, one has to admit that what Lucian said made perfect sense. His view of this witch-demon battle was not biased at all, and was objective to the point that Di Jun had to believe it. White Zephyr was also convinced by Lucian, and his mouth murmured those last words of Lucian. Perhaps our demon race should really make early plans for the aftermath. Di Jun nodded his head wordlessly and, with his hand instead of a pen, he silently wrote a secret letter and used the secret method to send a letter to his royal brother Tai at the front line, witch and demon battlefield. A scorched earth, bleeding for millions of miles. Tens of millions of soldiers from both the witch and demon tribes were fighting each other on the battlefield, and hissing sounds mixed with wailing sounds resounded throughout the entire ground battlefield. But the battle in the sky was even more intense. Several huge and hideous witch phantom shadows are surrounding a body of golden yellow, like the size of a mountain is burning red gold flames of the body of the golden crow. Divine lines stirred, arts took off, and the clash of amines produced a U-wave that, it then sent tens of thousands of soldiers from both sides of the battlefield below into reincarnation. Next to the heaven and earth, there were several other battlefields with equally fierce fighting conditions, and the whole battlefield below, and was cut up into 1,000 little battlegrounds. In each small battlefield, there were different demon kings and demon saints, and the great sorcerers of the witch race were fighting furiously. Phew, the witch-demon battle is really intense. Lucian, who had just arrived with the witch-slaying sword on his back, looked at the great battle in the sky with his heart pounding. Seeing that the Eastern Emperor Tai was being surrounded by multiple ancestral witches, he immediately sacrificed the witch-slaughtering sword. Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, I've come to help you. Chapter 63, East Emperor Tai Chi. This little demon is interesting. East Emperor Tai, who had transformed into the golden crow body, was in the middle of a fierce battle with several ancestral witches in the firmament. The mysterious yellow ancient bell inscribed with flower, bird, and insect seals was encircling his body, rumbling out dull bell sounds, suppressing the space and time around him. At the same time, the divine patterns of the witch race on the body surfaces of the surrounding several ancestral witches were diminished in waves. The ancestral witch of water, Gong Gong, who participated in the siege of the Eastern Emperor Tai, joined hands with the ancestral witch of rain and the ancestral witch of ice, Xian Moi. and kept pulling the spiritual power of water in the heavens and the earth to wear down the extremely pure sun true flame of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi's body. Next to them were two ancestral witches, Shuebizu and Xiangliang, who assisted in the attack on one of the East Emperor Taiyi. The divine pattern stirred and the void trembled. This battle belongs to the peak realm of the Paraclete. Each collision of the spells would shoot out powerful aftershocks in all directions, scorching the chaos and tearing apart the void. As the battle between the two sides was being hard fought, the Donghuang Taiyi suddenly heard a bellowing cry coming from the battlefield below. "Your Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, I've come to help you." Immediately afterward, he perceived an evil sword weapon swept straight to his side. East Emperor Taiyi recognizes that sword weapon. It was during these times that Emperor Jun, his royal brother, was asked to specialize in refining the witch-slaughtering sword used to restrain the ancestral witch's body. He instantly resumed his transformed stance, clad in red golden battle armor, and urged the East Emperor Bell to block Gonggong's strike while holding the flying witch-slaying sword. "No good. That's the witch-slayer sword. The demon race's witch-slaughtering sword has been refined. Retreat quickly." The water ancestor sorcerer Gonggong was the first to discover that the sword weapon held by Donghuang Taiyi carried an evil aura that specifically targeted their sorcerer physique. The witch race prides itself on being the orthodox descendants of Pangu, not honoring heaven and earth, but only honoring the Pangu father god, and only cultivating the physical body and not the Yuan Shen. The genjutsu was extremely weak and could even be said to be absent. The witch-slaughtering sword is made from the essence of hardware mixed with millions of resentful souls, specializing in restraining the witch race whose Yuanshan is weak. Gonggong just took one look at the witch-slaughtering sword, and it was like falling into an ice cave. Immediately, this is the witch-slaying sword that the demon race is refining, as Big Brother Emperor Jiang said not long ago. Immediately, he roared a warning to the surrounding ancestral witches while retreating backwards. When Xianmei heard Gonggong's warning, he fled backward without thinking, choosing to avoid the front line for the time being. But it was too late. The witch-slaying sword arrived in an instant. Pust! The blade of the sword slashed through the hard arm covered in divine lines, then effortlessly broke right through the powerful ancestor sorcerer's physique, leaving a bloody wound. Shenhua wailed and fled quickly, covering his injured arm. When the other several ancestral witches saw this, they immediately understood that their proud ancestral witch physique was worthless in front of the witch-slaughtering sword, also turned and fled. Woo-hoo-hoo! The mournful sound of a horn, coming from the rear of the witch race's army. A sign that the witch commander is ordering a retreat. With their strong physique, the witch race army has been pressing the demon race army these days. But at this moment, hearing the closing trumpet from the rear base camp, also had to start withdrawing from the battlefield. The demon race army, which was originally losing ground, instantly took control of the battlefield and began to counterattack. The edge of the battlefield. Lucian didn't care much as he watched the battlefield where offense and defense changed shape. Being familiar with the course of flood mythology, he, understanding that such a small advantage is of little use at all, it won't change the outcome of the two races, witch and demon, which will ultimately lose out to each other. All under saints are ants. That's a true statement. Lucian retracted his gaze from the battle that had just ended in the sky. The battle that just broke the sky and the earth was captured in his eyes. Similarly on the battlefield below, the end of those small karami of the witch demon and demon clans who had been blasted to death by the aftermath of the quasi-saints battle was also captured in his eyes. He came to this battlefield of witches and demons. It's not that he wanted to participate in this meaningless war, but he wanted to take advantage of the chaotic situation on the battlefield to quickly accumulate his cultivation. At the same time, with the memories of his previous life, he plundered several of these great opportunities. This included the great sorcerer's essence blood that was requested in Revenge of the Demon Prince. Lucian can clearly remember. There were modern people involved in this great war on the internet in a previous life. Specializing in the development of the timeline of this witch demon Armageddon in the form of a historical account. This includes, for example, the location and approximate time of the deaths of the top echelons of both sides, such as the location of the death of the demon Empress Shiha, the location of the fall of Emperor Fuxi of Shiwang, and so on, including where the scattered ancestral witch essence blood had gone and who had taken it after the death of several ancestral witches. It was all recorded clearly. Lucian happens to remember that, shortly thereafter, just one of the great sorcerers of the witch race, Jiu Liang, would fall in the Bronze Gorge battlefield and produce a great sorcerer's essence blood. Lucian entered the sorcerer and demon battlefield, determined the general location of the Bronze Gorge, and quickly swept away. Meanwhile, over the battlefield, the East Emperor Taiyi, who held the witch-slaughtering sword in his hand, also breathed a long sigh of relief after repelling the group of ancestral witches. Turning his gaze to the edge of the battlefield below, the little demon who had just delivered the sword to himself, The Eastern Emperor Taichi was slightly stunned. He sensed that his evening magic treasure, the Dong Huang clock, suddenly trembled when he looked at that heavenly immortal realm little demon. Why is that? Why is it that the Eastern Emperor clock seems to be extremely close to that little demon? It shouldn't be. The East Emperor Bell accompanied me when I was born in the Sunstar and never fell into the hands of others. East Emperor Tai was in the middle of a quandary when he was about to swoop down and find out more about the little demon. A sudden, crisp cry in the air interrupted his thoughts. A reddish golden crow silhouette, flying up and down for a few moments around the Eastern Emperor Tai. It eventually transformed into a golden secret letter that landed in his hands. This was a secret method of transmitting messages unique to the Golden Crow clan. A letter from my royal brother. Dong Huang Tai murmured and unfolded the golden secret letter. I swept over it quickly, taking in its contents. Has the matter of the demon emperor's inheritance finally come to a head? The East Emperor Tai's frown soothed a little, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as well. Then scanning to the end of the letter, the line of writing, his brow furrowed again. When in doubt, ask Lucian? Dong Huang Tai looked down at the little demon below who was on the battlefield, sweeping forward in a hurry. Lucian. Of course he knew exactly who it was. These days, Imperial Brother Emperor Jun had likewise told himself about all matters relating to the refining of the witch-slaying sword. Among other things, among the various races in the Flood continent, many foreign visitors suddenly descended. These he knew, especially recently. There were also quite a few Fey demon soldiers, suddenly crying and demanding to see themselves. He said that he had deduced the final outcome of this witch-demon war and wanted to come to the Central Army tent to tell himself personally. At the beginning of the Eastern Emperor's reign, also viewed it seriously, and personally summoned a few foreign demons but just as they tried to speak, they all suddenly died violently, which kept him puzzled. Meanwhile, Imperial Brother, Emperor Jun, also said something about the little demon named Lucian down below. In a very short period of time, the matter of helping the demon race to collect millions of grievances to refine the witch-slaughtering sword, millions of grudges. Honestly, when the Eastern Emperor Taichi first heard the news, he was actually quite disdainful of it. After all, on this battlefield of witches and demons, he stretched his back and perhaps made tens of millions of living beings become resentful spirits. But when they heard that Lucian was still just below the Earth immortal realm, immediately, he felt that there was something interesting about the other side. East Emperor Tai collected his thoughts, burned the secret letter, and murmured, Imperial Brother seems to value this little demon quite highly. Why don't you call in for a meeting? Chapter 64, Cleaning Up the Battlefield. The 12 Heavenly Goddesses' Great Formation reappears. Thinking about it, East Emperor Taichi immediately flew back to the middle army tent below and summoned the order-transmitting demon soldiers. Go! Summon Lucian to me. The summoning demon soldier was dumbfounded. Which newly risen demon king is this Lucian? Never heard that name before? Immediately, he nervously inquired. His Majesty the Eastern Emperor? Which demon king under the tent of which demon saint is this Lucian? The Eastern Emperor Tai immediately understood the doubts of the summoning demon soldier and came over with realization that, so he released his divine sense to sweep through the entire witch-demon battlefield and found the direction where Lucian was. After seeing what Lucian was doing, his brows suddenly furrowed. As it turned out, he found that the young demon who had just reached the heavenly immortal realm is now furtively digging up corpses on the battlefield where the fighting has just ended, picking up spirit stones and spiritual objects from those who died in battle, without any regard for the items in the category of magic weapons that possessed spiritual power on the battlefield were put into the storage bag without any regard, and they were also picked up with great joy. I didn't expect it to be such an insatiable person. The East Emperor Taichi's face stiffened slightly as the view of Lucian was as bad as it could get. Suddenly, Dong Huang Tai observed another behavior of Lucian, and his face slightly soothed quite a bit. Turns out, Lucian picked up the spirits from the corpses, and they didn't come as a surprise. Seeing some of the demon race robes that died in battle, not only would he not touch anything on the other person, he would help them organize their corpse. Still passes some demonic qualities. The corner of the East Emperor Tai's mouth lifted slightly as with that, he flexed his finger and flicked out a bit of spiritual energy, speaking to the summoning demon soldier. Follow this grain of divine sense of mine and bring back that demon race. No, the Easterling shook his head again, amending what he had said. It is to invite him here. Yes. The messenger demon bowed and saluted, immediately followed the grain and retreated. At this time, the battlefield of witch and demon that ended the battle. Lucian Zhangyi was hurrying towards the Bronze Gorge while happily doing things to clean up the battlefield. With enhanced treasure hunting skills, it's like he's got a treasure hunting radar with him right now. Spiritual objects and stones within a 10-mile radius. All of them were hard to escape his divine sense probing, and were very clear in his mind. In just half a day, It was on this battlefield that he had harvested an entire nearly room-sized storage bag of spirit items. These spirits and stones, although the quality is not very high, but still able to give his body to the East Emperor clock to complete a few repair degrees. At the same time, at least 3 or 4 more instinctive flying swords could be refined. Lucian was merrily doing his job of cleaning up the battlefield. A demon soldier whose armor was bright and shiny, and who appeared to be one of the big shot's personal soldiers dressed up, suddenly swept in front of him, bowed and clasped his fists and said, "May I ask if you are fellow Taoist Lucian? You know me?" Lucian was a little confused. After all, he had only just arrived at this great battlefield of witches and demons, and it hadn't reached the point where everyone knew about it yet, right? His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, has an invitation. The summoning demon soldier said respectfully, "Please make your way to the center tent." His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor? Lucian almost blurted out the other party's real name. What is the purpose of His Majesty the Eastern Emperor's invitation to the center tent? Lucian was a bit confused, as a participant in the witch demon Armageddon in his previous life. But it's all too clear. The goal of the center tent. In modern terms, it is the equivalent of the general command of a national army. In his previous life, only a small portion of the great success demon kings, as well as the demon saint demon master Kuan Pang and Fu Shi, had the opportunity to go in. I didn't realize that in this life. It's amazing that you have a chance to get inside yourself. Lucian was skeptical and followed the demon soldiers as they swept towards the direction of the center tent. The witch race, in the command tent of the army. Damn it! The witch slaughtering sword. To think that the group of shameless people from the demon race really allowed them to refine it. What's the use of talking about it now? This group of filthy people from the demon clan really collected millions of grievances to refine this evil sword in order to deal with my sorcerer clan. Aren't they afraid that the heavenly Tao will send down punishment? Punishment? How many people have died in this great battle? And you're still afraid of what heavenly discipline? The way I see it, we should just kill our way up to Buzhou Mountain and smash the demon court. Otherwise Xianmei wouldn't have been injured. Gong gong. That's easy for you to say. Extravaganza. What are you saying? If it wasn't for you dragging your feet just now, that East Emperor guy would have died long ago. Are you going to fight me? At this time, because of the matter of the witch slayer sword appearing on the battlefield, between the several great ancestral witches that were originally not too harmonious, they had already made a mess of noise. Well, don't even say it. The ancestral witch of spring, ancestral witch Jumong, waved his hand to interrupt the crowd of ancestral witches who were about to argue, and looked unhappily at the ancestral witch of water. Gong gong. Previously, elder brother Emperor Jiang had anticipated that both Gong Gong and Shu Rong were very short-tempered. The two ancestral witches were already at odds with each other, and if they appeared on this frontline battlefield at the same time, it would be extremely easy for uncontrollable things to occur. That's why he specially brought Zhu Rong to stay at the Pango Divine Hall. I didn't realize that now. Gong Gong quarreled with Zabi Zombie again. Seeing that the ancestral witches of spring, Ju Meng, had finally quieted down, he finally breathed a long sigh of relief and began to act as a peacemaker. Now that the witch slaughtering sword has been refined by the demon court, it's an immutable fact, and no amount of arguing on our part is going to help. There's even the possibility of being broken down one by those shameless people in the demon court. If we want to defeat the demon court and make my witch race the protagonist of the flooded earth, we can only put aside our disputes. The ancestral witch Candle 9 in the corner coldly spoke. That's putting it mildly. That witch slaughtering sword specializes in dealing with our physical bodies. Even if we put down our disputes, we won't be able to help Tai Chi, who has the witch slaughter sword, in the future. The other ancestral sorcerer, Matron, also nodded in agreement. If the backwoods sister hadn't been ghostly, running to Mountain to transform what laboring 6 paths of reincarnation. If our 12 ancestral witches can work together to perform the 12 capital heavenly divine fury formation to summon the Pango Father God, not to mention the East Emperor Tai, who has the witch slaughtering sword. It's those few sinister saints who are calculating behind the scenes who are here, and my witch clan is just as invincible in the world. The moment these words came out from the ancestor witch of autumn, Matthew, it can be said to have poked into the heart of several great ancestral witches, and in the tent, which had only just quieted down a little, immediately, there was another 7-word argument. The ancestral sorcerer of spring, Sentinel Mang, simply had 2 big heads. The team turned out to be so difficult to lead. Understand how difficult it is for Big Brother Tijang to be usual. Alright. Ancestral Witch Jumong waved his hand again to interrupt the crowd. On the elder brother's side, it has been from the major tribes. Select a powerful great witch chi to enter the Pango blood pool to enhance the power of the bloodline. Soon our witch race will regain the divine might of the 12th capital heavenly divine fury formation. Pango Father God will appear again in the flooded continent. When the ancestral witches heard these words, they finally stopped arguing. The demon race. The center tent. Lucian entered the big tent under the leadership of the summoning demon soldiers. Chapter 65, Donghuang Tai digs pits one after another. Lucian is confused. Lucian was not the least bit worried. Donghuang Tai would not realize that inside his body, there was the same type of Donghuang clock as his. After all, it's a bug created by the fusion of the two worlds. The laws of heaven state that all modern descendants are not subject to karma, even if the attained saint came. As long as Lucian didn't make a fool of himself by showing off the East Emperor bell, he couldn't detect it. The deal with Emperor June was just for me to be a little pioneer on the battlefield. How did you get me inside the center tent? It's true that relationships still can't be too hard. Lucian thought somewhat helplessly. Lifting the curtain, he stepped into the middle of the center army tent. Into the eyes of the uppermost position is a handsome middle-aged man, clad in golden armor and wearing a crown on his head. It was the East Emperor Tai that Lucian had seen earlier in the vault of the sky. One person fighting several ancestral witches such as Gong Gong alone. Then, next to him was a demonic powerhouse with unknown dragon or snake scales on his body, and then a middle-aged man clad in golden feathered battle armor with a gloomy look. Fu Shi, the Emperor of Shi, and Koan Pang, the demon master. With just a glance, Lucian recognized these two demonic bigwigs. Next to the lower position, there were also dozens of demon generals, demon saints, and other demon court executives. Lucian looked around the circle of robbing dust. The surrounding circle of robbing gray also looked Lucian up and down seriously, all inquisitive. Why would such a young demon, who had just entered the heavenly immortal realm, allow His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, to personally summon him to the central army tent? There was also a special pause in the war deliberations to wait for him. Realize that those who can enter this position are either at the level of the 10 great demon saints, either they were demon generals and demon marshals who had made great achievements in this witch demon battlefield, and anyone else who wanted to come in was simply unqualified. Now that a little demon with no reputation had appeared, it was no wonder they were puzzled. Lucian met the gazes around him, and without any shyness, he stepped forward to the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, bowing and cupping his fists. Lucian pays his respects to His Majesty the Eastern Emperor. The plump and handsome Donghuang Tai nodded slightly and was also seriously sizing up Lucian as he introduced himself to the people around him. This is Lu Shun. The witch-slaying sword was delivered by him today in the face of danger. The last process of the witch-slaughtering sword's task of collecting millions of grievances was also accomplished by him. He is the young generation of my demon clan nowadays. The one with the most outstanding talent. The well-deserved leader of my demon clan. Good lord. This one big metal buckle down almost didn't smash Lucian to death. The surrounding group of demon race executives heard Donghuang Tai's introduction. The gazes that clearly regarded Lucian blazed much more fiercely. Some people nodded and nodded slightly. Some had flat expressions, and some secretly sneered. Every future war review and deliberation. War strategy development. East Emperor Tai Chi pointed at Lucian and continued. The land sinks all need to attend, and at the same time can contribute. This is the person arranged by Emperor June. In fact, the East Emperor Tai didn't see that Lucian, in addition to his heavenly immortal roots being more firmly established and his aura being somewhat majestic, where in the world could Imperial Brother think so highly of you? Dom Huang Tai also wanted to see just how much weight Lucian had, but as soon as this arrangement of the Eastern Emperor Tai was made, the crowd of demon saints and demon marshals below were immediately nonplussed. Your Majesty, the battlefield is not a trivial matter. How can he be allowed to participate? Yes, Your Majesty, it's true that Lucian helped refine the witch-slaying sword, and it's true that he's meritorious to me. This can be rewarded separately, but the matter of the battlefield concerns the survival of my demon race. How can he stay here? Lucian's origin is unknown. His identity is unknown. Maybe he is a spy sent by the witch race. At this time, please think twice, Your Majesty. Demon Master Koan Pang and Emperor Shifu Shi also looked puzzled as they looked towards Emperor Tai of the East. Lucian didn't care about the taunts of the surrounding group of robbing dust, but he did not care about the taunts of the surrounding group of robbing dust. After all, he didn't really want to get involved in any witch demon war resolutions, either. After all, the results are the same. In any case, it is the destiny of heaven that the two races, the sorcerer and the demon, are both defeated, and that the top echelons of both sides are dead and wounded. The way of heaven cannot allow itself to be altered at will. Otherwise, do we even need to rehearse those big robberies in the back? Intervening on your own will surely lead to death. He doesn't want to change, and he can't. I just want to find a good location close to the battlefield to upgrade and fulfill the last wish of the prince of the demon clan. By the way, it's just a matter of seizing those magic treasures when it's not too long from now. Well, the Eastern Emperor grunted coldly. This is my arrangement. Who is in favor of it and who is against it? It comes across as overbearing and a little forceful. Obviously, this demon clan's bearer, who was known for his ability to fight, was not the same kind of person as Demon Emperor June. I said I don't want to be this magistrate. You guys favor me to be. Lucian is a little tearless. He was still thinking that the big brother of the demon race would be able to admonish him with his life for him. You can get out of it yourself, so you can go straight to the battlefield later and seize the cultivation. But when the Eastern Emperor Tai said this, how could the crowd of demon race executives have anything to say? They could only lower their heads and acquiesce to this resolution. East Emperor Tai continued, "It is precisely because of Lucian who sent the witch-slaying sword at the critical moment. Only then did it change the defeat of my demon clan's army in recent times." Okay, now for what to do next. This war conference is on track. The crowd of demon saints and demon marshals also automatically ignored this little episode of Lucian. One after another, they began to make suggestions and formulate plans for the offense and defense of the next battle and so on. Nothing more than an army of demons with a witch-slaying sword to turn the tide of battle. How to ride the wave of victory and which battlefields to start breaking out of next. Lucian was watching from the side with his eyes and nose, very self-conscious about not interrupting and acting well as heir. Shortly thereafter, a voice suddenly interrupted Lucian's delirium. "Lucian, tell me what my demon race army should do next?" The one who spoke was the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Looking over were all the bigwigs of the demon race in the military tent. "No, buddy, I've put up with you many times." Lucian looked at Dong Huang Tai and cursed in his heart. "I say no. Does this have anything to do with the outcome of the witch-demon war? Even if I did say something that could change the battlefield, that old six of Tendo would surely step in to correct it. All under the saints are ants. You're all going to die soon anyway. No matter how much deliberation, no matter how well strategized. To put it bluntly, what's the difference between lifting your hips and stepping on your back to change positions, or flashing to move your grave?" Lucian is cursing in his heart, trying to figure out how to word this so I can muddle through this debriefing. But there was a sudden flash of light in his head. The result is the same anyway, but the process is different. If I can come up with some useful, but not enough to affect the final outcome, strategy in this great war, perhaps, being able to trade favor with a bunch of demon race executives here? What about being able to better access those chances of theirs when the final big showdown comes? Certainly not quite living up to the demon's trust. With that in mind, Lucian briefly recalled his previous life, about the development process of the next big war. Ready to start pretending. Chapter 66. One word shocked everyone in the tent, and K. Meng was stunned. Now that the Witch Slayer sword has appeared in the Witch Demon battlefield, so this next big fight, the Sorcerer clan should have then invited the 12 Heavenly Divine Fury formation to deal with the East Emperor Tai Chi who possessed the Witch Slaughtering sword. Then the demon army was pummeled and couldn't find the north. He retreated in defeat all the way back to the bottom of Buzhou Mountain, utilizing the Mixed River Luo Grand Formation, and the Perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation to trap the demon court, and then the top brass of both sides dying together in battle. The lingering ancestral witch, Gong Gong, crashed through the heavenly pillar of Buzhou Mountain. In his mind, Lucian briefly recalled all of this and coughed lightly to brew up his wording. Here's some of my personal, humble opinion. It doesn't mean it's final. People can listen to it. Hey, I told you to say it, and you did. Some of the demon race executives who were already not too happy with Lucian, the little demon, had odd faces when they heard these words, but seeing His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, were all in a posture of listening to him, and did not dare to interrupt. "I think," Lucian said slowly, "although our demon court has refined and completed the great killing weapon, the Witch Slaughtering Sword, not too long ago, this killing weapon is indeed capable of killing the witch race by surprise. But next, the Witch Clan will definitely be on the defensive against the Witch-Slaying Sword. Maybe it's the 12 Capital Gods Fury formation. So next, my Demon Clan army should focus on defense. All of you who are next on the battlefield should also have your ears to the ground. If anything goes wrong, immediately withdraw your troops and fall back." This was the most prudent suggestion Lucian had thought of based on the outcome of the next battlefield. After all, next, after entering the Pango blood pool to enhance the Great Witch Chiyu, it should appear in the battlefield, replacing the position of the ancestral witch Ho-Tu, the ancestral witches who stayed behind to defend the ancestral witch tribe. Emperor Jiang and Zhu Rong will also join the fray. We formed the 12 Heavenly Goddesses formation. The demon court will suffer heavy deaths and injuries because of this battle. When forming the circumstantial Star Dipper formation afterward, all of them needed to draw manpower. However, once Lucian's words came out, the army tent was directly plunged into a long silence. "No, buddy, are you right about him?" The crowd of demon marshals and demon saints were all confused and looked at each other in disbelief, thinking if I had heard wrong. Realize that, now that the demon race has just turned the tide of battle around because of the witch-slaying sword, previously, It had been because the witch race's physique was too powerful, and the army had been beaten back and forth. It was so hard to gain a victory, and when everyone was in a high state of battle. You're talking about hunkering down and retreating the army? Who would want that? That's your method? The ancestral witch of the witch race, Ho-Tu, has already been reincarnated, so how can the witch race possibly use the full version of the 12 capital divine furies grand formation again? Demon Master Koenpang sneered and looked at Lu Xun. The strategy of refining the witch-slaying sword against the witch clan. It was he, Kun Lun, who brought it up. Now that the battle is just picking up because of your own strategy, and you're playing hard to get. This little demon in front of him was so bold as to oppose himself. Of course Koenpang was unwilling. You finish collecting millions of resentful spirits for my witch-slaying sword in a very short period of time. Koenpang said with a cold smile. I had thought you would be quite a scheming little demon. I didn't realize it was such a cowardly thing to do. I'd really like to know how you helped the witch-slaying sword finish collecting the grudges. Your race wouldn't be rat demons, would it? And you have the nerve to call me a coward? Witch and demon war on your old boy slipped the fastest. Lu Xun heart are speechless, but not with this bunch of robbed ashes. They listen, they don't lose anything, they don't listen, they don't lose anything. It just looked upwards to the head of the Eastern Emperor Tai without humility. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, however, frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Honestly, when he first heard about Lu Xun's defense strategy, he also felt that it was a bit ridiculous. But, Lu Xun's deeds were explained to himself one by his royal brother, Emperor Jun. Although acquiring a million grudges would be a snap of the fingers for a demon of his tier, the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. But, since Lu Xun was able to complete his mission so quickly in less than the Earth Immortal realm, there must be something unusual about him. An imperial brother, Emperor Jun. Nor is he a dim-witted person, and it is not possible that, because he loves a junior member of the demon race. In the letter, he casually said, when in doubt, ask Lu Xun. The crowd of demon saints and demon marshals all looked up to the head of the East Emperor Tai and did not speak, waiting for his opinion. Shi Huang Fushi's face was calm. Demon Master Koenpang, on the other hand, lifted the corners of his mouth slightly as he looked towards the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Dong Huang Tai pondered for a moment and looked up in a daze. What Lu Xun said is not unreasonable. The great killing weapon, the witch-slaughtering sword, has already appeared in the battlefield. The witches might just be ready. So for this next big battle, all of you must not venture in lightly. Fight on the defensive, and at the first sign of trouble, retreat immediately. The crowd of demon martial demon saints all nodded their heads heavily. Gotcha. And Demon Master Koenpang looked at Lu Xun with a cold smile. With these words, the Eastern Emperor Tai. To put it nicely, it's a compromise, taking the middle ground. To put it bluntly, it's actually not listening to Lu Xun. Lu Xun didn't think so. It's just a shame that Demon Master Koenpang, the old sixth, how come he didn't die in the final battle of Armageddon? But after thinking about it, he also had to find the evidence of counting on the Red Cloud ancestor from him, and went to give Jing Yuanzi an explanation, and then immediately released. After the hiccup, the army tent was once again plunged into deliberations about the war. Shortly thereafter, woo-hoo-hoo, a dull horn sounded, and everyone in the military tent looked up at the same time, their faces grave. The witch race has begun to counterattack, the Eastern Emperor Tai said in a cold voice. All demon marshals and demon generals immediately returned to their respective battlefields to deal with the counterattack of the sorcerer clan's army. Gotcha! All the demon clans in the army tent clasped their fists together and quickly retreated towards the outside of the army tent. Demon Saint K-Meng. East Emperor Tai Chi stopped K-Meng, who was about to leave the tent, and pointed at Lu Xun. I place Lu Xun under your command. He's only at the heavenly immortal realm after all. In the next battle, you need to protect him. The battlefield of witches and demons is incredibly dangerous. And Lu Xun is, after all, sent to his side by his imperial brother, Emperor Jun. If you die in battle by accident, I'm not too good at delivering myself. The Demon Saint K-Meng was still quite generous in nature and could protect Lu Xun. The Demon Saint K-Meng in black armor nodded his head heavily. Lu Xun also nodded slightly and followed K-Meng out of the center army tent. Sweeping southward, he came to a small battlefield full of devastation and bloodshed. The battlefield of witch and demon is incredibly dangerous, and the witch race is brutal. Demon Saint K-Meng urged Lu Xun in a serious tone. Next, you need to stay within 100 miles of me at all times, so I can protect you. Lu Xun bowed and clasped his fists as a token of appreciation. To be honest, he's quite happy that, originally, he wanted to roam around the battlefield on his own to loot his cultivation, but with the great Luo Golden Immortal Realms K-Meng as his nursemaid, a little safer yourself. Anyway, when that great sorcerer falls in the Bronze Gorge not long from now, he will just find a chance to sneak away. The rays of various divine pattern techniques rose up to the sky. The battlefield instantly opened up as thousands of sorcerer soldiers rushed towards the battlefield where K-Mang was from a distance. K-Mang transformed into a mountain-sized body and rushed into the battlefield, and the fight was in full swing. Thinking up and intending to take a look at Lu Xun, eyes sweeping, then it froze. Chapter 67, Imperial Brother really didn't look at the wrong person. The demon Saint K-Mang, who originally carried a bit of the battle-crazy attribute as well. As soon as the battle began, and the enemy was discovered, they rushed into the fray in a fit of brainlessness, and fought furiously with the armies of the Sorcerer clan, completely forgetting the trust that His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, had given himself earlier, waiting to think about Lu Xun. The battle has been going on for a while now, and, in his heart, he screamed that it was bad and hurriedly turned back, searching for Lu Xun's figure on the battlefield, with a constant prayer in his heart that he'd better not die. Otherwise, one would really have to apologize to His Majesty the Eastern Emperor. And then, just a few dozen miles away from himself, on a battlefield, he found an extremely spectacular sight. Lu Xun, who was wearing the standard armor of the demon army, stood in the protective center of a small group of demon army commanders, unfolding an extremely domineering fire attribute field and manipulating 36 divine and incomparable flying swords. In the army of the sorcerer race, it was like no one was there, harvesting the lives of the sorcerer race's soldiers. The sorcerers, who specialize in the physical body but not the spirit. The fighting strength of the army was, at a general level, quite a bit stronger than that of the demon race army. Therefore, on the battlefield of witches and demons, the army of the demon race is usually pressed by the army of the witch race. But by the time we get to that little battlefield in Lu Xun, it presents an opposite situation. Lu Xun directly led a small set of demon clansmen and directly began to carry out chiseling formations. K-Mang was directly stunned and, "Not buddy? Are you still in the heavenly immortal realm? That's what I need to protect my ass." K-Mang, as one of the demon court's 10 great demon saints, was not quite the same as these, such as the Eastern Emperor Tai Kuanping, the top flood fae that were born at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. He's also been practicing for millions of years started as a little demon, climbed up step by step through the wind and the rain, so he could understand too well what kind of level of combat power the heavenly immortal realm should have. Honestly, in this battlefield of witches and demons, which is like Ashura, the heavenly immortal realm is just an ordinary commander level, one tier higher than a demon soldier. Not even a fart. With each snap of the fingers, this battlefield, countless heavenly immortal realms had to die. Is this Lu Xun really in the heavenly immortal realm? Demon Saint K-Mang was a bit confused. He could be sure that his own strength when he was at the heavenly immortal realm was definitely not comparable to Lu Xun. With such outstanding talent, it's no wonder that they can be so highly regarded by His Majesty the Eastern Emperor and His Majesty Emperor Jun. K-Mang looked over at Lu Xun and was convinced that while the pressure in his heart was greatly reduced, he carefully paid attention to Lu Xun's condition. As soon as he realized that a great sorcerer from the witch clan was targeting him, he immediately rushed over to support him. In the firmament, East Emperor Tai, Demon Master Kuanping and Emperor Fushi, three figures stood proudly in the dome of the sky. As the highest fighting force of the demon race in this battlefield of witches and demons, you don't usually just go out on a limb. After all, what they had to deal with was the sorcerer clan's highest combatants, the ancestral witches, to prevent them from sneaking up on the demon clan's middle-tier combatants. But now that the battle has been going on for a while, the ancestral witches in the rear military tent of the witch race remained. This gave the three demons a moment's idleness, and they all glanced sideways in unison. Secretly observing the battlefield below, a certain figure, East Emperor Tai observed Lu Xun while nodding secretly in his mind. Lu Xun's battle power of these flying swords is somewhat out of my expectation. His flame field is also very powerful. It's only at the heavenly immortal realm, yet it's able to inflict damage on a sorcerer general. I wonder what race Lu Xun inherited. How does it compare to my Golden Crow clan? Seeing Lu Xun driving 36 extreme 5 elements flying swords to harvest the lives of the sorcerer army as if he were directing them, the previous doubts of the Eastern Emperor Tai were swept away. No wonder Imperial Brother is able to value this Lu Xun so highly. It really is extraordinary. If there is enough time, this Sun future, it will definitely become a strong fighting force in my demon court. With that in mind, East Emperor Taichi remembered the somewhat conservative suggestion that Lu Xun had made earlier. In the military tent, if the situation is not right, the army should be withdrawn immediately. Originally, the East Emperor Tai did not quite approve of this suggestion. After all, he had just obtained the witch-slaying sword and achieved a not-so-small victory, and the demon army was in the midst of a battle, so they were definitely going to chase down the remnants of the enemy with a bang. In fact, all the demon saints and demon generals in the army tent at that time were thinking the same way. But now, Lucian showed such an unimpressive side that, again, it made Dong Huangtai feel in love with Lucian's words, which didn't seem to be unreasonable. Next to him, Shi Huangfushi, looking at Lucian's figure below, also couldn't help but smile and marvel. This son, Lucian, is only at the heavenly immortal realm, and then he showed such a strong fighting ability. And on the battlefield, in and out, not being in love with the battle, but also being able to seize the opportunity to take the initiative and kill with a single blow, calm and collected without being. How does this Lucian look? He's not quite the same as those other Fey demons who joined the demon army. I am becoming more and more curious as to how His Majesty Emperor Jun discovered such a good seedling. East Emperor Taichi also smiled and nodded. The demon master Kuan Peng next to him was using a face full of disdain to hide the true thoughts in his heart. Honestly, he was not too fond of this young man, Lucian. After all, in the middle army tent, his set of words was really a bit of a slap in his Kuan Peng's face. The strategy of refining the witch-slaying sword was suggested by him, Kuan Peng. Previously, when the demon clan's army fought back and won, he, Kuan Peng, must have taken the credit for it. Lucian, the brat, is going to overthrow the advantage he's built up as soon as he arrives. Any way you look at it, you're taking it personally. The kunai was upset. However, as Kuan Peng looked at Lucian in the battle below, he had to admit that this kid is really something else. At the heavenly immortal realm, he was able to deal with the attacks of so many enemies on the battlefield with such ease, and was still able to kill his way through the army. If we were to change the situation and realm that he Kuan Peng was in, definitely not as good as him. There's something not quite right about this battlefield today. East Emperor Taichi reminded softly as he looked at the army tent at the rear of the witch clan's army. The ancestral witches are a bunch of belligerent and brutal people. Usually the war happens at this stage. I'm afraid they couldn't help themselves a long time ago and rushed up to fight with us. But today it is so tolerant and unmoved. What Lucian said is not unreasonable. We must deal with it carefully. If anything goes wrong, the army should be withdrawn immediately. The very disdainful demon master Kuan Peng skimmed his mouth and smiled. You're still too cautious, Taichi. The ancestral witches are so careful nowadays. It must be because in yesterday's battle, the witch-slaying sword showed its power and killed their sharpness. Today they don't dare to meet the battle. Kuan Peng and Emperor Jun Donghuang too. Originally was the Purple Sky 3000 guests in the same generation. However, he was abducted to start a business in the demon court by two brothers, Jin Wu, who did not speak of martial virtues. So when addressing the Eastern Emperor and Emperor Jun, the tone had been less than pleasant. No, it's not that. Shi Huangfushi frowned and shook his head slightly. If it's because the witch-slaying sword killed their sharpness yesterday, then this group of witches should be avoiding the battle. But today, they took the initiative to open the battle, so there must be a plot brewing. Dong Huangtai also nodded his head, agreeing with Fushi. If they are jealous of the witch-slayer sword, then surely they will not fight today. If you go to war, you must have something to fall back on. Let's just be careful, and if anything goes wrong immediately withdraw our troops. Chapter 68 Panga's shadow appears. East Emperor Taichi listens to persuasion. On the battlefield below, cultivation plus 0, 1%, cultivation plus 0, 2%, cultivation plus 0, 5%. The long-lost cultivation enhancement beeps kept ringing in Lucian's ears. This time, when he plundered his cultivation, Lucian finally didn't have to tie his hands anymore. Directly, he was on fire, unfolding the Red Yang True Flame domain while manipulating the 36 Extreme Dao 5 Elements Flying Swords, harvesting cultivation at all times. 36 Extreme 5 Elements Flying Swords, because of their different attributes, belong to 5 dials of different sword formations, emitting very different auras, some cold and cold like ice, some blazing like the sun, and some thick and heavy like mountains. Behind Lucian like a peacock opening its screen, spreading out in all directions. Drawing an arc with 5 elements of arclight, it harvested the lives of all the sorcerers on the arc. The images are gory with extreme beauty. Directly around Lucian, a small vacuum area was opened up. After the heavenly immortal realm, the cultivation required for promotion has greatly increased. Relatively speaking, the speed of cultivation enhancement has also slowed down greatly. Lucian secretly sighed as he maneuvered his flying sword. But at this rate of cultivation, it can also be described as, well, extremely fast compared to the previous life. If the cultivation increases according to this speed, advancing to the next realm should only be a matter of a dozen Earth days. Lucian calculated in his mind. Strive to raise your realm to the next stage before the big showdown. This way, the success rate of seizing those few chances can also be greatly increased. Realm of Red Yang Fire, Introductory. A beeping sound in his ear pulled his thoughts back and Lucian then realized that at this time, around himself, another large group of demon race commanders had gathered. above the battlefield. Swords are blind. Every minute and every second is a killing opportunity between life and death. So these demon troops who survived were unconsciously leaning in around Lu Xun. After all, it's good to have your back against the wall. Having a strong teammate can improve your chances of surviving the battlefield while killing the enemy better. The surrounding group of demon race commanders each had a high level of wariness, and they steadily protected Lu Xun. The thigh, in the center, gave him enough security. This, brother, the killing power of your flying sword is really high. I've had a real blast following you to kill the enemy. Ha ha ha, indeed over the top nah. I originally thought that you Fey demons were all demon clans with low-risk realms, but I didn't expect there to be an expert like you. Brother, this brother Crow just go forward with his sword. My old ox will protect behind you. How about we chisel through this Witch clan military formation? I don't know what a brother's name is. When this war is won, how about we go fishing in the East China Sea together? I have a daughter, but don't plant a flag on yourself. Lu Xun spat in his heart. At the same time, he also commanded the advancement and retreat of the surrounding demon commanders, killing the Witch clan army with ease. The cultivation level on the information panel increased at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Suddenly, several powerful auras rushed towards the firmament. Several ancestral sorcerer figures crashed into the three demon race executives, namely Dong Huang Tai, Fu Shi and Koan Pang, who were standing neutrally in the high altitude. Little Tai Chi, don't use the witch-slaying sword if you can. Let's do it right. An ancestral witch appeared in a huge true body phantom and rushed towards East Emperor Tai Chi. The other few ancestral witches who killed out of the army tent also immediately did not hide their breath and killed Koan Pang and Shi Huang Fushi respectively. Ha! The East Emperor Tai in the firmament smiled coldly, his voice cracking gold and piercing through stone, like thunder and thunder. On the battlefield below, tens of thousands of sorcerer soldiers were instantly shaken by this overbearing voice and died from bleeding from their 7 orifices. I don't use the Witch Slayer sword. Can't you guys just beat me? The 3 demons of the Eastern Emperor Tai, too, immediately met the battle. Each of them either offered up magic treasures or transformed into their own forms and rushed towards the incoming ancestral witches. Boom! For a time, all sorts of overbearing divine patterns and extremely forbidden art techniques collided against each other in the sky. The heavens sank and roared, and the void shattered. The residual waves generated by the hedging and concussion of various techniques and divine patterns fell to the ground indiscriminately. The area where it fell instantly flowed with blood and resounded with endless wailing. The entire battlefield spanned millions of miles, from the heavens down to the 9 specters, and fought in the dark. Under saints, all are indeed ants. Lu Xun, who was harvesting his cultivation in a small battlefield, couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion as he watched this unprecedented battle in the sky. In this flooded heaven and earth, if one is not a saint, one will not be spared from the situation of being in a lump. It seems that no matter what, I can't stop my steps to witness the Tao. This scene in the sky also quietly made Lu Xun's mind even more determined to prove his sainthood. Boom! Suddenly, several powerful auras exploded once again after the sorcerer clan's army. 6 more channels that clearly belonged to the strength of an ancestral witch, plus an exuberant great witch's aura, rushed towards the incomparably scorched battlefield in the sky. Today, we should be able to see the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies Grand Formation show its power. Lu Xun looked up at the sky and murmured in a low voice. Now in the vault of the sky, the 11 ancestral witches of the witch race were all out, and there was also an incomparably powerful strength realm ancestral witch of the Great Witch. This was clearly the start of the sorcerer clan's formation of the 12 capital Heavenly Divine Fury Great Formation. I hope the demon race executives took my advice to heart. Lu murmured. Being able to die a few less deaths will keep me safer during the big showdown afterward. After saying that, Lu Xun stopped paying attention to the great battle in the sky. It began to continue to make swords and keep harvesting cultivation. Roar! A dull hiss rang out from the firmament. In the firmament, 11 ancestor witches plus a great witch surrounded Dong Huang Tai, Fu Shi and Koan Pang, the divine patterns of the witch race on their bodies rapidly intertwining and entangling together. Soon a large formation covering the sky was formed, surrounding this battlefield in the center. Sure enough, it was guessed correctly by Lu Xun, with Lu Xun's previous reminder. The East Emperor Tai Chi, who was fighting soundly with the witch slaughtering sword in his hand, was greatly appalled and immediately sensed what the witch ancestors were thinking. They're preparing to form the 12 capital Heavenly Divine Furies Grand Formation. Quickly go! The Grand Formation this time is extraordinary. Don't get attached. Take advantage of the fact that the Grand Formation is not yet complete. Let's kill our way out. Lead the army in retreat. East Emperor Tai Chi calmly gave the order. Fushi decisively retreated quickly along with Dong Huang Tai. The demon master Koan Pang, who originally wanted to hold on for a bit, was a bit reluctant, but seeing that his 2 good brothers had already withdrawn from the battlefield quickly, He cursed in his heart and began to retreat as well. Boom! A huge panga shadow slowly appeared in the dome of the sky. Chapter 69, could he be the bastard son of His Majesty the Eastern Emperor? Panga's silhouette was majestic and huge, standing in the center of the 12th capital heavenly divine fury formation, his body's divine lines stirring and shining, emitting a domineering aura that suppressed this heaven and earth battlefield. Under the illumination of the divine pattern of Pangu, on the sorcerer demon battlefield below, the sorcerer patterns on all the sorcerer soldiers also became more brilliant in an instant, and their breath became even more majestic, with a high level of battle intent. This Pangu void is quite something. Shi Huang Fushi frowned. Indeed, Dong Huangtai's face was equally grave. I didn't expect that with the ancestral witch Hutu missing, the witch race's 12th capital heavenly goddess's grand formation would still be able to summon such a powerful Panga shadow. Try it with the witch slayer sword. Although the demon master Kuan Pang had also sensed the power of this Panga shadow, he was still a bit unwilling that he didn't feel that this 12th capital divine fury formation, which consisted of a great witch replacing an ancestral witch, would be able to carry the witch slaughtering sword that he had refined. Alright, I'll try. East Emperor Tai nodded his head and raised his hand slightly, calling out the Eastern Emperor bell to suppress this heaven and earth while protecting himself. Then he offered the witch slaughtering sword to slash at the Panga shadow. Boom! The witch slaughtering sword under the peak quasi-saint chi augmentation almost exploded its full power, and the boundless blood-colored baleful chi surged out like a tsunami, blasting towards that Panga shadow with the blade of the sword. Buzz! The witch slaughtering sword slashed above the Panga shadow, and a brilliant divine pattern shook out, blocking the sword. The towering Pango silhouette launched a counterattack, its large hand wrapped in a wisp of heaven-opening aura blasting the Eastern Emperor. Let Lu Shen be right again. The witch-slaying sword is surprisingly not very useful. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi was greatly shocked and true fire stirred in his body, and he urged the Dong Huang clock to resist the Panga shadow's attack while rapidly retreating. I just don't believe it. Demon Master Kuan Pang's face was full of scorn and, receiving the witch slaughtering sword slashed at the Panga shadow. Thud! The boundless grievances wrapped in the sword blade were actually directly suppressed by the divine lines on Pango's body, unable to get close enough to get the slightest bit. Instead, Demon Master Kuan Pang was instantly in crisis. With a wave of his sleeve, Fushi set up a formation to temporarily block Pango's attack and save Kunpeng. Lucian guessed it alright. The Witch Clan really does have something to fall back on. East Emperor Tai said softly. Even a great sorcerer who came up as a replacement was able to utilize the power of the 12th capital heavenly divine fury formation to such an extent. It seems that the advantage that the witch-slaying sword has just established will be wiped out again. Fushi set up a formation to hinder the pace of Pango's shadow while he swept back at breakneck speed. At this moment the witch race is in high morale. We can't resist this Panga shadow for long at all. We should avoid them for a while. We'll do the rest later when we find a turnaround after some deliberation. Sound the retreat first and withdraw. Demon Master Kunpeng heard Fushi's suggestion, which coincided with Lucian's previous suggestion, and although his heart was a little upset, reason overcame his emotions and nodded his head. Now look, we can only withdraw our troops temporarily to minimize our losses. The East Emperor Tai was unwilling to do so, but he still nodded his head and said, sound the retreat. Woo-hoo-hoo. The dull horn sound rang out from the rear of the demon army, resounding throughout the tens of millions of miles of the battlefield of witches and demons. The demon soldiers who were in the middle of a fierce battle were a bit confused when they heard the order to. Some of the middle and lower level commanding demon generals were also puzzled when they heard the call. Wrap it up so soon? This battle has obviously only started a short while ago. Is this going to be giving up previously recovered lost ground? But in the end, it's a military order. The demon army also did not hesitate to start abandoning their positions and quickly retreating. Cultivation plus 0, 5%. Cultivation plus 0, 7%. Cultivation plus 1, 2%. Akio domain, minor success. Feathering 3000, minor achievement, currently can visualize 9 doppelgangers. Rank plus 1. Current realm, heavenly immortal realm 3rd stage, 10%. Finally promoted to the 3rd rank. Lu Xun, who was in the middle of killing his enemies, let out a long breath of turbid air, hearing the whimpering trumpets from the rear of the army. Then he raised his head to look at that divine ripple stirring in the sky. The ferocious battlefield of the Paramount Saints. Calling it a day so soon? Lucian murmured in a low voice. Looks like my earlier warning worked. If I remember correctly, this battle was originally supposed to see Shi Huang Fushi fall. After that his Yuanshin will be collected by his good sister Nuwa and arranged to be reincarnated as another Fushi during the 3 Emperors period in the latter part of the world, to take charge of the river diagram and Luo book and lead the rise of the human race. I didn't realize that one word from me would allow him to live a little longer. But he's going to die anyway. And the heavenly Tao definitely won't let him go. Lucian slowly gathered his 36 flying swords and prepared to retreat. I didn't expect a withdrawal so soon. What is His Majesty the Eastern Emperor up to? My old ox hasn't had the pleasure of killing yet. Lu, big brother, don't be in a hurry to leave. We'll accompany you to kill 7 in 7 out again. The group of demon race commanders, centurions, who gathered around Lucian, looked regretful and, honestly, ever since the witch and demon clans began their war, because of the advantage of the witch race's physique, the demon race has always won fewer battles in the battlefield. They, the demon clan, have always been whisked around by the sorcerer army on the battlefield over the years. I didn't expect that today. When I met Lucian, a commander with great battle power, they are also able to weave back and forth in the enemy's formation, killing the other side and turning them upside down. It made the surrounding group of commanders cry out. Military orders are like mountains, Lucian said in a cold voice. His Majesty the Eastern Emperor has ordered a retreat. That means the situation is very critical. Retreat. After saying that, he decisively began to swipe sharply towards the back. The surrounding group of demons originally wanted to kill a few more sorcerer soldiers, but Lucian, the backbone of the group, was gone and had to retreat together. Without the land's sink, they would only be able to take a beating in this witch demon battlefield. Little brother Lu, Demon Saint K Meng transformed into a humanoid form clad in battle armor, quickly swept to Lucian's side, looked Lucian up and down, and in his eyes was an uncontrollable admiration for him. Respectfully speaking to Lucian, His Majesty the Eastern Emperor has ordered a retreat. The summoned soldiers named you in order to rush to the center tent. Come with me. Lucian nodded and bid farewell to the group of demon troops that had just followed him as he chiseled his way through the battlefield. I'll see you all later. He then followed the demon Saint K Meng and quickly swept to the rear. The group of demon race commanders who stayed in their original locations were dumbfounded for a moment when they saw the emergence of the Kimon demon saint, and did not react for a long time. No? What did Lord Kimon just call him? Little brother Lu? Demon Saint K Meng? Lord K Meng. Such a great person. Even called him little brother? Even Lord K Meng has to treat him with such respect? Who the hell is he? Did I hear you right? Did I see you right? You are indeed not mistaken. For I have just seen it too. It was only then that the group of demon army commanders woke up as if from a dream. The little commander who had led them through life and death before, chiseling through the enemy's army. How dare you make Lord K Meng so respectful? Definitely a pivotal figure in their demon race. It's amazing how unaware they are. You guys say, he couldn't be the illegitimate son of His Majesty the Eastern Emperor. Chapter 70, the demon race's big brothers who are vainly asking for advice. Lucian followed K Meng and quickly withdrew from the battlefield. He soon came to the middle army tent at the back of the demon race's army. Lifting the door curtain, there were already numerous demon generals and demon saints gathered inside, and the senior members of the army in the demon race. Compared to the previous, the figures of many of them became somewhat wretched, their bodies scarred and their battle armor broken. The atmosphere in the entire army tent was austere, and the faces of each demon saint and demon general were all tinged with gravity. All the demon clansmen in the army tent saw the curtain lifting and, looking up, he saw Lucian coming in behind K Meng, and his eyes instantly brightened. Even some demon generals subconsciously sighed in relief. It seemed to think that Lucian being alive was a very good news. Greetings to His Majesty the Emperor of the East, my lords. Lucian entered the military tent and slightly bowed and cupped his fists. Dong Huangtai nodded slightly and swept his eyes up and down Lucian, secretly sighing in relief. Fushi also nodded slightly and returned a smile to Lucian. Demon Master Koan Pang glanced obliquely up and down at Lucian and gave a cold snort without any good humor. The surrounding crowd of demon saints and demon generals, some clasped their fists and returned their salutes, while others nodded their heads, except for the 9 dragon demon generals who were just killed in battle, and the Qinghong demon marshal who was seriously injured. Said the Eastern Emperor Tai, the people are almost here. Let's just get started. Thereupon, the Eastern Emperor Tai recounted the situation he had encountered in the Vault of Heaven earlier. It's not much different from what Lucian remembered from his previous life. It was the witch clan that, after Hutu was transformed into a reincarnation, they found another powerful great witch to take his place, reassembled the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation, and summoned the mighty Pangu demon god Void. Even the witch slayer sword, surprisingly, could not help the other party. The crowd of demon saints and demon generals had actually just been on top of the battlefield when almost peering into the corner of that great battle in the sky as well, and discovering the appearance of the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies Great Formation. But now hearing His Majesty the Eastern Emperor speak, when even the witch-slaying sword that he had just obtained couldn't help that group of ancestral witches, his heart was a little sad. All the demons unconsciously sidelong, looking in one direction. Looking towards Lucian who stood behind the Kimon demon saint. Lucian's prediction was good earlier. The East Emperor Tai swept the circle. This battle is indeed going as he said it would. The sorcerer race has something to fall back on to deal with the witch slaughtering sword. Therefore, I want everyone to speak freely and deliberate on how to deal with the 12 Metropolitan Divine Fiends Grand Formation next. The East King says it's a free-for-all, but after scanning the circle, his gaze ended up staying on Lucian. It's not just the Eastern Emperor. Even the gaze of the disdain-filled Koan Pang was quietly cast towards Lucian. Why are they all looking at me? I don't know. Lucian is a bit helpless. You few demon clan bigwigs and a few great ancestral witches are the protagonists of this great catastrophe. The characters who will surely die. Heaven wants you dead and Jesus can't save you. Not that I'm saying that. Lucian spat slightly in his heart, but seeing that everyone's demon gaze was looking at himself, he felt like he was, at the moment, supposed to say something, and then coughed. Ahem. Indeed, as I predicted earlier, the sorcerer race used the 12 capital heavenly divine fury formation, and this formation summoned the Pangu demon god, which contained a wisp of the great Tao aura of the opening of the heavens and the earth. With the strength of our demon race today, I'm afraid it's extremely difficult to cope with it. The only thing to do for the present is to avoid the front for the time being. Finding a formation that can match it and block the might of the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies Grand Formation might work. After saying that, Lucian looked up at the head East Emperor Tai Chi. In the original development of the Flood myth, after the Sorcerer clan sacrificed the 12 capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation, the Demon clan's army retreated in every direction. In the end, it was by virtue of the Mixed River Luo formation, as well as the Perpetual Star Dipper formation, that they retreated to the Demon Court. It was only barely able to hold off the Witch race's attack, but after that, the three great formations on both sides collided with each other, and the heavens crumbled and the earth broke apart. The top echelons of the demon race, Fu Shi, Emperor Jun's wife Shi He, and even Emperor Jun died in battle one after another. East Emperor Tai then blew up his own Golden Crow origin, killing the few remaining ancestral witches, and Gong Gong crashed and stepped on Buzhou Mountain. So far, the battle between witches and demons has ended in 2 defeats. It's the end of the witch-demon apocalypse. The remnants of the demon race retreated to the 100,000 mountains in South Juniper continent, while a small portion of the forces of the witch race went to join the later Earth, and the rest were hidden. The human race has officially begun to rise. In fact, Lucian had a more direct method in mind, based on this stage of development. It's the 2 demon clan bearers, the Eastern Emperor and Emperor Jun, who started preparing for the aftermath straight away, demobilize the demon court, then have a few demon saints take the remnants of the demon race and enter the 100,000 mountains to recuperate, waiting for the rise of that little golden crow that was secretly taken away by Emperor Nuwa, that is, the Lu Ji of the latter days, in order to find another opportunity to revitalize the demon race. Then, the 2 bearers, the Eastern Emperor and Emperor Jun, will then go and fight the ancestral witches to the death. In this way, the witch-demon cataclysm has also passed, and the demon court has preserved the most of its strength. But Lucian knew that if he said those words, I'm afraid that everyone present would have torn themselves apart alive, so I still threw the question to the Eastern Emperor Tai. Finding a formation that can match the 12 capital Divine Furies Grand Formation? Dong Huang Tai mused slightly. Then he looked at the 2 good brothers next to him, Fushi and Kuanpeng. The 3 of them looked at each other and already had a goal in mind. It seems that the only thing to do now is to invite the royal brother here, setting up the Mixed River Luo Grand Formation, as well as the Zhou Tian Star Dipper Grand Formation now. I didn't expect it to be quite up. Lucian nodded. It might work if the Mixed River Luo Grand Formation is coupled with the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation. The rest of the demon generals and marshals in the tent, hearing Lucian nod his head, there was also a slight sigh of relief. Then I will send a letter to my imperial brother to inform him of this matter, East Emperor Tai said softly. Next, before imperial brother brought the Mixed River Luo Grand Formation, if the witch clan takes the initiative to start a war, our demon clan army will avoid it if we can. If we can't, we'll have to pull back. The power of the 12 capital Heavenly Divine Fatalities Grand Formation is not something you can fight against. Ordered. The group of demon race executives in the military tent whispered at the same time. After, some other relatively less important information was discussed in the military tent. The East Emperor Tai all made separate arrangements after asking Lucian for his opinion one by one. This made the nearby Koan Pang, who had the name of Demon Master, very unhappy and muttered darkly in his heart. Those who don't know would think you, Lucian, are a demon master. Immediately thereafter, a group of demon saints and demon marshals, as well as Koan Pang and Fushi, also went out of the middle army tent. Lucian also saluted and excused himself, and just as he was about to leave the military tent, but he was stopped by the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi behind him. Your Majesty, The Eastern Emperor? What else is there? Lucian was a bit puzzled. I do have something that I need you to unravel, smiled the Eastern Emperor. Chapter 71, Lucian's words. East Emperor Tai figures it out. There's something else you want me to unravel? Lucian turned his head in confusion. Before he could see Dong Huang Tai's face, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Countdown to return 10, 9. With a blur before his eyes, Lucian opened his eyes again and the view reappeared on the large bed of his villa. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It returns every time at a critical moment. Lucian helplessly rolled over and got up to wash up. This flood descending is too unsustainable. I wish the flood had fully descended earlier so that I could have a great time. Lucian simply washed up, ate breakfast, and came to the study with his notebook. At this moment, there's no longer the chaos out there that there was some days ago, when the flood first descended. During that time before, the urgent ambulance siren that immediately came to mind outside after each return was significantly better now. Lucian opened his computer. What came into view was still the pop-up window of the Heavens Path ranking. A few less random glances. Lucian was surprised to find that, in addition to himself, the heavenly immortal realm, who was still in a distant position of being the leader. The top 10 on the rankings had all been promoted to the Earth immortal realm. The first 10,000, too, had all reached the 7th stage of cultivation. Because of my appearance, the speed of the others' cultivation has also accelerated compared to their previous lives. Lucian muttered, but he wasn't the least bit flustered, because even Morong Reed, who was the second on the heavenly Tao list, the current cultivation level, too, was still at the 12% stage of the Earth immortal realm 0 stage. Yes, the original second place of the heavenly Tao ranking Xiaoho Tian, with the Xiaoho family hand in the matter of the witch-slaying sword loss. Today's second place of the heavenly Tao ranking has been occupied by the Morong family's Morong Reed, after arriving at the realm of the Earth Immortals. As the required cultivation increased, the cultivation enhancement of these people, too, slowed down significantly. That said, the first settlement of the Heavens Path ranking is almost here. Right. Lucian suddenly remembered this matter. I just don't know. What will the heavenly Tao reward be this time? Lucian thought for a while and realized that there was almost no information about this in his previous life. Then he collected his thoughts. Again, as is customary, I clicked on a couple of current events threads, briefly skimmed through the flood events exposed by others as a way of determining the true course of the development of the flood world. I have a number of low-grade magic treasures for sale, can be traded offline. The highest bidder wins. Selling a batch of spirit fruits that can cleanse the marrow, only accepting spirit stones, and can be inspected and traded under the Buzhou mountain. Most of the information that comes to mind is this: as in the previous life, after the witch demon Armageddon began, the number of low-grade spiritual treasures and whatnot that have fallen into the hands of modern people is really increasing. Lucian murmured softly. I remember in a previous life, when the number of spirits in the hands of modern people reached a threshold, the trading function of the Tendo panel will then be activated. It looks like it won't be long before I have the account of Flood by Xiao Shang as a backer. Soon it can become the Flood World, the biggest spirit trader, the repair speed of the East Emperor clock, and the refining speed of the intrinsic flying sword. It'll be a texture boost. Luke closes these threads. Once again, he opened Shivering Sun and logged into the account of the flooded bastard. Ding dong ding dong. A succession of message beeps rang out. The private messages in the background are still exploding. Both those who identified themselves as students, broke but eager for some flood of tidbits of information. There are also hot babes who send cool pics and want to discuss flooding together offline. There are also several large clans thundering with recruiting information with lucrative conditions. Various. Lucian casually swept a few eyes, not caring, and start editing this installment again to maintain the credibility of this account with the populace. After editing the post and sending it out, Lucian has been browsing the news for some time now. A rare day of idleness was past, and then we waited for the flood to come again. Countdown to flood advent 10, 9. This time, I should be able to obtain a drop of the Great Witch Essence blood and complete the Little Golden Crow's revenge. Lucian lay on the bed and muttered. With a blink of the eye, the vision reappeared in the middle of the demon race's middle army tent, seeing the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi behind him, who was still maintaining a raised hand stance. I don't know if your majesty the Eastern Emperor still has any doubts? Lucian inquired. East Emperor Tai looked deeply at Lucian. Then with a wave of his sleeve, he dropped a formation that could block eavesdropping around the center army tent. Seeing his cautious attitude, Lucian was even more puzzled in his heart. One could hear the Eastern Emperor Tai smile. I know what you said before about the countermeasure of using the Mixed River Luo formation and the Perpetual Star Dipper formation to deal with the 12 capital Heavily Divine Furies formation. Not what is really in the heart. The truth is that he had some concerns in his mind, and only then did he think of a compromise plan to cope with us. Now that the other great demons have left, you can speak to see what's really in your heart. I didn't expect this to be guessed by you. Not ashamed to be the demon tribe S-bearer. Lucian thought about it, and looked at the East Emperor Tai with a serious face. Even if I reveal the true scheme of my heart, does His Majesty then really guarantee his approval? East Emperor Tai nodded slightly. Your prediction of this battle of the witch race earlier was incomparably accurate. If there is any more good advice, I will naturally listen to it. I told you to go to hell and you listen? Lucian sneered in the bottom of his heart, and then he hit the belly in his head and coughed. Your Majesty's guess is indeed correct. I did have some concerns about the many great demons being here before. Since Your Majesty has now put it to this point, it would be overkill for me to cover it up any longer. As I see it, even if His Majesty Emperor June comes with the Jotian Star Dipper Grand Formation and the Mixed River Luo Grand Formation, against the Sorcerer Clan's 12 Capital Heavenly Divine Fury Formation, the result of heavy deaths and injuries would be inevitable after all. Nowadays, the fight between the Witch and Demon clans has been going on for millions of years. The feud between the two clans has reached the point of immortality. There's no chance of anyone losing or winning. For me to see, the only way out for the demon race can only be after this great battle. After the Great War? Dong Huang Tai presented a posture of humble curiosity. So who loses and who wins this battle? None. Let me say it so clearly. Do you want me to die? Lucian was scratching mad in his heart. There was no direct answer. Following the example of the virtuous monks in the TV series who played the witty game, the snipe can't escape the result of being a dowry for others. Others do the grafting? East Emperor Tai looked deeply at Lucian. Do you mean that this great battle will cause the Azura clan of the underworld Blood Sea to rise up? Lucian didn't dare to say any more, while praying continuously in his heart. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. It's all Dong Huang Tai's own guess. Heavenly Tao, if you want to split, just split him, don't split me. Chapter 72, Seizing the Great Witch Essence Blood. But the Azura race is born with a deficiency. How is this possible? The Eastern Emperor Tai shook his head to himself and, in his opinion, nowadays, in the flooded earth, among the several races with greater power, there's only one Azura race created by Styx, which counts for something. The rest are just little Yakuza. But the Azura race was born with a deficiency compared to the witch and demon races. How could it be possible to overpower the sorcerer and demon tribes and become the protagonist of this heaven and earth? East Emperor Tai looked at Lucian with suspicion and realized that he just shook his head and didn't say anything. The mind became even more puzzled. Not the Azuras. Which race would that be? Where did Lucian dare to say one more word at this moment? He could only continue to look around. Your Majesty might want to look a little further ahead. He had almost heard the rumble of heavenly thunder brewing in the firmament beyond the center tent. He had a feeling that if he dared to say one more word, he himself would be cleaved to death on the spot by the heavenly Tao in front of the Eastern Emperor Tai. There was a flash of light in the East Emperor Tai's mind. Is it hard to be human? Boom! In the dome of the sky outside the central army tent, a muffled thunder that contained the power of the heavenly Tao rumbled and rolled. But in the end, it did not split down. The soldiers of the demon race, who were recuperating outside, saw this innate vision of the, couldn't help but marvel at it again and again. East Emperor Tai frowned slightly as he noticed the commotion outside. Thinking back to not too long ago, those foreign demons who wanted to tell something in front of them, immediately realizing that this is the heavenly Tao obscuring the heavenly chance. Decisively, he threw down the question and asked it in a different way. Then my demon race is in this great war. How should one conduct oneself? Phew! Lucian let out a long breath of turbid air in the bottom of his heart. Dong Huang Tai was still on the right track and didn't continue to ask himself the kind of question that would easily be struck by lightning, then nodded his head and said, nowadays the feud between the witch and demon clans, it has reached the point of immortality. The only way out for the demon race is to let go of everything today and get rid of this great war? By pinning our hopes on the next generation of demons, there might be a silver lining. Having said that, Lucian bid farewell to the East Emperor Tai and went out of the central army tent. Prepare to go to the Bronze Gorge to seize that great witch essence blood. Letting go of everything today? The Eastern Emperor Tai murmured softly as he remained in the tent. Subconsciously feeling that Lucian's claim was somewhat absurd and ridiculous. He didn't expect that Lucian's final gambit would be like this. No wonder he didn't dare to speak his true thoughts in front of so many big demons just now. What's the difference between that and surrender? If Lucian had really said it just now, I'm afraid that a bunch of great demonic demon saints would definitely have to tear him apart alive. But the Eastern Emperor returned to his thoughts, and in his mind he thought carefully that, again, one can't help but feel that what Lucian said was not unreasonable. Now the battle between the witch and demon clans has been going on for millions of years. The grudge is simply immortal. The witch-demon war wanted to have an outcome unless one of the parties died, but with this result, the other side is bound to lose a lot of money as well. In the end, it's still a lose-lose situation. Could it be that the end of my demon race is really as Lucian said? East Emperor Tai murmured. He has been a lord all his life. When he and his elder brother, Emperor Jun, were born from the Sun Star, started from the humble beginnings, led a group of great demons to start a new stove, step by step, founded the demon court, and overthrew the immortal court of the Duke of Dongwang. It was only then that the demon race's position in the flooded earth came about today, but I don't know when. But friction arose between the witch and demon tribes. This friction then intensified before reaching the point where it is now immortal. Thinking about it, Dongwang Tai suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. There seems to be a nameless push behind in pushing his demon court and the sorcerer clan to the point of no return. Figured out this one joint. Dongwang Tai immediately thought of it again. When the 10 nephews booby-trapped Kwafu, and then the great sorcerer Dai shot a few small golden crows. All of this. The developmental ground seems coincidental and out of place. Hiss. Thinking of this, the East Emperor Tai's heart chilled, and he looked up at the chaos beyond the firmament. Maybe I really should have done what Lucian said, putting the future of my demon race on my descendants. Dong Huang Tai murmured, a certain idea already in his mind. Lucian went out of the center army tent, looked up at the sky and, it always feels like the sky's not right today. The sky had been overcast, and a dark cloud had been following him, as if a mighty thunderbolt of heaven were brewing. Timos, the heavens aren't really going to split me, are they? If you're going to chop, just do it painfully. Don't take so long with the foreplay. It's hard to make people's hearts pound. Lucian cursed and somewhat sheepishly swept quickly towards the direction of the Bronze Gorge. Although the great battle in the battlefield of witches and demons has now ended, but the whole battlefield stretches for millions of miles, where the two clans bordered each other. There were many other small battlefields where fighting was taking place. This includes the Bronze Gorge in Lucian's memory. The Bronze Gorge is located on the fringe of the great battlefield between the witch and demon clans. Lucian clearly remembers that. In the chronicle document of the witch-demon war posted on the internet by some good person in his previous life, there was such a great witch that died in the Bronze Gorge. Sure enough, after a little over half a day, Lucian, who had executed the Golden Crow transforming rainbow, arrived at the location of the Bronze Gorge. At this time here in this canyon that stretched for hundreds of miles, shouts and killings shook the sky, and a tragic fight was taking place. The soldiers of the witch and demon clans shouted and killed as they charged at each other, and the ground had long since been littered with bloody corpses. The center area of the battlefield, a stout, black-armored demon general, whose race was supposed to be something like a bull demon, was wielding a cold, gleaming steel blade that, fighting with a great sorcerer whose aura was powerful and covered in sorcery patterns. Ding, ding, ding. Steel swords slashed at the great witch, and the sound of pounding iron continued to resonate across the battlefield. Both sides were on fire, exuding auras at the level of Tai Golden Immortal, not hiding their cultivation and realm as they charged at each other. The battle between the two sides has reached its final stage. Although the demon general had a majestic aura, it was obvious that he was hanging on to his last breath as he sparred. Although the great witch appeared to have the upper hand, he was also hanging on to his last ounce of strength, struggling to hold on. Within 10 miles of the battlefield, there wasn't a single lesser demon or witch soldier that had been killed by the aftermath of the battle between the two sides. Lucian remembered that in that biography from his previous life. In this battle at the Bronze Gorge, both sides died of exhaustion. Elder Nyo, I've come to assist you. Lucian saw the great witch fall into dying breath, and by virtue of his extreme 5-element spirit body's physique, together with the defensive ability of the 9-crow fire shield, it was able to withstand the opponent's attacks. Immediately roaring out, he drove the 36 5-element flying swords and rushed over. Ding, ding, ding. Iron-pounding sounds continued to ring out, and attacks were continuously launched around that great sorcerer's body. Boom. Chapter 73, Killing the Great Witch. Emperor Jun comes to the front line. Boom. The Great Witch, who was hanging on with only his last breath of strength, sensed Lucian's attack, turning his head and realizing that it was just a little Karami in the realm of the Sky Fairies harassing himself. He was so furious that he was. The huge Dharma phase behind him pressed down with both palms and slapped at Lucian. Lucian's body flickered and unleashed the earth escape, disappearing in place to avoid this attack. Debris splattered in the same spot, and a huge crater of hundreds of meters appeared. This is the strike of a great sorcerer of Tai Golden Immortal strength, the Tai Golden Immortal Realm Demon General, who was bitterly fighting with the great sorcerer, was overjoyed when he realized that a fellow clan member had come to his aid. However, when he detected the aura on Lucian's body, which was only at the beginning of the heavenly immortal realm, he immediately became anxious. Little brother, you can step in and help my old ox. The old cow is happy. but this damned great sorcerer's strength is at least equal to that of a tiny golden immortal. You're only at the heavenly immortal realm. You're no match for him at all. Get out of here. Be careful of being slapped to death by him. I'm sorry if I've harmed you. If you have a mind to help, go 1,000 miles southeast. The great general of the Green Bull Station there is my brother. Let him come to my rescue. Get out of here. 1,000 miles southeast. By the time your good buddy gets there, it'll be cold. Lucian is silent. It's just a matter of throwing swords. The 36 flying swords were like bees entering a nest, launching an attack on the great sorcerer whose body was covered in sorcery patterns with a domineering aura. After the intrinsic flying sword that was cultivated by the 5 top-ranking flood spirit species, its killing power had been raised several steps from before. Clank, 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 the iron-pounding sound of a constant. Lucian's intrinsic flying sword slashed at this great sorcerer, sending out sparks like striking iron. The strength of this great sorcerer, compared to the top-tier great sorcerer interdictor that he had previously encountered on the shores of the East Sea, it could be described as a difference between clouds and mud. But, after all, he still had the strength relative to a tiny golden immortal, and Lucian, a heavenly immortal realm lesser demon, was still a bit tricky to deal with, if not for the fact that he had the demon emperor's legacy on his side and had gone through the cultivation of 5 top-ranking flood spirits. The great witch is again in a state of hanging on to his last breath. I'm afraid that the instinctive flying sword can't even hurt a hair on his head. Go to hell. The great witch was completely enraged by Lucian's flying sword and roared angrily. A small demon like Lucian, he could have blown himself to death by blowing his breath. Moreover, it was also impossible for the heavenly immortal realm's attack to originally harm his great sorcerer body in the slightest. But right now, this heavenly immortal realm little demon in front of him was quite something. The killing power of the flying swords was actually able to break through his great sorcerer's physique and inflict damage on him. If he couldn't solve this little fly that was getting in the way in time, he was likely to be ground to death by his opponent. Roar! The great sorcerer roared, and the originally dull sorcerer's lines on his body suddenly lit up. The huge phantom behind him, which was originally about to go up in smoke, suddenly brightened up as well. He's burning his sorcerer origin? This is preparing to fight me to the death. Lucian was greatly shocked, and his body rapidly retreated. Boom! The great witch's figure flashed, instantly flashing in front of Lucian at a rapid speed, and his fist, which carried the power of the witch race's origin, fiercely smashed into Lucian's thin body. Not good. When the bull demon general saw this, his heart immediately cooled to the core. Although this great sorcerer in front of him was already dying, his punch that burned the power of his origin was powerful enough to reach half of his peak. A heavenly immortal realm lesser demon. Being able to block was tantamount to a fool's errand. Thud. Lucian could not avoid it, and dull sounds rang out around his body. The 9 woolly fire shield instantly opened, protecting his body. The red sun domain opened at the same time, spreading out in all directions, and the 9 turns Yuan Gong also quietly operated, his body instantly crawling with anti-magic lines. At the same time, the wisp of earthen essence within his body quickly seeped out a wisp of bright yellow spiritual energy to protect his body. The great witch attack falls. The 9 wonders fire shield on Lucian's body flickered out a few times and stood unharmed. You actually blocked it. Although the great witch was close to a state of madness, an incredulous voice still came out of his mouth. Good job, little brother. The bull demon general couldn't care less about his shock at Lucian's defense. The body transformed into its own body, a huge brute bull stance, and rushed up with the movement of the earth shaking and the mountains shaking. I'm here to help you. Lucian's figure flew backward, exit hundreds of meters away. I didn't realize that without using the Eastern Emperor's bell, my physical defense has reached such a terrifying level. Lucian marveled slightly. The extreme 5 elements spiritual body is truly overbearing. This time, blocking the great witch's blow. But it was completely different from the last time he was at the seashore of the East Sea, blocking the great sorcerer interdictor's strike. The last time that interceptor struck out, it was only out of a teasing angle, perhaps not even a single point of force. After all, what he was facing was only a small earth immortal realm demon. There was a great deal of luck in Lucian being able to block it. But this great sorcerer of tiny golden immortal strength in front of me. But the Jedi counterattack before dying is definitely a solid non-death punch. Not to mention the heavenly immortal realm. It's the ordinary golden immortal realm that has to die. But Lucian just solidly blocked it. And this was the dominating aspect of the extreme 5 elements spiritual body. Huffing and puffing, Lucian took out a spirit fruit and nibbled on it to recover his almost depleted spirit power. Then he manipulated the 36 instinctive flying swords across the air and attacked the great sorcerer from afar. Start wearing each other down a little bit. Little brother, you even have the strength to launch an attack. The bull demon general who was pestering the great witch was instantly surprised. He wasn't naive either, and decisively teamed up with Lucian. one attacking and one defense. Pester the Great Witch head-on. Then let Lucian attack from behind. Ding, ding, ding. 36 5-element flying swords. Only the sword of Gung Jin, which had the heaviest killing aura, and the sword of Red Yang, which was slightly inferior, could be effective. Lucian decisively put away the rest of the flying swords, manipulating the Genjin and Red Sun flying swords with all his might to launch an attack. Little by little, time passes. After a long time, the huge phantom behind the great sorcerer completely obliterated, and the sorcerer's lines on his body also completely dimmed. Boom! The big witch's sturdy and huge body collapsed with a loud bang, his vitality severed. Great wizards are really hard to kill. Lucian sighed with a slight sigh of relief. Kill a witch of the Witch Clan equivalent to a Tai Golden Immortal. Cultivation plus 500%. Rank plus 5. Current realm, Heavenly Immortal Realm. 8th stage, 2%. The first indigenous being of Tai Jinxian strength in the flood was killed, and modern human strength reached the corresponding level. Speed up the fusion of heavenly paths. The rate of integration of the two worlds is reduced by 15 Earth days. Promote the integration of the two worlds and receive a heavenly reward. The rear of the demon army. The center tent. A strand of reddish golden rainbow swept straight down with a strand of white rainbow. Demon Emperor Jun, who was dressed in a bright yellow Demon Emperor robe, and Demon Saint Baizé, who was dressed in a white robe, slowly walked towards the central army tent. The surrounding crowd of escorting demon soldiers saluted at the same time, watching His Majesty the Demon Emperor and Lord White Zephyr enter the tent. Chapter 74 Eastern Emperor's Recognition. Increased level of flood fusion. There you are, Royal Brother. Dong Huang Tai, who was checking the intelligence of various parties in the battlefield of witches and demons in front of the case, suddenly looked up and saw his elder brother, Di Jun. Although the clan nowadays, except for the Nuwa Emperor Nuwa, who has already created a human being and become a saint and doesn't care about anything, the highest combatant is he, Emperor Tai of the East. However, the East Emperor Tai treated his own compatriot brother, Emperor Jun, still did not have that kind of arrogance breath, respectful and unusual. Emperor Jun is likewise very relieved that his good brother, there is not the slightest sign of the worldly kind, of fear of losing power and of brothers vying for power. The two good brothers help each other, which can be regarded as a typical example of brotherly friendship in the flood. Received a message that the 12 capital heavenly divine fury formations have been restarted. Di Jun nodded slightly. I arranged the matters of the demon court to Shiha and immediately rushed over. Demon Saint Baizé also bowed slightly to the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. It's been hard on you these past few days. Di Jun nodded and smiled. How's the land sink I sent over? It's great. The Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, though he replied in as flat a tone as possible, but the corners of his mouth still couldn't stop rising. Very good? Emperor Jun was slightly dismayed that. I didn't expect Lucian to be able to reach such a high evaluation of this younger brother of his, although the two brothers were at peace, but Di Jun could know too well the arrogance of this younger brother of his. If Lucian only gets okay from him. Di Jun then realized that this was his younger brother Tai being polite to his older brother, but for him to say the word not bad, that at least meant that Lucian had gained a fairly high level of recognition from this brother of his. Lucian was discovered by Baizé from among those foreign demons, said Di Jun, laughing. Turning his head to introduce himself, he looked at Shirasawa, Baizé, as the wisdom bearer of the demon race, and as Di Jun's personal secretary. Di Jun asked Baizé's opinion on almost everything and brought him with him. Next to him, Baizé heard Dong Huang Tai's reply, and a heartfelt smile too, though he forcibly held back the thought of unleashing his own innate divine ability at this point in time. But he was also able to feel that His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, recognized Lucian, the demon, from the bottom of his heart. So, Lucian has already explained the outcome of this great battle to you. Emperor Jun looked at Emperor Tai of the East once again. Yes, East Emperor Taichi's face instantly darkened. This group of foreign demons of theirs should be aware of certain flood secrets, but heaven forbid they should speak of it. But I still guessed a generalization from Lucian's mere words. Speaking of which, the East Emperor Taichi paused for a moment, and a trace of helplessness flashed across the face of the always arrogant man. The end result will be that both sides will lose, and they'll be doing someone else's work for them. He, Tai, has established the demon court step by step since he and his royal brother, Emperor Jun, were conceived from the sun star, by the lot of hard work, but in the end, they ended up doing the work of others. He's not happy about it, but what's the use of being resigned, counting on the two brothers? No, more accurately, the one who had counted on his sorcerer and demon tribes was simply an existence that could not be brought up. The Eastern Emperor Taichi leisurely raised his head and looked through the window of the military tent in the direction of the chaos in the firmament. He's not happy about it. Unwillingly, The demon court that he and his elder brother had single-handedly built ended up in such a situation. If it were thousands of years earlier, with his East Emperor Taichi's temperament, learning that he had ended up like that, perhaps we should take our elder brother and kill the purple heavenly palace together, kill the chaos, and never swallow this breath even if we have to fight to the death. But today, I know you can't accept such an outcome. Demon Emperor June also let out a long sigh. It's hard for me to accept, too, but I've been thinking about it for a long time. I've almost forgotten that the demon and witch clans, in the first place, were in dispute over that incident, but now the longer the witch and demon clans fight, it will only be our two clans that will be victimized. But to end this battle, if those children of mine hadn't died in the first place, that great sorcerer of the witch clan, Kwafu, has not yet died, and there is still room to salvage this dispute. But now, the only way for the witch and demon clans to end up is to be immortal. This one. There were a few more words that Jun directly choked in his throat and didn't say. Could it be that elder brother also guessed it? East Emperor Tai said softly, when Lucian explained it to the two of us, White Zephyr and I, we guessed vaguely at the joints. Jun nodded slightly. There was hatred in the eyes of the Eastern Emperor Tai. It seems that even the mixed river Luo Grand Formation and the perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation, it was also only able to slightly withstand the 12th capital Heavenly God Fiend's Grand Formation. Since he wants to see my demon race end up like this, the two of us brothers will act out a show for him. As Lucian said, after the 10 million yuan meeting, I don't believe that the demon race won't have a day to emerge. It will have to do. Emperor Jun sighed. But come here. I have another matter that I need to discuss with you. Hear that? The delicate-minded Bai Zhe very consciously then turned around and went out of the military tent. But before leaving the confines of the army tent, he vaguely heard His Majesty, Emperor Jun, say something along the lines of, regarding the matter of that demon emperor's inheritance. There is one more thing that needs your piece of. White Zephyr was self-conscious enough to swallow this. Bronze Gorge, as the great witch's torso slowly fell. In Lucian's ears, a series of voices of the heavenly Dao laws rang out. Lucian consciously blocked the realm advancement beep. After all, a quick scan of his realm at this time had already reached the high stage of the heavenly immortal realm. It wouldn't take long for him to reach the heavenly immortal realm bottleneck. As the first modern man to kill the flood natives of Taichi's golden immortal strength, you've accelerated the fusion of the two worlds. Receive Heavenly Dao reward, a strand of Heavenly Dao Chi luck. Current Heavenly luck, 3 strands. Another strand of Heavenly Dao Chi? Lucian nodded slightly. Although the concept of this thing, the Heavenly Dao and Chi luck, is very abstract and always makes people feel dispensable. But Lucian didn't dare to take it lightly in the slightest. Approaching the conceptual God to be the true God, this kind of increase in Chi, fortune, and so on, seems to be mediocre, but it can be useful in a pinch. Just like when he seized the Golden Crow's essence blood, the demon race's favor helped him solve his big problem. Otherwise, at that time, I'm afraid that the Eastern Emperor clock is going to be exposed immediately. At this point, the voice of the heavenly Dao laws in Lucian's ears still did not stop. At the same time, due to the deepening integration of the flood, Tendo panel trading function opens. Increase of 10% in the degree of integration of the flood world body and the modern world body. The Heavens Path trading function has been opened early too? Lucian was slightly startled, but it's normal to think about it. After all, you are, now, having killed a flood native equivalent to the strength of a Tai golden immortal. It was normal for the fusion speed to accelerate, but this body fusion is. Chapter 75 about other kingdom myths. Fusing great witch essence blood. But what is this body fusion? Lucian murmured doubtfully. With a thought, the heavenly Dao explanation immediately surfaced in his mind. Flood body and modern body fusion 10%, the strength, speed and ability possessed by the host's body in the flood world body will be returned to the modern world body. Degree, 10%. This level of physical integration applies to all modern human races where the Great Summer Civilization Zone is located. The power of the flood body can be returned to the modern body? Lucian's heart immediately rejoiced. The descent into the world of the former flood. It is entirely in order, according to the rules of heaven, without advancement or postponement. So Lucian wasn't sure there was more to it. Realize that. He has been because after returning to the modern world, the original body was too weak. It's the relative secrecy that has to be maintained. That is to say, he hid his name on the heavenly Dao ranking, and also when he created the account of Hangwu by Xiaoshang, and going to the trouble of using the dark web to transfer IPs of all sorts, just in case someone else finds them in the real world and opens an account for them. But now, with the integration of the flood world and the modern world bodies, you don't have to worry about that, although the degree of physical fusion, only 10%. But, now Lucian's body in the flood world, although it was also only the heavenly immortal realm, It could almost be said that it was a unique class of existence among modern people. Even when compared to some ordinary healed flood native Shinsean immortals, they could still touch and not fall. With this kind of physical strength, just 10% of it would be, put it in the real world. Not quite enough to say I don't eat beef, though, but it's kind of a super high-end version of the big super. Wait, my modern world body strengthened. Thinking of this, Lucian had a flash of light in his mind. Doesn't that mean? The real world ones, still inside the Forbidden Land, the artifacts that I originally had no chance of obtaining. And when I go back, I'll be able to get it in the real world, too. Thinking about this, Lucian could almost be said to be ecstatic. Realize that, in the whole of the blue planet, there isn't just one country, Dacia. At the time when Dacia and the several affiliated civilizations around Dacia were being fused by the flood myths, the several other countries, it was also fused by the mythical civilization to which they belonged. It's like a couple different gaming regions. The kingdoms like Dacia and a few surrounding affiliated civilizations entered the flood myth region. Like most of the Nordic countries, they entered, that is, the Norse mythological region dominated by the system of Odin, the god of thunder. It's the Olympus mythos region that countries like Greece and others enter. Now the inhabitants of the Blue Star and other kingdoms are fighting in the myths they have inherited. Subsequent worlds, these mythic regions, will also merge, and the kingdom of Dacia, because Lucian had just stuck a bug and beheaded a mythical native with Taiyi golden immortal level strength ahead of time in an almost impossible situation, which has led to increased integration in the floodplain region. All the people in the Huaxia region have advanced in the degree of physical integration, after the heavy birth of Luke. Just for remembering, one of the most powerful artifacts within the Great Summer region in the previous life, and one that could be obtained with a mortal body. There is only the broken and still sleeping Dongwon clock. That's why he immediately made up his mind to head to Wanwu Mountain. But, in his memories, there were actually several other powerful divine artifacts in existence but because, those artifacts, they're all in extremely dangerous restricted areas. With his body, which was then that of a mortal, he had no chance of seizing that's why he didn't consider those pieces. For example, the footpot chickens of the Dacia affiliated civilization, their 8-foot agaric hook jade. Lucian knew the exact location, and the spear of Zeus, the king of the gods, called thunder. At this moment, it was within a forbidden area of Mount Olympus in the modern world. O God King Spear, O 8-foot agaric hook jade, here I come. Lucian forced down the excitement in his heart and, at the moment, he couldn't wait to return to the real world. Little brother, thank you for saving me this time. The bull demon general, whose breath was dying, but who obviously couldn't die, transformed into the image of a stout and naive man. Walking forward, he bowed respectfully to Lucian. I'll remember this friendship, my old ox. In the future, little brother, if you have any use for me in our demon court, just let it be known. I'll repay you as an old ox. Lucian nodded slightly and bowed in return. The bull demon general looked Lucian up and down with a puzzled expression. Why do you look so unfamiliar, little brother? I'm impressed with all the good people in our demon court. Those like you who are only at the heavenly immortal realm have such boldness and strength. It is impossible to be unknown in our demon court. But my old ox has never seen you before? A newcomer? What's your name, little brother? My name is Lucian, Lucian said softly. Lucian? The bull demon general's eyes widened, his face surprised with a hint of oddity. So you're Lucian? Why, has General Nyo heard of me? The bull demon general didn't reply, and then looked Lucian up and down carefully. TSK 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 TSK. No wonder the battle power is so outstanding. It wouldn't be surprising if it was you, but looking at your face, you don't look much like His Majesty, do you? Lucian was dumbfounded when he heard the Ox Demon General's headless words. Why should I resemble His Majesty? And which Majesty are you talking about? Exactly? East Emperor Tai Chi or Emperor Jun? Is my name, Lucian, famous in our demon court? Has Great General Nyo heard of my name before? Lucian asked. It's like a thunderbolt, said the bull general, with a snorting wave of his hand, intending to end the subject. And, after all, it's about the privacy of His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor. After all, it wasn't that long ago that a small demon of the heavenly immortal realm named Lucian, leading a group of demon commanders on a small battlefield, chiseling through the entire witch race army, killing millions of enemies. Others say tens of millions. Anyway, it's countless. This matter had already spread amongst the demon race's great generals. More surprisingly, this legendary figure named Lucian had gone so far as to treat even a figure like Lord Kaimang with extreme respect. Realize that Lord Kaimang is one of the 10 great demon saints of the demon court. In the entire demon court, It's almost like a premier figure that. A little demon that could make such a person treat it respectfully. Other than the few Golden Crow Highnesses in the beginning, I'm afraid there's no one else. But several of the Golden Crow Highnesses were killed by the Witch Clan long ago. So, there was only one other possibility for a small demon that could be of comparable status to these guys. So, the news that Lucian was the illegitimate son of His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, spread amongst a group of the middle and lower levels of the demon court. If there is no little highness, oh not little brother you shot, the bull demon general laughed. I'm afraid that this time, my old ox will have to be planted here. With that, he pointed to the corpse of the Great Witch in the distance. Chapter 76, the Mixed Elements River Luo Grand Formation and the Perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation. The bull demon general pointed to the corpse of the Great Witch in the distance. The essence blood that the Witch Clan transforms into after death is a good thing. Little temple. Little brother, you saved my old ox this time. The old ox has nothing to offer in return, so he will gift you his Great Witch essence blood. At this moment, that lanky and huge corpse, although it no longer had the slightest bit of vitality, the witch patterns on the surface of its body still exuded the power to confine its surroundings. Drink! The bull demon bellowed in a deep voice, and with both palms out, he detained the corpse of the great sorcerer in front of himself. Starting to use his own spiritual energy, he refined out that great sorcerer's essence blood. A few moments later, the corpse of this invulnerable great sorcerer quickly dried up and became an empty shell after its spiritual power was exhausted. A fist-sized drop of great sorcerer's essence blood with a bright sorcerer pattern floating on its surface was suspended in the bull demon general's palm. Here, the bull demon great general handed over the great witch essence blood in a very atmospheric manner. Don't be polite to my old cow. I didn't want to be polite with you in the first place. Lucian did not excuse himself. Thank you, senpai. Immediately receiving the great witch essence blood, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine it in place. To complete Revenge of the Demon Prince, you only need to refine the Great Witch Essence blood. The bull demon general hemmed and hawed twice, helping Lucian to plunder the battlefield from the side while slowly healing his own injuries. At this moment, the battle in the hole of the Bronze Gorge is nearing its end. The witch race camp was quickly thrown into chaos as the group was leaderless due to the fall of their commander-in-chief, the Great Witch. The demon soldiers took advantage of the situation and counterattacked, beginning to drive the witch soldiers out of this canyon. Lucian held the witch essence blood in his hands. He could clearly feel that the essence blood in front of him contained an incomparably powerful and overbearing force this force gathers aggressiveness. The moment it touched Lucian's skin, it was instantly integrated into Lucian's various orifices, crashing left and right in his veins, jumping up and down, as if it wanted to take this body, which was only in the heavenly immortal realm, for itself. But soon, within Lucian's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, 5 extremely pure 5 elements of spiritual energy emerged, instantly suppressing this great witch essence blood origin in his orifices. Lucian's limbs and bones began to rapidly absorb this origin power, refining a drop of the great witch's blood and successfully completing the Revenge of the Demon Prince. Tendo discipline lifted. A pleasant voice rang in Lucian's ears. Phew! Finally lifting this pitiful lift, Lucian exhaled a long breath of turbid air and sighed in his heart. Next, there's just the task of Red Cloud's death. But the key figures in this mission are the Demon Master Kuan Pang and the Old Man of the River Styx. At the very least, it will have to be completed after the end of the Witch-Demon War, as the essence of the great sorcerer's essence blood was absorbed by Lucian's body. The 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong that he had previously learned on the shores of the East China Sea. Surprisingly, it worked on its own in the body, Lucian's limbs and various meridians. Under this overbearing great sorcerer's essence blood and 9 turns of Yuan Gong's coordinated cleansing, received a boost comparable to that of a shedding of bones. Buzz! Brilliant witch patterns emerged on the surface of Lucian's skin. It looks more conspicuous and powerful than before. Lucian could obviously feel that his physique, which was several times higher than before this, already possessed a defense ability comparable to that of a great sorcerer. TSK, not worthy of being a small temple. Brother you, the bull demon general who was healing his wounds with his legs crossed next to him. TSK, I can't believe it's so fast. Then a drop of pure great witch essence blood was given to be completely refined. This speed is what even I am ashamed of. The heel of the 3-legged golden crow is really not comparable to our mud legs, the bull demon great general added secretly in his heart. Lucian sat cross-legged and waited to completely absorb this great sorcerer origin power. Woo-hoo-hoo! Suddenly, in the distance, a dull horn sounded in the direction of the witch race's army. The son of a sorcerer clan army is going to start attacking again. The bull demon, who had finished healing his wounds, cursed angrily. Surprisingly, they allowed them to repair the 12th capital Divine Fury formation. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! The words, an even longer trumpet sound, coming from the direction of the demon race's army. The bull demon general instantly and immediately stared and held his breath, perked up his ears and began to listen intently. This time, the sound of the demon clan's trumpet was significantly longer than before. It was obviously transmitting some military order to the demon armies on all sides of the battlefield. Lucian doesn't understand. One could only sit in place and continue to absorb the origin. The trumpets say that His Majesty Emperor June has arrived at the front line. The Ox Demon General's tone was both shocked and delighted. It's going to be the Mixed River Luo formation, and the Perpetual Star Dipper formation. The Sorcerer Clan's 12th Capital Divine Fury formation is really finished this time. Lucian opened his eyes slightly. Did D. June come to the front so soon? It seems that this great war between witches and demons, which has been fought for millions of years, with countless deaths and injuries, should be coming to an end. The sorcerer and demon tribes are considered to really be completely finished. Go back, Lucian said to the Bull Demon General as he got up, setting up the circumstellar starfighting formation, to use the power of us, the demon race, to receive the power of the stars. Soon, I believe, the bugle call will come to tell us to retreat. Sure enough, as soon as Lucian's words left his mouth, woo-hoo-hoo, the sound of horns from the rear of the demon race's army was indeed heard once again. The Bull Demon General pricked up his ears and listened for a moment, and indeed, he opened his mouth in surprise. Little brother Lu, you actually guessed correctly. The more he looked at Lu Xun, the more he admired him. At the same time, a certain idea became more certain in his mind that this little Highness Lu was worthy of being the illegitimate son of His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor, to be so predictable. Withdraw the army. Withdraw. The Bull Demon General gathered the remnants of his troops and led Lucian back to the rear quarters. Shortly thereafter, on the march, in the rear, in the direction of the witch demon army stationed, 12 powerful breaths instantly swept high into the sky. 11 ancestral witches of the witch race, plus one great witch immediately mobilized the witch race's origin, and set up the 12th capital heavenly divine fury formation in the sky, and the exuberant power of Pangu's origin coalesced in the air. Buzz. A gigantic palm appeared in the center of the 12th capital heavenly goddess's great formation. The powerful Pango silhouette slowly emerged from the center of the large formation, its aura domineering and unparalleled, slowly moving in the direction of the demon army. Make way for the witch clan army below. Buzz. The direction of the demon army stationed in a spiritual object that was full of aura resembling a booklet and also resembling a tortoise-shell graphic with flowers, birds, insects and seals of approval rushed up to the firmament from the military tent. The Demon Emperor June's accompanying body magic weapon, Hichu Luo Shu. A powerful spiritual energy escaped in the firmament, and several other spiritual objects around it. Another great flood formation, the Mixed River Luo formation, unfolded in the sky. It hindered the advance of Pangu's shadow. Buzz. Instantly, in the direction of the demon clan's army tent, hundreds of powerful figures swept high into the sky one after another. A few of the most powerful of these demonic powers, each laying down their own magical treasures. Beginning with a group of demon saints and demon marshals, they received the power of the stars in the sky. Boom! The magnificent and incomparable Perimeter Star Dipper formation shrouds the battlefield of witches and demons. Chapter 77, Entering the Eye of the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation. Beginning to comprehend the Grand Formation. The Perpetual Star Dipper Formation. The original eye of the formation. It's supposed to use the power of the two main stars, the Sun Star and the Taiyin Star, as the main array eyes that provide the energy. With tens of thousands of demon generals, hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers each holding a large or small star streamer as a guide to pull the power of the stars in the sky. But because now, the great array has left the confines of the demon court, one could only temporarily use the golden crow origin of Emperor Tai plus the power of the East Emperor Bel, and the spiritual power of Emperor Shi Huang, as the formation eye energy. Boom! Returning to their positions, the demon generals and several demon saints, each holding a large or small star streamer, released vigorous spiritual energy to condense the formation eye, turning into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Slowly, the power of the circumferential stars and buckets in the firmament was channeled into the battlefield of witches and demons, transforming it into a great formation ability to hinder the 12th capital heavenly divine fury's great formation's furious chi. Demon Emperor June also sacrificed the accompanying spiritual treasure Hichu Luo Shu, and together with the demon master Kuanpeng, they formed the Mixed River Luo formation, which is capable of transforming the sea into a mulberry field, and the great river into a desert, knowing the yin and yang and tampering with the number of easy numbers. Across the battlefield of witches and demons, on the side of the witch army, the 11 ancestral witches plus one great witch used themselves as the eyes of the formation to pull in the baleful energy from the hundreds of millions of witches. hooking heaven and earth into 12 baleful and compelling pillars of ebony light, urging the advancement of the Pangu demon god's shadow, the 12 heavenly goddesses formation, mixed river Luo formation, the perpetual star dipper formation. The three great flood arrays unfolded on this transverse and endless battlefield of witches and demons. The spiritual energy in this place between heaven and earth was suddenly disorganized beyond measure. Fatal chi, star power, and Luo spirit power rushed across every space in this heaven and earth. At this moment, this battlefield of witches and demons truly explains what is called the Great Flood disaster. Countless demon and witch soldiers, just walking on the road or are charging, careless, by a certain powerful fury or spiritual energy, crushed into flesh and blood. Body death. Not even a whale. The whole battlefield, the killing machine is exposed. The number of living beings who died in each instant was uncountable. Holy, the saying that all under saints are mole crickets is really true. Lucian once again lamented. At this point, he was being escorted by the bull demon general as he made his way across the battlefield, quickly sweeping towards the rear. He's been on this journey. I've only just realized it. What is the true meaning of a mistake? Countless demon soldiers and witch generals, originally being around him, were only to be crushed into bloody mud indiscriminately by a sudden escaping spiritual energy or baleful aura at some instant in the next second if one was not careful. On leaving King Tongxia, the bull demon general has gathered about 100,000 demon soldiers. But by now, there are just less than a few hundred demon soldiers left. The dead demon soldiers weren't killed by the witch clan's army. All of them were crushed by the sudden baleful aura. The level of menace can be imagined. I now can be considered to understand the role of the heavenly Dao's Chi luck. Lucian watched as a demon soldier beside him was obliterated by a suddenly swept-out baleful aura, and let out a secret sigh of emotion in his heart. Buzz. The heart just dropped. A baleful aura thick enough to obliterate a tiny golden immortal suddenly rushed out from a certain corner of it crushed into Lucian's direction. Damn, we're dead. The bull demon general by his side's face changed and was about to block Lucian's side. Lucian was also like an enemy, and his mind instantly wanted to defy all odds and use the East Emperor Bell in his body to block this fatal blow. In the firmament, Emperor Tai of the East was manipulating the great formation in the center of the weekly Star Dipper formation, when his mind inexplicably moved, and by chance he glanced at the ghosts have found the battlefield below. A certain familiar figure was about to be obliterated by a powerful fury. So there you are, Shu. With a wave of his sleeve, the Eastern Emperor Tai struck out a star power, crushing the baleful aura. Come here. In between manipulating the formation, Donhuang Tai urged the power of the stars to gently detain the. He then detained Lucian, who was 10,000 miles away from the battlefield below. To his side, the battlefield below. The heavenly Dao Chi luck is really powerful. Lucian thought that it was the heavenly Chi that had helped him, when suddenly a flash of light appeared before his eyes and his body then uncontrollably crossed the 10,000 mile battlefield and flew straight into the perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation, breaking through the outer perimeter of the Great Formation where tens of thousands of demon generals holding small star streamers were located, and crossing over to the inner formation where the demon saints were located, straight into the middle of the star power-filled formation. This into the center of the perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation? Lucian looked around in curiosity and surprise. At this moment, the bountiful and handsome Eastern Emperor Tai, he was protecting Lucian behind him, maneuvering the entire formation to cooperate with the mixed river Luo Grand Formation to hinder the attack of the Panga Shadow. It was the first time that Lucian came to this world, or one could say, I'm afraid no modern man has ever been here except him. In the last life, he's also just at the end of Witchfinder Final, fortunate enough to be a replacement for a small demon that manipulates a small star streamer, on the outskirts of the perimeter Star Dipper Formation. In this life, surprisingly, he was directly honored to come to the center of the perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation. That's more than rare. It's more of a wonderful thing. Realize that, in the last life, anyone who had personally observed these three top-notch formations of the sorcerer and demon clans, after the Great War, more or less, all of them were on top of the formation, raising no small amount of enlightenment. So, it was Lucian who was thinking that, elevating his position in the demon court and striving for an important position in both formations, in addition to being able to follow the plan, a new step to capture those few important artifacts outside of the. One could also improve one's sense in formations in the meantime. You observe the evolution of the perimeter Star Dipper Formation at close range, plus 1% comprehension of the perimeter Star Dipper Formation. Current level of comprehension, 1%. Lucian was surprised and delighted. This has directly comprehended 1% of the Zhou Tian Xing Do Great Formation. Realize that, in his previous life, he worked hard to wave the flag for the demon race, Until the end of the Great Battle, only 5% of the perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation had been comprehended. And this life, just in a short period of time, 1% was comprehended. Now that Imperial Brother has arrived at the front line, Dong Huangtai asked without looking back, "What do you think of this great war? How should it go now? What's going on?" "You'll die all the same." Lucian was carefully observing the operation of the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation when he was coldly asked this question. The words almost came out of his mouth. After a moment's reprieve, he said seriously, "If I remember correctly, the eye of the perimeter Star Dipper Formation, originally it was supposed to be the Sun Star and the Taiyin Star, the originating power of these two stars, now replaced with the power of Your Majesty and Lord Fushi as a replacement. I'm afraid the power will be greatly diminished. There's no Sun Star or Taiyin Star in the perimeter Star Dipper Formation. I'm afraid that it can only temporarily hinder the pace of the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies Grand Formation. It had little effect on the outcome. Actually, even if we add the power of the Sun Star and the Taiyin Star, we can't stop the 12 Metroplex God battle," Lucian added silently in his heart. Hearing Lucian pour cold water on his words like this, the East Emperor Tai Chi, who is manipulating the big formation, is not angry, but his heart is incomparably marveled. Chapter 78, Comprehending the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation, Body Fusion in Trading Panel Opening. The shock in Dong Huangtai's heart towards Lucian added a few more strokes. This Lucian's knowledge of these two top-tier formations of the Sorcerer and Demon clans. Surprisingly, it really is almost at such a profound level. As Imperial Brother Di Jun said, "Looks like I underestimated him after all." As the current controller of the Perpetual Star Dipper Formation, the East Emperor knows too well that the current situation of the entire battlefield of witches and demons, to an outsider, perhaps it is thought that, now that the Demon Clan's Perpetual Star Dipper Formation and Di Jun's Mixed River Luo Formation had appeared, the advance of the Witch Clan's army was hindered. The demon race had restabilized the situation in the battlefield of witches and demons, but in reality, nowadays, the Mixed River Luo Grand Formation and the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation are struggling to hold on. By the time a few demon saints or many demon generals run out of spiritual power, it was the moment when the 12 Heavenly Gods Fatalities Formation, a great formation condensed with the fatal chi of heaven and earth, showed its power. At that time, the entire demon race army would be routed in one fell swoop. And the vision of Lu Shen, a small demon of the heavenly immortal realm, the fact that he was able to see this layer really made the Eastern Emperor Tai marvel. But even if the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi had foreseen such an outcome, the heart remains undiscouraged. He had already, these days, with his royal brother, Emperor Jun, based on the veiled hints provided by Lu Shen before, determines where the demon race will go next. "You're still only at the heavenly immortal realm today," nodded the Eastern Emperor Tai. "It doesn't do much for the whole big formation. Might as well take advantage of this great opportunity today. Observe more about the evolutionary patterns of these two great formations of my demon race. This will still serve you well. I don't expect you to be able to comprehend the two great formations in such a short period of time. If I can learn a tenth of this in these days, I can also help my demon clan reorganize in the coming days." Lucian nodded slightly. He also didn't intend to really spell out that he was only at the heavenly immortal realm. Go and charge for the demons. The proposal of the Eastern Emperor. Just what he had in mind. Immediately, he began to concentrate and hold his breath, carefully observing the direction of this great flood formation under his feet. Star power that was so dense that it was like substance slowly traveled around Lucian's body. Along the law of the stars and buckets running, it slowly flowed in the grand formation, providing the entire formation with a constant stream of star power, wearing down the boundless fury of the 12 Metropolitan Gods' Fury Grand Formation on the battlefield thousands of miles away. Lucian looked and watched. His body stood still, and his eyes slowly became mesmerized. Unconsciously, it fell into a state of indulgence. You observe the evolution of the Perimeter Star Dipper Formation at close range. Comprehension of the Star Dipper Formation plus 2%. You enter a state of epiphany in the evolution of the Perimeter Star Dipper Formation. Comprehension of the Perimeter Star Dipper Formation plus 4%. You have observed and memorized the patterns of the stars in the circumference of the sky. Comprehension of the Star Dipper Formation plus 5%. Comprehension of the Star Dipper Formation plus 4%. Current level of understanding of the Star Dipper Formation, 43%. The Great War opens this time of year. Lucian didn't do anything else. Having been under the shelter of the Eastern Emperor Tai, in the position of the eye of the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation, observing carefully the evolutionary operating laws of this Grand Formation, and his level of comprehension of this flood-top formation was increasing by leaps and bounds. Within a short period of time, it reached a staggering 43%. I believe that the next time the flood comes, it's when the demon army routed to Buzhou Mountain, and the witch and demon clans entered into a complete showdown. It's time for all the top brass of the two clans to die a horrible death, isn't it? Lucian sighed slightly in his heart, looking up into the chaos beyond the firmament, and feeling for himself the insignificance of his power in the midst of this great catastrophe, which he knew the end of, but was destined not to change. At the same time, he made up his mind again. Before the great god-sealing catastrophe comes later, it must accelerate the upgrading of its strengths, not to become an ant that could be wiped out and counted at any time in the eyes of the heavenly Tao. Countdown to return 10, 9, 8. A familiar heavenly beep sounded in his ears. As Lucian stood silently in the perimeter Star Dipper formation waiting for the return of the Dong Huang Tai, who was maneuvering the great formation against the enemy, unexpectedly turned his head in a ghostly manner and glanced at Lucian, showing a meaningful smile. Lucian's eyes fluttered open again, and the vision reappeared in the scene of his bedroom. This time, he didn't get up and wash immediately, as was his custom. Instead, the mind moves. Sure enough, a transparent Tendo panel appeared in front of him. It was loaded with all the information about that body of his in the flood world. Bottom of the panel, there was also a physical fusion 10%. The heavenly Tao panel was actually summoned by me. Lucian was greatly surprised. Try fusing 10% of my body from the heavenly immortal realm in the flood world. Let's see what will become of this body of mine. Lucian's mind moved. 10% body fusion begins. A heavenly beep sounded in his ears. Boom! A tingling sensation instantly poured into Lucian's limbs and bones, and a powerful spiritual energy rushed through the body of this weak and powerless modern man. The sound of BD peeling like popping beans resounded everywhere on Lucian's body. Scrub the meridians and marrow of this weak body. Remodel the orifices, and infuse it with spiritual energy. Buzz. Lucian instantly noticed that his perception of his surroundings had increased by thousands of times, and the entire city was enveloped in his perception. Everything from the smallest crawl of an ant in the corner of a city to the flight of an airplane 10,000 miles in the air above his head was within his perception. Among them, a few wisps of aura stronger than usual, but thousands of times weaker than his own, also appeared in this city. His body was also filled with endless power. 10% of the power of the heavenly immortal realm? Lucian lowered his head and lightly snapped his fingers. Pop! A ray of reddish golden flame that shone to the extreme, brighter and hotter than all the lighting instruments in this world, blossomed at his fingertips. The red sun flame emerges in this modern world of depleted spiritual energy. Lucian could feel that. If it weren't for my own power to control the flames, I'm afraid that this tiny flame could burn this home of his to ashes. Lucian looked at the flames on his fingertips, and his face gradually turned to delight. The ones that popped up on the internet in the previous life, the artifacts that were in a forbidden area. I should have a chance to get it too. Lucian tapped on the Tendo panel again, and skillfully tapped on another panel on the side. That Tendo trading panel. Create your Tendo trading account ID. The voice of the heavenly Tao laws rang in Lucian's ears. The Tendo trading panel, which is similar to a store in an online game. However, this store connects all modern travelers and has a trade chat feature in it, so you need to create an account first. Create ID Flood 100. Lucian said. Flooding by Xiao Shang's ID is duplicated. Please rename it. I knew it. Chapter 79, beginning to acquire spiritual objects in large quantities. I knew that ID would be taken over by bored netizens. Lucian spat out helplessly. With that, the 3 letters AAA were added in front of the 5 words, flooded by Xiao Shang. Tendo trading account, AAA flood by Xiao Shang. Being created. Tendo trading account, AAA flood by Xiao Shang. Creation complete. The Tendo trading account is being tied to the flood world body. Account binding successful. It worked. Lucian immediately tapped on the Heaven's Path trading system and a panel similar to the game's official store was displayed. It contained some basic information about him. Account ID, AAA flood by Xiao Shang. Account number Spirit Stone balance, 103. 421. Current number of transactions, 0. So these days, I've harvested so many Spirit Stones on the battlefield. Lucian these days, on the battlefield of witches and demons, while capturing cultivation along the way. It was also scavenging the battlefield along the way. Those spirit stones and spirit objects that had fallen. He threw them all randomly inside the space of the East Emperor's clock and didn't count them at all. He didn't even expect that in such a short period of time, he would have a huge sum of more than 100,000 spirit stones, and that didn't even include the spirits that he had already fed to the East Emperor clock. Sure enough, getting rich from war is getting rich faster. No wonder a certain Eagle Jam country likes to fan the flames when nothing is going on. Lucian couldn't help but let out a dark sigh. With that, closed the Tendo trading panel, opened the computer and prepared to edit the post for the general public to acquire the spirit. A couple news pop-ups popped up and Lucian casually swept a few eyes, discovering that at this moment, The internet was already up in arms about the entire Great Summer Civilization Zone's early fusion of the flood physique. After all, the entire blue planet isn't just one country, Daxia, there are several others. These days, they are also all integrated into the mythologies to which their civilizations belong and are campaigning in their mythological worlds. But Lucian got stuck in a bug and killed the Great Witch early, to bring forward the integration of the bodies of the children of the civilized areas of Daxia. Undoubtedly, it was equivalent to letting all the people of Daxia, one step ahead of the people of the world, come to the wave of lifting the tribe to ascend. Many foreigners learned of this news and broke their defenses straight away. The latter was built overnight into the online platforms of the Daxia nationals and protested on them. Waterfax. It's not fair. It's not fair at all. Why is the pesky Daxamite able to fuse the mythic bodies ahead of schedule? Oh, my god. What have you done? Why is it that only the Daxamites have become supermen? Have you abandoned your pious people? ACI bar. What do you mean by the Great Summer Country fusing the mythic body in advance? It's clearly the gods who chose our universe's #1 Great Cold Republic to let us fuse in advance. And the people of the Great Summer Country are just dipping our toes in the water. Lucian was not surprised to see these posts, because he's aware that Daxia is not the only kingdom that has entered the world of the flood. Several other surrounding vassal states that were also part of the Daxia civilization, such as the Cold Kingdom and the Jiaotong Kingdom, were similarly integrated into the flood civilization. Lucian is still clear that, in the latter days, these mythological worlds of different civilizations will also interact with each other, just like the game regions. In a previous life, the moment he died, there were a few that popped up at the time, where the flood world was connected to worlds such as ancient Greek myth, Norse myth, and high heavenly planes myth. Lucian ignored the information. Directly tapping on Shake, he logged into the Flooded Bastard account and started editing the explosive post. Hello everyone, I'm Flood by Xiao Shang. This blasted post is mainly about the Tendo trading panel and body fusion, and my team and I have figured out how these two systems work. At the same time, I want to acquire a large number of spirits through this trading panel. My trading system ID is AAA Flood by Xiao Shang. Attached is an appraisal sheet of spiritual objects. Lucian tapped the last line of text and typed send. The moment the post was sent, it was immediately pushed to the top of the hit list by fans who had been waiting in front of their cell phones for a long time. As soon as I returned to reality, I saw the information about the heavenly trading system and the fusion of the body, but I didn't dare to operate at will, so I waited for the Almighty by Xiao Shang to greatly explain. So that's what it means. I knew by Xiao Shang wouldn't let me down. Is by Xiao Shang greatly going to buy spirits in large quantities? I have a few unused spiritual items in my storage bag. I wonder if you can use them. Brother, you've provided so much useful information before. I have a few spiritual items that I'm willing to sell to you at a discount. Why do you put AAA in front of the account ID? Is there any special symbolism? Lucian casually scanned a few of these messages, very happy with the responses from the webmasters. It seems I've built up quite a bit of credibility these days by publishing some information on the internet for free. Just don't know. If they find out that the god of killing in the East China Sea that everyone wants to kill is also me, what would it feel like? The corner of Lucian's mouth lifted slightly as he exited his account without paying any further attention, because he's aware that it's worked this time. By the time he clicked on the Heaven's Way trading panel again, thousands of trade requests have appeared there at the trade count. This is much faster than picking them up one by one in the flood world. The power of the crowd is truly strong. Lucian secretly sighed, closed the trading panel. After briefly washing up, he went out the door, took off the Skyfox mask and put it on. The body then turned into a red rainbow, toward the direction of the memory of the high heavenly plains, swept away at great speed. Capital City. Xiahou family. Hiss. So good. Xiahou Tian leaned back on the sofa and exhaled a long breath of turbid air after completing the body fusion according to the operation exploded by the Hungarian by Xiao Shang, immediately feeling that this body of his, which had been depleted of kidney essence because of the night and day, it's all been endlessly sublimated. Today he is, by virtue of exploiting those minions under the Xiahou clan's command, he had already broken through to the Earth immortal realm, although it was still far behind the leader of the heavenly Dao ranking, that East Sea slaying embryo who was already at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. But this 10% body fusion still elevated his body to an unparalleled level. These days, the handlers under the Xiahou family clearly recognized that the battlefield of witches and demons, it will be an important opportunity for the modern man to rise. Therefore, Xiahou Tian immediately had all the members under their Xiahou clan's command, all of them join the witch clan's army. That makes them the Hahu family. Countless spirit stones and spirit objects were harvested on the battlefield, though this was in exchange for relying on the deaths and injuries of countless members of the Xiahou family. However, this is for Xiahou Tian. It's not even worth mentioning. After all, in his opinion, those who joined the Xiahou family were just dogs of the Xiahou family. You said. Xiahou Tian held up his tablet, staring at the last line of the latest post from the flooded bastard, and asked his assistant. This flood by Xiao Shang is in front of his account ID. Could the addition of the 3 letters AAA be a special symbol? Chapter 80, Going to the Foot Basin Kingdom. Seizing the kingdom suppressing artifacts. The suited and booted assistant heard the family head's question, lifting his glasses off the bridge of his nose. After staring earnestly at the words, AAA Flood 100 Dawn, for a while, an answer surfaced in his mind. Frowning and shaking his head. I'm afraid, is just a name he picked at random. No. Xiahou Tian stared at the last line of words on the tablet and shook his head, dissecting it carefully. There's no way he took the ID at random. I've carefully read every single post that Floodbuster has made. It was found that every piece of information he posted was able to find validation in the Flood world. Nothing has gone wrong at all. This guy behind the Flood 100 account, doing things with the utmost care and caution. There's no way it would be redundant on the account ID. Why isn't he called BBB Flood by Xiao Shang? Why isn't he called CCC Flood by Xiao Shang again? Xiahou Tian picked up the red wine glass full of red wine on the table and gently shook it, chestily saying, he takes IDs like that. There must be something in it for him. Hiss. As the assistant listened to the family head's well-organized analysis, he instantly felt that it made sense. Staring down earnestly at the 3 capital letters of AAA, he nodded deeply. Most likely, AAA is some kind of special code similar to Morse code. He's trying to send some kind of message, or a special conformity that refers to a certain status. For example, like the FBL, which refers to the FBI in the Eagle Jam country. This AAA might also carry some sort of identity, or profession, of this flooded bacchanal. Xiahou Tian's eyes lit up with excitement as he took a light sip of red wine. You're on the right track with that thought. Just look for it along those lines. Look for similar account IDs on the Tendo trading panel, like AAA so-and-so, BBB so-and-so, or with letters inside the account number. Surely we can find clues to this Flood 100. The assistant nodded his head and said yes, and immediately turned around and went out to make the arrangements. After saying that, Xiahou Tian Jie laughed. Oh, aren't you careful? I'll see how you, a cunning rabbit, can escape me this time. Lucian utilized the Golden Crow Rainbow Transformation Avatar and flew at breakneck speed in the direction of the Footpad Chicken Country. Although the body fusion is only 10% now, but Lucian's current speed, it still outperforms all modern forms of transportation. So within 10 minutes, he had traveled from the southern part of Daxia, across the East China Sea, to Mount Fuji in the Footbath Chicken. Much of that time wasted on the road. Or was it because he was too fast and accidentally went the wrong way? At the moment of the descent of the Great Summerland Flood, that the whole of the other kingdoms of the Blue Planet are also experiencing their mythic descent. Many of these famous mountains and rivers have undergone radical changes, become some sort of forbidden land that is difficult for the human physique to explore. Most of these forbidden places arose because they were affected by some kind of powerful spirit, like Mount Fuji, the famous mountain of this footloose chicken family. It's the 8-foot agaric hook jade that was affected by the legendary township artifact of the Footpad Chicken. Lucian levitated over Mt. Fuji. At this moment, this funnel-shaped extinct volcano has undergone a sea change. The mountain range rose up from the ground, more than several times taller than the original, and the mountain range was surrounded by a huge misty formation. Under Mount Fuji, there were also quite a few footless chickens who had noticed the anomaly over here and wanted to go in and explore. Look at their attire. It's kind of similar to the yin and yang masters in movies and TV shows, or ninjas. It is being tested against the formations on the outskirts of Mt. Fuji, using jutsu or styles of jutsu. Lucian is clear. The mythological civilization of the Takatenkura in the land of the footpads and chickens, as one of the affiliated civilizations of the Daxia flood civilization. Their people, too, were enhanced as the entire flood civilization physically merged and dipped into the light. So these people, it should also have discovered that Mount Fuji contained a powerful spiritual object and wanted to seize it. Baka, that guy in the sky is some kind of At this moment, the people of the Footpads Chicken Nation at the foot of the mountain also discovered the land sinking suspended in mid-air. A wary look appeared on his face. He drops what he wants drops to work. Looking at his clothes, he doesn't look like a member of our Day Nation. Is it possible that he is a member of the Daxia Nation? Baka, the treasures inside this mountain are our drops of the Jingwa divine weapon. This great Xia countryman wants to seize our Jingwa artifact. Definitely can't let him have his way. A bunch of people down there crowed and woo-wooed and said so much. Lucian only heard a generalization and was speechless. Give back your Jingwa artifacts. You can only see and not touch. Will he oblige you all if you call him? Whoever grabs it is the one who gets it. Saying that, Lucian transformed into a long rainbow and swept towards the misty formation below. A group of yin-yang master gods sensed Lucian's movements, and drew swords, drew talismans, and used all of their means to try to stop Lucian. Off. Lucian snorted coldly. Anyone who dares to step forward again will be killed without pardon. If nothing else, Lucian, who had fused 10% of the heavenly immortal body and was still an extreme 5 elements golden crow, could now almost be said to be the strongest single carbon-based organism on the entire blue planet. He didn't have the same habit of mooning sky rush as Azu, though, but certainly not spoiling for the footless chicken people in front of them. The crowd of footpad chicken countrymen froze for a moment when they heard Lucian's chiding of the. A few people retreated silently behind the crowd. There were also a few unbelievers who shouted something in a raucous manner and rushed forward with their taijutsu raised to summon their style gods. Go! Lucian snorted coldly. Dozens of flying swords surfaced behind him and swept out at great speed towards the group of people blocking the road. 10% of the flood physique ability. All the aptitudes and physiques abetted 90% of the power of Lucian. Still not something these little caramels can stop. In just an instant, the crowd of footpad chicken countrymen who had rushed up fell in a pool of blood. This drop of Dasha people is so ferocious. Oh my god, he's that East Sea killing god. I've seen that video from the Dasha website. Oh my god. He's definitely that murderous East Sea god of murder. Some of the remaining group of footpad's chicken nation people recognized Lucian by virtue of his means of. He turned around and fled, not daring to say half a word again. One could only watch from afar as Lucian walked towards his own holy mountain, full of unwillingness like an incompetent husband. Lucian doesn't have the time to play house with these people right now. After taking the artifacts inside Mount Fuji, he still had to make a trip to the holy mountain of Olympus. Lucian took a step towards Mt. Fuji. Buzz. An invisible barrier force blocked Lucian from the mountain. The overbearing to the extreme red young true flame overflowed from the flying sword behind Lucian and instantly rushed towards the large formation barrier. Whoa! The entire invisible barrier on the periphery of the grand formation shattered into pieces. Lucian steps into the mist. Chapter 81. We have an old saying in Disya. Seize the Tian Somyun sword. Lucian took a big step into the mist. He's not the least bit worried that he's going to roll over this time. After all, he is now. It's not the same teenager who seized the East Emperor's bell back then. Rather, he was a pretty boy who possessed the physique of the extreme 5 elements spiritual body, coupled with some of the abilities of the Eastern Emperor clock, an innate treasure. Exploring a forbidden place in the end times is still more than enough. Lucian's eyes flashed. What I saw, however, was not the bare, white-headed, snow-covered Mt. Fuji that I remembered. Instead, it's an earthly paradise of birds and flowers and clear springs. Mirage. I'm going into a vision here. Lucian immediately understood his situation and radiated his senses out, but heralded his own perceptions. Surprisingly, he was directly suppressed and could not see through the truth of this illusionary realm he was in the slightest. Somewhat interesting. It seems that this illusion is not simple. The corner of Lucian's mouth hooked up slightly, but it just goes to show, the stronger the illusion, the higher the grade of the treasures that exist in this place. Thud. Lucian summoned the East Emperor bell and placed it on his head, protecting himself while slowly climbing the mountain. It's been a long walk. He looked up in the direction of the summit of. Suddenly something doesn't seem right. It was clear that he was not slow, and he had been climbing toward the top of the mountain. But it seems to have been in the same place, without the slightest change in the distance from the top of the mountain. It seems that you can't get out of this illusion, just by walking. Lucian was in the middle of his thoughts. With a thought, his body drilled into the Eastern Emperor bell, utilizing the Eastern Emperor bell's ability to crash through the suppression of the grand formation. He crashed over in the direction of the mountain top at great speed. Thud! An arcane yellow halo emanated from the surface of the East Emperor bell, and the overbearing aura of the innate treasure suppressed the entire illusory realm. Lucian's eyes flashed, realizing that he's actually out of the illusion. Appeared outside of the Mount Fuji misty formation, where he had just entered. What am I? Out again? Lucian was dumbfounded. The East Emperor's bell did lead himself out of the illusion, but it did not find the key to the illusion. It seems that the heavy treasure inside is not simple. Although the quality is clearly inferior to the East Emperor bell and cannot suppress this crippled innate treasure of mine, but it has a much more powerful effect in creating illusions. Lucian thought of a way to deal with it. When the extreme 5 elements spiritual body was first refined, having gained the ability to drop treasure money, being able to use the power of merit, falling outside of weapons such as swords, spears, swords and halberds, magic treasures below the grade of the very best innate spiritual treasures. The eye of this illusionary grand formation in front of me. The grade is obviously not as good as the East Emperor bell, and it shouldn't have reached the extreme innate spiritual treasure orientation, either. The falling treasure ability should work. Lucian's mind moved and he pointed at the illusionary grand formation in front of him and lightly drank. Drop! A Gangjin spiritual energy shot out and rushed towards the misty formation. Thud, a muffled thud. The mist in front of Lucian immediately dissipated, only to see a bronze mirror with an ancient shape fall on the ground not far away. Baka! In the distance, those who hadn't gone far from the footpad chicken country immediately exploded when they saw what the bronze mirror looked like. This is our great river nation's drop of the town's sacred weapon, the 8-foot mirror. I didn't expect the legendary 8-foot mirror to be here. We mustn't let this Dasha person snatch away our Xinguo divine weapon. The honor of our great river nation is at stake. Right. Never let him snatch it away. A bunch of Foot Locker chickens saw the 8-foot mirrors appear. I don't know if it's really an inner sense of national honor, or is it just a case of seeing the treasure. Immediately, they shouted something else wah 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 wah, and each of them used their own means to rush up, not taking Lucian's previous threats seriously in the slightest. The 8-foot mirror, the artifact of the town? That sounds like it could be interesting. Lucian snorted coldly, and with a thought, 36 extreme 5 elements flying swords instantly swept out. We have an old saying in the country of Dasha. It's called, Pitbull's Pit. 100 years ago, you taught us this truth. Now, I return this truth to you. Buzz. A gungold flying sword slashed through, decapitating the several footpad chicken country yin-yang masters who didn't stop moving their feet, killing them on the spot. Who dares to step forward again? They are your downfall. A crowd of righteously indignant, mouth-breathing national honor-bound foot-paddle chicken countrymen. Immediately, he's back to being the clueless husband he was in the movie. Angrily and unwillingly, he glanced at the 8-foot mirror in the distance, not daring to take another step forward. Lucian walked forward and picked up the 8-foot mirror. As his mind swept through, the function and grade of the 8-foot mirror immediately surfaced in his heart. There are 36 forbidden patterns inside, equivalent to the top-grade innate spiritual treasures of the flood world. Act similar to a low-profile version of the mountain and river map, capable of obscuring the possessor's celestial chances and whereabouts. At the same time, it can also form a powerful illusion, and it is difficult to get rid of the illusion without strong means and spiritual treasures under the saints. Good stuff. Lucian, in front of the group of incompetent husbands behind him, pocketed their town's sacred weapon, the 8-foot mirror. Soon after, it is the time of the great battle between witches and demons. When the time comes for roaming artifacts and powerful essence blood to fall, this 8-foot mirror, which can conceal one's whereabouts and heavenly chances, will come in handy right then and there. Lucian looked up at the high mountain in front of him. The treasure hunting ability of the treasure hunting mouse told him that there seemed to be 2 other treasures on the mountain. That's also right. There are a total of 3 pieces of the footpad chicken kingdom's town artifacts. Except for this 8-foot mirror, there's also a Tian Songyun sword, and that 8-foot agaric hook jade. Those 2 spiritual treasures up there. It should be the other 2 Xinguo divine weapons. It's not good to keep 1 or 2, just in time to pack them all away. Lucian continued to climb up the mountain and flew halfway up, sensing a sudden alarm. The body subconsciously swept back a few meters. Buzz. A strand of domineering and extreme sword chi shot at Lucian's original position, splitting a large pit tens of meters deep in the ground. What a powerful sword chi. Lucian couldn't help but be generous. Realize that, in this blue star, which is in the end times, one's own extreme 5 elements flying sword, using its full power, could not achieve such an effect. And just now that was just an ordinary strand of sword chi. It was this powerful. If we don't use the Donghuan clock, Lucian wasn't sure of resisting that strand of sword chi if he just relied on his physical body. Lucian looked up and, not far away on the hillside was a small shrine, and above it, a long, plainly shaped, sheathed sword was enshrined. Above the long sword, it was escaping wisps of overbearing sword chi, which overflowed the entire small world, blocking Lucian's path. That would be the Tian Songyun sword, one of the 3 divine weapons of Xinguo. Lucian sacrificed the Eastern Emperor bell. Thud. A dull bell sounded. And arcane yellow aura ripples escaped, suppressing this small piece of heaven and earth at the same time, protecting Lucian slowly through the sword chi-infested realm, slowly walking towards the shrine. Chapter 82, Amaterasu Origin. Footpad Chicken Man breaks great defense. This is the Tian Songyun sword. Lucian walked to the shrine under the shelter of the Eastern Emperor bell, unleashing the overbearing suppressive power of this innate treasure, the Eastern Emperor's bell, suppressing the powerful sword chi released by the Tian Songyun sword. Slowly, he gripped the hilt of his sword and retracted it into the scabbard. Buzz. The powerful sword chi that escaped from the surroundings flew back into the sword in the blink of an eye. Lucian's mind swept over the Tian Songyun sword, and he felt something strange. How is it that this Tian Songyun sword is only of the grade of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure? It shouldn't. All 8 feet of the realm are top-grade innate spiritual treasures. The Tian Songyun sword, by all rights, should be more powerful and of a higher grade. Lucian harbored his doubts and seeped his spiritual sense into the scabbard of the Tian Songyun sword. Pupils snapped. Wait. This is. So it is. Holy. I sent it. Lucian seeped his spiritual sense into the scabbard, discovering that the heavenly cloud sword itself is not considered to be any magic treasure capable of opening up the heavens and the earth, but in its scabbard. But it hosts an extremely valuable strand of the Great Tao Sword Qi. By refining this strand of Great Tao Sword Qi, one would be able to obtain the Gangjin Sword Heart and elevate the attainments of the Tao of the sword to the ultimate point. I see. Lucian seeped out his spiritual sense and carefully pulled out the pure white strand of Great Tao Sword Qi inside the scabbard. Buzz. The entire heaven and earth was instantly filled with sword qi with extreme killing power. If it wasn't for the Xianhuan light emanating from the Donghuang bell protecting his body, I'm afraid he would have long since been turned into a piece of blood in water. Worthy of the Great Tao Sword Qi? Pretty hot-tempered. Lucian sighed helplessly and withdrew the Great Tao Sword Qi back into its scabbard. It seems that to completely refine this strand of Great Tao Sword Qi, it's going to take a little while. Lucian pocketed the Tian Songyun sword that hosted the Great Tao Sword Qi. He was in no hurry to refine it. Time is the least valuable thing in the flood world. Anyway, inside the flood world, there's a big battle between witches and demons going on right now. The hedge between the perpetual Star Dipper formation plus the mixed river Luo formation, and the 12 metropolitan gods Fury formation was going to go on for a while longer. He still had to comprehend the Zhou Tian Xing Doda formation and the mixed Yuan He Luo De formation, together with refining this strand of Great Tao Sword Qi, as well as refining the 8-foot mirror. He still had a lot of things to do in the future. There was no rush for this moment. Better take a look at it first. The top artifact of the Footpad Chicken Kingdom, the 8-foot agaric hook jade. What kind of thing would it be? I have a premonition that it will definitely be more powerful than the 8-foot mirror and the Great Tao Sword Qi. Lucian is filled with anticipation, climbing towards the summit position. Mount Fuji is an extinct volcano with a snow-capped summit and a fluted center. Lucian walked in cautiously and, holding the East Emperor bell above his head, he sometimes looked to the left and right, sometimes looked forward and back, ready to retreat at any time. The sword qi of the Tian Songyun sword had prepared him for this. In my own body, although I could almost say I don't eat beef anymore on the blue planet. I can't say I don't eat beef anymore on the blue planet, but there's still a good chance of a rollover. But unexpectedly, Lucian was careful all the way this time, and no danger arose until he was close to the center-south position of the mountaintop. Strange. Is it hard to believe that I'm too steady? With trepidation, Lucian slowly approached the center of the crater. At this moment, at that location, there was an emerald green hook jade the size of a finger, suspended in mid-air, emitting a multicolored light. Lucian can be sure that that's the first of the 3 sacred weapons of the Footpad Chicken Kingdom, the 8-foot agaric hook jade. Surprisingly, there is no danger, said Lucian, going up apprehensively to the. Before reaching down to remove the 8-foot agaric hookah, he also placed the Donghuang bell on top of his head, protecting himself while using the suppression skill, suppressing this piece of heaven and earth around him, all the while being ready to make a rainbow run at any time. Until, of course, Lucian held the 8-foot agaric hook jade in his hands, all without incident. It does seem like I was overthinking it. Lucian was a little glad and a little regretful. After all, the more powerful the spiritual treasure, the more powerful the pressure and danger it released. Now this 8-foot agaric hook jade doesn't react in the slightest. Doesn't that mean that he is a mortal piece? Lucian released his spiritual sense and swept over the 8-foot Xionghaoyu in his hand, and the effect immediately surfaced in his mind. No way? Is it hard to believe that it's really a mortal object? Halfway through Lucian's investigation, the information that his spiritual sense fed back to him instantly gave him something to look forward to. It's the same as the lingering jade pen I had before, capable of drawing in the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to nourish the possessor's physical body, but drawing in more spiritual energy. But is that all? Lucian continued to release his spiritual sense to probe deeper, and suddenly discovered a strange thing contained within, and his face immediately froze. Amaterasu origin? What is this? Isn't Amaterasu a main god in the Footloose Chicken Kingdom? Lucian can be said to be handy with flood myths, but for several other civilizations, such as the High Tennessee Plains mythology of the Footloose Chicken Country, Norse mythology and ancient Greek mythology, all of which fall into the category of being half-assed. It's okay to name a divine connection, or a big event. To ask for any other details is to ask for nothing. Just know this: Amaterasu, Tsukiyomi, and Susanoo, the 3 siblings, are the 3 main gods important in the mythology of the land of Footloose, the creators of Footloose civilization. I don't know the rest of it. The heavenly illumination origin, literally, should be similar to something like the laws of the Great Tao. It's something important anyway. Keep it for now. and wait until the passage between the flood continent and the high heavenly plains opens afterward. That should figure it out. In a previous life, between the flood world and several other mythical civilizations, as the mythological world develops, one after another there will be passages interconnecting with each other. Modern man, through these passages, can travel between several worlds, and the myth of the high heavenly plains, as a subsidiary civilization to the myth of the flood. Legend has it that the main enemy of their main god, the Orochi, it was the great sorcerer Shangliu, who, after being defeated in battle and having his head chopped off, crashed through the passage between the two civilizations and escaped to the high heavenly plains mythological civilization, where he reigned supreme. Let's not think about that for now, said Lucian, collecting his thoughts. Let's get the artifacts on top of the holy mountain of Olympus first. Lucian pocketed the 8-foot agaric hook jade. Performing the golden crow transformation rainbow, he flew all the way towards the west. Under Mount Fuji, a crowd of foot-patterned chicken countrymen saw Lucian even eating and taking. Loot your own artifacts, then pat yourself on the back and just break the big defense. Baka. Outrageous. This Dacia countryman is too much. How dare you be so unkind to martial virtues and snatch away our great river nation's national sacred weapon. Protest. Seek diplomatic protest. Explode this abomination onto the internet and let all the people of Blue Star spit on their shameless behavior. Lucian, the East China Sea god of murder, appeared in the footpad chicken country to kill and seize the treasure, and the matter was blown out of proportion. Immediately caused a furor on Dacia. Some people have called it a relief overload. Ha ha ha. God has eyes. The East China Sea god of killers kills well. I was not ashamed of what he did in the East China Sea before. This time completely pink to black. If I had that kind of power, I'd enjoy the cherry blossoms in Kyoto. Upstairs +1. To be fair, I think he's being too aggressive with this one. How come he didn't kill all those people down at Innate? Fuji. There are still 1 or 2 left. There were also objections. This no. One in the Tendo ranking is really a murderer with a bad character. He's so casual. It's easy to affect our Dacia's international image. This kind of behavior of his is completely smearing the image of the country. He should be found and rounded up. These posts, however, were quickly stomped on by enthusiastic netizens that, most people, are expressing concern. Chapter 83 Hades' Invisibility Helmet? Most people, however, were expressing their worries about the existence of this East Sea god of slayers. Capturing the township artifact of the footpad chicken kingdom is all a small matter in my opinion. I'm worried that he's too powerful to fight and will affect the stability of the world. Yeah, he's a huge uncontrollable factor. After all, he's the god of killing in the East China Sea, and there's this precedent of slaughtering millions of people. So what if he just suddenly doesn't want to eat beef anymore? Don't kill me, Lord God of Killers. I've never hacked you on the internet. Does Lord Killing God want to rule the world? I'm willing to follow as long as you wave your hand. The concern of these posts immediately made many people react. It is not unreasonable to think that, after all, now that the entire Dacia civilization, all fused with 10% of the body of the flood world, and this heavenly Tao ranking leader, who had hitherto been a godly dragon, had reached the terrifying peak strength of the heavenly immortal realm, way ahead of the rest of the Dacia. In a word, this man is now arguably the strongest carbon-based creature on almost all of Blue Star. It wouldn't be impossible for him to rule Blue Star if he wanted to. Immediately, there are just countless posts worrying about this. Lucian is on his way to the holy mountain of Olympus. He casually pulled out his cell phone and browsed through the current hot news on the internet, trying to use it to recall some information about these current artifacts from his previous life. After all, in the previous life, there was no such accidental birth as the early fusion of the flood physique. He's paying the most attention. That is, some information about the myth of the flood. International things, too far away rarely understand. Unless it was that kind of earth-shattering artifact that appeared, or the disappearance of a forbidden lands restriction. Such an event that caused an international sensation. He would pay attention to it. Now he was ignorant of what was going on above the holy mountain of Olympus. Lucian, who was browsing the internet news, naturally saw these posts talking about himself. Overthinking. Lucian smiled helplessly. I don't have the strength to rule the earth right now, nor do I have the heart to do so. It's the truth. If it was 100% fusion of the flood body, with Lucian's heavenly immortal realm, he would have been completely able to walk horizontally on the Blue Star. But it's only 10% now, and it's still possible to roll over. Don't do anything that you're not 10% sure of. This is the first of the stabilization rules. Sure, most importantly, Lucian didn't have the heart to waste his time on these things where the effort was not proportional to the benefit right now. According to the memory of a previous life, as the mythical world descends upon the blue planet, All the famous mountains and rivers throughout the blue star, one after another, will undergo radical changes, and there will be countless divine artifacts and heavy treasures appearing in the world. There's this time. Might as well take advantage of the fact that the myths haven't fully descended yet. A valuable time lag that. Grab all the artifacts of each civilization before you do. When the time came for the flood to fully descend, it would be the time for one's own greatness. Finally, the moment his mind was flowing, Lucian arrived under the holy mountain of Olympus. I didn't realize that the changed Mount Olympus was quite grand. Like Mt. Fuji, at the moment Mount Olympus is equally transformed. However, unlike the petty, subordinate civilizations of the footloose chicken countries, this sacred mountain from ancient Greek mythology, the change is obviously more huge. The mountain range is as majestic as a giant pillar in the sky. From the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain, the view stretches upward, and you can see hundreds of majestic golden temples in it, magnificent and incomparable, esoteric and strange. Most of these shrines had collapsed into ruins, but there were still a few that stood after years of baptism. Earned it. When Lucian saw the scene where the holy light of Mount Olympus was revealed, he understood that there must be many divine artifacts hidden inside. On Mount Fuji, there are only 3 items hidden that are equivalent to the grade of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and it presented that singular spectacle. This Olympus is so strange and arcane. Wouldn't there still be mountains full of artifacts? It's true that the depths of a main god mythological civilization are not comparable to that of an affiliated civilization. Luke flies to the foot of Mount Olympus. With the experience of the last time he explored Mt. Fuji, he could be much more steady than before. No longer dare to just fly up the mountain. Beneath Mount Olympus, an uncountable number of Europas gathered. The news of the appearance of such a holy mountain had long since exploded throughout the countries of Europa. It's just that Dacia is far away, together with its own land. There were also many famous mountains and rivers, and various spiritual treasures and magic weapons appeared, which only covered this news from 10,000 miles away. Oh my god, look who you've recruited. Lanshan was seen falling from the sky, immediately recognized him by virtue of his conspicuous dress. After all, the matter of him appearing in the footpad chicken country and taking away the 3 pieces of the Jingwa divine artifacts had long since been uploaded throughout the entire Blue Star internet, and it was abuzz with rumors. A group of Europas at the foot of the hill immediately cursed. Maleficent! This damned demon has appeared on the holy mountain of Olympus. It's over. It's finished. The sacred artifacts on the sacred mountain of Olympus can't escape his clutches. True enough, the Dacia people are a bunch of bandits. A bunch of bandits with no gentlemanly manners. Then again, it seems like we're the ones who robbed their national treasure first. I still don't understand how God allowed the Dacia people to physically merge in advance. That's not even fair. When the myths come down again, I must go to the temple and beg the Lord God to turn our great Europa into Superman as well. The people here are cursing and swearing. Seeing Lucian in the distance, he suddenly turned back and swept his eyes and everyone was immediately silenced, covering their mouths and never daring to speak again. And there were quite a few others with curt smiles on their faces that accompanied the French or Italian at first glance. After Lucian's warning glance swept over, not bothering with these mortals anymore, he walked straight into the middle of Mount Olympus. The group of people at the back saw Lucian walk away and immediately started to comment again. Don't worry about it all. Our holy mountain of Olympus is not a small mountain like the footless chicken country. Look at this magic shield at the foot of the mountain. How powerful it is. That damnable Dacia man. Surely he can't get in. The artifacts in here definitely belong to us. Wait, how did he get in there? The words had not yet fallen. Lucian then, in front of everyone, driving the extreme 5 elements flying sword, he pierced through the outer barrier of the holy mountain of Olympus and lifted his foot to enter the mountain. A crowd of Europas were immediately dumbfounded that the chest thumping is not far off from the incompetent husband look the foot-pickin' chicken nation had earlier. Rumble. The moment Lucian lifted his foot and stepped into the holy mountain of Olympus, a silver bright serpent of thunder, with an extremely strong power of punishment split down on the head. Chapter 84, Poseidon's Projection? Getting Rich. Thud. The East Emperor belly emitted a melodious chime, and a burst of metaphysical yellow light was released in all directions. The aftermath of the sound was muted by the powerful thunder. With Mt. Fuji as a foregone conclusion, Lucian had long ago taken out the East Emperor bell and held it above his head the moment he stepped into the forbidden system. What a powerful power of thunder! Lucian sighed in his heart. It's more than several times more powerful than the sword chi of the Tian Xongyan sword. It seems that what's inside this holy mountain of Olympus is not simple, but I'll have to be more careful. 2. Lucian was both excited and cautious as he slowly climbed the mountain. Endless punishment thunder, like no money, kept falling from the sky and splitting towards Lucian. Knock, knock. The East Emperor clock continuously trembled. emitting even stronger ripples of Xian yellow aura, deflecting the thunder attacks. The resurrected holy mountain of Olympus is lined with tall and lofty temples from the foot of the mountain to its summit, but most of those shrines had long since collapsed and become ruins. There's nothing in this. There's nothing in here either. Lucian climbed all the way up the mountain, releasing his treasure hunting skill along the way. Utilizing his divine sense after being suppressed by the power of thunder, he checked out the divine halls along the road. Inside most of the shrines, though, they were empty. Wait, there's something in here. Halfway up the mountainside, in front of a mostly collapsed shrine, Lucian stopped in his tracks. The shape of this shrine, it was clearly very different from the other shrines that he had passed by before, and the building was significantly more lofty. It could be the temple of one of the main gods. Lucian made a rough judgment and looked closely at the overall color tone of the shrine presented a piece of metaphysical black, giving Lucian a feeling similar to the underworld, and the mural patterns remaining on the walls could clearly identify most of the skulls and skeletons. The main god's shrine, again, with its underworld feel, and lots of skulls and skeletons. Lucian pondered for a moment, a rough judgment in his mind. The main god in the Olympus divine system that fulfills these requirements would be Hades, the king of the underworld. Lucian released his spiritual sense, trying to check out the inner space of this shrine. He found a void. Treasure hunting skills tell me there's something in there. Looks like we'll just have to venture in and see. Lucian topped off the Eastern Emperor bell and took out the 8-foot mirror that hadn't been fully refined yet, and slowly stepped into Hades, king of the underworld's temple. Buzz. Lucian's front eyes were void, as if he was in a completely blank world and could not see anything. Disseminating his spiritual sense out didn't help. Looks like another artifact related to formations or illusions. Lucian wasn't the least bit flustered. There was even some excitement. After all, for the more powerful the magic treasure, the more powerful the field displayed. Lucian released his treasure hunting skill, slowly releasing his spiritual sense, which had been greatly reduced in usefulness after being suppressed. Guided by his spiritual sense, he slowly groped his way through this blank nothingness. I don't know how long. Found it. Lucian offered the East Emperor bell and grabbed it towards the blank hands in front of him. Buzz. A helmet with an arcane ink-colored aura appeared in his hand. The helmets are quaintly shaped with a very distinctly ancient Europa style, embellished with peculiar floral motifs that give them a majestic look. I can't believe it's a helmet. The moment Lucian saw the helmet, he associated it with the decorative style of this temple, which was most likely the temple of Hades, the king of the underworld, and immediately associated it with a supreme artifact from the Olympus mythology. The stealth helmet of Hades, the king of the underworld. Let me con what you really are. Lucian released his spiritual sense and swept the helmet in his hand, and the corner of his mouth immediately pressed down. What a godsend! Sure enough, it's the stealth helmet of Hades, the king of the underworld. The function is stealth, and the grade is equivalent to between a top-grade innate spiritual treasure and an extreme innate spiritual treasure, able to be 100% invisible in front of the Paragon realm, and even when facing a saint, if they didn't pay special attention or didn't use powerful spirit treasures, they would only be able to detect subtle traces. Hades' invisibility helmet, along with the thunder spear of Zeus, the king of the gods, and the trident of Poseidon, the god of the sea. It is one of the 3 major divine weapons of the Olympus divine system. In the beginning, Zeus, the king of the gods, and several other brothers, asked the Cyclops to build these 3 immensely powerful artifacts in order to overthrow the brutal rule of his Titan father, Chloros, the invisibility helmet of Hades, the king of the underworld. It was just enough to be able to use Lucian, who wanted to seize a few important spiritual treasures in that chaotic situation in the midst of the great battle of the Flood Witch and Demon afterward. Stealth is just great. My childhood wish was to have the ability to be invisible and then go to that kiosk with the prettiest boss's wife and steal his chorizo. Lucian secretly sighed, immediately pocketed Hades' stealth helmet. The temple that had originally presented a void immediately revealed his original dilapidated scenery. Lucian topped off the East Emperor bell, resisting the thunder force that kept pouring down, and continued to climb the lofty Mount Olympus Holy Mountain, en route. A few other magic treasures were found in a few other small divine halls, but the grades are all a far cry from the helmet of Hades, the king of the underworld. It was also equivalent to an ordinary lower-grade Hoteon spiritual treasure. Lucian didn't even look at them before feeding these pieces of magic treasures to the East Emperor clock. The repair added less than 1%. This temple should be the temple of that scummy sea god Poseidon. Lucian stopped in front of an even more lofty, obviously main god shrine. The reason why he, at once, recognized it as the temple of Poseidon, the god of the sea, mainly because this temple is well preserved, unlike the others which are nothing more than wreckage, and the walls are inscribed with the image of a mighty, trident-wielding, scummy Neptune. Anyone who wasn't blind would recognize this as Poseidon, the god of the sea. This sea god is known for his brutality and lechery. His temple should be even more dangerous than the previous ones. Lu Xun murmured. I've got to be more careful. With that, he put the stealth helmet on his head and released the suppression of the Eastern Emperor Bell, before slowly walking in. Whoa, 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 whoa. As soon as he entered the middle of the divine hall, Lucian only felt that he had suddenly fallen into the deep sea. The entire field of vision was a deep blue aquamarine. Woo-woo, the low, dreary sound of a bugle sounded and, in the distance, on the surface of the sea, countless fishmen holding steel forks with ferocious expressions rode on sharks and other ferocious sea creatures to kill Lucian. Behind them, a looming Lord God silhouette, clad in golden armor, holding a trident that was commanding thousands of fishmen, launching an attack towards Lucian. Good lord, I knew Poseidon's temple wasn't simple. I didn't realize there were still projections of the Lord God appearing. Lucian immediately urged the East Emperor Bell to suppress this small world, and at the same time, he offered up the 8-foot mirror, and the entire ocean world was immediately replaced with a land world of birds and flowers. The power of that projection of Poseidon, the god of the sea, was forcibly suppressed. Luckily, it's only a projection of the main god, and there's the suppressive effect of the Eastern Emperor clock. It's pretty much the equivalent of a strong point of terrain strength. Now, killing him is just going to take some wasted effort, Lucian murmured. However, since there's such a powerful thing sitting there, what's in this shrine should be quite something. I sent it. Chapter 85, Neptune's Authority. Neptune's Trident. I sent it. Faced with the projection of Poseidon, the god of the sea, Lucian's first reaction was not danger. Rather, it's in this temple. There must be powerful artifacts surviving. Boom. A huge sky blue spell descended from the sky. The sea god's silhouette in golden battle armor continuously waved the trident that showed azure divine light, summoning thousands of fishman armies from the spell formation. Walla walla dash. The army of grimly expressed fishmen hissed, brandishing steel harpoons, steel swords, and other standardized weapons in their hands, and riding on fanged and protruding sea monsters and other giants of the water as they rushed towards the land sink. The heavens turned upside down. Lucian was holding an 8-foot mirror, and his mind moved. A brilliant spiritual light refracted from the mirror, and the original world of birds and flowers instantly turned into a lava-spewing crater. A great river of lava-colored magma spewing fiery heat, straddling the line between Landsinker and the Fishman army. Whoa, 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 whoa. The army of fishmen instantly fell into the scorching magma and dissipated into bits of spiritual light. Shameless blasphemer. The sea god's silhouette angrily swung its trident. How dare you covet the authority of a great god? Today let your soul fall into the abyss forever. The trident danced, and the sky blue spell formation instantly shone brightly. The illusionary world released by the 8-foot mirror was ruthlessly suppressed. The whole world has turned back into an ocean. Like a tidal wave, the army of fishmen hissed and pounced on Lucian. Stealing the authority of a great god? Lucian identified the keywords from the words of the sea god projection. What is this? Could it be that this temple, or inside this sacred mountain of Olympus, and something powerful like the Lord God's authority? Whatever. The quality of that trident is even higher than the 8-foot mirror. Not only was Lucian not the slightest bit flustered, but he was somewhat excited. In that case, then I'll give you a taste of my ultimate big baby. Thud. The East Emperor Bell emitted a dull bell color, and the arcane yellow aura ripples spread out in all directions, and the entire sea was instantly suppressed. The realm of the flaunting sea god projection decayed layer by layer and was soon at the same level as Lucian. Go! Lucian softly shouted, and the feathered 3000 was launched without a sound. The 9 doppelgangers, each summoning 36 5-elements flying swords, killed the tidal wave of Fishman army. The feathered 3000 have been honed by the battlefield of witch and demon, already able to summon at the same time 9, half of their own strength of the split body. Split body each can summon 36 flying swords. The hundreds of flying swords formed a simple sword formation, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the Fishman army. Damn blasphemers! Damn blasphemers! I'm going to make you pay dearly for your trespassing. Poseidon's projected impotent rage. He could only wave his trident over and over again, summoning countless fishmen and sirens to kill Lucian. It seems, if we don't solve this sea god projection, the Fishman army will be endless. Lucian maneuvered the 9 doppelgangers, chiseling through the Fishman army's military formation for himself, and killing the sea god projection with the East Emperor Bell on his head. Arrogant! The sea god projection roared and waved its trident to kill Lucian as well. Thud! The East Emperor's bell completely warded off the sea god's projection. Lucian maneuvered the 36 instinctive flying swords and launched non-stop attacks towards the sea god projection. Both sides are chasing each other. Finally, after a little more than half a day, under the uninterrupted attack of Lucian's flying sword, the sea god's silhouette turned into a piece of sky blue aura, dissipating between heaven and earth, and the entire ocean world, too, turned into nothingness, before Lucian's eyes. Once again, the image of a crumbling shrine was presented. At the very top of the temple stood a stout statue of Poseidon, holding that Poseidon trident high in his hand, dangling a bang. The statue turned into pieces and scattered in the wind, and Poseidon's trident fell to the ground. Is this the divine artifact that remains within this shrine? Lucian stepped forward, taking into his hands the trident, which shone with a cold, chilling light and was covered with strange patterns. The spiritual sense casually swept through, and the information of the trident immediately appeared in his mind. Poseidon trident can lay down the ocean field. At the same time, within the ocean field, can summon and drive the fisherman army to fight for themselves. The strength of the fisherman army, with the owner's strength increased and increased. The rank is a little higher than an 8-foot mirror. It's kind of an artifact for killing monsters and practicing. Lucian called taking cultivation as killing monsters and practicing. There was no difference after all. If you want to practice, summon an oceanic field like you just did. Then just summon an army of fishmen to bombard it. As long as there is enough spiritual energy, you can upgrade lying down, and the speed is still comparable to a rocket. If before acquiring the Eastern Emperor's bell, this Poseidon trident, it would almost be considered the top artifact for civilians after the mythic descent of the. But Lucian, who had the Dong Huang clock, wasn't too keen on this weapon of Poseidon, the god of the sea. After all, if you wanted to rapidly increase your cultivation level, your own flying sword would work, and it would consume even less spiritual energy. But before that Poseidon projection was talking about Poseidon powers and stuff. This Poseidon trident, well, it's something that Poseidon, the god of the sea, uses, at least, though compared to the flood myths, Poseidon may not compare to a saint, but the equivalent of a strong paramount saint should be fine. His weapon shouldn't be so simple, right? With skepticism, Lucian once again delved his spiritual sense into the trident. Sure enough, a message came to mind again that Poseidon's trident contains part of Poseidon's godhead. Retrieve all godheads to inherit Poseidon's power. Inherit the power of Poseidon? What is this again? Lucian looked confused. Never mind. Let's just forget about it for now. After the subsequent several mythical regions are linked. Reconsider the matter. After all, inside the 8-foot agaric hook jade, there's a Amaterasu origin waiting to be deciphered. Lucian put the sea god trident into the space of the East Emperor bell and walked out of the divine hall. Sudden realization. The feeling of being open to the world. The perception that originally didn't emanate much farther expanded several times after seizing the Poseidon trident. It seems that the Poseidon trident, which contains Poseidon's godhead, it is an extremely important artifact on this Mount Olympus, and with it missing, the entire mountain's prohibitions decay quite a bit. Lucian dispersed his treasure-seeking senses. Hurrah! There were also quite a few divine halls around. The aura of spiritual energy or divine artifacts existed inside all of them. Lucian suddenly realized that the sky, which was originally dim, could also be seen clearly. The moment you look up in the direction of the mountaintop, the force of the thunder that enveloped the entire mountain was violently realized that it was from the top of the mountain, the most majestic shrine of all, that it emanated. The invisible helmet of Hades, the god of the sea, and the trident of Poseidon, the god of the sea, two of the three artifacts built by the Cyclops in Olympus mythology have already appeared. Then the one on top of the mountain is, in all likelihood, Zeus' thunder spear. Lucian was feeling a little excited about this major discovery of his, while slowly climbing towards the summit position. While clicking on the Heaven's Path trading system, he looked at the harvest this time. Chapter 86, How in the world did the Daxamites do what Zeus preferred? How dare God choose those Daxamites in the first place? Let them have early access to the power of the gods. Unfair. This is so unfair. East Europa, an official conference center of the United Kingdom. Several heads of state who had inherited the mythical countries of the Olympus system and those representatives of the great families gathered together, filled with grief, because the Dacia people, as well as several affiliated civilized kingdoms around Dacia, have integrated the body of the mythical world in advance. The entire Great Xia clan and those few neighboring affiliated kingdoms, all of them ascended. Now, the people of Dacia who had 10% of the mythic physique's ability had already taken a step ahead of the countries and started to enter the famous mountains and rivers all over the blue planet to explore and seize the divine artifacts, especially that person who was the number one in the heavenly Tao ranking of the Great Summer Kingdom. Not only has the seizure of the Footless Chicken Kingdom's 3 pieces of the town's sacred artifacts set the internet abuzz, not long ago, it was even in front of countless people that he strutted into the middle of the holy mountain of Olympus. This made a group of people who did not belong to the Great Summer Civilization almost anxious. The internet is a constant source of vitriol against the Daxia people. But this still didn't change the fact that the Daxia people were seizing artifacts all over the world. That's why the representatives of the families that have been passed down for thousands of years in these important countries of Europa have gathered in this conference hall. Discussed how to get a physical fusion for his kingdom as well. What have those damnable Daxia people done in their mythical world? It's what gives them early access to God's favor. One representative made an angry statement. Immediately an uninformed delegate, holding a conference computer, said, "Correction. According to a number of big chill Republican netizens on the internet, this physical fusion was not caused by the people of the Great Summer Kingdom. Rather, a Dahan Republican prayed to their god for this to happen. And then, this honest man who was snubbed and they were then blown out of the conference hall en masse by the other conference delegates. After all, the infamous Dahan Republican nation has long been known for its penchant for robbing others. This was unanimously rejected. Ahem. A representative with glasses and a somewhat scholarly look coughed and spoke. According to the statements of a number of Dacia Nation people themselves, at that time, their celestial law, in our words, that is, God's law broadcasted the general story of the incident. It's some powerful person from the Great Summer Kingdom who hasn't revealed his name, or some organization, killed a powerful, said to be Tai golden immortal strength, that is, equivalent to our Olympus mythology's 6th stage demigod level powerhouse. It's what led to this early fusion of the bodies of the people of the Great Summer Kingdom, as well as the surrounding affiliated civilizations. The representative's explanation, immediately recognized by the other delegates. We all got pretty much the same story of how it started. Through different sources. I see. A representative of an important consortium that grasped the lifeblood of a certain country nodded inside. So it seems, the people of our kingdoms want to be like the people of Daxia, to gain God's favor and to obtain divine power in advance. It would have to be the same as the Daxamites, to behead a certain powerful indigenous demigod in a mythical world. It's time to gain God's approval to catch up with the Daxamites. The other delegates around the room nodded their heads wordlessly and a certain bearded representative with a half-height silk bowler hat and a slim black tuxedo frowned. Now among our several kingdoms, the one who is the most powerful on the leaderboard is only a rank 1 is a brave, trying to decapitate a 6th-order demigod. How can this be successful? My God, I really don't know what the Daxamites have done. How in the world did they manage this impossible thing? Many delegates are also outraged that, how can this be done? It's just completely impossible to do. They, the Daxia people, must have bribed God. Inside the conference hall, the crowd was outraged and, after all, these few of them into the mythical realm of Olympus. The highest-ranked explorer is only a small first-ranked brave. In the words of the Great Summer Kingdom side, it's the Earth immortal realm. How could it be possible to decapitate a demigod of the 6th rank? Do something. God can't always stand by the Great Summerland, said a respected old man. After all, with the coming of the mythical world, there are many more divine artifacts that will appear next. We must not let all of these divine artifacts fall into the hands of the people of the Great Summer Kingdom. This is a great shame for us, and a great loss. Some consortium familiar said, maybe it doesn't need to be completely decimated by ourselves. It is possible to borrow the power of the gods. Recently in our mythological world, isn't Zeus, the future king of the gods, leading several main gods in an attack against the Titans? What do you think Lord Zeus likes best? We could sacrifice to whatever he likes and get him to grant us the decapitation of a Titan. That might work. After this delegate's reminder, the group of delegates next to him immediately played out their brainstorms, recalling the preferences of the god king, Lord Zeus, in the Olympus myth. An elderly delegate seemed to think of something and wanted to say something. Several other delegates, who seemed to have thought of this, opened their mouths and wanted to speak, but seemed to be a bit unashamed. In the end, still, one delegate gritted his teeth and voiced what he felt was a shameful thought. It might be feasible to present Lord Zeus with some beautiful, frontal man or cow, of the Olympian gods, a few powerful main gods or Zeus, the king of the gods. The one thing they all seem to have in common is a preference for lewdness. There's even a legend that Zeus, the king of the gods, once turned into a bull and fathered an heir with a beautiful cow. This drove Hera, a diva known for her jealousy, into a frenzy for a time. Meanwhile, several of the northern kingdoms that have inherited the civilization of Norse mythology are having meetings similar to this one. The holy mountain of Olympus. Lucian tapped on the Heavens Path trading panel. Hurtingly, he realized that the column of trade applications had accumulated thousands of applications. Sure enough, obtaining spirits this way is just so much faster than finding them one by one on your own. Lucian confidently clicked on those trade request messages. The first few were quite satisfactory to him, but the further they went, the more wrong they became. By Xiao Shang greatly, this is a spiritual item I obtained in the Witch Demon battlefield. Locked armor, worth almost 15 spirit stones, but the information you provided before has helped me a lot. I'm willing to sell it to you at a 50% discount. Han Gu Dei, I have a few spirit fruits, and I'm willing to trade them to you at a discount. Great God, I have several spiritual items I'd like to trade with you. Not too many but not real. By Xiao Shang greatly, I don't have a superior spiritual object, but I'm a superior Yukai. I want to trade with you offline for spiritual stones. You see, yes, there's no shortage of spam from bored internet users that Lucian could only helplessly conduct a screening process before completing the transaction. However, this still allowed him to quickly obtain hundreds of spirit objects at the cost of only thousands of spirit stones. Chapter 87 Comprehending the completion of the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation. The Heavenly Tao Rewards. Donghuang Clock Repair Degree plus 0.01%. Repair Degree of Donghuang Clock plus 0.003%. Donghuang Clock Repair Degree plus 0.04%. Current Donghuang Clock Repair Degree 19.53%. Lucian had gained the spirits from the transaction and fed them all to the Great Treasure East Emperor Clock. However, most of the spirits traded over by these modern people were obviously not of a very high grade. Only a handful of people. Out of gratitude for Lucian's previous purpose of posting the news, several low-grade magic treasures were traded at a discount. Enough hundreds of spiritual objects, all sorts of spiritual fruits and magic treasures and whatnot, only managed to raise the repair degree of the Dong Huang clock by less than 1%. That's right, too. After all, who has something good in their house that they would choose to put up for sale? Most of the people. They traded out spiritual objects that they couldn't use excessively, or simply couldn't look at. However, Lucian was content with that. After all, in less than a day, it then boosted the repair degree of the East Emperor clock by 1%. If we can keep up this rate of repair every day from now on, that in less than 100 days, the East Emperor's bell in your hand will be back at its peak. Lucian can even directly dictate all the ages on the blue planet. This speed is much faster than if I were to search the world for spiritual objects by myself. Lucian murmured, putting away the Heavenly Tao trading panel. Against the roiling thunder, the exploration of the temple on the sacred mountain of Olympus continued. At the same time, there was a growing anticipation for the divine artifact in the Zeus God King's temple on top of the mountain. Countdown to Flood Advent 10, 9, 8. A day. Has it passed so quickly? Lucian was a bit helpless, and looked at the temple on the top of the mountain with reluctance. Haven't got the thunder spear of Stallion Zeus in the bag yet, but this time, the harvest. Overall it's quite satisfying for him. The several pieces of innate spiritual treasures of the grade that had been recaptured from Mount Fuji, together with the helmet of Hades and the trident of Poseidon that had been obtained on Mount Olympus, all of it was enough to make him matter in the ensuing Witch Demon Armageddon. The countdown ended, and Lucian's eyes blinked. The view reappears on the battlefield of Witch and Demon. The eye of the Zhou Tianxing Dota formation, behind the Eastern Emperor Tai. The Witch Demon War is still in full swing. The Demon Clan's Circumstantial Star Dipper Formation and the Mixed River Luo Formation were still hedging against the Sorcerer Clan's 12th Capital Heavenly Divine Fury Formation. This battle, it should go on for some time. Before long, the demon race should not be able to resist retreating to the Buzhou Mountain. Lucian murmured in his mind, continuing to enroll in the Perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation. Wisps of star power were drawn into the Grand Formation by the demon generals and marshals in the Grand Formation who were holding large and small star streamers, and in the Grand Formation, they slowly flowed according to the veins of the star flow, flushing out the infinite balefulness of the 12 Metropolis Divine Furies Grand Formation. Meanwhile, the veins of these star power flows were also slimly presented in Lucian's mind. There was even a strand of star power that broke away from the Grand Formation and slowly lingered around Lucian, sinking and flipping. Comprehension of Perimeter Star Dipper Formation plus 3%. Comprehension of Perimeter Star Dipper Formation plus 2%. Ahead, the Eastern Emperor Tai, who was maneuvering the Perimeter Star Dipper Formation, happened to turn around and, glancing at the strand of star power that surrounded Lucian, the bland expression was slightly stunned. Within this short period of time, his comprehension of the Perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation has actually reached this level. It even caused the resonance of the Grand Formation. This kid's enlightenment is even higher than I imagined. I'm getting more and more curious about what his legacy is. Donghuang Tai's expression turned to relief again. It seems that Imperial Brother's vision is indeed much longer than mine. He is indeed incomparably correct in including Lucian in the demon race's backhanded scheme. Donghuang Tai didn't bother Lucian. He even pulled several strands of star power that were not too relevant to the general situation of the battlefield to Lucian's side to consolidate his comprehension of the grand formation. Comprehension of perimeter star dipper formation plus 5%. Comprehension of perimeter star dipper formation plus 6%. How did the speed of comprehension suddenly accelerate so much? Lucian had some doubts in his mind, but without waiting for him to react. In his mind, immediately a series of heavenly beeps rang out. Comprehension of the perimeter star dipper formation, 100%. You can understand the whole process of the operation of the demon star dipper formation, and fully comprehend the flood formation of the star dipper formation. As the first modern person to complete the realization of the great flood formation, he receives the heavenly Tao reward, formation spiritual wisdom. Formation spiritual wisdom, enhancement in formation understanding by 100%. I'm completing the comprehension of the weekly star dipper grand formation. At this point, Lucian was still in a dumbfounded stance. This speed of comprehending the perimeter star dipper formation by myself, it's almost comparable to a rocket. Realize that, in his previous life, he, himself, participated in the entire battle between the witch and demon tribes, the great battle on Buzhou Mountain, but until the end, he had only comprehended 5% of the perimeter star dipper formation, and this witch demon battlefield hadn't even been transferred to the Buzhou Mountain yet, and he himself had directly finished comprehending the circumstantial star dipper grand formation, the perpetual star dipper formation. It's not some ordinary little formation, rather, it belonged to one of the 10 great formations of the flood, and comprehending it so quickly made Lucian himself a little unsure. It should be the effect of those few wisps of heavenly chi. Lucian speculated in his mind. Woo-hoo-hoo. The dull sound of a horn interrupted Lucian's thoughts. All demon troops listen to my orders and retreat back to the demon court to defend against the sorcerer clan's army. The cold voice of the Eastern Emperor Tai, spreading across the battlefield of witches and demons that spanned billions of miles. Woo-hoo-hoo. The horn of the demon commander sounded once again, and all the demon armies drove away from the battlefield and retreated back to the demon court. Donghuang Tai and Di Jun's withdrawal was surprisingly more decisive than in their previous lives. Lucian whispered in his heart, I think it's those hints I gave earlier that worked. That's why it caused the demon clan's army to retreat back to Buzhou Mountain ahead of schedule. Lucian ran through the veins of it in his mind. Whatever. Anyway, this important chance of the perimeter star dipper grand formation is already in the bag. Let's first follow the demon army back to the demon court. Lucas is sure of the idea that, along with the retreating demon army, it retreated towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Demon Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai, on the other hand, led some of the demon saints and generals to form a simple formation to break the back of the army. Lucian returned to Buzhou Mountain, discovering that the Buzhou Mountain at this time was greatly changed compared to when he first left. Those modern Fey demons that were originally hugging the mountain under knowing that the sorcerer and demon clans would engage in a duel at Buzhou Mountain, they had already fled. The entire lower part of Buzhou Mountain is under martial law. All the demon court buildings have been knocked down. The demon court formation craftsmen were setting up a spirit stone formation platform for traction formations around the entire Buzhou Mountain. Obviously, this is the demon Emperor Jun and the East Emperor Tai. It has long been clear that the frontline battle will be lost, and began to lay out the defense in advance. Did those words I said to that dorky bunny? Demon Emperor Jun and Emperor Tai of the East also listened in? Chapter 88 Other Mythical Regions Physical Fusion. Armageddon to end. Lucian did not expect that. The Demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai, surprisingly, put all their suggestions into practice, but it still doesn't do much good. The protagonist of this witch demon apocalypse, it's the two great clans of witches and demons, the top levels of the witch and demon tribes, Di Jun, Tai, Fu Shi and the demon queen Shihi, as well as a group of ancestral witches, are in a situation of certain death, unless it is possible for Di Jun and Tai to voluntarily withdraw from the demon court and go to their deaths openly, in order to maximize the retention of the backbone of the demon race, building up strength for the demon race's future comeback. But that's basically impossible. Lucian muttered to himself, shaking his head. Di Jun and Tai, even if they had more vigor, it's also impossible to give away the demon court that you created with your own hands. Shortly thereafter, Demon Emperor Jun returned to the demon court with a group of demon court executives, beginning to use the Sun Star and the Taiyin Star as the eyes of the formation, pulling in the power of thousands of stars, constructing a complete version of the perpetual star dipper formation. Demon Emperor Jun also did not hesitate to offer his own companion magic treasure River Luo book as the eye of the formation. Using the spirit stone formation platforms cast by those craftsmen before as a benchmark, he constructed the hybrid River Luo Grand Formation. Woo-hoo-hoo! The trumpet call of the witches. From afar, the the sky was filled with baneful chi that swept across the sky, and thousands of witch race armies, stepping on the baneful chi, attacked the Buzhou mountain. The witch demon Armageddon has finally begun. Lucian looked at the army in the distance, his heart pounding. At the moment, he wasn't the least bit worried about his own safety and well-being. After all, right now, on his body, in addition to the grand finale of the East Emperor clock, there were several other divine artifacts, so he could run away at any time, and save his life without any worries at all. A tidal wave of the witch race's army has come over. The offense is unstoppable, but they were all blocked from attacking by the Mixed River Luo Grand Formation and the Perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation. Boom! The two main stars of the firmament, the Sun Star and the Taiyin Star, shot out the Sun and Taiyin origin, a red and a blue magnificent spiritual light, and poured it into the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation. The power of countless stars in the firmament was pulled and transformed into spiritual power that blasted towards the ground. Buzz! The power of the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Formation increased greatly, blocking the boundless fury of the 12 capital heavenly godfiends Grand Formation and that Panga shadow outside of the Buzhou mountain. The armies of both witches and demons were at a standstill on the outskirts of Buzhou mountain. Knowing the result, Lucian has nothing to do. Continue to enlighten the Mixed River Luo Grand Formation. Demon Master Koan Pang, who was presiding over the Mixed River Luo Grand Formation together with Demon Emperor Jun, glanced at Lucian's arrival and snorted disdainfully. Lucian didn't care and directly left his rear end to the Demon Master Koanpeng. Anyway, this old six will have to be tortured a few more times in the great robbery that will follow. If Koanpeng seizes the River Luo book afterward, Emperor Nuwa will personally ask for it from him because of the reincarnation of his elder brother, Fu Shi, the. And after that, when Lucian finished this matter of Jin Yuanzi's commission, Koanpeng also had to suffer a beating from Jin Yuanzi, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals. Comprehension of Hybrid River Luo Formation plus 1%. Comprehension of Mixed River Luo Formation plus 2%. Lucian consciously sat down cross-legged beside Di Jun and began to enlighten himself on the Mixed Yuan River Luo Grand Formation. Actually, in the demon court, there are still quite a few modern foreign demons, adhering to the mentality of the bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, knowing that the demon race will not be able to escape destruction in the end, but still desperate to join the forces of the demon court, to obtain the magic treasure. At this time, there are many, just below the Buzhou mountain, these land-sinking cannon fodder old-timers. At this moment, he was in the outer area of Buzhou mountain, busy with the Zhoutian Star Dipper Grand Formation and the Mixed Yuan River Luo Grand Formation. From time to time, they also have to go to war to deal with the attacks of the Witch Clan's army. But see the same modern foreign demon Lucian, head wearing a skyfox mask, sitting high up in the Demon Emperor Jun side of the large array formation I position. The heart suddenly sour not taste. Not buddy. What's the basis for this? We're dying to be here to shed blood and tears for the demon court. It's not easy to be busy and find a chance to enlighten the two flood formations. By what that East China Sea killing embryo can sit in the position of the big formation I, or Demon Emperor Jun side enlightenment. Son of a. I'm so unbalanced inside. No fair. I've shed blood for the demon court. I've contributed to the demon court. I'm also going to the Demon Emperor Jun's side to attend to the great formation. You've had too much fake wine, and going to Emperor Jun's side. Just be content with being able to participate in the great formation on the outskirts of this Buzhou mountain. You, who is the East Sea killing embryo. At this time, Lu Xun, who was sitting at the position of the eye of the formation of the Mixed River Luo Grand Formation, still immersed in the joy of the rapid increase in the level of comprehension, a magnificent heavenly Dao beat suddenly came to his ears. Modern adventurers of the Norse mythology region, who helped Valkyrie successfully kill a 6th-rank frost giant in the Atrium battlefield, have reached the appropriate level of strength? All modern adventurers in the Norse mythology region who have gained physical fusion by 10% in their bodies in the modern world. Lucian was a bit confused as he listened to this heavenly Dao prompt. The Nordic myth region has also started body fusion early, decapitating a 6th-ranked frost giant? How did they do it? Lucian knows very well that the people who entered those kingdoms in the Norse mythology should be about the same strength as the Dacia people at this stage. Lucian recalled the Heaven's Path prompt just now and caught the key point. Since they were helping that what's her name Valkyrie decapitation, it should be just like me, too. By the power of the native aborigines, he killed the 6th order mythological aborigines. Thinking about all this, Lucian had a sigh of relief in his heart. I didn't realize that. My presence has completely altered the timeline of the all-blue star mythos fusion. In my previous life, there was no civilization that had completed the body fusion in advance. It seems, after I return to the blue planet, the exploration of the artifacts will have to speed up, too. Otherwise, it's up to the others to take it without asking. Sure, if taken by others without asking, with Lucian's strength, he also had the certainty that they would return the item to him. It's just going to take some work. Wasting time doesn't pay off. Lucian collected his thoughts. Continue to enlighten the mixed river Luo Grand Formation. Shortly afterward, another magnificent heavenly Tao beep sounded once again. Modern human in Olympus mythological region. Assisted Zeus to kill the 7th order Titansaurus in the stage of divine war, and reached the corresponding level of strength. All civilized kingdoms in the Olympus mythos region gain 10% of physical fusion. The Olympus mythos region also advanced body fusion? Lucian's mind moved slightly. It looks like the exploration of Olympus will have to be accelerated. Don't go back when the time comes and the hills are full of people. As Lucian's mind flew apart. Boom! On the distant battlefield, 12 gigantic pillars of baleful chi rose up into the sky. After the several ancestral witches of the witch race had finished recuperating, they once again opened the 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation. Boom! The 3 complete versions of the flood top formations blasted together. Shoo shoo shoo. Dozens of figures of demon court powerhouses swept high into the sky and began to defend against the sorcerer race's attack. Armageddon is finally coming to an end. Lucian murmured to himself. Chapter 89, Comprehending the Perimeter Star Dipper Formation. Comprehending a brand new sword formation. This Armageddon. It's finally coming to an end. Lucian sat cross-legged at the eye of the hybrid river Luo Grand Formation and murmured to himself. 3 of the top flood formations, surrounding the Buzhou mountain and the surrounding tens of millions as a battlefield. They began to frantically hedge up. The aura of the heavens and the earth and the aura of the stars, chaotic to the extreme. The wailing of the soldiers of the witch and demon tribes, interspersed with the collision of swords and various arts, resounding through the line of clouds. A scene of the earth's purgatory of the cultivation of the scene. This side of Mount Buzhou, hundreds of demon generals and demon marshals rushed towards the battlefield along with the Eastern Emperor Taichi's dominant perpetual star dipper killing formation. Behind Lucian, Demon Master Koan Peng had also long been unable to hold back, and Demon Emperor Jun confessed to the figure flickered away, leaving the hybrid river Luo Grand Formation and killing the battlefield in front of him. Even such a powerful character cannot avoid the fate of dying in the end. Lucian sighed in his heart. What a sad fate for pawns, both for the fate of the demon court and for the fate of the witch race. At the same time, he felt infinitely sad for himself. Honestly, most of the things he had acquired since the descent of the flood myth, from the East Emperor Bell, Chaos Bell, to the Golden Crow Essence Blood, to the innate Fusang Wood, the Taiyin Laurel, and so on, most of them were related to the demon court. Although, he had joined the demon court with the purpose of grabbing the chance to, but the goodness of the demon court was still in his heart. Previously, there was a desire in his heart to make a small contribution to changing the fate of the demon court. However, at this moment, being in the middle of the battlefield, he deeply felt his insignificance. In his previous life, he was pitted by the white-eyed wolf Ruyan Lu and the dead yellow-haired Song Yang, purely because my mind was not as good as mine, and I was not decisive enough to get what I deserved. In this life, I can easily end both of them with a flick of my finger. But still, what's the point? A deep sense of powerlessness surfaced in Lucian's heart. Not being able to witness the Tao, even a powerful figure like the Eastern Emperor Tai can't get rid of the fate of a pawn. Even if I kill Lu Ruyan and Song Yang now, in the future, I still won't be able to avoid the fate of being at the mercy of the heavenly Tao. Lucian muttered to himself in his heart, and his mind was suddenly clear. I must prove the Tao, and I must surpass the heavenly Tao. Must get rid of the pawns. Lucian realized that, at this moment, having observed this flood catastrophe from the perspective of a participant myself, I was surprised that there were unexpected rewards. One's own Tao mind, surprisingly, became clearer and clearer. It's amazing that the bridge in those talking book novels where one can have an epiphany by observing ancient battlefields up close isn't written blindly. I can't believe I'm having this epiphany. Between Lucian's collected thoughts, Demon Emperor Jun, who was not far away, suddenly stepped forward, and asked with a smile, "What do you think will be the outcome of this great battle?" Lucian glanced up at the dimly lit firmament and opened his mouth. A great man in my hometown once said, "The future of the development of things is bright. The road is winding." Although, the situation of my demon race on the battlefield today is not as optimistic, but a bright future will be won in the end. The demon race will eventually wipe out the forces of the sorcerer race in one fell swoop under the leadership of you, Your Majesty the Demon Emperor, and become the rightful orthodoxy of the flood wasteland. Demon Emperor Jun was a little sweaty listening to Lucian's condescending remarks and waved his hand to interrupt him. I know you have hard feelings and won't tell me the truth. I'm not going to make it difficult for you, so here's the deal. I'll change the question. Who do you think will be available in my demon clan after the Great War? Jun had already been hinting at Lucian's earlier. Understanding that he and his royal brother Tai and a number of other senior members of the demon court will not be spared from the fate of death in the end. This can always be said, right? Jun glanced at Lu Xun and asked again. That's certainly true. It's not like it's about the outcome of this witch demon catastrophe. Before Lu Xun opened his mouth, he still glanced at the firmament, confirming that there were no signs of heavenly thunder coalescing before slowly saying, Demon Saint Lord Baizhe is wise and talented. He is the wisdom bearer of the demon court and can be of great use. Your Majesty can leave the affairs of the demon court to your excellency with confidence. K. Meng, Ingzhua, and several other demon saint lords, likewise for my demon court loyal and good generals. After this great battle, all of them will be able to contribute to the follow-up of my demon race. After the witch demon cataclysm, the middle power of the demon court, the 10 great demon saints will be dead or injured for the most part. The White Zephyr and a few other demon saints were lucky to survive, and took the remnants of the demon race into the 100,000 mountains to recuperate. Lu Xun's answer is a complete copy of mythological history. Jun nodded slightly, still satisfied with Lu Xun's answer. After all, Lu Xun had given himself this point of view, which was actually in line with his usual observations of these demon saints. Jun coldly and suddenly asked again, how about the demon master Kun Peng? This. Lu Xun was directly silent. This old six at the end of the great battle. But see, the demon court has been unable to return to the sky. In the event of indecision, directly ran back to the north. And before running away, it also took Emperor Jun's Hichu Luoshu and rolled it away in one piece. White Zephyr and a host of other demon saints went to invite and beg, wanting him to preside over the great task for the demon race. Kun Peng directly ignored. Finally, or Nuwa, for the matter of her elder brother Fushi's reincarnation as the supreme of the human race, made a trip to the north underworld. It was only then that I asked for the Book of the River to be returned. When Jun saw Lu Xun fall into silence, he already had an answer in his mind and didn't pursue the matter further. Nodding his head, he returned to his original position and continued to manipulate the mixed river Luo Grand formation. Lu Xun continued to sit down with his legs crossed, comprehending the mixed Yuan River Luo Grand formation with every second counting. The degree of comprehension of the mixed river Luo formation plus 5%. Comprehension of the mixed river Luo formation plus 6%. Completion of the realization of the mixed river Luo formation. As the second person to comprehend the flood's top formation, the mixed river Luo formation, you receive the heavenly Tao reward, formation spiritual wisdom. Formation spiritual wisdom. Lu Xun was somewhat surprised as he listened to the heavenly Tao beeps that kept ringing in his ears. I have once again comprehended a top-tier floodland grand formation and gained another formation spiritual wisdom bonus? Lu Xun glanced at his personal panel. The line where the heavenly Tao rewarded array spirit wisdom. Heavenly Tao reward, formation spiritual wisdom, plus 200% understanding of formations. I didn't realize that the heavenly Tao rewards were even stacked. It should mean pretty much the same thing as heavenly Qi. Now my enlightenment in formations should have reached the level of the flood formation, everyone, right? Lu Xun let out a dark sigh as his consciousness sank into his mind. At this point, in his mind, he had already had more of the Zhou Tian Xing Do deformation, and the mixed Yuan He Luo deformation, the operating veins of these two top-level flood great formations. The methods of setting up the two flood formations also surfaced in his mind. Just give me enough spiritual treasures, and people, I can replicate these two great formations right now. Lu Xun observed the operating pulse of the two great formations in his sea of consciousness and whispered to himself. You have the spiritual wisdom of the formation, and you have a sense of understanding the perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation, and you are able to integrate it and comprehend it. Chapter 90, let me be in charge of the Hichu Luoshu? Your Majesty, stop it. You have the spiritual wisdom of the formation, and you have a feeling of understanding the Star Dipper Formation, and you have a good understanding of the formation. According to the perimeter Star Dipper Formation, I have comprehended the sword formation, perimeter Star Dipper sword formation. Listening to that sudden heavenly prompt in his mind, Lu Xun was a bit confused. Formation spiritual wisdom is so powerful? And also be able to comprehend new formations by melting through the perimeter Star Dipper formation? Lu Xun immediately sank his consciousness into his mind and began to check out that brand new sword formation that he had just comprehended. Shoo shoo shoo. The sound of breaking air rang out as 36 extreme 5 elements flying swords flew out from behind Lu Xun on their own. Lu Xun, who was checking out the perimeter Star Dipper sword formation, was a bit mesmerized, and surprisingly, he was unaware of this. Meanwhile, these 36 5 elements flying swords, buzzing and hovering in front of Lu Xun, unexpectedly flowed slowly according to the operating laws and operating veins of the 36 Big Dipper stars and buckets. Shoo shoo shoo. With the completion of the sword formation, A wisp of domineering sword chi that was tainted with the power of the stars unexpectedly slowly overflowed from the top of the sword's blade, forming a small world of sword chi that protected Lucian in the center. Demon Emperor Jun, who was presiding over the mixed river Luo Grand Formation, happened to glance over and noticed the vision on Lucian's side, and his pupils contracted slightly. Why is this sword formation of Lucian so familiar? This is the sword formation of the Zhou Doda formation, the perimeter star dipper formation. When did it also have a sword formation? Why don't I know? Demon Emperor Jun was also a bit confused. The perimeter star dipper formation, as the protective mountain formation of his demon clan, had even evolved a brand new set of sword formations? Why even he, the demon emperor, hadn't been informed of it beforehand? Realize that this set of perimeter star dipper formation was not a bad street formation, but one of the top 10 formations in the flood. He, Jun, as the demon emperor, there was no way he wouldn't know about this formation's having a sword formation. Can it be? It's Lucian who has envisioned the circumstantial star dipper grand formation. Comprehended this sword formation by yourself? It should be. Demon Emperor Jun was pleasantly surprised. I didn't expect this son's attainments in terms of formations to reach this point. It can be said that it doesn't lose to me at all. And it's not even a match for that male immortal's head, the Duke of Dongwang. Back then, Lucian slowly opened his eyes and, retracting the innate flying sword, which had finished evolving the perpetual star dipper sword formation, back into the orifices. The role of the perimeter star dipper sword formation also surfaced in his mind. The sword formation serves two main purposes. Into the flying sword can let the flying sword evolve a small perimeter stars in Duke's array, attracting the power of the stars in the sky into the sword energy, so that the flying sword killing power greatly increased. Retreating, they form a defensive array around Lucian. The sword array overflows with pure sword chi, and the enemy enters and dies immediately. You have fully comprehended the perimeter star dipper formation? Jun inquired. Just a fluke. Lucian nodded. Not only the perimeter star dipper formation. Now, the mixed river Luo Grand Formation microcosm has also finished comprehending. Jun's eyes lit up as he stared at Lucian. In such a short period of time, one has comprehended two of my demon court's great formations. I have been born since I came out of the solar star. Never seen, yet, anyone whose talent in formations can be compared to yours. Wait, did you just say that you finished comprehending the mixed Yuan River Luo Grand Formation as well? Lucian nodded honestly, forgetting the virtue of modesty. You evolve it for me. Let me see. Jun maneuvered a mixed aura to Lucian's side. Lucian didn't know what kind of drug Emperor Jun was selling in his gourd. However, still following in his mind the laws of operation of that mixed Yuan River Luo Grand Formation, he pulled that mixed Yuan aura and evolved the Grand Formation. Buzz. That mixed Yuan aura followed Lucian's tugging as if it were an arm, and began to slowly evolve into a small mixed Yuan world. In the formation in which the sea and the mountains were turned into nothingness, time changed instantly and magnificently, completely replicating the large mixed river Luo Grand Formation in the hands of Emperor Jun. It even operated and was even more subtle. Good. Yes. Emperor Jun lost his temper and said 3 good words in a row. Your evolution of this mixed Yuan River Luo Grand Formation of mine has completely not lost me by much. In that case, I will then give you a task. You will temporarily replace me in charge of the river map and Luo book, manipulate this mixed river Luo formation, and protect this demon court. I'll go above the battlefield and behead a few ancestral witches back. Afterward, when the Great War is over, you shall be the first to take the credit. Your Majesty. Stop it. Really? Upon hearing Jun's bold idea, Lucian was suddenly left wanting to cry. Can't wait to slap myself twice at the moment. Humility is truly a wonderful virtue. No more showing off. Realize the aftermath of the Armageddon. It is the demon race. A few high-ranking people died in battle one after another. And then the demon master Kuanping, in case of bad luck, decisively bugger off. Before leaving, also snatched away the river map Luo book. Now that Jun has gone to the battlefield, if Kuanping sees that the book of He Tu Luo is in my hand, he might just wipe my neck. Lucian did want to seize these demon court heavy treasures, but it would have to be a sneak operation after a big battle. This puts him directly on the map. Perhaps right now, there were several saints who were secretly eyeing him. Lucian hastily waved his hand in rejection, but Jun didn't even give him a chance to refuse. With a direct wave of his sleeve, he cast an inexplicable spiritual power at Lucian. Then Lucian realized that the control of Hichu Luo Shu came to himself. The right to control the matching mixed river Luo Grand Formation had also come into one's hands. I don't want to be this county magistrate. Lucian wanted to cry. And at the moment, Demon Emperor Jun had already left Lucian with a backstory, transforming into a long rainbow and swept towards the battlefield, laughing. Since I am destined to avoid death, Then why don't we kill a few more ancestral witches? That would be enough. The words fell. The figure had already flashed into the midst of the great battlefield of witches and demons, fighting with a group of ancestral witches. Land Sinker, who was herded into the water. He could only honestly manipulate the mixed river Luo Grand formation to protect the demon court. Di Jun's companion magic treasure, the He-Tu Luo Shu, emitted a powerful burst of mixed aura that lingered around Lu Xun. At this moment, he looked at the divine and mysterious He-Tu Luo Shu in front of him, but he had the evil thought of directly running away with the heavy treasure. But he didn't dare to do that. Except for a bad conscience, and the fact that maybe there are saints secretly watching him right now. And then there's the unchangeable nature of the heavens. If it was because he had taken away the river map and Luo book, causing the early disintegration of the mixed river Luo formation, the early defeat of the demon race, and the survival of the senior members of the witch race, it's kind of like the Great Flood was completely rewritten. Lu Xun was sure of it. If he did so, the heavenly Tao would directly split him to death when he had this thought. You are close to the river diagram and Luo book, and your formation spiritual wisdom has increased, your understanding of formation has increased, you comprehend He-Tu Luo Shu and Feather 3000 proficiency enhancements, you have realized the book of He-Tu Luo, He-Tu Luo Shu still has this kind of wonderful use? Lu Xun suddenly realized that, when he himself was using the river diagram Luo book, he unexpectedly had a feeling of enlightenment, and his various innate divine abilities were greatly enhanced. It doesn't seem to be without its benefits to be in charge of the river map and Luo Shu. Instead, there are huge benefits. Chapter 91, Fuxi dies in battle. Lu Xun shocks the nation again. The He-Tu Luo Shu had been refined by the demon Emperor Jun, and the forbidden patterns in it had already been almost refined. Now that he's handed over control to Lu Xun for the time being, this directly benefited Lu Xun, who was still in the heavenly immortal realm. On the other side, Demon Emperor Jun changed into a long rainbow and joined the witch demon battlefield. The group of demon court executives who were fighting the several great ancestral witches were horrified to see the sudden arrival of Di Jun, who was manipulating the mixed river Luo Grand formation. Royal brother? East Emperor Tai, who was covered in witch's blood, looked at his imperial brother, Emperor Jun, in shock. The sorcerer race's 12th capital heavenly divine fury formation was extremely powerful, and only the mixed river Luo formation and the perimeter heavenly star dipper formation fighting against it at the same time were able to barely hold back its sharpness. Now that the imperial brother who is in charge of the mixed river Luo Grand formation has appeared on the battlefield, what about the river Luo formation? Don't worry, the mixed river Luo Grand formation is watched over. Di Jun guessed the questions of the demons and smiled as he pointed towards the direction of the formation eye behind him. The pupils of the crowd of demon race executives shrunk as they followed Di Jun's guidance. At the position of the eye of the mixed Yuan River Luo Grand formation, the figure that dominated the formation was unexpectedly the heavenly immortal realm little demon Lu Xun. Lu Xun dominates the hybrid river Luo Grand formation? I recognize that this son is indeed gifted, but how long has it been since he joined my demon court? How can he? A group of demon court executives frowned with some concern. The demon master Kuan Peng's eyes flashed with a strange light as he took the initiative to ask for help. Your Majesty, Lu Xun has only been comprehending the great formation for how long? How is it possible to be in charge of the operation of the mixed river Luo Grand formation? How can the battlefield be such a child's play? Hand over control of the river map and Luo book to me, and I'll go back to reign in the grand formation. The words of the demon master Kuan Peng had not yet finished. The demon suddenly realized that the mixed river Luo formation had already run for a week in Lu Xun's hands, and it was also running very steadily. Not much worse than in the hands of Emperor Jun. I didn't expect that this son's talent in formations would have reached such an astonishing level. The Eastern Emperor Tai was secretly staggered. This son's future should not be underestimated. Fu Shi also sked. The demon empress Shiha, who was also a senior member of the demon court, also showed a hint of marvel in those beautiful eyes, although Shiho has always lived deep in the Taiyin star, mainly assuming the role of a full-time housewife. But the name of Lu Xun, the rising star of the demon race, she has also heard a little bit these days, but did not expect, so a young demon race, surprisingly in such a short period of time, will be mixed Yuan River Luo Big Array completely understand, and manipulation, but also cannot lose husband Emperor Jun. Several other demon saints, seeing Lu Xun perfectly manipulating the operation of the mixed river Luo Grand formation ground, the frown that was originally tightly furrowed was instantly soothed. Only the demon master Kuan Peng snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. Carrying the witch slaughtering sword borrowed from the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, he killed the ancestral witch formation. Seeing this, a few other great demons were relieved to withdraw their gaze from Lu Xun and kill the group of ancestral witches. With Di Jun on board, the demon race, who had originally been pressed on the battlefield, also slowly pulled back a city. The witch and demon clans are barely equal in strength. The situation on the battlefield, which was originally one-sided, once again became cloudy and treacherous. East Emperor Tai Chi, dressed in golden armor, sacrificed the East Emperor bell. As the melodious sound of the bell swept across the battlefield, space-time was suppressed, and he alone met the 6 ancestral witches on his own. Several other high-ranking members of the demon race, Demon Emperor Jun, Demon Master Kuanpeng, Fu Shi, Shiha, and Shang Shi, on the other hand, were each facing an ancestral witch. The 10 great demon saints, too, were in a fierce battle with a group of top wizards from the witch race. The entire witch-demon battlefield, with billions of living beings fighting together. All sorts of techniques in fury, she rushed up to the sky, dimming the sky and vaguely tending to crack the sky. Below, hundreds of millions of soldiers from both the witch and demon races, mingling and fighting together. There is no shortage of modern people who have participated in the forces of both sides. Quite a few people noticed the figure that was left behind in the center of the battlefield, in the eye of the mixed river Luo Grand Formation. That's right, that's that East Sea killing god. He's actually in charge of the mixed river Luo Grand Formation. Not what this is based on. He was already in charge of the mixed river Luo Grand Formation when all of us were working as pawns in the sorcerer and demon clans? It wasn't long ago that I saw him enlisting in the great formation of the two clans. Now he has begun to dominate the perpetual Star Dipper Grand Formation. I really doubt that he has a system. The battlefield that stretched across billions of miles was scattered with quite a few modern travelers who were greatly shocked when they recognized the figure in the mixed river Luo Grand Formation. After all, how long has it been since the flood came down? Everyone chooses a race together and explores this flooded world, joining the witch and demon races as pawns, wandering fearfully around the battlefield to capture precious cultivation resources, magic treasures and whatnot. And someone that has become one of the dominant players on the battlefield. Goods will be lost compared to goods, and people will be angry compared to people. But, a group of modern people, no matter if they were passers-by who had no feelings for him before, or members of several big families who had a grudge against Lu Shun, in their hearts, they had to admit again that East Sea God of Slayers truly had outstanding talent, and in a short period of time, he had already achieved such a level. Not recruiting this person into my Xiahou family is my biggest regret lately. Corner of the battlefield, Xiahou Tian, who was escorted in the center by a group of Xiahou family members, let out a long sigh. It's a pity, if only he had joined my polar bear group. The other corner of the battlefield, Ma Huatang, who was being escorted by a group of polar bear group members and was struggling to kill the enemy, was filled with regret when he saw that he got the figure over the battlefield. On the battlefield that stretched across hundreds of millions of miles, countless gazes were coincidentally locked onto the figure at the eye of the formation of the mixed river Luo Grand Formation. 3000 feathered, minor achievement, Akio Domain, Dashang, perimeter Star Dipper Sword Formation, Hearth and Flame. Lu Shun, who was immersively manipulating the mixed river Luo Grand Formation. In his ears, the heavenly Dao beeps sounded one after another. Suddenly, boom, a huge explosion rang out and, far above the dome of the sky, a powerful airwave exploded in all directions, overturning dozens of great wizards and several ancestral wizards. Uncountable numbers of sorcerer soldiers were reduced to pieces under the aftermath of this explosion. The great demon, Fu Shi, fell. The demon court lost a powerful combatant, and the sorcerer clan side immediately gained the upper hand. The ancestral witch Xianmei, who originally fought against Fu Shi, was greatly injured by Fu Shi's self-explosion, but he also immediately led several great witches and switched targets to kill the weakest demon concubine Changxi. The demon empress Shiha, who was fighting the ancestral witch Jumong, soon fell into the wind as well. Seeing this, the demon emperor Jun, who originally had the upper hand, immediately returned to the aid of the. With a wave of his sleeve, he flung out several powerful spiritual objects that flew towards the position of the formation eye of the mixed river Luo Grand Formation, replacing the river diagram Luo book and providing spiritual power for the Grand Formation. At the same time, the eye of the formation, the Hichu Luo Shu, turned instantly. It has reached the hands of Emperor Jun. With the Hichu Luo Shu, Di Jun's strength has increased greatly, and he alone matches the three ancestral witches, Xuanha and Jumong, without losing ground. Chapter 92, The Temple of Aphrodite, Goddess of Love and Lust. Meanwhile, the mixed river Luo formation with less Hichu Luo Shu as the eye of the formation. Although there are several other spiritual objects thrown out by Emperor Jun as a substitute, but the power is also greatly reduced. The fury emanating from the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury Grand Formation spread out. Tearing down the east wall and repairing the west wall won't help. However, at last, this piece of hot potato, the Hichu Luo Shu, has been thrown out for the time being. Lucian let out a long sigh. Still, He took out the 8-foot mirror from his bosom to fill the gap in the grand formation caused by the absence of the river map and Luo book. Only then did the entire mixed river Luo grand formation stabilize. Countdown to return 10, 9. In Lucian's ears, the familiar Heaven's Path prompt sounded. The next time we come in, it should be the demon court overthrow. Lucian took one last look at the battlefield. There was a flash of light, crackling thunder rang in his ears, and his vision reappeared on the sacred mountain of Olympus of the Blue Star. The Olympus myth region and the Norse myth region have both completed their physical fusion. I'm afraid it won't take long. All these famous mountains and rivers on the blue planet that have undergone mutations would be human footprints. I'm going to have to pick up the pace of my explorations. Lucian topped the East Emperor Bell and quickly swept toward the spiritually charged shrine not far away. Meanwhile, on various internet platforms in Dacha, a certain video recorded through a special spirit is going viral. Shocked, the East Sea killing god, ruling the mixed river Luo formation, landed on the battlefield of witch and demon. Bitterly criticized, the East China Sea kills embryos, manipulates the mixed river Luo formation to brutally kill the witch race, and is bloody and cruel. Unbelievable. The East Sea Slayer god had actually gained control of the hybrid river Luo grand formation. Solid hammer. A video of someone with a system killing it in the flood world exploded. All sorts of strange headlines are going viral about a video that was the image of Lucian replacing Demon Emperor June on the Witch Demon battlefield and gaining control of the mixed river Luo grand formation. The whole of Dacia, from the 99 down to just getting back to talking. This one thing is being discussed. Not only that, this video, too, in an instant, took over the internet platforms of every major country in the entire blue planet. Billions of people up and down Blue Star. Whether it's the Great Summer Flood mythological area, the Norse mythological area, the Olympus mythological area, or the mythological areas of several affiliated civilizations. Almost simultaneously, everyone was talking about one thing. After all, it was just too shocking. How long has it been since the myths descended upon the civilizations of the blue planet? The Nordic mythological region, still in the midst of a chaotic war between the Asha and Warner divine clans, as well as several giant kingdoms. Several of the people of the modern kingdoms who have traveled to this myth are mostly still at first-order strength, and can only serve as cannon fodder for the god wars. And the Olympus mythos region, the war between the gods, such as Zeus, and the Titan gods is only in its closing stages, and the modern-day travelers who enter this mythos are likewise acting as soldiers. We're all still just minions, but among the flood myths of Dacia, there was already someone who had begun to become the dominant player in a war equivalent to the level of a divine battle. How shocking it had to be. Ashy it is. Who says that those who enter the flood mythos must be Dacia people? Our great cold underworld kingdom is the rightful successor to the flood mythos. And this person who dominates the mixed river Luo grand formation is clearly someone from our great cold underworld kingdom. Shameless people of the great summer country, just know how to plagiarize our great cold underworld country. On the Blue Star internet platform, the people of the great cold underworld continue to play steadily, giving a blow to the head. I agree with the comments of the people of the great cold underworld. After all, the entire universe is owned by the great cold underworld. My God, why are the Dacia people already horrible to this extent? I am familiar with the mythology of the Great Summer Kingdom and know that manipulating this great formation is equivalent to helping Zeus meet the Titan gods. This great Xiaoman, the one who robbed our country of 3 Jinhua divine weapons not long ago, so he's so terrifying. No, it's not the people of Dacia who robbed you of your Footpot Chicken Township artifacts, but we, the people of the Jiaotong country. This person who is in charge of the mixed river Luo grand formation is also not a member of the Grand Xia, but a member of our Jiaotong kingdom. We declare ourselves responsible for this incident. The people of the great cold underworld kingdom are too shameless. We, the Jiaotong country, are the rightful people of the flood. Just as the major internet platforms of the blue planet were scrambling to discuss Lucian's taking charge of the mixed river Luo grand formation, the hero of this event, however, is being struck by lightning from heaven on the holy mountain of Olympus. I'll be damned. The power of the lightning strikes increases exponentially the higher you climb. Lucian spat out a sigh of relief. Come before a magnificent shrine. Through the scale of the shrine, and the crumbling murals on the walls, Lucian could determine that the owner of this temple should be a certain powerful goddess in the Olympus divine system. I wonder which goddess's shrine it is. It's best if it's from Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom. After all, Athena's honorary name carries the word war. The artifacts left behind must be very strong. But the Queen of Heaven Hera's also believe, the wife of Zeus, the power of the artifact will not be weak. Lucian was outside the temple, putting on Hades' helmet and stepping in with the Eastern Emperor's bell on his head. Buzz. A warm and genial pink aura, spreading out in all directions. Lucian bathed under this aura, only feeling his body soft. His desire was tickled, and his two heads were one big one. Finished? It can't be that one. Lucian cursed in his heart and opened his eyes to see that, finding themselves in a place that resembled the chambers of a god. Why the god's chambers? When he saw that not far away, a large, fluffy bed in shades of pink was being set up, the whole palace, decorated in a lavish style, but the revealing sarongs in the closet, and the slew of close-fitting goddess clothes molted under the bed, all presenting a pinkish, charming aura everywhere. Lucian now. It was just like being in the cloud-scaled Serpent King's illusionary realm in the first place, and even more so. This temple, I believe, is the temple of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and lust. Aphrodite, also known as Venus, has an origin that is quite shocking, and even Lucian, who is not very familiar with Olympus mythology, has to be straight up awesome. Legend. This goddess is the god King Zeus' grandfather, Uranus. What's his name? Who fell to the bottom of the sea and changed after being cut off by his son. And the style in which this goddess acted really did illustrate her divine number, beauty and love desire, or love and life. Legend has it that this goddess had an uneasy relationship with many of the main gods of Olympus. Lucian was determining the idea in his mind, and then he saw, above that big, fluffy bed, there was an exquisite view of the two beautiful and slinky powerful and burly divine drives were in a state of inversion, not knowing what heaven and earth were. Stupid blasphemer! How dare you break into my chambers? A dainty cry rang out. Chapter 93 Resurrection. My love? The Gattuso family. Stupid blasphemer. How dare you break into my chambers? The creaking of the big, fluffy bed came to an abrupt end, followed by a chirping sound. Aphrodite, the Olympian goddess of love and desire, and also of beauty and sex, stood at the edge of the bed and stared angrily at Lucian. TSK, worthy of the goddess of beauty in ancient Greek mythology. Even in such a dangerous situation, Lucian couldn't help but let out a dark sigh in his heart when he saw the goddess's appearance. This beautiful goddess of spring has not yet disappeared, just so uncovered standing in the bed couchside, pink jade feet on the ground, a head of slightly curly blonde hair, delicate features, skin as white and creamy as lamb fat jade, concave and convex figure is enough to use the word proud to describe the two words. For Lucian, who had suddenly intruded into the temple and disturbed her good deed with her lover, Aphrodite was furious. With a wave of his wrist, a golden tree branch immediately appeared in his hand and swiped at Lucian. The branch of the tree lengthened into a long whip against the wind, and with a whistling sound, it fiercely lashed. Thud! Lucian directly sacrificed the East Emperor Bell to suppress this space first. Behind Aphrodite on the bed, the lover, seeing the fight taking place, cried out in horror and buried his head under the covers. Luckily for this Mr. Lover, he's just an ordinary person, not another main god projection. Lucian's heart was slightly settled. It is important to realize that this goddess of love and sexuality in the Olympus divine lineage has a private life that is so chaotic that it is unbelievable. She was clearly married to Hephaestus, the god of fire, but had private affairs with Poseidon, the god of the sea, Apollo, the god of the sun, and even Ares, the god of war, who was rumored to have had a secret affair. Lucian was just worried that two Lord God projections would appear here at the same time, making it more difficult to seize the treasure. Thud! The East Emperor Bell emitted a dull bell sound, and the arcane yellow aura ripples spread out in all directions, expelling the charming aura in the air. You have such a powerful artifact on this tiny blasphemer? How dare you block my conception traction? Aphrodite looked at the East Emperor Bell above Lucian's head, with some doubt in her beautiful eyes. She clenched her silver teeth and sneered. Yes, I'd like to see how long you can resist. The words fell. Aphrodite made a gesture with one hand, and a golden crown embellished with jewels instantly appeared in her hand. A pink light flashed from the jeweled crown, covering the entire temple. Lucian said in his heart that it's not good. Sure enough, the moment he was enveloped by the pink light, a sense of restlessness surfaced in the bottom of his heart that he could hardly suppress. This feeling is very familiar to Lucian. He had endured it once in the cloud-scaled Serpent King's illusion, and he had also had it the time he touched the witch-slaying sword. But this is different from those times. Obviously, this is a Lord God who is in charge of love and lust, and who is interested in erotic traction. Lucian knows that this kind of thing that pulled emotions from within without actively attacking could only be resisted by one's own will. And even with the East Emperor's bell, the role it could play was minimal. After all, the East Emperor clock can suppress time and space, earth, water, wind and fire, but it can't control lust. All Lucian saw was that absolute beauty goddess, just like this towards their own, coquettish smile, raised lotus root arm gently hooked his neck, pink fingers across the skin. The palm finally stopped on his chest, came to their ears, with some fragrance, exhale as orchids of the subtle breathing sound rang, The whole person snuggled up in their own body. Just test the cadres with this? Which cadre can stand such a test? Lucian mentally roared hysterically, trying to get rid of this scene that he didn't know whether it was an illusion or a real occurrence. Then, Lucian's consciousness, just a little bit of sinking into this pink-toned world. After a million sweats, thud, land sinker, who is undergoing the great goddess examination. Suddenly, I heard a tiny bell ringing as if from millions of miles away. Then 5 powerful spiritual lights shot out from his own internal organs, instantly crushing the pink world. Timo's almost got hit. It's a good thing that the extreme 5 elements spiritual body is able to enhance the power of the Yuan Shen. Lucian snapped his eyes open, discovering that Aphrodite, who was carrying a golden tree branch with a ferocious face, had already come to a distance of less than 10 paces in front of her. Thud, buzz, whoa, the East Emperor Bell, the 8-foot mirror, and the Poseidon Trident. Lucian did not hesitate to offer up 3 divine weapons to subdue this space. Shoo shoo shoo. 36 flying swords of the 5 elements, forming the perpetual Star Dipper sword formation, killed Aphrodite. Lucian recalled the terrible situation he had just been in, and his heart couldn't help but chill. Straight to the hot hand option. All of the attacking means were fired at the terrifying love-lust goddess projection. Ah! Aphrodite exclaimed in horror. Stupid blasphemer. Unintelligible blasphemer. The blasphemy of broken love. Aphrodite kept parrying the attacks with the branches in her hands, but unfortunately it didn't help. Boom! Shortly thereafter, this terrifying Lord God projection dissipated with a loud bang. Tinkerbell, that golden jeweled crown that fell to the ground. The artifact left behind isn't even her branch? Lucian picked up Aphrodite's crown and briefly examined This crown is of superb craftsmanship and the ultimate luxury in gold, but I don't know why. A circle around the crown, which should obviously be embellished with jeweled decorations, but on top, there are only 2 bare jewels, and 8 jewels vacant. Lucian's spiritual sense moved. The role of the crown came to mind. Aphrodite's crown, the power of the Lord God that contains a portion of love and life, the ability to collect the souls of the dying, contain the souls in the jewel of life, and sacrifice enough life force to rebirth the dead. Current number of souls that can be collected, 2/10. Sacrifice enough life force to the crown to obtain other life gems. Gathering souls and reproducing conception? Lucian was shocked in his heart. Automatically, in his mind, he translated the role of this artifact, which belonged to the lineage of the Olympian gods, into the concepts of the flood mythology. The soul, it should be the Yuan Shen in the flood mythology, collecting souls to recreate conception. That's not resurrect, my love. But I, too, sister, any lover to be resurrected? It's hard not to kill Ruyan Lu, and that dead yellow hair surnamed Song, first, and then resurrect them with the crown and kill them again? That won't do. They don't deserve this artifact bit. Lucian shook his head and pocketed Aphrodite's crown. After all, it was an artifact that came back from the dead. It was still quite a cowhide and might be useful in the future. Sure, it's best not to use it. Lucian topped the Eastern Emperor Bell and exited Aphrodite's temple. Hurrah! At this moment, an uncountable number of modern people appeared at the bottom of Mount Olympus. Mount Olympus, outer area. I didn't realize that there were so many people who coveted the divine artifacts inside the Holy One of Olympus. A middle-aged man wearing a slim tuxedo and a half-height silk bowler hat grunted as he looked at the crowd slowly entering Mount Olympus. It's just a bunch of stupid and unaware inferior people who also try to get their hands on divine weapons. Next to him, a young man draped in a white tailored suit sneered with a brash gaze. This thing on the sacred mountain of Olympus. We, the Gattuso family, want half. I don't care how the rest of it is divided among your several great clans. Who's in favor and who's against? The young man in the white suit smiled and turned to look at the crowd behind him. Behind, other representatives of several great families belonging to the same civilization of the Olympian gods, while resentful of the Gattuso family's bullying behavior. But neither dared to say anything. After all, the Gattuso family, which had developed in this middle land for thousands of years and had not declined through 2 world wars, had strength and heritage that could not be compared to the family behind them. At this moment, representatives of several great families belonging to the divine civilization of Olympus, Gattuso, Rothschild, Corleone, and several other large families, almost all gathered at the bottom of the hill. These families, it could be not quite the same as the big shuffled clans within Dacia. Their power, almost spanning multiple surrounding kingdoms, the land has developed for more than a few hundred to 1,000 years, also dominated those big robberies of recent times, having snatched countless rare antique treasures from several ancient civilizations of the Blue Planet. These things, in the mythic descent not so long ago, many of them underwent mutations. It can be said that the force with the most magic spirit treasures in the entire Blue Planet now, Not those ancient countries with long civilizations, but these few big families that started by looting and those big families in Northern Europe. P.S. Take a vacation today. One shift for now. What I owe will be made up tomorrow. Thank you for the previous brush gift partners. The heart I have received. Very happy. Will seriously write this book. By the way, can I get a freebie? Chapter 94. Like the Great Summer Kingdom 100 years ago. Make the right choice that matches your strength. These ancient families that have been passed down for dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of years. Their family treasury contained almost half of the lost divine artifact national treasures of the major civilizations of the Blue Planet. It also makes them, the ancient families, in the mythic descent not so long ago, strength was quickly built up, and the gap between them and the civilians was quickly closed. Even with the Blue Planet, several other mythical regions have pulled away, with these divine artifacts plundered from the kingdoms of various ancient civilizations. Now, the two great mythological regions, Olympus myth and Norse myth, are on the modern-day power list of the top 100 had all broken through to the second rank level. That arrogant Dasha man, he entered the holy mountain of Olympus yesterday, the representative of the Gattuso family in a white suit. Dawn, Gattuso said coldly, such a foreigner entering our holy mountain. This is a strange shame for our ancient families. We have to enter the sacred mountain as soon as possible and drive out that mole from Great Xia. The representative of the Corleone family, a middle-aged man in a tuxedo, hesitated. Your Excellency Dawn, my humble opinion is that this is a matter that needs to be considered in the long run. That Dasha man is no slouch. You should have seen that video the Daxamites posted on the internet. That Dasha man has dominated a battle at the level of a divine war. In our words, this is the equivalent of helping Zeus, the god king, against the Titan gods. This Dasha person is by no means able to cope easily. Representatives of several other great families? A very few nodded their heads in agreement. The most shook their heads and sneered. Old Corleone, I see you're getting more timid with age. You don't know. It's on the entire Great Summer Myth rankings right now. The modern person with the strongest strength, the one inside the sacred mountain, is only at the heavenly immortal realm strength. It's also equivalent to the peak of our second order. The first 100 on their charts are all still only at the first rank, and we're on the Olympus mythological charts. Most of the top 1000 have already reached second order strength. He's one second order, and we have 10 second orders here. Many people smiled and nodded. Yeah, that first person of the Great Xia, even if he is able to manipulate the divine battle, doesn't mean he's strong. Most likely, it's just because he bribed one of their gods in Dasha. We, the Olympus myth region, are able to physically fuse? This time, wasn't it because of the sacrifice of a beautiful maiden to Lord God King, that the right to behead that captured giant was obtained? That Dasha man, he must have done the same thing. The people around us chimed in. That's it, definitely. The representative of the Corleone family grimaced and didn't say another word. Okay. Dawn. Gattuso coldly interrupts these men's talk. Even if the Dasha people inside the sacred mountain, who have manipulated the divine battle, are really strong, so what? He's only one now, and we have tens of thousands of people from several big clans combined. Is it hard to be afraid of him? A tiny second rank? Said Dawn. The corners of Gattuso's mouth curled up slightly and, moreover, I've brought a demigod artifact from the family treasury this time. Even if it's a hero with 4th rank strength, I still have a chance to seriously injure him. What waves can a tiny second order mole cricket make? With these words, the people from the surrounding several great clans sucked in a breath of cool air. Surprisingly, it's a demigod artifact. The Gattuso family is truly a great family with 1,000 years of inheritance, to the extent that they have taken out their demigod artifacts. Dawn. Gattuso was pleased with the crowd's reaction and smiled. Well. Cut the crap and hurry into the mountain. There are artifacts appearing all over the world right now, and a few small islands over in the polar region are rumored to have appeared with the treasures of the Asa God clan. The head of our Gattuso family has gone over there himself. When things are over on Mount Olympus, I still have to get the men to the pole. In addition, that Kunlun mountain of theirs in Dasha, it seems that there have been some strange movements recently. A joint exploratory team of several major families. This is the end of the talk. Striding into the sacred mountain of Olympus forbidden. Boom! As the deity's silhouette in front of Lucian collapsed with a bang, the illusion in the divine hall shattered. A short sword-style artifact fell to the ground. There's only one artifact that's equivalent to a lower-grade Hotian spiritual treasure? Ordinary gods sure are shabby. With a helpless look on his face, Lucian picked up the short sword on the ground and fed it to the Eastern Emperor clock. Repair degree of Donghuang clock plus 0.1%. Even a lower-grade Hotian spiritual treasure level spirit item, the fixes all only add 0.1%. As the degree of repair gets higher, The appetite of this East Emperor clock is getting bigger and bigger. Lucian was somewhat helpless. After exiting the Temple of Aphrodite and discovering a large group of Europas ascending Olympus, Lucian didn't care too much about it. After all, with the power of the thunder that descended from this mountain, those people below the mountain who could come in halfway would be considered to have burned incense in their ancestors. So he continued toward the top of the mountain. And, by the way, explore the several surrounding shrines that possess a spiritual aura along the way. All the way, I thought I could unlock another skill from the East Emperor's bell. However, it was found that the spirits found had increasingly failed to satisfy the needs of the East Emperor clock. Whoa! Lucian had just stepped out of the gate of this temple when the surroundings were immediately surrounded by people. I didn't expect to come up quite so fast. People come in quite large numbers. Lucian scanned the surrounding area. There were thousands of Europas surrounding the temple. Most of them, though, were in a sorry state of shape. The body was scorched black and the clothes were scorched beyond recognition, obviously being tormented enough by the thunder of the god King Zeus. Only a handful of men in suits, looking human and talking, were normal. A young man in a white suit. He was holding an oil paper umbrella, obviously an antique artifact in the style of daxia. Slowly stepping forward, he bowed slightly to Lucian, and in broken Chinese, his tone was respectful. Excuse me for a moment, sir, but allow me to introduce myself. I am the family representative of the Gattuso family. By order of the family, come to the holy mountain of Olympus. Come to retrieve the artifacts that belong to our civilization. Lucian listened quietly. I was just about to say that the young man was quite polite. Then I heard him say, "We know that you climbed the holy mountain yesterday. Along the way, it was also discovered that you snatched quite a few divine artifacts belonging to us from those divine halls. We ask you with all our hearts, give us back those things that belong to our civilization. That's not something you can get your hands on. Trust that you will make the right choice for your strength as your country did 100 years ago." Chapter 95. This is the power gap. Kill all. The fingers of the young man in the white suit gently fumbled with the oil paper umbrella in his hand, and with a warm smile on his face. It seemed to be reminding Lucian, speaking may sound humble and courteous and gentlemanly, but Naya, just like your ancestors, it's all a bunch of wolves in sheep's clothing. Lucian slightly clenched his fists. The young man in the white suit spoke in a respectful tone from start to finish. With a warm smile on his face, he seemed to be extremely cultured. However, Lucian was clearly able to tell from the other parties that the other party was provoking himself, from deliberately posing the antique oil paper umbrella phallus from daxia in his hand. And when he said, like your country 100 years ago, make the right choice for your strength, Lucian then realized that the man in front of him, from top to bottom, carried an arrogance that scorned everything. What do you want me to do? Lucian said. Put down the artifacts you took from the holy mountain of Olympus, and all the artifacts you have on you, and we can spare your life. Sir, no good. This is very undignified. Sir, Don. Gattuso laughed softly and shook his head. You still haven't recognized the difference in our current strength. Just as 100 years ago, your country failed to recognize the power gap with us. Saying that, Don. Gattuso took out a coiled dragon jade seal, obviously in the style of daxia, from his bosom, and signaled Lucian to take a closer look at it. Recognize this artifact? This is a demigod artifact from your daxia. Oh no, it shouldn't be called a demigod artifact. In your words, it should be called a top-grade Hoteon spiritual treasure. He was able to kill and injure a fourth order hero level, that is, equivalent to your Daxia Xian level powerhouses. He was originally supposed to belong to your great summer kingdom, but now, he belongs to us, the Gattuso family. 100 years ago, my ancestors took tens of thousands of collections, including his, from your land. Now, in the treasury of our house of Gattuso, half of the collection is from your daxia. Don. Gattuso was all smiles as he looked at the coiled dragon jade seal and said in praise. Have to admit it. You, daxia, did once create a civilization that flourished beyond compare, but that was before. Do you understand me? Always talking about what has gone before is of little use for the present, just like you are now. I know you're all the rage in your flood myth region, but this is the blue planet. Now, there are hundreds of second order, or heavenly immortal realm powerhouses like you, in our Olympus mythological region. That is, the difference between you and our kingdom. Understand? Gap? Lucian quietly listened to the young man in front of him with those moralistic words, then swept around and smiled. I will, next, make you feel the gap between me and you. This is the future. The gap between daxia and the kingdom behind you people. Now, I'm giving you a chance to quit Mount Olympus. Go back to your families. Return every brick and tile that your family, 100 years ago, took from Daxia. I can promise. The liquidation of the family behind you is temporarily delayed until after you have performed your pious penance. The moment Lu Xun's words came out, the hall was silent. Quite a few people do understand the official Daxia language, but for a moment, it still didn't react to the meaning of Lu Xun's words. They had thought that, when Lu Xun heard that Don Gattuso had taken out a demigod artifact, Gattuso took out a demigod artifact. He should have admitted his mistake and given way, and handed over everything he had on him. I didn't realize that the other side was so insensitive. Or, more accurately, it is the lack of a completely correct prediction of the gap between their own strengths. It's amazing that they have to turn around and threaten the crowd. Ha! Worthy of the Daxia people I remember. Always so unaware of death. We clearly promised to spare his life. But he, however, still refuses to bow down. Just like their country did 100 years ago. It always takes our hardened ships and cannon striding into their territory for them to bow their high and mighty heads. In that case, satisfy him. The people from the several big families laughed coldly in succession. I have given you the opportunity to repent, Lu Xun calmly said, his mind moving. Yikes! A loud and clear cry of a divine bird rang out. A reddish-white blazing sun surfaced behind Lu Xun. The red yang domain opened up silently, and the top-notch flames from the eastern flood myths spread out in all directions in a domineering and merciless manner. Shoo shoo shoo. 36 extreme 5 elements flying swords flew out silently from behind Lu Xun, enveloping the surroundings. Perimeter Star Dipper Sword Formation completed. The biting sword chi wrapped around the extreme 5 elements aura, forming a square and round formation that enveloped all of these thousands of people. Thud! The sound of a deep and magnificent bell rang out, and metaphysical yellow ripples spread out in all directions, blocking the thunder that kept falling from the top of the mountain outside of the sword formation. Since the power of the thunder spear is not used, I'm still able to kill you all. I'll tell you an idiom. It's called the difference between clouds and mud. That's the difference between me and you. It's also the future gap between us, Daxia, and you, the bandits who started out by plundering. Understand? Lu Xun was suspended in midair, his clothes hunting as he looked down at the sword formation below. Like a majestic god, calm and cold, he spoke these words word by word. The wailing sound immediately resounded throughout the entire holy mountain of Olympus. Aha! What is this flame? Why is it that when I get it on, I can't shake it off? The burning sensation is so painful. It can't be. It can't be. My flame spells come from the great fire god Hephaestus. How could I not be able to block this flame? Why? My healing spells aren't working at all. I'm a first-class follower of the sun god Apollo, completely immune to flame damage. So why can't I still carry this flame? These white sword chi were actually able to penetrate my hero-level divine artifact armor. This is impossible. The biting sword chi and overbearing red young true flame mercilessly harvested the lives of these people. The members of these great clans were constantly using their respective magic and arts to defend themselves against Lu Xun's attacks. But alas, it does not help. Even Don Gattuso's proud demigod artifact, under the oppression of the perpetual Star Dipper sword formation and the red young domain, neither could do anything. Don Gattuso, struggling with his last bit of strength, looked up, glanced at the back of the man who was like the sun, and then fell silently, with his throat slit by a sword ere that. His pupils held uncountable emotions. Surprise, resentment, at best. Though, it was endless fear. Until this moment. These people, only then did they truly understand that the gap that Lu Xun had mentioned before was not a trick, and also until this moment, they realized that the strength of the Great Summer Flood myth region was not inferior to any myth region, although most of the strongest people on the leaderboards were still only at first-order strength. But their leaderboard leader was the actual strongest person in Blue Star. The wailing ceased abruptly, and there was a silence in heaven and earth that several big families were all killed. Chapter 96 East Emperor Clock Repair +1. Capture God King's Spear. Is this the strength of the second order of the Olympus myth region? Lu Xun swept his eyes over the corpses that littered the ground. I can't believe there isn't even one that can fight. It seems that these kingdoms that have entered the Olympus mythos region have not explored this region to a great extent. There should be many benefits yet to be gained. It seems that when the channels of the subsequent several mythological regions are opened, I've got a need to make a break for it in these big areas of theirs. Lu Xun murmured in a low voice, briefly recalling the time when the channels of several mythic regions opened in his previous life. It seemed early to realize that the time was still early, at least until after the flood had fully descended. The other mythological regions that were the first to connect with the flood region. It's a subsidiary civilization of the flood mythic region, the high heavenly plains mythic region of the Footloose Chicken Kingdom. It should be the 3 emperors and 5 emperors after the War of Witch and Demon and before the Great God Sealing. During the time of the Great Yu, the the great sorcerer Xiang Lu, in the posture of a 9-headed serpent, had one of his heads chopped off by the human powerhouse Diyu, who was ruling the water, and fled to the East China Sea, where he accidentally broke through the barrier between him and the myth of the high heavenly plains, and so fled to the high heavenly plains, where he reigned supreme, the two mythic regions, which were then officially linked. It was only then that people from two different mythological regions began to interact with each other. Lucian remembers an anecdote that, in his previous life, after the opening of the passage between the flood and the high heavenly plains mythological region, the people of Daxia, who had a long-standing feud with the Footbath Chicken Kingdom, were pleasantly surprised, and spontaneously organized tens of millions of people to go east and start a friendly exchange with the mythical region of the high heavenly plains in a manner befitting a state of etiquette. Finally, or was it the laws of heaven that couldn't stand to watch, and took the initiative, in order to maintain the balance between the regions? The friendly exchange was barely quelled by restricting the flow of people between the two regions. It's so nice to have picked up thousands of spiritual objects for nothing. Again, Lucian collected his thoughts and looked at the spirit aura remaining on the bodies of several Europa family members and nodded with satisfaction. However, as Lucian was cleaning up the battlefield, seeing the spiritual objects on these people, there is a big have a very obvious Daxia style, obviously from the ancient Daxia civilization, the mood is immediately bad again. It looks like there's going to have to be some time in the near future. Launch a reckoning against these great clans that have plundered Daxia. Most of it, after all, is from my old ancestors. I am the heir to my old ancestors' things. Lucian quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Soon, a large collection of nothing more than wands, plate armor, short swords, long knives, and other spiritual items had been gathered up. Lucian briefly swept his eyes and realized that none of their grades were good, and all of them were fed to the East Emperor clock. Repair degree within the East Emperor's bell plus 0.02%. Donghuang clock repair degree plus 0.01%. Donghuang clock repair degree plus 0.05%. Boom! A radiant halo of light rises up from the face of the Eastern Emperor's clock. East Emperor's bell current repair level, 12%. The body of the mysterious yellow clock suddenly seemed to be transformed. The aura became more mysterious and mysterious. The inscriptions on it also became more brilliant, and on the surface of the clock, those fine cracks also faded away a lot. Well, it's finally 5% fixed again. Lucian looked at the big clock in his hand, and his spiritual sense seeped inside the East Emperor clock. Hurtingly, he realized that the aura cave inside, with the restoration of the East Emperor clock, had expanded in size by tens of thousands of times, stretching across tens of thousands of miles. The spiritual field that had been planted before only occupied a tiny piece of it. The aura cave became so empty all of a sudden. Comparing the size of the spiritual fields, it would appear that I am too lazy. It won't work. Lucian shook his head. It seems that the previous intention will have to be implemented. When the witch demon war is over, just transplant in the innate off-fire Fuson from the sun planet, and the Taiyin laurel from the Taiyin planet, and then it's best to build a house in it and keep some cats and dogs. Beast-eared women, fox spirits and whatnot. Lucian collected his thoughts and began to check the abilities unlocked by the East Emperor clock this time. Buzz. As Lucian's spiritual sense penetrated into the clock body, wisps of the aura of the law of time overflowed. Cutting off the light, the East Emperor bell suppresses the long river of time in the region. Cutting off the light, the host can move around in the region without any obstacles. The rest of everything, including consciousness, stops functioning in the region. The time of cutting off the light is weakened or strengthened accordingly with the host's strength and the degree of restoration of the East Emperor bell, as well as the strength of the opponents in the region. Cutting off the light? Lucian was a bit confused, and after savoring this new ability in his mind, he immediately responded that, isn't this Timo just time stopping? I see. The previous ability was to suppress space, which is already impressive. This time it's straight up suppression time. A step up. Lucian was a little surprised. Watching those fantasy action movies as a kid, always fantasize themselves and those movie protagonists can have the ability to suppress time in the subway. This time finally fulfilled the dream, even if it is not to cultivate. With the East Emperor clock to make a movie can be potentially full cough. Lucian collected his thoughts. Spiritual sense drives the Eastern Emperor's bell, and with a thought that, buzz, an arcane ripple of aura spread out like water ripples to the 8 directions of the surrounding heaven and earth. With Lucian as the center, time suddenly stopped in the area where the aura ripples swept through. The thunder that descended from the top of the mountain turned into silver-white electric snake energy forbidden in the air, and the leaves that were swept up by the wind also hovered in the air, and everything in the surrounding heaven and earth instantly stopped. Lucian was the only one who walked idly and moved about unhindered. Not bad for cutting off the light. Lucian collected the power of the East Emperor Bell, and the things around him that were originally as if they were stuck, immediately reactivated. With my current strength, unleash the ability to cut off the light of day. And if there is an opponent of quasi-saintly strength in the area, it could barely jam him for a couple of snaps. 2. Below the quasi-saint realm, one can still be stuck for a longer period of time. Time may seem short, but it's almost a matter of life and death. Lucian was satisfied with the ability to cut off the light of day and put away the East Emperor clock. Raising his head, he looked at the mountaintop orientation not far away, where there was a magnificent and incomparable God King's divine temple. That Don Gattuso was just dying. Gattuso before he died. I think it says there's been a lot of noise out there. Not only does Norse mythology show the treasures of the Asa gods, on the side of the old home, Dashya, there seems to be movement in the Kunlun Mountains. 2. It seems that I need to learn about the holy mountain of Olympus quickly. Lucian raised his feet and walked towards the top of the mountain. As the degree of repair of the East Emperor clock increased, the defense and suppression abilities it contained were also drastically enhanced. Under the protection of the Eastern Emperor's bell, it was simple for Lucian to get to the top of Mount Olympus Sacred, the temple of the god King Zeus. That should be right. Lucian scanned the temple in front of him, which was a lot more magnificent and lofty than the temples he had encountered before. Seeing the lanky figure in the mural on the wall, carrying a thundering spear, and determining the thought in his mind that, then he lifted his foot and stepped in. Chapter 97, The High and Mighty Europa. Abusing Zeus Projection. Oh my god, did you guys hear that? Hear the commotion inside Mount Olympus? It seems that young Master Dawn and a few of the great clans have met that Dashya man inside. It seems that the bandit from Dashya, his strength is not good either. So soon there's no movement inside. I've heard that young Master Dawn swore to the head of the Gattuso family before he came here that he would cut off that Dashya man, who was making a name for himself in the mountains. This time that pesky number 1 person of Dashya is finally going to die. On the outskirts of Mount Olympus Sanctuary, a group of Europa news reporters, or network anchors, set up their cameras and cell phones, and all kinds of long guns, aimed at the mysterious and incomparable Mount Olympus after the recovery. This sacred mountain holds an important place in the hearts of the people of the several surrounding kingdoms that have inherited the myth of Olympus. It's as sacred as Mt. Fuji is to the people of the Footless Chicken Nation. After this mythic descent and the revival of the holy mountain, quite a few people were paying attention to the state of this holy mountain. It's a pity that the outer limits of the sacred mountain are too powerful. As soon as they stepped into the range of the mountain range, there were powerful punishment thunder as follows. Most people didn't have defensive artifacts and could only look away at the periphery. However, this still cannot diminish the sanctity of Mount Olympus in the hearts of the people of the surrounding region. But not so long ago, a Dashya man of ill intent, breaking through the forbidding system and stepping into the holy mountain, attempting to get his hands on their divine artifacts. This made the people of several surrounding kingdoms that inherited the myth of Olympus exceptionally angry when they learned of this news. Think it's a strange shame. After all, in recent times, several Western kingdoms, which have been ahead of other civilizations on the blue planet, have been. There was never a time when it was only them, teaching civilization to the unenlightened Orientals or Africans. There was never a time when people from other civilizations came to their land to spread their wildness. So, the members of the several great clans that entered the sacred mountain were all unspokenly harboring the same goal of. It was to intercept that Dashya man who had entered their holy mountain. So, there were a lot of journalists and internet vloggers who got wind of the news and came sniffing around. Long guns were set up outside the mountain, ready to record this historic moment. It seems like that bandit from Dashya will surely die. Since when have those inferior peoples of theirs been able to come to our land and sow their wild oats? I've heard that most of the top 100 on the Great Xia people's ranking list are still at first-order strength. Sure enough, an inferior race is an inferior race. Even if we evolve, we are always one step behind us. Outside the mountain, the press vloggers sneered and pointed their cameras out of the mountain passes. The millions of Europhiles in their live streams are also using pop-ups to rave about the superiority they've gained since the recent past. Just at the moment when the people outside the holy mountain of Olympus, who were still talking about it, Lucian had already taken a step and entered the temple of Zeus, their proud god king. Crackle! Dense silver-white thunder snakes descended from the sky, constantly lashing at the uninvited guest. But, these powerful thunderbolts were all easily resisted by the arcane yellow halo emanating from the Eastern Emperor clock. So, is the projection of Zeus, the king of the gods? Lucian looked up and, at the very top of the shrine, there was a tall stone chair, on which sat a tall, burly figure that, holding a spear made up of silver-white thunder in his hand, the sturdy body close to 3 meters tall came down from above, gazing indifferently at Lucian below as a cold and magnificent voice came out. Death to all who blaspheme. Oh, the God King's projection is different, and what he says is so forced. Lucian laughed coldly in his heart, and without hesitation, he offered up the Eastern Emperor bell. Thud! The sound of a deep and magnificent bell rang out, turning into arcane yellow aura ripples that swept out in all directions. Truncated light launch. The overwhelming thunder in the divine hall turned into silver-white thunder snakes as much as they could, hovering in the air, and within the entire divine hall, time stopped. At the top of the divine hall, the lanky figure that originally wanted to leap out was directly stuck in midair. Shoo shoo shoo. The 36 Extreme Tao 5 Elements flying swords swept towards that Zeus projection at extreme speed, following the movement trajectory of the stars in the circumference of the sky. The flying swords skimmed the surface of Zeus' projected body. Ding, ding, ding. Iron-like sound rang out at the same time, leaving several deep visible bone blood marks, can be seen from the wounds, under the skin under the golden god's blood. However, the golden divine blood did not flow out, because of the effect of truncating the light, it just solidified in his body. Shortly thereafter, crackle, Lucian's spiritual power was exhausted, and the truncation of the light was ineffective. The thunder that hovered in midair finally fell, and the Zeus projection quickly rushed towards Lucian, immediately following. Whoa! The entire temple was transformed into the world of the ocean, and Lucian wielded the Poseidon trident, summoning countless fishmen to kill the Zeus projection. At the same time, he kept stuffing spiritual fruits into his mouth to restore his spiritual energy. This skill of cutting off light really does consume blue. Lucian murmured, "Good thing I was prepared." Shortly thereafter, thud, the sound of the magnificent bell rang out again, and the truncation of light was once again unleashed. Zeus, the god king who was fighting the fishman army, was once again stuck in his figure. Countless fishmen and flying swords killed the Zeus projection. A few moments later, boom! The projection of Zeus, the god king of the Olympus divine lineage, collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, transforming into countless tiny silver-white thunder snakes that didn't enter that thunder spear. As expected of the god king Zeus, it really takes some time, Lucian murmured, but under my flood innate supreme treasure, no matter if you're a god king or a god, you'll have to obediently bind your hands. Lucian walked forward and picked up the thunder spear on the ground. This weapon of the Olympian gods, the great name of the king of the gods. It was not heavy in the hand. It was a spear with a silvery white color that was entwined by countless tiny arcs of electricity, and it looked very forced. Tortured me for so long, let me conk out what you really do. Lucian dispersed his spiritual sense and seeped into this god king's spear, and large sections of information surfaced in his mind. The thunder spear of Zeus, infused with the power of thunder. It can easily kill and injure 8th order gods, that is, quasi-saint level powerhouses, and can be infused with the power of thunder for energy storage. Current number of times thunder power can be used, 3/3, a divine artifact that can kill a paragon level? Lucian was a bit surprised, but you can only use it 3 times now, and after the 3 times are used up, you'll have to infuse it with the power of thunder for energy storage. It's okay, but isn't it not quite the pushy style of the weapon of the god king Zeus? Lucian was a bit confused. Then using his spiritual sense again, he probed down, and once again a large piece of information appeared in his mind. The pupils were suddenly shaken with a huge, the key to the treasure of the Titan gods? One more chapter tonight, chapter 98. I am sending you a warning in my personal capacity. The key to the treasure of the Titan gods? This divine spear of Zeus, or the key to unlocking the treasures of the Titan gods? Lucian was ecstatic in his heart, while his knowledge of ancient Greek mythology is only at a half-baked level. However, he still knew quite a bit about the Titan god race. The vein of ancient Greek mythology is primarily about a father who is kind to his son, and against the ethics of the first god king. Uranus, the god of the sky and grandfather of the famous third god king, Zeus, gave birth to the second god king, Krolos, the god of time, as well as numerous Titan gods. Then Krolos, with the help of his mother, Gaia, the mother goddess of the earth, led a group of Titan gods, cut off the basket Uranus, which turned into Venus, and overthrew the brutal rule of the first god king. Uranus opened up his own brutal reign. Then Zeus, the third god king, also with the help of his mother, and many hundred-armed giants and cyclops, overthrew the rule of his old dad, Chloros, sealed a bunch of Titan gods, and started his own era. This treasure of the Titan gods is the treasure of the second generation of the ancient Greek divine court. Now the key to such a bountiful treasure is in your own hands. What a treasure for a divine race. It seems that when the future passage opens, murmured Lucian, had to take a trip to the Olympus Mythos region. Buzz. As Lucian put the thunder spear into the space of the East Emperor Bell, the thunder that enveloped the entire holy mountain of Olympus was instantly collected into the thunder spear. The restriction that enveloped the entire holy mountain of Olympus also disappeared without a trace in an instant. Ha! Olympus Holy Mountain's prohibition has disappeared? Below the holy mountain of Olympus, a crowd of passers-by and journalists and netizens gathered outside the mountain to get a better look at the situation were shocked to discover this. What happened? The holy mountain's prohibition. Why has it suddenly disappeared into thin air? The crowd gasped and quite a few people bravely entered the original prohibition range and realized that they were surprisingly not attacked by the punishment thunder. It should be the divine artifacts inside the holy mountain that have been taken down. Earlier in the east, in the country of the foot chicken, after that Dasha man took the artifact on Mount Fuji, it was like that there, too, and it went right back to normal. It looks like the crowd led by Mr. Dawn made it. Everyone raise your cell phones and cameras and point them at the exit of the holy mountain. This is definitely a moment that belongs to history for us Europas. Someone has analyzed the reasons for, immediately recognized by all. The journalists and versus at the bottom of the mountain immediately raised their long guns and aimed them at the exit of the holy mountain of Olympus, ready to record this exciting moment. That damned Dasha man is finally finished. This time it dares to come to our Europa to sow its wild oats. This is a strange shame. Oh, I'm looking forward more and more to seeing his corpse, carried out by the Gattuso family. Oh, the damned Daxamites have been all over the internet lately. I'd like to see what expression that group of inferior races will have when they see their number one expert die in our sacred mountain. The crowd is talking. Their conversations show at all times the innate arrogance with which they treat Orientals. The major live broadcasting platforms in the Europa nation are also relaying live footage from the holy mountain of Olympus to various channels in preparation for this historic moment. In the major live streams, pop-ups were scrolling fast, and thousands of people were waiting behind the screen. Coming out. Someone's coming out. The eagle-eyed man exclaimed in shock that. Then all eyes turned to the direction indicated. It's finally out. I think I saw the body of that damn Daxamite. It's not right. How come only one person came out? Didn't a few big families go in with thousands of people? Wait, why is that person wearing a strange mask? Which family is this? Where are the others? The people outside the mountain, along with the small group of people in the major live streams, were dumbfounded when the soul figure slowly approached and looked at the crowd outside the mountain, along with the small group of people in the major broadcasting rooms, were instantly dumbfounded. Maleficent, he's that damn Daxamite. Oh damn God, look who he is and how he's still alive. Where are our fine Europa warriors? Because of dominating those great lootings against major civilizations in recent times and accumulating abundant funds, the Europas have been in the leading position in all aspects of Blue Star's science, technology, and economy since recent times. They maintain in their bones an innate arrogance when it comes to other peoples. Never could accept that he would be behind the East. Just like the previous flood myth region, the body fusion was carried out in advance. So all their great clans, too, were using their best efforts, even going so far as to use inferior means, to complete the body fusion in advance. Now, Lucian was one step ahead of the several great clans, and he even made it out of the holy mountain alive. They are even harder to accept. Excuse me, sir, a reporter, who was well versed in the official language of Dasha, came to Lucian boldly, holding up the microphone and asking, how come you're the only one out? Where are the others who entered the holy mountain? Dead, said Lucian calmly. Whoa, the crowd was in an uproar, all of them finding it hard to accept this fact. What's harder to accept is that this Daxamite survived, while their fine Europa warriors died inside. Are the prohibitions of the holy mountain of Olympus so powerful? And may I ask how you survived? By the way, may I ask what happened to the sudden disappearance of the holy mountain's prohibition? Reporters netizens chattered, holding up their microphones and cell phones surrounded them, asking a whole bunch of questions in rapid-fire succession. It was as if Lucian wouldn't let him go until he finished answering. But Lucian swept an icy cold look over the crowd, which immediately silenced their voices and retreated a few steps back in fear, making way for a path. Because, said Lucian coldly, because they are too arrogant to know their own strength, not making the right choices in line with their strengths. The crowd is confused. Several journalists skilled in the official Dacia language quickly translated the passage to those around them. The crowd is even more confused? Not making the right choices for your strengths? What's that supposed to mean? Soon, someone combined to intercept this Dacia man before the people of several great clans entered the mountain. That name they must have encountered and clashed with, in the holy mountain. But now, it was this Dacia person who came out alone, and then combined with the meaning of Lucian's words, immediately reacted. People from several big clans were probably killed by him. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. Everyone, in an instant, was in an uproar once again. The pop-ups in the major live streaming platforms were also in an uproar. They reacted and began to denounce Lucian's executioner behavior. This gentleman from Dacia. You mean, you killed all those fine Europa warriors of ours, didn't you? This gentleman. Please look this straight in the eye. Answer us truthfully for the camera. The reporters and netizens set up their long guns and short cannons, facing Lucian's face, and pressed him to ask questions again and again. It's live for the world. What you say next concerns not only your personal, but also the international reputation of the Dacia behind you. May I ask if you admit to the crime you committed? These people, obviously wanting to use public opinion to blackmail Lucian and put pressure on him, and pull this incident up to the national level to put pressure on the great summer state behind him. In the opinion of these journalists, the men of the several great families, though they were the first to try to intercept and kill this Dacia man, it was out of a desire to preserve the honor of the higher Euromancer. It's a supreme honor, in name only, and for this inferior Daxamite to kill those people back is a complete and utter crime. After all, controlling public opinion. There. Just a little bit of out of context quoting on Lucian's answer would be enough to hold the entire Blue Star public opinion hostage and make Dacia as a nation a target. Lucian also understood that this group of journalists and netizens were trying to use public opinion to pressure themselves, but he wasn't used to them in the slightest. Raising his hand, an 8-foot mirror appeared in his hand. A clear holographic projection-like image suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Picture. It's Don Gattuso. Gattuso led thousands of people and surrounded Lucian. As an illusion-type spirit object, the 8-foot mirror still had the function of recording portraits. The reporters immediately turned their lenses to the image cast by the 8-foot mirror. Obviously, they wanted to find evidence of Lucian's guilt from this. But, with the image of Don Gattuso saying those condescending words to Lucian with a humble face, Gattuso's face full of humility towards Lucian, uttering those condescending words flowed out. Like your country 100 years ago, make the right choice for your strengths. Leave all the artifacts you have on you, and we will spare your life. The reporters immediately understood Lucian's mind and wanted to put away their cameras. But it's too late. The footage has been streamed out in real time. Facing the global netizens of the major broadcasting room, immediately clamor a piece of. I didn't realize that you Europas were so arrogant. If I were this Dacia person, I would also choose to kill them. Ha 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 ha. Isn't this representative of the Gattuso family letting this Daxamite make the right choice in line with his strength? Which seems pretty right to me. Even so, killing is wrong. And this Daxamite is evil. God will reject him. Come on, you're the only ones allowed to kill him, not you. The journalists not only did not achieve their goal, but also influenced public opinion to the opposite point. Their faces were a bit unsettled, and they kept asking, this gentleman, how the hell did those people die? Were they really killed by you? These thousands of people, who have only made outbursts against you, do they really deserve to die? Have you ever repented of what you did? The journalists continued to follow Lucian's lead. After all, regardless of whether Lucian nodded or shook his head, as long as the only words in his words were properly articulated, they could quickly shift public opinion. All it takes is for Lucian to say the word. Just leave the rest to the editing. They're way too skilled for this kind of thing. Lucian also understood what these people meant and faced the camera. Since this is live for the world, then I will say what I think. Lucian spoke in a calm tone. We have an old saying in Dacia that those who kill are always killed. There's also a saying that a 10-year feud can still be restored. You all heard clearly what the representatives of those great clans said in the picture earlier. What I did today was just a revenge that came 10 years too late. And it's the high and mighty of you who should repent. At the same time, on a personal note, I am sending a warning to all any individuals, families and even kingdoms that took a brick or a tile on my great summer's soil 100 years ago. Starting today, you have 3 days to return whatever you looted, as much as you can. Otherwise, I will come to your door to settle the score, one by one. To reiterate, this is a warning, not a negotiation. Chapter 99 Public Opinion Ferments. Global netizens blow up. Armageddon ends. To reiterate, this is a warning, not a negotiation. As Lucian's words fell, all across the outskirts of the sacred mountain of Olympus, there was a silence that, whether it was the reporters and netizens who pulled out their long guns to shoot, or those passers-by who came to join in the fun, they all quieted down at this moment. A bunch of reporters are confused. They had thought that, faced with the live feed of the camera in their hands, this Dacia people, at least will be a little convergence, say some grand words, to suppress their own brutal murder of thousands of people public opinion storm. I didn't realize that this Dacia person actually made a thing that made everyone on the scene, out of the blue. Not only is there no repentance, no redress, it also used the live broadcast platform to rehash old historical scores and issue threats to several major countries and several major families in Europa. Hubris. It's just too arrogant. This is simply lawlessness. These journalists know too well the weight of the microphone in their hands. Often, as long as the microphone in one's hand and the camera behind one's back are turned on. Even the politicians of the great powers, who are secretly incredibly ruthless, have to be careful what they say. When faced with any question from them, the journalists, even if they are tricky, they have to be extremely careful and cautious in their response. But, today, this executioner from Daxia, however, was not at all accustomed to himself and others, and made direct threats to the nations. It's a complete and utter lunacy, isn't it? What qualifications, or strength, does he have to say these things? Hello sir, may I ask? I have one more question I would like you to answer. Can you answer this question positively? The reporters and netizens who still wanted to ask questions were obviously not as arrogant and rude as before, and all of a sudden became polite. But Lucian just waved his hand impatiently. I have made it clear that there is nothing I wish to continue expressing. You just remember what I said before. 3 days later, I will bring the history of the Great Summer Kingdom and personally come to my door to settle the score. Having said that, Lucian transformed into a long rainbow and swept towards the northern polar region. In the Arctic, there is Asgard, the abode of the gods. In Norse mythology, that is an important mythological civilization comparable to the Olympus divine system. Such a treasure, of course, Lucian will not miss it. In the meantime, as the footage of this live broadcast from beneath the sacred mountain of Olympus trickles out, the matter of Daxia's #1 powerhouse, facing the globe to issue a warning to the several kingdoms that had invaded Daxia 100 years ago, also quickly fermented on the global internet platform. The eaters were each in their own way, and passionate about the line. Arrogant. That Daxia man is really arrogant. Brutality. That Daxia man killed everyone who entered the holy mountain of Olympus. He's simply a demon. He deserves to go to hell. I profoundly doubt if the whole of the Great Summer Kingdom is as brutal as that executioner. Ash Bar. The Daxia people are too arrogant. Supporting the Europas to take revenge on the Daxia people. Love from the great cold underworld. Oh my god. You guys are just too ridiculous. I watched the entirety of that live broadcast, and it was clearly the people from the several great families who threatened that Daxia man first, which provoked the other party's anger. And those people were killed purely at their own peril. I'm familiar with Daxia's history, and I support the statement upstairs that it was clearly you arrogant Westerners who provoked the incident in the first place, and that Daxia man was just taking an eye for an eye. An eye for an eye. Ha 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 ha, you guys just deserve it. That man is nicknamed the god of killing in the East Sea in our Daxia. He won't spoil you. You'd better think about how to deal with the liquidation in 3 days. Just as the internet is still reeling from the rights and wrongs of this matter, the internet platforms within Daxia have long been a scene of banging drums. Relief. I'm so relieved. The bandits can go where we want them to go. Starting today, we'll change the shape of our offense and defense against all countries. I'm not conferring. I'm warning. That's an old-fashioned way of saying it. This dude has the boldness of a northeasterner. He's definitely from our town. We recognize this brother from the northeast. Whoever said that? I thought this dude was from the south. Even though I was killed by this dude once on the East China Sea coast, I approve of what he did this time. Black to pink. Honestly, I'm getting more and more curious about the identity of this person. Yes. In my lifetime, I hope to know the true face of this good man. While the bulk of the population is straight up and fast, a number of people have likewise expressed their concerns. Then again, this time, if the East Sea god of slayers kills people with such fanfare, will it invite retaliation from the several great families and kingdoms in Europa? I'm also worried. I heard that he has now traveled to the North Pole region, looking for the treasure of the Asha divine clan. Will there be any accidents? Ugh. This dude's got a straightforward style of doing things, and I approve. But it's also true that he's not very cautious. So windy. I'm really worried that he'll have an accident. I have also heard the Nordic mythology and Olympus mythology, two big areas. The rankings of the top 1,000 have reached the second order. That is, the realm of the heavenly immortals. If he went over to the past, just when people around the globe were making a lot of noise about the land sinking, Lucian has arrived within the Arctic region. Lucian raised his head and looked over toward the north. Thick ice floes were floating on the frozen sea, and countless icebreakers, large and small, were rushing towards the Arctic region, sailing into the depths of the polar region suspended in thick fog. There are also many explorers from all over the world, either treading the ice in plate armor, riding brooms in mage robes, or just flying prowling into the depths of the mists. It wasn't long ago that a fishing boat, deep in the Arctic, discovered a passageway to a mysterious region of the, and in the process of exploring inside, a number of powerful artifacts were found. As the news was broken, many people confirmed that the back of that passageway was none other than Asgard, the famous abode of the gods in Norse mythology. I hope I'm not too late, Lucian murmured, and also turned into a rainbow, disappearing into the depths of the mist. Countdown to flood advent 10, 9, 8. The familiar celestial beeps ringing in the ears of the. Has the day gone by so quickly? It feels like nothing has been done yet. Lu Xun, who was flying, sighed, and with a flash of light before his eyes, when he opened his eyes again, he was again in the scene of the flooded uncharted mountain. Buzz off. All kinds of jutsu take off. The grueling witch demon Armageddon has reached a fever pitch. Why does it feel like this Armageddon is moving ahead of schedule? Lu Xun looked at the battlefield. The demon emperor Jun, who was being surrounded by several great ancestral witches, and the demon queen Shihat and demon consort Changshi, who were already dying, and was a bit confused. He remembers it well. This great battle at Buzhou Mountain in the previous life did not end until after the flood had fully descended. With the way the two brothers, the demon emperor Jun and the eastern emperor Taijun, who are now fighting with a single-minded desire to die and not to lose their lives. It looks like the battle will have to end at this descent. Forget it, whatever. It's not a big deal to end early. Modern human physiques are fused early because of me. It's not surprising that the Great War ended early. Lu Xun maneuvered the crippled hybrid river Luo Grand Formation. I don't know how much longer. Boom. The chi above the battlefield was suddenly disorganized. It's coming. Chapter 100 Accident. Donghuang Tai wants to give away the clock? The historic moment of the witch demon duel is coming. Lu Xun's pupils shrunk. He saw that the demon empress Shiha and the demon consort Changshi were already dying, obviously close to exhaustion. Demon Emperor Jun was holding the accompanying magic treasure Hichu Luo Shu, and he fought fiercely with several ancestral witches who were also seriously injured. East Emperor Taichi similarly burned the Golden Crow origin and fought the 6 ancestral witches alone. Demon Master Koan Pang and the 2 ancestral witches fought back and forth. Since the heavenly Tao can't tolerate my demon race, laughed the East Emperor Tai as he sacrificed the East Emperor Bell and laughed magnificently. Then this emperor will fight with all his might and kill him to turn heaven and earth upside down. The demon Emperor Jun, who was holding the river map and Luo book, had his whiskers and hair spread out, and he also laughed loudly. Even in death, I, the demon race, will still be the orthodoxy of the flood? This calamity is not my demon race's sin of not fighting. It's the heaven's way that wants to kill my demon court. The future generations of the flood demon race shall know that I, D. Jun, will not fail the demon race. The 2 demon race-bearers both laughed boldly. Immediately thereafter, the East Emperor Tai led thousands of demon saints and demon generals and demon marshals to catalyze the weekly Heavenly Star Dipper formation and slammed into the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation. Demon Emperor Jun also made a move with one hand and took back the control of the mixed river Luo formation from Lu Xun, leaving only the 8-foot mirror and those few spiritual objects that served as temporary formation eyes in front of Lu Xun. Driving the mixed river Luo Grand Formation, he took the initiative to crash into that great formation with a fury that rushed through the sky. Boom! All sorts of heaven and earth auras and fury chi and yuan chi were rushing across this area, and the disorder was incomparable. 11 stout ancestral witch Dharma phases stood in the center of the battlefield, facing off against 2 huge golden crow bodies and a Koan Pang body. The flood shook, the heavens and earth overturned, and the void shattered. The battle aura between the peaks of paramount saints, coupled with the aura of the innate supreme treasures, completely turned this battlefield into a Shura purgatory. For every aftershock of the battle that spread out, 10 million witch demons lost their lives. D. Jun, this demon is really good at being able to deal with. Lu Xun nodded secretly as he looked at the 8-foot mirror that D. Jun had left behind, and a few spirit objects. Surprisingly, he didn't take away my 8-foot mirror in passing, and left me a few spiritual items. Meanwhile, he sacrificed an 8-foot mirror to conceal his aura. I just wanted to pull out Hades the Undertaker's stealth helmet to defend the battlefield from the aftermath of the battle. Lu Xun suddenly realized that there was a strand of golden feathers that flew towards him, and immediately stopped his hand movements. Is this feathering 3000? The thought had just risen in Lu Xun's mind. Buzz. Suddenly, he realized that the space and time within 10 feet around himself suddenly stood still. Lu Xun immediately reacted that this was the Eastern Emperor Bell at work. Then the wisp of the golden crow's feather, which was transformed into the image of the Eastern Emperor Tai, appeared in front of the Your Majesty the Eastern Emperor. What are you doing? Lu Xun made a slight bow and, at this moment, the surrounding heaven and earth are still fighting to turn the sky upside down. Only the space and time around Lu Xun were strangely still. Lu Xun, you were right last time. Dong Huang Tai nodded slightly as he looked at Lu Xun. We, the demon race and the sorcerer race, are both forbidden by the heavenly Tao, and our demise in this great war is inevitable. Nowadays, my royal brother and I have long since figured it out based on your previous reminder, so want to ask you to do something. Is that okay? East Emperor Taichi's expression was plain, his tone sincere, without the slightest hint of being the demon race's East Emperor, and he even said the word please to Lu Xun. This is to entrust the rhythm of the orphan. Lucian was a little surprised. I didn't expect that the two great heroes of the flood, the Eastern Emperor Tai and the Demon Emperor June, would have figured it out on their own, under their own vague hints. The nature of the sorcerer and demon tribes to end up in a lose-lose situation is that the heavenly Tao does not allow it. The only way to make a change was to fight against the heavenly Tao. But, currently this was clearly impossible. Your Majesty, please, Lucian said. East Emperor Taichi nodded slightly. Nowadays, among my demon clan, not only my royal brother and I, but even the major demon saints and demon generals, are all in the middle of the reckoning. Of all the people I trust, you are the only one who is not subject to this karma. I know that my royal brother, Emperor June, and I, as well as Fushi Kuanping and a host of other demon court executives are hardly immune to death. But, I don't want the demon court that I single-handedly founded to go to ruin just like that. I, Tai, am not convinced. Saying that, with a face full of arrogance, the Eastern Emperor Tai raised his head and looked in a certain direction in the chaos. Then he pointed to the distant battlefield, the East Emperor Bell that was spreading its might to suppress the heaven and earth. This companion treasure of mine is of great concern. Among them is a fragmented scripture left over from the demon god battlefield that my royal brother and I, when we stumbled into the chaos, found. That scripture is exceptionally powerful and esoteric, and seems to contain the laws of a certain inquisitive Tao. Even my royal brother and I, who have spent countless years, have only managed to comprehend a little, and combined with the foundation of my demon clan's inheritance, it has been appropriately remodeled. Now, that scripture has been inscribed in my companion Dharma treasure. When you hear this, Lucian has been confused. Wasn't the scripture within the East Emperor Bell the demon emperor's devouring that he had comprehended at first? The origin of the demon emperor's devouring was surprisingly so powerful. No wonder it was possible to cross different races and directly seize each other's inheritance. Only to hear the East Emperor Tai continue. I knew that my brother and I and the others were bound to die, but don't want this companion supreme treasure and the scriptures within it to be obtained by other saints or clans after death. So want to entrust it to you, only you foreign demons who are not subject to karma or prying eyes, to be preserved intact. I hope that when, in the latter days, my demon clan once again emerges a clansman who has attained quasi-saint and has a heart for the demon clan, you will give him this supreme treasure as well as the scriptures within it. Help my demon race to revive once again. Isn't this what you said? Lucian looked deeply at the East Emperor Tai and asked rhetorically, doesn't your majesty worry that I will covet this great treasure? The Eastern Emperor Tai shook his head. From the first time I saw you back at the witch demon battlefield, see you picking up the spoils of war on the battlefield, but cannot dishonor those dead demon robes in the slightest, and even took time out of the treasure hunt to bury their corpses the moment they were buried. I will believe that you definitely possess a heart of redemption with a heart for the demon race. Good familiar feeling. When your great-nephew also so praised me also strange embarrassed to Lucian Hart said. Of course, continued the Eastern Emperor, if one day you take possession of the Eastern Emperor's bell and the scriptures therein for yourself, I believe that, too, then, it's because at that time, you had the ability to lead the revival of the demon race. Looking at the sincere tone of the Eastern Emperor Taichi, Lucian was silent. His original idea was that, taking advantage of the chaos and seizing the Eastern Emperor's bell in this great battle of Armageddon, he has no master, and he is at peace with taking the land. I didn't expect things to go directly out of my own expectations, and the Eastern Emperor Tai sent it directly to my door. The thing is not without reward. Of course, Donghuang Tai thought Lucian was waiting for a sale. I also intercepted the origin of the Fusan wood in advance, as well as the origin of the Taiyin laurel, sealed in the Aura cave within the Eastern Emperor's bell. When the demon court is overthrown, you can then take these heavy treasures far away. All you have to do is accept this commission. Those two innate spirit root sources that were born with the two of my brothers will belong to you. Lucian shook his head. Your Majesty, even without the origin of the two innate spirit roots, I still accept this commission. Lucian was equally full of sincerity. If before, he approached the demon court out of interest, but now that things have come to this point in the East Emperor Taichi's life, he has no reason to refuse. Not to mention, the demon emperor's devouring within the East Emperor Bell was related to his great Tao, and it couldn't be discovered by others. Good, nodded the East Emperor Taichi slightly. My brother and I will be on our deathbeds, utilizing the river map and Luo book to disturb the karma of this heaven and earth. Let the other saints temporarily deduce the heavenly chances of this battlefield. All of them, then draw the bell of the Eastern Emperor by your side. At that time, you will be taken far away by the Eastern Emperor's bell. After saying that, the East Emperor Taiyi's body transformed into a golden crow's feather and slowly dissipated. Greetings to His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor. I will not dishonor your Majesty's mission. I will revive the demon race. Lucian bowed to the figure to the end. The surrounding spacetime instantly returned to normal, without anyone noticing the anomaly over here. Boom! The distant battlefield. Demon Emperor Jun, who transformed into the body of the Golden Crow, burned his origin and catalyzed the Hichu Luoshu to launch the final blow. Chapter 101 Armageddon ends. Lucian makes his move. Demon Emperor Jun, who had transformed into his Golden Crow body, began to catalyze the River Map Luo book to launch his final strike. Behind him, the two Taiyin goddesses who were only hanging on to their last breaths, Shiha, who was also his wife, as well as Changshi, looked at their husbands with sorrowful faces and said in the same voice, "May I be married to you again in the next life." Immediately afterward, the two demons, as if returning to the light, erupted a strong Taiyin aura from their bodies, and began to burn the last trace of Taiyin origin on their bodies. Eventually, it transformed into Taiyin aura and converged into Demon Emperor Jun. Boom! The aura of yin and yang converged and exploded in all directions with the river diagram Luo book in Di Jun's hand as the center. Not good. Di Jun is trying to explode his own origin. The ancestral witch Xianmei, who was besieging Di Jun, changed his face sharply, and the other two ancestral witches also sensed Di Jun's movements and hastily retreated. Unfortunately, it's too late. Buzz. The domineering and overpowering aura of yin and yang stirred from the center of the battlefield. The wails of pain resounded throughout the entire battlefield of witches and demons that stretched across hundreds of millions of miles. Genji, Hepburn, Kira. The three huge ancestral witch phantoms that stretched across the battlefield slowly shattered, each coalescing into a drop of ancestral witch essence blood that shot out into the vast flooded earth. Demon Emperor Jun died in battle. Ancestral witches Xianmei, Qiangliang, and Zabisu died in battle. Di Jun's companion supreme treasure, the He-Tu Luo Shu, shot upwards into the firmament, from which it emanated a domineering and majestic yin and yang qi that enveloped the entire witch-demon battlefield. The heavenly chances on this billion miles of battlefield were instantly disorganized, as if they had fallen into the depths of chaos, even a certain saint peering beyond the battlefield. In this instant, he was also shocked to realize that he was having trouble checking what was actually happening in the battlefield at the moment. The battlefield below. Countless demon soldiers and sorcerer soldiers, demon generals and sorcerer generals who were fighting furiously turned into pieces and dissipated into the air in this earth-shattering blow. The soldiers of the witch and demon tribes, who were originally in the midst of a fierce battle, each discarded their swords and soldiers and fled in all directions. Genji, Xiangliang, Zabi Zombie, the ancestral witches who survived Di Jun's self-explosion looked at this scene in disbelief, and were instantly enraged beyond measure. Their respective ancestral witch Dharma phases were instantly bright and incomparable, and they began to catalyze this source from the remaining top levels of the demon race to fight together. It's only because of the influence of the Hichu Luo Shu. None of them noticed that, in the direction of the self-inflicted death of Emperor Jun, a subtle ripple of aura suddenly surfaced, and a golden crown with two jewels embellishing it flickered in that area. Royal brother, the Eastern Emperor Taichi shouted angrily, even though he had long ago, in secret, negotiated all this with his royal brother, Emperor Jun, arranging all the backstops. However, at this moment, seeing his brother die with his own eyes, his heart still welled up with unspeakable grief. "You all must die." Dong Huangtai roared angrily. Thud. The Eastern Emperor's bell was sacrificed, and the arcane yellow aura ripples reflected the entire sky. Knock. The magnificent bell sound centered on Dong Huangtai and transmitted in all directions of the battlefield, firmly suppressing the battlefield that was hundreds of millions of miles in circumference. Boom! In the center of the battlefield, a brilliant sun appeared indistinctly. Without hesitation, Dong Huangtai burned his golden crow origin, spreading the scorching and domineering sun true flame domain in all directions. Knock. The East Emperor bell emitted a sharp and magnificent sound, using itself as a medium to pull the power of the East Emperor Taiyi's origin to all sides. "Lucian, I hope you won't let us down." Dong Huangtai murmured a sentence in a low voice, and his huge golden crow body completely transformed into flames. Boom! The heaven-destroying might spread out around the battlefield with the body of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi as the center. No good. Taichi is going to blow up his own origin too. The ancestral witch Di Jian let out a low cry, his body retreating rapidly, and the surrounding group of ancestral witches also began to retreat in a hurry. However, the overpowering and domineering sun true flame engulfed them in an instant. Heaven and earth were silent. The heavens and the earth were turned upside down and chaotic. The void was shattered, and the heavenly mechanism was disorganized. East Emperor Taichi died in battle, along with the 6 ancestral witches that surrounded him, as well as the ancestral witch Matthew who was fighting on the side of the demon master Kuanping. They also died in battle. The remaining ancestral witch, Gong Gong, who was seriously injured and dying, looked at the dead group of ancestral witches and cried out sadly to the sky, "Heaven forbid my witch clan! Heaven forbid my witch clan!" The demon master Kun Pang, who had survived, was also staring blankly at the devastated battlefield, listening to the incessant lamentations of the ancestral witch Gong Gong in the distance. He reacted violently and murmured as if asking himself a question. Are witches and demons really forbidden by heaven and earth? So much for that. And what's the point? I hate it. He looked at the center of the empty battlefield and said with a face full of resignation, Emperor Jun Tai has wronged me. With that, his eyes quickly swept over the battlefield. Since the witch and demon tribes are destined to perish, there must be a saint's calculation, and it is meaningless to fight any longer. Why don't we seize a few heavy treasures, seclude ourselves in the northern underworld, and realize the great Tao? In Kun Peng's mind, such thoughts instantly surfaced. Immediately probed out his spiritual sense, looking for the whereabouts of the East Emperor Bell in this battlefield, but found that the heavenly chances were incredibly disturbed, and even his own spiritual sense was difficult to emanate out. It was also impossible to find the direction where the Eastern Emperor's bell had fallen, before Tai and Di Jun died, eye to eye with that little demon surnamed Lu. Perhaps the backhand of the two fell on him. The demon master Kunpeng thought of this, immediately radiating his diminished divine sense, trying to find Lu Shen, who had just been manipulating the mixed river Luo Grand formation, only to find, again, nothing. Strange. Surprisingly, even this little demon has disappeared? In the end, he locked his gaze on the river map Luo book in the air. Since we can't find the Eastern Emperor's bell, it's not bad to take away the Hichu Luo Shu. With that, the sleeve hand, detaining the Hichu Luo Shu in the firmament that suppressed the heavenly chi into his hands, he did not hesitate to transform into his Kunpeng body and fled towards the north. Somewhere on the battlefield, Lu Shen wore Hades' stealthy helmet on his head and silently watched the demon master Kunpeng, who rolled away the river map and Luo book, unmoved. The river map and Luo book is related to the rise of the human race in later generations. The karma is too great. The reincarnated human Emperor Fuxi still have to take him to deduce the 8 trigrams. Even if Kun Peng, this old six, takes it now, it will be asked back by Nuwa later. It might even attract the attention of saints. There's no point in taking the risk. Anyway, the most wanted and powerful Eastern Emperor clock has arrived, and most of the collections in the Demon Court's treasury, all of them were packed into the aura cavern of the Eastern Emperor's bell, long ago, by Emperor Jun and Tai. Lu Shen felt the sea of chi orifices in his body, the two pieces of the Dongmuan clock that met because of the temporal and spatial dislocations. At this moment, the two pieces of the Eastern Emperor clock had a vague tendency to merge together, but in this case, Lu Shen can't let them fuse. After all, it's an innate treasure. Maybe the commotion is too big, and it's alarming people who are unnecessarily alarmed. Chapter 102, Lu Shen inherits the Demon Emperor's throne. Are the rumors true? Or wait until after we leave this place of wrongdoing. Find a place where no one is around and let the two crippled innate supreme treasures fuse together again. Lu Shen thought about all this. Make sure the kunai are far away. Immediately wearing Hades the Underworld King's stealth helmet, he swept to the center of that void-shattering battlefield, to the bearing where the Eastern Emperor Tai was when he blew himself up. Look carefully. Finally, in a piece of disordered chi, found a wisp of weak to immediately will be scattered with the wind residual soul. His Majesty, the Eastern Emperor. You and His Majesty Emperor Jun gifted heavy treasures. There is no reason for me to just take what I don't want, Lu Shen murmured in a low voice. With that, he took out Aphrodite's crown. At this moment, on top of this golden crown, the original only 8 gemstone empty spaces had turned into 9, with only 1 gestation gemstone left to embellish it. When Demon Emperor Jun blew himself up earlier, Lu Shen then took advantage of everyone's inattention and used the crown jewel once to collect the remnants of Di Jun's soul. On Aphrodite's crown, the pigeon egg-sized jewel burst forth with a subtle wisp of life force, collecting the wisp of the golden crow's remnant soul within it. The wisp of the golden crow's residual soul was surrounded by the power of life and instantly turned into an egg like a caterpillar turning into a cocoon. The golden crow egg was also the size of 7 fists, with wisps of white golden divine patterns formed by the sun true flame flowing on its surface, emitting an extremely faint life force. Lu Shen took the embryonic egg of Tai and put it into the aura cave of the East Emperor Bell. At the moment, there were already 2 golden crow eggs lying quietly inside. We have to leave this place of wrongdoing as soon as possible, Lu Shen murmured in a silent voice. The next thing that happened was that Kid Gong Gong didn't speak of martial virtues and crashed and stepped on the heavenly pillar of Buzhou Mountain. Then a great hole appeared in the sky, and the heavens and the earth turned upside down, and the stars shifted, and the flood was in deep water. A few great saints are about to come out and fight the fall. I have to get my hands on those few ancestral witch essence bloods that have strayed into the floodlands, as soon as possible. After all, it's ancestral witch essence blood, and it's also an extremely rare and heavy treasure. And then it's time to take on Nuwa's mission to mend the heavens. The modern person who obtained the first ancestral witch essence blood in his previous life seems to be that brat, Li Jiuyue. Well, just from his ancestral witch essence blood but robbed. Lucian wore Hades' stealth helmet on his head, while cautiously taking out his 8-foot mirror to cover the sky, and swept rapidly towards the southwest, the battlefield of witches and demons. As the demon master Kuanping disappears, the senior members of both the sorcerer and demon clans died in battle, leaving only the water ancestor witch, Gong Gong, in the battlefield like a madman. The demon saints of the demon race, all of whom had survived because they had previously received special shelter from Emperor Tai of the East and Emperor Jun of the demon race, all of them gathered around demon Saint Baizé, White Zephyr. The two majesties made a special arrangement before the great battle for us all to listen to you. Tell us about his majesty's arrangements. The bruised and battered demon Saint K-Mang wiped the witch's blood from his face and said. Several other demon saints, too, looked at Baizé at the same time. The White Zephyr demon sage is among the demon saints in the demon court, although he is not promoted by force of arms, but as a person of intellect. He is the personal secretary of the demon Emperor Jun, and he is the secretary of the demon Emperor Jun. Normally, he was still quite prestigious among the other several demon saints, and the demon court's group of demon saints were also loyal to the demon court. Even though the two sires of the demon court have already died in battle, the demon master Kuanping has disappeared, and all of the top echelons of the demon court have been annihilated. Everyone still does not have the intention of leaving their jobs and going their separate ways. Seeing that the rest of the demon saints were looking at him, Baizé then stated the arrangement that demon Emperor Jun had made not long ago. His Majesty has, in fact, long anticipated today's situation. My demon court is loathed by the heavenly Tao, and its destruction is bound to happen. It's not just our demon court. In fact, the witch race is the same. He said there was no need to follow the demon master after he and his Majesty, the Emperor of the East, died. You can gather the remnants of your troops and take the remnants of my demon clan's forces and enter the 100,000 mountains to recuperate. And then, speaking here, Demon Saint Baizé paused. After all, His Majesty's final arrangement for the reorganization of the demon court, not your highnesses. It was he, Baizé, who couldn't figure out why His Majesty had chosen him. If he told the other demon saints, I'm afraid they would also disagree. And then what? A few of the other demon saints, a few of the short-tempered ones immediately became anxious and, White Zephyr, you can just say it, even if I have to go through fire and water, I, K-Meng, will do whatever I have to do. Right, just say it straight, Lord White Zephyr. Now that the demon court is leaderless, several great demon saints were all anxious. Baizé gritted his teeth and then spoke of the final arrangement between His Majesty Emperor Jun and His Majesty the East Emperor. Both your majesties say, we'll take the remnants of the demon court's forces into the 100,000 mountains to recuperate. There shall be no more conflict with the 10,000 races of the flood. When Lucian appears one day, he will be honored as the new demon emperor of my demon race. Silence, the silence of a falling pin. After Baizé finished saying this, he silently surveyed the faces of the several great demon saints. After all, not long ago, several of His Majesty's demon emperor's little golden crows were shot by the great sorcerer. The only ones who possessed His Majesty's orthodox bloodline inheritance were on the Tyene planet, those few princesses highnesses. But, His Majesty Emperor Jun and His Majesty the Eastern Emperor, surprisingly, agreed to confer, letting an outsider, Lucian, inherit the demon emperor's throne. It's just too unbelievable. However, the crowd of demon saints just froze for a moment and, it was an expression of deep understanding that this was the case. So it's him. I've been saying for a long time that rumor is not an empty one. If His Majesty Emperor Jun and His Majesty Tai Chi arranged it this way, then Lucian's origin and followers would make sense. It seems that my initial guess was not wrong. Yes. When Lucian used his innate divine ability on the battlefield, it was a little different from His Majesty the East Emperor, but it was much the same. No wonder when Lucian can in such a short time. And then he has integrated the Zhou Tian Star Dipper Grand Formation and the mixed Yuan River Luo Grand Formation, with such a heaven-defying talent for formations. I think it must have been taught by His Majesty Emperor Jun and His Majesty Tai Chi long ago. Wrong. It's called a dragon giving birth to a phoenix. How can the heels of the dragon and phoenix clans be compared to His Majesty's golden crow heel? The several great demon saints aren't dumbfounded, but it was the demon Saint Baizé's turn to be confused. No, what the hell are you talking about? What do you mean you expected it? What rumor? Are you guys hiding something from me? And the dragon gives birth to the phoenix. And the heels are all here? Bai Zai scanned the circle of demon saints and frowned. What exactly are the rumors you all speak of? All the demon saints were filled with surprised expressions. Could it be that Lord Shirazawa doesn't even know about this? Shouldn't I? Should I know anything? Bai Zai said mentally, then looked at the demon saint K Mang, who was usually the most honest of all. Counselor Monk, tell us. Kimon looked around to make sure that Bai Zai really didn't know that the rumor that Lucian is the illegitimate son of His Majesty the East Emperor was then unfolded. Lucian is the illegitimate son of His Majesty the East Emperor? White Zephyr is all confused. And then remembering when. The scene of seeing Lucian for the first time at the Buzhou Mountain, and then associating it with Lucian's several familiar innate divine abilities, he suddenly felt that this rumor, good thing is not without merit. But, Chapter 103, Gongbon's anger touches Buzhou Mountain, East Emperor Bell Fusion. The rumor, it seems, is not without merit, but that's basically impossible, Bai Zai murmured in a low voice. These other several demon saints might not be clear about Lucian's origins, but he, Bai Zai, as Lucian's introducer, wasn't clear? Lucian, obviously with that day the great sorcerer Yi killed all the princes, together with the foreign demon born into this heaven and earth. How could it be the illegitimate son of His Majesty the Eastern Emperor? Seems like a bit of a coincidence. When Bai Zai thought of this, he linked it to the time point when Lucian, these foreign demons appeared, which happened to be the moment when a few of the crown princes died that day, and then recalling that His Majesty Emperor Jun, as well as His Majesty the Emperor of the East all met Lucian for the first time. With that kind of valuing gesture, as well as this heaven-defying talent of Lucian's, this does seem to make sense. Can't it be that it was His Majesty Emperor Jun who had long ago deduced through the river diagram and Luo book that several of my demon clan's princely princes would have a calamity that day? So in advance, the dark son of Lucian was laid, and purposely using the identity of a foreign demon to cover up Lucian's true identity of actually being the illegitimate son of His Majesty the East Emperor? Bai Zai associates these. I felt enlightened, and I couldn't help but clap my hands for His Majesty Emperor Jun's scheming. Wonderful. If that's the case, that all makes sense. Your Majesty is really good at planning. The surrounding group of demon saints all looked puzzled when they saw Bai Zai in this state of disorientation. And Demon Saint K Mang asked, hardly. In the beginning, His Majesty Emperor Jun and His Majesty the East Emperor, neither of them informed Lord Bai Zai of this hidden secret? Demon Saint Ghostcar explained from the side. This matter concerns the future rise of my demon race. After all, naturally, the fewer people who know, the better. I think that both of your majesties are also trying to keep things safe from Lord Shirazawa as well as from us. Now that we're at this point, it's natural to be open-minded. The other few demon saints also instantly felt that this explanation from Ghostcar made sense, and nodded their heads in succession from the sidelines. Yes and yes and yes. So be it. This plot is simply wonderful. The sky's the limit. In order to revitalize the great cause of the demon court, it's better for us to swallow this matter in the future. White Zephyr also nodded slightly and said softly, nowadays, my demon court has already suffered a great deal of damage, while the sorcerer race has been equally hard hit. There's no point in fighting any longer. In my opinion, for today's solution all the demon saints gather their remnants and head south into the 100,000 mountains to recuperate, until His Majesty Lucian Koff returns. Then first honor Her Highness Yuechan as the honor of my demon race, and wait until His Majesty Lu returns to the demon court in another day before making plans. What do you all think? Bai Zai looked around at the demon saints. Nowadays, the 12 princesses whose highnesses originally lived on the Taiyin star had long since been sealed by the demon emperor Jun in a small cavernous sky and given to him, Bai Zai, to take with them, Jun and Tai before the start of the Armageddon. Just pack up all the heavy treasures in the demon court's treasury, as well as a bunch of family members, and leave only some insignificant spiritual objects behind in the demon court. These heavy treasures are divided into 2 lots, those that have so much to do with it that they will be coveted by the great powers of the heavens, even to the extent of pushing them. For example, on the Sun Taiyin, the 2 innate spiritual roots were stored in the Eastern Emperor Bell's cave and handed over to the foreign demon Lucian, who was not involved in karma, to take away. Those that aren't so bad as to make the great powers come down brazenly to fight for them, but that can provide a significant role for the remnant demon race. Instead, it was given to the demon Saint Bai Zai, who was naturally capable of tending to life and avoiding death, and would surely be able to survive in the battlefield. The several princesses and highnesses of the Taiyin planet were precisely handed over to the demon Saint Bai Zai. This is arranged by His Majesty, and naturally we have no objections. Demon Saint K Mang was the first to bow and clasped his fists, and several other demon saints also bowed in succession. I only hope that His Majesty Lucian Amount will soon lead my demon race to reorganize the river and mountain, with respect to the last wishes of your majesties. Then let's gather the remnants of our army and look forward to the day when Lucian appears and brings my demon court back to the east. Several demon saints have finished their deliberations, immediately began to gather the remnants of forces on the battlefield and traveled south to the 100,000 mountains. In the meantime, on the battlefield of witch and demon, with several ancestral witches almost dead or wounded, only one lingering ancestral witch, Gong Gong, who had lost his mind in general, was left behind under the Buzhou mountain, wailing and knocking at the heavenly Tao. It has become clear to the witches that the witch race has lost its great power. The witch race, without a dragon and leader, is no longer a match for the other 10,000 races in the floodplains. So under the leadership of Qi Yu and a number of other great witches, also collected the remnants of the army to withdraw from the battlefield. The heavenly Tao is unkind and takes the saints as ruminants. The saints are unkind and take the 10,000 races as ants. The blood-soaked and nearly insane ancestral witch Gong Gong's eyes were wide with rage, pointing to the sky and cursing loudly. Suddenly, something seemed to come to his scarlet eyes, and he suddenly laughed maniacally. Since you treat my witch clan like this, then I'll let even you saints have no peace. Boom! The phantom of the ancestor witch Gong Gong appeared violently, and the witch pattern emitted a bright light. Just like the return of a dying person, the aura of the ancestor witch Gong 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 skyrocketed against the wind. Outraged beyond measure, he slammed his head against the towering pillar of heaven. Mt. Buzhou. Boom! Only a sound of the heavens crumbling resounded through the flooded earth. The heavenly pillars folded. The earth's dimensions were cut off. The sky tilted to the northwest. The mountains and rivers overturned. And the stars moved. And the entire flooded earth was shaken. Lucian, who was rapidly sweeping towards the direction of the ancestral witch Xuanha's essence blood falling, sensed the sound of the sky collapsing behind him, and turned his head openly. This is Gong Gong's anger touching the Buzhou mountain? I can't imagine that I'll ever see this in my lifetime. Unfortunately, it's another horrific disaster for the flood world's 10,000 races. Lucian was staggered. Only a huge hole appeared in the sky above the dome of the sky in the direction where Buzhou mountain was located. Fiery fires and floods poured out of that celestial cavern, raging toward the flooded earth, drowning countless lands, burning countless forests and trees. Centered on the area where Buzhou mountain was located, it spread to all parts of the flooded earth. Go away, go away. Gotta fuse the 2 Eastern Emperor clocks first, then get your hands on a couple of ancestral witch essence bloods. I still have to get a mission from manhwa to assist in mending the heavens, just in time to be used in my past life strategy. Lucian murmured in a low voice. I wonder if the 2 pieces of the Eastern Emperor's bell are fused together, what would be the effect? Flying into a remote and dense forest somewhere in the floodplains, he waved his hand and opened up a cave with his flying sword, and entered it after making a good cover. Buzz. Lucian took out the 8-foot mirror and set up a restriction on the ground to hide his breath, stepped in and sank his spiritual sense into the orifices. Knock, knock. In the sea of Qi orifice, the sound of a magnificent bell rang unceasingly. The 2 Shen yellow ancient bells were constantly trembling, wanting to merge into one. Those 5 elemental spirits that were previously cultivated can only hide in the corner of the orifice, giving the main seat to this 2 innate supreme treasures. Chapter 104, Chaotic Demon Scripture. Seizing the essence blood of the Xianmei ancestor witch, begin the fusion. Lucian confirmed that he was ready, and his mind moved. The moment the spirit sense withdrew its repressive power. Buzz. The 2 Eastern Emperor clocks that had met due to the disruption of space and time rushed together with a loud bang. The arcane yellow light of the bell body was the first to merge, followed by 2 arcane bell bodies dotted with flower, bird, and insect seals, but covered in cracks. Thud, thud, thud. An urgent tremor filled Lucian's orifices. The domineering and overpowering aura exploded inside Lucian, causing him to stifle a grunt. Careless, shouldn't have let the East Emperor bell fuse within my body. Lucian took out the trident of Poseidon and covered it over the illusion of the 8-foot mirror, and took out and put on the stealth helmet of Hades, the king of the underworld, and used it to cover up the sky. With that, he released the Eastern Emperor clock from his body. Boom! The 2 Shen yellow bell bodies instantly rushed out, dissolving and fusing in the air. After an unknown period of time, the 2 auras of the innate supreme treasures merged into one, and the 2 crippled Eastern Emperor clocks merged into one. It's done! Lucian looked toward the East Emperor clock with slight anticipation. Originally covered with hideous cracks of the East Emperor clock, at this moment has repaired most of it, only a few minor cracks, emitting the breath, but also changed into a thick exception. Let's see what's the difference between the full version of the Eastern Emperor's bell and the battle-damaged version. Lucian's spiritual sense swept through and a line of information surfaced in his mind. Current repair level of the East Emperor's bell, 89, 21%. Repair degree straight 2, Give me a dry full in one go. Lucian was pleasantly surprised. And then it was found that the Dongwang bell, too, tended to be in full effect. It can suppress qi, as well as time and space and earth, water, wind and fire, as long as a few more spirit items were fed to it. While spending time to refine the forbidden patterns within it, the power would be maximized. There's a surprise? Lucian suddenly realized that a radiant golden scripture emerged from the body of the East Emperor bell clock. This is the devouring of the demon emperor? No. This should be the mutilated version of the great Tao scripture that the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun found from the chaos. Lucian took the scriptures to heart. At the same time, he realized that on his attribute panel, the column of inheritance had also changed. Racial inheritance, the devouring of the demon emperor, chaos demon scripture, dismembered. Chaotic demon scripture. It should be that fragmented great Tao scripture. It's related to the battle of the great battle of Pangu's opening of heaven at the time. It should be very uncomplicated. I just don't know how powerful this chaotic demon scripture is. The current demon emperor's devouring should be the version of the chaotic demon scripture that has been improved by His Majesty Emperor Jun and Tai Chi. When we cultivate to a sufficient level in the future, we should be able to use it. Lucian collected his mind and began to infiltrate his spiritual sense into the aura cavern inside the East Emperor Bell. At this moment in the aura cave, it had long since evolved from the original small cave heaven into a large heaven and earth that could not be seen at a glance. What Lucian had originally planted, that small spiritual field that exuded vitality, had long since become worthless. And the first thing that caught Lucian's attention, it was the center of heaven and earth, the two flourishing saplings. This is the origin of the innate off-fire Fusang wood? That one is the origin of the Tai-in moon laurel? Lucian looked at the two innate spirit roots with surprise, one with branches and no leaves, two roots interlaced with each other, its body fiery red, its branches covered with glittering divine patterns, emitting a red fire aura that was strong to the extreme. One was turquoise blue in color, flourishing, with dense branches and leaves, emitting the scent of several strong flavors of the essence of sunflower water. Earlier he had heard from the Eastern Emperor Tai that, having intercepted the origin of the two innate spiritual roots long ago, Lucian thought that he had taken away the origin fruits of these two spiritual roots, but he didn't realize that he had planted them directly for himself. With these two innate spiritual roots, as long as I let them grow normally and blossom in the future, I'll have countless amounts of red fire essence and sunflower water essence to use. My innate flying sword can also be taken to another level in the future. Lucian retracted his gaze from the innate spiritual roots of the two races and then looked at the two golden crow embryonic eggs. Although the divine patterns on the surface of the two golden crow embryonic eggs were glittering, Lucian was clearly able to tell that the breath of life in them was very weak. According to the information on Aphrodite's crown, the only way to fully hatch and resurrect the two embryos was to convert them into exuberant spiritual energy by using spiritual objects to infuse them. And the more powerful the being, the more the spirit needed to be resurrected, the more massive it became. It seems, trying to bring you two back to life, in the future, we'll still have to look for spirits all over the world. Lucian couldn't help but spit out a sigh. It's so hard to repair most of the Eastern Emperor clock. Now, it's time for you two to look for spiritual objects again. It's really a case of one thing leading to another. Lucian relocated the two golden crow eggs, placed under the tree of the innate off-fire Fusang wood. They are kept on fire with the red essence breath. With that, an inventory was taken. A bunch of spiritual objects that Di Jun left for himself earlier. Most of them were about the tokens of the demon court, and some key items for the recovery of the demon court in the future. Most of the other spirits, the grades were not bad, but compared to the East Emperor clock, it was a bit dwarfed. Lucian did not hesitate to feed them to the two golden crow eggs. It was discovered that wanting to resurrect their two peak paragon saints and flood fae existences was still a long way off. Come on. Overall, the harvest was very lucrative. Two extreme innate spirit roots, given enough time, it can infinitely raise the grade of flying swords for me. And the most worthless thing in the flood world is time. Lucian nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile the East Emperor Bell is mostly repaired and can already fulfill most of its functions. From now on, as long as I recite the word steady, not deliberately making a show of death in front of those bigwigs, or against the enemy, cutting off the roots and leaving no loose ends, no tails, you can basically walk sideways in the flooded world. Lucian put away the East Emperor Bell, put away the 8-foot mirror and the Neptune trident, as well as the invisibility helmet, and walked out of the cave. However, I have been favored so greatly by the demon court this time. East Emperor Tai and Demon Emperor Jun almost put the future of the demon court all pressed up against me. This karma will still have to be paid back in the future by going to the 100,000 mountains. Lucian murmured in his heart, transforming into a long rainbow and swept towards the direction where the essence blood of the ancestral witch Xianmei had fallen from his memory. South China Sea. the originally calm shores of the South China Sea. One day, a group of uninvited guests suddenly arrived. Run! A group of modern people who were raising their cultivation level in the South China Sea scattered in all directions in terror. Holy, this group of fish demons wouldn't have mutated, right? How did their fighting power suddenly become so awesome? Holy, Flood by Xiaosheng greatly said that the billions of miles around Buzhou Mountain are all battlefields, and it's not easy for me to hide in the South China Sea to improve my cultivation. How is it that just after the natural fall of the next meteor, the combat power of this group of fish demons has increased so much? I don't know. Ask by Xiaosheng Dede when we get back. Lucian transformed into a long rainbow and swept to the South China Sea coast. Looking at the crowd that was running away in all directions, his eyes locked on the center of the sea. That area where the spiritual energy is so majestic that it's eerie. The essence blood of the ancestral witch of rain and ice, Xianmei, should have fallen here. Chapter 105, What East Sea Killing God? This is clearly the great Xia War God. The essence blood of the Xianmei ancestor which should have fallen here, Lucian murmured softly. According to the memory of a previous life, Lucian also remembered that this drop of ancestral witch essence blood was the first ancestral witch essence blood captured by the modern human race. The one who obtained it was none other than the young head of the Li family of Dixia, the old dead soul under Lucian's sword, Li Jiuyue, who had previously called for the great sorcerer interceptor on the shores of the East Sea. After the battle of Buzhou Mountain, the essence blood of the ancestor witches was scattered all over the flood, and in the directions where the essence blood of the ancestor witches fell, the surrounding environment was affected by the power of the essence blood, so that many of the flood natives in the area, their strengths were tremendously enhanced. However, the fury carried by the essence blood also eroded the minds of these flood natives, causing them to become crazy and murderous. That's why that scene just happened. A group of modern people who were raising their cultivation around them suddenly realized that their opponents had suddenly become stronger. To put it another way, the orientation of the ancestral witch essence blood drop is similar to that of a few small monsters in boss-enhanced open game copies, and the rewards for passing the copies is the ancestral witch essence blood. Lucian remembers, in his previous life, in order to pass this copy of the boy and obtain this drop of Xianmei ancestral witch essence blood, Li Jui had mobilized almost all the energy of their Li family, and also spent big favors and united with a few other big clans, before barely obtaining it. And in a previous life, after several great ancestral witches' essence bloods appeared in the world, only 1 or 2 drops were taken away by modern people. Most of them, the blood of the witches, all by the witch tribe survived. A few great witches, Qi Yu and other reclaimed the witch tribe. After all, according to the normal process of the flood myth, after the witch-demon war, the demon races hiding in the 100,000 mountains did not jump again, and the unsympathetic witches, however, screwed up. Once again, after Qi Yu and a host of other great wizards obtained the blood of the ancestral witches, they rapidly accumulated strength. Afterwards, during the time of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, when the human race rose to prominence, they fought with the 2 great tribes of Yin Huang, the famous battle of Zhuodir. It was after that the witch race completely fell apart. That figure is the East Sea Killing God? As Lucian appeared, those modern people below also spotted Lucian's figure and immediately recognized him. After all, right now, in the entire flood myth region, there were only 2 people whose reputation was so loud that they could be considered household names. In addition to the popular science blogger Hangu Bai Xiaosheng, who is known for his love of selflessness, the other one, it is the East Sea God of Murder, who wears the iconic Skyfox mask and has committed numerous crimes in the flood world and on the blue planet. Blah 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 blah. What do you mean by East Sea Killing God? This is our Daxia God of War. The nicknames of East Sea Killing God, East Sea Butcher, and whatnot, are all those little hacks deliberately smearing him to obtain nicknames. From that battle on Mount Olympus, the East Sea God of Slayers has been completely cleansed and has become my great Xia God of War. That's it. In the future, whoever mentions the words East Sea Killing God again, I'll be in a hurry with them. The appearance of Lucian, it caused a huge stir among the crowd of modern reincarnates below. Yes, it's the warlord Big Brother. But recently, isn't he maneuvering the hybrid river Luo Grand formation in the battlefield outside of Buzhou Mountain? Why did he come here? Whatever. Quickly, take out that phantom sound moon shell of yours that can record images. The God of War Big Brother showing up at the South China Sea coast. This is a big news. Going back to post it on the internet will surely explode. The crowd of modern people reacted and took out their own magic treasures that could record images in a hurry, aiming them at Lucian's back. Lucian naturally noticed the situation below and was somewhat helpless. I didn't realize that my popularity had gotten better. Without even realizing it, he had made plans to wear the Skyfox mask when he went out in the future. Big Brother War God, don't go any further. Quite a few people down below took the initiative to shout a reminder that the strength of the flood natives in the sea ahead has suddenly gotten stronger. It's dangerous. Right. The fish demons in this sea have suddenly become murderous for some reason. Something is very wrong. Shout out. The person who opened his mouth below immediately became tense again and, after all, it was only then that they reacted with a jolt to the fact that this figure at the head of the, despite the recent whitewash, the temperament and personality, it seems, is not very good. If you're not careful, you'll use a knife or a gun, and you'll have a lot of human blood on your hands. It's right if it's not right. You guys can't grasp the ancestral witch essence blood. You still need me to grasp it, Lu Shinshin said. Nodding slightly at the bottom, he clasped his fists in a very masterful manner. Thanks for the heads up, guys. Take care of yourselves, too, and farewell. With that, his figure flickered away and swept towards the depths of the South China Sea. The group of moderns left in place, however, looked at each other. This is not right. This big man is so polite, powerful and polite. It doesn't seem quite like the rumors. There's an inside story. There's definitely an inside story to that battle in the East Sea. It's definitely not what the people from those great clans said. What with their evil hearts and cruelty and murderousness. This big man, in private, is obviously a very kind man. Aha! His voice is so characterful and sexually charged. I'm going to give him a monkey. My ears are rulers. There must be a superbly handsome man behind the mask. Oh, that Morong Reed. Before, even in the online smear God of War Big Brother, said Big Brother reality is a small yellow hair. How is this possible? This is definitely a super invincible handsome man. From now on I'm going to be on Morong Reed Road to Black. Of course Lucian didn't know that his image in the public's mind was about to undergo a 180-degree transformation. At this moment, he had already entered the South China Sea waters, where the Xianmei ancestor witch essence blood had dropped its bearings. Whoa! 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 Countless fish demons with scarlet eyes and fierce auras leaped out from the bottom of the sea and killed Lucian. Shoo shoo shoo. Behind him, 36 flying swords flew out from behind Lucian on their own, decimating these fish demons that had been mutated by the influence of their essence blood. Cultivation plus 0.01%. Cultivation plus 0.001%. Cultivation plus 0.005%. The long-lost heavenly Tao prompt sounded, and countless spiritual lights transformed into cultivation and drilled into Lucian's body. These fish demons, after being influenced by the blood of the ancestral witch essence, had their strength tremendously enhanced. Other moderns cope with it with considerably more difficulty. However, Lucian was not an ordinary person. After the witch demon Armageddon, those inherited divine abilities of his had greatly increased in proficiency under the effect of the river map and Luo book, and after revolving the perimeter star dipper sword formation, the power of his innate flying sword had directly risen by dozens of notches, more than enough to kill these fish demons. Not to mention now, on his body, there were also nearly complete Eastern Emperor Bell, 8-foot mirror, sea god trident, and other heavy treasures. Dealing with these doesn't bring panic at all. As Lucian explored deeper and deeper, the strength of the attacking fish demons slowly increased. Most of them had reached the heavenly immortal realm level and pounced forward and backward, and the speed at which his cultivation rose was also rapidly enhanced. Finally, I don't know how long, Lucian arrived at the center area of the Xianmei essence blood drop, a sea area completely frozen by cold ice. Chapter 106, A Sweaty Battle. Refining Xianmei essence blood. Thousands of miles of sea, completely frozen by the mysterious blue ice. Center area. A sky-high ice pillar stood, rising straight into the sky, on which was coiled a four-clawed dragon with an ice-blue body and a ferocious aura. Tiny heavenly immortal realm. How dare you disturb this seed stream? And you dare to slaughter my fish children and grandchildren. Seek death. A majestic and grand voice came out from that ice auger, kicking up a piercingly cold wind and rushing straight towards Lucian. It's really the same as what broke on the internet in his previous life, Lucian murmured in a low voice. This sinister Jiao is at the early stage of the golden immortal realm. No wonder Lai Zhou used so much energy back then, almost exhausting the entire Lai family to take this essence blood. However, this essence blood also allowed Lai Zhou to rise rapidly afterward. Lucian offered up his 8-foot mirror. Buzz, the aura spreads out. The entire frozen sea was instantly suppressed by the illusionary realm, turning it into a desert with a blazing sun. The piercing coldness emanating from the ice auger was also suppressed by the illusion of the 8-foot mirror. The aura emanating from this copper mirror is surprisingly powerful like this. When the ice Jiao saw that the cold ice domain it had released was suppressed, it first became furious, and then immediately turned to surprise when it detected the powerful aura of the 8-foot mirror. It's at least as powerful as a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Jia jia jia. This seed is truly blessed with deep fortune. Not too long ago the sky fell from the sky, and by chance I obtained this Xuanhe essence blood. Today, you little demon of the heavenly immortal realm who doesn't know the heights of heaven, taking the initiative to send this not-so-powerful magic treasure to the door again. It seems that this seed has been dormant for billions of years. Today, this is the opportunity for this seed's Feng Yun to transform into a dragon. Jia jia jia. Little demon, this precious mirror of yours is very much to my liking. I wonder if there are any more. Let this seed open your eyes. This seed may be able to leave you alive. A hoarse and unpleasant laughter emanated from the ice jiao, transmitting in all directions and transforming into a mighty pressure to suppress Lucian. Yes, brother. Yes. Lucian easily resisted the golden immortal realm's pressure and smiled with narrowed eyes. I've got a lot more of these babies on me. Saying that, he offered the trident that he had gotten from within the temple of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Buzz. The pressure of the remaining sea god laws above spread out once again, dividing the original scorching desert into a half-desert, half-ocean illusion. This aura. When the ice jiao saw the trident in Lucian's hand, its eyes went straight and a jia laughed wildly. I am more and more curious now. What exactly is the origin of this little demon of yours? And you even have this many exotic treasures on your body. But none of this matters. All the treasures you have on you today, this seed will gladly accept them. Saying that, the huge auger body flung out, transforming into countless icebergs that pressed towards Lucian. I'd love to pour it out, but you may not have the life to take it. Lucian sneered. He urged the 8-foot mirror to suppress the cold ice chi of this heaven and earth, while countless armies of western fish demons armed with steel harpoons swept out from the countless sea god trident to kill the golden immortal realm ice jiao. At the same time, Lucian's mind moved, quietly unleashing the feathered 3000. He manifested 36 split bodies and simultaneously activated his own flying sword, enhanced by Hichu Luo Shu. Lucian's comprehension of 3000 feather transformation avatar had long since reached the point of pure perfection. Right now, at most, he was able to activate 36 strong killing power detachments. Shoo shoo shoo. The whistling air-breaking sound of flying swords rang out, and the sky covering 5 elements flying swords along with the 36 detachments killed the golden immortal realm old Jiao. Ha ha ha. The realm is not high, but the temper is quite strong. The golden immortal realm old Jiao let out a cold laugh. His body transformed into the appearance of a middle-aged old Taoist with a blue beard and hair, and with a wave of his sleeve robe, a severe chill rises at first. Thousands of sharp blades coalesced with cold ice surface behind them and shot at the fish demon army below, crushing them into water vapor, which turned into cold ice sharp blades and rushed towards Lucian. Shun. Lucian caressed the 8-foot mirror. The mirror immediately erupted with an illusionary formation pattern, suppressing the ice sharp blade. Not bad, not bad. You little demon still has some tricks up your sleeve. The old augur nodded appreciatively. Obviously at the heavenly immortal realm, the strength displayed is even more formidable than a normal true immortal or even a Xian immortal, but this seat is a golden immortal powerhouse. It's not for a little demon like you to insult. As the words fell, old Jiao made a seal with both hands and dozens of icebergs immediately condensed in front of his body, protecting him tightly in the center, trying to block the flying sword. Thousands of flying swords transformed into severe swordlight. The running trajectory appeared to be chaotic, but each batch implied the secret of the operation of the stars and buckets of the circumference of the sky, pulling the strong star power to kill. Clanking, the flying sword crashed into the iceberg with a piercing sound. Ha 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 ha. You little demon. The old augur laughed triumphantly. Can you see the power of this seat? His words came to a screeching halt and it was because the old Zhao realized that Lucian's native flying sword had just pierced through the ice mountain, whose hardness was comparable to that of cold iron immortal gold, with a single blow. How? This hand of this seat, the cold ice shield technique, but it's hard to break through even if the great law immortals come. You little demon, where exactly do you come from? Old Jiao immediately became anxious and thousands of flying swords, which shattered the iceberg he was most proud of in one blow, came straight for his life. No way. Old ancestor, I'm at the golden immortal realm and I just obtained the Xin Mei essence blood again. How could I be humiliated by a tiny heavenly immortal like you? The old Zhao's body was filled with a condensed qi, and an extremely pure cold aura erupted from his body, and the entire illusionary suppression of the 8-foot mirror was actually directly broken through by him. Countless cold and ice-sharp blades instantly condensed and shot toward Lucian in the distance. Golden immortal realm. It's still a bit strong. Lucian actually boomed, and his mind moved. The domineering and overpowering red sun domain was spread out without a sound. Countless sharp blades of ice that shot out. The moment they touched the edge of the field, they turned into water vapor and snorted and floated away. What an overbearing flame! The old augur was completely flustered and, who the hell are you? Can't it be that it's a direct descendant of one of the great powers in the three religions? Or is it related to the old man of the river Styx? Report your name, so that old Zhao I can die a clear death. You're not entitled to know. Lucian didn't say anything. He just kept on throwing out his sword. After an unknown period of time, boom, the old Zhao's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and inches of scale armor on his body was already full of holes. The essence blood of the ancestral witches of ice and rain has arrived. Lucian put away the flying sword and returned to his orifices, lifting his hand and slowly refining the old Zhao's huge body. A few moments later, a drop of palm-sized, cold as ice, with countless azure witch patterns surfacing on it, appeared in the center of Lucian's palm. Is this the legendary essence blood of the metaphysical underworld? Lucian looked at the ancestral witch essence blood in his hand, felt the exuberant and incomparable cold ice breath on it, and did not hesitate to start refining. Chapter 107, The Damned Dasha Man is back, worthy of being the essence blood of the ancestral witch of ice and rain. I felt a bone-chilling cold just holding it. Lucian murmured and directly urged the spiritual energy in his body to start absorbing this powerful ancestral witch essence blood. The blood of the ancestral witch with ice blue witch patterns appeared, and at the moment that the strong law of ice came into contact with Lucian's palm, the laws of ice and rain contained therein even directly caused a layer of cold ice to condense on the surface of Lucian's palm. Hiss! Feeling that extreme cold force enter his body, Lucian couldn't help but fight a cold battle and immediately sat down cross-legged, urging the wisp of red fire essence in his 5 viscera to resist this icy cold. Wisps of icy cold breath seeped out from the pores of Lucian's skin, actually directly freezing hundreds of miles of the surrounding sea. I don't know how long. Click, a crunch. Lucian, who had already turned into an ice sculpture, slightly moved his body, shattering the thick layer of ice shell on his body surface. Phew! Absorbing this ancestral witch essence blood is really an old crime. Lucian couldn't help but murmur. Fortunately, there was that wisp of red fire essence to wear down this icy cold power when the spirit was cultivated before, or else it wouldn't have been able to absorb this law of ice and rain for a while. Lucian raised his hand slightly. A force of ice and cold quickly spread out from his fingertips. Feeling that extra power that controlled rain and ice in his body, he nodded in satisfaction. His internal vision revealed that a strand of cold ice and rain chi had been added to his sea of chi orifices. But it's still just absorbing this essence blood. Now, when we wait to completely refine the power of the laws in this essence blood, it is estimated that there will still be a long period of time. He opened his Heaven's Path panel and briefly checked the changes in his information. In the heck of it, in the column of racial physique, after the body of the 5 elements of the extreme Tao, there was an additional column of body of metaphysical ice. Lucian suddenly felt a little strange. I remember in my previous life, if I absorbed a spirit that didn't match my own 5 elemental attributes, or unbalanced the 5 attributes within the body, and the body will have a rejection reaction. Even if the attributes of the spirits are mutually exclusive, there will be an explosion of the body. But in this life, I'm surprised that my body doesn't feel the slightest discomfort. Lucian murmured in a low voice. I had thought that absorbing this essence blood, one still has to expend energy from time to time to suppress this icy cold law. Surprisingly, there's no need to be redundant. Now, instead, directly behind the physique, there is the extra body of chi and ice. The several different attributes of spiritual energy in the body also honestly live in harmony. Not the slightest bit of mutual offense has arisen. Lucian thought for a moment, then became enlightened. This should be the function of that mysterious chaos demon scripture. He continued to scan the panel. In the column of racial avatars, numerous sorceress techniques for manipulating cold ice and rain also appeared, almost as if they were completely inherited from the Xianmei ancestral witch's means. Sure, with his current strength and how well he had refined the ancestral witch's essence blood, it's not quite comparable to Xianmei ancestor witch. Waiting for the future to completely refine the essence blood and fully absorb the laws of ice and rain would be the only way. The 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong has been replenished as well? Lucian was slightly stunned when he scanned the column of inherited avatars. Earlier, on the shores of the East China Sea he had devoured a tribal elder of the witch clan and obtained the remnants of the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong. Now after absorbing this ancestral witch essence blood, the original mutilated 9 turns of Yuan Gong directly became 9 turns of Yuan Gong Rain and Ice chapter. The witch race's techniques, collectively known as the 9 turns of Yuan Gong. It was created by the 12 ancestral witches, each according to the power of the laws within their bodies. Different tribes, practicing the same basic feats, but the upper Gongfu is different, and the sorcery that can be performed is also different. Now, the Rain and Ice chapter's 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong is considered to have been made up by me. Lucian quietly operated the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong. The witch pattern on the surface of the body turned into a more brilliant ice blue color, and his own physique was quietly hundreds of times stronger. Let's go. The next one is Zhu Rong's ancestral witch essence blood. Lucian got up and swept towards the shore as a long rainbow. With the addition of this ancestral witch essence blood, with the remaining few ancestral witch essence blood, it shouldn't take so long. Countdown to return 10, 9. A familiar heavenly prompt sounded in his ears, and Lucian's eyes flashed before his eyes. Opening his eyes again, the scene within his sight changed back to that of the Arctic Ocean seashore. Phew! Absorbed the Xianmei essence blood, Lucian murmured. It all feels warm and spring-like in this perennially frozen polar region. He then turned into a long rainbow and swept into the depths of the polar regions, following the direction of travel of the explorer army. Woo-hoo-hoo! On the sea, the whistles of ship icebreakers sounded, carrying countless Europa adventurers towards the depths of the ice-covered polar regions. In the sky, there were also quite a few powerful adventurers that, or in flying carpets, on broomsticks, and so on, using their own means, they swept in the same direction. These came to polar exploration. However, most of them have a very distinctive Norse mythology and Olympian god style in their attire and the means they perform. Like Lucian, explorers from other mythic regions were almost non-existent. After all, now on the entire blue planet, after the body fusion of the several mythological regions, only a few major countries in Europa, because of that global plunder 100 years ago, seized countless magic treasures. The greatest advantage in the mythic advent event, with the greatest strength overall. So, someone soon noticed the unique figure of Lucian. Oh, my dear God, how did that nasty yellow man end up at the North Pole? Isn't there a big gap between the strength of the Orientals and our Europa? Is he coming here to seek death? Damn it, don't mess with him. He's the Oriental butcher who went on a killing spree on the holy mountain of Olympus. So it was him. I've heard that this Oriental is very vindictive. Let's keep our voices down. The murmur on the wheelbarrow became subtle for a moment. Hearing the infamous nickname, the Butcher of the East, everyone was silent. However, there were still a small number of people who sneered at Lucian's back. Look at you people with no talent. The look on your faces now is like that of a cowardly mouse meeting a cat. What Oriental butcher? That's just a dying man who doesn't know what's good for him. Earlier, he faced a global live broadcast under Mount Olympus and openly threatened several of our Europa's major kingdoms. And those ancient families that have been passed down for thousands of years, made a great show of liquidating these families after 3 days. Right now, the mainstay of most of our families and consortiums in Europa can be found within the ASA Divine Domain quest. A number of family spokespersons have already made public statements that if they see this arrogant Oriental, they will make sure to jointly round up and kill him. I admit that this Oriental is really not bad in strength, but now he's totally looking for death by coming to the polar regions. The Orientals are a bunch of arrogant and ignorant fools. When a group of people heard this, they began to taunt, hotly, Suddenly, someone's voice came to a screeching halt as they spoke, and their face changed dramatically as, *********. That Daxia man heard us talking. He's turned back. Everyone looked up in horror to find a long rainbow cutting through the sky and coming straight at the crowd. Chapter 108, The Kunlun Mountains Will Soon Recover. Entering Asgard. Meanwhile, an official release on the Daxia internet platform was pushed directly into the hot search. Serious warning. Recently, the Kunlun Mountains in the southwestern part of our country have begun to show signs of recovery, and the fluctuation of spiritual energy is unusually strong. Citizens of Daxia are warned not to travel to the Kunlun mountain area unless necessary. Experts predict that the scale of this Kunlun mountain revival is unique in the world as a sacred mountain in Daxia mythology and connected to the sacred mountain in ancient Indian Vedic mythology, inevitably attracting countless powerful international explorers to the area, which is likely to lead to violent conflict and strife. And my Daxia civilization, because in recent times a lot of artifacts have been plundered, resulting in the overall strength and Europa civilization, there is a certain gap between. So in the near future, citizens of Daxia should not travel to the vicinity of the Kunlun Mountains unless it is necessary. This official warning immediately led to countless discussions. Alas, what a pity! The Kunlun Mountains, as the abode of many great powers in the flood myths, this revival is bound to bring countless powerful artifacts and magic treasures. Unfortunately, in recent times, we have been robbed by the robbers of Europa, and many treasures and artifacts have been lost overseas. The overall strength of the country is now much lower than that of the great robber kingdoms of Europa. It's true that if you fall behind, you'll be beaten. We should strengthen ourselves. Self-improvement is nothing. Now on the list of several major countries in Europa, the top 1,000 have all reached the brave, which is equivalent to the flood heavenly realm of immortals, and we still only have one heavenly realm of immortals in Daxia. The second place Xiahou Tian, including the representatives of the several big families behind, have so many magic treasures, but they are all a bunch of eaters. Dude, the internet is not a place for lawlessness. Be careful what you say. Ditto. but it's just so frustrating. This time, we'll have to watch those bandits make a show of themselves on our soil. No, even if I'm only at the 5th level, I still have to go to the Kunlun Mountains. I can't swallow this breath. Add me to the list. Upstairs +1. As soon as this official announcement was made, Dacia nationals were in an uproar in the comments section below. Sure, among them, there were also quite a few hot-blooded young people who spontaneously expressed their intention to go to the Kunlun Mountains to safeguard the country and maintain the majesty of the great Xia state. But, the gloom of the power gap that exists between the Dacia nationals as a whole and Europa still hangs over the hearts of the Dacia nationals. And before that, several major families that frequently post recruiting news on the internet and dominate the hot search lists. For a moment, surprisingly, they all very silently pretended to be dead and didn't move at all. Several great clans, as the most powerful group of people in Dacia today, had fallen into such a silence that it made the whole of the Great Summer unable to help but fall into a state of unease. At this point, another piece of news that quickly made its way to the top of the internet platform's hit list. And this news, too, is from an international source. Shocked, my Great Summer Road ranking leader has once again gone on a killing spree outside the domain, killing all the Europas who spoke out to provoke him, and then leaving in a long walk. Along with this news popping up on the hot seat is a video that the filmmakers of the video, explorers on the ship next door, recorded the conflict in its entirety. A group of Europa people made a provocative remark. Then that familiar figure wearing a Skyfox mask on her head suddenly killed back and directly offered a flying sword, cutting down all those people. Not to kill an innocent, nor to spare any provocateur. The strikes are crisp and clean, without any delay. I almost forgot. We still have this awesome dude in Dacia. Still familiar flavor. Sword at the drop of a hat. I like it. Ha 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 ha. This temper. It's really not spoiling them at all. It seems that our Dacia is not so helpless. Relief. Look at the tone of those Europas, begging for forgiveness with such condescension and provocation. Who will die if they don't? As soon as this news broke, the haze that originally shrouded Dacia in the hearts of the nation suddenly dissipated a little. Immediately, however, some of the Rikuchi customers showed up. Isn't this too vindictive? Is it necessary to kill someone when they just cursed twice? Yes, this is too cruel. Even though he cursed our Dacia people, it's not a crime punishable by death, right? So brutal. I think this is purely smearing the international image of our Grand Xia. But, soon these posts from the Rikuchi guests were covered. Cruel? I don't really think so. With the fusion of mythological bodies from various countries, are there fewer people who have died in the whole blue planet now because of the competition for the divine artifacts and magic treasures? Hasn't that battle at the East China Sea seashore been a wake-up call for you? Times have changed. This is the age of aura revival, where the weak are prey to the strong. If you don't kill your country's prestige, other countries will come to step on you in the future. Dacia is never not to be liked, but to be feared. Yeah. If I were him, I'd have stopped eating beef a long time ago. This dude is relatively benign. Put away your saints' hearts. How can you grow up without refreshing your worldview? As these posts flew in, and soon the topic of discussion that crooked again to this first man of Dacia. This guy is fierce, but is she appearing at the pole to explore Asgard? Wouldn't it be too risky? I've heard that the great families of several great kingdoms in Europa have sent people to explore Asgard. Yeah, I heard that too. Now that the revived god's domain, almost half of the strongest people in Europa, have gone. I'm worried about the dude's well-being when he goes over like this. This dude is really strong. But, sometimes things do get impulsive. Just as the Dacia internet platform was being discussed in the heat of the moment, the protagonist of this affair, Lu Xun, has appeared in the depths of the polar regions, the entrance to Asgard. As far as the eye could see, there was a huge island. The islands are filled with birds and flowers, with untold numbers of Europa explorers congregating on them, contrasting with the snow-capped landscape of polar icebergs. At the top of the mountain in the center of the island, there was a huge light gate formed by a giant bronze pillar that, the center of the light gate presented a layer of rainbow-colored halo, and countless people stepped into the light gate, their figures disappearing. The entrance to Asgard. This should be it, Lu Xun murmured and swept into the light gate as a long rainbow. I didn't realize there were so many people exploring. I hope I'm not too late. One more chapter later. Chapter 109. Easily kill Heimdall's projection. That's not real. Luke enters the midst of Asgard. What came into view was the dim dust-colored sky, and in the distant sky was an incomparably vast island in the sea, and one could see that the island was laid out with a dense cluster of magnificent palaces. In the sky behind the island, the huge burning branches could be faintly seen. That island should be the projection of Asgard, the divine realm inhabited by the Asha gods, led by God King Odin. That branch in the sky should be the branch of the legendary world tree. Lucian recognized the buildings based on the little knowledge he had in his mind about Norse mythology. Norse mythology, compared to Olympus mythology, is less anticlimactic, in a general vein. It's the world built on the great world tree, the great powers built on the world tree, the strife between the two great gods, the dwarves, the giants, the elves and the humans, this Asgard. It is the familiar Norse mythology that the Aesa gods, led by the god King Odin, reside in, and the only path to the island at his feet was an avenue of rainbow-colored halos. It should be the famous Rainbow Bridge. Below the Rainbow Bridge is the ocean, and the water is viscous black. Instead of taking the Rainbow Bridge, countless Europa explorers leapt off it and crossed the river to fly and swept toward the distant cluster of divine palaces. He then saw, in the thick waters below, a constant stream of hideous sirens leapt out of the water and swallowed each explorer who swam and flew across. Why not take the dangerous water route when there is a safe land route? Lucian couldn't help but mutter as he watched one by one the Europas leaping off the Rainbow Bridge. Soon, a few people who walked up to the Rainbow Bridge gave him the answer. I saw several unlucky people walking on the Rainbow Bridge with nervous faces, as if they were on guard against something. As they crossed the center line of the Rainbow Bridge, suddenly, a stout projection of a god wearing golden armor and holding a huge sword appeared. Damn! Heimdall's projection is even still there. The Rainbow Bridge goes over the center line at best. Run quickly! This god projection is powerful. We can't deal with him. Better be a good boy and swim across the sea. A couple of unlucky bastards are about to jump into the sea without saying a word, but it was already too late. The giant sword in the hands of that divine projection gently swung, and a sword light flashed through the men's bodies then snapped in two, turning into wisps of ghosts that drifted into the horn that Heimdall pinned to his haunches. Heimdall, god of the dawn, guardian of the fairy palace, also that nemesis of Loki, the god of mischief and fire. Lucian recalled this information in his mind and confirmed that the strength displayed by this divine projection was not strong. Then he frankly crossed the center line of the rainbow wall in front of all the explorers. The move, which immediately drew the attention of countless Europa. Look what that pesky Daxamite is doing. How dare he whimsically challenge the mighty Heimdall? This is an existence that even the several great families didn't want to mess with before. Who does he think he is? Thor, the god of thunder? Hey, I'm curious as to how strong this Dasha person is. I hear he's never been defeated yet. There's a good thing going on. In the midst of a teasing crowd of Europas, Lucian slowly walked towards Heimdall's projection, and his newly realized Xian ice domain spread noiselessly, freezing the entire sea, and then he offered up countless flying swords. Soon after, boom, the projection of Heimdall, the god of dawn, who had previously deterred a group of Europa, dissipated with a loud bang. Splat! A golden horn fell to the ground. Well, surprisingly the artifact left behind wasn't the greatsword he was holding. Legend has it that his greatsword called the Sword of Guardianship is one of the three great artifacts alongside Thor's hammer and Odin's Lance of Eternity. With some regret, Lucian picked up the horn and swept his spiritual sense over it. The information of the horn instantly surfaced in his mind. Heimdall's horn, blowing the horn can summon the spirits of the Hall of Valor to fight for you, and at the same time, the sound of the horn can greatly boost the morale of friendly soldiers and enhance their combat power. The souls of the enemies you kill will be put into the horn and fight for you as your spirit soldiers. It's similar to the necromancer's skill, killing enemies for friends. It's kinda practical. The grade is not bad. Almost able to reach the threshold of the innate lower grade spiritual treasure. Lucian pocketed Heimdall's horn and stepped straight across the Rainbow Bridge towards the Immortal Palace. Then, those Europas in the rear, in the exit position, froze outright. The projection of Heimdall, the god of dawn, was just decapitated by the Staxian? Oh my god, tell me this isn't true. This is too easy. How is this possible? Countless explorers have challenged this divine projection before, but almost all of them have been decimated. Why now? In the hands of this Daxamite, it is such a simple matter. Aren't the Dasha people one class weaker than us? Someone soon summed up why. I know. It must have been some artifact he took from the holy mountain of Olympus that allowed him to win over Heimdall. Definitely. It's okay. The main forces of the Gattuso family, the Sparrow family, and the Corleone family are exploring the depths of the Immortal Palace right now. They all brought powerful artifacts with them. Just wait. This Dasha man will die for sure. There was a lot of chatter in the back of the room about It was mainly because Lucian's back had long since disappeared over the Rainbow Bridge and into the depths of the Immortal Palace. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to get so high mount. However, with land sinking putting the Rainbow Bridge through, the explorers in the rear also reacted quickly, boarding the Rainbow Bridge and rushing towards the Aesa God's Immortal Palace. This Immortal Palace is surprisingly even more massive than I imagined. Lucian ascended to the island and looked out over the As far as the eye could see, there were tall and grandiose palace buildings. Speaking of palaces, this was more like a huge city. In every building, there's a terrible fight going on. The Europa explorers, who are in these complexes, are fighting the remaining divine projections of the divine realm to take their artifacts. Looks like I'm a little late to the party. Go get the great divine artifact first. These small fishes and shrimps aren't worth wasting so much of my time. Lucian crossed over these complexes and swept directly towards the magnificent and incomparable Lord God's temple on the high mountain in the distance. Family Master. That Dasha person just beheaded Heimdall's projection and entered the immortal palace. It's now rapidly approaching towards the main god's shrine. In a certain temple of the Lord God, a middle-aged man in golden plate armor with a shadowy face was commanding his men to surround a deity projection when he heard the report from his men, and his eyes suddenly condensed. He was none other than the contemporary head of the Gattuso family, one of the 10 great families of Europa. Free one Gattuso. Heimdall was decapitated by him? Chapter 110, The Breath of the Fountain of Wisdom. Heavy treasure. The dawn god Heimdall's projections were all decimated by him? Free Gattuso, with some slight surprise in his eyes, continued to ask, and how long did it take him and what did it cost him? When several great families first entered this revived Asgard, it wasn't as if they hadn't encountered the projection of that Dawnbreaker. At that time, if the several great clans joined forces, they were indeed able to kill that projection, but it would have to cost a great deal. A few of the big families have come together, so it was decided to keep that Lord God projection and expend some energy to enter the immortal palace from the surface of the sea, so that it could preserve its strength and also prevent the subsequent explorers from entering. I didn't expect to be decapitated by that Dasha person, that explorer from Dasha, whose recent exploits Free Gattuso had heard of, and who was known to be powerful, but I didn't expect that he would be so strong to such an extent. There is no price. The reporting henchman whispered and shook his head. People didn't see how he decapitated Heimdall. He was only seen walking towards the Rainbow Bridge. Then the whole sea was frozen. Countless flying swords swept by, and Heimdall's projection dissipated. From start to finish, no one saw his strike. Like this? Free Gattuso's gaze grew heavy for a moment as the earlier Dawn and other family members were decapitated by him on the holy mountain of Olympus. Afterwards, the family had gone to examine the body. It was found that on their corpses, in addition to those sword wounds, they had suffered injuries caused by thunder earlier. The medical examiners are all in agreement. They were all seriously injured by that great summer man, by traction of the thunder on the sacred mountain of Olympus, before they were decapitated by his oriental flying swords. The family thus assesses that this Dasha man is powerful, but it's far from exceeding expectations. Now it seems that the family's assessment was not accurate. Free Gattuso immediately ordered, quickly go inform the dozen or so other clans that are exploring within Asgard. Immediately suspend the business at hand and make every effort to intercept and kill that great Xiaman along the road. At the same time, warn them that the strength of that Dasha person is not to be underestimated, and that it would be best to gather several great clans to jointly intercept him. Yes, the henchman answered in a low voice and, immediately, he pulled out a moon-white gem from his pocket and held it in his hand in the form of a prayer, murmuring something in a low voice. The Gattuso family, as one of the most powerful families in the entire Europa region, with industries ranging from finance to industry, involves all aspects of the family's business, having an absolute voice in almost the entire Europa region. Soon, the order to intercept Lucian went out to the teams of the several great clans exploring within Asgard, somewhere in the forests near the mountains in the center of Asgard, shouting and killing, all sorts of magical energy balls and healing spells interspersed with arrows, money throwing and other weapons were flying around in the air. A team of heavily armed clans were methodically dealing with the giants, demon wolves, and other creatures that kept rushing out from the surrounding area, slowly advancing towards a crumbling shrine in the center of the forest. This compass from Dasha is really something. Surprisingly, we were able to check the location of the surrounding artifacts, saving us a lot of work. By relying on this thing called a compass, we found quite a few artifacts along the way. Brothers, step up. Something in this shrine makes the compass react very strongly. What's inside seems to be related to the legendary Fountain of Wisdom. It must be a powerful artifact. On the chest of each member of this team, there was a silver family crest pin with a black rose pattern, and among them, the one who wore a gold plate armor and was obviously the one in charge. The crest on his chest was even made of gold, which looked luxurious to the extreme. He held up the obviously oriental-style compass in his hand and smiled triumphantly. Young master, news has come from the Gattuso family's side. Next to him, a middle-aged man dressed as a priest suddenly sensed something and stepped forward. Say that the arrogant Daxamite has entered Asgard. Let's make sure we intercept it with all our might. And Lord Fry has warned us. That Dasha man decapitated Heimdall. He's powerful. It's best for us to join forces with a few big clans in the neighborhood to make a move, in order to be relatively stable. The coat of arms of the Black Rose. The family crest of none other than the Webtoon family, the great family of Europa. The Webtoon family has been steadily gaining ground in the Europa region through its dependence on the Gattuso family. I can't believe it came so soon. The man with the golden emblem was none other than Ron Webtoon, the first son of the Webtoon family patriarch, who said with a sardonic smile, "I heard that this abominable Daxamite killed my good brother Dawn on the holy mountain of Olympus. I didn't go to him. How dare he enter Asgard and volunteer to die? Let's make it happen." The henchman next to him warned, "Young master, that Dasha man is powerful," and decapitated Heimdall. "It's best for us to unite with a few other big clans to intercept them to make it more stable." Ron Webtoon thought about it and nodded. "You're right. In that case, you first contact the people of the several big families around us to see who is in our neighborhood. Tell them to move all their elites. Let's make sure that dastardly Dasha man gets his wings this time. The size of this island is quite a bit larger than I thought. And, from time to time, there are all sorts of phantom formations to suppress it. It seems that it's impossible for me to quickly reach the shrine in the center." Lucian turned into a long rainbow and flew all the way towards the center of the island. On the way, bloodthirsty demon wolves, rampaging giants, and an army of pesky dwarves come out to stop them. This made Lucian a bit overwhelmed and had to stop and clean up the stuff. Along the way, it's not uncommon to see the bloody corpses of modern people lying on the side of the road, or they are eaten by wolves, and if they are good-looking women, they are abused by goblins, dwarves and others, all of which speak of the dangers of this island. As they got deeper and deeper, there were fewer and fewer signs of the explorers' activities. This Asgard is not quite the same system as the holy mountain of Olympus. The volume should be equivalent to that of, say, a large tribe, or a large city. In the flood, the so-called Aesa gods are the equivalent of a powerful race, a power, but not all of the gods are strong. Only those famous and renowned Lord God kings of that category have heavy treasures on them. Nothing inside the other small buildings is of high grade. Spending a lot of time fighting for it is purely picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons. After such a small half-day's exploration, Lucian cleared his thoughts and, along the way, he dispersed the spiritual sense of his treasure hunting skill, and quickly rushed towards that divine temple in the center mountain range. Suddenly, he realized that not far ahead of him, in that forest, the spiritual energy emanating from the crumbling shrine in the center of the forest was unprecedentedly powerful. There's a heavy treasure. Chapter 111 Head of the Wisdom Giant. Eternal Lance of Gungunr. There's a heavy treasure. Lucian reversed his direction and quickly approached towards the crumbling divine hall. He suddenly realized that there was something not quite right about the atmosphere around the shrine. "It's just too quiet," Lucian said in his heart. Usually places with artifacts are either guarded by a main god projection or occupied by numerous demon wolves, giants, or something like that. And there was surprisingly nothing around that shrine. "Give me the town," Lucian lightly shouted, and without hesitation, he threw out a big move and sacrificed the Eastern Emperor Bell. Thud. This innate supreme treasure emitted a domineering aura that strongly suppressed the surrounding area. Had it not been for the limited size of this revived Nordic god's domain, and the fact that Lucian was afraid of disturbing the laws of heaven and earth of this world and drawing out any unnecessary trouble, and had purposely converged, how could the space suppressed by the East Emperor Bell be only this wide? However, this still made the huge illusion formation in front of them fail, exposing the thousands of figures ambushed in the forest. "I told you the scent of the fountain of life would draw him here, but I can't believe I've been discovered. There would be no need to hide anymore. Kill this abominable Dasha man. Avenge my Dawn brothers." Several shouts emanated from the failed phantom formation in the forest. Shoo shoo shoo. Dense arrows with the sharpness of magic, wrapped in balls of magical energy of various elements, blasted towards Lucian's bearing. A bunch of little caramels. How dare they make me move the East Emperor Bell? What a way to hit a mosquito with a cannon. "It's also your honor to die under the suppression of the East Emperor Bell." Lucian swept over the strength of the aura that these people emanated, and his face turned ice cold. With a thought, a whistling sound rang out behind him, and 36 flying swords flew out from the orifices, bursting out and swiping at the thousands of people in the forest. 2 seconds later, the last body fell to the ground, losing all life. Lucian raised his hand gently at these corpses. In an instant, countless objects that emitted spiritual energy flew out from these people. Lucian briefly checked them out and pocketed them all. At least it's a big Europa family. Surprisingly, all the stuff on his body is roadkill, and there aren't many things that can be looked at. Lucian muttered to himself somewhat provocatively. However, it can provide spiritual power for my subsequent refining of flying swords. It can also be given to strip out the spiritual energy in it and feed it to the golden crow egg. A mosquito's leg is still neat even if it's small. With that said, Lucian entered the dilapidated divine hall in front of him. What came into view was the dim, overgrown interior of the temple, and then a rusted and worn-out chest on the altar at the top of the temple. It was said before. What's inside this shrine? Concerning the Fountain of Wisdom, why is it such a broken chest? Lucian was a little confused. The Fountain of Wisdom is an extremely important thing in Norse mythology. The legend is located at the root of the world tree, almost about the origin of the Norse mythology system. When the god King Odin was trying to drink from the Fountain of Wisdom, he even managed to do it at the cost of one for an eye. I heard a little Karami yell Fountain of Wisdom earlier. Lucian was still happy for a bit. Now there was only a broken box in front of him, which was a huge disappointment. Ahem. A subtle coughing sound. Suddenly the box from coming out directly let Lucian hit a jolt. It can't be that thing. Is it hard to believe that thing is still alive? No wonder someone said earlier that this is a treasure about the Fountain of Wisdom. If it's that item, this trip will be worth it. Lucian was a bit surprised and slowly probed his hand and bark a sound. Unclipped the case and opened the case. What was contained within was none other than the head of a giant with a white beard and hair. As Lucian opened the box, the head inside slowly opened its eyes. It seemed to be due to the fact that he had been sleeping for too long. His gaze still had a strong cloudiness in it. Sure enough, it's the head of the wise giant Mimir. Lucian was incomparably certain of the origin of this head. With it, my future explorations of Norse mythology will be almost as good as open. The wise giant Mimir, rumored to be one of the oldest beings of the giant race in Norse mythology, having existed even longer than the god King Odin. It's his grandparents. At the same time, he is the controller of the Fountain of Wisdom. In Norse mythology, the figure of this wise giant is almost a symbol of wisdom and knowledge, omniscient of the past and able to fully foretell the future. In the beginning, during the war between the Asa god race and the Warner god race, in order to pause the war, the two great divine races then exchanged hostages with each other, giving each other their outstanding clansmen. The Warner gods gave their best clansmen to the Asa gods, and Odin returned the favor by sending the wise giant Mimir an adopted older brother. Later, the Warner gods thought Odin's older brother was a cutie. Angry at Odin's deception, beheaded the wise giant Mimir and sent him back. Odin receives Mimir's head, and, at great cost, saves it from being, from then on, the head of the wise giant Mimir, who knew everything about the past and future, became Odin's super little friend, almost as if it were his own. When in doubt, ask Mimir. With him, the passage between the regions will open up in the future. Lucian was very satisfied with the harvest this time. If I go to the Nordic god system region, won't I be just like Xiao Yan who has an old grandpa? Jia. Lucian looked at the head's weak and dying breath and, fearing that he would hiccup at a moment's notice, he immediately had to put his head into the Eastern Emperor Clock's aura cave heaven to recuperate. Unexpectedly the head's lips quirked and murmured slowly. As the earth enters twilight, Nidhogg the black dragon bites off several roots of the world tree. As the earth enters twilight, the end of the god's death is inevitable. Only by replanting the world tree, can we have a new life? Listening to the head's mutterings, Lucian keenly captured the keyword world tree. This is one of the origins of Norse mythology, at least equivalent to the rank of the very best innate spiritual treasures in the flood. So asked with the intention of giving it a try, how can I replant the world tree? Unexpectedly it quirked its lips and replied, the seed. Taking the seed back, where are the seeds? Lucian asked eagerly. The head slowly lifted and his gaze was directed towards the shrine on the center mountain range. Guns of eternity. 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 And what? Lucian was a bit anxious and realized that the head had slowly closed its eyes. Holy, talk half. Teacher pill. Mine mister. Medicine. Say something. Lucian had a helpless look on his face. However, he was certain that Mimir was not dead. Rather, they've fallen into a temporary slumber because they haven't been replenished with aura for too long. Lucian put him into the aura cave of the East Emperor Bell, under the Tyene laurel tree, and let him recuperate. Then he turned his gaze to the tall shrine on the distant mountain range. One thing's for sure, the eternal lance of Gungunr is in there. Chapter 112, Holy Son of the Holy Sea, the great region of the Lord God of the West, Master of the House. Teams from the Weddings, Weasleys, and a few other families are suddenly out of contact. Frigatuso was directing his men to clear the last projections in the temple when, behind him, the family's prayer hand in charge of contact communications suddenly stepped forward and said, did the family say anything before they lost contact? Frigatuso asked faintly. Young Master Dawn's nemesis, that first son of the Webtoon family, once had their praying hands send back word that they had detected the Daxamite's trail. They should all be dead. Then, instead of being shocked and shaken, Free Gattuso sneered in a flat tone. That stupid kid Ron Wharton. It should have gathered people from those great clans and launched an interception of that Dasha man in advance. And then he was killed back by that Dasha man. I have been warned beforehand that the Dasha man is not of the same caliber. I didn't realize that these idiots would still make mistakes. Go on, contact the other few great clans that are in the center area. Frey Gattuso ordered as he looked up at the towering temple in the distance. Whether they find Thor the Thunderer's hammer or Odin's lance of eternity, get the idiots, all of them, to drop what they're doing. Assemble as fast as you can in the square in front of the Hall of Valor. Make sure to gather all of our strength and cut off that damned Dasha man. Here. The prayer hand in charge of delivering the message was just about to launch into a prayer. Thought about it, and said with courage, Master of the house, word has come back from those stationed outside Asgard. It says that holy son of the Holy Sea, too, has entered this divine realm. Free Gattuso froze for a moment and the papists are here? In fact, the Blue Star Western mythological system, unlike the Eastern unified god system, their most influential major divine lineages, of which there are three, are Norse mythology, the system of Olympian myths, which can only be considered subsidiary, and the most powerful divine lineage in the West is the papal divine lineage, the relationship between the former two and the latter, equivalent to the high heavenly planes god system and the flood god system, the papal theocracy, being the god system with the largest number of believers and the widest area in all of Blue Star, but with the least number of people entering it after the myths came down. Most of the people who enter the pontifical mythos region are either child clerics of that pontifical state, or extremely devout believers, and those who enter this mythic system, although the number is small, the speed of strength increase is extremely fast, in addition to the fact that because their ecclesiastical inheritance was not broken, the various holy relics were not lost, and there were numerous divine artifacts. There's another reason. It is those who enter this great region of the Lord's mythology who, because of their piety of faith, receive the shelter of God and the favor of the angels as soon as they enter, and that holy son of the church. Rumor has it that it was even rewarded by Michael, one of the 7 royal angels, in the mythical region of the Holy See. Now, having reached the rank of bishop, it's equivalent to the 3rd level of legend in Norse mythology, and the realm of true immortality in flood mythology. Any idea what that holy son of the church came in for? Free Gattuso asked. It says it's for the purification of that Daxamite. The prayer hand returned. Purify that Daxamite. Free Gattuso exclaimed. May I know that those in the hierarchy of the papal states? 100 years ago, but a key player in the theft of Dasha's artifacts. Sure enough, that arrogant Dasha man, who dared to make threats in the face of the globe last time, now that's an offense, and really thought he was powerful in their flood myths. It's really lawless in all Blue Star, with the holy son of the Holy See making a move. Today is the day he dies. Frey Gattuso ordered with a sneer. Find a way to contact that holy son of the church. Invite him to join our great clans in dealing with that dastardly Dasha man. Getting a hint from the wise giant, Lucian had determined that the highest-ranked artifact within the whole of Asgard is surely Odin's Lance of Eternity. So without stopping, he rushed towards the towering main god hall on the mountain range at the center of the island. Along the way, although the treasure-hunting skill fed back several times that there were artifacts in the surrounding shrines but this still didn't make Lucian stop. For, he had discovered a somewhat frightening situation that just struck too hard and didn't notice, because it's being affected by the powerful aura of the East Emperor Bell. This space seems to be collapsing at an accelerated rate. Lucian looked up at the dusk-colored sky and, seeing the vault of the sky, that world tree, because of the strike of the East Emperor Bell just now, the burning speed was clearly accelerating. I don't think it'll take more than half a day. This Asgard will just have to fall down, muttered Luke. It seems that in the future, on the blue planet, it's better to try not to use this innate treasure unless it's necessary. Boom! Suddenly, a holy white ball of light rushed out from behind the distant city wall and rushed towards Lucian at an extremely fast speed. Lucian swept out like lightning, dodging this attack while his flying sword whistled out behind him. Ding! The flying sword penetrated the wall. The high wall issued a ding sound of hitting gold and iron crunch. The number 1 person of the Great Xia truly lives up to his name. A clear voice rang out from behind a high wall, followed by the clicking sound of armor joints clashing. A young man in golden equinoctial armor, carrying a huge golden sword, slowly stepped out from behind a high wall. Tall and sturdy body, dark blonde hair, high nose plus those turquoise blue eyes, handsome appearance, let his whole person, all seemed some Western god's picture, holy and noble atmosphere. Behind the young man, hundreds of men with various family crests came out of the bunker, heavily armed. This is the Holy See? Lucian directly ignored those people from the big clans and locked his gaze on the young man at the head of the group. Before coming, he was briefly acquainted with the news of the mythical regions of the West. Naturally, he also knew the situation of this mythical region that had the smallest number of entrants, the strongest overall strength, and at the same time, the most mysterious. Honestly, the reason he was still tied up on the blue planet was that his greatest fear was meeting such people. The ecclesiastical state on the blue planet is one that has existed since ancient times without interruption, now still on the entire blue star. There is an important influence, nominally overseeing the faith of more than 2 billion blue star people. He, Lucian, was able to get the mutilated Donghuang bell from the Wangwu mountain. The treasury of the papal states, in all likelihood, also still contained the divine artifacts of the papacy. A guest from afar. It is an honor to meet you. The holy son of the clergy, who was wearing armor, bowed slightly to Lucian. St. Matthews, from the Holy See, extends to you the most sincere respect on behalf of our Lord. May our Lord shelter you. Just now, that was the homage conveyed by your Lord? Lucian sneered. Lucian had learned about the moralistic nature of these Westerners' bones back in Mount Olympus. My Lord treats every one of his people equally. St. Matthews, not annoyed, speaks calmly. Chapter 113, Holy Son? I'll kill you if I have to. Not long ago, you threatened many of my Lord's pious subjects on Mount Olympus. The Lord has specially sent me to defuse this senseless dispute. Wanted to bring peace back to the Lord's world, without strife. So I came. Oh, Luke asked rhetorically, how do you want to defuse it? The source of all this strife is, naturally, you. St. Matthews stated flatly. So let you be naturalized to my Lord. Nature is the right way to defuse this dispute. I can go to the Lord of your horse. Lucian was not the least bit spoiled. Thought you could say something. We there. Back don't believe in this. Pride and foolishness is what the Lord has pronounced you guilty of this time. St. Matthews said calmly, taking out the golden broadsword on the ground behind him and chanting in a low voice. My Lord, grant your most devout followers the power to end blasphemers. Ask the power of the able angels to bless your people. Boom. Holy light blossomed from behind St. Matthews, and 2 pairs of white feathered wings slowly spread out behind him. The projection of a 4-winged energetic angel emerged from behind St. Matthews, and a phalanx filled with a holy aura emerged from the ground, suppressing the entire space. With St. Matthews' body out of the way, behind him, thousands of people from several big clans also began to attack Lucian. 8-foot mirror, give me the town. Lucian softly shouted and offered the 8-foot mirror, and the huge illusion covered the entire area. He didn't use the Eastern Emperor's bell. The main concern was that the innate treasure was so powerful that it would accidentally collapse this perilous Asgard. However, the aura of the 8-foot mirror still suppressed the purification spell formation summoned by St. Matthew's body, and the attacks of the people from several great clans. God says that all the unclean shall die. All that could be heard was St. Matthew's crumbling, and then Luke saw that a huge oriental-style ink painting instantly covered this heaven and earth. The illusion of the 8-foot mirror was instantly covered over, and the purification spell formation slowly surfaced once again. God damn it, this is my old ancestors' stuff. Lucian sacrificed Poseidon's Poseidon trident. The purification spell was once again replaced by the sight of the sea as countless fish demons hissed and rushed towards St. Matthews and several of the great families. The people from the several great clans backed away in horror. Each of them pulled out the artifacts they carried on their bodies to deal with the large number of fish demons. And God said, let there be light. And so there was light. St. Matthews, still shattered, then took a cross from his arms and offered it. Boom! A huge picture appeared in the sky again, which was the picture of the crucifixion of the most classic event in the Western Church, the fall of the sun. Then, the entire oceanic array revealed by Poseidon's trident was then covered by this gigantic portrait. At the same time, countless long nails stained with blood fell from the sky and nailed straight towards Lucian. Sculpture. Lucian directly showed up in the defense mode of the perimeter Star Dipper sword formation, using his surrounding sword chi to consume the thousands of long spikes. At this moment, only Lucian and St. Matthew's body remained in the whole heaven and earth. The people of the Plus family, all powerful, were stopped at a distance by the perimeter Star Dipper sword formation, not daring to approach this place where the gods were fighting. God said that falling is the way to heaven. St. Matthews unhurriedly took out an object that dazzled Lucian, a blood-stained crown of thorns. Holy, you brought this too. Lucian felt off the mark, not realizing that the Western Church had invited this thing out in order to deal with himself. It's a crown made of thorns, a torture device of sorts. Lucian once saw it in a textbook. The legend is that when that holy son suffered, he was tied to the cross, and was put this crown of thorns on his head by those executioners. So the believers, keeping this thing stained with holy blood, kept it for thousands of years, sort of one of the holy weapons of the Western Church. Lucian was just worried that these forces that had been passed down for thousands of years would suddenly take out some unexpected great treasures. If Mount Olympus is a treasure, then that papal state on the peninsula, it's the treasure of one complete major god region, plus most of the other civilization treasure holders. After all, when the great global pillage of the many missionaries of the Holy See are one of the main forces, and behind the many great families in the West, the shadow of the Holy See exists. Boom! Sure enough, as the crown of thorns was offered up, the entire heaven and earth was instantly suppressed. No matter if it was the Neptune trident or the 8-foot mirror, they were all suppressed down. Countless sharp thorns were like tentacles, spreading towards Lucian from all directions. Even though the Zhou Tianxing Du sword formations was cut off by the sword chi, but it soon grew back, trying to trap his body. Meanwhile, an angelic projection with 6 wings on its back, holding a sword and scales, slowly grabbed towards Lucian. It was the projection of Michael, the head of the 7 royal angels, the chief god of war in heaven who took the place of the fallen angel Lucifer. In the mythology of the church, with the appearance of the mighty Michael's projection, in the distant firmament, the blazing world tree, the flames above it puffed up and burned even more violently. Since you yearn for heaven so much, Lucian sneered, then I'll send you to heaven. Crack! A silver-white thunder wrapped in an inquisitive aura, enough to kill a paramount saint, descended from the sky and blasted on top of Michael's projection. Michael's projection shook and did not dissipate, still holding the giant sword to kill Lucian. Timos, not dead yet. Lucian cursed. Crack! Another silver-white thunderbolt fell, and Michael's projection dissolved, and the spreading thorns dissipated with a bang. The piece of the crown of thorns in midair shattered into pieces. The expression on the face of S.A. Matthews, whose original expression was as flat as water, was replaced by one of shock and panic. Stupid blasphemer! You actually shattered my sacred court's holy weapon. You deserve to die. The holy court will not spare you. But Lucian didn't wait for him to finish his sentence and directly sent a flying sword to seal his throat. The body of S.A. Matthews, the holy son of the church, fell heavily to the ground. It's a bargain to waste 2 of my thunderbolts, Lucian muttered, eyes sweeping into the distance. It was found that the people from several big families had already run away without a trace, leaving only a piece of corpse on the ground. Rumble! There was a loud crash in the sky. The branch of the world tree had burned to its end, and the whole of Asgard shook as the firmament slowly collapsed. It's over. This divine domain is going to collapse. Lucian transformed into a long rainbow and swept toward the main divine hall not far away. Sorry, I've been a bit slow in the past 2 days because of the jam text, so I'll start compensating for the burst of work tomorrow. Chapter 114. Good news. That damn Daisha man is dead. Boom. With the battle with St. Matthews over, the entire Asgard also began to rapidly crumble due to the aftermath of the 2 men's battle. Some of the creatures that belonged within this Asgard, divine projections and whatnot, fled around with the collapse of the divine realm. Gotta hurry and find the Eternity Lance. Lucian transformed into a long rainbow and directly swept to the palace belonging to God King Odin and quickly walked inside. The magnificent palace, which resembled the residence of a giant, was empty, and at the topmost position in the distance, there was a huge altar with nothing but a flat, dead tree branch on it. The Eternal Lance, it's rumored to be crafted from the branches of the world tree, so it should be that rotten branch at the top. Lucian did not hesitate to transform into a long rainbow and grabbed at the spear. Suddenly, 3 huge projections suddenly appeared, arching over the upper altar and the Eternal Lance. To Lucian's surprise, the projection of the god who guards the Lance of Eternity is not Odin, master of Gungnir, nor any other god that. Rather, it was the 3 demons, or more accurately, the main masterminds of that Twilight of the Gods event in Norse mythology. A huge demonic wolf with fierce eyes and a hideous expression that, a giant python that looked like it occupied half of the temple, with its fangs protruding, and a tall girl who reeked of death. This is Demon Wolf Fenrir, and Shea, oh not the earthly python Yemengard, and a projection of the goddess of death, Hela. Lucian recognized the 3 projections almost immediately. 3 projections, all heirs born to the evil god Loki, Odin's sworn brother. In the famous Twilight of the Gods of Norse mythology, it was the evil god Loki who, with 3 powerful demons, united with the giants as well as the black dragon Nidhogg to overthrow the entire Norse god system built on the world tree. Whether you're the evil god Loki or whoever, get out of my way. As Lucian swept forward like lightning and rushed towards the Eternal Lance, the 8-foot mirror, Poseidon's trident, Heimdall's horn, and the flying sword, were offered at the same time. Roar! The 3 powerful demonic projections also let out a long roar, carrying the attacks of the divine artifacts of the gods, and swept towards Lucian at the same time. Ding, ding, ding. The extreme 5 elements flying swords shot out and landed on the demonic creature, making a sound like hitting iron. It can damage them, but it doesn't do much. The army of fish demons summoned by Poseidon's trident rushed towards the 3 demons along with the army of undead summoned by the golden horn. At the same time, the 3 demonic creatures each used their own means. The demonic wolf Fenrir pounced. The earthly python Jemengard opened its bloody mouth. And the god of death, Hela, likewise drove the undead to kill. The 3 demonic creatures were stronger than all the opponents Lucian had encountered before on the Blue Star, entangling him to death. No, at this delay, even if I get the eternal lance, I'll still have to be buried in this Asgard. Lucian sensed that the entire divine realm had, for the most part, collapsed. It wouldn't be long before the entire god's domain would be in ruins. Forget it, it's going to collapse anyway. It's just as well to utilize the East Emperor Bell one more time. Lucian's mind moved, and the arcane yellow light swept out in all directions along with the grand bell sound. Thud! The overbearing and extreme pressure spread out in all directions. The 3 demonic projections were instantly suppressed to death. Prostrate in place and unable to move, Lucian immediately seized the opportunity to, sweeping upwards to the withered tree branch on the altar. He then grabbed it in his hand. Got it! Lucian retrieved a bunch of divine artifacts, grabbed the eternal lance and decisively skipped out. His body swept out of the divine king's divine hall like lightning. Next, boom! This divine king's shrine collapsed with a loud bang. Meanwhile, the Asgard exit. Dozens of figures rushed out like lightning from the exit vortex that was slowly shrinking. There's another one out. It's Mr. Fry and a few members of the big families. The eating public and reporters waiting at the exit immediately recognized the figures. It was mainly Frey Gattuso, the heads of several large families and a few full-fledged members of the family. Oddly enough, these few characters who were usually pivotal in the entire Western political and business worlds and, at the same time, were considered strong in the mythos, were extremely wretched at the moment. Everyone is bruised and battered and disarmed in a pathetic gesture. Even the head of the Gattuso family, Fry Gattuso, carried an extremely hideous bloodstain on his face. What's going on with them? Why does it look like you've escaped? Didn't the several great clans all bring people and intercept that great Xia powerhouse in Asgard? Where are the other members of the several great families? How come these are the only ones who came out? How did the interception turn out? The melon eaters, and the reporters who had long ago set up their long guns and waited at the exit, were all in a daze. Asgard has been assessed by experts as the mythical revival site with the greatest amount of treasure in the entire Europa region, and several great families have entered it to explore it. It's definitely the most powerful news, comparable to the explosion of a hydrogen bomb. So naturally, reporters from major media outlets refused to let go of such a powerful story. Not to mention, it wasn't long before news broke of another explosion even more powerful than a hydrogen bomb. That powerful man of the Great Summer who had threatened several great families and kingdoms, threatening to launch a liquidation, had also entered the midst of Asgard. These buffs add up. The conversation level is definitely pulled full circle. This immediately puts all the billions of people in Blue Star all eyes, all gathered at this normally off-the-beaten-path pole. Countless journalists flocked to Asgard, setting up their long guns outside the exit, ready to get first-hand news of the dispute. Why are the people in charge of several big families coming out in such a sorry state? What the hell is going on inside Asgard? Why is the exit collapsing at a rapid rate? Han, Gattuso, can you answer the question, please? Countless reporters swarmed around the woefully out-of-shape Free Gattuso with microphones raised, chattering and wanting interviews. Go away! Free Gattuso grunted in displeasure. The remaining members of the several big clans next to them immediately exuded a strong man's pressure, stopping these annoying reporters at a distance. The journalists, faced with a man who was a major figure in the entire Europa region, naturally did not dare to make a move, perhaps with the media behind them. With the investment of the Gattuso family, immediately and obediently retreat to the distance. Following Fry Gattuso's gaze, he simultaneously looked towards the god's domain exit that was rapidly collapsing. What a bunch of flies! Fray Gattuso cursed under his breath. I hate flies. I hope that fly from Dacia better be in there. Fray Gattuso and several other members of the family who had escaped with their lives were all tense and staring at the exit of Asgard with dead eyes. Terror! It's just horrible. They had completely misjudged the strength of that mysterious Dacia person. Several people were unanimous in their minds that jointly intercepting that Dacia person was definitely the most wrong decision they had ever made in their entire lives, had it not been for the intervention of St. Matthews, the holy son of the church. I'm afraid that at this moment, they, the self-proclaimed strong figures of several big families, have been buried in Asgard forever. That Dacia man is simply Satan from hell. God bless. Let that Daxamite be buried in the midst of Asgard. Frigatuso mumbled the words in his mind with a tense expression. And the representatives of several other great families, likewise, mumbled the words in their minds. Finally, after a long time, boom, the rainbow-colored light at the exit crumbled and dissipated, and the entire exit completely collapsed. Collapse, collapse, collapse. Damn, God heard my prayer. That damned Satan is buried in it forever. Chapter 115, what kind of bull is the great summer war god? Just a clown? That damned Daxamite is buried forever in the middle of Asgard. Surely God has heard my devotional prayer. Frigatuso, as if he had been pardoned, lost his temper and muttered to himself. Beside, the members of the several great clans that escaped with him also instantly turned into expressions of relief. Damn it! That Satan from Dasha has finally gone to hell. I didn't realize that even the Holy Son of the Holy Sea couldn't purify this demon. Ha ha ha, it must be because I usually pray religiously and this time God heard my prayers. Now, the strongest man of the great summer is buried in the middle of Asgard. It's just a pity that St. Matthews died in there along with that demon. Will the people of the church come after us? It doesn't matter. As long as we push the death of the Holy Son onto that Dasha man, the people of the Holy Sea will find trouble with the Dasha man. I've heard that the Kunlun mountains in Dasha have been revived, and that there are more artifacts hidden inside than in Asgard. Just wait. The shame that Dasha man gave us will be doubled this time. Just like 100 years ago. Ruthlessly take away the artifacts from their territories. Their weaklings don't deserve those things. At the same time, we're going to ask for compensation from the Dasha officials in the name of claiming compensation. Let them pay for what this Dasha man is doing these days. A crowd of those who had escaped from Asgard, discussing with joyful smiles. After a long time, Frigatuso seems to have finally remembered that there are still a lot of reporters waiting for interviews next to him. The shadowy expression on his face instantly became incredibly kind, and he waved at the group of reporters. As you can see, Frigatuso, with a heady smile on his lips, pointed to the long dissipated exit, living up to an old Europa gentleman's style. That demon who has lately committed countless sins in the land of Europa. There are indeed two of them, but today, he is buried forever in Asgard to give burial to the god King Odin and other gods. Unfortunately, Monsignor St. Matthews of Courage, a contemporary son of the Holy See, in the nick of time, in order to purify that infamous Dasha devil, sneak attacked by that shameless Dasha devil, and also died inside altogether. Let us pray for God's most devout warrior, the brave and sincere Monsignor St. Matthews. Frigatuso faced the journalists. The matter of the siege of Lucian in Asgard was spiced up, and at the same time, the news that Lucian was dead was made clear to the reporters. May I ask Mr. Gatuso if what you say is true? As good as it gets, pretty lady. As the news was confirmed by Frigatuso, and members of several of the great families, there was silence. After a long time, many journalists reacted. Boom, the scene was instantly thrown into chaos. Quickly, send this powerful news back to headquarters. The great summer fiend is dead in Asgard. I have a feeling that this is definitely news that can set the world on fire. We must grab the headlines on this news. Damn, why is the signal so bad at the polls? Any praying hands, help me pass the message out. I'm willing to pay well. The press went into an instant frenzy. Every second counts to get the news of Lucian's death back to headquarters. Frigatuso, satisfied with the performance of the journalists, decided to put all the blame for the death of St. Matthews on Lucian, to cover up the fact that during the Great War, they, the people, did not play the slightest role, thereby circumventing the accountability of the powerful Holy See. So, with a faintly sad face, he said, Monsignor St. Matthews is a wonderful son of the Holy See, and at the same time the most sincere devotee of our Lord. He fulfilled the task of ridding the world of evil perfectly. Unfortunately, even with us assisting him in getting rid of the demons, that Satan from Dasha was just too cunning, launching a sneak attack at a crucial moment. Let us pay our highest respects to this most sincere devotee of our Lord. Frigatuso led the crowd, bowing slightly toward the long dissipated exit. Reporters brushed up their pens and recorded this as it happened. Even though the signal at the polls was very bad, the reporters still used their best efforts to spread this powerful news from the polls. In a flash, every major media headline around the world was triggered by the news. Headline daily: the Daxamites who once threatened on Mount Olympus are dead, and good will finally triumph over evil. Arrogance is the original sin of everything. A powerful man of Dasha dies in Asgard, and the threat is reduced to a laughingstock. 100 years ago civilization taught barbarism, but was smeared as a war of aggression. With the death of the Dasha devil, let's do justice to that holy and incomparable civilization taught. The ridiculous Dasha people have finally paid the price for their arrogance. Justice belongs to the West. St. Matthews, the holy son of the church, has fallen. Let us observe a moment of silence in honor of this lamentable defender of justice. The last time Lucian was at the holy mountain of Olympus, he issued a threat to the kingdoms and families that had once waged aggression against the great Xia, just received the attention of most of the Europa countries. But this time, with major news outlets around the world reporting, the news of Lucian's death instantly caused a heated discussion among all Bluesterians. Ha ha ha, sure enough, good will eventually triumph over evil. Civilization will eventually triumph over barbarism. The foolish Dacia people were first favored by God last time and underwent body fusion ahead of time, but their strongest person is still not very strong. History is always strikingly similar. The great Xia people once built a prosperous civilization, but were eventually overtaken by us. What liquidation! The Dacia people are a bunch of jokes. My grandfather had been to Dacia 100 years ago, and that was to spread civilization. It wasn't any invasion. God will shelter his believers after all. As news of Lucian's death detonated internationally, the major media headlines within Dacia were also dominated by this news in an instant. The major comments sections are in mourning. Dude, I told you a long time ago, you shouldn't have gone to Asgard. It's a pity. This brother's talent and chance are all good, and his character is no better, but he's just too impulsive. Wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it. Without further ado, here's to you, brother, go all the way. Of course, mixed in with this mournful atmosphere were just as many harsh jeers. I've always said that foreign countries are just better than us. He deserved to die. What the hell is the great summer killing god? It's just a jumping clown. One more chapter tonight. Chapter 116, the great powers demand reparations. Lucian didn't die. What kind of bull **** great Xiao war god? It's just a clown. Settle the humiliation of 100 years ago? What's the matter with the 6 dynasties? It's just for one's own selfishness. Gotta. He's dead now, but our entire Xia was dragged down by him. Honestly, belonging to the same nation as such a brainless person is my. Amidst a sea of mournful comments, such stinging words are quickly overwritten, but they still pop up from time to time, disgusting to all. But soon, with another piece of news hitting the major media platforms, the whole of Dacia was instantly on edge. Dozens of families such as the Weasleys, Habsburgs and Capetians, who were prepared to ask for forgiveness from our country because of the invasion a century ago, denied their crimes this afternoon and demanded that our country compensate them for the damage to their family's reputation. A strong man from Dacia killed the Holy Son of the Holy See for no reason, and the Holy See will soon send the Divine Palace to Dacia for accountability. Several major families in Europa, precisely, declared their outrage at the accumulated crimes committed by the leader of the Taoist rankings on the holy mountain of Olympus in Dacia, and demanded a huge amount of reparations from Dacia. The Kunlun Mountains are about to be revived, and major countries around the world have ordered the Dacia officials to open their gates and allow global explorers to enter. A number of major powers of the Blue Planet jointly issued a statement ordering Dacia to prohibit the friendly exchanges of 100 years ago from being discredited as a war of aggression. As soon as these few news were released, the Dacia internet was filled with righteous indignation. Damn it! The West is a bunch of bandits. Once 100 years ago, and now he's still coming. The dog can't change his ways. Compensation. Ha! I'll accompany you. I'm going out on a limb with them. When my great summer Dao ranking leader was around, how come they didn't dare to let out a single fart? Didn't a few great clans express their repentance for their crimes before? Now that the man is gone, he immediately changes his face. Sure enough, this group is just as moralistic as it was 100 years ago at best. However, as these few news stories broke, the cynicism that had gone out of sight was immediately in full force. And the great summer war god? Laughing to death. For the sake of your own selfish desires you've dragged us all down. A little man who doesn't know the sky and the earth is just a little man. Originally jumping around with a bit of strength, and now he's causing us all of Dacia to make reparations for him. Settling the score for that war 100 years ago? Does that make any sense? I've long said that this heavenly Dao ranking leader is a clown who jumps through hoops, and there were so many people chasing after him before. It's really ridiculous. I guess we'll have to compensate the West for a lot of divine artifacts this time. What a waste. Polaris, the island where the former entrance to Asgard was located. With the complete collapse of the entrance to Asgard and the evacuation of several of the great families, including Gattuso, the crowd of eaters and journalists from various countries who had gathered on the island also packed up their respective equipment and withdrew from the polar regions. The speedboat ships anchored around the island slowly left the shore. The island, which was originally bustling with activity, quickly turned back into a cold and clear appearance. Let's go, Sister Bing Bing. The entrance has completely collapsed. There's no way he's coming out. A photographer who was packing his camera equipment urged his colleague next to him in the official Dacia language. If we don't leave, the last ship will be leaving and we really won't be able to leave. Neither he nor his partner were strong in the flood world, so after the physical fusion, they were only a little bit stronger than ordinary people. This side. The female reporter with the microphone with the official media logo of Dasha looked back and sighed deeply as she took one last look at the empty former Asgard entrance. Let's go. He might actually die in there. There was also some faint sadness on the young photographer's face. Comforting. That's the way the world is now. Anytime someone dies, anyone can die. No exceptions. The words. Wang Bingbing suddenly felt that a hint of spiritual power fluctuation seemed to emanate from behind her. And after hesitating for a moment, she still looked back. Sister Bingbing, you. The reporter carrying the camera equipment saw his colleague stop, turned his head and just wanted to speak. He then froze on the spot along with his female co-worker, his pupils instantly dilating. That's the sound of the bells, the subtle bells, Wang Bingbing suddenly exclaimed. It's coming from the location of that collapsed exit. Is this my hallucination? Did you hear that? The young photographer looking at the camera equipment froze for a moment, nodding frantically as he came back to his senses. I heard that too. I hear you. It's not a hallucination. You didn't hear me wrong. The two of them then saw the arcane yellow aura ripples slowly swinging away from the location of the exit where the subtle bell sound was emitted. Knock, knock. As the aura ripples spread, the sound of the bell became clearer and more frequent. Hey, are you two Dasha people still leaving? In the distance, the sailors on the last ship had finished weighing anchor and looked at the two frozen Dasha reporters on the island, grinning broadly and urging them on. That ridiculous great Xiao war god of yours is dead. Are you going to stay here and bury him? Hey, you guys better have 2 desert eagles on you. Or you will become rations for those polar bears. Wang Bingbing and his colleague both frowned, but still didn't move, just staring silkily at the slowly swinging arcane yellow aura ripples, listening to the sound of the bell. Good luck. The sailor in the distance laughed. Woo-hoo-hoo. The ship's whistle sounded, and the last boat by the island started slowly, about to leave. Thud. The magnificent and vast sound of the bell swung in the center of the island and vibrated out in all directions. The arcane yellow aura ripples suddenly grew in size, transforming into a one-person high vortex channel. It's a pity that so many artifacts haven't been picked up yet. A clear and magnetic male voice came out from that aura vortex. Immediately following, Wang Bingbing and his partner then saw an incomparably familiar figure swept out from it. What's that? A shout of surprise suddenly erupted from the ship that had not yet left the island. Oh, my god. Guess what I saw? I can't believe this is real. You guys, look where the entrance to Asgard is. Who is that figure? With that, several people who were on the deck for air suddenly exclaimed in alarm. On the slowly departing ship, countless people heard the shouts and rushed onto the cold and windy deck, their gazes casting in unison towards the center of the island. That's. The reporters pulled out their cameras in unison and pointed them at the figure. Get back. Damn it. Stop the ship. Chapter 117 to the Dasha artifacts that were about to arrive. Mediterranean coast, Papal States, Pontifical Shrine. The contemporary Pope, St. Alexander, in his bright yellow papal robes and holding the papal scepter, was seated in the uppermost seat of the St. Alexander, who had just received the baptism of holy water, exuded an aura of holiness that, but at this moment, his face, which usually looked like a heavenly father's kind face to others, was twisted and hideous with anger. How? Matthews was the hand-picked holy son of Lord Michael, a saint in whom my lord had high hopes. How could he be dead? How can we explain this to the Lord? Where's that Dasha demon that got him killed? Wherever he has fled, the Papal States, will declare war on him. At the bottom of the temple steps, the cardinal who reported on the incident saw this expression on the kindly pope for the first time, and said with trepidation, that Dasha demon, too, died in the midst of Asgard. Learning that Lucian was dead and could not take revenge on him, Pope St. Alexander's face became even more twisted and hideous. Damn Dasha people! A group of foolish and my lord spurned heretics who dare to brutalize the holy sons of my holy church. I'm going to make the great summer kingdom pay a terrible price to honor the spirit of Matthews. Not long ago, my papal state has sent a serious statement to the official Dasha, said the cardinal archbishop at the bottom. Soon, Archbishop Yale will personally lead the holy knights of the Holy See to Dasha, negotiate with them for compensation for this incident. Reparations? Pope St. Alexander sneered. Is just compensation enough? The foolish Dasha people brutalized my holy sex holy son. How can they be spared so easily? It's simply not enough to send only one order of the holy knights. It's far from enough. Send 2 more knights of the holy order, and 2 more cardinal archbishops in command. Make sure to kill a group of Dasha people so that they can feel the wrath of my holy sect. Saying that, the sneer on Pope St. Alexander's face gradually turned to greed. I've heard that in the mythical region of the Great Summer Kingdom, possessing a multitude of powerful artifacts, now that the overall strength of the Great Summer Kingdom is in decline, it's just the right time to use this time when they brutalized my holy son to put pressure on the Great Xia officials, put their unenlightened people under the banner of my holy church, and at the same time take the opportunity to plunder more Great Xia divine artifacts. The cardinal below also nodded and smiled. So very good. 100 years ago, those foolish Dasha people dared not accept the olive branch of my holy church. That person named Hong has ridiculously committed the blasphemy of calling himself the first son of God. This time, our holy church will make the foolish people of that land in the east understand what a mistake they made in the first place, and what an honor it is to be sheltered by my lord. Europe. In the joint conference room of several large families, the representatives of the people from several big families were all dressed up and sitting scattered all over the conference room. Everyone had delicate pastries and high-grade red wine in front of them, and this meeting was, obviously, with a celebratory nature. Gentlemen, as I was just saying, Fry Gattuso in his upscale gown was all smiles. That wretched Daxamite is dead in the midst of Asgard. Previously, there were a few clans that went behind our backs and secretly submitted to the Great Summer, asking for forgiveness. I hereby propose that the representatives of these clans be expelled from the alliance. At the same time, after the meeting, impose severe sanctions on these few wallflowers who brought us shame. The words came out. The representatives of the great clans present at this joint meeting laughed and immediately raised their hands in agreement. Soon, the family representative who had secretly shown weakness to Dasha before because Lucian had threatened to liquidate it was driven out with a face full of depression. Very good. Free Gattuso, who was the moderator of this meeting, nodded with satisfaction. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda for this meeting. Discuss how to punish the Great Summer Kingdom for this insolent behavior. There was a flurry of heated conversation in the conference room, and it is undeniable that Dacia once built an extremely prosperous civilization. The mythical region behind them was able to produce that powerful and damned executioner. This is an indirect indication that there are indeed treasures of great magnitude in their flood myths. It's just that their group of fools are just too lowly to know how to use it, wasting so many resources. Spot on. We rescued so many divine artifacts from those foolish Dacia countrymen 100 years ago. It's amazing that they can still have such rich treasures in their hands. This shows that Dacia has a deep heritage. Yeah. Unfortunately at the current stage, we can't get into the flood myth region behind the Great Summer Kingdom. This time, however, it is just the right opportunity to take advantage of the claim for compensation. Like 100 years ago, coincidentally, renting high-value artifacts from the Great Summer Kingdom. That's right, we're definitely going to slaughter them hard this time. This time, after so many people died in my Wei Ting clan, it's only right that we empty the treasury of the Great Summer Kingdom. After careful deliberation by this group of snakes and rats, eventually, Free Gattuso worked out the exact amount of compensation. The conference finally recognizes that, lease 1,000 main god artifacts, 500 demigod artifacts, and 100,000 ordinary artifacts from the Great Summer Kingdom for a period of 99 years. At the same time, given that the Disya officialdom may not be able to put together so many artifacts at one time, you can draw deferred interest from them. 1 ordinary divine artifact for 1 day of default, 10 days of default, 1 semi-divine artifact, 1 month of default, 1 main divine artifact. Now a show of hands. The crowd attending the meeting laughed and raised their hands in unison in agreement. Okay, vote approved. Fry Gattuso, beaming, lifted the glass full of red wine in front of him and smiled boldly. Let us drink to this great victory, to the many great summer artifacts that will soon be harvested. The representatives of the other clans also raised their glasses in their hands in a spirited manner, looking at each other and laughing in a spirited manner. Cheers! Cheers! Ha 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 cheers! To victory! To artifacts! To the eternal strength of our family! Daxia, the imperial capital. In a serious conference room dominated by large red tones, dozens of old people with sad faces sat opposite each other. Those present, almost all of them are frequently appearing in the official media news of Daxia, and it is not an exaggeration to describe them as powerful. Well, what did the family say? At the head of the conference table, the old man with the identity of the leader of Daxia saw the secretary enter with the documents and asked in a low voice. A small number of families have begun to emigrate, the secretary whispered, but most clans have said that they are willing to donate some of their artifacts for free. At the same time, if Great Xia has the need, it is also willing to contribute people to tide over the difficulties. The old man's furrowed brow stretched slightly as he looked at a few empty seats around the conference table and asked again, what about the 10 families? Chapter 118, the news broke and the world was shocked. What about the 10 great families? The old man asked. The secretary hesitated and said slowly. Most of them also agreed to come forward. though a few of them never responded. The secretary's gaze, subtly, swept over the empty seats. Bunch of assholes. It's like, what a mistake to look away in the first place. Usually when we took so many spiritual treasures, we turned a blind eye, but now that great Xia is in trouble, each and every one of them has become mute. Those present at this meeting could not help but whisper angrily when they heard the secretary's reply. As the myth of the Blue Star descended upon civilizations, quite a few antique objects, or documents of notable origin, had become Dharma spiritual treasures. However, most of the antique objects on the Blue Planet are not in the official hands of the major countries, but are owned by the major families, and Daxia is likewise no exception. Even many of the collections in the museums have been switched behind the scenes and have gone into the private treasuries of the major families. So, this time when the myth descended, the ones who benefited the most from the magic treasures were naturally the major deep-rooted families. I still have a few spiritual treasures at home, not many, but of good quality, and am willing to contribute them to the country without compensation. As the hoarse voice rang through the conference room, soon, more voices rang out one after another. Old man, I like antique objects when I was young, often pulling out some worthless trinkets. There are also a few pieces in there that have become latter-day soul treasures, and I'm also taking them out to the country. Now that the country is in trouble, all of my family's spiritual treasures are also willing to be donated without compensation. I don't have a hobby of collecting antiques, and I don't have any spiritual treasures or magic treasures at home, but at least there are a few contending juniors. I heard that they have already reached the Earth Immortal realm. Turn around and let them contribute their labor and use it however they want, as long as it helps the country get through this crisis. Oh, I did not expect you old guys. Usually one by one looks like two-sleeved breeze. Background, hands and feet even so unclean. Wife, I have neither any magic treasure antique at home. The younger generation of the family is also not competitive. The realm is not high, but this old bone's body is still healthy. If the country needs me, I can still carry a gun too. I've been to Seoul to fight the jackals back then, and now that they're here again, old man, I'll spell out this life to fight them too. Me too. Same for me. One hoarse, but intense voice after another rang out in the conference room. The secretary holding the papers was not old enough to look at the image with hot tears. Well. The old man at the top of the list waved his hand to interrupt the crowd's heated speeches. Quiet, all of you. I understand everyone's thoughts. We, Daxia, are not inferior to any kingdom. It's even one level stronger than other kingdoms and civilizations. And that's based on the fact that, but right now, it's not time for you old bones to go into battle. Speaking of this, a trace of viciousness flashed across the old man's pale face. Just because of those great depredations of recent times, we failed to guard the treasure left by our old ancestors. Letting that band of robbers get a head start on the mythic descent has created such a scene of accumulated weakness today. Now that band of bandits is making a comeback. But this era is not the time when militant rifles could take over the world. Let's be ready to fight those bandits to the death and remember the hatred deeply. I look forward to building up my strength in the coming days and returning these disgraces to those. Hard. The old man's voice was not big, with a bit of hoarseness, but his tone was powerful, and it spread to the ears of everyone present. The congregation present at the meeting listened in silence. Suddenly, alas, if only he were alive. A long sigh came out from the mouth of a certain old man in the conference room. When the crowd heard this sigh, they too were instantly reminded of the figure that was both strange and familiar, and sighs rose and fell. Right, if only he were still around. It's a shame, the kid has a good heart. He's just too young, too reckless. If I were alive now, my Daxia would at least have the strength to fight against those bandits, those big assholish families. They wouldn't dare to tear their faces off. That child has a lot of blood on his hands, but he's not a bad person. He's just too strong in nature. Alas, it's a shame that I didn't know what the boy looked like until he died. Me too. If he's alive, I'd love to meet behind his mask. In the midst of the rising and falling sighs of the old man presiding over the meeting at the top, who did not maintain the order of the meeting, also let out a long, leisurely sigh in his heart. Squeak. Suddenly, the door to the conference room was pushed open from outside and another young secretary in charge of communications rushed in. What? The old man presiding over the meeting was displeased with the secretary's windiness and frowned unhappily. Europa's pack of wolf cubs are here? Even if they come, don't be so hasty. The young secretary kept nodding his head and apologizing when he heard the old man's reprimand. Yes, you are right, leader. Then she remembered the matter to be informed, and immediately shook her head again and again in agitation. No, it's not Europa who's coming. What was that about? Because what was to be reported was so shocking, and the heart was so excited that usually work can be said to be watertight. Never made a mistake, young secretary. this time directly some incoherent, opened his mouth, half a day actually a word cannot speak. Everyone in the conference room frowned and turned their eyes to this direction. Finally, after half a day, 2 words popped out of the young female secretary's mouth. Alive. What live? An impatient old man who still wanted to ask a detailed question suddenly reacted, and his pupils instantly rounded. Those who can sit in this conference room are naturally not mediocre, and when they hear the words alive, they instantly understand what's going on. Whoa! The sound of seats shifting and excitement rising up and hitting the furniture instantly resounded around the conference room. Even a few elderly people who needed wheelchairs to get around because of their advanced age or illness couldn't help but stand up in excitement. What you said? He's really alive? Where is he now? How he survived? A perennially frozen polar region. The island where the entrance to Asgard was formerly located. Woo-hoo-hoo. The ship's siren kept blaring, and the ship that had been sailing away with a crowd of eaters and journalists from the global media got that bombshell news that immediately turn around and head back to this island without stopping. Oh my god. I can't believe this miracle. That figure is really that Dasha person. Look what I saw. News like this would be absolutely amazing news to get back. How the hell did that Daxamite survive? Did he make some kind of deal with Satan in hell? Reporters and photographers carried their equipment and ran towards the figure with hurried feet. On the island, Lucian quietly listened to Wang Bingbing and the photographer's description of the understanding what a few of the great families in the church have done in the hour that he has been trapped in the ruins of Asgard. Chapter 119 Heavenly Ranking Reward Settlement. Knowing that I'm stuck in Asgard, I just went straight to my original form? Lucian quietly listened to Wang Bingbing and his companion's description and murmured, it's still that familiar feeling. The other journalists who had gathered around were just carrying equipment and holding up microphones. On their faces, there is no longer the same high and mighty posture that they had at the bottom of the sacred mountain of Olympus, and even less of the behavior of doing whatever it takes to follow the lead in search of a breaking news story in the hope that the interviewee will say something counterintuitive. Instead, they stayed quiet, not daring to interrupt at all. The courteousness of the profession of journalism is carried to the extreme. After all, this dude in front of me, someone he's really chopping it up. My time is limited. May I speak to the several great clans and the ecclesiastical state here? Lucian asked in a flat tone. Yes. Wang Bingbing froze for a moment, then nodded and, it's live for the world. Although the polar signal is a bit poor and creates a delay, but a simple speech live can still barely be done. It was the first time she'd heard the notorious killer speak. Thought it was going to be the hoarse, low, movie killer kind. I didn't expect the voice to be very flat and it didn't sound the least bit like that kind of ferociousness. Instead it was calming, even. It's pretty good. Other reporters heard Lucian's question. Subconsciously, he was about to raise the filming equipment in his hand, but then immediately put it down and looked at Lucian with a nervous face, obviously wanting to broadcast live as well. Only after receiving Lucian's nod did they warily set up their long guns and aim them at Lucian. With the live streaming equipment being set up, soon the footage of this live broadcast from the polar regions was relayed to all the major broadcast platforms around the world. The eating masses around the globe had mixed feelings in their hearts when they saw this familiar figure wearing a Skyfox mask appear. Shocked, elated, annoyed, outraged, all of it. Various pop-ups rolled through the major broadcasts quickly. First of all, I want to apologize here. Lucian said this in a flat tone. That first sentence exploded. Not only were the journalists present silent, even those pop-ups that kept drifting by in the major live streams fell into a brief window of silence. Apologize? This executioner, who has killed at the drop of a hat, and who has countless blood on his hands. How dare you say he's going to apologize? Is that something a human being could say? Did he have a guilty conscience? Or was it that during the time he was stuck in Asgard, he met God and was purified by him and then reformed? Just as the crowd was still in doubt, Lucian continued, I want to apologize for my earlier, childish notion that a bunch of people who made their fortunes on banditry would be pious and repentant. I have given you a chance to repent, but you have thrown away this opportunity. As precious as diamonds, and are going to get an inch. Since I still can't understand reason, I'll have no choice but to strike my sword at you. After returning a few days down the road, my actions will make me the greatest criminal this civilization has ever known. I am sorry, but I will not repent, for this is what you deserve. Or more accurately, it's a trial that's hundreds of years too late. Because of time, the next time we return to reality, after the recovery of the Kunlun Mountains, I will lay your heads on the top of Mount Kunlun to sacrifice to the heavens. In honor of the billions of souls who died in that Holocaust on this planet 100 years ago, you have the option of delivering the heads yourselves, or you could trouble me to fetch it myself, but the results would be a bit skewed. But before I do, I'll charge a little interest, in a language you hear and understand. Several great families await my presence. Having said that, Lucian directly turned into a long rainbow and disappeared into the sky. Only left a crowd of reporters and photographers, holding microphones and camera equipment stood in place, frozen out of sight. Is this a direct declaration of war on his part? What a bully! Hubris! Lawlessness! The last time we faced a global broadcast, it was just a threat, but this time we've gone straight to the extreme and declared war? It wasn't just the journalists on the scene who froze. It was the eating public within the major live broadcasts around the world that froze for a moment. I'm going to take your heads. What's the difference between that and a direct declaration of war? Ha 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 ha, a fight at the drop of a hat. I like this Dasha's style of doing things. Wrong, where is a word? This is obviously already reasoned, but he found that the language does not work. Can only change a kind of reasoning they understand? The countries of Europa and the Holy See should be careful. I've heard a lot about this madman on the internet in the country of Dasha. RC is nothing more than a clown who likes to talk tough. Just a fluke from Asgard to retrieve a small life. Now face the global broadcast. Is also to return to their big summer lost a little bit of face. That's how they are in Dasha. They always like to save face by relying on the internet. But do nothing about it? No, 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 no. The Dasha people I know are different from what you perceive. They don't cry out when they suffer a loss. They like to secretly keep it in their hearts. And when you think he's fine, then exponentially get back at you hard. And then they'll cry aggrievement to the media and make everyone think they're the victims. Your clans and kingdoms should be careful. Just when the eating public around the globe, still mouthing off on the internet, a news broke and directly shook the global netizens. Little Britain, where a funeral was being held for the webtoon family, which was tragically wiped out. This family, one of those who had besieged that Dasha masked man in the middle of Asgard not long ago, was the same family that had started out by plundering Dasha 100 years ago. And Little Britain got the word, officially, immediately protested to the Dasha officials, but unfortunately was directly ignored by the Dasha officials. But as the news broke, not only did the melon eaters around the globe explode, but the entire Europa region was in a state of panic with the several major kingdoms and families that had been named. The same lights were on all night in the shrine of the papal states on the Mediterranean coast, and on the Dasha internet, as the news broke that this webtoon family, who had been involved in the pillaging, had been exterminated. It was met with unanimous applause aside. There are a couple of other tidbits of information that have been quietly sinking their teeth into the internet, too. Today, many small families who withdrew their nationality and wanted to emigrate suddenly withdrew their applications, but they were directly rejected by the officials and were warned by the Dasha officials that the immigrant countries were prohibited from accepting them, and they became international wandering refugees. Several public figures who had previously publicly disassociated themselves from the Great Summer State had all their assets confiscated and were deported, but none of such tidbits of information caused much of a stir. There was a lively discussion about what would happen there after the recovery of the Kunlun Mountains. Countdown to Flood Advent 10, 7. The countdown ended. Lucian's eyes flashed, and the scene of the flood world appeared in front of him once again, just when he wanted to go and seize the next ancestor which essence blood, the familiar heavenly beeps, once again ringing in the ears. The Tendo ranking reward settlement officially begins. Got the flu. Only one chapter today. Sorry, we'll make it up later. Chapter 120, Absorbing Juron's Essence Blood. Demon Race Youth on Nuwa Palace. Settlement of Tendo ranking rewards officially begins. Getting your Tendo ranking now. We're checking the prizes for this Tendo reward. Top, rewarded with a strand of heavenly chi. Top ranking, rewarded with a top-grade Hoteon spiritual treasure. Tantrum, rewarded with a medium-grade Hoteon spiritual treasure. Listening to the beautiful melody in his ears, Lucian remembered that today was the day when the Heaven's Path rankings would be settled for rewards. I didn't realize that so much time had passed since the flood myth descended. I still feel like the first descent was just yesterday. Lucian couldn't help but lament the fact that time flies and never returns. You are currently at the top of the Tendo ranking, rewarded with a strand of heavenly fortune. A burst of golden light fell, and Lucian immediately felt enlightened and his spiritual awareness became clearer. I didn't realize that the reward for the leader of the Heavenly Dao ranking would be so generous. It's another concept level item, Heavenly Dao Chi Luck. The middle grade spiritual treasures in the back can't be compared at all. Lucian was all too aware of how powerful the Heavenly Dao's Chi was. He had felt it once last time when he was in the perpetual Star Dipper formation, and now another strand had descended. Lucian only felt that his enlightenment had grown exponentially. It's really cheap for the Xiaotian in his previous life. No wonder that brat can become a personal disciple under the seat of old man sticks behind him. Lucian collected his thoughts and briefly recalled the location where several other ancestor witch essence bloods had fallen. Then he turned into a long rainbow and swept towards the northwest. Lucian lifted his footsteps outside of the Firethorn Valley, only to see that within the valley that stretched across thousands of miles, The blazing fire that burned the sky and boiled the water shot straight up to the sky, and the shouts of killing in the valley shook the sky. Countless scarlet-eyed demons and sorcerers, mountain spirits, and human cultivators were fighting in the valley, attacking each other, and the target of their scramble. It was the drop of ancestral which Shu Rong's essence blood in the center of the fiery mulberry valley, which emitted powerful pressure and endless fury. The rain and ice laws in the essence blood of the Zuan Henmai, coupled with the essence of sunflower water contained in the Taiyin moon laurel, should be able to suppress this essence blood of fire with ease? Lu Shen murmured, and his mind moved. The piercing cold ice field centered on him, spreading out in all directions in a domineering manner, and under the complementarity with the essence of sunflower water in the Taiyin moon laurel, the boundless blazing fire emitted by Shu Rong's essence blood, which contained the laws of fire, was directly suppressed. Thousands of miles of the fire mulberry valley, along with the cultivator elves and monsters that were fighting, were directly frozen into ice sculptures. Lu Shen swept to the center of the valley. There's a patch there about 10 miles in size, and not only is it unaffected by the cold, but there's the pounding heat rolling in and out of it. The Shu Rong essence blood, which contained the law of fire, had arcane and divine flame which patterns swimming on its surface, as well as blazing flames scorching the surrounding bears, hanging in the center area. What a strong law of fire, worthy of being transformed by the fallen body of fire god Zhu Rong. Ignoring the rolling heat waves, Lu Shen slowly approached and detained the essence blood of fire in front of him, grabbing it and refining it in an instant. Thumbs up. The overbearing and extreme laws of fire followed Lu Shen's palm and entered his body, rampaging through the meridians and orifices like a wild horse out of control. But soon, the strand of sunflower water essence that was embedded in the 5 viscera, and the original law of rain and ice, then took the initiative to show up and began to suppress this overbearing and explosive law of fire. This time, absorbing Zhu Rong's essence blood, because of the assistance of the essence blood of the Xuanwu and the essence of sunflower water, it was obviously much easier and smoother. Moreover, the violent fury contained in the original ancestral witch's essence blood had obediently hibernated under the suppression of the chaotic demon scripture. Shortly thereafter, Lu Shen then completely absorbed this Zhu Rong essence blood, which was unattainable in the entire floodplain. Absorbing Zhu Rong's blood, comprehending the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong melting fire. When Lu Shen's mind flashed, countless sorcery aptitudes belonging to the ancestral which Zhu Rong surfaced in his mind. In the meantime, on the surface of his body, next to the icy blue arcane witch pattern, strands of crimson witch pattern began to emerge. A blue and a red witch pattern and the red flame pattern belonging to the golden crow intertwined with each other. And there was one in you and one in me. As for Lu Shen's physique, it also gained a huge boost under the baptism of this Zhu Rong essence blood. In time, I'll be able to completely refine the power of the laws contained in this essence blood of fire. Lu Shen felt the enormous energy contained within his body and secretly nodded his head. Then he turned his gaze to the valley, the beings who had been frozen by their own. Because of the influence of the blood of the ancestor witches, each of these beings had scarlet eyes and fell into a state of insanity. Plus this blood originally belonged to Zhu Rong, who was notorious for his violent temper among the ancestor witches. That's why the corrosion of the baneful chi on these living beings has long since penetrated into the marrow of the bones and is beyond redemption. These beings, who have been turned into walking corpses by the fury, it is better to live than to die, might as well enter reincarnation early and seek the afterlife. It's better for me, the 10th great good Samaritan, to help them out. Lu Shen's mind moved, and the red flame domain, which had fused the laws of fire, directly spread out in all directions, burning the fire mulberry valley to ashes. Cultivation plus 0.001%, cultivation plus 0.001%, cultivation plus 0.003%. A cultivation was transformed into a spirit light and flew into Lu Shen's body. Although the cultivation was low, but it was better than the quantity. Soon, Lu Shen, who was originally a step away from the peak of the heavenly immortal realm, reached 100% of the 9th stage of the heavenly immortal realm in his cultivation. The heavenly immortal realm cultivation level is full again. Lu Shen was somewhat helpless. It seems that we have to find time to cross the threshold to break through to true immortality. In the floodplains, between different races, the breakthrough of the cultivation realm was different, and the way of realm breakthrough was also different. There were also differences in the time and realm in which one crossed the heavenly tribulation, like those born sacred flood fae, similar to the East Emperor Tai, Demon Emperor Jun. These, born powerful boom, once hatched is the golden immortal or even Tai golden immortal strength. As soon as he was born, he directly skipped a few heavenly tribulations, whereas a race like the human race, which has high enlightenment and a weak body, weak in the early stages and strong in the later stages, has to start from refining chi, forging the body step by step, becoming an immortal and crossing over, and crossing over to the golden immortal. However, their speed of cultivation was a little faster compared to other races. Lu Xun, on the other hand, has one apocalypse for every 3 major realms, and breaking through the true immortal realm is about to usher in his first heavenly apocalypse. I don't know how strong the heavenly tribulation given to me will be. Lu Xun recalled the great days of the past. In my previous life as a small snake demon, the intensity of the heavenly tribulation I crossed didn't even make it to the top 10 heavenly tribulation list, but in this life, I have so many buffs stacked on me. The heavenly calamity should only be strong and not weak. For prudent reasons, it's still necessary to obtain the essence blood of the thunder ancestor which Changlian before saying anything about the tribulation. Lu Xun collected his thoughts, swept towards the direction where the thunder essence blood had fallen from memory at great speed. Manhwa Palace. A pale, obviously recovered from a serious illness, a young man of the demon race, looking at the collapsed Buzhou mountain and the ruined demon court, clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 121, The Nobility of Free Gattuso. The Taking of the Blood of Thunder. The teenager clenched his fists tightly, hostility protruding from his face. Could it be that my demon court has really been destroyed? Empress Manhwa, you are a saint of my demon clan, and in the beginning, father and imperial uncle honored you with great respect. You watched the demon court fall and did nothing about it? But even the fall of Lord Fuxi has left you indifferent? Lu Ji really can't see it, so I'd like to ask the Empress to explain it. The young man spoke word for word with some reproach in his tone, but out of respect for Emperor Manhwa behind him, he turned the topic back to Manhwa's fellow brother, Fu Shi. This hostile young man is the only little golden crow that Manhwa saved on the shores of the East China Sea back then. Lu Press. The Manhwa emperor sage behind Lu Press was not angry at the reproach of his juniors, but said in a calm tone, "It is in accordance with the way of heaven that the witch and demon are subjected to a calamity and the human race should rise. Even I can't do anything about it. The heavenly Tao?" The young man Lu Ji tilted his head and stared angrily into the depths of chaos beyond the Manhwa palace. Did it cause the heavens to fall, and the destruction of all the living creatures of the flood? Is this the result that heaven wants? Why should my demon race die? Then why should the witch clan die as well? Why should the human race be prosperous? What kind of bull ***** sky is this? Before that last word came out of Lu Ji's mouth, with a thought, Manhwa sealed his mouth, preventing this latecomer from attracting unnecessary calamities by speaking out of turn. A slight sigh followed. She was born in the flood with her siblings, cultivated and grew up together, as the genus of the demon race and into the demon court, and then conformed to the way of heaven to create people into saints, which barely jumped out of the genus of the chess pieces, and from that moment on, it was only then that she finally glimpsed the terrible truth of this world. As a genus of the demon race, but also as the founder of the human race, but also the saints, she can only watch this momentum pouring away, unable to do anything. He could only barely shelter the orphan of his late friend and collect the deceased souls of his elder brothers to reincarnate as far as the heavenly Tao would allow him to do so. Manhwa shook her head, her tone still flat as she returned. The demon race is not actually a total loss. As far as I know, before the destruction of the demon court, you, Di Jun and Tai Yi, have made certain unexpected schemes before, but these machinations, because of the involvement of foreign demons who are not subject to karma, I can't really see them. When your karma in this Manhwa palace of mine dies down in the coming days, perhaps you can travel to the floodlands to find out what's going on. A foreign demon? Lu Shi, who was in the midst of his impotent rage, froze slightly and, remembering the meaning of this new term in his mind, he then asked in confusion, "And who was that foreign demon?" Manhwa shook his head. "This contains karma too deep for even I to easily explore." Having said that, Manhwa's figure flickered away, leaving the Manhwa palace, breaking the void and sweeping toward the direction where the sky tumbled due to the ancestral witch gongs crashing into the Buzhou mountain. She is ready to seek the method of mending the sky to save this catastrophe. A foreign demon? Lu Shi scanned the flooded earth below and made up his mind in his heart. One day, I will personally find father and royal uncle's backhand. Olympus Mythos region. St. Vinia Island. Fry Gattuso, dressed in demigod artifact armor, commanded the members of the Gattuso family and was searching for a 100-armed giant of the heroic 7th Order realm. Well, the damn giant is as good as dead. Let me receive the battlefield. Seeing the besieged 100-armed giant's breath dying, Free Gattuso roared, holding a demigod artifact longsword, and beheaded the giant with a single blow. From the giant's corpse, a muddy spiritual light flew out and disappeared into Free Gattuso's body. With that, a golden light of advancement rose from Free Gattuso. Damn! Finally advanced. Free Gattuso let out a long sigh, his tightly knit brows finally easing slightly due to the elevation of his realm. Family master, are you worried about the retaliation of that damned Dasha person? A nearby member of the Gattuso family waved his staff and added a reply spell to Free Gattuso's body. And he, who knew how to read people's words, could see the sorrow on Frigetuso's brow. Asgard has clearly collapsed, and that damned Daxamite. He managed to retrieve a dog's life from it. Frigetuso gritted his teeth. I have to admit, he's practically a Superman. Not so long ago, he actually directly exterminated the Whiting family. I've dreamed of killing this mad dog like Dasha man. Otherwise, I can't even dream of peace of mind. May I be allowed to express my humble opinion for a moment? The Gattuso family member asked. Say no more. Little Florence waved Frigetuso's hand and, I knew you boys had the brains of a fox. If only I could tell you any good way to deal with that Daxamite. I am willing to reward you handsomely. That Daxamite is indeed a mad dog, said the member of the Gattuso family known as Little Florence. It's not as if there's no way to restrain this mad dog, though, Mr. Householder, you forget that not long ago, under your wise command, that feat that we, the mythical region of Olympus, have just accomplished? After a reminder from Fiorentina Jr., that Frigetuso has a bright spot in his eye. You mean sacrifice? Yes, Your Excellency, the head of the house, explained Little Florence. We can offer sacrifices to the gods again, use what they like, in exchange for their great power, or even greater artifacts to bring to the blue planet to deal with that Dasha mad dog. When he heard the word sacrifice, the corners of Frigetuso's mouth twitched. Truth be told, as a pure papist, his sense of belonging to the gods of the distant myth of Olympus was not strong enough to. On the contrary, he respected and liked the gods of ecclesiastical mythology more. After all, most of the male gods in the Olympus mythos region are lustful and greedy, and many of the female gods are lecherous. As a traditional Europa aristocrat, he has an adherence that nobles are proud of, even though he sometimes does whatever it takes to get what he wants. That's respect for women, especially beautiful women. Last time, in order to catch up with the pace of the Great Summer mythical region, beheading the demigod realm giants, so that the Olymp mythical region would also advance its physical fusion, he then united with the mythical region of Olympus and sacrificed to Zeus, the king of the gods, several beautiful women, contrary to his pride as a nobleman, and for that reason, it was nauseating for quite a while. No, 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 Frigetuso shook his head back and forth. Little Florence, this is against the code of conduct for a nobleman. An exception was made last time. All right, said Little Florence, embarrassed. I'm sorry, sir. I was not thinking straight. In that case, our Gattuso family might really have to be brutally slaughtered by that Dasha mad dog. Hearing his men speak again of the ferocity of that Dasha mad dog, Frigetuso was deep in thought. Remembering once again the fear of being dominated by that madman, Ryoga sighed. It'll have to do, too, but this is the last time. It's all because of that Dasha madman. It's all because he forced me to. If God wants to punish that madman. Flood, Thunderhead Mountain. Thunder rolls in the sky. The witch clan has come so quickly. Lucian looked at the participating forces of the sorcerer race that were competing with the 10,000 races for strong Liang's essence blood on Thunderbolt Mountain in the distance. But the one leading the group was just an ordinary great witch. I should still have a chance. What I owe from yesterday will be made up tomorrow. Chapter 122, Seizing the Thunder Ancestor Witch Essence Blood. But there's only one great sorcerer leading the way. With my current strength, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with it, Lucian murmured. After the battle of Witch and Demon, most of the Witch and Demon clans that survived had suffered considerable injuries in that battle where a dozen or so paramount saints had struck out and fought the heavens to the ground. And in the end, the Eastern Emperor and Demon Emperor had self-destructed. Now that we're all in a state of serious injury, our strength has slipped a bit. And now that this great sorcerer in front of him was without the addition of the 12 metropolitan god-shattering formations, his strength was even worse. So Lucian made this judgment. Not to mention, nowadays, the land sinks. But after absorbing 2 ancestor witch essence bloods, and numerous artifacts from the myths of other civilizations, and the Eastern Emperor's bell that was just about to refine the forbidden lines to be the complete version of the bottom, long gone are the teenagers of old. There were no surprises at all in killing an ordinary great sorcerer. It would be a surprise if you couldn't kill it. However, that golden immortal realm old wolf on Thunderbolt Mountain is a variable, and he also absorbed Chang Liang's ancestral witch essence blood. If we strike now, we'll easily be caught on both sides. I'm not going to have my back turned. It's better to wait for a while, wait for them to lose both of them, and then let me, the fisherman, gain the benefits then. Lucian collected his thoughts and stared from afar at the distant peak where the heavenly thunder rolled, waiting for the perfect time to strike. Thunder rolls through the sky on Thunderbolt Hill. A wolf demon the size of half a mountain and a great sorcerer faced off against each other. The aura emanating from the wolf demon's body reached the peak of the golden immortal realm, and his body's fur was a navy blue color, with dozens of silver-white lightning-like lines twisting around it. and crackling lightning arcs flickered all over his body. Obviously, not long ago, this wolf demon had absorbed ancestral witch Qiangliang's thunder essence blood. Jia jia jia. Is the strength of a great witch of the witch race just like this? No wonder you, the sorcerer clan, were beaten up like this by the demon court founded by Di Jun in Tai in the first place. The wolf demon Jia 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 laughed sardonically. With the enhancement of the essence blood of thunder, he was extremely fast, his body constantly flashing, fighting back and forth with the great sorcerer equivalent to the strength of a Tai golden immortal on Thunderbolt Mountain. Below Thunderbolt Hill, the shouts of murder shook the sky. The old wolf demon's men were fighting fiercely with the countless witch soldiers brought by the great witch. That essence blood belongs to my clan. Lord Qiangliang, the great sorcerer grunted coldly. How dare you take possession of the mountain, you sinful beast. Today, I will not blame my witch clan for being impolite and stepping on this Thunderbolt Mountain of yours. The golden immortal realm old wolf demon sneered back. GGG, the 12 ancestral witches of your witch clan have already fallen. Today's witch race is nothing more than a bunch of terrified and scattered dogs. And you have the face to come snarling at this seat's territory. Not long ago, your ancestral witch of the witch race, Gong Gong, has crashed and stepped on the Buzhou mountain again, causing the sky to fall. You sorcerer clan have blocked such a great karma, but you don't even think of hugging your heads and running for your lives, still wanting to retrieve the essence blood. Wouldn't that be self-defeating? Sinful animal, the great wizard sneered as he launched an attack on the old wolf demon. How much more down and out my witch clan has fallen. It's not your turn to help with the lips of this little demon, so don't return the ancestral witch essence blood quickly, or else that other day of the unseen mountain. It is you who are the thunderhead of the day. The old wolf demon sneered as he swung his claws. This seat is blessed with good fortune, and this strong Liang essence blood has fallen on this Thunderbolt Mountain. Then it is bound to this seat. If you sorcerer clan don't retreat, you won't blame this seat for showing no mercy. The two sides, at the drop of a hat, once again fought, various means intertwined, and the Thunderbolt Mountain realm was in a state of darkness. This caused Lucian, who was hiding in the distance and peeking, to yawn frequently and, it's true, all masters fight before they fight. That's the way to look like a master. Looks like I'll have to find an opportunity to practicing my ventriloquism in the future. After a long time, the two sides on Thunderbolt Mountain finally realized that they were of equal strength, and that neither of them could do anything about the other in a short time. And just at the moment when a truce was about to be called, an extremely fast rainbow swept in from the distance and the old wolf demon and the great sorcerer simultaneously realized that the speed of the visitor was extremely fast and immediately became alert. You little demon! The old wolf demon looked up and down at the now appearing Lucian and took the lead in speaking to test the waters. You little demon! You're only at a cultivation level of less than the heavenly immortal realm. How dare you try to meddle in the fight between this seat and this great sorcerer? I'll spare your life for the sake of us being of the same demon race. So get lost. That great sorcerer of the witch race saw Lucian show up, similarly carefully surveying Lucian's entire body. He suddenly felt that the figure seemed familiar, having seen it somewhere in general. A light flashed in the great witch's mind, and his pupils instantly rounded up. You are that demon court's formation wizard. The great wizard immediately recalled that in that great battle under Buzhou Mountain that day, the one who took over the perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation from Demon Emperor June was none other than this heavily immortal realm little demon in front of him. At that time, when the people of the sorcerer clan realized that the demon clan, who was sitting high above the firmament and dominating the operation of the circumstantial Star Dipper Formation, only had the strength of the heavenly immortal realm, and made a big mockery of it. Thinking that the demon race had no one left to use, they let a heavenly immortal realm lesser demon sit in the formation eye. But soon enough, the smack in the face came. As promised, that heavenly immortal realm little demon manipulated the operation of the entire perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation. Not only would it not be raw and sluggish, it could even be on par with Demon Emperor June. It made the attack of the sorcerer clan's army, and the advancement of the 12 metropolitan gods fiendish formation, cause no small amount of hindrance. So, being a great sorcerer of the witch clan, it was only then that he was extremely impressed with Lucian, who wore a skyfox mask on his head. You little demon, you're still alive. The great sorcerer was greatly surprised in the face of Lucian's appearance, and immediately sensed that the visitor was not a good person. After all, he didn't have to care about a heavenly immortal realm, but a formation wizard who could dominate the operation of the perimeter Star Dipper Grand Formation. He would have to deal with it carefully. Old wolf, this little demon has come from a bad background. In his mind at this moment, the great witch suddenly burst out with intelligence and reasoning that did not belong to the witch race, and he said to the old wolf demon, the day of the great battle between witches and demons, it's this little demon that took over from Demon Emperor June to dominate the Zhou Tianxing Dota formation. His strength is not to be underestimated. We're all a bit exhausted now, so why don't we put down the dispute first? How about settling this little demon first, and then deciding where the thunder essence blood belongs? Hearing the great witch's warning, the old wolf demon naturally didn't dare to take Lucian lightly. Although he is far away from the Bujo mountain and does not belong to the demon court, and occupies the mountain here in the Thunderbolt mountain, but still, I've heard that not too long ago, in the midst of the witch demon Armageddon, there was news of a heavenly immortal realm lesser demon taking over from Demon Emperor June and taking charge of the circumstantial Star Dipper Grand Array. After all, such an unbelievable anecdote can easily be passed on by word of mouth. The old wolf demon's eyes rolled back in his head and he'd scat at Lucian. Chapter 123 Transition Heavenly Hijacking. This heavenly hijacking Timo is not right. The old wolf demon's eyes rolled back in calculation and he'd scat at Lucian. It's really a hero nah. You juniors are not in a high realm for the time being, though, but the talent is overwhelming and the heal is great. In time the realm achievement will definitely be able to surpass the old man. I've heard that you're still a character in that demon court that the two majesties trusted extremely during their lifetime, and that you're even honored to be in charge of the perpetual Star Dipper formation. Seeing as you and I are of the same demon race, it's pointless to fight any longer for the refugees to be in the same room. How about this? Today, you come from the demon court, and you were originally a deadly rival with this abominable great sorcerer. The two of you have done a battle first. Today, I'll be the referee. As long as you win, I'm willing to share the Thunder Essence blood with your junior. Lucian calmly stared at the two and didn't say anything. What? The old wolf demon asked knowingly. You don't trust the old man? You're overly cautious, even for a kid like you. How about this? Let's join forces today and take care of this pesky witch race first. How about deciding who the essence blood of thunder belongs to again? With that, the old wolf demon reached down and dug around in his abdomen and, directly out of thin air, he pulled out the drop of ancestral witch essence blood that contained divine lightning patterns on its surface. He hasn't fully absorbed the essence blood of thunder. It was only a small portion of the laws that had been refined. After all, not everyone had the chaotic demon scripture and heavenly Dao Qi enhancement like Lucian. The great sorcerer next to him saw this essence blood and, the moment was bright, and his face was one of undisguised longing. No need. Lucian shook his head. You two go together. Old wolf demon. Big witch. What kind of words are those? Arrogance. What arrogance? It's simply lawless arrogance. A wolf and a witch, two old silver coins, had long ago both fallen into the stage of exhaustion during the fight just now. Now sensing Lucian's bad intentions, they quickly joined forces in unspoken agreement. Ow. The old wolf demon let out a long whistle to the sky. His body surged against the wind, and thunder arcs crackled and flashed. The great sorcerer also hissed to the sky, and the stout great sorcerer Dharma phase directly appeared. Both sides tacitly joined forces, taking the lead in blocking Lucian's retreat and launching an attack on him. Shoo shoo shoo. Countless flying swords emerged from behind Lucian. At the same time, several powerful artifacts such as the 8-foot mirror and the scepter of the sea god were also sacrificed by Lucian together. After a long time, boom! The two huge bodies of a witch and a wolf then transformed into corpses and collapsed heavily on the ground, and a wisp of muddy spiritual light scattered from both corpses at the same time, flying into Lucian's body. Cultivation plus. Cultivation plus. It's a pity that we haven't crossed the threshold yet. So much cultivation has been wasted. Lucian murmured. It seems like it's time to find a chance to cross the threshold quickly. Now that the strong Liang essence blood has been found by the witch clan, the situation should be similar for the other few ancestral witch essence bloods. If I go looking for it again, I'm afraid the heavenly Tao will have to arrange for me to meet up with those powerful great sorcerers. After all, the witch race will have to rise up once more to fight the human race subsequently. Taking more than enough essence blood is considered to be a change in the greatness of the flood. Wait until after Chiyu is defeated later. Then go get those ancestral witch essence blood. Lucian was sure of the thoughts in his mind. Originally, my plan was 2 drops of ancestral witch essence blood. Now that we have 3 of them at once, we have come full circle. Refine this strong Liang essence blood and call it a day. Now that your strength is low and dangerous, you can't chew on greed. Thinking about it, Lucian raised his hand to refine and retrieve the ancestral witch essence blood from the old wolf demon. At the same time, the great sorcerer essence blood on that great sorcerer was not wasted and was pocketed together. After raising his hand and leveling the entire Thunderhead mountain, Lucian was about to leave. Sudden realization. A terrifying as hell aura appeared in the distant north in the direction of the Bujo mountain. This is a saint's chi? It should be Sage Nuwa preparing to begin the matter of mending the heavens. Looks like I'll have to cross the threshold as soon as possible. After all, that task of assisting in mending the heavens is one that will rain down extremely rich merits. There's even a chance to get an extra heaven-mending stone tire. Lucian collected his thoughts. He then turned into a long rainbow and swept towards the southern barbaric wasteland where people were rare. After skillfully opening up the cave and doing a good job of concealing his chi, Lucian decisively pulled out the strand of strong liang essence blood that shimmered with lightning patterns. Crackle! Silver-white lightning arcs, constantly flashing out on the surface of the essence blood, burned Lucian's hand tingling. Let's get started. Lucian held the essence blood and slowly urged the spiritual power in his body to pull the power of the laws contained in strong liang's essence blood. After the overpowering laws of thunder entered Lucian's body, it rampaged through the venous orifices. However, because of the suppression of the first few spiritual energy and the 2 drops of essence blood, they soon became honest and were obediently absorbed by Lucian, refining the blood of the ancestor which Changliang, obtaining the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong running thunder, as countless sorceries on thunder magic surfaced in Lucian's mind. Crackle! Silver-white arcs of electricity quietly surfaced on the surface of Lucian's body along with the thunder ripple, intertwining with the previous divine ripples and not clashing with each other. Lucian was about to experience the abilities bestowed by the essence blood of thunder. Rumble! A harsh and unmistakable thunderclap suddenly rang in his ears. What's going on? I've just refined the power of the thunder essence blood, and I'm able to master such strong thunder laws? But I haven't mobilized the power of the thunder laws yet either? Lucian spat out, and realized with a jolt that something was wrong. No. That's not the ing law of thunder I'm using. This is a ing thunderbolt from the heavens. This is a thunderbolt. Lucian immediately understood that this was what had happened. This is absorbing too much cultivation. The heavenly Tao is going to make me cross the threshold. I'm not ready yet. Lucian packed up his things while screaming in his mind that it was bad, but suddenly remembered. In this flood world fairy robbery, as if fairy robbery in the middle, also cannot have too much preparation. Do not have to prepare what Faraday K-Ja, fairy robbery dan what messy cheats. Even more so, don't try to get any wrong ideas, or the thunderbolt will strike even harder, and it's best to carry it hard. Now that he had refined the essence blood of thunder, he was considered to be fully prepared. Come to think of it, Lucian's heart was instantly reassured, and he could only pray in secret. Let's hope the thunderbolt won't be too strong this time, but it's probably not much weaker. Lucian still has this penny in his heart. After all, the current hymn, and the golden crow essence blood, and the ancestral witch essence blood, and the great extreme 5 elements spiritual roots, can be stacked with buffs on his body? Unlike his previous life, when he was just an ordinary little green dragon, the apocalypse in this life should only be strong and not weak. I'm not in a high realm right now, and a strong heavenly tribulation can't be that strong. At most, it will come to the Wan Beast Whistling Valley Tribulation, which is ranked 7th among the 10 Great Thunder Tribulations, or the 6th ranked Underworld Purgatory Heist is not impossible. A top 5 thunderbolt is bound to be impossible. My face hasn't been this black. Lucian was inwardly waiting for the arrival of the thunderbolt, when he suddenly realized that the sky was showing the divine sight of purple chi coming from the east, and violently sensed that something was wrong. No. This Timo won't be. One more chapter tonight. Chapter 124, Thunder God Spear turned into the shape of the violet heavenly divine thunder tribulation. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. This thunderbolt's heaven and earth vision. It won't be Timo is the number 1 ranked purple heavenly divine thunderbolt in the top 10 thunderbolts. Lucian stared dead on at the sky, the purple chi that kept coalescing up. The mood was apprehensive to a fault. These purple chi, if seen from afar by others, might still carry a bit of auspiciousness, but in Lucian's eyes, the full Timo contains a boundless murderous aura. Purple sky divine thunderbolt, legend in the top 10 thunderbolt ranked first, the power of the overbearing vastness, killing power, launched when the purple gas rushed into the sky. Descending thunderbolt is able to kill the gods and kill fairy. Lucian's previous life. For the other 10 major thunderbolts and the several major thunderbolts, most of them are heard of, and even quite a few, he has seen with his own eyes. Only this first-ranked purple heavenly divine thunder robbery, which is only known by its name but not by its form. In this life, it's good to get a good look at but I didn't think Timos would be the one to see on his own crossing. However, the appearance of the violet heavenly divine thunder tribulation also precisely indicates that, in this life, I am considered to have gained the recognition of the heavenly Tao and stepped into the ranks of the heavenly pride. Lucian could only comfort himself with this in his heart. It's just not clear, though, how powerful is this violet heavenly divine thunder tribulation? I don't know if I can top that, but I shouldn't have much of a problem after absorbing Kara's essence blood, for this extremely unfamiliar, yet recognized as the strongest thunder tribulation. Lucian had little in his heart and could only quietly mobilize the laws of thunder obtained from strong Liang's essence blood to defend against the thunder tribulation. Rumble! A dull and overbearing rumbling sound came from the roiling purple sky, transforming into a stern thunder snake splitting down on his head. The first of the purple heaven divine thunder tribulation ethereal would positive thunder. Crackle. Lucian only felt the powerful thunder snake arc spread from his own heavenly soul cover to his whole body. All over his body was immediately thundered outside and inside. Cough cough dash. Lucian, who had been chopped and grimy, coughed a few times, and a wisp of black smoke roiled out of his mouth. Sure enough, strong and good essence blood that contains the laws of thunder can indeed play an important role in resisting the thunder tribulation. Right now, my lightning resistance is more than enough to withstand the purple sky divine thunder tribulation. It's a good thing I was wise before and absorbed the essence blood of the ancestral witch Changliang. Otherwise, with the previous physique, even if it could resist the purple heavenly divine thunder tribulation, after the transitions, they all recuperated for a long time as well. After enduring the first ethereal positive thunder, Lucian already had a rough number in his mind about the power of this infamous purple heavenly divine thunderbolt, which was the first of the 10 great thunderbolts. Crack! The sea fire yang thunder with the laws of fire fell, and although Lucian was still electrocuted, his physical condition did not suffer too much damage. He suddenly remembered something, and his mind wandered. A spear made of thunder appeared in his hand all of a sudden. It was obtained from the holy mountain of Olympus, the thunder god spear. However, at this moment, the spear's surface glow had become dim because of the 2 thunderbolts it had used the last time it dealt with the holy sun's projection in Asgard. The thunder god spear can injure ordinary paragon saints by surprise. You can only use it a maximum of 3 times. Though, after 3 times you have to use the power of thunder and recharge him. I wonder if the thunder of this heavenly calamity is useful. Thinking about this, Lucian offered the thunder god spear out into the air to punish the thunder tribulation. As the thunder snake rolled across the surface of the divine spear, some of the thunder power was instantly absorbed into it, and the originally dull and lightless thunder divine spear quickly regained its light. But soon, it seemed that the bits of purple heavenly divine thunder were too powerful for the thunder god spear from the west to withstand, and the 3 energy compartments were instantly filled up with. However, the purple heavenly divine thunder was still pouring in thunder power, constantly impacting. Holy, don't charge me up. What about a weapon that can injure a quasi-saint? Although it's not as good as a hair on the East Emperor's bell, but at least I don't get random stares when I take it out and use it. Oi! Immediately, Lucian was about to take back the thunder god spear. It was discovered that under being forcefully infused by the purple heavenly divine thunder, one could not even manipulate it. The dastardly thunder spear. Lucian lamented. I wonder if you can withstand the onslaught of great thunder from the east. Crack! 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 The Decawaterine thunder. The Gung Gold robbery thunder. The E-Earth meditative thunder. One after another harsh and domineering thunder fell from the sky, and kept splitting on Lucian's body at the same time. Electricity arcs also traveled rapidly across the thunder god spear, but collapsed uncharted mountain. In the vault of the sky, Saint Nuahuan looked at the tragic scene of the sky collapsing and the earth sinking, the fire of the sky spewing out, the water of the earth pouring in, and the living creatures of the floodplains being harvested of their lives by this heavenly plague. And a little compassion was born in the saintly mind that was originally as plain as water. And then he began to deduce the method of mending the heavens. Suddenly, her mind was tugged, and she realized that the southern part of the flooded earth, far away from the Buzhou mountain, was showing a vision of a purple sky rushing into the sky. Is this heavenly calamity? It's still the violet sky divine thunder tribulation. Sage Nuwa's eyes flickered for a moment as they were as flat as water. As a saint who had become a saint by virtue, she was naturally incomparably aware of the power of the violet heavenly divine thunder tribulation and the rarity of the conditions that triggered it. I didn't expect that I would come out of the Purple Heaven Palace this time. It's surprising that we can still encounter someone triggering the violet heavenly divine thunder tribulation. It's just that I don't know which one of the heavenly prides of the 10,000 clans in the flood wasteland is crossing the threshold again. Nuwa's mind moved, wanting to deduce the identity of the person who had crossed the threshold of the tribulation, but with a slight frown on his brow. Strange, how could it not be deduced? She was a saintly realm. But she didn't expect that she couldn't even deduce the karmic information of a brightly exposed flood spirit that had crossed the threshold. Can it be that this is whichever gifted direct descendant of the 3 sects is undergoing a tribulation, and then obscured from the heavens by the elder brothers? It's not right. The senior brothers may not be so superfluous, and the direction where that transit chi is located is the barbaric land. There's no dojo of a direct disciple of the 3 teachings over there. Nuwa was a bit puzzled, and suddenly had a flash of light. Is it hard to believe that it's one of those foreign races that don't touch karma? Thought so. Nuwa took one last look at the direction where the purple sky was rushing up to the sky. I didn't expect there to be this kind of heavenly pride among the foreign races. I just don't know what tribe he is. Then he collected his thoughts and snapped his fingers. and the method of mending the heavens had already surfaced in his mind. Crackle! As the last life and death violet thunder in the violet heavenly divine thunder tribulation struck down, Lucian completely succeeded in crossing the tribulation. At this moment, Lucian, it had become charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and the body even gave off a faint aroma of roasted meat. It's not without its benefits, though. His physique and meridians were completely reorganized under the beating of the powerful purple heavenly divine thunder tribulation, and the impurities in his body were rubbed out by the tribulation. The physique and meridians both completed an essential metamorphosis and growth. Moreover, his comprehension of the laws of thunder had also become pure under the beating of the violet heavenly divine thunder. The strand of strong Liang ancestral witch essence blood in his body had already been completely refined by him under the effect of the purple sky divine thunder tribulation. It's in the ordinary thunderbolt, but the benefit of a million things. Lucian immediately sat down cross-legged, pulling the Amu Chi in his 5 viscera to quickly repair his flesh at the same time. And from that small spiritual field in the Eastern Emperor Clock's aura cave, he plucked a whole bunch of spirit fruits that restored his vitality. These spirit fruits were originally of low grade and had long since failed to satisfy Lucian's needs. However, after being nourished by the aura cave, and at the same time being tainted with the aura of the 210 grade innate spiritual roots, the rank of the character also grew, and it was still possible to repair the spiritual energy and recover from the injuries. Passed through the purple heaven divine thunder tribulation. Realm +1. Current realm, true immortal realm. As the first modern foreign demon to break through the true immortal realm, he was rewarded by the heavenly Tao, a strand of heavenly Tao Chi luck. Another strand of heavenly Tao Chi has arrived. Lucian had already been aware of the rewards and collected his thoughts, turning his gaze to the thunder god spear that had fallen to the ground, looking as if his heart was ashen after being abused by the violet sky divine thunder tribulation. I wonder if this thunder god spear of yours from the west has taken the shape of the purple heavenly thunder. Lucian picked up the divine spear and his spiritual sense swept over it. Holy, it's really changed. Straight upgraded. Chapter 125, Refining Great Tao Sword Chi. Gengjin's Sword Heart. I didn't expect the thunder god spear to be upgraded. Lucian was greatly surprised and immediately released his spiritual sense to sweep over the haze-colored thunder god spear. The number of times the lightning stored energy has changed from the original 3 to 9. This means that a single charge can now be used 9 times to kill a paragon's thunder attack. And the original release of low-quality thunder, also under the torture of the powerful violet heavenly divine thunder tribulation. The power has been greatly strengthened. Lucian joyfully put away the thunder god spear. In the future, he would have a divine weapon that could kill the paramount sage realm 9 times, but not so much that it would attract the attention of the great powers. And in the future, where the East Emperor Bell was inconvenient, it could be handed over to the thunder god spear. Although all this divine spear could do was to kill and injure, it wasn't enough to really give those peak state paraclete greats a fatal blow. He could only do things like sneak attacks and grabbing heads, but Lucian was already satisfied. Well, let's see what's changed in my heavenly panel. Lucian collected his thoughts and skillfully clicked on the heavenly Tao panel, discovering that in the column of innate divine abilities, there were a large number of additional divine abilities, those of both the witch and demon races. Most of them were the 3 ancestral witch essence bloods, bestowed upon him with various attributes of sorcery. This was the greatness of the demon emperor's devouring, also known as the chaotic demon scripture, the best race to absorb the essence blood of an ancestor which was only the witch race. If a race that doesn't belong to the witch race absorbed the ancestral witch essence blood, at most, they would only inherit the wisp of attribute laws in the essence blood, and would also be tormented by the fury in the essence blood, which would take time to refine, and they would not be able to obtain the sorcerous arts of the ancestral witches in tandem. And Lucian, who possesses the chaos demon scripture, race and attributes, much like the gender of the Eagle Jam family, are completely uncheckable and can be considered both witch and demon. If one was fortunate enough to obtain a human race technique, or an Azura race technique in the future, one would likewise be able to inherit it perfectly. So, Lucian directly inherited the sorcery in a few drops of ancestral witch essence blood perfectly. However, what made Lucian pay the most attention was still that new innate divine ability given to him by the Golden Crow inheritance. Explode your own origin? Is that the move that the 2 greats, the Demon Emperor and the East Emperor, used at the last minute during the great battle of sorcerers and demons? The so-called self-detonation of origin is to gather the origin power and life force of the whole body and send out an attack that is hundreds of times more powerful than the original battle power. However, it's not as if there's no chance of living after self-destructing this native aptitude. And there's a backhanded, bathos-like, as long as a strand of the Yuanshan was immediately placed into the pure sun true flame to be contained within a very short period of time after the self-destruction, it could also be resurrected after a long period of time had passed. Doesn't that serve a similar purpose to Aphrodite's crown? Could it be that I was still redundant in collecting their origin in the first place? Lucian immediately dismissed this thought again in his mind. In the beginning, His Majesty the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Emperor should not have used this backhand. After all, the two greats had come to their senses in the first place. It's them, the demon race executives, who are the ones who cross over from the great witch demon tribulation. So the choice was made to leave hope in the remnant forces of the demon race after the Great War. After all, almost all of the top-level combatants of the demon court at that time died in battle. Demon Master Kuanpeng, the Old Sixth, is not to be trusted. Again, their majesties, the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Emperor, understand that the Fusan wood on the Sunstar will definitely not be able to be preserved after the Great War. That's why I was told to take the Eastern Bell with me. After Lucian had a rough assessment of his true immortal realm strength, turning his gaze to the one stored in the Aura Cavern, those few divine artifacts from other mythological civilizations, Guns of Eternity, Dungunar. According to the legend, the three major divine weapons of the Asa divine race, which are known as Heimdall's guardian sword and Thor's hammer, were refined from the branches of the world tree intercepted by the divine King Odin. Legend has it that it has the power of the rule that once you claim an enemy you are bound to hit. However, since Lucian took him out of Asgard, there was still no movement. The spiritual sense swept through, and no information was returned. It seems that the only way to do that is to wait for my secret teacher to awaken. It's time to unlock the secrets in the Lance of Eternity. Lucian's gaze swept over the head of the still sleeping wisdom giant Mimir under the little Tyene laurel tree. He didn't dare to underestimate the eternal gun in the slightest. After all, this is a divine object that concerns the origin of Norse mythology, the rebirth of the world tree. The Norse mythology bit is not as good as the flood myths, though. However, the world tree's bitterness was at least equivalent to the top 10 innate spiritual roots, or the top-ranked kind. Now, the true immortal realm should have the strength to refine it. Lucian finally locked his eyes on a sword weapon, the Tian Tsong Yun sword. This sword, as one of the three great township artifacts of the footbath chicken, was really a bit low in quality, not even comparable to an 8-foot mirror. But the strand of Great Tao sword chi contained in it was a good thing. It contains a strand of the Great Tao sword chi. If you refine it, you'll get the Gengjin sword heart. Before, on the blue star where the aura was depleted, that wisp of sword chi bursting out was so powerful, might converted to the flood world, the previous heavenly immortal realm of Lucian. Just with the body cannot refine it at all. And now, Lucian, whose entire body was stacked with buffs, felt that he had the chance to try it out. Lucian took out the Tian Tsong Yun sword, and after the Tian Tsong Yun sword, which was not suppressed by the Dong Huang clock, absorbed the rich spiritual chi of the flood world, the chi above and below the sword weapon sword, just like a big river breaking the embankment, and countless powerful sword chi poured out. Shoo shoo shoo. The powerful sword chi instantly filled the 3,000 miles around Lucian, cutting off all life wherever the waves hit. What a domineering sword chi! Lucian marveled, letting the sword chi slice through himself, not using any spirit treasures, just carrying it hard with his physique. Ding, ding, ding. The sword chi scratched across Lucian's body, and the sound of beating iron kept resounding, leaving a path of shallow blood marks on it. However, these bloodstains soon repair, so again, scratch and repair again, and so on and so forth. Lucian's face was calm, his eyes were slightly closed, and his chi sank into his dantian, comprehending the wisp of the Great Tao sword chi in the Tian Tsong Yun sword. At this moment, he seems to be in a distant battlefield of chaos. On the battlefield, a powerful chaos demon god, holding a sword alone, fought countless chaos demon gods alone, his hands rising and falling with his sword. All of them were mutilated and broken. His swordsmanship was overpowering, his sword power was domineering, and his killing intent was incomparable. In reality, Lucian's body was still under attack from the sword chi. As more time passed, the sword aura became more and more powerful, and the blood marks cut out became more and more profound, but they were all quickly repaired. Lucian was inwardly immersed in the chaos battlefield, carefully comprehending that sword-wielding demon god's every move, the trajectory of the sword power that poured out. I don't know how long after that. Ding! As the last sword chi fell, there was no more strand of sword chi in the entire 3,000 Li realm where Lucian was. The Gengjin sword heart has become a success. Lucian opened his eyes wide and, worthy of being the Great Tao sword chi from the Chaos Demon God, the killing intent is surprisingly this powerful. Chapter 126, The Right Way to Raid Nuwa Emperor. Lucian looked within his own chi-high orifices, finding that inside, in addition to the pure aura absorbed before, there was added a wisp of overbearing sword chi that looked like gold. Not gold, shaped like a small sword embryo. This is exactly the origin Gengjin sword chi. The origin sword chi kept buzzing as if it wanted to roam around in Lucian's body, but it was steadily suppressed in the orifices by the chaotic demon scripture. Out! Lucian gulped out softly. A dash of flying sword emerged behind him, while his mind moved, using the origin Genjin sword chi as a guide, transforming his own spiritual energy into sword chi, wrapping around the flying sword. Go! Lucian snorted coldly. The flying sword wrapped by the Genjin sword chi shot out like lightning, cutting a tiny crack in the void in the air, and appeared 1,000 miles away in an instant. Rumble! Thousands of miles away, a mountain range collapsed. After comprehending the Genjin sword heart, not only has my sword killing power increased, and the speed of the sword is also faster. Lucian marveled in his heart. It's also silkier to maneuver. As you go. When compared like this, it feels like I was almost at turtle speed when I made a sword strike before. More importantly, my own comprehension of the way of the sword has been elevated to an unprecedented level. Come to think of it, Lucian's mind instantly thought of an ultimate sword using Great Man in the Flood, sect leader Tong Tian. Maybe, Lucian laughed darkly. With this Genjin sword heart of mine, I will still be able to gain the attention of Tong Tian in the future. It seems that after ending the myth of Nuwa mending the sky, gonna have to find some time to hang out in the Kunlun Mountains. Maybe we'll be able to mix it up with the big boys of the three religions. After all, the God-sealing cataclysm is not close, nor is it far away. Thinking of all this, Lucian's thoughts suddenly drifted to the God-sealing cataclysm. He himself might have to choose a wood among the several great sects in the future for the sake of chance. I'm sure it won't work. After all, Laozi liked to be quiet and uninvolved, and had only taken on one disciple, Grand Master Xiandu. The words of the Hierophant. It's not too good. Lucian is a demon race. This basic root is here. Yuanshi Tianzun is an old snob who doesn't like the demon race that was born of a wet tire and egg by hair and horns. Even if one had good talent, they were still prone to being met with blank stares, and Huan Longjin was a clear example of this. The West teaches even less. The two of them, Junti and Jain, are purely treacherous people with not very high moral standards. Many of the several great calamities in the flood mythology had them secretly plotting behind the scenes. Even the good old Red Cloud's death had the two of them working behind the scenes. When we first fought over the futon in the Purple Heaven Palace, the good old Red Cloud kindly give the paratroopers to let the position. The two of them even feel that the favor is too heavy to return, flinging the Kuanping to the Red Cloud to insert the knife. The only one who can make Lucian look good. It's only the interceptors. The church is full of talented people. The disciples love each other as a family, and the whole church goes up together to work on a problem. However, because of this, they also ended up in the worst situation during the God-sealing cataclysm. Lucian collected his thoughts and looked to the north where the Buzhou mountain was located, estimating that at this time, Nuwa should have almost comprehended the method of mending the sky. Turning into a long rainbow, he swept rapidly towards the direction of Buzhou mountain. Lucian broke away from the teleportation array and arrived at the outskirts of the Buzhou mountain. Looking at the devastated earth, mostly traces of the ravages of heavenly fire and earthly water, with thousands of miles of bare ground and sorrowful lands, and not stopping too much. After all, he wasn't much use in the face of a collapsing dome of heaven. Directly seeking that powerful aura, he searched for Nuwa. The task of Nuwa is simple and open to all. It's to help Nuwa collect the colorful stones to make the heaven mending stone. The more colorful stones you find, the more generous the reward you get, which is a massive amount of merit. There's even the possibility of triggering a hidden bonus, if you're good enough. An extra mending stone tire. Mending stone tires. Throughout the folk of Daxia, it can be said that it is like a thunderbolt. Like that famous monkey. Legend has it that the Lingmingshi monkey was conceived from a surplus of mending stone tires. The origin of Jia Baoyu in Dream of the Red Chamber is also somewhat related to the stone tire that mended the sky. It was natural for Lucian to not miss such a great opportunity. And, as a reborn person, he could still remember the directions of where the many colorful stones were located that had exploded in his previous life. That one should be Sage Nuwa. Thinking about this, Lucian saw a stunningly beautiful woman with an unfathomable aura from afar, resting on top of the sky in the distance. Lucian recognized at once that this person was none other than the famous Sage Nuwa Huang. Little demon Lucian. Greetings to Sage Nuwa Huang. Lucian directly swept forward and bowed to Nuwa. As a born-again Lucian, he still understands the temperament of this Nuwa Huang saint, and knows that her temperament is a bit hard to figure out, or more accurately, a bit temperamental. After all, from the time she created man to become a saint, but could stand by and watch the human race being bullied by the witch and demon tribes in the flooded earth without doing anything about it. And after that, in the God-sealing catastrophe, knowing full well that there were saints in it who were counting on it, and then coming down in person to send out the three demons of the Regulus grave to deal with the Qi of the Shang dynasty. These are examples. So, Lucian understands that, rating the fickle woman in front of you, it's best not to use a flowery. If you were to play mind games with this Nuwa sage like you did with Jin Yuanzi, there's no telling what she might do to you, so it's more appropriate to just get right to the point. You recognize me? Nuwa swept his gaze over Lucian and didn't take it to heart. When Little Demon first joined the demon court, and Fushi and a few other lords had worked together, naturally, I have heard of you, Saint Nuwa Huang, and I definitely recognize you. Lucian didn't go overboard with the mind's eye, but he still pulled Nuwa's older brother, Fushi, out of the way though. After all, it's good to know people, and getting close might lead to some unexpected benefits. And you worked with my elder brother? Nuwa was slightly stunned, and there is some disbelief in the mind that she naturally knows the origin of these foreign demons, but in her impression, the foreign demons have not been in the flood for a long time, and most of them have low strength and danger. Even if some of them have joined the demon court to participate in the witch demon war not long ago, but most of them are also the subordinates of some insufficient demon soldiers. How is it possible to come into contact with a senior level of the demon court like elder brother Fushi? Not only did I make contact, but I indirectly kept him alive for a while longer. Lucian was clear that this relationship was sort of barely on the line and nodded his head. Little Demon naturally wouldn't dare to have half a word of falsehood. Back then, Little Demon was entrusted by the two majesties, the Demon Emperor and the Emperor of the East, and once took charge of the perpetual Star Dipper formation, rejecting the enemy together with Lord Fushi. Nuwa was slightly alarmed. For those who may not know the exact details of what happened in the Witch Demon War, however, regarding the strange anecdote of a heavenly immortal realm demon, who succeeded Di Jun in taking charge of the circumstantial Star Dipper formation, she, a saint, naturally had heard of it somewhat as well. Didn't take it to heart, though. I never thought that I would be able to see the parties involved with my own eyes today. Nuwa's gaze swept over Lucian's body and found that his realm, unexpectedly, had reached the true immortal realm. Then associating it with that violet heavenly divine thunder robbery in the south not too long ago, some associations arose. Was it not so long ago that? Chapter 127, Successfully Raiding Nuwa. Surely a temperamental brain circuit. Was it not so long ago that? The foreign race that crossed the purple sky divine thunder tribulation in the southern region of the flood wasteland is the Lucian in front of us? Nuwa was outwardly silent, but in her heart, she was slightly startled, and then she was sure of this idea that should be it. Right now, most of the strength among the foreign races have only just arrived at the Earth immortal realm. The only one who can have the true immortal realm is this Lucian in front of me. I can't believe it. In such a short period of time, Lucian was actually able to advance to the true immortal realm, or he was promoted after crossing the violet heavenly divine thunder tribulation. I think there's bound to be some ability this time around. So it seems, Lucian's earlier statement that he had once worked with his elder brother, Fu Shi, was not a false statement anymore. With this relationship between Fu Shi in place, the gaze with which Nu Wanyang looked at Lucian instantly softened quite a bit. It was far from close, but at least it wasn't as cold as before. What do you seek me out for today? Nuwa asked. Lucian sensed the change in Nuwa Huangyan's tone, and instantly realized that throwing out Fushi earlier had played some role. Realized that saints accessible to modern man at the present stage, in addition to Junti and Jain, the two god of the ghost, like to go around touching the old six, but also Nuwa Huang. But a saint has a saint's temper. If someone else had come along, Nuwa might just throw out a mission to help find the 5-colored stone, or the 5-colored emerald, and then just go cold turkey. It's not even out of the question that if you don't fit the mold, or do something that makes the other person feel jealous, you'll just hit and kill. But now Nuwa's tone of voice. Obviously there's still the opportunity to take advantage of deepening the relationship. I do have an important matter to seek out the maiden. Lucian decided to add more fuel to the fire and deepen his impression in front of Emperor Nuwa, bowing and cupping his fists. Not long ago, there was a great war between my demon court and the sorcerer clan. The young demon is fortunate to have the patronage of your majesties. Only then was it spared. But now though the great war has ceased, but the sins of the ancestral witch Gong Gong, who crashed and stepped on the Buzhou mountain, causing the heavens to fall and the earth to fall, have not ceased. This matter has little to do with my demon court, though, but ultimately there's kind of some karma in there. Besides, little demon, I can't bear to see the living creatures of the flood suffer this ordeal, so wanting to come here to find the opportunity to remedy the situation. Today I got to see the queen appear near this Buzhou mountain. I think it must be that the empress has a benevolent heart and can't bear to see the thousands of living beings in the floodplain suffer from such sins. So come here to the Buzhou mountain to seek the way to mend the sky. The little demon has the audacity to ask for self-recommendation. If your highness can be of any use in the matter of mending the heavens, the little demon is willing to serve. Although Saint Nuwa Huang had a temperamental personality, but Lucian's kneeling words of horse's ass directly added to his comfort. After all, there's no one who doesn't like a nice thing to say. Nuwa instantly felt much better about the extremely talented and well-spoken late demon clan member in front of her, and nodded with a smile. You guessed it. I have come to this Bujo mountain today to indeed seek the method of mending the heavens. Oh, then does the Empress have an idea about mending the heavens? Lucian asked suspiciously. Nuwa thought about it and nodded. I happen to realize a secret method. There is a need to seek a vast amount of multicolored jadeite, supplemented by true fire to refine it into a heaven mending stone before it can be useful. But that multicolored emerald comes from an extraordinary source, and requires a great deal of quantity. To find this amount sufficient to mend the sky in a short period of time, it will take some time for me. Little Demon is willing to search for the heaven mending stone on behalf of the Empress. Lucian directly didn't wait for Nuwa to finish her sentence, took the job straight away. This instantly caused Nuwa to nod her head in great satisfaction. It's good that you have that in mind. But that multicolored emerald is rumored to be the spinal cord of Pangu's father god. It will not be easy for you to find one, either. Just let it go. Bring back the 5-colored emerald to me, and you will surely be heavily rewarded. Saying reward is out of the ordinary. What is our relationship? Now Lucian shook his head and seriously refused. No matter how arduous the search for the colorful emerald may be, the young demon was able to have the opportunity to help the Empress with the mending of the heavens. It has been an immense merit and a heavenly blessing. Must go all out, and dare not be the least bit weary, and the Queen need not speak of other rewards. Lucian wanted to add more fuel to the fire between himself and Nuwa. Maybe if the other guy is happy, what about directly waving a big hand and giving out a heavy treasure? Sure enough, hearing Lucian's words, Nuwa directly froze. When Lucian saw Nuwa's reaction, he felt something in his heart. Unexpectedly, Nuwa nodded with a look of appreciation. I had wanted to give you a few spiritual treasures to accompany you, but since you are so determined, I'm also not good at tainting your heart of saving the world's life. Then you go in peace. Go get me multicolored emeralds. As many as you can. I am bound to grant you no other reward either. All for the sake of accumulating in virtue for you in the future. Lucian was directly dumbfounded and wailed in his heart. Don't, ma'am. You can still try to defile this fistful of my bare heart. Lucian immediately felt like he had lost hundreds of millions of dollars. It's true. This kind of temperamental woman is not easy to deal with. You can't predict at all what the next decision will be next with her brain circuitry. However, Lucian realized that it wasn't a loss. After all, this character who assisted Nuwa in mending the heavens, Nuwa's reward wasn't a big one. The big head is after the completion of the mending, the immeasurable merit of the heavenly way of descending. But now, with the relationship with Nuwa working out, that extra heaven mending stone tire is considered half in the bag. Lucian bowed and cupped his fists to Nuwa. In that case, I'll take my leave. Little demon. I look forward to finding enough colorful emeralds for the Empress as soon as possible, and saving the lives of the people of this world as soon as possible. Nuwa nodded, witnessing Lucian's back turning into a long rainbow as he left. I can't imagine that the demon race would still have such a redoubtable junior. Nuwa sighed softly at Lucian's back, but colorful emeralds are hard to find after all. Let's hope he returns soon. After Lucian left the Bujo mountain, he directly passed through the Heavenly Dao teleportation array and arrived at the bitterly cold northern part of the Flood continent. And with that, all the way west, towards the memory of his previous life, the online explosion of a colorful emerald, that is, the direction of the colorful stone vein, he swept sharply. Legend has it that the colorful stone is the spinal cord of Pangu, the father god, after his body was transformed into a flood. The color has 5 colors and is extremely rare, containing the purest aura, which is beneficial for cultivation. 9 Peaks Mountain. This should be it. Lucian looked at the mountain range towering in front of him. In his previous life, after the mission to mend the heavens exploded, almost all of the modern people participated in the search for colorful stones, but these colorful stone veins were extremely rare and uncommon, and mostly occupied by the natives of the flood. It was only at a later stage that a few larger veins were exploded, but because of the abundance of colorful stone aura, the veins soon attracted the covetousness of the natives of the flood. The largest of these veins is hidden under this 9 Peaks Mountain vein in front of us. Ecclesiastical Mythos Region. Garden of Eden. Chapter 128 Apple of Eden. Finding the colorful vein. The Ecclesiastical Mythological Region. Garden of Eden. In the midst of the bedchamber of the guardian angel Michael, with pure white wings on his back, the Pope, who had already ascended to the angelic realm, prostrated himself on the ground and reported truthfully to the blazing angel sitting high at the top. As I said, it was on our world that Matthews was killed by a heretic who believed in an evil god. I swear that if I tell a half-truth, the Lord can send down a punishment that will cause me to die in hell. the tall and lanky guardian angel Michael, who had long crimson hair, wore the yellow family's armor but had a blurred appearance, and had 6 emerald wings on his back, asked in a voice that could not be heard as happy or angry, "Pagan? Did that pagan believe in the fallen angel Lucifer?" Blue Star Pope Alexander shook his head. "Not that fallen angel, that heretic does not belong to our ecclesiastical mythological world, but comes from an unenlightened world of evil gods." "An unenlightened world of evil gods?" Michael repeated. "It is amazing that divine power can be on par with my Lord's most favored dependent. Matthews, I think the strength of that evil god's dependence should not be underestimated." "Yes, my lord." Pope Alexander just nodded his head. "Matthews is, after all, my Lord's most favored dependent," said Michael, his voice still inaudible. "He fell, after all, in the noble cause of purifying the heathen. So the kingdom of God needs to avenge this valiant warrior and fulfill his greatness." "Yes, my lord," Pope Alexander said with a scowl. "Matthews died for the great cause of our Lord. His death was beyond honorable, and we need to help him avenge it. But that evil god's favorite is a bit powerful. I fearfully ask that my Lord will send down a blessing to help us decimate that evil god's favorites in the other world." "Your request is not unreasonable." Michael nodded. "Let me help you pass the begging on to the Lord." The words fell. A brief silence fell over the temple, and after a few moments, Michael seemed to awaken and gently probed his hand, sending a ball of light out. "This is a blessing from the Lord. He can briefly open you to wisdom, infinite knowledge and great power. Go on, go and slay that evil god's favorites and avenge the valiant Matthews." Pope Alexander spread out his hand in fear, and the ball of light immediately turned into a reddish, tantalizing apple emitting a faint holy aura. This is the very product of the Garden of Eden, the holy fruit that was illuminated by God's holy light. "Thanks to the blessings of my Lord." Alexander puts away his apple and bows low. Northern part of the floodplain, 9 Peaks Mountain. Lucian's spiritual awareness briefly swept up and down this mountain range, and found that countless auras of living beings existed in this mountain range that stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. Up to the golden immortal, down to the earth immortal, whether it's the demon race, the sorcerer race or the Azura race, and even a number of the human race among them, it can be said that the bulls, ghosts and serpents are all gathered together. In the northern part of the flood, the bitterly cold land, the aura is thin. Originally, there shouldn't have been so many living beings gathered. Still, as one after another here, news broke out that some beings had picked up valuable multicolored emeralds in the 9 Peaks mountain range. These billions of miles of mountains. Immediately, it attracted the gazes of countless flood spirits in droves. Billions of years of development. It's what led to the prosperity of this bitterly cold mountain range. Lucian flew along the mountain range at breakneck speed. Finally, in front of the penultimate peak of the 9 Peaks mountain, he plunged headlong, looking for an extremely unremarkable, rock-strewn cliff, and stopped in front of the location of the opening of that colorful vein of ore from the previous life. "This is it." As the words fell out of his mouth, Lucian then summoned a flying sword to slash at the mountain rocks. Ding, a crunch. Sparks splashed, like the sound of gold and iron. Lucian's flying sword rank is very high, plus there are 5 elements of aura, ancestral witch blood and Gangjin sword chi assistance. The power can be imagined. It's hard to imagine that a piece of rock from a cliff could be hardened to such an extent that, but Lucian, who heard the voice, was immediately happy in his heart. It was rumored in a previous life that the stone that encased the colorful vein was not mortal. It is the ancient green steel stone, which is exceptionally hard, so it causes the mining of the colorful stone to be exceptionally difficult. The location should be here. Then he offered an 8-foot mirror to cover the area, and at the same time, he manipulated several flying swords and kept chiseling away at the cliff. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of pounding iron kept ringing out. Boom. Suddenly, a pure to the extreme aura haze rose up to the sky, and the chi rushed up to the sky. The aura haze directly broke through the suppression of the 8-foot mirror, reflecting these billions of miles of 9 Peaks mountain. Sure enough, the aura of the colorful vein is too pure and dense. It's related to Pangu again. Even the 8-foot mirror of the footpad chicken family can't cover it up. Lucian was somewhat helpless. It seems, these battles can't be avoided. As Lucian chopped out the multicolored vein of ore, all of a sudden, the entire billions of miles of the 9 Peaks mountain territory, and even beyond the 9 Peaks mountain, saw this aura of aura rising up to the sky. Immediately, it attracted the attention of billions of living beings within a square circle. Such a rich and pure aura. Could this be the colorful emerald out of the world? Nay, this kind of rendered light, this rich aura of aura, this is more than just colorful emeralds coming out of the world. This is at least a multicolored mineral vein coming out. Cthulhu, billions of years apart, has another colorful mineral vein finally been discovered in this 9 Peaks mountain? I can't imagine that legend was true in the first place. This Nine Peaks mountain actually does contain colorful mineral veins. It's not in vain for me to search for 10,000 years in this mountain. The living beings in a radius of hundreds of millions of miles were immediately attracted by the commotion of the colorful vein coming out of the world, and they killed over in great numbers. Not bad. Same as previously scouted. The highest realm beings in this Nine Peaks mountain are just golden immortals. Almost 9 of them. The heel shouldn't be too high. Though, why else would you not go to the more affluent south and willingly hibernate in this bitterly cold land? Just in time to bring them to me for my Genjin sword heart to refine my sword. Lucian's divine sense swept over the billions of living beings that were rushing to the city. At the same time, he offered up the 8-foot mirror as the formation eye, and threw out countless spirit stones of low grade to form a low compatibility version of the mixed Yuan He Luo Grand formation. At the same time, the scepter of the sea god, as well as the spear of thunder. Hundreds of flying swords wrapped in powerful sword chi hovered behind them, emitting a bloodthirsty buzz. Jia jia jia. This colorful mineral vein real, and the old man has a destiny. All of you sell me a face. To be his day the old man first witnessed the great Tao. The backhand will drive all of you ascension. Old demon Jiao. You are shameless. Who said that this vein of war is related to you? This Erfeng mountain is my Sky Demon Alliance territory. This colorful vein of war rightfully belongs to my Sky Demon Alliance. Shut up. This colorful vein of war is the of my 10,000 Flowers Alliance. Countless low and hoarse voices pressed in from all directions. Lucian set up a big formation and laughed lightly. The colorful vein is right behind me. All of you can come and get it if you have a life. Chapter 129 Rare Colorful Emerald. Kunlun Mountain Recovery. All of you can come and get it if you have a life. Having said that, Lucian sacrificed his sea god trident and drove an endless army of fishmen to drive in the forefront, fending off the bulls and devils that were pressing in, wanting to seize the colorful vein of minerals. At the same time, the 8-foot mirror was used as the eye of the formation, supplemented by a few spiritual objects to form a low-profile version of the mixed Yuan He Luo Grand formation, which protected the thousands of miles around itself. And at this time, the various forces involved in the siege had already killed close to the front in a furious manner. The entire Nine Peaks mountain territory was filled with shouts and killings that shook the sky. Kill! Seize the colorful vein! That's a multicolored or vein. As long as we capture a multicolored stone, this life will be worth it. I didn't expect that the colorful stone I've been searching for tens of thousands of years would be hidden here. Kill! It's just a tiny true immortal realm. Thinking that just because you set up a few large formations, you think you can have this vein all to yourself. Simply whimsical. But in the face of all this, Lucian didn't panic in the slightest. With the Neptune's trident and the 8-foot mirror, 2 group attacking artifacts, Lucian wasn't worried about being besieged at all right now. And if a more powerful being above the level of a golden immortal came, he had the upgraded thunder god to deal with it. Even if he couldn't decapitate the other party, and he was truly undefeated, he could still completely take the other party by surprise, and then look for a chance to escape. If there was really a top-level Great Luo Golden Immortal, or a great man of the Quasi-Saint realm, Lucian would still have the Eastern Emperor Bel as a backing, and would be completely invincible. And before that, Lucian had already briefly checked the strength of all parties in the Nine Peaks mountain. In this kind of bitter cold land where birds don't, the highest is only the Golden Immortal realm. It's impossible to have Tai Golden Immortal and above masters hiding. If there really is, that can only mean that Lucian is stepping on. Whoa! Poseidon's trident blossomed with an azure light, and the countless fishmen army killed out in great numbers. Those low-realm bulls and devils had no chance to kill close to them. Ding! 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 The sound of pounding iron continues to resonate. Lucian urged several flying swords, chiseling the cliffs and mining the colorful ores with sparks flying everywhere. It was only after a full 50 or 60 swords that the first colorful jadeite was finally mined out. The colorful stone resembled a transparent crystal, but it presented 5 radiant colors, and it carried a warmth in the hand, and pure aura so thick that it was like liquid overflowed from the stone. Lucian just gently touched it. Then he felt a burst of refreshing. Ears and eyes. The body's various orifices even automatically absorbed this aura, and the whole body was warm and cozy. It's worthy of being a spirit transformed by the legendary Pango spinal cord. Lucian was slightly surprised that, just get your hands on it for a while. I just felt like I went through a brief felling. No wonder it attracted countless living beings to explore here. Lucian put away the colorful stone and didn't continue to absorb the aura inside. The value gained by giving it to Nuwa in exchange for merit value would be higher. After all, Lucian's current heal and enlightenment were already considered top-notch. It's a bit of a waste to use the colorful stones to boost again, but something like merit value is almost $1 million in the flood world. It can be used to enhance cultivation, wash spiritual treasures, break through bottlenecks, and also to offset karmic karma, even as long as you have enough merit value. Becoming a saint on the ground is possible. Ding, ding, ding. Dozens of flying swords were like gyroscopes, spinning against the hardened cliff wall with a flurry of colorful stones were constantly being mined out, and one by one, they were all pocketed by Lu Xun. A few old demons broke through the battle line of the Fishman army and glimpsed the splendid light emitted from the colorful stone vein over here from afar, their eyes almost bulging out. In his pupils was an uncontrollable greed, defiantly rushing into the mixed river Luo Grand Formation. Cultivation plus 0.00001%. Cultivation plus 0.00002%. Cultivation plus 0.00000%. At the same time, there were countless living beings that transformed into cultivation auras and disappeared into Lu Xun's body. However, none of the cultivation values they contributed were too high. Even many of them, only cultivation light points flew out without adding any cultivation to Lu Xun. Aside from the fact that their cultivation is so low, there was also the fact that Lu Xun, nowadays, was already at the true immortal realm, and as his realm rose, the cultivation required for breakthroughs would become more and more difficult, and cultivation enhancement would become more and more difficult. Even at the late stage of the golden immortal realm, wanting to break through could only be achieved by enlightenment, or by accumulating merit. In the later stages, it was basically impossible for modern people to break through by killing the flood natives for cultivation. After all, it's impossible for the heavenly Tao to let you prove the Tao by killing. With the passage of time, Lu Xun had accumulated hundreds of colorful jadeite with abundant aura, and the besieging flood beings outside. There were also thousands of true immortal realms, dozens of Xianxian immortal realms, and several powerful golden immortal realms that broke through the defenses of the sea god's trident and entered the interior of the mixed river Luo Grand Formation. The astonished voices of 10,000-year-old demons kept coming out of the large formation. This great formation is surprisingly this divine. Could it be modeled after the demon court's mixed river Luo formation? I can't imagine that a small true immortal realm, can actually put up a grand formation of this tier, although it's far inferior to the demon court's grand formation, but this is already incomparably rare. I'm getting more and more curious about the true origins of your little demon. GGG, a feminine male voice rang out. And, you little demon was born with such tender skin and flesh, just in line with the golden gun old ancestor my heart. Don't worry, when the old ancestor breaks the formation, I will leave you alive and enjoy it. I'll let you know how I got the name of Golden Gun Old Man. Immediately after that, another flirtatious and sassy female voice rang out and, good brother, let your sister out. Sister won't grab this colorful vein with you. As long as you let sister out, sister will pick it by you. Then there came another stormy, low threat. Little I'm just looking at this big formation of yours for fun now, and I'm just playing with you. When my father comes out, he will definitely shatter his body into 10,000 pieces. If you take the initiative to withdraw this big array now, my father will protect your life. Various sounds of coercion and lure were constantly coming out from the large formation, which could be considered as the basic tactics of the scattered devil cultivators. Lu Xun didn't say anything, he just kept on mining the veins. In no time, hundreds more colorful emeralds were in the bag. Countdown to return now begins. 10, 9. The familiar beeping of the heavenly path rang out and, Lu Xun's eyes flashed, and when he opened his eyes again, the scenery on the blue planet became in front of him again. The Kunlun Mountains are supposed to be revived today. I'm not going to miss out on the richest treasure of this blue star. This time, and in vain let the other races take it. Lu Xun whispered to himself and transformed into a long rainbow as he swept rapidly towards the direction of Great Xia. In the memory of a previous life, the Kunlun Mountains, because of their close proximity to the sacred mountain in the Brahma, Vedic, mythology of the San family, the mythic regions of two of the Blue Star's oldest civilizations are connected, and the treasures they contain have attracted countless people from around the globe. Although in previous generations, modern people did not advance body fusion, but there were still quite a few people from the great families of Europa who explored the outer regions of the Kunlun Mountains with the revived magic treasure artifacts in their hands. Each and every one of those magic treasures that were brought out had reached the point where they were astonishing to the world, but those things, most of it, again, was taken by the dominant Europa, whether for the purpose of preserving the dignity of the nation or of seizing the benefits thereof. Lu Xun can't even give the Kunlun Mountains away. Sorry, the flu is still a bit tough. Oh, a chapter today, double tomorrow. Chapter 130, Pandora's Magic Box. A perfect plan to divide the great summer artifacts. Europa, the joint conference room of several major families. The atmosphere of this meeting was obviously much more serious than the last one. With the news breaking that last time, that pesky Daxamite picked up a life from the collapsing Asgard, and, having declared war in the face of live global media, and with a turn of the hand, He exploded the whole family of the Whiting family of Little Britain with his strong strength. On the faces of the heads of the several great clans, there was clearly a hint of sadness and uneasiness, without the enthusiasm and excitement of the previous participation, either absent-mindedly with his head down, or sighing as he poured tea into his stomach one sip at a time. "Hey guys, don't look so glum," Fray Gattuso said, banging on the table. "That's not elegant at all. You are the representatives of the nobility of all of Europa. Have you not been taught participant etiquette by the etiquette stewards in your homes? Look what I brought back." Saying that, with a flash of light in his hand, a box as black as ink appeared on the tabletop in front of him. The box was extremely flashy and exquisite, embellished with various crystal and gems, but strangely enough, the surface of the black box exuded an extremely evil and terrifying aura. It made one look at it and cast a shadow of fear over one's heart. "Gattuso, what is this? This box gives me such an evil feeling that I don't even dare to look directly at him. Could it be that famous?" The gazes of the representatives of the several great clans in the conference room were immediately attracted by the black box that Fray Gattuso had taken out, but they only glanced at it and immediately withdrew their gazes, not daring to look at it more. "You guessed right," said Fray Gattuso with a slightly amused expression, "but I sacrificed a great price to beg this demonic object from the gods. This is the big name, Pandora's box. As soon as it is opened, the cursed power of the gods contained within will rush out. That Dacia man, there is absolutely no way he can resist this box. This battle, our glorious Europa is sure to win. Pandora's box is the word that comes out of your mouth." The people here sucked in a mouthful of cool air, their faces instantly turning pale and white. For this demonic creature of great fame in ancient Greek mythology, everyone present can be said to have grown up with an ear to the ground. Legend has it that it contains an extremely terrifying disaster. So how could it not frighten people? "Is this Pandora's box? Oh, Gattuso, you put this damn box away. Don't ever let it open by accident. How in the world did you get your hands on this magical artifact? Has the grade of this demonic object reached the level of a divine artifact? How many levels of divine artifacts?" A series of questions came out from the mouths of the representatives of the great clans present. Everyone is both afraid and curious about this demonic creature that is so famous in Western mythology. "It took me a great deal to get it from the gods, to beg for it." Fray Gattuso's expression was slightly smug and confident as he scanned the crowd and said, "Okay guys, that greedy and lustful god king has assured me that it's that when a godly powerhouse comes, this demonic artifact will still be useful. I can assure you that, with it, that damned Dacia man will surely die. And now you may cheer and shriek." With the confident words of Fray Gattuso, throughout the conference room, the dreary atmosphere was swept away and the air was filled with a cheerful flavor. "Those stupid Dacia people are a bunch of don't even understand how powerful we are in Europa. To think that by relying on a clown, you can stop us, the artifact in that Kunlun mountain. We are bound to the land. Yeah. Last time they had the audacity to turn around and threaten us noble Europas. This time, we must let him have a good taste of the power of Pandora's box." With the endorsement of Pandora's box, the famous magical object, the representatives of the several great clans grew increasingly excited, and they all lit up the treasured divine artifacts in their respective family treasuries, placing them on the table. Armor shining with brilliant light and inscribed with arcane patterns, puppets emanating a bizarre aura, one-eyed stone statues and even a huge dragon egg burning with blazing flames, and so on and so forth. It can be described as the artifacts of every major ancient civilization on the blue planet, all in one place. Obviously, it was the accumulated sins of the looting history of the several great families present, but the people of the several great families did not feel ashamed at all, but on the contrary, they were still a bit excited. This mischievous puppet of mine from the evil god Loki is no match for Pandora's magic box, but it can definitely deliver a fatal blow to that Daxamite as well. This golden net of mine, handcrafted by Hephaestus, the god of fire, the same one that legend has it that the god of fire caught his adulterous wife, Aphrodite, in an adulterous affair with Ares, the god of war, is capable of trapping the gods, definitely make that Dacia man unable to escape. This puppet of mine from the evil god Loki. Fray Gattuso, who was the presiding officer of the meeting, nodded with satisfaction as he watched the crowd's growing morale. The topic of discussion among the representatives of the several great clans gradually shifted to how to divide up the treasures of the Great Summer. This expedition to the Kunlun Mountains, not only do we have to kill that great Xia man who brought us humiliation, but we also have to ruthlessly establish our authority in the Great Xia Kingdom. I propose that it could be modeled after what our family did 100 years ago. Set up a special office on the land of Dacia and regularly collect the artifacts in their hands. Such a proposal was immediately opposed by a number of people. Old Ford, you're still too kind. Now that times have changed, how can purging their artifacts be enough? We also have to regularly purge the experts of the Great Summer Kingdom, so that they will be in our hands forever. Immediately another person thought out of the box and cited, "What a great suggestion. I propose to take this program to all the major kingdoms of the Blue Planet. Let all the artifacts in all of Blue Star flow to our several great clans. Make our family great again. Great forever." Soon after, another person stated that, could carry a few artifacts capable of maintaining a signal, conduct a global live broadcast of the beheading of that Dasha man in the Kunlun Mountains as a way to establish authority. Let the Great Summer Nation, with their own eyes, see the scene of their so-called spiritual beliefs falling, and completely crush their arrogance. At the same time, it could also give a little deterrence to the other civilized kingdoms of the Blue Planet. In this way, the meeting quickly drew to a close in a cheerful atmosphere. Suddenly, the door to the conference room was gently pushed open and the liaison secretary at Gattuso's house pushed his way in with hurried feet and whispered a few words next to Fray Gattuso. What? Free Gattuso blushes. Chapter 131. Don't worry. I'll do it. What? Free Gattuso blushed. The representatives of the clans that were excitedly discussing the matter were suddenly silenced, and they all cast their gazes over. What's up, Gattuso? Did that Dasha man get up to something again? No, not that. Free Gattuso shook his head. It's a message from the one in the ecclesiastical state. They offered to send 3 powerful cardinals, and 3 orders of holy knights, join us in this eastward expedition to Dasha. The representatives of the several great families were instantly happy. Isn't that a good thing? The people from the ecclesiastical state are entering the ecclesiastical mythological region, which is even more powerful than ours. I've heard that their cardinals have reached a level of strength similar to that Holy Son's, and their Knights Templar. Each one of them is at the peak of brave strength and has been sheltered by angels, and carefully chosen, fully armed, and possessing on their person many of the sacred artifacts stored in the Papal States. Wouldn't it be easier to defeat the unknowing Dasha by having them assist? Immediately, another person voiced Fray Gattuso's concern that don't you guys get it? The ecclesiastical state has sent such a powerful fighting force this time. It's obvious that they want to get a piece of the pie when we carve up Dasha. The people of the church are most greedy. With them on board, the number of artifacts obtained by people from our several great clans will be greatly reduced. Don't you guys get it? Once this explanation was given, the people in the conference room immediately fell into silence again. Desire is like a rolling stone on a high mountain. Once it starts, it can never be stopped. Previously, several great clans had discussed how to divide up the divine artifacts of the Great Summer Country, and now the even more powerful Papal State had stepped in. The benefits that could have been obtained were greatly curtailed, and people were immediately unhappy. But someone soon laughed, though one has to admit, the Papists do get greedy, but the probability of success will be greatly enhanced with them at the bottom of this eastern expedition. Besides, it's all about dividing Dasha. Anyway, all the artifacts acquired came out of Dasha. It's not like we have to go through the trouble, so it's nothing to be upset about, right? After this explanation, the people in the conference room felt a little better, and the atmosphere immediately became joyful again. There were toasts to the massive harvest that was soon to come, and at this point, Lu Xun, who didn't know that he and Dasha had become the possession of various forces, was still on his way back to the Dasha kingdom. En route, he repeatedly took the opportunity to browse the relevant information on the internet, trying to use it to recall, in his previous life, the relevant information about the Kunlun Mountain secret stash. At this moment, throughout the Great Summer Internet, half of the topics discussed were related to Lu Xun. Suddenly, Lu Xun, who was browsing through the information, saw a piece of news that had been forcefully pushed onto the hot search by a software platform. Warning! The Kunlun Mountains are recovering. The scale of this resurgence exceeds the mythological level of all the world's ancient civilizations, and the level of danger has reached the highest level. There are already quite a few explorers who have been waiting in advance on the outskirts of the Kunlun Mountains and have begun to explore. At the same time, a number of powerful explorers from other countries are on their way. Officials are seriously warning the general public not to leave their homes unless necessary, as multiple dangerous events are likely to erupt in Dasha in the near future. For the sake of official decision, as the news of Kunlun Mountain's resurgence broke, the comments section below was immediately taken over by the Guanxi crowd. Don't worry, I'll step in. What are you afraid of? It's not like we don't have anyone in Dasha. Didn't the oldest brother of the leader of the heavenly Dao ranking just come out of Asgard? Wasn't it not long ago that he cleaned up a few big clans into submission? If they dare to come out and jump around again, old brother will definitely clean them up. Yeah, my brother just came out of Asgard. I don't believe the several great families of Europa still dare to come out. I've watched the video of that battle inside Asgard. My brother killed that saint's son like a chicken. What's there to worry about? Dude upstairs, Your brother seems to be my brother too. Are we half-brothers? Honestly, I still don't know what my brother looks like. While the official press release, carrying the highest level of red-headed warnings, but the mood in the comments section below was jubilant. Obviously, Lucian's previous resurrection from the dead in Asgard had greatly invigorated the hearts of the entire Dusya. Most of them look like they're not worried about it. Instead, he showed a bit of anticipation for the coming of several big families. Lucian laughed at these comments about himself. However, there were still quite a few of them doing rational analysis, which quickly attracted Lucian's attention. I've seen the video of that fight inside Asgard, too. To be honest, that dude at the top of the Heavens Path ranking, his fighting prowess is indeed greatly out of my expectation. But I see that there are quite a lot of human artifacts in the church. With this accumulation of thousands of years from them, we really shouldn't take it lightly. I've studied the history of the ancient order, and I know that they kept a lot of holy relics, and a large portion of them should have turned into artifacts. I list them all below. I hope that old man sees it and pays attention. It's better to wish the oldest brother at the top of the heavenly Tao ranking to be careful. Ditto upstairs. Stack in armor beforehand. I'm not growing on others. There are whispers that the Papal States have sent 3 orders of holy knights this time. The people inside the holy knights each have strength equivalent to our flood heavenly immortal realm. There are 3 other cardinals leading the way. Cardinal it is said that the strength is equivalent to our true immortal realm. I hope that old brother noticed. In that case, wouldn't it be murderous? Lucian quickly scanned through the rational statements of these people and secretly memorized them in his heart. It's the paladin and the cardinal. Again. It seems that the West is indeed well prepared to come on strong this time. Lucian smiled lightly. But it's just as well to take advantage of this opportunity, to wipe them all out, and save me the trouble of going door to door, one by one. So many ancestral witch essence bloods have been absorbed in the flood in the past few days. Having crossed the violet heavenly divine thunder tribulation again, and having comprehended the Gangjin sword heart, it's just right to take this opportunity to learn about the true strength of the several mythical regions in the West. It's also good to have a base in mind for exploring into their mythic region in the future. Thinking about this, Lucian entered the Dasha territory and quickly arrived at the revived Kunlun Mountains. The majestic snowy mountains seem to go straight into the sky. The whole mountain range is covered by the mist of some kind of mountain protection formation. The spectacular degree far exceeds what Mt. Fuji, Mt. Olympus, as if the back really connects to some mythological fairyland. In general, Lucian realized that, with 1/10 of the perception of the true immortal realm, he himself couldn't even see through the scene in the big formation by dint of. Chapter 132. It was his existence that brought about today's Dasha. Lucian stood in the air above the Kunlun mountain range and briefly checked the general condition of this revived divine mountain. The situation of this revived mountain range wasn't too different from what he remembered from his previous life. But it's the condition of the crowds coming into the mountains in the north and south foothills that has changed dramatically. The Himalayas, which are the main vein of the Kunlun mountain range, are completely bisected. A small portion of the southern foothills, belonging to the mythological sacred mountain of Brahma, revived by the family of Asango. Most of the northern foothills are the Kunlun mountain range, which was revived by Dasha. The north and south parts, both of which were covered by unknown powerful formations, couldn't really see the specifics of what was going on inside. Lucian's true immortal realm perception was already able to cover the entire outer perimeter of the Himalayan mountain range. He sensed that the part of the Brahma sacred mountain at the southern foothills, where most of the people who had come to explore were gathered. These were explorers from all over Blue Star, all the big families and major powers, and they seemed to be acting in a very domineering manner, driving out the inhabitants of the few San family towns down in the foothills of the mountains directly, stationed in place as a temporary crutch for exploring the Brahma mythos region. But of San's family, surprisingly, none of them came out to stop it. And on the northern foothills side of Dasha, most of the people gathered under the Kunlun mountains belonged to the Dasha race, and there were only a few scattered inhabitants from other kingdoms, but they acted much more cautiously and stayed under the Kunlun mountains in a disciplined manner. Not the slightest sign of trouble. The international status of the two kingdoms is high and low. I don't know about the Papal States and those great families of Europa. Will come over to answer the appointment at what time? If it doesn't come, then I'll only have to wait until I finish exploring the Kunlun mountains before killing my way there. Lucian murmured. It's basically impossible. Though, seeing as how these great clans have been greedy for thousands of years, it's absolutely impossible for them to give up such a huge treasure as the Kunlun mountains. Guess, we'll have to meet them inside the Kunlun mountains this time. It's just as well this time, wipe out this century-old grudge. Lucian's sight quickly swept across the northern foothills of the Kunlun mountains, looking for the entrance into the Kunlun mountains, when he unexpectedly found an old acquaintance. The northern foothills of the Kunlun mountains, media platforms from every major country in all the blue planet. Directly opposite the cloud-covered Kunlun Mountains in the distance, setting up a live streaming platform. This includes the official media sector from Daxia itself. Of course, the purpose of each is certainly different. It's really nice up there, too. I can't believe we're allowed to broadcast a global live broadcast to the Kunlun Mountains. Think the hypocrites in Europa can really be restrained when they act in the face of the cameras? If you want them to respect you, it boils down to being strong yourself. Wang Chang, the assistant photographer of the former Daxia official media reporter Wang Bingbing, and now the head of the photography department of the Daxia official media, was sitting in a reclining chair. He couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched his hand being aimed at the Quinjet and debugging the live broadcast equipment. Wang Chang was originally a small photographer for the official media in Daxia, or the kind of fringe people who specialize in going out into the field and shooting in those whole places. But since last time, at the entrance to Asgard, after he and his partner, Bingbing Wang, stood their ground and captured the exciting image of the Grand Summer Road leaderboard leader, coming back from the dead from the collapsed Asgard, he and the reporter, Wang Bingbing, both of them, then immediately added to their positions in situ. In one fell swoop, he became the head of the two major departments of the official media of Daxia, which could be described as a moment of great popularity. Beside, several youngsters under the banner of Wang Chang's photography department, all freshly graduated college students majoring in journalism, with a bit of a rosy vision of a journalism profession that exposes darkness and punishes wrongdoing, thinking that with a microphone and a camera, he or she can make the other person respectful even in the face of the head of the Eagle Jam country. They heard the chief's tirade, and were displeased that the Minister Wang, I think this is a live broadcast for the world. After all, that group of Europas is stronger than our Daxia, though, but here in front of the camera, and surely you wouldn't dare to be careless. A few of the ones with a bit of a foreigner's mentality also nodded their heads in agreement. Yeah, I have heard that the people of Europa, especially those of the great families, are gentlemen to the core. How can you not face the camera and be lawless on our Daxia soil? Faced with the questioning of several youngsters under his command, Wang Chang sneered and felt the need to teach these naive youngsters a lesson. And gentlemanly? Bull ***** gentlemanly behavior. That's just a trick to fool you kids. You guys, back in the day, were not with me at the pole, that Asgard exit. You guys didn't see the arrogant faces of the heads of those big families in Europa. They don't care about international implications. They'll do anything, for profit. Just watch. As long as we don't have a strong power sitting in our great Xia, those jackals will then immediately show their ferocious fangs. Saying that, Wang Chang pointed not far from the side and a few scattered Europas who acted cautiously. You don't see them all humble and polite now. Do you think this display of behavior on their part really stems from a bone-deep sense of poise? Big mistake. It's because we have that old brother, the leader of the heavenly Dao ranking, in Daxia. That's why those Europas don't dare make trouble now. Otherwise, the Asan brothers in the south are now the downfall of our Daxia. I can hear that. In just a moment, millions of explorers from all over Blue Star have gathered over at San's house. In terms of the violent injuries that have arisen in the last few days, there have been no less than tens of thousands of pieces. And these people are lawless in San's house. And the officialdom of the San family has completely given up control of the Brahma sacred mountain, which is a sign of the country's weakness and incompetence. A few youngsters in the photography department will be convinced, did not touch the head of the mold again, but changed the topic of conversation. I say, Minister, have you really seen that famous leader of the Heavens Path ranking in our great Xia? Is he really as bad-tempered as the internet says? Is it true that he kills people when he's in a bad mood? Also, he really practiced evil kung fu as rumored. A day without killing someone and you're going to turn into pus and die? And Bing Bing's sister really likes him. Is it true what you said last time about him and you hating each other and wanting to bond with you? Listening to the compliments of the people under his hand, Wang Chang immediately sat up and added more fuel to the fire as he began to recount the events of his encounter with the man. Suddenly, accidents happen. Chapter 133, Shi Wangmu's Peach Tree. Suddenly, accidentally, a holy strong light flashed in the distance under the Kunlun Mountains. A couple of Daxians held up their seriously injured companions and argued with a couple of Europas. This is our Daxia territory. Letting you in is fine. What gives you the right to hurt people at will? Worry Mudmang. You really think that being strong is a big deal? You have the guts to go and touch the leader of our heavenly Dao ranking. How dare you show off on our land? Do you really think we have no one in Daxia? A few young men of Daxia, supporting their companions who were seriously injured by the holy light, pointed at the opposite side of the several Europas with righteous indignation. The Kunlun Mountains, as the richest treasure ever recovered from any major ancient civilization in all of Blue Star, would have attracted the attention of all Bluesterians, coupled with the fact that recently, the matter of the Great Summer Quartermaster's appointment to battle the great clans in the Kunlun Mountains was making a lot of noise. There are countless media departments from various countries that come here. In an instant, media reporters and photographers from all over the world, carrying long guns and short cannons, came to the place where the conflict broke out at great speed. Those few Europas in their armor, heavily armed, saw the reporters show up and immediately made an expression of a lovable victim and kept explaining in broken Chinese. Sorry, misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. We didn't try to hurt anyone. It's all because they, the Daxia people, provoked us first, saying that we don't deserve to be here. I just accidentally hurt him. I'm sorry. Sorry. In front of the cameras of all countries. While speaking, he kept covering his head and looking at the young man of Daxia who was seriously injured at the bottom of the fall, making a face full of devastation and very sorry. Journalists from various countries had been authorized by the money behind them before they arrived. Now seeing the first clash emerge, immediately raising their long guns and aiming them at the apologetic Europa, they began to face the global broadcast of the event. But it didn't care in the slightest about the death of the seriously injured, about to be dead Daxia man. What a bunch of... Wang Chang clenched his fists angrily when he saw this scene, but there was nothing to be done but to quickly carry the badly injured young man from Daxia to a nearby medical point to save his life. As a member of the media, but I understand too well the purpose of these Euro-Americans, who deliberately created this bumper sticker news. It was to take advantage of this conflict to put the whole of Daxia in an international position of verbal abuse and to pressure the Daxia state to release control of the Kunlun Mountains. But he could do nothing about it, knowing full well what the countries were up to. It can't be helped, although the enemy is too powerful yet. Those under Wang Chang's command, the youngsters who just now had a wonderful longing for the Europeans, saw this picture. Until this moment, they didn't understand the sinister nature of society. This is the same as the Lugo Bridge incident nearly a century ago. However, the crowd cannot do anything about this forced porcelain conflict. At this point, a red-colored rainbow appeared in front of the crowd like a meteor falling to the ground. Shoo shoo shoo. The crowd had only just gotten a good look at the incomparably familiar Skyfox mask on the head of the appearing silhouette when only the whistling sound of flying swords breaking through the air could be heard. Moment. The Europa men who had struck out earlier to hurt people and were heavily armed then fell in a pool of blood. Buzz. The flying sword wrapped in the powerful sword she buzzed and hovered behind Lucian. Looking at those bottom of the Europa, the whole Kunlun mountain down was stunned. Even the few media reporters who were specialized in filming and hyping this event were frozen. Dead? That's a straight kill? You don't even listen to others' explanations? You just go ahead and kill them? When Wang Chang saw this familiar figure, a flash of excitement first flashed through his mind. However, when he saw Lucian's act of striking out to kill, a trace of ominous foreboding immediately flashed through his heart again. Bad. How did the head dude just kill him? Doesn't this confirm the charge that our Daxia is arrogant and domineering? This group of journalists will surely write a big book about this. He shouldn't have just killed someone like that. He should have at least waited for the Eurocrats to take the initiative. Countless words flashed through Wang Chang's mind. At this time, the stagnation of the scene of the countries of the media, but also back to God, have raised microphones and cameras to go forward. Click click click. Filming of the event. They came to the Kunlun Mountains this time, secretly originally with the purpose of using public opinion to pressure Daxia to release control of the treasures in the Kunlun Mountains. Even last time in Asgard and Mount Olympus, the mysterious Daxia man made a move to go straight for the kill. But the reporters remained unconcerned. They're here for the purpose of trying to pull the other side into this kind of paranoid behavior. Even if they die, their families, too, get an extremely generous amount back. Now that Lucian had made a direct move to behead it, it just happened to sit on the name. They believe that it was simply impossible for the current Daxia to make a move to become an enemy of the world. Can you explain, this gentleman, why you killed this lovable Europa? Was it out of personal vendetta or something else? Or do you think that the treasures inside the Kunlun Mountains should be exclusive to your Daxia? Reporters swarmed forward and surrounded Lucian, chattering and asking all sorts of tricky questions. My answer is, Lucian spat out a few words gently and blandly in the face of the swarm of major media outlets around the world. If you want to enter the Kunlun Mountains to explore the treasure, De could have just challenged me to qualify. If you win, I'll be a good boy and get out of the way. There's no need to resort to such old-fashioned tactics. My people have been through an event as humiliating as this before. This time, though, I will make the opposite choice of what I did before for the people behind me. You guys could have just shot. Who I kill is my business. The words fell. Lucian left behind the reporters from various countries who were still in a daze, turned into a rainbow, and swept up into the high sky at great speed, leaving behind a feathered detachment. Crossing his sword in front of his knee, He looked down on the entire northern foothills region of the Kunlun Mountains. The main body was evading towards the entrance of the Kunlun Mountains at great speed. The Daxia people who stayed in the original place looked at the figure in mid-air, and there was an inexplicable peace of mind in their excitement. And those scattered few people from other kingdoms who wanted to take advantage of the situation looked at the figure in mid-air overlooking the crowd, but inexplicably felt frightened. Those little thoughts that were originally hidden in the bottom of his heart no longer dared to release them freely. One can only greatly pick up the communicator and broadcast the event with reluctance and indignation to the person who was behind the push for an assistant on this event. At this point, Lucian's main body had already passed through the mist on the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain and entered the middle of the big formation. The majestic snowy mountains appeared in front of his eyes, and Lucian recalled the memories of his previous life. In a previous life, a few Europa families brought divine weapons and took the seeds of the Western Queen Mother's innate nonpareil peaches, which should be in this area now. Chapter 134, A Supreme Treasure Not Losing to the East Emperor Bell. Lucian looked at the lofty mountain in front of him, which was covered by the mist, quickly recalling, in his mind's eye, the route that those big foreign families exploded in the previous life. Those people in the previous life, after seizing the seed of the peach tree, in order to humiliate the people of Daxia, deliberately exposed on the internet peach tree obtaining cheats. Those few members of the great families, who were carrying quite a few divine weapons, were said to have encountered some obstacles after entering within the range of the Kunlun Mountain protective formation. He then exited the Kunlun Mountain boundary and selected a few Daxia people from within Daxia to enter the mountain with him, before bringing out the first of these heavy treasures, the seed of the innate Nongshui peach. The seed of the innate Nongshui peach. After that incident, the whole country of Daxia was in an uproar, cursing the few people who accompanied them into the mountains as traitors and rebels. But after that, as more and more heavy treasures belonging to the flood myths were brought out from the Kunlun Mountains, these curses were quickly dispelled, and those big foreign families, but also a special fanfare on the internet, attached to the Kunlun Mountains into the mountains of the detail route, and also accompanied by picture reference. This made the Lucian of his previous life disgusted for a while. However, it was just cheap for Lucian in this life. This should be the route. Lucian determined the direction of the Western Queen Mother's Taoist site, and then entered the mist. After walking for a while, Lucian had a clear view in front of him. In front of him was a Kunlun immortal mountain that was even more lofty and majestic than the one he had just seen in the outskirts. That should have been the outer mountain protection formation just now. Now go inside. This is the real Kunlun mountain in its original form. I didn't realize that the Kunlun mountains really look much grander than they did in the photos of my previous life. Lucian stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up at the towering immortal mountain in front of him, just like a mole cricket looking up at the Himalayan mountain range. This immortal mountain belonging to the flood myths. It is simply not comparable to Mount Fuji in the footbath chicken country, or that sacred Olympus mountain in Europa, which is the posture that belongs to the mythological mountain range. Lucian carefully emanated his senses, and his heart was suddenly startled. Hurtingly, he realized that after entering the inner area, his own perception had been suppressed by at least 90%. Is the suppression on the Kunlun Mountains so strong? Lucian was slightly startled in his heart, and then realized that not only his perception, but the power of his own physique, his innate aptitude, as well as the magic treasures on his body had also been greatly weakened. This happens in Fuji or in Asgard, but it's nowhere near as horrible as that. It seems that what's inside this Kunlun mountain is quite something, Lucian concluded in his mind. Out of prudence, he offered up his crushing Eastern Emperor bell again. Thud! With the sound of a magnificent bell ringing, the large shin yellow bell was suspended in midair, emitting a burst of pressure. But the next second, at the top of the Kunlun mountain, a mighty pressure that complemented the Dong Huang clock suddenly shot out, constantly grinding and cancelling with the powerful force released by the Dong Huang clock. The two overbearing forces were divided, neither one allowing the other. The entire space rumbled and shook, faintly showing signs of breaking and collapsing. Lucian immediately withdrew the East Emperor bell, and only then did that overbearing pressure slowly dissipate. Lucian was greatly surprised that it can actually resist the power of an innate supreme treasure. The thing that protects this Kunlun immortal mountain is so powerful. This is bad. Lucian a little difficult to. In this revived Kunlun mountain, not even my bottom of the barrel tactics can play much of a role. It means that there are a lot of variables on this trip, so if you're not careful, you'll have to roll over. But then, Lucian's heart suddenly turned to surprise. I'm worried sick. Something that can compete with the Eastern Emperor's bell. It's definitely capable of reaching the rank of an innate supreme treasure. Although there are a lot of variables. No, at least the East Emperor clock is able to save my life. The big thing is to sink this space and escape like you did inside Asgard. It'll be a big profit if we can get the seeds of the innate nonpareil peach. Lucian collected his thoughts, confirming the memorized route. He quickly rushed towards the memorized Western Queen Mother's dojo. On the way, wasn't it possible to see some collapsed and deserted dojos and altars? He advanced cautiously, bypassing a few Jedi, and after hardening himself against 3 thunderbolt purgatories, suddenly, as he stepped into a mountain forest, the aura in the space rapidly churned. The scene around him changed rapidly. The sea changed. The desert oasis. The dense forest under the sea. Just in an instant, Lucian felt that he had experienced billions of years. The heavens and earth turned upside down, and time and space within this area were completely misplaced. This should be the formation that several great clans stepped into in the previous life. The Western Queen Mother's palace should be within this formation. Lucian's heart was calm as could be. Instead of sacrificing the Eastern Emperor Bell to suppress this terrifying formation at the first opportunity, he began to observe the trajectories of those subtle spiritual forces in the formation and attempted to break the formation from it. The East Emperor's Bell will clash with the artifact that protects the Kunlun Mountains in a not-so-small way, maybe by accident. This Shi Wangmu's palace dojo would have to collapse, and the seeds of the peach tree would have to go up in smoke. The gains don't pay for the losses. And after that time just now, Lucian had a rough guess in his mind about the extremely high-quality magic treasure on the Kunlun Mountain. In all likelihood, it's the Pan Guhan of Yuqing. After all, this Kunlun Mountain has some relationship with the Western Queen Mother, the head of the female immortals, in addition to the 3 pristine ones. And after the separation of the 3 Qing, the only one who stayed in the Kunlun Mountains was the jade-clear Heavenly Father of the first Emperor, and the Pangu banner in the hands of the first Heavenly Father. It happens to be one of the 3 great innate treasures of the Flood world. The legend has it that after Pangu opened up the sky and the earth with the heavenly axe in his hand, the heavenly axe was transformed into 3 innate treasures, namely the Taiji diagram, the Panga streamer and the Chaos Bell. Kind of interesting. Lucian felt the wisps of aura in the surrounding space seems to be chaotic, but actually implies the flow of regularity, slowly extracting the cocoon to find a breakthrough in the formation. I didn't expect a great formation that has existed for an unknown number of years. It's amazing that the run continues without a single slip-up. The person who laid down this formation is definitely not simple in his attainments in formations. It's probably the childhood friend of the Queen Mother of the West, the Duke of the East. It's highly likely that this neighborhood is the Western Queen Mother's dojo. Lucian made a simple judgment in his mind. In the world of the Flood, for attainments in formations, apart from Emperor Jun, who owns the river map and Luo book, or Lord Tong Tian, who owns the immortal execution sword formation, the other supreme figure is the Duke of Dongwang, who is the head of the male immortals, the subsequent god-sealing formations of the Flood. Several powerful formations are said to be related to this unlucky man. East King Gong and West Queen Mother. The 2 are respectively the head of the male and female immortals on the throne of Hongjun Daozu, and each other's childhood sweethearts, as well as the nominal controller of the first generation of the immortal court. The only one who could lay such a large formation in the Kunlun Mountains was the Duke of Dongwang. Lucian gradually grasped the basic laws of the operation of the aura in the formation, following a strand of the aura along the way. Chapter 135, The Secret of the Fusion of 2 Worlds. Lucian followed a subtle strand of aura and followed the trail, slowly arriving at the edge area of the large formation. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he gently bellowed, "Go!" Flying sword in his hand toward the slightest poke. A spirit stone inscribed with a formation pattern, then bam fell to the ground. Buzz. The formation aura shattered with a loud bang, and the scenes around them, which had been changing rapidly, instantly dissipated without a trace. Phew. It's worthy of being a formation set up by Lord Dongwang. I can't believe it's taken me this long. But the formation set up by this first person in the Floodwasteland's formation attainments should give me some inspiration in terms of formations. Lucian exhaled a long breath of turbid air and picked up those spirit stones on the ground that had long since lost their aura, just lightly sweeping the pale and powerful array pattern engraved on it. Instantly it felt as if certain deficiencies in the mind in terms of formations were simply filled. Lucian waved his sleeve. After pocketing all those spirit stones inscribed with formation patterns on the ground, he then raised his head to look ahead. He had thought that would be the same as on the sacred mountain of Olympus or in Asgard, and an extremely lofty palace or dojo would appear before it. But I didn't realize, after the formation fell, what surfaced in front of him was a simple and elegant farmhouse, a thatched hut with an earthen fence and a withered peach tree in the center of the yard. Under the peach tree is a set of rustic stone benches and chairs. Lucian carefully observed the scene in the courtyard for a while, and after confirming that there was no danger for the time being, he slowly pushed open the courtyard door and walked in, until close to the stone bench and chairs under the peach tree that, suddenly, a vague but clearly visible silhouette of a woman of great beauty slowly surfaced under the peach tree and looked at Lucian with a smile. With the experience of exploring Asgard, already Olympus' sacred mountain, Lucian subconsciously had to sacrifice his thunder god spear. But it's a surprise to find out that the woman's silhouette, however, did not show the slightest sign of wanting to attack herself, and seemed to be inviting herself to take a seat. A soft and kind voice emanated from the body of that woman's silhouette. Being of my flood blood, and with such talent in formations, this peach tree deserves to be given to you. I hope that this spiritual route will help you to pass through the infinite number of robberies. And remember, do not fall into. Lucian was sure of it. This woman's silhouette under the peach tree is the legendary Shi Wangmu, the head of the female immortals. He wasn't sure why the shadow of the Queen Mother of the West didn't have the same desire to attack himself, the offender, as the gods of the West. But just when he wanted to listen carefully to the last instructions of the Queen Mother of the West, the silhouette of that windy and beautiful figure had slowly dissipated under the peach tree. This peach tree helped me to cross the infinite quantum of evil? What the hell is infinity? And what exactly am I not to fall into? Lucian was a bit confused, feeling that this Western Queen Mother voids will contain an incomparably terrifying truth. Even subconsciously, Lucian felt that the meaning within her words had something to do with the fusion of myth and reality of even the major civilizations of the all-blue planet. Infinite measure? Lucian murmured this word softly. Make a mental note of this statement. Get what I want. Since I didn't listen to her completely, then it means that fate is here to stay, Lucian said matter-of-factly. Subsequent exploration in the Kunlun Mountains should yield answers. Lucian looked up at the withered peach tree not far away. The peach tree was flowerless and leafless, and its branches had withered and blackened and seemed to have lost their vitality. But at the top of the not-so-high treetop was a dark lordly peach. The seed of the peach tree that was exploded by those great clans in the previous life was a lordly peach that had been air-dried. Lucian whispered to himself, then gently stepped forward and gently removed that peach kernel. Buzz. The moment the peach kernel left the branch, a burst of extremely pure and rich nonce aura dispersed in all directions in the compound. Whoa! 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 The entire withered peach tree instantly turned into fragments, rustling down and turning into bits of spiritual light that disappeared into the peach kernel. The peach kernel is changing. Lucian looked at the originally dried-out peach kernel in his hand. After absorbing all the spirituality of the peach tree, it quickly became plump and regained vitality. Then, a glistening green shoot from breaking through the peach kernel slowly sprouted roots and transformed into a small peach tree sapling. There was a flash of light in Lucian's hand. The seed of this innate nonpareil peach instantly appeared in the internal space of the East Emperor clock, which was rich in spiritual chi. Lucian planted the peach tree. This sapling of the innate nonsense peach pendant quickly absorbed the spiritual chi in the small cave heaven, rapidly twigging and sprouting at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon grew to half a man's height. Wisps and wisps of innate nonsense chi scattered from the peach tree, feeding back to the entire small cave sky. The innate nonpareil peach is considered to have arrived securely, but how come it's not the same as inside Journey to the West? Lucian was a bit puzzled. Journey to the West in the amount of peach trees, a total of several thousand trees, but also divided into 3 major categories of grade. Each category bearing peaches are not the same. How come you only have one in your own place? This should be something like a similar mother plant like the big red robe. Lucian could only give himself this end for the time being. Then he collected his thoughts and swept towards the next heavy treasure in the Kunlun Mountains in his memory. In the meantime, bordering the Kunlun Mountains are the holy mountains of Brahma, the southern foothills of the Himalayas. Free Gattuso, with several of the great families of Europa, nearly 10,000 men, almost all of them heavily armed, all rising up in the elites of each of the great lords, fended off the southern foothills of the Himalayas, and they're traveling with them. Then it's a much scarier bunch of guys. Thousands of knights on white horses, clad in golden armor, armed with lances and shields, and bearing the emblematic logo of the Cross of the Papal States, appeared in the southern foothills of the Himalayas. That Dasha man went so far as to directly kill the manpower I had arranged in front of all the journalists, without any consideration for the international implications. Fry Gattuso looked at the image captured by reporters of Lucian's lightspeed strike to kill several people over at the northern foothills of the Kunlun Mountains not long ago. His fists clenched tightly and his veins rippled. It seems those Dasha people have become arrogant to such an extent, to think that they've already started beheading people from other kingdoms with honor. Our discipline of them is bound to take place. Next to him, a cardinal archbishop wearing a golden cross badge on his chest and wearing the robes of the clergy of the pontifical state sneered as he looked at the video screen. The Great Summer is nothing more than a group of unenlightened fools who are not under the patronage of our Lord. Only such fools could do such a thing. But this time, there are the paladins of our order sent by our Lord to penitentiate this foolish and unknowable band of heretics. This is a gift that belongs to my Lord. It's kind of a blessing for them. Chapter 136, The World's Felling of Summer. The Perseverance of Ordinary People. They're even more reluctant now. and when they are sheltered by my lord afterward, they will also understand the Lord's kindness and bitterness. The Cardinal Archbishop from the Papal States had a pious look on his face. Free Gattuso nodded his head and smiled, then waved to the journalists from various countries, who had already gathered in the distance and waited for a long time. Facing the cameras and microphones of the journalists, Frei Gattuso looked sad and, pulling out and taking out a tablet, and began to play several videos on it, which were videos of Lucian beheading explorers from various countries without mercy under Mount Fuji, the holy mountain of Olympus, Asgard, and just now under the Kunlun Mountains, respectively. But these videos, which have been specially edited, it did not put in the cause of several things. The active provocation of lands sinking by the explorers of various countries. What you have seen is exactly what that Dasha executioner did. It is with great sadness that I announce to all on the blue planet, the exhaustive crimes committed by that demon. At the same time, sincere condolences are expressed for the victims in all countries. Free Gattuso is clearly a politician of a very Europhile character, and proceeds to seek a justification and strong evidence before committing an act of aggression. After showing what Lucian did, he began to deplore the official inaction of the Dasha, which allowed this murderous executioner to operate everywhere, indulging his countrymen in the impudent seizure of the sacred artifacts of various civilizations without stopping them. It also accuses Lucian, whose identity has not yet been revealed, as well as the officials of the Great Summer State, of violating several international laws. It was only after doing these procedures that Free Gattuso finally revealed his true purpose. Out of concern for upholding Blue Star justice, and the fight against unlawful terrorist acts, I, Free Gattuso, am here to formally announce that several of my great families of Europa and the Pontifical States will form a coalition army that will enter the country of Dasha to carry out a mission to uphold justice. During this period, any obstruction by any individual or organization within Dasha will be considered an oppression of justice. We have the right to fight back. At the same time, I call upon the righteous people from all over the Blue Star to join in this action to uphold justice. Having said that, a Cardinal Archbishop of the Pontifical State with an introverted aura also slowly stepped forward to face the journalists to make pretty much the same statement, while also issuing a call to arms. In the name of the Papal States, and of our Lord, the Merciful, calling on believers everywhere on the blue planet to follow the Lord's will and contribute to the purification of the evil Dasha demon. This meeting in the southern foothills of the Himalayas. It was soon sent to major global media outlets, to online platforms around the world, under the live camera accompanying the journalists. The elites of the several great families of Europa, tens of thousands of them heavily armed, united with the 3 strictly armored and powerfully breathed holy knights of the Papal States. Wherefully, he marched northward toward the yet-to-be-recovered border of Dasha. Squad leader, look, what's going on there? Signal quickly, report to your superiors. Li Weigui is the squad leader of Post 721 on the border of Daxiazang province and is responsible for patrolling duties along the borderline in Area 721, which borders the 3 countries of the AZN. While it wasn't long ago that the myths of the great civilizations of all the blue planet began to merge into reality, but Li Weigui, who was born ordinary, like most of the ordinary people in all of Blue Star, his life in the modern world hadn't changed dramatically. Still holding on to his original post as Sentry Squad leader, Li Weigui thought very frankly, and did not have the luxury of hoping that he would be able to have any strange encounters in this great change of the world. He understood that it would be good for a commoner wayfarer like him to be able to die a peaceful old age in the flood world. What with the hunt for the witch-slaughtering sword deceiver? What with the witch-demon war? And even the mission to assist Niwa in mending the heavens to obtain merit that broke out not long ago? None of it was something that a small person like him could participate in. Don't look at those people on the heavenly Tao rankings right now. Their realm's improving rapidly every day and their scenery is boundless. What powerful artifacts, heaven-defying chances, have the inheritors of several great clans acquired today? That mysterious leader of the Heavens Path ranking, what shocking move has he made today? All sorts of breaking news that comes out every day. However, no one pays attention to how many more people die in the flooded world every day. Li Weigui knew very well in his heart that these things had nothing to do with himself, a person who usually didn't even win more than $100 in the lottery. Or, more accurately, most of the chances of the mythical world are not even remotely related to more than 99% of the people in this world. In the not-too-distant past, in the mythic world of physical fusion, let there appear on the blue planet a number of superhuman beings, gods and goddesses, that only appear in science fiction movies and metaphysical novels. These people seem to be so many that it gives the illusion of a dramatic change in the world but in reality, the people who were strong after the physical fusion were less than 1% of the population of the entire blue planet, even if they had more than 60 million people. The remaining 6 billion or so people continue to live lives not much different from their usual ones. So, when Li Weigui, who was the squad leader of the outpost, saw tens of thousands of people vastly driving towards the Dacia borderline a few kilometers away. He immediately had his soldiers send an early warning signal to their superiors. Squad leader. A sentry was distraught. Look at those mounted contraptions with warhorses on their hips flying through the air. These people are obviously not ordinary people. I've heard a long time ago that recently, people from several big families in Europa have said that they want to enter our Dacia to besiege that big brother list one. It's been so long since this signal was sent to the higher-ups. None of the replies, which obviously means that someone is acquiescing to all of this. Do you think we should withdraw? Before the word retreat could be fully uttered, it was rudely interrupted by Li Weigua, the squad leader. This. I couldn't care less if the godly emperor came. This is our Dacia border. Those foreign wolf cubs said they were besieging that Heaven's Path ranking leader. But it's obvious that they're just using it as an excuse to invade our Grand Xia. As long as I'm alive, they'll never step over the national border. Brothers, prepare to fight. It's death. We're still dying for our country. The warrior who had originally suggested retreating hesitated for a moment, his mind instantly ashamed of the idea of running away he had just had. His eyes reddening as he said, this. I'm going out on a limb. I'll be a good man again in 18 years. Immediately squeezing the bullets, he followed the squad leader who had already rushed out. Listen to the people in front. Wang Weigua followed in unison, pulling the bolt of his gun and pointing it at the hordes of people in the distance. You have been suspected of violating our territory. One more step forward. We're about to shoot. Chapter 137, one step further. Kill without pardon. One more step forward. We're about to shoot. Wang Weigua's eyes were wide with rage as he stared dead at the tens of thousands of people from several great clans and the papal state in the distance. Ha ha ha, they're so stupid as always. A piercing laughter came out from the mouth of a certain paladin in golden armor in the holy knights of the pontifical state. These Dacia people still don't understand the gap between us and them. Do you really think that the hot weapons in their hands can hurt us? My lord bishop, let me go and finish off these eyesore griffins. Didn't his holiness allow to kill a group of Dacia people to deter them? The three cardinals in front of them, whose breath was internalized, nodded their heads wordlessly. The paladin who received the permission laughed excitedly and immediately slapped his horse out with his lance and clipped his horse's belly. The hooves of the horses sounded like thunder, and the war horses trekked across the steep plateau, appearing in front of the outpost thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. Die for me. Wang Weigua and all the sentries did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Slap. The crisp sound of a gunshot rang out, and the bullet with its powerful kinetic energy was close to that paladin the moment it. A white shield of light then surfaced around him and the bullet hit the light shield and instantly turned into pieces. Your attacks are as ridiculous as a baby swinging a stick. The paladin laughed contemptuously and swung the knight's lance in his hand without hesitation. The white overbearing gun astral deity swung out from the tip of the knight's gun, easily ripping out hundreds of meters deep grooves in the ground, slamming into the soldier who raised his gun with exuberant killing intent. To the horrified eyes of the soldiers, ding, a crunch, an ice blue flying sword suddenly appeared in front of him, easily smashing the gun. Dang, shooting at the weak. Is that the justice you pride yourselves on? That's what it looks like. A calm voice, ringing in the ears of Wang Weigua and a group of other warriors who were originally prepared to die for their country. Then just as they saw, a single figure in front of them suddenly turned back and whispered, "Thanks, Barks," the head of that paladin, who had claimed, externally, to have a strength comparable to the peak of the heavenly immortal realm in the mythical world, just fell to the ground. He is the legendary big brother of List 1. He actually said thank you to me. He actually came. I didn't think that I would be able to see his true colors today. The post warriors who just walked through the ghost gate, staring blankly at the not too sturdy figure in front of them, the fear of death in their hearts has long been swept away, replaced by incomparable excitement. Thank you for guarding the gates of the country for me. Now, it's my turn to take your place among the allied forces of several great families in the papal states, followed by a number of specially arranged accompanying journalists and media. The purpose was to globally broadcast this eastward expedition to Dacia and hunt the leader of the Heaven's Path ranking as a means of deterring the Dacia kingdom. When the photographers at the back of the army saw Lucian's doppelganger appear, they immediately raised the cameras that were broadcasting live and aimed them at the figure that stood all alone. Of the major media broadcasts to which these cameras are connected, it's been overcrowded for a long time. With the advance of several great families and the Holy See State, all the people of the countries of the Blue Planet, who were following this active eastward march, stood guard in the live broadcasts early in the morning. The pop-ups scrolled by at a rapid pace, some gloating, others worried, but most people, for the most part, have the mindset that it's not a matter of watching the fun. Baka, is it finally time to start liquidating Dacia? Previously, They went so far as to rob our footpad chicken kingdom of their township artifacts. This time, we must ruthlessly crush them. Ashiba. We of the great cold underworld raise our hands in favor of this act of liquidation of Dasha. We are the rightful heirs of the flood myth. This pesky Dasha person snatched away the many opportunities belonging to our great cold underworld kingdom. He deserves to die. After the liquidation of the Grand Xia, the flood heavenly Dao rankings will definitely be reoccupied by my great cold underworld kingdom. What a surprise! This Dasha man even dared to show up. I thought he had long ago hidden somewhere and shivered. I guess he knew he couldn't hide. What about this special visit to beg for forgiveness? Better to hear how he'll beg for mercy. Let's hope he puts up a fight, or there'll be no fun this time. In contrast to the gloating in the foreign broadcast room, the same number of people at home, privately through the foreign transfer of the live platform, looking at the borderline on this crossbow picture. Heartbreaking, incomparable. Ugh, how he got out on his own. Yes. This roundup of several great families in the Papal States. Anyone with eyes can see this is prepared. There must be a divine artifact with him that can restrain him. How did Big Brother Pungjai just run out on his own? It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, buddy. If it were me, I'd hide for a while. The world is so big where I can't hide. When we build up our strength in the flood world again in the future, we'll settle the score with them one by one. Ugh, what a shame. Just as netizens at home and abroad were nervously following this side of the story via live streaming, they suddenly saw that Lucian's doppelganger was calmly staring beyond the national border in the distance, facing the overbearing allied forces of the several great families of Europa and the clerical state, and slowly spoke. One more step forward and you will be killed without pardon. In an instant, the major live broadcast rooms completely exploded. Unexpected. This Dasha person is so ballsy. Ha 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 ha. I thought this Dasha man would offer to surrender with him alone in exchange for peace in Dasha. That would be so pointless. This act of Eastern conquest is expected to end hastily as well. I really didn't expect that he would dare to stand up to the siege of several international families and the Papal States. There's a good show. In the distance, Free Gattuso frowned slightly. I didn't expect him to be able to easily decapitate a holy knight of the Holy See with a single bilocation. It seems that uniting your ecclesiastical state this time was indeed the right thing to do. The cardinal leading the group next to him also nodded slightly. A difficult demon indeed. It seems to have fallen completely into the abyss. Let's not waste our time here. Let's enter the Kunlun Mountains as early as possible and completely purify this demon's essence. Saying that, tens of thousands of people swarmed around, crushing their way towards the Great Xia borderline. Buzz. A majestic and overbearing sword chi, wrapped in the aura of the 5 elements of the extreme Tao, and the aura of the laws of rain and ice, blazing fire as well as thunder, spread out across the borderline. Shoo. Thousands of flying swords swept out from behind Lucian's doppelganger, densely packed, forming a sword formation in the orbit of the perimeter Star Dipper, pressing toward the allied forces of several great clans. With the first flying swords arriving at the front of the allied forces, the screams rang out all of a sudden. In the vanguard of the allied forces were the high and mighty knights of the Holy See, but the moment they touched the flying swords, the rows of knights just fell like straw cut by a knife. This is Chapter 138, Hephaestus' Golden Web. Powerful strength shocks the world. This is the strength of one of his doppelgangers? A cardinal archbishop from the pontifical state watched as Lucian's doppelganger easily flew his sword to kill dozens of pontifical paladins with a slightly stunned expression. Honestly, this was the first time he had seen this Dasha man, who was ranked as the #1 demon in the Papal States, strike a blow, and it was only one of his bilocations. If anything, earlier, when he saw Lucian's doppelganger decapitate a holy knight of the Holy See in a single round, that was still within his expectations. After all, a person who could be listed as the #1 demon by the church must have some skills on his side. But when this cardinal, when he saw Lucian's doppelganger, once again killing dozens of paladins with ease, what was left in his mind was only great shock. I didn't expect that a single bilocation would be so powerful. No wonder St. Matthews died at his hands in the first place. The cardinal could know the strength of the holy knights of the Holy See all too well in his heart. Outsiders only know that the holy knights of the Papal States, very powerful, their strength all reached the equivalent of the peak of the heavenly immortal realm in the Great Summer Flood. But this is only the surface of the situation that the pontifical states have announced to the public. On a deeper level, these paladins, in fact, all of them are elite warriors who were chosen by several royal angels in mythology. Not only have each of them been blessed by the 6-winged incandescent angels of the highest rank in the Garden of Eden, but also in the demonic battlefield, fighting against the real demons under Lucifer's command. Each is a powerful and battle-hardened warrior. But these elites, who had been pinned with high hopes by the ecclesiastical state, were decimated in the first round of facing that great summer demon. without the ability to fight back. Don't panic, don't panic. The cardinal immediately gave the order to help the Knights of the Holy Order, who had been taken by surprise, to stabilize their formation. Form a demon hunting formation with the knights around you, just like during the demon battlefield. The originally panicked paladins immediately began to resist the attacks of the flying swords, and the rate of casualties was effectively controlled. Boom! Berserk fire elements quickly condensed in the air. When a representative of a large Europa family offered a fiery red parchment scroll, the scroll blazed in the air, and the gathered fire elements formed a hexagram formation in the air, enveloping Lucian's detachment. The domineering and majestic fire element completely covered the entire space, with flames blazing and fire snakes spitting out, just like an earthly domain. Phew! Good thing I came prepared this time. Begged in advance for a scroll of fire forbidden spells from Hephaestus, the god of fire. The face of the family representative who had offered the forbidden spell scroll was both triumphant and heartbroken. But this Dasha person is so difficult to deal with. It's just one of his doppelgangers. Let me waste a precious forbidden spell scroll. It seems that it would be even more dangerous if we were to face his original body. Frigatuso was sensitive to the fact that the morale of the allied forces was a bit low by the land-sinking split, and immediately encouraged. It's okay, Guderian. You've done a great job. Don't forget, we've prepared a lot of such forbidden spell scrolls this time. When the time comes to kill Dasha, after making their nationals accept the compensation regulations, we'll also be able to obtain many artifacts that are more powerful than the forbidden spell scrolls. Let's discuss the rewards and see who gets the most credit for this Eastern expedition. Whoever's family and individual will have priority in selecting divine artifacts. The members of the several great clans associated with the incomparably abundant divine weapon resources within the Great Xia, and immediately cheered, and their originally low morale became boisterous once again. Buzz. Suddenly, a reddish-golden fire elemental ripple spread out from the hexagram array, completely suppressing the power of that fire forbidden spell. Just a flame like that deserves to be called a forbidden spell? A calm voice, like the ravings of the devil, came into the ears of everyone present. Shoo shoo shoo. The flying swords broke away from the confinement of the flame spell one step ahead of Lucian's detachment and swept in front of the countless paladins, once again harvesting hundreds of lives. How is it possible? Many people were horrified to see Lucian's doppelganger appear intact. That's forbidden magic from Hephaestus, the god of fire. He's a total demon. Quick! Trap him quickly. The golden web. Manstein, use your golden net now. Someone yelled. In horror. Lucian's flying sword is extremely fast and has high killing power. They didn't have the slightest confidence that they could block it with their own physique. The only thing that hosted their hopes for this Eastern expedition were the massive and powerful artifacts on them and the personnel of the Papal States. Buzz. A large golden net was thrown into the sky, rising against the wind and instantly enveloping Lucian, who had broken free from the fire forbidden spell, as well as those flying swords of his. The golden net of Hephaestus was a famous artifact in ancient Greek mythology. According to legend, Hephaestus, the god of fire and the forge, accidentally stumbled upon his wife, Aphrodite, the god of beauty, committing adultery with his brother, Ares, the god of war. Being the god of the forge, he was not willing to be cuckolded just like that, so they built a golden net that could trap the gods, and trap the dogs who were in love and didn't know what heaven and earth were, in their beds, and summoned the gods as a way of humiliating these two men. Such a golden net of extraordinary origin immediately trapped Lucian's detachment. Formed the demon hunting formation, a cardinal archbishop of the Papal States exclaimed. The thousands of paladins who survived were ordered to immediately begin to gallop their horses in a gesture that implied a sacrificial ritual, their hooves sounding like thunder. A holy light emanated from the paladins, hooking up in the sky to form a great formation that, the silhouette of a huge four-winged seat angel holding a sword and shield slowly emerged from the center of the great formation. Demon hunting, the paladins shouted, raised their lances in their hands and swung them down fiercely, and the longsword in the hands of that four-winged seat angel silhouette also condensed a majestic holy light and chopped down fiercely towards Lucian's detachment. Shoo shoo shoo. Countless flying swords returned on their own to the surroundings of Lucian's detachment, forming the defensive formation of the perpetual Star Dipper sword formation to defend against the holy light attack of the seat angel shadow. At the same time, the nine-crow fire shield, and the blue-red-white intertwined witch patterns, also surfaced on the surface of Lucian's alter ego's body, resisting the chopping attack of this holy light. The melon eaters who were watching the live broadcast were directly dumbfounded at the sight of such an exciting and wonderful battle scene. Ashiba, the strength of a single detachment of that Dasha person is so powerful. I really doubt if his ancestors came from our great cold underworld kingdom. A single detachment made the Eastern Conquest Alliance use so many divine weapons. I think that this Dasha person's single body strength is already deservedly the number one in Blue Star. It's amazing that such a powerful person can be cultivated in the Great Summer's Flood myth. Chapter 139, Obtaining the Amu Huangjongli. The Great Summer's Flood myths were able to breed such powerful humans. To be honest, from this Dasha person, I am now convinced that Dasha's ancient mythological civilization is indeed the most powerful on the blue planet. Yeah. If it weren't for the fact that the Allied forces possessed these divine weapons and the Namekian detachment didn't have defense gear to protect them, I'm afraid this would have been a complete and utter one-sided massacre. Honestly, I'm having a very hard time right now. Why I'm not entering the Flood myth region? Me bunny. Ashiba. How many times have I said that the Flood myth was created by our Great Cold Underworld Kingdom? The people of the Great Cold Underworld Kingdom know how to steal from others. The Flood mythological civilization clearly belongs to our Jiaotong Kingdom. Just as there was a gasp of surprise in the live room of the international platform. The Dasha nationals who were watching this border battle live through the broadcasting platform were incredibly worried. Holy, my invincible big brother Pengwan is actually trapped. Never have I seen such a wretched big brother Pengjiai. This is the first time. Have you forgotten? Wasn't it the same when you faced the great sorcerer Interdictor on the shores of the East Sea? But I believe that my big brother never fights unprepared battles. I'm sure he still has a backhand. I hope. But this time I see it hanging by a thread. These people in the West, they obviously came prepared. I do hope that Big Brother's main body can now hide in the Kunlun Mountains at ease. For the time being, when his divine power is accomplished. 30 years south of the river and 30 years north of the river. Then, just as the Allied forces of the Eastern Expedition were still rejoicing over trapping Lucian's detachment at the borderline of the Great Xia Kingdom, Free Gattuso, who sits at the back, is frowning deeply, although in the battle against Lucian, trapped the other side, temporarily gained the upper hand, considered a flagrant victory. But in his heart, he knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the situation was very unpromising. Fray Gattuso said to the Cardinal Archbishop of the Pontifical States leading the way, "We're only dealing with one of the opponent's doppelgangers right now. If we're that lackluster, subsequently if you run into the other person's body, I'm afraid it's going to be even trickier. I wonder if you, the Papal States, have prepared any strong backhanders?" The Cardinal Archbishop leading the group looked at Lucian's doppelganger, who was having his power sapped a little by the Paladin's demon hunting formation, and confidently hooked up the corners of his mouth. "That's for sure. Our Holiness, the Pope, has long predicted the strength of this demon. Before coming here, purposely reported this matter to the head of the Royal Angels of our Lord, the Honorable Lord St. Michael. This time, I've brought a finale artifact with me, so I'll definitely be able to successfully purify the damned Great Summer Demon." Looking at the Cardinal's confident smile, Free Gattuso's furrowed brow has finally relaxed a bit. Since the ecclesiastical state had a backhanded preparation, he was relieved. After all, on him, there was also a powerful artifact taken from God King Zeus that he hadn't used yet. "That's very good news, Excellency," said Free Gattuso, in a mood of, "I also have a finale artifact in my hand. Together with the preparations of your ecclesiastical state, I'm sure we'll be able to go smoothly on this eastern expedition." Just as Lucian's doppelganger was still fighting to the death at the Dasha border, Lucian's main body, however, was in the crisis-ridden Kunlun Mountains, breaking through the thunder pool of the Zhejian Kingdom and crossing countless dangers, swept towards the location where Huang Zhongli was located in his past life's memory. At the moment, it was being trapped in a piece of chaotic yuan qi that had been weakened by the laws of heaven and earth. Buzz off. The 9 revolutions Xiangong in Lucian's mind quietly operated, manifesting a powerful witch-fiend astral aura on the surface of his body, resisting the dissipation of the powerful chaotic yuan qi. At the same time, the 9 Crows fire shield, which had already been perfected long ago, was also released by him. The 8-foot mirror and the sea god trident, which wouldn't cause too much targeting of the Kunlun Mountains Jin Mountain artifacts, were also sacrificed by him, resisting the chaotic yuan qi that was still incomparably powerful after being greatly weakened in the surrounding heaven and earth. In the memory of a past life, the yellow center of Li that was gotten by the explorers of those foreign families, it should be roughly in this area. Combined with these powerful chaotic yuan qi around me, it looks like I shouldn't be far from Huang Zhongli's location. Lu Shun trudged through the thin chaotic yuan qi. In the flood myth, as one of the 10 innate spiritual roots of the flood, the A-wood yellow Chinese plum, which originally grew on the island of Panglai, owned by the Duke of Dongwang. But after that, relying on the backing of Hongjun, the Duke of Dongwang, who was nominally the lord of the first generation of the immortal court, acted without scruples on the flooded land, stirring up trouble everywhere and brutally killing the demon tribes. Di Jun and Tai Yi could not bear it any longer, but also had the purpose of establishing the demon court in mind, so they attacked the immortal court. The first heavenly father took advantage of the great battle between taking the Amu Huangjongli from Panglai Immortal Island and bringing it to his own dojo in the Kunlun Mountains. The powerful innate spiritual root, which was said to be able to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal in situ if you ate a bite of it, was placed in a piece of chaotic Yuan Qi, placing it for others to pry into. However, the chaotic Yuan Qi in the Kunlun Mountains now had long since become incredibly thin under the crushing of endless years and Blue Star's heavenly Tao laws. In a previous life, it was because of this that those Western explorers were able to obtain this powerful innate spirit root through powerful divine weapons, and by accumulating experience with human lives. Buzz. A thin ripple of aura surged into Lucian's body. Lucian then realized that he had already left the range of the chaotic Yuan Qi. Phew! Finally got in. Lucian raised his eyes and looked around, finding no signs of the saintly projection attack he had imagined, or the ethereal aroma of Li Xianzhen in Huang. The same situation as when we were in the Queen Mother of the West's dojo. After passing through the chaotic Yuan Qi, there were no dangers inside, as in the several affiliated shrines of Europa. Not far in front of me, there is only a large tree trunk that has dried up and blackened, with no vitality left, and it seems that when the wind blows, it will turn into flying ash and scatter with the wind. What's going on? Lucian felt a little strange, whether on the holy mountain of Olympus, or in the midst of Asgard. Similar projections of gods with an extremely strong desire to attack remain among these revived Western miracles. Even amongst Asgard, there are such things as Ronin giants that exist, but in the Kunlun Mountains, so far, no beings with any desire to attack have appeared. At most, it's some incredibly menacing killing formation? Could it be that the divine civilization of the West has experienced some kind of terrible thing? Lucian thought about it and couldn't figure it out. So he collected his thoughts and looked at the kind of dark tree trunk in front of him. And sure enough, on the trunk, a dark fruit kernel identical to the seed of the peach tree was found. This should be the seed that has been left behind by the Amu Huangjongli.